Chapter 201 Demonized Andrew. Fight. 2 days ago, after Tianlong City Lord Andrew learned of Su Mu's whereabouts from Guo Tianfei, he immediately assembled the elite troops in the city and prepared to attack. Before the march, Andrew followed the long-standing custom and went to the altar to offer sacrifices, praying that the soldiers would have a smooth and victorious battle. At that time, the people in Tianlong City were watching the sacrificial ceremony under the altar. Just after the army led by Hayward left the city, Andrew suddenly went crazy. He attacked and killed the civilians below the altar, and in front of many people, he sucked the fresh brain marrow of the people and then laughed with a look of enjoyment. This strange scene frightened the people so much that they screamed and fled in all directions. However, Andrew's slaughter continues. He ordered the guards in the city to close the city gates and not allow anyone to go out. Later, Andrew broke into many civilians' homes, killed people, and took drugs. Panic, terror, and killing filled Tianlong City. In just 2 days, half of the population of Tianlong City was killed by Andrew. The corpses without brains piled up like a mountain, filling up the city lord's mansion. The people of the entire Tianlong City were in a panic. They felt like they were livestock kept in captivity by Andrew. One day, Andrew will kill them too. It's definitely a matter of time. As the captain of the guards at the city lord's mansion, Adar took the lead in resisting Andrew, but was killed. Andrew sucked Adar's brain in front of all the soldiers and guards. It was at that moment that the soldiers and guards dared not make any more noises of resistance. Everyone wants to escape from Tianlong City, fearing that they will become Andrew's next food. However, there were guards guarding the city gate, and they had no chance to leave. Kai Xian saw everything. She knew that if she didn't leave early, Andrew would definitely turn his attention to their Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Because there are many slaves here, slaves whose lives are worthless. Kill them and eat them, and no one will sympathize with them at all. But Kaisen couldn't accept such an outcome. She believed that the lives of slaves were also lives. Everyone was working hard to make a living, so why should they become Andrew's food? So she led the slaves to evacuate from the secret passage of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and met Su Mu, Reggie, and others. This is what happened in Tianlong City these 2 days. Su Mu, what happened in Tianlong City? Mr. Nesser, that lady just now, is she really capable of dealing with Andrew? Andrew seems different than before. He has practiced some sorcery, and his strength has improved a lot. I'm afraid he won't be so easy to deal with. That's why I asked you to take me into the city. I can't say for sure that she can deal with Andrew 100%. Su Mu's face was serious, and one could feel the solemnity in his heart. After all, Yulilua's life is now tied to his. If Yulilua can't beat Andrew and is finished, wouldn't Su Mu be finished too? He has to be serious. Su Mu had even decided that after the matter was over, he would give Yuliluo a good beating. This woman was so presumptuous. She actually dared to leave without his order and deal with Andrew alone. She must be crazy. All right. Kaisen didn't say anything else and focused on leading the way. Su Mu guessed that Andrew's sudden transformation into a demon was probably due to Fulina's curse. The last time Andrew killed Fulina, he was naturally hit by the backlash of her ominous body talent. As for why Yuliluo did not suffer any aftereffects of the curse, Su Mu was not quite sure. He guessed it was because of Yuliluo's race. The demons not affected by ominous body? Very likely. After all, when the system opened the copy, it said that the Lord of Tianlong City, Andrew, had become a demon. By the way, Hazard, is Andrew still respected and supported by the guards in the city lord's mansion? Does he still have any authority? Su Mu turned his head and looked at Hazard behind him. Hazard is the representative sent by the night guard. He will enter Tianlong City with Su Mu and others to look for an opportunity to kill Andrew. Most of the soldiers were still sober. They followed orders not because of Andrew's favor or prestige, but because of fear. They're afraid they're going to be the ones killed. No one wants to be Adar. Hazard slowly began to narrate. Moreover, without the army led by Commander Hayward, the elite forces in the city are far from enough to fight against Andrew. Su Mu touched his nose. He didn't want to tell Hazard that Hayward had been killed. By the way, do you know what level Andrew's strength reached before? Grand Mage level 7. City Lord Andrew's previous strength was that of a 7th level Grand Mage, and he was almost at the level of a Saint Mage. Hazard replied. Su Mu thought about it for a moment and had a general idea in his mind. Hayward is a Holy Spirit Knight, almost at the same level as the Grand Mage. But Hayward couldn't last more than 3 moves under Malor's hands and was easily killed. Yuliluo's strength is still enough to defeat Malor and seriously injure him. So to a certain extent, Yuliluo may really be able to deal with Andrew alone. Sumu estimated that Yulila's strength should be between the holy mage and the legendary god of magic. Just as Sumu was about to relax, Hassad spoke again. Before, City Lord Andrew was indeed only a 7th level Grand Mage, but now I see that after practicing evil magic, his strength may have soared to that of a Saint Mage. The key is that his current methods are very strange. He is no longer the ice magician he used to be, so it is still very difficult to deal with him. Kaixian, speed up, Sumu urged. We must enter the city quickly and not delay too long to prevent any accidents. I see. The entrance is right in front. Come with me, Kaixian said as he pushed open the stone door at the entrance of a cave. Are you Andrew? The city lord's mansion, Yuliloa floated in the air, staring at the figure shrouded in a black robe below. Around the figure, there are many soldiers guarding with eager eyes, weapons stored, and on guard at any time. Who are you? Andrew raised his head, his scarlet eyes showing from under his black robe. He stared at Yuliloa in the sky and sniffed hard. Such a familiar taste. I can feel that you and I are of the same kind. This princess won't be associated with a filthy monster like you. Yuliloa's icy voice came down. You are nothing but a cursed mutant defective product. Do you really think you are a member of the demon clan? Yuliloa's tone was full of disdain and contempt. Chapter 2:02 You are just a bastard. It doesn't matter what you say. Andrew stood up slowly. All I know now is that delicious food has been delivered to my door, and I'm very happy. Andrew stretched out his dry, blackened hand and waved it. Back off, you are no match for her. There is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. In the sky, Yuliloa didn't care about anything. She took out her black blade, and a ray of light scraped towards Andrew below. The light blade is very fast, but Andrew's speed was not slow either. He dodged the attack from the sky before the surrounding soldiers could see clearly. Ravine 2 meters long and 5 meters deep had appeared where Andrew had just been. The soldiers and guards around were frightened by this scene. With just a wave of her hand, she has such power. What kind of existence is this woman in the sky? The soldiers and guards looked at each other and quietly retreated to the side. Good. Very strong. Andrew's voice sounded. But the stronger you are, the more excited I am. Andrew smiled strangely, and the next moment he disappeared from the spot. Yuliloa frowned slightly. The next moment, the black blade in her right hand suddenly stabbed forward. Got it. Andrew's body was pierced by the black blade. This is a very good start, but Yuliloa narrowed her eyes slightly. She seemed to sense that things were not that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, the black blade in Yuliloa's hand was corroded, and the corrosive power spread from the black blade, almost climbing up her hand. Yuliloa immediately withdrew his hand and fled 10 meters away. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise if she had been exposed to that strange power, she would have been corroded as well. What a pity. What a quick reaction. Andrew's eyes under the black robe kept flashing red, and he looked very excited. Yuliloa didn't say anything. She once again summoned a black blade. A blade of light transformed by her own power. But its sharpness is definitely not something that someone like Andrew can deal with. Therefore, the Andrew in front of him was not simple. Yuliloa did not underestimate the enemy anymore and turned into a shadow and swept forward. She used the black mist power against Malor. That is the Moon Demon disaster area belonging to their Moon Demon clan. In this area, the enemy's vision will be partially lost, their perception will be reduced, and they will not be able to clearly see her attacks. At the same time, Yuliloa's attack power and speed increased. The black fog is sweeping. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. When the black fog dissipated, Andrew's body fell from the sky. Yuliloa held the black blade and looked down. She didn't think that Andrew died just like that. Until now, she still hasn't figured out why Andrew's body didn't react at all after being injured, and there wasn't even any blood. And where does that terrifying corrosive power come from? Strangely, when Andrew hit the ground, he didn't make a deep hole or anything like that. His body was as light as a feather, and it made no sound when it hit the ground. Very weird. Andrew got up. It's okay after all. Yuliloa tightened the black blade in her hand, ready to attack again. At this moment, Andrew slowly reached out and untied the black robe on his body, exposing his body to everyone's view. The soldiers and guards around were all surprised. Andrew's body was like a dried-up corpse, shriveled and withered, and covered with tiny vines as thin as hair. Crowded. Black water was still flowing down Andrew's body, emitting a horrible fishy smell. Did you enjoy the fight? Is it my turn to fight back? Andrew said as he drove the tiny vines on his body. In an instant, the originally small vines all grew larger, thicker, and longer, overwhelming the sky and attacking Yulilua in the sky. The number of vines is terrifying. Sweeping in from all directions, Yulilua had no way to escape. No matter how high she escapes into the sky, the vines are long enough to keep up with her. Yulilua could only use the black blade in her hand to block the attack. Light blades flashed in her hands, and afterimages flew around. 100 blades, 1,000 blades, 10,000 blades. The terrifying forces collided, and Andrew's vines continued to fall downwards like flowers scattered from the sky. The vines fell on the ground, constantly eroding the ground below, and the marble tiles were dissolved into terrifying large holes. The guards below did not dare to stay any longer and retreated into the house one after another, not daring to stay outside at all. Time passes by minute by minute. The earth-shaking battle finally subsided. Above the sky, Yulilua was panting heavily. Her forehead was covered with sweat. In the battle just now, in order to avoid being eroded by the corrosive power, Yulilua kept releasing the magic martial arts of the demon clan to resist Andrew's attack. But magic and martial arts consume the most physical strength, so Yulilua is consuming a huge amount of energy at this moment. Below, Andrew did not look tired or exhausted at all. His strength seemed to be endless and his energy was still strong. "You are indeed very strong," Yulilua in the sky and said. "But you can't kill me." At this point, Andrew laughed again. "I can wear you out to death. Are you too confident?" Yulilua moved her slender hand and put the black blade in her hand back gracefully. "Confidence. That's my strength." Andrew's voice was low. He felt that at this point, since Yulilua had already witnessed his strength, it was extremely disrespectful for her to still dare to look down on him like that. Andrew was very angry. He had secretly decided in his heart that he must let the woman in front of him know how powerful he was. "I said you were confident, right?" Yulilua's voice was still as cold as ever, but it contained a hint of sarcasm and contempt. "If you hadn't taken off the black robe, I might have started to wonder what kind of monster you were and become a little afraid of you. But since you've exposed yourself, I can only help you fulfill your stupidity." Yulilua said this, raising her hands high and making complicated hand seals. At this moment, she is surrounded by a faint light with the full moon as the background, looking sacred and ethereal, inviolable. As if responding to Yulilua's call, the full moon in the sky rose, and the moonlight radiated directly towards Yulilua. Yulilua's body has turned into a ball of light, a dazzling ball of light. The ball of light illuminated the entire night sky of Tianlong City, as if it were daytime. Andrew trembled slightly, with a bad feeling. How dare a mere hybrid of the demon clan and the devouring demon clan shout in front of this princess? "You're nothing but a bastard." Yulilua's voice came, full of arrogance and coldness. Like a Buddhist chant, it spread across the sky above the entire Tianlong City. "Moon wheel. Purify the world." Of the moonlight shines down towards the bottom. Chapter 203. Why does he treat me like this? Ah! Andrew's painful voice came. Yulilua's attack coverage was too large, and he couldn't escape at all. The terrifying light fell on him, as if to melt him away. Andrew was in great pain. This was the first time he felt pain since the mutation occurred. It hurt so much. The light fades. Andrew lay quietly on the ground, motionless, with mist still rising from his body. It's as if the whole person has evaporated. Dead. Nothing more than that. Yulilua snorted softly and fell downwards. Soon, she landed less than 5 meters away from Andrew, covering her nose and staring at him quietly. 1 breath. 10 breaths. Andrew seemed to be really dead. His body didn't react at all, and he looked lifeless. You can also rush back to sleep, which is good. Yulilua withdrew her gaze, turned around, and prepared to fly into the sky. But at this moment, Andrew, who was not far away, suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of resentment flashed in his scarlet eyes. His dry hands turned into sharp vines, which stretched out and attacked Yulilua. How fast? The move is sudden. Yulilua had no time or chance to react. Now that she is certain that Andrew is dead, how could she still be alert? The people around her posed no threat to her at all. It was this relaxed mentality that allowed Yulilua to see that Andrew was about to successfully attack her. The sharp thorns of the vine are about to pierce Yulilua's heart. "Careful," a voice came. Before Yulilua could react, her body was already held in someone's arms and then rolled to the ground. It rolled several times before it stopped. Yulilua saw clearly at a glance that Su Mu was holding her. She frowned slightly, but soon, she understood what was happening. It turned out that Andrew, who was not dead yet, launched a sneak attack on her, and she was saved by Su Mu. Yulilua spoke in surprise. As she spoke, She also noticed the wound on Su Mu's arm that was still bleeding. He is injured. In order to save her, he was hit by Andrew's attack. He was actually injured in order to save her? Yu Lilua couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen. In her mind, Su Mu hated her and tortured her so much that how could he risk getting injured to save her? However, unreasonable things happened to her. Are you okay? Su Mu sat up, glanced at Yu Lilua, who was still staring at him in a daze, and checked her. Fortunately, after a check, Su Mu found that Yu Lilua was in good health and had no injuries. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Luckily, you're not hurt. I was so scared. Su Mu patted his chest. Little did he know that Yu Lilua was stunned again by what he did and said, and she didn't know how to react for a moment. Luckily, you weren't hurt. I was scared to death. This tone, this way of speaking, doesn't it mean that he cares about her? Yu Lilua didn't understand why he was like this. Of course, she doesn't understand. She didn't even know that when Su Mu rushed here just now, he saw Andrew sneak attacking her, and he was almost scared to death. Uncle, if this attack really hits and Yu Lilua's heart is pierced, then wouldn't Su Mu be doomed as well? They now share the same life. Su Mu immediately used 1000% of his strength to accelerate, sprinting over at a speed of 100 meters per second to rescue Yu Lilua. Fortunately, Yu Lilua is fine. Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was so nervous that he didn't even know he was injured. You are hurt. Yu Lilua spoke, and it was rare that her tone was no longer hard and cold, but rather gentle and caring. It's just very stiff. I'm fine if I'm injured. I'm glad you're fine. Su Mu said casually, and then shouted angrily at Ai Fia, who was not far away. Hey Fia, kill that guy. You actually launched a sneak attack, you old bastard, you beast. How shameless. Seeing Su Mu so angry, Yu Lilua was stunned again. Of course she didn't know that Su Mu now felt like he had survived a disaster. Even killing Andrew couldn't relieve the hatred in his heart. Lilua that Andrew attacked? It's him, Su Mu. Su Mu gritted his teeth. Next time you deal with an enemy, be decisive and chop off his head. Make sure he's dead before you relax. You don't know how dangerous you were just now. If he had pierced your heart, you would have been finished. Su Mu looked at Yu Lilua and said, his tone somewhat like a leader scolding a subordinate. I see, it's my problem. Yu Lilua spoke, and the arrogant girl actually admitted that it was her own problem? Her reaction also surprised Su Mu. Has this woman changed her personality? Isn't this what she should say? Su Mu opened his mouth, but could not utter the words of reprimand below. Yu Lilua has admitted her mistake. What else does he have to say? Let me see your wound. Yu Lilua suddenly grabbed Su Mu's arm and checked his wound. Su Mu didn't know why she was so nervous. After a moment, Yu Lilua breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, my attack just now purified the corrosive power from Andrew. His attack did not have any corrosive effects, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with him. Oh. Su Mu was confused by what she said, but what he was sure of was that his wound was only a superficial one. All right. Su Mu stood up and walked towards Andrew's body. He was already at the end of his strength, and now he was given the final blow by Afia, who came over, and he was killed to the point of being deader. Su Mu did not let go of Andrew's body. He took the dragon horn knife and cut off his head. The scene of beheading happened to be seen by Kaisen and Hassad, who came over. They both stood there in shock. Andrew, the devil lord of Tianlong City, is dead. His head was cut off and hung on the south gate of the city wall for everyone to see and vent their anger. The news quickly spread to every corner of Tianlong City. People from all over the city rushed to the south gate to see the. For the past 2 days, the people of the entire city have been living in panic, fearing that they will fall into Andrew's hands. Tonight, it was the first time they had left the house in 2 days. But no one dared to relax. After all, they didn't know whether Andrew was really dead. Or did Andrew use this as bait to trick them into going to the south gate and then massacre them? Both are possible. But when everyone arrived at the south gate of Tianlong City, they really saw Andrew's head hanging on the city gate. 2 nights ago, many people had witnessed Andrew's current appearance, so they knew very well whether this was the real Andrew. For a moment, Tianlong City was filled with cheers and discussions. Soon, the people of Tianlong City discovered that there was a young man standing on the city wall above Andrew's head. Standing on his left and right were 2 stunning beauties. Chapter 204, I will become the new city lord. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Su Mu for successfully resolving the Tianlong City crisis. The demonized city Lord Andrew has been killed. Civilian life has returned to normal. The system has issued a task deadline. Less than 2 days have passed. In recognition of Lord Su Mu's outstanding performance, he has received a system reward. The merit list is now open. Lords can check out the list. As soon as the system announcement came out, All the lords were shocked, and the Quiet World chat channel became lively again. No way? Sumu completed the dungeon quest again? Plain. Damn. Tianlong City is actually the closest to Sumu's territory? System, are you kidding me? This Sumu is not really the system's illegitimate child, is he? That's right. How can it be so abstract? It's actually the closest to Sumu's territory. Why don't you just write Sumu's name on all the goodies as rewards? Report. I want to report. Damn it. Damn Dragon Lord. Why is it him again? Shit. It's this Dragon Country guy again. Did he save God? Why does he get all the benefits? Honestly, I'm almost at Tianlong City, and you're telling me now that all the problems are solved? I was also on my way to Tianlong City with my troops. What's going on now? Should I go back home? The lords who didn't know why the dungeon mission was triggered started to complain and criticize. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the report and feedback button, and they could only feel helpless and furious. However, at this moment, Sumu was standing on the city wall. Let me introduce to you who I am. Sumu raised his head and chest, looking down with a sharp gaze. My name is Sumu. In the Miluo Forest, 100 miles away, I have my own territory. I command an army of 100,000 undead, each of whom possesses unrivaled strength. My army is strong enough to sweep across Tianlong City. Regardless of whether it is true or not, Sumu will brag about it first. If you don't brag a little bit, how can you improve your own status and shock the people below? Sure enough, after hearing Sumu's speech, the civilians below showed shock and surprise on their faces. Even Hassad and Kaisen below are like this. Especially Kaisen. She opened her mouth and thought in her heart. Mr. Nesser's original name was Sumu? It turns out his previous names were all lies? No wonder, I said. Who would use the name Nesser? It sounds weird. Kai Xian frowned and thought in her heart. On the city wall, Sumu continued, becoming more and more excited. I believe many of you think I look familiar. Yes, I am the foreigner that Andrew was wanted for not long ago. The army Andrew sent to Miluo Forest to search for me was a 5,000-man force led by Hayward. I'm sure you've heard of it. Speaking of this, Sumu smiled slightly, and his smile was a little weird. I can tell you a fact. The entire army led by Hayward has been slain by me. The war happened last night. This is my strength. As soon as these words came out, the people below looked at each other in bewilderment. It was impossible for them not to know that Andrew had sent troops to fight, and they also knew that it was Hayward who was sent out. That night, everyone saw them leave the city. Now they have all been killed. Hayward's strength has reached the level of the Holy Spirit Knight, to the point that even Andrew dare not turn the table against him. He was actually killed by the team, led by the young man in front of him. For a moment, the people were shocked by the news. Below, Hassad also opened his mouth with a look of astonishment. As the guard of the city lord's mansion, Hassad knows best the strength of Commander Hayward. Now, Mr. Sumu actually said that he should be beheaded? It has to be said that Hayward was shocked. He seemed to smell something unusual, and he probably guessed what Sumu was thinking. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost brewing, Sumu smiled and continued. I believe you have all seen that I have chopped off Andrew's head. From this moment on, Tianlong City will return to normal life. Sumu's full-bodied voice rang out, and the people below cooperated very well and were very quiet. Tomorrow, the gates of Tianlong City will open as normal. He waved his hand and announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city cheered. The city gates are open, and they can leave even if they don't like Tianlong City. It would be a lie to say they are unhappy. This also proves that the crisis has been officially resolved and their lives will be safe. Quiet down. At this time, Sumu raised his hand again. But the excited people were still talking loudly, and Sumu's voice was soon drowned out by the crowd. Quiet down. Seeing this, Hassad stood up and shouted loudly. Everyone be quiet. Let's hear what Mr. Sumu has to say. Cooperate with our work. Hassad was dressed in silver armor, looking majestic, and the common people recognized that his armor belonged to the city lord's palace. Officials still have a deterrent effect, and everyone quieted down. Sumu nodded in satisfaction and nodded to Hassad. This guy is good and has good vision. Andrew is dead, and the city lord's mansion is paralyzed. Sumu spoke again, his voice spreading throughout the crowd. However, the normal operation of a major city requires the participation of the highest leaders in decision-making and the protection of urban development. From now on, I will replace the deceased Andrew and become the Lord of Tianlong City. Sumu finally got to the point. His tone was firm and powerful as he said aloud. While I am the city lord, Tianlong City will be tax-free for 1 year. After 1 year, the tax rate will return to 10%, and this will last for 5 years. This is my first 5-year plan. I will expand the size, territory, and prosperity of Tianlong City to more than 10 times its previous size. As soon as these words came out, the people below were all in an uproar, and then they quickly started discussing. Is this true? A year of tax exemption? Is he really willing to do that? Tax exemption for a year? Then I won't leave Tianlong City. Isn't it nice to stay here? Are you concerned about the 1-year tax exemption? I'm more concerned about the 10% tax. You know, Andrew's tax before was 30%, too harsh. You're right. A 10% tax shouldn't be a problem to pay, and it'll last for 5 years. This first 5-year plan is quite interesting. Seeing that the people below were all happily discussing, Sumu probably knew that the atmosphere was almost over, so he spoke again. Quiet. 2 simple words. If it had been before, when Sumu called out, the people would not have responded, and Hassad would have had to help maintain order. However, this time, the people below quickly calmed down. Even if someone is talking, they will remind each other and help each other to make the environment quiet. Chapter 205. Who agrees? Who dares to oppose? What the people care about is not who the city lord is or who the supreme leader is. What they really care about is whether the city policy benefits them. In other words, is this leader wise or not? Is he kind or not? Is he someone who gets things done, or is he corrupt and authoritarian? Sumu's simple tax plan has won the hearts of many people. Some people who wanted to leave Tianlong City also began to want to stay and develop well. Sumu was very satisfied with the people's performance. He smiled slightly. This is my simple plan after becoming the city lord. I will gradually launch a detailed plan to benefit the people later. I hope everyone can stay in Tianlong City and develop together. I hope everyone will not be affected by Andrew's affairs, leave Tianlong City, and give up this place. I promise that as long as I'm here, I will ensure the safety of Tianlong City and the lives of the people within. This will be a haven for your stable development and happy living in the future. Of course, I won't stop anyone from leaving Tianlong City. The city gates will be open tomorrow, and you can leave. I will bless you and wish you a long and happy life together. May the end of the world be within your reach, and we'll meet again someday. Hualala. Sumu's powerful speech aroused applause from all the people below. If this were a presidential election, Sumu would have already secured over 80% of the votes and would have firmly secured the presidency. But it's not over yet. What I just said was all my unilateral statement and wishful thinking. Now, what I want to ask is about me replacing Andrew as the Lord of Tianlong City. Having said that, Sumu paused, stared sharply at the bottom, and looked around. The temperament of the person in high position is perfectly grasped. When the time was almost up, he spoke again, loudly saying, "Who's in favor? Who objects?" The people looked at each other, and no one came out to say a word of opposition. Who would dare to object to a ruthless person who could kill Andrew? Even if they really objected, they dared to mutter a few words in their hearts. What they really want to see is whether the tax is really exempted for 1 year. If not, it's not too late to leave or oppose it. Sumu understood the people's thoughts very well, as he himself had once been one of them. What about you? Sumu looked at the guards in armored uniforms. This is the armed force of Tianlong City. To a certain extent, their opinions are also very important. After all, they are the only ones who can resist Sumu. The guards looked at each other, hesitating, not saying they were against it, but not saying they were in favor of it either. I agree. A voice sounded. Hassad was the first to step out of the crowd. He turned back to face the soldiers and said loudly, "I think everyone should know about the panic Andrew caused in our city. As soldiers of the Knights, we want to resist, but there is nothing we can do. Amar is a precedent. He is ahead of us and a warrior worthy of respect. Now, Mr. Sumu has killed Andrew and stabilized the normal order and development of Tianlong City. I think there is no problem with him replacing Andrew and taking the position of new city lord. I am the first one to stand up and support him." Hassad continued, "Mr. Sumu will be the heroic leader. I know that everyone, like me, can distinguish right from wrong, right? I think Hazard is right." Another knight guard in silver armor stood up. He was Musend, the captain of the 2nd Knight Regiment, and also a good friend of Hassad. Musend has considerable appeal in the Knights. The position of city lord has always been based on strength, and only the most capable can hold it. Mr. Sumu was able to kill Andrew. His strength is beyond doubt. What do you think? Just as Mudsun finished speaking, something strange happened. A delicate voice came. "Why bother with that much trouble? It's Yulilua." She flew past Sumu and flew into the sky. She frowned and looked down impatiently. Her voice spread throughout Tianlong City. "From this moment on, he is the lord of this city. I will kill anyone who dares to oppose me." Yulilua had a black blade in her hand, and she swung it forward. "Call out." The sonic boom sounded. Before everyone could see clearly what was happening, the towering City Lord's mansion building was split in two. The City Lord's mansion collapsed. Smoke and dust rose up, filling the entire sky. Su Mu never expected that Yulilua would play such a trick, but it seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. Those soldier commanders who were still hesitant stood up and expressed their opinions. Since Mr. Musend has agreed, I have no objection. Me too. I support it too. Mr. Su Mu is absolutely capable. Whoever dares to object, I will be the first to help Mr. Su Mu beat him up. Mr. Su Mu? Just call him the City Lord. Yes, Lord City Lord. The Lord City Lord is mighty. Congratulations to the new City Lord. Su Mu. Good job. It seems that after all he talked for so long, it was not as effective as Yuli's wave of the hand. Su Mu left. Before leaving, he arranged for Hassad to be the acting deputy city lord to temporarily handle the affairs of Tianlong City in the next few days. Hassad was so terrified that he refused repeatedly, saying that he had no experience and no way to manage Tianlong City, and asked Su Mu to take back his decision. But the more he refused, the more Su Mu wanted him to. Moreover, Su Mu said that he was just an agent, and all matters big and small in Tianlong City still needed him to come and review them in person. Hassad's acting position will also be subject to assessment. If he fails, he will be demoted to the position he is currently in. Having said that, Hassad could only say thank you, Lord Mayor, and reluctantly accept the task. Originally, Hassad thought that if he stepped forward to help, Su Mu would promote him to the position of captain. Unexpectedly, he was promoted to acting deputy city lord all of a sudden. Tianlong City has never had a deputy city lord. Because Andrew is a very authoritarian person, he does not allow different voices to emerge in the city. Therefore, Tianlong City is different from other cities in that it does not have a deputy city lord. Mudsun was the second person to speak up for Su Mu. Su Mu did not treat him unfairly and directly made him the commander of the guards, temporarily taking charge of the patrol and defense tasks of Tianlong City. Because it was late, Su Mu did not plan to stay in Tianlong City for too long. After arranging everything, he found Kaisen. Lord City Lord. Kaisen bent down and saluted. Chapter 206 Goodbye Wandering Merchant Kessel. Miss Kaisen, I still prefer you to call me Nesser. Su Mu smiled and teased. Stop making trouble, Lord City Lord. Kai Xen rolled her eyes resentfully, tucked her hair behind her ears with a blushing face, and placed a glass of water in front of Su Mu. It's normal for someone of your status to have an alias. Kaisen can understand. Su Mu took a sip of water and said nothing. I wonder why the City Lord is looking for me. Kai Xen said. Could it be that you also want me to take up some kind of position? Then Kaisen will have to decline the Lord City Lord's kindness. I still prefer to be free. Oh, Miss Kaisen, are you serious? Kai Xen nodded. I don't like power struggles. I just want to live a peaceful life. Su Mu took a closer look and found that there was not much unnaturalness or affectation on Kai Xen's face. It was obvious that she meant what she said. This surprised Su Mu a little. However, he really didn't come here to arrange a position for Kaisen or something like that. Miss Kaisen, I heard Taoyao talk about you. I know you are a person who is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. You treat the slaves in the Chamber of Commerce well. Thank you for the compliment, Lord City Lord. Kai Xen smiled politely. I came to you to ask you for some slaves. Su Mu stated his purpose. Oh, I see. Kai Xen suddenly realized, and then said, the Lord City Lord wants those 4 tree elf slaves, right? I just like dealing with smart people like Miss Kaisen. Su Mu smiled. This is a smart person. She had guessed what kind of slave it was before he even said it. At the same time, Su Mu's evaluation of Kai Xen became much higher. My Lord City Lord, this might be a little difficult to handle. Kai Xen pursed her lips and said softly, these 4 tree elves were deposited in Tianlong City by our Chamber of Commerce not long ago. We didn't expect to encounter this accident with Andrew. People from the Chamber of Commerce will be coming to take the tree elf away soon. They say they're taking it to an auction in another city. I'm not sure about the details. Kai Xen said. Her eyes fell on Su Mu's face, and she gave him a look of some resentment. Lord City Lord, if you suddenly ask for them, I won't say anything. It's just that if the people from the Chamber of Commerce find me, it will be more difficult for me. I am a weak woman and cannot resist them. Su Mu understood the meaning of Kai Xen's words. He smiled and said, I know. Miss Kaisen, you can rest assured. Just tell the people in your Chamber of Commerce that the slaves are mine to take away. If they don't give it to me, there will be no Yunlong Merchants Association in Tianlong City. Kaisen's body trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Su Mu's answer would be this. Kai Xen wanted to explain the strength of their Chamber of Commerce, but she saw Yulilon next to Su Mu, who was standing aside with a dark face. Yuliloa's ferocity firsthand. She sighed slightly. Then it will be as the city lord said. Before leaving, Sumu looked back. Miss Kaisen, don't worry. If you give me some convenience, I won't let anyone else hurt you. This is my promise to you. You can just tell the people in the Chamber of Commerce. After saying that, Sumu left with the 4 tree elf slaves who had just arrived. This time, instead of riding on Effia, he used a space teleportation scroll. Looking at the disappearing space crack, Kai Xian sighed slightly. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Master. Sumu was taking a bath, enjoying Tao Yao's little hands on his body, when Winstia walked in. Is everything arranged? Sumu looked at her. Yes, the 4 tree elves have arranged rooms. Zilliwer even wants to thank you in person for saving them. She wants to see you. Zilliwer thanked him in person? No way. Sumu felt that the way the girl looked at him was not right when he came back, and now she actually said she wanted to thank him in person? Making trouble. Thinking of the ball like Zilliwer, Sumu resisted from his toes to his hair. Tell her it's too late, and you won't see her anymore. Let's do it tomorrow. Sumu needs to explain that he is definitely not a beauty lover. The key point is that Zilliwer is not good looking. All right. Winstia smiled, seemed to have thought of something, and turned away. Good guy? Sumu naturally noticed the look in Winstia's eyes as she left. This girl, it seems like I haven't teased her for a long time. No way. How dare you make fun of your master? I must teach Winstia a lesson tonight. Sumu made a secret decision in his heart. Taoyao, push harder. I understand, master. 3-star value intelligence. The wandering merchant Kazir, whom I met once before, has appeared in your territory. Intelligence analysis. Kazir is a famous wandering merchant. He might have some valuable items on him. Intelligence tip. Your tower's guard, Night Charm, says, Snod has noticed the wandering merchant Kazir and may attack him. Please go quickly. Sumu finished taking a shower and was about to go find Winstia. The intelligence system rang. Kazel appears again? Forget Kessel, who once sold him golden blue bricks to make scrolls, and the griffin was also left behind by him. Thinking of this, Sumu did not hesitate and quickly rode on the griffin and flew to the edge of the territory. Stop, Snod. That's our distinguished guest. When Sumu arrived, he actually saw Snod and other night phantoms surrounding Kessel. However, there was no conflict between the two sides, and Kessel was explaining something with a smile on his face. Mr. Sumu, we meet again. Kessel remained gentlemanly and saluted Sumu. Mr. Kessel, I miss you so much. I didn't expect to see you again after such a short time. It's really a pleasure. Kessel had said that if he had the materials to make the portal, he would come back to find Sumu. Now that he's back, does that mean there's news about the materials for the portal scroll? Sumu couldn't help but be excited. Now that his subordinate territories are distributed all over the place, the role of the portal has been greatly enhanced. I am deeply delighted too. Kessel smiled and said, It's been a while since we last met, but it seems Mr. Sumu is different now. Kessel said, taking a look at the surrounding environment, as well as Snod and other night phantoms, and continued. The griffin is with you and seems to be well taken care of. I'm very relieved. Thanks. Mr. Kessel, let me be direct. Did you come back to see me this time? Did you have any news about the portal? Kessel hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. That's great. Sumu clapped his hands excitedly. But Kessel's next words made him frown slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Sumu. I'm a man of my word. I did get the materials, but due to some problems, I may not be able to sell them to you for the time being. We'll have to wait until next time. But, to be honest, I don't know when the next time will be. Kazir sighed. Can't sell it to him? I even came back to talk to him. To be honest, Sumu couldn't find any fault with Kessel's actions. Mr. Kessel, you're welcome. You came back to tell me this news, so you must have encountered some difficulties. Can you tell me why? Sumu asked. Kessel didn't seem to want to say too much on this issue. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Because I want to save my beloved. Chapter 207 Mr. Kessel, maybe I can help you too. When Kessel was 40 years old, he had his first daughter, Iris. Ellis was just born. His wife died of complications during childbirth, so Kessel loved his daughter very much. All the guilt and debt he felt towards his wife onto Elise. His kindness to Elise could even be said to have reached the point of doting. Whatever Iris wants, Kessel will give her. Even if she wants the moon in the sky, he will try his best to get her. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, Elise was sucked into a secret realm that suddenly appeared. The pain of losing his daughter made it impossible for Kessel to accept the fact. He tried every possible way to travel around the world, looking for news about the secret realm, hoping to re-enter the secret realm and find Elise. I traveled around the world and gradually became known as the famous wandering merchant Kazir. But I was thinking in my heart, I just wanted to gather more information and find the entrance to the secret realm. Kezel slowly recounted his mental journey over the years. Recently, I received news that this secret realm will be reopened. It has been 5 years, 3 months, 7 days, and 6 minutes since Iris left me. I can't wait any longer. Even if she is no longer alive, I want to go in and see for myself what is going on. I want to know what kind of life she has lived over the years and what exists in the secret realm. Sumu nodded. He expressed sympathy for Kezel's past, but at the same time, he also had his own doubts. Mr. Kezier, I'm truly sorry for your past. I feel your pain. But what I want to say is, what does this have to do with the portal materials? Could it be that you exchanged the portal materials for the news of the secret realm's opening? Not really. Kezel shook his head. But there are dangers in the secret realm. I need a strong person to go in with me, and he also happens to need portal materials. Also, it said that he once entered a secret realm and successfully came out. He must be a very experienced person. So you want to cooperate with him? Sumu probably guessed. That's right, Kezel nodded. So I'm very sorry, Mr. Sumu. I may not be able to give you your portal materials. But as a reputable businessman, I can assure you that as soon as I can get out of the secret realm, I will definitely look for materials again and sell them to you first. I hope you can trust me. Mr. Kezel, you know that even if you hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known you had found the materials. Sumu smiled and said, but you still came. I have no reason to refuse your request. As a hobo merchant operating with integrity, I must live up to my reputation and everyone's trust. I naturally need to explain this matter to you clearly. Kezel said with a gentle smile. I see. However, Mr. Kezel, I want to ask, can I replace that person and enter the secret realm with you? Sumu said. You? Kezel looked Sumu up and down. There was no disbelief in his eyes, just some hesitation. Mr. Kezel, of course it's not just me. There are others too. Sumu explained. My strength is certainly average, but I have a subordinate who is very powerful. Even if a legendary god of magic comes, she can compete with him. Is this enough? Of course, Sumu was talking about Yulilua, the strongest fighter in his territory. Let's not talk about how strong Yulilua is, just brag about it first. Besides, Yulilua's strength is not bad either. Is this true? Kezel's eyes lit up when he heard it. Mr. Kezel, you are so well informed. I wonder if you have heard about the recent events in Tianlong City. Sumu asked with a smile. I've heard a little about Andrew, right? I've done business with him before. Kezel recalled. As a wandering merchant, Kezel has his own channels to obtain various gossips. He knew that Andrew had become a demon recently and had killed many people in the city. However, this is not what Kezel is concerned about. Not long ago, Andrew was killed by the subordinate I mentioned. Now I am the lord of Tianlong City. Sumu straightened his clothes to make himself look more stylish and classy. Hearing Sumu's words, a look of shock appeared on Kezel's face. Andrew is dead. The demonization incident in Tianlong City been resolved? Kezel had met Andrew before, so he naturally knew how strong he was. Now that I've become a demon, I can only become stronger, not weaker. Therefore, the person who could kill Andrew must be extremely powerful. If you agree, Mr. Kezier, then we will go to the secret realm together. When the time comes, you can give me your materials. We can complement each other. Isn't that wonderful? Seeing that the time was ripe, Sumu spoke from the side. But Kezel was still a little hesitant. Mr. Sumu, you have never been into a secret realm. Even if you are very powerful, you don't know what is inside. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Mr. Kezel, I promise you that as long as Iris is still alive, I will definitely bring her out of the secret realm. Sumu patted his chest and drew the pie first. Even if it costs me my life, this is the promise and sincerity I can give you. I understand. This time, Kezel nodded without hesitation. Mr. Sumu, the secret realm will not be opened until some time later. I will come to you in person when the time comes. Based on what you just said, I believe you. Choose you too. Thanks. This time, it was Sumu's turn to perform a gentlemanly salute. Kezel left, and this time he left in a hurry, probably to prepare something. Sumu was not in a hurry and returned to his house. It seems that the task of building the city wall and the city lord's mansion needs to be put on the agenda in advance. The stone house he lived in now was not classy at all and did not reflect Sumu's current status at all. It must be said that after obtaining Tianlong City, Sumu began to get a little bit arrogant. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion of Tianlong City was cut into two by Yulilua, and Sumu also asked Hasid to recruit workers and prepare to rebuild the city lord's mansion. He still has some money, so building a new city lord's mansion is not a problem. This is also the reason why Sumu did not blame Yulilua. Yulilua might have been a little impulsive at the time, but her impulsiveness also paid off. At least, no one dared to say no, and no one dared to question Su Mu's strength and status. Thinking of this, Yulilua chopped down the city lord's mansion with a knife. Good job. However, Su Mu also needs to talk to Yulilua, asking her not to get addicted to splitting in the future and to split something else. He can't afford it financially if it happens every time. Su Mu was thinking when he saw Yulilua just as he walked to the door. Don't talk about people during the day and don't talk about ghosts at night. Chapter 208. This is just right for you. How's your injury? Yulilua took the initiative to speak, her eyes falling on Su Mu's shoulder. He was wearing clothes, and she couldn't see clearly. Su Mu didn't expect that Yulilua would come over to him late at night just to ask him about this. He didn't hide it and took off his shirt in front of her. Yulilua. She clenched her fists and said nothing. Such a frivolous and casual action. If it happened before, Yulilua would either turn around and leave or punch Su Mu and send him flying. What now? Yulilua didn't. It's okay, look. Taoyao treated me before, and new granulations have already grown on the wound. I guess I'll just need some treatment tomorrow. Not knowing what Yulilua was thinking, Su Mu just thought that she was simply concerned about him. Lilua did a great job tonight, and Su Mu was in a good mood, so he responded to her. I'm glad you're okay. It seems that the power of corrosion has not entered your body. Yulilua finished speaking and turned around to leave. After taking 2 steps, she turned back. Yulilua. Su Mu didn't expect Yulilua to suddenly turn around. He was secretly showing off his biceps confidently. With an awkward smile, Su Mu quickly put on his clothes. You don't have to block attacks for me next time. With that level of injury, even a sneak attack wouldn't do any harm to me. Yulilua said lightly. How do I know if it will cause you any harm? When I saw those sharp vines heading towards your heart, I was afraid I would die. You really think I'm willing to take the knife? Of course, Su Mu was complaining about these things in his heart. Lilua carefully and found something strange. Yulilua actually told him this on her own initiative. She even came over and asked about his injuries. There's something wrong with this woman? She should want to kill him, right? Su Mu was thinking in his heart. Seeing that Su Mu didn't say anything, Yulilua didn't say much and turned around to leave. Hello. Su Mu called out to Yulilua. Don't be so careless next time. Cherish your life. I don't want you to get hurt or have any accidents during the battle. Do you understand? Being alive is the most important thing. Everything else comes second. Yeah. Yulilua responded and left. Su Mu was confused. He always felt that there was something wrong with Yulilua, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It just felt weird. Coincidentally, at this time, Felina floated over. What you want is here. When Su Mu heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he said excitedly, Hiss. Take me to see it quickly. Night. After Winstia coaxed Su Su to sleep and tucked in the quilt, she turned around and went back to her room. She had just laid down to rest when there was a knock on the door. At this time, there was only one person who would knock on her door. Winstia could think of. Taoyao. So, she subconsciously said. The door is not locked. Come in. The moment the door was pushed open, Winstia was stunned. Not Yao Yao. But it's Su Mu. Owner. Winstia quickly stood up and nervously grabbed the hem of her clothes. During this period of time, Su Mu suddenly came over, and it was hard for Winstia not to think too much and be nervous. After all, she is not Su Su, and she would not think that her master came here to coax her to sleep. Winstia is not stupid. Winstia, are you awake yet? Su Mu closed the door with a smile and locked it. No. Winstia naturally noticed the small detail of locking the door, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Ahem. The master has brought something good to show you. Please help me try. Su Mu said this and sat down on the bed naturally. What is it? Winstia was curious and took a look at the small package in Su Mu's hand. Here it is. Some clothes. I asked Felina to make them specially for you. Try them on and see if they fit you well. Oh. Winstia didn't think much about it, and just thought it was just clothes. After all, not long ago, Felina did ask her to measure her size. This is true. But when Winstia took the package from Su Mu and opened it, her face became redder the more she looked at it. Owner. What are these? Winstia looked at the small pieces of fabric and her face turned red. She is smart, so how could she not know what it is after seeing it? Su Mu said with a smile. Winstia, judging by your reaction, I guess you already know how to wear it, right? There are also black things called stockings. There's also white, and your special pink color. You can change them in the future. If they get worn out, just ask Felina to make you another one. And this. Su Mu patted the 2 maid outfits. From now on, this is your uniform. You can wear it inside the territory. The maid outfit that Su Mu was talking about was certainly not something very revealing, but rather conservative. But paired with stockings, you can say YYDS. Oh, Winstia looked at the clothes and found them acceptable. Just a little novel, nothing else. Winstia, don't just stand there. Go to the inner room and change. The inner room that Sumu mentioned was actually separated by a small wooden board and was not a private space at all. Winstia pursed her lips and finally gritted her teeth and said, I see. I'll go change it now. Looking at Winstia's standing back, Sumu's smile became even more pronounced. When we say we want to tease this girl tonight, we just want to tease her and not let her get too carried away. Winstia was a little worried at first, wondering if her master would suddenly come over and take a peek while she was changing clothes. It turned out that she was overthinking it. The master didn't have it. Master, I'm fine. Winstia's voice came from behind the wooden board. Oh, then come out. This woman took a long time to change her clothes, and Sumu almost fell asleep while waiting. Uh-huh. After responding, Winstia was the first to pop her head out from behind the wooden board with an indelible look of shame on her face. Don't be shy, Sumu encouraged. Okay. Winstia took a step forward. To be precise, it is the feet wearing white silk. Sure enough, the taste was exactly the same as Sumu's, and Sumu's eyes lit up again. Chapter 209. At this point, Felina takes the blame. Sumu took a breath, his eyes widened, his heart beating rapidly. Beautiful. So beautiful. Winstia, who changed into a maid costume, was charming yet pure, and with the nervous shyness on her face, she looked pure and sexy. Just one glance, and you can't look away. Sumu was stunned. White silk is so high? Especially the demi-human temperament, combined with the maid outfit, there is no sense of incongruity. It seems like maid costumes were born for them. This is not some kind of cosplay. This is real action. No cosplay is required. Owner. Is it beautiful? Winstia grabbed the hem of her skirt and looked up at Sumu. It is a woman's nature to want to get a little praise. Even Winstia still longs for recognition and affirmation. Nice. It looks great. Sumu stood up. Then I'll keep it on for a while longer so the master can see. As soon as Winstia finished speaking, she found that Sumu had come to her side. Then, Winstia found herself in the air. Owner. Winstia, you don't know how charming you are now. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it can't compare to the moment you appear in front of me. Sumu praised generously. Thanks. I smell that aroma again. Sumu sniffed and said, Of course, Winstia knew what the fragrance was. Sumu's eyes were somewhat confused and distracted. Completely different from the usual Qingming festival. It's over. Could it be that my fragrance has some strange effect? But the clan leader's grandmother didn't seem to tell me about this effect. What's the master's condition? Winstia said in her heart. The unique body fragrance of the Red Fox clan can indeed have some unexpected effects when it is secreted excessively. Winstia also didn't know whether Sumu's current condition was. But before she could think clearly, Sumu came over again. At the same time, in Felina's room. It's over. I got the wrong one. That white silk shouldn't be given to him. Felina looked at the white silk in her hand, stunned. She put her hand to her forehead, then turned her head to look towards Winstia's room. There won't be any problems, right? Not long ago, Felina made the white silk. Moreover, because she possessed the talent of Master's Hand, the white silk she made also had an additional effect. Enchanting socks. Wearing them increases the chance that the opposite sex will be captivated by your charm. Damaged socks increase the effect by 200%. Please wear with caution. This is the effect that the stockings had when they were first made. When Felina saw it, she kept it on purpose to prevent any accidents. However, she seemed to have not noticed and gave it to Sumu by mistake. It's over, it's over. After returning from a trip, Felina slumped in a chair, looking as if she had lost all hope in life. This pot. She even carried it on her back. After thinking about it, Felina sighed and accepted the consequences. If asked, she would take the blame. Early the next morning, Sumu got up refreshed. Taoyao, notify everyone that today is a special day. All activities within the territory are suspended. Everyone doesn't have to go to work. Take a day off. Sumu ordered. After you give the order, go to Felina and get some clothes for each sister to wear. Then, we'll all go out for a picnic and have some fun. Yao also became excited when she heard that they were going out for a picnic and to play. At her age, she is naturally playful. It's just that I have a lot of responsibilities and I want to show my value, so I have never dared to play around. Really, go and arrange it quickly. Yeah, that's great. Taoyao turned around and left excitedly, but was stopped by Sumu again. Taoyao, remember to let the sisters wear new clothes before going out. Okay. Taoyao went away jumping. On the other side, Sumu was not idle either and found Zhou Yuqi. Have you arranged everything I asked you to prepare? Uh-huh. Zhou Yuqi. Don't worry. With my sister here, there will be no accidents. Sumu smiled. After so many days of contact, Zhou Yuqi has become more and more cheerful, and her sense of belonging to the territory has become stronger and stronger. However, she still seems to like staying in the kitchen the most. Sumu wanted her to take care of other things, but she was unwilling. By the way, Tao Yao will give you new clothes later. Remember to put them on, because you are going out today. Oh, Zhou Yuqi didn't think much about it. Chapter 2:10 It's not fair. Why don't I have it? Sister Wednesday, did you fall and hurt your foot? Why are you walking so unnaturally today, limping? Tao Yao's voice rang out, and she stepped forward to hold on to Wednesday, who was putting things away. If you're injured, tell Tao Yao. I can heal you in no time. I'm not hurt, Tao Yao. Don't talk nonsense. Wednesday's face was flushed with pink. She glanced at the river not far away, where Su Mu was lying leisurely on a chair with squinting eyes. This glance made Wednesday's face even redder. She couldn't help but think of the scenes of last night. Crazy scenes. Are you not hurt? Tao Yao lowered her head and looked at Wednesday's feet. Sister Wednesday, why are you walking so strangely today? I didn't notice anything last night. Tao Yao was speaking. The women, led by Serena, were slowly walking towards this side. The team is huge. Everyone was wearing new clothes for today. Wednesday quickly reached out and covered Tao Yao's mouth. Tao Yao, stop talking. You are such a mean girl, asking questions even though you already know the answer. Won't you be like this that day? Humph. Yao, whose mouth was covered, was completely bewildered. Will she be like this too? But she hasn't. The simple Tao Yao really didn't know what Wednesday was referring to. At this time, Su Mu had already sat up from his recliner, and the straw in his mouth fell unconsciously. Hiss. Which man wouldn't be excited? It's really hard to stay calm when a large group of stunningly beautiful women are walking towards you, especially since they are wearing maid outfits and uniforms that suit their temperaments. I really have to mention Felina. She is so considerate. Su Mu is responsible for drawing the blueprints, and she is responsible for improving the blueprints. Every set of clothes that is cut out is carefully refined. The basis for refinement is the different temperaments of each person. For example, Serena has a natural leadership temperament. She is generous, noble, cool, and elegant. The outfit Felina gave her was a white outfit with a black stand-up collar that suited her temperament. For example, Tao Yao is cute, simple, lively and active, and cute and innocent. Hers is a blue and pink dress that suits her temperament. For example, for someone with a gentle temperament like Kokona, the color scheme is pink and white, and the clothes are not exaggerated, but slightly conservative. Rather than calling it a maid outfit, it would be more reasonable to call it a costume. However, what made Su Mu feel relieved was that the stockings were still the same stockings. The short skirt is not very long. The scenery he should see is still there. Let's put our work aside today and have some fun by the river. Let's have a picnic and relax together, and then go back home in the evening. Su Mu went forward and spoke. Is today an important day? Why is it so special? Selena looked at the tables and chairs that had been set up by the river and couldn't help but ask. The question she asked also represented everyone's doubts. It's not a special day. I just want to relax with you guys. Don't be immersed in the construction of the territory all day. It's better to have a balance between work and rest. Su Mu smiled but didn't say anything. He had his own reasons for making such arrangements today. Okay. Selena responded without saying anything else. She walked to the side and found a chair to sit down. Behind, Kokona held Kokolu's hand and passed by Su Mu. Kokona didn't even look at Su Mu today, nor did she speak. But Kekulu's eyes were always on Su Mu. She pulled her aunt hard. Auntie, I'm looking for Brother Su Mu. I'm looking for Brother Su Mu. No. Kokona's face flushed slightly, and she changed her usual easygoing attitude. She pulled Kokolu forward, her steps very nervously. Kokona, this dress looks great on you. It suits your temperament and figure very well. Su Mu's voice suddenly rang out, and Kokona paused and stood still. Su Mu was not talking nonsense. Before, Kokona always wore loose clothes, so you couldn't see her figure. I can just barely see that it looks good physically. But now, wearing the uniform specially customized by Felina, it is so slimming. Kokona's figure was immediately revealed. She is thin, but her bust is so impressive, which makes her waist look particularly slender, forming a strange sight of thin branches with fruits hanging on them. Su Mu couldn't help but look at it several more times. Thank you. Kokona's tail circled upwards and then shook twice. She looked back at Su Mu and found that his eyes were on her, looking at her carefully, full of amazement. Noticing this detail, Kokona's tail suddenly drooped and became straight. Pink and white suit you very well. It makes you look brighter and looks good, Su Mu said as he looked down at Kokona's pink stockings. Hiss. Unexpectedly, Kokona's legs are also very beautiful, slender and straight, making people unable to look away after taking a look. Let's go, Kokolu. Kokona pulled Kokolu away quickly. From her slightly awkward steps, it could be seen that she was feeling uneasy at the moment. Kokona got this dress. She was very hesitant. Should she wear it? Because this is totally different from her previous dressing style. Especially the slim belt, which can greatly restrain her upper body and then show it, and the strange transparent socks on her legs that cannot be named. All of this made Kokona feel embarrassed. Finally, after seeing Winstia wearing it, Taoyao wearing it, and Serena wearing it, Kokona put it on embarrassedly and followed out. Sumu looked at Kokolu being dragged away and fell into deep thought. Why didn't he think of arranging one for the little cutie Kokolu? What a failure. It must be arranged. I'm not happy. Why don't I have these clothes? Irene ran over and stared at Sumu, who was pondering with a face full of resentment. They all have it, but I don't. You're isolating me. Snort. Irene was as straightforward as ever, saying whatever she wanted to say. Sumu smiled. Do you know what this costume is? You just want to wear it. Isn't it just stockings and a maid outfit? What I loved most in the past was wearing stockings, Irene said, hugging Sumu's arm and rubbing it hard. Don't change the subject, I want it too. Okay, I know. Sumu quickly agreed. He was afraid that if he didn't agree, Irene would jump on him and act coquettishly, saying that she wanted it, and then everything would be over. Just like this, Serena's eyes have already swept over several times. Chapter 2:11 The King of the West Sea holds a grand banquet. You came later. I had Felina make the clothes a long time ago. It's normal that yours is not there. I will ask her to tailor it for you when the time comes. Are you satisfied? That's more like it, Irene said, and suddenly stood on tiptoe and attacked Sumu in the face. The sudden attack caught Sumu off guard. When he turned his head, he found that Serena was not looking at him. They were both chatting among themselves. Be more careful about the impact next time. Sumu gritted his teeth secretly and glared at Irene, the troublemaker. Although to a certain extent, Sumu is not afraid of Selena knowing. There is no such thing as monogamy in this world. As long as you have the ability, it's no problem to marry thousands of them. But as a man born in the 21st century, Sumu always has to go through an adaptation period in his heart. Selena was like his legal wife, and he felt a little guilty when Sumu was intimate with another woman in front of her. I don't want to. What impact will that have? They can do whatever they want. I won't be jealous, okay? Irene said generously. Hey, you haven't forgotten that you're from the 21st century, have you? Is polygamy popular in your beer country? Sumu glanced at Irene. What she said was a bit ahead of her time. What's so unacceptable? Irene shrugged. In the days of the lords, what's wrong with capable men marrying more than one? Besides, in our country, same-sex marriage is allowed, so this is nothing. As Eileen spoke, she patted Sumu's face and teased. I won't say any more. I need to build good relationships with them and not be isolated, Irene said, trotting towards Serena and the others. Sumu held his forehead with a helpless look on his face. With a woman like Irene around, I won't be lonely anymore. It's a pity that Fu Ningyu's territory is a bit far from here, otherwise Sumu would have called her over as well. Wait for the next chance. By the way, Winstia, where's Alfia? Why didn't I see her? Sumu asked. He turned around but didn't see Afia, so he couldn't help but ask. You know, today's topic is about Afia. Afia has to take care of Milior, so maybe she and Milior will come together in a while. Winstia was preparing food and took the time to reply. She was still embarrassed to face Sumu, because as soon as she saw him, she couldn't help but think of the intimate scene between them last night. Winstia's ears turned red. Sumu didn't notice these details. He quietly came to Winstia's ear and asked, How about it? Are you feeling well? I brought you some soup this morning. It's good for your health. Did you drink it? Yeah, I drank it. Winstia responded softly. Master, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. You still have to be careful and don't get too tired. Once you're done with this, go and rest. Sumu instructed. He doesn't know what happened last night. Logically speaking, he is not such an impulsive person. But I couldn't restrain myself. Looking back on it later, Sumu felt that he had probably gotten used to it, and his concentration had declined. Understood, master. The two were chatting secretly, and when Sumu looked up, he saw Taoyao putting his ear close to him. The little girl's ears were erected. Obviously, she was eavesdropping. Indeed, Taoyao felt that both the master and Sister Winstia were different today. Especially in the morning, Taoyao saw the master coming out of Sister Winstia's room, with a red face and a look of good things to come. So, Taoyao's little head was full of curiosity. What did the two of them do? Is there something that is hidden from her? Little girl, what are you eavesdropping on? Sumu grabbed Taoyao's cat ears, but did not use any force. He stared at her with amusement, pretending to sound fierce. Master, I was wrong. Tao Yao shouldn't have eavesdropped. Tao Yao's speed in admitting her mistakes is truly remarkable. Hurry up and do your work, little girl. Stop being so gossipy. Sumu rubbed her ears. 5-star value intelligence. A week ago was the birthday party of the king of the West Sea, Sato Anders. He held a grand banquet and invited aquatic creatures from all corners of the world. The banquet lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and it finally ended today. Intelligence analysis. Wait by the river today. Maybe you can pick up something good. Intelligence tip. There is a chance of picking up good things, but there is no need to wait blindly. The intelligence system sounded in Su Mu's heart. He wondered to himself, why was there such uncertain intelligence? To be honest, this was the first time Su Mu encountered this. However, he was not in a hurry. He would not leave the river during the day and had plenty of time to wait. Susu, do you want to go fishing together? Su Mu extended an invitation. Today Susu is wearing a light green maid outfit, which is so cute and eye-catching. However, at this moment, her little mouth is already pouting enough to hang a bottle. Okay, seeing Su Mu taking the initiative to talk to her, Susu's pouting mouth immediately dropped. She moved the small stool and quickly sat next to him. Brother, what is fishing? Susu can't do that. Sumu of course knew why Susu looked so unhappy just now. Of course, it was because he hadn't been spending time with her lately, and he hadn't asked her today, so the little girl was unhappy and was pouting and sulking. However, it can be seen that Susu is the kind of person who gets angry quickly and gets over it quickly. Look, Sumu just said a few words to her, and she was already smiling. You don't even know how to fish, so why are you so quick to agree? Sumu smiled and touched Susu's head. Brother called me. I must have answered quickly. As Susu spoke, she moved the chair a little closer to Sumu until it was right next to him. Only then did she give up and stop moving. Brother will teach you. Sumu smiled gently and began to explain the essentials of fishing to Susu step by step. Soon, the clever Susu had learned to swing the rod and catch fish by herself. The scene of the two fishing quickly attracted Kokolu. The little girl also joined in and had a lot of fun playing with Susu. I didn't catch any small Christian carp. I was just happy. Sumu only had 2 fishing rods, so he could only watch from the side. Noon is coming soon. Fia finally came back with me Luoer. Fia was also wearing a maid outfit. However, she was wearing a feathered maid outfit that had a flannel feel, which gave her an inexplicable sense of mystery and distance. It is quite consistent with Fia's simple and mysterious temperament that keeps people at a distance. Sumu felt it fit perfectly. Felina's vision is too good. Sumu hurried to meet him. Chapter 2, 12th birthday. Fia's touch. Milor, how are you? Sumu asked proactively. Much better, thank you. Milor was still the same as before, not saying a word more than necessary. But judging from her rosy complexion, her injuries were not serious. That's good. Now that you're here, come along. Sumu mobilized everyone to gather around the table. Kokolu and Susu, who were having fun, were also pulled over. A group of people gathered in the middle of a table, on which was placed something covered with a lid, and it was unclear what it was. Sumu counted. Serena, Winstia, Susu, Taoyao, Kokolu, Kokanai, Felina, Irene, Zhou Yuchi, Afia, Milo. It seems like someone is missing. Sumu turned around and saw Yuliloa standing by the river. She's here too. However, she was not sociable and stood alone at the farthest point, her back looking somewhat desolate. Yuliloa, come here too. Sumu called out twice before Yuliloa finally responded. She looked back and seemed to be still hesitating. Hurry up. Come over. Sumu waved at her. After a pause, Yuliloa came to Sumu's side. She was still cold and said nothing. Sumu didn't say anything. Today, we gather everyone here because of something important. Sumu opened his mouth. He was the absolute core of these women, giving birth, children. I think you all know that everyone in this territory is like family to me. I am very grateful for your efforts for this territory. Since we are family, I will remember every important day of yours in my mind. After Sumu finished speaking, he pointed at Ifia. Today is an important day for Effia. Alfia was stunned. She stared blankly at Sumu, who was pointing at her. Her big day? Why doesn't she know it herself? Ifia was a little dazed. Facing everyone's gazes focused on her, she was a little at a loss. Big day. Alfia opened her mouth and pointed at herself. Miluer beside her also looked at Fia curiously. She had no clue either. Among all the people present, Zhou Yuchi was probably the only one who understood something. She smiled, but at the same time, she grabbed the hem of her skirt embarrassedly, trying to pull it down. In the morning, Sumu said that he had arranged clothes for her, and she thought they were some nice clothes. The result is the cook's maid outfit, the kind with an apron. When Zhou Yuqi saw the new clothes, her face turned red. She is a person from the 21st century. She reads a lot of comics and is also a fan of the anime. Su Mu's maid outfit easily makes her shy and thinks wrongly. But after hesitating for a while, Zhou Yuqi finally put on her chef's outfit. Fortunately, Su Mu's attention was not on her at all, and Zhou Yuqi's panic was relieved a lot. Yes, it's your big day, Alfia. After Su Mu finished speaking, he suddenly opened the big lid on the table, revealing what was inside. A big cake. What's more, the cake is covered with a layer of animal cream. 3 days ago, Su Mu found Zhou Yuqi and asked her if she could make cakes or something like that. For the little chef god, Zhou Yuqi, making cake is certainly not difficult. As long as the materials are in place, she can make it in minutes. Su Mu secretly asked people to collect materials, which led to the appearance of today's cake. Today is your birthday, Alfia. Do you know? Su Mu looked at Alfia and smiled. Birthday? When she heard these 2 words, Alfia was stunned. There's no way she doesn't know what birthday means. However, for Alfia, the word birthday makes her feel both familiar, unfamiliar, and resistant. From childhood to adulthood, Alfia has only seen her parents celebrate Milo's birthday, Flo's birthday, and their own birthday. She has never had a birthday of her own. Every time she asked about her mother, the answer she got was, "Who knows when your birthday is? I don't know anyway, get out of here." Whenever Alfia asked her father, the answer she got was always silence. Over time, Alfia has forgotten that she has a birthday and gradually stopped caring about it. But did she really forget? Do you really not care? No. But Alfia knew that even if she cared, what could she do? It only adds to your sadness. She became more and more sensible and no longer mentioned the word birthday. Until today, when Alfia suddenly heard the word birthday from Su Mu's mouth, she was really stunned. My birthday? Alfia murmured subconsciously. Yes, it's your birthday, your 21st birthday. It's been verified, don't worry. Su Mu said with a smile. A few days ago, when Su Mu checked Alfia's information, he saw from her age that Alfia was only 5 days away from turning 21. Su Mu noticed this small detail. At that time, he immediately decided to celebrate Alfia's birthday. So he arranged all this secretly. 21st birthday? Alfia said softly, still not quite believing it in her tone. Sister, you seem to be really 21 years old. Milor said suddenly. Alfia glanced at her. I'm 19 years old. I've heard my father say before that you're 2 years older than me. Milor said. Listening to Milor's words, Alfia stared at the white object in front of her. At this time, Su Mu picked up a piece of cream and dotted it on Alfia's nose. Alfia looked up in surprise. Haha. Sister Alfia's white nose is so funny. Su laughed aside. The little girl's sense of humor is really low. How dare you laugh at others? Su Mu, in line with the principle of fairness and justice, also picked up the cream and smeared it on Su's face. So fun. Kokoloo was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so she reached out and picked up the cream and smeared it on her aunt's face. Auntie and Su both have white noses. Bad guy. Kokona was already embarrassed and shy because of her clothes today, and now that she was treated like this, she felt even more embarrassed. She was so angry that she was about to grab a ball of it and smear it on Kekaloo's face, but Su Mu grabbed her arm and stopped her. Don't. This is food. Su Mu explained. Let's wait for Alfia to make a wish first. After she makes her wish, we can do whatever we want. Today is Alfia's birthday. She's the boss. Besides, let me tell you, this cake is delicious. Delicious food. Kokoloo suddenly sucked her little hand, which was still covered with cream, and then her eyes lit up. It's delicious. It's sweet. Kokoloo likes it. I want to eat it. The little girl ran to Su Mu and said, Brother Su Mu, I want to eat. Kokoloo wants to eat something. Serena and others smiled knowingly when they saw this scene. You can't tell me. Today is Sister Alfia's birthday. The cake belongs to her. We have to wait until she makes a wish. Su Mu touched Kekaloo's little head. Sister Alfia? Hurry. Hurry. Kokoloo wants to eat. Make a wish quickly. The cute Kokoloo's coquettishness? Alfia naturally couldn't resist it. She nodded. I understand. But what is a wish? Alfia looked at Su Mu. Chapter 213 Milior, I will stay. Making a wish means expressing what you want or what you want to accomplish in the future in the form of a wish. Who knows, maybe in the future you'll achieve the wish you made today, forming a perfect closed loop, and using it to motivate yourself. Facing Alfia's inquiry, Su Mu patiently explained. This is an expression of a positive attitude towards life with a beautiful vision. Su Mu said, picking up the homemade candle Zhou Yuqi handed him and sticking it on the cake. Okay, let's light the candles and make a wish. Looking at the small candle that had already started to burn, Ifia slowly took a step forward under the gaze of everyone. She suddenly felt nervous. An indescribable tension. This is her first time. I hope. As soon as Ifia opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Su Mu. Ifia, wishes cannot be spoken out loud. You must keep them to yourself and keep them in your heart. Also, when making a wish, you must close your eyes and put your hands together to appear more pious. Su Mu naturally took Ifia's hand and helped her correct her posture. This was the first time that Ifia heard such a statement, and it was refreshing for her. After making a wish, remember to blow out the candles. Ifia slowly closed her eyes. Zhouyuqi's cake is delicious. She successfully made Su Mu realize that no matter what time, no matter which world, no matter whether it is demi-human or human, girls always have a unique liking for sweets. A 20-inch cake was eaten up just like that. Susu and Kekalu both had unsatisfied expressions on their faces. But if we were to say who was the happiest and most touched, it would probably be Afia. She celebrated her first birthday. Milor, I think I have the answer to the question you asked me this morning. By the river, Afia turned her head to look at her sister and said softly. There was determination in her voice. Milo didn't say anything. She was waiting. But she knew exactly what the problem was this morning. In the morning, Malor only asked Effia one question. Are you willing to leave here with her? The reason for asking this question was, of course, because Malor had heard about what Afia had experienced these days, and also knew that she had voluntarily stayed in the territory for Flo. It is true that Milo is young, but she is also very sensible. She knew that Afia didn't like Holy Spirit Roya. If Afia chooses to stay, Milor will not be surprised at all. She will even give blessings. In the morning, I might still hesitate whether to leave with you, find Flo, and then we can go back together. Afia never uttered the word home. When it came to her lips, she changed it to return to Holy Spirit Roya. But now, I just want to stay here. Alfia said softly. I hope you understand, Milo, that I cannot go with you to find Flo. Su Mu's birthday celebration for Ifia deeply touched Ifia's heart and gave her a sense of belonging to home. Compared to the daily cold stares, beatings, and verbal abuse she endured in Holy Spirit Roa, Ifia felt that her current life was much better. It was her first time seeing a birthday cake. This is the first time I know that making a wish to a birthday cake represents hope and blessing. The first time I had cream put on my face. First time cutting cake. For the first time, a group of people happily shared food and had a lively time. These many firsts made Ifia feel at ease. At this moment, her wavering heart no longer wavered. She wants to stay? It's okay, sister. I understand. Milo smiled softly. Milor. Ifia pursed her lips and thought for a while, then finally issued her own invitation. How about you stay with me? In the territory, Effia doesn't feel too lonely. It's very lively here every day. Everyone has a good personality, and no one is particularly difficult to deal with or get along with. But if Malor was there, Afia would feel more at ease. No. Milor shook his head. Sister, I promised my parents that I would bring Flo back. So, I have to leave. But I'll come back to see you when I have time. Okay. Ifia smiled and stretched out her hand. We agreed to come back. On the other side of the riverbank, Su Mu was looking at the list in front of him. Merit list. First place, Su Mu, Lord of the Dragon Nation, 200 merit points. Second place, none. Su Mu remembered the merit list that appeared last night and checked it out. It turns out that after completing the task announced in the system announcement, you can get a merit point. When the merit points accumulate to a certain level, they can be used to redeem scrolls in the merit mall. Su Mu took a quick look and found that the minimum amount of items to be exchanged was 1,000 merit points. It's a scroll for making a dragon cannon. This dragon-mounted cannon has similar power to a cannon, but it is better than a cannon in that it is very light and convenient, making it easy to carry. Even in guerrilla warfare, it can still play a huge role and is considered a pretty good thing. If Su Mu could combine a pair of light combat artillery, the dragon cannon would be a good choice. The only regret is that Su Mu's merit points are not enough to redeem it at the moment. He still really wants it. As for the items in the merit mall, they are all related to territories and wars, mainly weapons, cannons, and other things. There are a lot of good things. There is no shortage of golden legends. Moreover, the system announcement said that what is currently announced is only temporarily available at this stage, and the items to be exchanged on the list may be updated as appropriate in the future. But there is one important point. The items on the redemption list can only be redeemed 5 times. This means that after 5 lords around the world have exchanged for the dragon cannon, there will be no 6th person who can exchange it. This is a significant limitation. Moreover, some items can only be redeemed once. The meaning of the system is to encourage everyone to complete tasks and actively redeem items. Fast hands get, slow hands get nothing. That's right. There are rewards. Sumu just remembered that he hadn't looked at the rewards from the system last night. What did it give? Dragon Cannon Crafting Scroll. Sumu saw this thing at first sight. He smiled. Among the things in the Merit Mall just now, the first thing Sumu saw was the Dragon Cannon, which was also the item he was most interested in among the 1,000 merit points. The result system is delivered to you. Dragon Cannon Manufacturing Materials, Magic Metal X100, Crystal or X10, Earth Dragon Bone Vertebra X1. Dragon Cannon Shell Materials, Saltpeter Powder X10, Steel Cannonballs X5. Chapter 214 Jointly Declare War on Luo Wuxi. When Sumu saw the materials for making it, he felt a headache. He tried asking Selena, but found that she didn't know much about the source of these materials either. At this moment, Sumu deeply felt the importance of having a forging master in the territory. As for the materials available now, if you are not a professional, you have no idea where to get them. But if you are professional, it will be easy. Sumu was determined to produce this dragon-mounted cannon. He had even imagined that in the near future, he would have a mighty artillery team under his command. Invincible. Gold Coin Exchange Scroll X1. This gold coin exchange scroll was what surprised Sumu the most. The system actually rewards money, and it's 1 million gold coins at a time. I guess the system also knows that the construction of a new city requires capital to start, so it is like this. Not to mention, Tianlong City's current night troops have so many mouths to feed, and they are all waiting for Sumu to feed them in the future. It is definitely not possible to start without some money. However, Sumu had also made plans that Tianlong City would not be merged with his territory for the time being. Tianmu Town is his real starting point. Giant Gate Bone Shield Crafting Scroll, an incredibly hard bone magic shield, 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, capable of withstanding continuous attacks until damaged. If not damaged, it can self-repair. Earlier, Sumu looked at the introduction of Jumin Bone Shield and thought it was nothing special. But when he saw the words at the end, undamaged and self-reparable, he immediately became interested. Does this mean that after this bone shield is made, as long as it is not completely damaged, the material can self-repair? That's a relief. Shield soldiers are not bad either. Sumu also wanted a troop that could withstand the skeleton archers and skeleton magicians, allowing them to attack with peace of mind. Even if we take a step back, shield soldiers can still stand at the front of the team and stop the enemy's charge, which is still very useful. However, this shield is 2 meters high, and ordinary skeleton soldiers certainly cannot control it. Bone Shield Phalanx Training Formation Scroll. Formation activated, raising a massive bone shield phantom barrier capable of blocking attacks from all directions for 2 minutes. A phalanx of shield soldiers training? Not bad. Sumu immediately felt that the bone shield had value. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lord Yorick of the Beautiful Country for successfully defeating the combined attack of Lords Ali of the Beer Country and Ferda of the Eagle Country, outmaneuvering them alone. This battle will be recorded in the Lord Development History System. Lord Yorick of the Beautiful Country successfully obtained the system reward. System tip. The top 5 lords on the battle list will receive system rewards. Just as Sumu was checking the rewards, an announcement from the system sounded. A newcomer on the list? Sumu opened the Lord Development History System and found that in addition to him, there was also the newly mentioned Yorick on the list. Yorick's campaign comes in second. Sumu didn't find it strange at all. His territory is developing very well now, but that doesn't mean other people's territories are bad. The world is big and there are many strong people. Those special map lords who are silent in the dark will become his biggest opponents in the future. Sumu would naturally not be so arrogant as to think that he would be invincible just by taking over Tianlong City. We still need to develop. Increase efforts to develop. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord, Luo Wuxi, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 4. Because this is the first time a special map lord has upgraded their territory to level 4, they will receive a system reward. Sumu? What's going on? Luo Wuxi hasn't looked for him for a few days, and now as soon as he got the news, it's a level 4 territory? Sumu couldn't believe it. It had only been a short time since he upgraded his territory to level 3. She is truly worthy of being the lord of the special map. Luo Wuxi is awesome. Sumu was about to send a blessing to Luo Wuxi. The reminder sounded again. System-wide announcement. Lord of the Eagle Nation, Hansen, together with Lord of the Sakura Nation, Kitagawa Tiaoi, and Lord of the Dragon Nation, Yanghani, declared war on Lord Luo Wuxi's territory. from the day war is declared until the final victory is decided. Because this is the first battle declared on a special map, all lords can participate in the prize-winning guessing contest from now on. The winner will receive a reward. At this moment, the most excited ones are the lords in the world chat. Damn it, has the system opened its eyes? Today's prompt finally doesn't belong to Sumu. Who said it wasn't? Every time the system sounded a notification, it was about Sumu. I'm almost sick of hearing it. That's right, Sumu took all the good stuff by himself. It's so infuriating. I've never seen this before. Finally, I get to participate in a prize-winning quiz that's not for Sumu. Liberated. I wonder if our cries have worked. Is the system now favoring others over others and rewarding them? Sumu is finally not the system's favorite son? Good news for lords all over the world. The lords were discussing excitedly, as if it was New Year's Day. As long as the reward does not belong to Sumu. As long as the prize quiz doesn't belong to Sumu. They feel extremely happy and joyful. It is obvious that the fact that Sumu has received rewards many times based on his own abilities has caused secret dissatisfaction among many lords. Sumu has already attracted the envy of many people. Now, they were able to hear a system-wide announcement that did not belong to Sumu, which felt like the sound of nature. Sumu naturally didn't know about the World Chat channel. He didn't even get involved, but instead concentrated on sending inquiring messages to Luo Wuxi. Finally, he also included a trade for a random Lord Talent Scroll, hoping it would be helpful to her. This random Lord Talent Scroll was naturally the system reward Sumu received when he first reached level 3. He still had one that he hadn't used. Now he took out one, hoping to help Luo Wuxi. The Thunder Skill Scroll he had just obtained. Thousands of Dark Thunders fall. He also did not hesitate and traded it to Luo Wuxi. According to Selena, this scroll of thunder skills is much more powerful than Sumu's Skyfire. If skill scrolls also have quality, the level of this thousands of Dark Thunders should be epic quality. One level higher than Skyfire Xiaoyan. Sumu had used Skyfire Xiaoyan before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Now that Minglei Qianluo is more powerful than Tianhua Xiaoyan, he traded with him without hesitation. Chapter 215. This Sumu is not that Sumu. The first reason is that Sumu is currently unable to use the Thunder Element skill scroll. The second reason is that Luo Wuxi has been of great help to him, and the Scroll of the Undead has never stopped providing such support. Sumu is not an ungrateful person. Luo Wuxi is so generous to him, so he has good things to hide for himself. Does that make sense? Besides, at this critical moment, if he doesn't help Luo Wuxi, who will? I guess there's no one else who can help. The last one is something the system just rewarded Sumu. Amplification Aura Potion. After use, the overall strength of all combat members in the territory is increased by 50%. Lasts for 60 minutes. Can only be used once a day. Sumu only had 2 bottles of this potion, and he gave them all to Luo Wuxi without hesitation. I just hope she can survive this battle successfully. Luo Wuxi did not respond to Sumu's message, nor did she accept the scroll transaction. Is there something wrong? Sumu frowned secretly. The 3 lords of the special map jointly declared war. To be honest, Sumu was still worried about whether Luo Wuxi could handle it. After all, the lords of special maps are different from the lords of ordinary maps. In terms of ability and strength, they are definitely not comparable to the lords of ordinary maps. Now the 3 of them are joining forces to fight Luo Wuxi. Sumu was really worried about Luo Wuxi. He couldn't help but send a few more messages, hoping that she would receive them and claim all the items in the transaction. However, at this moment, the lords in the World Chat channel were more concerned about the following topic. By the way, which side do you want to support? Guess who you're going to choose, Luo Wuxi or the other 3? You're even asking us this? Are you an idiot? Of course it's 3 people. Is it even worth considering a 3 versus 1 situation? That's right, just go for the other 3 without any hesitation. I agree. I'm investing in the other 3 companies anyway, so I feel like I'm almost certain to win the prize this time. 3v1, there's really no suspense. Even a fool would know what to choose. Just as the lords were discussing excitedly, a chat message suddenly appeared. Have you forgotten that Sumu just recently had a 1v4 situation? Who said the other 3 have an absolute advantage? I think what the guy above said is right. Didn't you hear the system announcement? Luo Wuxi is the first lord to reach level 4. Her strength is obvious, right? That actually makes sense. Hey, I suddenly remembered that Luo Wuxi was also the one who received the first level reward for the first, second, and third territory, right? No wonder. I was wondering why the name sounded so familiar. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. As soon as the statement was made, everyone started arguing again, and it became very difficult to make a decision. The lords who originally wanted to choose the coalition of the other three countries all hesitated, because they discovered that Luo Wuxi seemed to be very capable, until a message appeared. Everyone, have you forgotten that the three people who have united together are all lords of special maps? They are not lords of ordinary maps. I believe that the difference between lords on ordinary maps is huge, but is the difference really that big on special maps? I'm afraid the three of them combined would be very powerful. The lords carefully savored. Is this really the case? Oh, yes, all three are lords of special maps, not lords of ordinary maps. How could a fool survive that long in a special map? I heard that special maps are full of monsters, and I'm afraid all of them are ruthless. Why not? If you're not ruthless, you can't survive in special maps. So, do you support the other three? Yes. There's a high probability that it's correct. After all, not everyone is Sumu, right? 1v4 situations like this only happen occasionally. The lords chatted and finally brought the topic back to Sumu. No matter what, as long as this isn't a system announcement about Sumu anymore, that's fine. It doesn't matter who you support. That's right, that bastard Sumu, he made me choose the wrong option time and time again. I never got a reward for guessing him, and I always got it wrong. We finally got it right this time, right? Huh. Soon, the topic fermented. The support rate for the Three Kingdoms Lords lineup has reached 99%, while Luo Wuxi's support rate is only a pitiful 1%. With this 1% turnout, it's still unknown who voted in the wrong direction, and this has been ridiculed by some online lords. 1% supports Luo Wuxi? Which brother is being unreasonable? Maybe others don't care about rewards at all. Haha, you're stupid. The system's rewards are quite generous. I guessed correctly once before and got a reward, which made my development 10 times faster than before. You don't care about the reward? This is indeed the case. Although the system is a bit disgusting, the rewards are indeed not to be cheated. It is very practical. So, those who voted for Luo Wuxi were truly foolish, not even accepting the rewards that were clearly offered. When the lords were chatting animatedly, a prompt sound suddenly sounded. Lord Luo Wuxi used the announcement loudspeaker to make a call. Sumu, I've accepted your stuff. I can't reply to messages right now because of restrictions here. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luo Wuxi's system-wide call stunned all the lords instantly. Wait, what's going on? Was it Sumu that Luo Wuxi just called out? Luo Wuxi? Sumu? No way. Bro, are they together? Are they on the same trip? Do they know each other? What a coincidence. Don't worry, it's still unclear whether this Sumu is the same Sumu. There are so many lords with the same name in this world. That's right. It's not necessarily the same Sumu. Just when the lords were still holding on to hope, another system announcement sounded. Lord Sumu used the announcement loudspeaker to make a call. I saw it. Come on. I voted for you and look forward to your triumphant return. The lords still didn't quite believe that the person who responded to the call was the Sumu Binmu they heard every day. It could be any other Sumu. After all, it's understandable that he can get some special items. It doesn't have to be a system reward. That's right. It can't be the same Sumu. Don't think about it. It's just that the name is too familiar. Yes, maybe it's Sumu. As for Sumu, it doesn't necessarily have to be Sumu, right? It's not explicitly stated. The lords are still trying to convince themselves. But the next system announcement response completely made them unable to hold back. Lord Sumu used the announcement loudspeaker to make a call. Don't comfort yourselves. I am the Sumu you think I am. Luo Wuxi is mine. We know each other. Also, I cast 1% of the votes. I am what you call a fool, an idiot, and an idiot. The faces of the lords and the world chat channel was completely shut down. However, by the river, Sumu watched everything happen with a smile on his face. Dare to complain about me? I'll piss you off to death, hee hee. My lord, what do you think that is? Chapter 216 Alma, the Deep Sea Clam Tribe. My lord, what do you think that is? The slimes jumped and ran to Sumu, stretched out their little hands and grabbed him. What? Sumu, who was lying comfortably in the chair, glanced at it. The entire territory was on full rest today, so naturally followed them here to play. Well. It pointed forward one by one with a dwang-dwang sound. Sumu looked in the direction it pointed and indeed found something. On the riverbank, there was a large clam shell stuck between the rocks. No matter how hard the water flowed, it couldn't move forward. Because of its existence, the river was once in a state of fault. Winstia and the others noticed the clam shell. They all stood by the river and watched curiously. No one was the first to go down. It seemed that they didn't know what it was either, and were equally curious and cautious. And how big is this clamshell? It is as long as a person and at least 1 meter high. The moment he saw the big clamshell, Sumu thought of the reminder from the intelligence system not long ago. The king of the West Sea was holding a grand banquet. Maybe there was a chance to get some new and interesting things by the river? Could it be that the big clam shell in front of me is the good stuff that the intelligence system mentioned? It's so big. I'm afraid it's not a good material that can be used to create a peerless magic weapon. Come on, let's go take a look. Sumu was curious, so he stood up and quickly reached the river. Master, what is this? It's so big. Tao Yao was originally squatting on the ground observing, but as soon as she saw her master, she immediately ran to him happily. The other girls were the same, as if they had a backbone, and their eyes fell on Sumu. Selena, do you know? Sumu looked at Selena beside him. In his opinion, Selena is the know-it-all among the crowd and must know a lot. It was something that surprised Sumu. Serena shook her head. I can only roughly guess that it's a big meaty clam from the deep sea. I don't know the details. Although our Longming Empire is not a landlocked country, I rarely go to the seaside, and I don't know much about marine life. Tao Yao also nodded. Even her humanoid monster encyclopedia didn't know what it was. Sumu nodded. It should be a sea clam. It's just that I've never seen a clam that big. You're right to say it's a big meat clam. The meat inside is probably very firm. Anyway, let's pull it up first. As Sumu spoke, he walked to the river and reached out to grab the edge of the clam. Thanks to his efforts, the big sea clam was finally pulled ashore. Master, it seems to be still breathing. Just as everyone was thinking about how to open the clam, Winstia noticed the opening and closing of the clam's mouth and quickly spoke up to give a hint. Sumu saw the right moment, thrust his hand forcefully into the clam, and then pried it open with force. It would have been fine if it hadn't been opened, but once it was opened, Sumu was stunned. What kind of big meat clam is that? There is indeed meat inside, but it is not clam meat, but woman's meat. To be precise, inside the clamshell lay a beautiful girl who looked to be about 20 years old. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was even, and she was sleeping soundly. Moreover, the moment the clamshell opened, Sumu smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Did he get drunk and drift down the sea to the river and end up here? Sumu was guessing in his heart, and he quickly used his insight. Deep sea clam, tribe heavies. The feedback from the insight technique was very minimal, but Sumu knew that the woman in front of him was not human. This is a subhuman from the deep sea clam tribe. A figure suddenly appeared, and everyone looked over and found that it was Yu Lilaw, who had been quiet and not very sociable. Her to take the initiative to speak. Even though Yu Lilaw was still some distance away from them, this was already a huge change for her. Do you know their clan? Sumu spoke. Not many. I know they live in the deep sea, and the oyster pearls they produce are an excellent material. After Yu Lilaw finished speaking, she turned and walked away. This woman is as cold as ever. She walked away, indicating that this was all she knew. Sumu could probably guess it. However, he was already relieved that Yu Lilaw took the initiative to come forward and tell him the information she knew. Clam pearls. I think I know what this thing does. Serena thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. Seeing Sumu looking at her, she continued. Clam pearls have the ability to repel water and are often used to make water-repellent potions. After using this drug, people can move freely in the sea for 5 hours without having to worry about breathing problems. Many people use water-repellent potions if they want to go into the deep sea. Serena said slowly. Furthermore, the clam pearl's uses extend beyond this. It can also be used to create a potion that grants immunity to water elemental magic. Taking it can temporarily increase immunity to water elemental attacks. Finally, clam pearls are also extremely beneficial for beauty. Grinding them into powder and applying them on the face can slow down aging and achieve a youthful look. It's something many royals and nobles would want to buy. Selena touched the smooth surface of the clam shell with her slender hand. I didn't expect that oyster pearls could be produced in this way. The sound of Sumu and others chatting obviously disturbed the sea girl heavies. She whimpered and slowly opened her eyes a little. She looked at everyone present, then closed her eyes and continued to sleep. As if nothing had happened. What are we going to do with her? Selena looked at Sumu, wanting him to make the decision. Let's take her back to the territory first and see what happens next. I don't think she'll wake up for a while. Master, I'll go get someone to move her back. The Winstia people were very perceptive and knew immediately what to do. But Sumu held her back. Tao Yao, go ahead and call a few slimes over. They're not that heavy. Oh, I understand, Master. Yao was so happy and joyful to be needed that she left in a hurry without thinking. At this time, Serena's eyes fell slightly on Winstia, but she didn't say anything. After Heavis was moved back to the territory, Sumu continued to stay by the river, enjoying the rare leisure time with Selena and the others. It was already afternoon, and the sun was about to set, but Sumu had no more catches, and no strange things floated in the river. Without forgetting the agreement with the tree elf Princess Vivier, Su Mu rode Afia towards Irene's territory. Zilur and 3 other elven girls followed him on griffins. Chapter 217 The Fierce Demon Clan's Attack. Deep in the forest of Siam, on a giant tree king that is so huge that 1,000 people cannot hug it, in a carefully decorated tree house, the noble tree elf Queen Loslia is sitting on a tree chair. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her long eyelashes fell on her snow-white skin. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like an ordinary person. Loslia opened her eyes suddenly, as if she heard something. Soon, a female tree elf walked in. "How about it? Have you found the princess?" Loslia spoke. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Our guerrilla team did their best. At the moment, we only know that Princess Weiweier took Fakir and the others out of the Siamese forest. As for where they went, we don't know." "So willful." Loslia frowned slightly, looking dignified without being angry. "Keep sending people to investigate. We must bring Weiwei back no matter what. Especially Feiyun City. She is very likely heading in that direction." "I understand. Your Majesty." The female tree elf bowed hurriedly and left. Just after the female tree elf left, Loslia coughed lightly, and a trace of green blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. "Oh no, oh no. Your Majesty, something bad has happened." "Oh no." Another female tree elf rushed in. She was Loslia's guard, Fuan. "What's wrong?" Wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth calmly and asked. "The sentry said that the fierce demon tribe is coming again, and they are less than 10 kilometers away from us. Besides, they brought quite a few people with them this time. Probably almost 3,000. 3,000 people? When Loslia heard this number, her brows immediately furrowed and her face became much darker. "That's right," Fuan said anxiously. "This time, the leader is no longer Forvos, but Anderson. That old fellow Anderson came in person?" When she heard the word Anderson, the expression on Loslia's face became more serious again. Fuvos is the young patriarch of the fierce demon clan, and his strength is average. Recently, Loslia's people have been attacked again and again, and it was all done by Forvos and his men. Because, even though she had a headache, Loslia still didn't take Forvos seriously. She just thought he was a bug and a mortal. But Anderson is different. He is the patriarch of the fierce demon clan and the absolute leader of their clan. His strength remains a mystery to this day. If it was in her heyday, Loslia might not be afraid, but now she. "Your Majesty, what should we do? Should we let Farrier lead the Sentinels and engage in guerrilla warfare against them?" Fuan asked. Loslia thought about it and agreed. "We can only have Farrier lead his men to engage them in guerrilla warfare, trying to disrupt their formation as much as possible and prevent them from gathering in a large group, so we can defeat them one by one." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Fuan said this and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Loslia. "Fuan, the Liema tribe has night vision capabilities, similar to ours, so our tribe's night vision ability does not give us an advantage in this battle. Don't let Farrier underestimate the enemy. We should use our agility and familiarity with the terrain to distract them." "I understand, Your Majesty." Fuan left in a hurry. Loslia sighed and waited quietly. She knew that there was no time to rush. "I just hope that God will help their family and there won't be any more trouble." 1 hour later, Fuan hurried back with a slight smile on her face. "Your Majesty, good news. Farrier led 1,000 sentinels into a skirmish with the fierce demons. The fierce demons seemed to be going crazy and started hunting them down. Advantage of the terrain and working together with his tribesmen, Felial successfully stopped and killed 800 members of the fierce demon tribe, disrupting their formation. Besides, we only have less than 100 injured. The fierce demon tribe seems to be frightened and is retreating. Another thing is that Anderson seems very dissatisfied with the performance of his people. He seems to have left the sky. So smooth." Loslia frowned, a little hesitant to believe it. How could the tribe led by Anderson himself be so vulnerable? The fierce demon clan clearly knew that the tree elves were good at guerrilla warfare, yet they still wanted to fight them head-on? Perhaps the fierce demons are too confident. They think they are not afraid of the poisonous miasma and borers in the forest and can break through our guerrilla warfare. Fuan explained. Also, Farrier provoked and mocked them, so they must have been furious. It's only natural for them to act unwisely. Is it really that simple? Loslia lowered her head in thought. "Your Majesty, do you want to send troops now?" Fuan said excitedly. "With Anderson gone, the fierce demon tribe is at its weakest right now. Queen, if you lead your men over there, you will surely be able to strangle them. Then let's see how those people from the fierce demon clan dare to act so arrogantly in front of us." Fuan was excited for a reason. Elves have been harassed by the fierce demons recently, and they are very troubled by this. Every now and then, members of the tribe would be killed by the fierce demon tribe, or attacked and captured by the human race. They were already exhausted from dealing with the human race, and now they have to deal with another fierce demon race. To sum up, the tree elves have long hated the fierce demons. Now that there is a chance to wipe them out at once, Fuan naturally does not want to miss such a good opportunity. No. Loslia raised her hand and rejected Fuan's proposal. We will wait here, staying within our tribe's territory. Don't go anywhere. Tell Farrier to stay where he is, don't move, and wait for my orders. Why? Your Majesty. Now is the best opportunity to surround and kill the fierce demon clan. Fuan didn't understand. If we can deal with the fierce demon tribe, then it will be much easier for us to face sneak attacks from the human race later. Your Majesty, this is the best opportunity. Stop talking. It's not that simple. Just listen to me. Loslia's eyes flashed, and she stared at Fuan and said in a deep voice, Los Rea is the supreme being in the clan, and no one can challenge Her Majesty. Even Fuan who serves her. I understand, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, I'll arrange it right away. Fuan left in a hurry without saying another word. It's so abnormal. With the fierce demons, Loslia felt that the fierce demons were very abnormal tonight. Engage in a guerrilla war in the jungle with their tribe and play a head-on assault game. No matter how angry the fierce demon clan is, they would never do such a thing. Therefore, Loslia felt that things were far from simple as she had imagined, so she chose to stay put. Chapter 218. The Fierce Demons and the Humans Unite. Zilur, how did you end up following Mr. Sumu? When Sumu, Zilur, and others landed in the territory, Wei Wei came up to greet them excitedly. Just now when Fikir told her that Sumu and the others appeared, she ran out excitedly and saw Zilur and the other three on the griffin at a glance. They are from the same clan and meet each other often, so Wei Wei is naturally very familiar with Zilur. The most important thing is that when Wei Wei left the territory, there was no news from Zilur. When she walked out of the forest of Siam, she was largely searching for Zilur's whereabouts along the way, but unfortunately, she found nothing. Now, when Wei Wei saw Zilur appear intact again, she couldn't help but be excited. It was Mr. Sumu who saved us. Before Sumu could speak, Zilur had already answered. Zilur's face turned slightly pink, and she turned her head to look in Sumu's direction. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she quickly turned her head away and continued to explain to Wei Wei what had happened. Sumu's scalp also felt slightly numb when he saw this. No way. Zilur looked at him with a shy smile on his face. What the hell was going on? Just now when Sumu was flying in the sky, Zilur made several requests, saying that it was too crowded for 4 people to sit on the griffin, and asked if she should come and sit with Sumu to free up some space. At that time, Zilur also had a shy smile on her face. Sumu felt a little strange. It is said that tree elves are reserved. Who would take the initiative to offer to ride a horse with you? That's an intimate act of chest to back. Zilur, your intentions are not pure, and you are very evil. Sumu secretly noticed it at that time. Therefore, Zilur's idea was rejected by him on the grounds that Ifia did not like being ridden by strangers. Ifia was also very cooperative at the time and agreed with Sumu's statement. Seeing this, Zilur didn't say anything else. Things have come to a temporary end. But along the way, Sumyuk noticed that Zilur's eyes were always on him, and she looked at him countless times. Every time he looked over, she shyly turned her head away, pretending nothing had happened. Sumu has experienced a lot of such behaviors along the way. Now that we are in the territory, Zilur is still like this. Sumu really has to think too much. This little chubby tree elf has fallen in love with him? Don't do that. Sumu said he was very panicked. Thank you so much, Mr. Sumu. After listening to Zilur's story, Wei Wei came to Sumu and bowed. Thank you for saving Zilur and the other 3 members of our tribe. Thank you so much. It's okay. Sumu smiled and waved his hand. I just happened to run into him. Seeing that he was from your tree elf clan, I just helped him out. You're welcome. Yes. Wei Wei said. You probably don't know how important Shilur is to our family. Ever since she went missing, my mother has been extremely worried every day. Unfortunately, we've made inquiries everywhere, but there's been no news of Shilur. I didn't expect that after all these twists and turns, she was actually saved by you. Wei Wei smiled. Mr. Sumu, don't worry. As long as you bring Shilur back, my mother will definitely thank you very much. Maybe she will consider any request you make. Sumu glanced at the fat Zilur. He didn't expect that Zilur would have such a big role. Isn't she just the niece of the elf queen? Seeing Sumu's gaze sweeping over, Zilur smiled shyly, turned her face away, pretending nothing had happened. Sumu. All right. Vivier, take us to where your clan lives. Sumu spoke. He could feel that after he brought Zilliur and other tree elves here, the trust that Vivier and others had in him had obviously increased to a higher level. Good. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This is bad. Oh no. Fuan's anxious voice made Lovelia, who had just closed her eyes to rest, open her eyes again. What happened again? Your Majesty, Ferrier and the others were attacked and seriously injured. 2,000 warriors of our clan, some were injured, some were dead. What's going on? Lovelia stood up from the throne. Didn't I tell you to pass on the message? Stay where you are and don't make any more moves? What the hell is going on with Ferrier? Fei Fuan hesitated. She could feel the queen's rage. Things have come to this, why don't you tell me? Lovelia said coldly. Her oppressive force was so strong that cold sweat dripped down Fuan's face. She fell to her knees. Yes, it was Fifiler. He did not obey the orders of Your Majesty the Queen. He took it upon himself to lead his people to surround and kill the people of the Fierce Demon Clan. I didn't expect that the Fierce Demon Clan is no longer the same people as before. There are even humans among them. The Fierce Demons and the humans have already set up a tight net, just waiting for Felial to lead his troops. Your Majesty, you are right. Things are really not that simple. When Ferrier first arrived, he was ambushed, and almost all of our people were wiped out. The news was told to me by the sentry who escaped back. Lostlia's face was already extremely solemn. She no longer dwelled on Ferrier's faults, but instead asked, do you know how many people there are in the Fierce Demon tribe and the human tribe in total? Also, how many of our clan members are still able to fight? There are probably still about 2,000 of our clan members who can fight, but most of them are women and children, Fuan replied. As for the total number of the Fierce Demon tribe and human tribe, the sentinels who escaped back weren't sure. They only said there were no fewer than 5,000, including quite a few experts from the human tribe. They are clamoring to wipe out our entire clan today. Also, it is said that they are coming this way. Fuan anxiously told everything she knew. Your Majesty, should we evacuate or what? Everyone is waiting for your order now. We can't evacuate. Lovelia shook her head. This is the foundation of our clan. We can only fight, not be afraid. Besides, do you think we can leave safely now? Just as Lostlia finished speaking, another female elf rushed in. My queen, something bad has happened. The people of the Fierce Demon Clan and the Human Clan have already arrived, right below us. Lostlia didn't look at Fuan again. She turned back to the inner room, took out a branch staff, and walked out. Chapter 219, Why Target the Tree Elves? Deep in the Siam Forest. Losrea looked at the combined formation of the human and fierce demon races in front of her, her face extremely calm. She spoke. Anderson, I didn't expect that. One day you'll actually unite with the human race. This is truly an honor for your clan. Anderson, who was over 2 meters tall, with red skin and 2 black horns on his forehead, took a step forward and sneered. Queen of the Tree Elves, Lostlia, don't act like you know our clan so well. As long as it's related to our interests, we will do it. Besides, you know what I want. Lostlia's eyes were slightly stern, and she didn't say anything. Her sight fell on the leader of the human race, not far away. He was wearing a black robe and a black hat with a low brim, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. Lostlia could feel that the black-robed man was definitely very powerful. This should be the first time they met. It seems that our queen is very curious about my identity. The man in the black robe took a step forward and took off his black hat, revealing a shrewd face with gold-rimmed glasses. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kelly Shan, the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Feiyun City. As Kelly spoke, he bowed slightly and performed a standard gentleman's salute before raising his head and looking at the elf queen in front of him. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Kelly's dared to say that he had seen countless women, but the elf queen in front of him was truly the most beautiful, most elegant, and most noble of all the women he had ever seen. He was over 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light green cloud robe with strings of emeralds woven on it. In his hand, he held a finely carved wooden-handled scepter that was 2 centimeters taller than his height. He looked extremely majestic. The moment he saw the elf queen's appearance, a gleam of light inevitably lit up in Kelly's eyes. He smiled and said, I've long heard that Her Majesty is incredibly graceful and stunningly beautiful. Seeing her today is truly believing. The queen's graceful appearance is truly unforgettable, I think. At this point, Kelly's gave a sly smile. A shrewd gleam reflected from his glasses. It should fetch a good price. A flash of coldness flashed across Lostlia's eyes, and she said coldly, I'm very curious. If we talk about beauties, we tree elves are just a small branch of the elves. There are many elves who are more beautiful than us, so why do you always focus on us? This is a question that Lostlia can't figure out. If Kelly's and the others' goal was not simply to get the female elves of their race, but to obtain something else, she could understand. However, Kelly's purpose was to resell the women of their clan, which she could not understand. Then they're tree elves, so why target them? Do you think they are easy to bully? That's right, Your Majesty. Your understanding is really on point. Kelly's took 2 steps forward and pushed his glasses up. There are indeed many beautiful women, and there are even more races with many beautiful women. Women are just skeletons. They are useless if you say they are useful, but they are also useful if you say they are useless. However, you tree elves are different. Kelly's once again showed his characteristic wicked smile. Do you really want to know why? Lostlia didn't say anything, but just stared at Kelly's. Her meaning is self-evident. It's okay to tell you. Kelly's put away his smile. Your tribe of tree elves can train archers with 100% accuracy, and each one has a 50% chance of critically hitting the enemy. I originally thought it was just a coincidence, but I didn't realize that after so many experiments, any random member of your tribe could do the same. You should know that the success rate of this kind of training is far higher than that of our race's top archery masters. Kelly stared at Lostlia. And you only need an ordinary member of the tribe to do this. Can you calculate the value of this? The fact that Kelly's mentioned does exist. And what's even darker is that the way the tree elves train humans to become masters of archery is that one can do so simply by forming a close relationship with them. There is no need to teach in person. However, Kelly's did not tell Los Liaming about this. The reason why Kelly's was able to get this news was because of a tree elf female slave who had been in his family for 500 years. 500 years ago, the tree elves and humans signed the non-aggression peace treaty between the 2 races. So, from that time on, there was no such thing as tree elf slaves. But those that existed before are not included in this category. Kelly's family had female tree elf slaves 500 years ago. This information was also the conclusion he came to after many experiments. At first, Kelly's thought it was a coincidence. Little did he know that after repeated tests, he found that it was true. 2 years ago, Kelly's had wanted to experiment again with a new female tree elf. However, because the Longming Empire still existed at that time and the non-aggression treaty between the 2 races was still in effect, Kelly's had no way to take action against the tree elves. As a result, when the Longming Empire was destroyed, Kelly's immediately started to think about it. He ordered people to capture the tree elves and conducted experiments using the newly captured female tree elves and found that it was indeed true. After having a relationship with them, even an archery idiot can instantly become a powerful archery genius. Of course, this effect can also be applied to serious teaching. People who have been taught seriously by the tree elves also become geniuses. But for Kelly's, he doesn't care about any serious teaching methods. He needs results fast. So, when Kelly's learned that the tree elves had this effect, he immediately became interested. Capture them all, force them to reproduce with their tribe, and then get an endless supply of tree elves. Then make the benefits of the tree elves public, greatly increase their value, and then sell them at auction. Kelly's had even thought of touring the entire continent to sell them. He knew that once the benefits of the tree elves were announced, countless people would be eager to get them. And he, Kelly's, was the first person to know that they had this effect. Whenever Kelly's thought of this, he became extremely excited. Lostlia never expected that their tree elf clan was targeted for this reason. She really didn't know about this. However, their tribe of tree elves are natural rangers in the jungle. They are born with the ability to use archery, and each of them is a genius. In terms of archery, the tree elves have never had anyone who is too bad, except. Chapter 2:20 Are you two going too far? All right, Your Majesty. Kelly said. I've said everything I should have said, and I've also said everything I shouldn't have said. Now, it's time for me to make a choice for you. You saw it all, right? How many people were there? Kelly shrugged and looked back, seeing a dark sea of people. They are all from the alliance of the Fierce Demon Clan and the Human Clan, a total of 8,000 people. If you surrender obediently, I can guarantee that you will be spared from physical pain and will not be harmed. But if you try to resist, don't blame us for attacking and slaughtering you. Lostlia's eyes flashed. She slammed the scepter in her hand forward and shouted loudly. Have you not killed enough people from our clan? The tree elves that landed on the trees had secretly taken out their longbows and were ready to shoot. That depends on whether you know what's best for you or not. Kelly's took a step forward and drew his own blade. With his lead, the guards in the rear drew their weapons. For a moment, the situation was tense and the air was filled with smoke. A fight is about to break out. Etc. A voice rang out. Anderson stepped forward at this critical moment. Kelly's frowned and glanced at Anderson. Lostlia, if you can give me what my tribe wants, perhaps I can help you withdraw from this dispute. How do you think? Anderson, what do you mean? Kelly's asked. Have you forgotten that we are only partners now? Do you want to go back on your word? Wait, Anderson shook his finger arrogantly and looked at Kelly's. You have to understand that it was you who took the initiative to invite me to join forces with you, not me who took the initiative to ask you to join forces with me. What does this mean? Kelly's face became increasingly ugly. It means you need me, not us. Anderson sneered. What a rubbish partner. He lied to me at first, saying he only wanted to capture the tree elves and sell them as slaves. I never imagined they would be so useful. Do you really think I'm a fool? Kelly's was stunned. He didn't expect Anderson to turn against him because of this matter. Anderson, there's no need for us to fight each other. You get what you need, I get what I need, and we never have any contact from now on. Isn't that good? Anderson grinned. I still say the same thing, Kelly's. You need me, not me. Kelly's expression immediately turned ugly. He knew that Anderson was telling the truth. There were so many of them, and without Anderson's protection, there was naturally no way they could go deep into the forest of Siam to see Los Rea. In other words, without Anderson, they might not be able to cross this primeval forest. Even though Kelly's brought 5,000 people, Anderson's fierce demon clan only had 3,000 people. There is no comparison at all. Therefore, Anderson must want to gain something from what he said at this moment, and he doesn't necessarily want to turn against him. Thinking of this, Kelly's gritted his teeth secretly. He cursed himself in his heart for being too proud, and cursed Anderson in his heart for being a bastard who went back on his word and had no sense of contract. Anderson, tell me what you want. Kelly's gritted his teeth. Show your sincerity and tell me your plan in detail. Anderson snorted. Perhaps I will reconsider my cooperation with you. Helplessly, after thinking about it, Kelly's could only whisper his plan to Anderson. This also includes a plan to capture all the elves and force them to reproduce. Kelly's did not hide anything and told Anderson everything. Although their conversation was not loud, Loslia could hear it all. Her face was already covered with frost. Loslia didn't expect that Kelly's plan would be so against the natural order, inhumane, perverted, and disgusting. This also strengthened her inner thoughts. She wants to keep these bastards here. Stay deep in the forest of Siam. Loslia clenched the scepter in her hand. I didn't expect that, Mr. Kelly's. Your plan is so detailed. I'm afraid you've been thinking about it for a while, right? Anderson even changed his address, as if he was planning something. No, it will only take 1 or 2 years. I wonder if Mr. Anderson has any advice? Responded sarcastically. He's not afraid to tell Anderson everything. Kelly's has made a plan. If the dog doesn't obey, just wait for the food and drinks behind the door. The fierce demon clan is just a small tribe. If they are not needed, they are nothing. Kelly suppressed his anger in his heart. I want all the tree elves to belong to me and be taken away by me. Anderson opened his mouth and delivered a powerful blow. Adults don't make choices. Anderson wants them all. Not only do you want to get treasures, you also want to get people. He wants it all. His greedy nature is fully exposed. What do you mean? Kelly's tone immediately became unfriendly. Anderson, are you making fun of me? I don't think I've ever asked you what the treasure is that you want, right? I still say the same thing. It's you who need us. Anderson smiled sinisterly. But calm down first, and I'll explain it to you. Anderson said slowly. I can keep the tree elves captive for you. Leave the task of their reproduction to me, and I will handle it for you. However, when you sell the tree elves, I also need to get the same profit as you. Is that not too much? A 50-50 split was the most Anderson could think of. He was afraid that if he pushed too far, Kelly's would do something desperate. Little did they know that Anderson's request had already greatly touched Kelly's bottom line. His chest heaved violently, and it took him a while to calm himself down, squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth. Good. I promise you. It's a pleasure working with you. Anderson smiled and extended his big red hand to Kelly's. Just as the two were about to shake hands and reach a verbal agreement, Loslia, who had been holding back, spoke. Are you two going a little too far? Who gave you the courage to speak such arrogant words in the territory of our tree elves? Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Loslia stared fiercely at Anderson and Kelly's below, her voice filled with endless anger. As the supreme queen of the tribe, how could Loslia tolerate these people deciding the future of their tribe in front of her? She couldn't stand it. These arrogant thugs and bastards. Loslia took a step forward, and the scepter in her hand fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 2:21. The Elf Tree. Clear everything. Loslia took a sudden step forward, and the tree spirit's scepter in her hand fell heavily on the tree. Penetrating. The tree spirit's scepter stood up. Suddenly, a burst of invisible energy surged out. Los Rea's entire body flew parallel to the sky, and her hair fluttered in the wind without any wind. Your Majesty, this is... Below, Fuan saw this scene and her face turned slightly pale, as if she had foreseen something. But when she thought of what Loslia had just told her, she didn't dare to move any further. Ferrier's disobedience had already cost his clan a heavy price. If Fuan continues to disobey orders and arbitrarily orders her own people to attack, then she is very likely to follow in Ferrier's footsteps. With tears in her eyes, Fuan turned around abruptly, choosing not to look at Loslia in the sky. She is now shouldering the mission of their clan. Can you continue the mission of survival? This time, Fuan did not do what Ferrier did. She chose to obey Loslia's orders and turned away firmly. What's going on? Kelly's brows furrowed and his expression darkened. Don't be afraid. I know how powerful Loslia is. What's more, she had previously fought a fierce battle with some of your human masters, and she already had some injuries on her body. Her current situation is purely to scare people. Anderson lowered his eyes, his face expressionless. We would be foolish if we were afraid. Hearing this, Kelly's felt relieved. In Feiyun City, he is also a nobleman with the title of Viscount, and his father is also the Marquis of Feiyun City. It can be said that the whole family is aristocrats. Kelly's has a lot of say in Feiyun City, so he doesn't want to die and cherishes his life even more. However, even though Anderson said this, Kelly's was still a little worried. He always felt that Loslia's sudden behavior must be unusual. But the next moment, Loslia, who was floating in the air, suddenly spat out a mouthful of light green blood from her mouth, and she became much weaker. Kelly's heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly settled back into his stomach. Anderson, stop wasting time and get started. No, I really can't stand it. Anderson raised his arms high, wanting the people below to launch an attack. Sudden, with a whoosh sound, tree spirit staff that was originally inserted into the tree made a series of earth-rumbling sounds, then soared into the sky and floated in front of Loslia. Loslia's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting a green light. Anderson, and that ignorant scum of the human race who tried to decide the fate of our race. Tonight, no one of you will survive. Leave here. As soon as Losrea finished speaking, the tree king on which their clan depended for survival seemed to have received some kind of summons, and its lush and complex crown began to shake. As if given life, a dazzling green light lit up, and a huge amount of life force was drawn from the tree king and rushed towards Loslia. At this moment, Loslia was like a god, shocking everyone below. Launch the attack. Everyone attack. Don't give her time to cast the spell. As if he had guessed something, Anderson roared madly. This crazy woman wants to die with us. She is now consuming the life force of the elf tree. This woman is crazy. Doesn't she know that if she does this, not only will she die, but her entire clan will also have no chance of survival? What a fucking lunatic. Anderson really couldn't keep calm. I was really scared. He had investigated and knew that the place where the tree elves lived was the king of trees in the Siamese forest, the king of trees that had survived in the forest for tens of thousands of years. This tree king is also called the elf tree, the foundation of the tree elves. The tree elves simply cannot leave the elf tree because the enormous life force contained in it has always been the secret to their longevity and youthfulness. What Anderson wants is the precious life force of the elf tree, because there is a rumor that as long as he can obtain the life force of the elf tree, he can live for 10,000 years, or even live forever. Even the elf tree can resurrect the dead. This is the treasure of the tree elves, and it is also what Anderson wants most. But Anderson didn't expect that Loslia actually wanted to absorb the huge vitality of the tree of life, strengthen herself, and die with them. After doing so, the tree elves also lost the qualification to survive for 1,000 years. They no longer live forever or 1,000 years. But like humans, this is a real act of genocide. Anderson thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he didn't expect Loslia to be so stubborn. He planned everything, but he was still one step behind. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming attack hit Lovelia. But it's too late. The life force gathered from all directions, blocking the attack outside. Lovelia, who is in the center of the attack, is a god. No attack can shake her at all. Blood continued to seep from the corners of her mouth. She was obviously trying her best to accumulate an attack that could destroy the world. Loslia, are you really crazy? Anderson yelled. Aren't you afraid that you'll become the eternal sinner of the tree elves? You actually tried to absorb the power of the spirit tree and destroy it. You crazy woman, your whole clan is finished. Anderson tried to use his words to disrupt Loslia's thinking, forcing her to hesitate or stop. But Anderson underestimated Lovelia's determination and resolve. Loslia's face was solemn, without any change. Madman, let's go. Anderson was completely panicked as he watched the elf tree gradually dry up, age, decay, and turn into smoke and dust when the wind blew. He waved his hand and wanted to retreat to the rear with the large army. Kellys also realized that Loslia was not simple at the moment, so she quickly yelled at her men to retreat. "You bastards! Want to leave? It's too late." Loslia's voice rang out, like the sound of Sanskrit, making everyone present feel a terrifying force of oppression. Everyone stopped where they were. Among them are the strongest Anderson and Kellys. They were controlled by an invisible force, unable to move at all, and all stood still in the same place as punishment. Wrath of the Elves, the elegy of the Tree Elves. Wither. Loslia opened her white lips and slowly uttered a word of judgment. Silently, the life force of all the people present was sucked away at this moment. Their faces gradually aged, the wrinkles on their faces became more and more obvious, and their bodies became weaker and weaker. The same goes for Loslia floating in the sky. Chapter 222 Rapid Aging. Loslia is dead. Your Highness, why are you here? And Miss Zilliwer, how come you two are together? When Fuan led her people to evacuate according to Loslia's instructions, she met Vivier and her people who were going deep into the forest. Human race? When Fuan's eyes fell on Su Mu, she immediately raised the wooden sword in her hand with vigilance. Not only her, but also the tribesmen she led behind her did the same. They took a step back one after another, raised their weapons, and looked at Su Mu vigilantly. Fuan, no. Mr. Su Mu is a good man. He came to help us. Wei Wei quickly stepped forward and grabbed Fuan in a panic. She was afraid that Su Mu would be angry and would mind. After all, no one likes being confronted with a weapon. Your Highness, the human race is good at deceiving people. How can you be with them? What if something happens? Fuan came close to Wei Weier and whispered. Also, you brought them here. Do you want to take them back to our territory? Your Highness, this is too irrational. Fuan had already taken into consideration that Su Mu was still nearby, so she deliberately moved closer to Wei Weier to talk, taking Su Mu's feelings into consideration. However, it was true that her voice was soft, and Su Mu was no longer the same Su Mu as before, so he heard it clearly. Su Mu didn't think there was anything wrong. Demi-humans generally have deep prejudices against humans, which is naturally caused by the massacre and trafficking of them by humans. A small part is due to war, resource plundering, etc. Su Mu could understand Fuan's prejudice against him, and he didn't think it was a big deal. Fuan, you really misunderstood. Mr. Su Mu is a good man. Wei Weier whispered. You don't know that day outside the Siam forest, someone attacked us, and it was Mr. Su Mu who intervened, helped, and saved us. So, none of us are injured. If you don't believe me, ask Fakir. Fakir nodded frantically. Your Highness is right. Mr. Su Mu has indeed helped us a lot. But we can't get too close to them. We better be cautious. Fuan whispered. I'm not finished yet, Fuan. Wei Weier glanced at Zilliwer and the others behind her. Shiluer and the others were also rescued from the slave trade union by Mr. Su Mu. He is our benefactor. He's really a good man. Zilliwer nodded beside him, and did not forget to look back at Su Mu shyly, then shyly turned her face away. It was Mr. Su Mu who saved me and my sisters. He is truly our benefactor. Fuan, Mr. Su Mu can be trusted. Zilliwer and Wei Weier said. Fuan seemed to have changed her opinion of Su Mu a lot. She turned her head to look at Su Mu and found that he was also looking in her direction and smiled friendly. The friendly smile made Fuan say nothing more. She looked back and waved to the tribesmen behind her. Everyone put down their weapons. By the way, Fuan, how did you get out here? Are there any defensive actions? Wei Weier asked suddenly. Fuan brought so many tribesmen out late at night. Could there be an enemy attack? That's right. Fuan suddenly remembered why they appeared here. She was about to speak, but saw expressions of fear on the faces of Wei Weier, Zilliwer, and others. Fuan, what's going on? Why are you guys getting older? Su Mu frowned slightly. He also noticed this strange scene. From the beginning, Fuan and her people were still in the state of young beautiful elves with extremely tight skin. But just after he spoke, Fuan and the tribesmen behind him were aging at a terrifying speed. Their skin becomes loose, wrinkled, and their bodies become gradually hunched. It was as if a 20-year-old young man suddenly became an octogenarian. Su Mu was shocked by the feeling. Not only that, he discovered that this change occurred not only in Fuan and the tribesmen she brought with her, but also in the tribesmen behind Wei Weier. Fakir, what's wrong with you? Why are you guys the same as Fuan and the others? What's going on? Wei Weier panicked. Fakir and the others are also aging at a terrifying rate. The strange scene before her made her instantly confused, and she almost lost her balance. Seeing this, Su Mu quickly stepped forward to support Wei Weier and let her lean on him. Male? Her Royal Highness. Don't panic. Fuan came over gracefully. Actually, I wanted to tell you just now. Fuan struggled to speak every word. Her skin was as white as dead grass, showing no signs of vitality, and her voice was extremely hoarse. With before, there are two people. Fuan, what happened? Wei Wei's eyes were filled with tears. She quickly stepped forward to support Fuan, who was like a candle in the wind, and let her lean on her. Zilliwer next to him also hurried forward to help. Your Highness, not long ago, our clan encountered a joint attack by the fierce demon clan and the human clan. The Queen chose to stay behind to protect our departure and allow me to lead my people to evacuate safely. Fuan slowly narrated what had happened. It turned out that when the fierce demons and the human race came to the elf tree, Loslia made a decision. Today, we must ensure that the people of the fierce demon clan and the human clan will never return. For this, she was willing to sacrifice herself, sacrifice the life force of the elf tree, and die with everyone else. Loslia and Fuan explained that after she absorbed the life force of the elf tree to deal with the fierce demon clan and others, their tree elf clan would age rapidly. This is a normal change, because the elf tree is the foundation for the survival of the tree elves. When the foundation is destroyed, the tree elves lose their vitality and age rapidly, and then return to the appearance they should have at their age. For example, people like Vivier and Zilliwer, who are just adults in the age of elves, have not changed their appearance. But those elves who are already old will age to a certain extent. Fuan is an example. She is 1,300 years old. You mean, Mother has died together with those bad guys? Wei Wei learned the news. She felt like the sky was falling. Loslia's voice and smile appeared unconsciously in her eyes, and her stern yet kind smile. Scenes from the past unconsciously appeared before Wei Wei's eyes. Woo wow. Wei Wei burst into tears, her shoulders shaking. Although their voices were not loud, in the quiet environment, the elves of the tree elves could hear it clearly, and their faces all became gloomy. Loslia is the queen of the tree elves, the backbone of their clan, and their greatest support. Chapter 223. The Elf Tree Dies? A Turning Point. Since Loslia took office, she has always handled the affairs of the tree elves very well. She is strong when she needs to be strong, and she is tactful when she needs to be tactful. It can be said that with Loslia around, even if the tree elves are bullied by other races, they have the queen to support them. Now, knowing that Loslia might have died of old age and that the backbone who could support them is no longer there, they are all extremely sad and their hearts are heavy. For a moment, the atmosphere in the dull environment became even more solemn. Sumu didn't expect that Loslia, as mentioned by the intelligence system, was dead before he even saw her. He didn't have the chance to see the tree elf queen with his own eyes. But compared to these, Sumu also sympathized with Wei Wei's experience. It's really hard that I can't see my mother when I come back from this trip. Zilliwer hugged Wei Wei and patted her back gently to comfort her. Your Highness the Princess. Fuan called out at this time, and she seemed to have a lot more to say. I know you're grieving, Fuan, and I'm grieving too, but now is not the time for us to be sad. Besides, there is a greater mission that you need to shoulder. What is it? Wei Wei stepped forward and grabbed Fuan's hand. Did your mother tell you something important? Is there a chance she could be resurrected? Wei Wei was a little excited. That's not it. Fuan shook her head with difficulty. The queen told me that if we age, it means the elves have died. But we don't have to be afraid of aging. Aging will last for a week, and after a week, we will gradually die. During this period, if we can find something important, perhaps we can revive the roots of the elf tree. Perhaps our clan can still be saved. Fuan's words were intermittent. However, Sumu also understood what she wanted to express. Probably, they need to find something to revive the elf tree, and then their clan will have a chance to return to its former state. What is it? Wei Wei wiped the tears from her face. She knew that now was not the time to be sad. As the princess of the tree elves, she must shoulder the hopes of the entire tribe now that her mother is no longer around. Fuan glanced at Zilliwer beside her, and her wrinkled face suddenly smiled. I originally thought that the sky demon had forgotten us, the tree elves. I may not be able to find what Her Majesty the Queen mentioned, but I didn't expect that. She actually appeared in front of us. Mother, are you talking about Zilliwer? Wei Wei was very smart and guessed it immediately. Zilliwer pointed at her nose, not daring to believe it. Right? Fuan said this and tried to force herself to stand up. Fuan, you are weak now, don't move around. Wei Wei quickly supported her. Your Highness, please help me return to our home. After you help me back, perhaps you can verify whether what Her Majesty the Queen said is true or not. Okay. Wei Wei supported Fuan and wanted to move forward, but Sumu stopped them first. Wei Wei, don't waste time. I'll carry her over and you lead the way. Okay, I understand. Wei Wei'er looked around and said, Everyone, please stay where you are. Fuan and I will be right back. Yes, Your Highness. Zilliur, follow us. Because they did not follow the main force, Su Mu and others moved much faster this time. Because we are in the forest, Afia's role cannot be brought into play, so we can only walk. Soon, Su Mu, led by Viviel, came to the so-called elf tree. Shocked by what he saw, that huge dead tree should be the elf tree where the elves once lived. Under the elf tree, there are thousands of withered corpses standing. Their bodies were black and their faces were filled with all kinds of terrified expressions. They had obviously died from extreme fear. Under the absolute power, they didn't even have the chance to struggle or resist. What's even more terrifying is that if Su Mu moves a little, the wind he creates can weather these corpses and turn them into a pile of powder. A chilling scene. Su Mu knew very well that this should be the person that Loslia took away using the power of restriction. So scary. I really can't imagine how strong Loslia must be. Mother. Vivier seemed to have discovered something and rushed forward suddenly. Su Mu hurried to follow her. It's Mother's scepter, Mother's tree spirit scepter. Wow, where is Mother? Can you help me find it? Wei Wei'er hugged a withered wooden scepter and frantically searched for something. Can you help me find it? Her voice was almost pleading. Is that where it is? Su Mu had sharp eyes, and he quickly noticed an open space not far away. There seemed to be something lying on it, covered with dead leaves. Wei Wei rushed over quickly. Mother! When Su Mu arrived, he saw Wei Wei holding a blackened corpse in her arms, crying loudly. Oh, Su Mu sighed secretly. He probably guessed that it should be Loslia's body. Unlike other dead people, Loslia has become a mummy. But even though she is a mummy, you can still see her beauty when she was alive. Sister Wei Wei'er. Zilliur also came forward sadly and hugged Wei Wei'er, and they both cried together. In this situation, Su Mu and Ifia could not interrupt. He could only put Fuan aside and wait quietly for Wei Wei's emotions to calm down before speaking. Crazy lunatic. A murmur suddenly sounded. The environment was quiet at the moment, with only the crying of Wei Wei'er and Zilliur, so the murmur was very abrupt. Su Mu immediately became alert and looked around. Not found. Crash. Suddenly, all the corpses in front of them turned into black powder, and a figure appeared in front of Su Mu and others. The figure was over 2 meters tall, his skin was red, and there was a black horn on his forehead. It's Anderson from the Fierce Demon Clan. Xiao, be careful. He's not dead. The moment she saw the figure behind her, Fuan excitedly staggered to her feet and subconsciously wanted to pick up her weapon. But she was shocked to realize what her current situation was. Not to mention that she didn't have her weapon. She even had difficulty standing up. Huh. Whoosh. Anderson breathed deeply, slowly turned around, and looked at Su Mu and the others. He heard a sound. Chapter 224 Miss Zilliur, are you willing to sacrifice for our clan? Ha ha. It seems that your elf clan has also suffered a serious backlash. The moment he saw Fuan, Anderson smiled. To before, Anderson's red skin also has many more wrinkles, and he is also affected by aging. But fortunately, he did not die. To be precise, it was the secret treasure on Anderson's body that saved him. If he didn't have the secret treasure, he would be no different from the dead people around him. Anderson, you will die. Fuan started to curse. The news of you colluding with the human race will soon spread throughout the Siamese forest. By then, you, the Fierce Demon Clan, will no longer be able to hold your heads up in the forest. You still have the energy to scold me? He. Anderson sneered and glanced at Su Mu. There are no human around you elves. If we are ridiculed, you won't be any better off. As Anderson spoke, his eyes darted around, and suddenly he saw Vivier, who was still crying sadly while holding her mother's body. His eyes suddenly lit up. The princess of the tree elves? Maybe she knows some secrets. Anderson said this, and without caring about Fuan, Su Mu and others, he walked directly towards Wei Wei. Afia. Su Mu called out to Afia, who had transformed into a Pegasus beside him. Afia naturally knew what he meant, but before she could attack, a silver light had already swept down from the sky. Anderson was caught off guard and was hit by the attack from the sky, with a line of blood splashing on his back. Yu Lilua held a black blade, floating in the air. She was silent and as aloof as before. But the moment he saw her, Su Mu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Lilua to come along before. At that time, Yu Lilua didn't say anything, nor did she respond that she would come over. Su Mu thought she was not coming. Unexpectedly, she came, but she has always been hiding herself. Su Mu knew that there were more people hiding in the dark to protect him than just Yu Lilua. However, he was still very surprised that Yu Lilua would appear here. Dare to hurt me? You're looking for death. Lilua in the sky and struggled to stand up and launch an attack. Yulua's attack did not give him a chance to prepare, and she swung out the black blade again. At the same time, her cold voice sounded. In your prime, you might have been able to fight me. Now no. Yulilua never said anything she was not sure of. Under her continuous attacks, Anderson had no way to resist and was finally cut down by the black blade. Fuan was stunned when she saw this scene. She is old, yes, but her brain is not old. She could see that even if Anderson wasn't dead, he must have been affected and his strength was not as good as before. But even if his strength is not as good as before, Anderson doesn't mean he can deal with anyone. So, who is this Mr. Sumu? Why are there such powerful people around him? At this moment, Fuan was actually somewhat relieved that Sumu was a friend, not an enemy. But she was more afraid that he would become an enemy. Dead. Yulilua landed on the ground and looked around, then turned to look at Sumu. Oh, so vulnerable. Sumu originally thought that Anderson was a big boss, but he didn't expect that he was not as good as Andrew from Tianlong City. They are all called Ander, but there is such a big difference. Sumu walked over and kicked Anderson, but he didn't move. Out of caution, Sumu took out his own dragon horn knife and chopped off Anderson's head. Didn't I tell you to be more careful when killing people next time? It wasn't long ago what happened with Andrew last time. Every failure is a lesson. Sumu threw Anderson's head aside and said. Yulilua was silent. After about 2 breaths, she responded. New. Intelligence system prompts. Someone unknown to you is secretly observing you. Please do not let your guard down. Is someone watching secretly? Sumu quickly looked around, but he didn't dare leave since he didn't find anything. What if the enemy is hiding in the dark and making a feint to the east while attacking from the west? Shortly after Anderson's death, Wei Wei'er finally calmed down. She brought Zilur back to Fuan's side. Fuan, what did my mother say to you? Fuan raised her eyes and glanced at Sumu. I'll go to the side and take a look at the surrounding scenery first. You two can chat. Sumu was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Fuan's eyes meant. He made up a random excuse to leave and leave the space to them. However, Wei Wei'er reached out and pulled him back. Fuan, you should have seen it just now. Mr. Sumu killed Anderson. He is on our side and can be absolutely trusted. I, Wei Wei'er, can guarantee it with my life. Sumu didn't expect that Wei Wei'er actually trusted him so much. I understand. Fuan sighed slightly. Mr. Sumu, please stay here too. Sumu didn't act pretentiously and sat directly next to Wei Wei. Zilur took this opportunity to secretly run to Sumu and sit down. Sumu didn't know what to say about Zilur's behavior. Your Highness, I believe you have seen that the elf tree has withered. Fuan's gaze fell on the huge dead tree, which was once where her clan lived. There were thousands of tree holes on the giant tree. Now, nothing is left. I saw it. It's true that the elf tree has withered, but there's still a chance to obtain its sapling. Fuan said slowly. As long as we plant the seedling of the elf tree will not disappear from the world. Then our clan will have a chance to recover to its previous state. Then how do we obtain the sapling of the elf tree? Vivial demanded. She had never heard her mother talk about these things. Maybe if she was in the territory at that time, Loslia would have told her. Vivier is very anxious now. She wants to shoulder the burden of the clan and restore her clan to its previous state. This way, her mother's sacrifice will not be in vain. That depends on Miss Zilur. Fuan said. The queen once told me that Miss Zilur had a very slim figure when she was young. But because she ate some things she shouldn't have, she became fat and ended up like this. This is contrary to the stature of our tree elves. I believe your highness has noticed this, right? I see. It was not Wei Wei'er who said this, but Sumu. Well, you guys continue talking. I'll try not to interrupt. Feeling their strange gazes, Sumu covered his mouth. He had just taken over the conversation involuntarily. As he was speaking, Sumu suddenly felt Shilur leaning a little closer to him. He turned his head and saw Zilur looking at him with a smile on her round face. Sumu smiled helplessly. The smile on Zilur's face became even sweeter. However, Fuan's heavy words rang out. Miss Zilur, are you willing to make sacrifices for our clan? Chapter 2:25 Zilur, wait. Fuan, you. What do you mean? The words, Miss Zilur, are you willing to sacrifice for our clan? Stunned Vivial. Soon, the clever girl thought of a possibility. Fuan, the method you're talking about requires sacrificing Zilur. Fuan was silent for a moment, then nodded, her eyes falling on Zilur's surprised face. Miss Zilur, when you were a child, you once ate the tender branches of the elf tree's heart. Do you remember this? Zilur thought for a moment and said, It seems that this is the case. I remember my aunt scolded me and put me in solitary confinement as punishment. Vivier also has memories. She remembered that her mother was really angry at the time, and it was the first time she had lost her temper so much. Zilliwer was locked up for 30 days, and Weiwei even secretly sent her food. So, she also remembered this incident. Actually, Miss Zilliwer, what you ate was the spirit bud of the elf tree. It's very important. It contains abundant life force. Fuan explained. Spiritual buds only appear once every 1,000 years, so for our clan, 1,000 years is a very important milestone. We need to protect the growth of the spirit bud and allow it to flourish and become part of the spirit tree. Then the spirit tree will continuously provide life force and will never wither. The spirit bud has been eaten. The life force of the spirit tree has been severely affected, and it may wither at any time. Sumu roughly understood what Fuan meant. The spirit bud is like a gas station for the elf tree. It comes out once every 1,000 years to fill up the elf tree with oil. Then the elf tree can live freely for another 1,000 years. Miss Zilliwer, after you ate the spirit bud, the spirit tree was at risk of withering at any time. The queen was very worried at the time. Fuan is still narrating. However, it seems that God is blessing our clan. The queen received news that there is a secret treasure with life force in a secret place, and then she went there. Was it the 6 months when mother suddenly disappeared? Weiwei couldn't help but ask. Many years ago, her mother disappeared for half a year and was seriously injured when she came back. This incident. During that period, she was very obedient and did not dare to cause trouble, for fear of angering her mother and causing harm to her recovery from her injuries. Yes, the queen disappeared for half a year and successfully brought back the secret treasure, temporarily alleviating the crisis of the elf tree withering. Fuan said, and Miss Zilliwer, you have always been chubby and often can't sleep. You are 200 years older than Her Royal Highness, yet you still have a childish face. All of this is caused by the excessive surge of life force in your body. The queen didn't tell you before because she wanted to protect you and prevent you from feeling guilty about it. When she said this, Fuan's tone was filled with sadness. I never expected that our clan would be at the brink of death. The queen had no other choice but to ask me to tell you the truth before her death. Also, Her Majesty the Queen said that we should respect your choice, Miss Zilliwer. Whether you like it or not, she hopes I won't force you. Fuan, what should I do? Without much hesitation, Zilliwer made her choice and looked at Fuan with firm eyes. On the side, Sumu looked at Shiluer in surprise. He thought she needed time to think about it, but she didn't. Even an outsider like him could tell from Fuan's words that this could lead to death. Sumu's opinion of Zilliwer has changed a lot. The little fat girl is still quite brave. Are you sure, Miss Zilliwer? There was reluctance in the depths of Fuan's eyes. She knew that this was indeed unfair to Zilliwer. But there is really no other way. One person, one clan. Zilliwer smiled casually at this time. What else? Just sacrificing myself can save everyone else. I think it's worth it. Besides, this is certain, isn't it? Zilliwer took Fuan's hand and said firmly, don't say it's certain. Even if it's just a probability, I'm willing to try. Fuan, tell me. I see. Fuan sighed. You need this. Fuan hugged Zilliwer with her wrinkled hands and whispered something in her ear. The voice was very soft, but Sumu probably heard it. It seems that Zilliwer needs to use her own blood to awaken the seedlings of the elf tree. Because Zilliwer's blood contains a rich life force, only by using her blood for sacrifice can the seedling of the elf tree be awakened. At that time, you just need to take the seedlings of the elf tree to a place and replant them, and then the new elf tree will grow. Once the elf tree is successfully planted, the tree elf clan will be able to return to their previous state. Fuan, I know what to do. Zilliwer stood up and walked towards the withered elf tree. She walked with firm steps, and soon she had walked 10 meters. Zilliwer. Weiwei bit her lower lip tightly. Her slender hands clenched tightly. Blood flowed out from between her fingers and dripped onto the deadwood scepter on the ground. Weiwei also wanted to stop Zilliwer and prevent her from sacrificing herself. But if that happens, there will be no hope for their entire clan. Weiwei was unable to do anything to stop Zilliwer. She felt that she was useless and selfish and could not help Zilliwer at all. Weiwei blamed herself madly in her heart. Her tribesmen were massacred by humans and attacked by the fierce demons, and Vivielle was unable to do anything. Now, she even saw with her own eyes that Zilliwer had to sacrifice herself to fulfill their entire race. At this moment, Vivier felt that as an elf princess, she was very useless and incompetent. She longed to become stronger and stronger than ever before. He became so powerful that he could protect his people and anyone around him with just a wave of his hand. Weiwei longed for great power. She longed to become stronger, just like her mother, and be able to take on the responsibility of the clan. Weiwei looked at Zilliwer's receding figure, her eyes gradually becoming hot, eager, strong, and determined. Zilliwer. A call sounded. Zilliwer was squatting in the same place. She turned around and looked behind her and found that it was Mr. Sumu. It was he who called her. Mr. Sumu, is there something wrong? Zilliwer looked at Sumu with doubt in her eyes. This was Sumu who took the initiative to call her and pay attention to her. Zilliwer felt flattered. Chapter 226, Shiluar's Death. Mutation. Zilliwer, you are very brave. Sumu came in front of Zilliwer and spoke. Sumu came into the depths of the Siamese forest with the intention of helping the tree elves, but he didn't expect that in the end he would not be able to help at all. It's just killing Anderson. Sumu was also very emotional about this, especially when he saw Zilliwer voluntarily sacrifice herself and turn away without hesitation, wanting to sacrifice herself to awaken the sapling of the elf tree and save the entire tribe. He felt mixed emotions. Zilliwer is a brave warrior who sacrifices himself bravely. Before, Sumu had never looked at Shiluar straight in the eye because of her body shape. But now, Sumu's impression of her has changed greatly. From the bottom of his heart, he admired and respected Zilliwar's spirit. Taking everything into consideration, Sumu was moved. This kind of emotion, of course, does not refer to the emotional connection between men and women, but rather a simple and pure kind of liking and appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Sumu. Zilliwer had a smile on her face from afar, and there was a hint of shyness that only a young girl could have. She was much shorter than Sumu, and could only look up to meet his gaze. This also made Zilliwer even more shy. Zilliwer, can I hug you? Sumu suddenly spoke, and said something that surprised and shocked Shiluar. Oh. Zilliwer was completely stunned. Zilliwer, you are very brave. Can I hug you? Sumu thought she didn't hear clearly, so he said it again. Oh. Can. Sure. Zilliwer was in a panic and didn't know where to put her hands. She didn't know whether to put them behind her or in front of her. She was wondering if it would be impolite not to stay behind her. But how can I hug it if it's placed in front of me? To be honest, Zilliwer had never hugged anyone before, and she had no experience at all. Zilliwer's round face turned red and warm. An unprecedented sense of shame spread in her chest. Mr. Sumu actually said he wanted to hug me? What to do? What should I do? I've never hugged anyone. What's more, it's Mr. Sumu, he. Zilliwer was in a dilemma, a young girl in her heart. In fact, Sumu's feeling was not wrong. Zilliwer developed a special feeling for Sumu from the first time she met him. When he took them away from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, this special feeling became even stronger. As for what kind of emotion it was, Zilliwer herself didn't know. I really want to see Sumu. The night they returned to Tianmu town, Zilliwer even asked Winstia to meet Sumu to express her gratitude. At that time, Zilliwer used the excuse of representing the tribesmen who were rescued and her. In fact, it was Zilliwer herself who wanted to see Sumu. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to see him. Unfortunately, Zilliwer's request for a meeting that night was rejected by Su Muon. When Winstia brought her the news, Zilliwer was sad for the whole night and felt very sorry. However, she did not blame Sumu for not seeing her. In her heart, she even said that he must be very busy. So I couldn't see her. Anyway, this is how Zilliwer comforted herself. She automatically found a reason and excuse for Sumu. Along the way with Sumu, Zilliwer's eyes fell on him a lot. She didn't know why she felt so strange and wanted to see someone so much. But Zilliwer just wants to see more. But just now, Zilliwer didn't dare to look at Sumu again, because she has decided to sacrifice herself for her people. When making this decision, Zilliwer knew that she would never see Sumu again. She didn't dare to look at it anymore, for fear of not being able to let it go. Sumu looked at Zilliwer, who was flustered and at a loss because of the hug request, and felt that she was cute. He didn't have the ability to read minds, so naturally he didn't know how conflicted Zilliwer was feeling at the moment. With a smile, this time, Sumu took the initiative to step forward and held Zilliwer's slightly trembling body in his arms. Zilliwer's body stiffened, and her whole body stood straight. Until Sumu let her go, she still didn't know what had happened. I just felt like I was electrocuted. My heart was beating so fast. Mr. Sumu. Thanks. Zilliwer finally came to her senses. She finally understood what Mr. Sumu's hug meant. Go ahead. Sumu forced a smile. There was no way. He felt very heavy inside and couldn't laugh. Zilliwer nodded heavily, then turned around. She left without looking back. Bless you, Zilliwer. Why? Sumu sighed in his heart. Seeing this scene, Weiweier and Fuan in the back didn't say anything. They watched everything happen quietly. They also felt the emotion of this hug. It's very pure and simple. Zilliwer came to the roots of the elf tree and cut her hand. Green glowing blood began to flow out crazily, dripping drop by drop onto the roots of the elf tree. Zilliwer endured the pain and the feeling of powerlessness as the blood slowly drained from her body. She is extremely determined in her heart, which makes her fearless of all the hardships ahead. What's more, Sumu's hug just now also gave her extremely powerful strength. I don't know how long it took, but Zilliwer fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Fuan was surprised. She noticed that the withered wood scepter next to Wei Wei'er was glowing green. A flash of green light. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. It just so happened that Fuan had been paying attention, and she saw it clearly. Your Highness, quickly grab the scepter next to you, Fuan said urgently. What's wrong? Wei Wei'er was obviously still immersed in the grief of her mother's death and Zilliwer's sacrifice, and she looked like she had lost her soul. Quick, Fuan urged. Even though Wei Wei was confused, she had no choice but to pick up her mother's belongings. But the moment her hand touched the withered wood scepter, green light burst out crazily. The commotion here also attracted Sumu. What's going on? Sumu looked over. Wei Wei was shocked. She felt the withered wooden scepter in her hand, as if it had signed some kind of contract with her, and it became a part of her body. Moreover, this feeling is very strong. Just like her hands and feet, Vivier felt that the deadwood scepter had also become her hands and feet. Soon, the green light that suddenly burst out sucked Vivier in, forming a strange cocoon of light. Chapter 227, Taking Over the Queen's Scepter. Elf Tree Seedling. The moment the light cocoon appeared, Fuan was forcibly pushed back several meters, separating her from Viviel. What's going on? Sumu came to Fuan and asked with a frown. Zilliwer had already had problems, and he was afraid that Wei Wei'er would also have an accident. Don't worry, Mr. Sumu, Her Royal Highness the Princess will be fine. This is not a bad thing, but a good thing. A hint of a smile appeared on Fuan's face. Under the heavy burden of Zilliwer's willingness to sacrifice herself, Fuan was still able to smile, which was enough to prove that there was nothing wrong with Wei Wei'er, and it was a good thing. What's going on? Sumu couldn't help but ask. You know what's going on, don't you? Fuan did not hide it either. From the details of hugging Zilliwer just now, Fuan's trust in Sumu has been strengthened a lot. If it were before, she might not have taken the trouble to explain to Sumu, but now she would. The withered wooden scepter in Her Royal Highness's hand was left behind by Her Royal Highness the Queen. Don't be fooled by the withered wood scepter's unremarkable appearance. It is actually the symbol of our elven queen. It contains the power passed down from generation to generation in our clan. Fuan explained. Every generation of tree elves who wants to become the queen of the tree elf clan must obtain the recognition of the Deadwood Scepter, so it has another name, called the Queen's Scepter. Her Royal Highness Princess Wei Wei'er has now been recognized by the Queen's Scepter. The Queen's Scepter will baptize her. At that time, Her Royal Highness will be reborn, and we will see a brand new her. In your tribe of tree elves, the position of queen is not hereditary? Sumu roughly understood something. At first, he thought that the position of queen of the tree elves was passed down. That Loslia is dead, the position of queen naturally falls on Viviel's shoulders. I didn't expect that it would require the approval of some scepter. Yes, it's not hereditary. Fuan nodded. It requires the approval of the scepter. As long as the incumbent elf queen dies, the scepter will reselect the next heir. No matter how powerful you are, or how many tree elves support you, if your mind is crooked, you will never be recognized by the scepter, and you will never be able to become the new queen of the tree elves. As long as the scepter approves, the tree elves must unconditionally recognize the position of queen. Sumu nodded, understanding the rule. That's great. God is still open-minded. Fuan's eyes were red, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her wrinkled face. The Queen's scepter chose Her Royal Highness, the Princess. This is worthy of Her Majesty's sacrifice. It must be the spiritual strength and resilience emanating from Her Royal Highness the Princess that moved the Queen's scepter and caused it to choose her. Your Highness, come on. Sumu was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Just at this time. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord, Luo Wuxi, for successfully achieving victory in the battle despite the joint siege of the Three Kingdoms. This battle will be recorded in the Lord's Development History List. The results of the guessing game have been announced. The rewards will be distributed to all Lords tomorrow. Please check carefully. Luo Wuxi won. Moreover, only 7 or 8 hours have passed since the declaration of war. To be honest, Sumu was still a little worried about Luo Wuxi. After all, her opponents are the lords of 3 special maps, and their strength should not be underestimated. Now that he saw her win the battle, Sumu felt relieved. Sumu was happy, But all the lords in the World Chat channel wanted to kill people. They voted for the Lord of the Three Kingdoms, not Luo Wuxi. Their rewards flew away. Suddenly, wailing sounds were heard everywhere. The major lords shifted their firepower from Su Mu to Luo Wuxi, and they all asked if she was the system's illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, how could he have managed to fight three at once? And it's a special map? She also received the first upgrade reward for the first upgrade of territories to level 1, 2, 3, and 4. This cyberbullying that once belonged to Su Mu has now fallen upon poor Luo Wuxi. Time passes by every second. Of the light cocoon gradually dimmed. Finally, the light faded, and the aura on her body was completely different from before. She held the Elf Queen's scepter in both hands and just stood there with her eyes closed. But Su Mu could feel the power she brought and the invisible pressure emanating from her body. Vivier's strength has changed. This was Su Mu's first thought, and he could feel it clearly. 1 breath. 10 breaths. Wei Wei'er threw the ugly queen's scepter to the ground and opened her eyes. An invisible force surged out. Wei felt his heart tremble subconsciously, and he felt an inexplicable fear. He was oppressed by the aura that Wei Wei'er had when she opened her eyes. However, this pressure soon disappeared. Welcome the new queen. Fuan staggered to her feet and crawled to the ground. Fuan, get up. Wei Wei'er took 2 steps forward, placed the scepter on the ground, and helped Fuan, who was crawling on the ground, up. Seeing this scene, Su Mu couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. There is no doubt that Wei Wei'er is indeed stronger. However, her temperament seemed to have not changed much from before. It seems that the road of the Tree Elf Queen still needs some time. Congratulations, Vivier. Su Mu spoke up to congratulate. He was naturally happy that Vivier became the new generation of Elf Queen. After all, she had a pretty good relationship with him. Wei Wei'er also has a high level of trust in him. It is indeed a good thing for Su Mu. Thank you. Wei Wei'er nodded slightly and turned her gaze towards the direction of the elf tree. Will Zilur be able to do it too? Su Mu spoke. Let's go and take a look. Wei Wei'er looked at Su Mu. Good. When they arrived at the roots of the elf tree, they could not find Zilur. It was as if she had disappeared out of thin air. Su Mu and the others only saw a small seedling that was lush and green and full of vitality. That is the seedling of the elf tree. Fuan's eyes were filled with sadness. It is also Zilur's incarnation. She was absorbed by the spirit tree, and we can no longer see her. Su Mu really couldn't believe it. Zilur died just like that? There wasn't even a corpse. He was also thinking that even if she bled to death, there would still be a body, so he could bury her properly. Unexpectedly, there was no complete body. No. Maybe just as Fuan said, the small seedling in front of us is the incarnation of Zilur. Chapter 228 Wei Wei's decision. That's not right. Princess, Your Majesty. As Fuan opened her mouth, she suddenly remembered the change in Wei Wei's current identity. She was no longer the princess, but Her Majesty the Queen. Our former queen was right. Zilur is the only hope for saving our entire race. Now, we just need to take this seedling away and plant it successfully, and our clan may be saved. Fuan spoke excitedly. My queen, let's take the seedlings away now and find a suitable place. I see. Wei Wei'er said as her eyes fell on Su Mu. Mr. Su Mu, I'd like to plant the sapling of the elf tree in your territory. Is that okay? Ah. Wei Wei's words made Fuan stunned. Her hands trembled. Your Majesty. Fuan, I have my own considerations. Wei Wei'er raised her hand to interrupt Fuan. I am now the queen of the elves. I have the right to decide our new residence, right? Fuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. To before, Vivier's whole temperament is a little different. Indistinctly, she carries the unspoken majesty of a superior. At least, Fuan felt a lot of pressure. She didn't dare say anything more. That'll do. Wei Wei'er smiled, bent down, and carefully dug out the seedling of the elf tree. Seeing this, Su Mu also squatted down to help. Wei Wei'er said that she wanted to plant the seedlings of the elf tree in his territory, and Su Mu naturally knew what she meant. The burden on his shoulders has become heavier. Just when Su Mu and his companions were about to leave this place, Wei Wei'er seemed to have thought of something and ran away again. Su Mu followed her and found out that she wanted to take away her mother's remains. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Su Mu. Wei Wei'er said awkwardly. I want to take my mother's body away and bury it in your land. This way we can be together forever and I can feel her presence. I'm sorry to make you laugh. How can this be considered a joke? Su Mu walked over. Wei Wei'er, let me do this kind of thing myself. Ah. Wei Wei'er was stunned. No. It's necessary for your filial piety. As Su Mu spoke, he took the initiative to pick up Loslia, who looked like a dried corpse, and walked forward. Wei Wei'er took a deep look at Su Mu's back and then followed his pace. After successfully placing the sapling of the elf tree, Su Mu followed Vivier and others back to the place where the tree elves were placed. Vivier became the queen of the tree elves, was quickly recognized by the race. This is enough to show how powerful the queen's scepter is. As long as it is recognized by the queen's scepter, it will almost gain 100% recognition from the tree elves. This is the power of faith. Many members of the tree elf clan expressed doubts and disapproval regarding Vivier's desire to plant the elven tree seedlings in Su Mu's territory. Su Mu had no way to help with this. Finally, Wei Wei'er could only patiently tell about her encounter with Su Mu and Zilur's story. After the story was told, Vivier brought out her identity as the queen once again, just like she did to Fuan. Appeal to emotions and persuade with reason. With Vivier's manipulation, all the tree elves finally agreed to migrate collectively. Su Mu, who was watching the whole scene from the side, secretly gave a thumbs up to Wei Wei'er. Wei Wei'er is increasingly showing the aura of a clan leader. It seems that suffering and setbacks can really make people grow. Fast forward a bit in time. Feiyun City. Marquis Mansion. The appearance of dark purple spatial energy alarmed the guards in the Marquis Mansion, and they came closer and gathered together. Suddenly, a figure fell out from the space crack, landed on the ground in a very embarrassed manner, and let out a scream. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Marquis Mansion? The captain of the guard led his guards and surrounded the man. They all drew their swords and looked at the man in front of them vigilantly. You? Are you crazy? Don't you recognize me? The figure spoke. The voice was unusually hoarse. It was the voice of an old man. When the figure turned around, the person who appeared in front of the guards was indeed an old man with a wrinkled face who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Hey, old man. What's going on with you? Why did you come to our Marquis Mansion without permission and say such strange things? The captain of the guard spoke. He didn't recognize the old man in front of him at all, so there was no need to be polite. If he wasn't an old man, he would have killed him with one sword. Hayward, are you blind? I am Kelly's, your master Kelly's. The old man slapped the floor and roared madly. Stinky old man, do you want to look at what you are saying? Don't think that just because you call out my name, you are truly my master. Heiwo frowned and cursed. Our young master is only 25 years old, in the prime of his youth and beauty. How dare a stinky old man like you try to scam him? What do you think? Heiwo said this, picked up the sword in his hand with a bad look on his face, and took 2 steps forward. He has lost his patience. Wait, Captain Hayward. What he's wearing really seems to be the clothes our young master wears when he goes out. A guard suddenly grabbed Heiwo's hand and spoke. Yes. I remember that when the young master went out, he seemed to be wearing this dress, this green robe with cloud patterns. I remember it very clearly. I think I have some impression. It seems so. More and more guards spoke up, etc. The old man, who was still roaring, just now seemed to realize something. He used his hands and feet to crawl to the front of Heiwo's armor and looked at himself. What's going on? Why am I getting old? Roared unwillingly. They are all tree elves. It's their secret method that's causing this. Of course, don't let them go. I will never let them go. Kelly's roar was filled with anger. Endless anger. Luo Wuxi. Su Mu, thank you for the things. Thanks to you today, I was able to beat the 3 of them. I was so scared, I almost lost. Luckily you're here. Your amplification potion is incredibly useful. Have you received your reward? Did you see what it was? In order to show his sincerity, Su Mu personally led the tree elves to the small town of Tianmu. He did not ride Effia, nor did he ride a griffin. Like the tree elves, he walked. Chapter 229, the tree elves arrive at Tianmu town. Back to Tianmu town, he received a message from Luo Wuxi. It's already the afternoon of the next day. Congratulations. It's good that you're all right. I have full confidence in you, and I can't lose. Su Mu smiled unconsciously and replied. Luo Wuxi, you just believe in me. I don't even believe in myself. Luo Wuxi, who typed this line of words, also had a smile on her face. A gentle and soft smile. It is very difficult to survive in this special map of Nightmare Tree House. Every day when I wake up, I always have to face endless killing. Luo Wuxi feels most relaxed is probably when she chats with Su Mu. She cherishes it very much. Anyway, thank you so much for your stuff. Without you, I would have lost. This is your reward. It was called a reward, but in fact it was just the good things he wanted to give to Su Mu as always. Su Mu didn't act pretentiously and clicked it to take a look. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll X985. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X1956. Undead Summoning Scroll X3651. Ordinary Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll X 365. New magic element expansion slot. Luo Wuxi. This thing isn't very good, just use it for now. If I have something better later, I'll definitely give it to you first. Don't be modest. Sumu accepted everything Luo Wuxi had traded. He replied, You rich woman, please don't say anything bad about the things you gave me. I won't be able to repay your kindness even if I sell my meat later. Luo Wuxi. Exaggeration. We call this mutual help. I'm not exaggerating. Would you consider it? I'll pledge my love to you and let you support me. Luo Wuxi. Is this true? I don't care. Su Mai, the world-famous overlord, is mentioned repeatedly in the World Chat channel. Su Mai, known as the system's illegitimate child, is being supported by me. Just thinking about it makes me feel proud. Huh. It took Sumu 5 full days to bring the tree elves back to the small town of Tianmu. Because of him, we didn't encounter any danger along the way. With the help of the intelligence system, Sumu was able to avoid them one by one. Unless it is a special case. Looking at the small town of Tianmu right in front of him, Sumu also felt a sense of emotion. This was probably the longest time he had been away from here. Mr. Sumu, is this your main territory? Looking at the large area of territory where the city wall was being built outside, Wei Wei'er opened her mouth slightly. This territory was different from what she had seen before. It is true that the previous territory also had brick houses, but there were also some wooden houses in between, and the infrastructure was not as good as the territory we see now. Wei Wei was also surprised. Not only her, but also the tribesmen behind her are the same. However, they did not perform very well. For them, the territory they see now is far less warm and emotionally resonant than their previous tree house. After all, what they, the tree elves, like most is to have many trees around them. There is a lot of vegetation in the territory here, but they are all low trees. All in all, the tree elves can only be said to reluctantly accept this environment and do not have a strong sense of belonging. The tree elves were simply amazed that Sumu's territory had such a vast area. Sumu naturally noticed all this. Yes, Vivier, this is my territory. Sumu turned around and said, How are you feeling? It's quite big. Wei Wei'er nodded. It should be nice to live here. Wei Wei was quite conservative and she didn't dare to say too much. She also noticed that the green environment in Lord Sumu's territory was not as good as his previous territory. However, Wei Wei'er felt that since their tribe had chosen to leave the forest, they needed to adapt. That's why she didn't say much. Sumu is very smart. He can probably tell what the elves are thinking from their reactions. In fact, he could probably guess what Vivier was thinking. Vivel, don't worry. I promise you, the elves will join our territory. I will set aside a place specifically for you, one that's suitable for your survival. Also, this is a separate place, and other tribes in the territory will not disturb you. You have relative freedom within the territory. The reason why Sumu made this choice was not because he wanted to be treated differently, but the elves are a group of people who are inherently quite proud. Allowing them to live alone in a certain area can largely avoid conflicts with other groups. Sumyuk has no time to deal with their disputes. In order to prevent these things from happening, it would be better to set aside a special area for them to live in. Don't worry, Sumu is happy. The tree elves are happy to have their own territory. It can be said that it is the best of both worlds. Really? Wei Wei'er didn't expect that her family had such privileges. On the way back, Sumu had already told her roughly what kind of people were in his territory now. Wei Wei'er is quite familiar with this. In the back, the tree elves were also very interested when they heard that they could have a separate living environment. They looked at each other and seemed to be very satisfied with Sumu's proposal. Real. Also, within the territory, I will personally lead people to transplant some giant trees and strive to shape it into an environment more suitable for your living. As Sumu said this, he could hear the tree elves below whispering about it. Really? After transplanting the tree, he treated us so well. He must have said this on purpose for us to hear. Humans are good at deceiving us, so we shouldn't trust them too much. Yes, I think so too. It should be to appease our queen. I just don't know what kind of magic potion Her Majesty has taken. Why does she insist on having our clan follow her back here? Stop talking. I think Mr. Sumu is a good person and does things well. He obviously has a better way to travel without much effort, but he accompanied us on foot. It's really sincere. I also feel that in Mr. Sumu, I don't see the arrogance and conceit of other human races. Perhaps the Queen's decision is correct, and our clan needs to change. Yes, Mr. Sumu never complained about the hardship during the long journey. He ate and lived with us. I have seen his character. You were bought off for just this little thing? Aren't you too easily satisfied? That's right. Let's see if he really does more than he says. I'm going to remain neutral anyway. Me too. Were all whispered discussions, and Sumu couldn't hear them clearly, but he could probably guess a little. Chapter 230 No Privileges. Master, Tao Yao misses you so much. All right, stop talking about it. Wei Wei's face suddenly turned serious, and she turned around and said sternly, Didn't I tell you? If you have any dissatisfaction, you can raise it in front of me. Don't stir up trouble behind the scenes and disrupt the thinking of the entire tribe. I know what you're thinking. Wei Wei held the queen's scepter in her hand and glared. But now I am the queen of the tree elves. I have the responsibility and obligation to bring you to a higher level. All the members of the tree elves were terrified and dared not say a word. Seeing this, Wei Wei continued. We have been conservative for too long, staying in the Siamese forest. We have lost the ability to communicate with other races on an equal footing and to trust them. We need to break down and then build up. Wei Wei turned and looked at Su Mu. Mr. Su Mu, thank you very much for your decision. Vivier said, bowing slightly. But I hope, Mr. Su Mu, you can take back the privileges and decisions you have given. It's enough for us to have a place to live. There's no need to transplant big trees just for us. Wei Wei said, since we have chosen to come out, we need to adapt to a normal living environment and do not need any privileges. Looking at Wei Wei's determined eyes, Su Mu nodded. I see. Thank you for your understanding. Since Wei Wei could say such words, Su Mu had a much higher opinion of her. Woo woo woo. Master, you are finally back. Tao Yao misses you so much. Woo woo woo. He was caught by Tao Yao, who was urging the slimes to build the city wall. At that time, Tao Yao was stunned at first, then her mouth opened slightly, and finally she rubbed her eyes hard, looking incredulous. When she saw clearly that it was really her master, she sprinted 100 meters without saying a word and gave Su Mu a big hug. The huge impact almost knocked Su Mu down, but fortunately his core strength was strong enough to hold Tao Yao's small body. It is enough to show how excited Tao Yao is. Silly girl, it's not like I won't be back. Didn't I ask Afia to come back and tell you first? Why are you so excited? Su Mu patted Tao Yao's back with a smile on his face. Who doesn't enjoy the feeling of being cared about? Su Mu is also an ordinary person. He also enjoys. In the back, a group of tree elves were watching this scene. Wei Wei was naturally among them, but she didn't say much, just watched quietly. I don't care. Tao Yao just misses her master so much. Tao Yao hugged Su Mu tightly, unwilling to let go, and at the same time, she kept saying, Master, you don't know, during these days when you were away, besides me missing you, Sister Winstia and Sister Serena have been sighing more often every day. I, Tao Yao, am in such a miserable state now, Humph. Tao Yao knows that everyone misses the master, me too. Susu got angry several times because of this. As if she had thought of something, Tao Yao freed one of her hands and covered her mouth. Why don't you say anything? What happened to Susu? Yao with amusement. No, I can't betray Susu. I can't say any more. Sister Winstia also specifically told me not to tell anyone, because you'll worry the master and won't be able to concentrate on doing things outside. Tao Yao muttered softly. On the one hand, she felt that she had to listen to Sister Winstia, but on the other hand, she felt that she couldn't hide it from her master. Tao Yao is in a dilemma. It seems like you little sisters have been chatting a lot recently. Su Mu said this, and gently turned Susu's body over and made her look at him. I didn't see how sad Tao Yao's face looked, haha. It seems she still doesn't miss me enough. Tao Yao is lying. Su Mu teased. He reached out and rubbed Tao Yao's little face. No. Tao Yao was mumbling and couldn't speak clearly. All right. Go tell your sister Winstia and the others that I'm back. I will first settle the tree elves. Su Mu let go of Tao Yao. The little girl is quite cute, and Su Mu likes to tease her for fun. Oh, I see. Tao Yao took 2 steps and then ran back. What happened again? Missing me again? Su Mu smiled. No. Tao Yao shook her head, her face flushed. Oh, so you don't miss me anymore? No, Tao Yao misses her master. Then you say no? Su Mu continued to tease Tao Yao. That's not what I meant. Yao explained hurriedly. I miss my master so much, but I just ran back not because of this. Tao Yao meant this. Really not, master. You have to trust me. Tao Yao's face turned red with anxiety. Okay, I believe you. Tell me why you suddenly came back. Sister Winstia has already arranged where the tree elves will live next. She told me, Master, please go in that direction. Tao Yao said this, pointing in a direction. Just keep going straight and you'll see it. Winstia has made all the careful arrangements. Su Mu was a little surprised. He just asked Ifia to bring back some general information. I didn't expect that Winstia had even arranged a place for her to live. That's so thoughtful. Okay, Master. Tao Yao is going to tell Sister Winstia that you're back, so she won't be accompanying you. Tao Yao said this and ran away in a hurry. This little girl. Su Mu smiled helplessly. Walking forward, Su Mu's eyes soon lit up. He could tell at a glance that the place in front was what Tao Yao had mentioned, a place specially reserved for the tree elves to live. Why can you see it? The green vegetation is so lush. Trees, flowers, and plants here. The houses are not all made of blue bricks, but a combination of wooden houses and trees. This combination is more suitable for the tree elves to live in, and it makes them feel like they are returning to the depths of the Siamese forest. They are also more accepting. Su Mu could see that many of the elven masters were very satisfied with this place, with surprise and smiles on their faces. Vival, this isn't a privilege I grant to your clan, but my members have thoughtfully arranged for your accommodation. Su Mu said with a smile. All right. Wei Wei'er looked at Su Mu deeply. She didn't know if it was arranged in advance by him, but he was indeed sincere. Thank you very much, Mr. Su Mu, but this is enough. Chapter 231, Tacit Cooperation. Coaxing Susu. Mr. Su Mu, we are very satisfied with the living environment, but the most important thing now is to plant the seedlings of the elf tree. Over the past few days, our tree elf clan has become increasingly weak. We must hurry up and plant the seedlings. Vivier spoke. Over the past few days, the elven tree seedling in her arms has maintained vigorous vitality and vigor. Because of this, all the people in their clan were exposed to radiation, but they still maintained their vitality and followed Su Mu here. The vitality of the elf tree is so strong that it is truly terrifying. No wonder it can support every member of the tree elf clan to live a long and beautiful life. Su Mu even wondered, if he also lived around the elf tree for a long time and was blessed by it, would he also be able to live a long and beautiful life and live to be thousands of years old? I see. Su Mu looked around. Wei Wei'er, please find a suitable environment. I will immediately help you plant the seedling of the elf tree. Right around here. After Su Mu finished speaking, he put down Loslia's mummy, which was wrapped tightly in cloth strips on his back. Su Mu carried her all the way. Although given his physique, this is nothing. But now that we're here, we naturally have to take it easy. Good. Wei Wei'er also began to search. Brother, brother, brother. Another voice sounded, and Su Mu looked in the direction of the voice. Susu was running towards him barefoot. Tao Yao's smiling face, Susu's face was filled with grievance. Full of grievances. The grievance overflowed from his face. Susu suddenly threw herself into Su Mu's arms, and the huge force knocked him to the ground. Just when Su Mu was about to say something, Susu actually bit Su Mu's shoulder. Su Mu. What's going on? Su Mu was stunned for a moment. There was no pain in his shoulders. Su Mu only felt that his clothes were wet. He glanced over and saw that Susu's tears were flowing like crazy, soaking his clothes. Susu's aggrieved expression and appearance made Su Mu feel distressed. He quickly hugged her little body. What's the matter? Did someone bully our little Susu? She looked so aggrieved. Hurry up and tell your brother. I'll do you justice and teach them a lesson. Su Mu snorted and patted Susu's back. How dare you bully my most adorable, beautiful, and obedient Susu? It's so abominable, so abominable. Come, talk to your brother, and he will teach them a lesson for you. Don't cry anymore. Woo woo. Susu sniffed, tears still streaming down her face. She still looked so aggrieved and pitiful, and said nothing. Su Mu was suddenly in trouble. Fortunately, Serena also came over at this time. Who else could bully Susu but you, her brother? You've been gone for so long without even telling me. You clearly have a teleportation scroll on you that allows you to come and go freely anytime, anywhere. You don't know. Our Susu is looking forward to her brother coming back every day. After all, someone had promised to tell Susu a story and coax her to sleep at night, but he didn't come back that night. It's absolutely abominable. Selena smiled, winked at Su Mu, and then touched Susu's head. Susu, is Sister Serena right? Uh-huh. Susu nodded her head desperately and still refused to open her mouth. Su Mutsai suddenly realized. It turned out that when they were fishing that day, he casually agreed and said that he would coax Susu to sleep at night and tell him a story. Su Mu also thought that he would be able to return that night, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen, which made him stay for 5 days. During this period of time, Susu must have had a lot of resentment. Once again, he failed to do what he promised the little girl. Thinking of this, Su Mu felt very guilty. I was wrong. Susu, I promise I'll tell you stories and coax you to sleep for 3 consecutive nights, okay? Su Mu quickly admitted his mistake. Humph. Susu snorted lightly and said nothing. How about 4 days? Su Mu spoke again. Susu still didn't answer. It's only been 4 days. Aren't you being too stingy? Serena helped out from the side. It will take at least 7 days, right? You don't have any sincerity at all. How can Susu agree to it? Don't even mention Susu. I think you're too stingy. It's not an attitude of admitting mistakes. For the first time ever, Susu nodded slightly, agreeing with Selina's statement. Okay, 10 days then. I will stay with Susu for the next 10 days. Before Su-mu finished speaking, he found that his shoulders had been loosened. The little girl looked at him with surprise. Brother, are you serious? Are you really going to be with Susu for 10 days? Looking at Susu, whose face still had traces of tears, she looked so cute and pitiful, Su-mu's heart suddenly softened. He reached out and touched Susu's little face, wiping away the tears on her face. Really? I spent the entire 10 days accompanying Susu, coaxing her to sleep, and telling her stories. Okay. Susu, please don't be angry with your brother, okay? Hook. Susu stretched out her finger. Brother said that after making a pinky promise, he will definitely do it. Although brother broke his promise last time, Susu will still believe in you. Susu's childish voice sounded. Besides, Susu is not angry with her brother. Susu just wants her brother to spend more time with her. Susu said this without any disgust, and leaned against Su-mu's chest, which was covered with dirt and sweat, and rubbed his little head against him. Good. Brother promises you. Su-mu hugged Susu's small body and quietly made a gesture to Serena. They really look like a couple at this moment, coaxing Susu, a little kid, together. Very tacit cooperation. Mr. Su-mu, I found a suitable place to plant it. Weiweier came up. She had just found a good seed, but seeing that the little girl Susu was crying loudly and Su-mu needed someone to comfort her, Weiweier didn't dare to go up and disturb her. Which position? Right there, in the middle. I can feel that the land there is the most fertile, and the vitality is very strong. Weiwei pointed to a place. Weiweier had a very good vision. The location she chose was in the center of the area. It was very open, with no buildings around and lush vegetation. It looks like a very suitable place to plant the elf tree. Okay, but I need to wait for someone else. Let's wait for her to come over, then we can plant the elf tree. To be precise, she planted it. Chapter 232. Let a little girl plant the elven tree seedlings? She'll plant it. Who are you talking about? Weiweier asked curiously. It doesn't take a specialist to plant it. We can all do it, because the elf tree seedlings are very hardy. Not a dedicated person, but a... Yes, she's here. Su-mu had already caught a glimpse of Kokono walking towards here with Kokolu. Brother Su-mu. Kokolu left her aunt behind, ran quickly to Su-mu with her short legs, and called out in a crisp voice. Be good, Koko. Have you missed me lately? Su-mu held Susu in his arms and even reached out his hand to touch Kokoro's little head. The little girl is also cute. When you touch her head, her little ears will stand up with a duong sound, which shows the maximum emotional value. I want to. I think about it every day. I want Brother Su-mu to take me out to play. Su-mu knew that what Kakelu meant by play was actually fighting. The little girl is a restless one. Have you been helping me manage the farmland in my territory recently? Yes, I go there every day to stimulate the growth of seeds. We have already planted new seeds in our fields, and they will sprout soon. Kokoluko is not being lazy. Kokolu replied with a smile. What about today? Did you go today? Koko stuck out her tongue. It's not too late today. That's good. Su-mu smiled and looked back at Weiweier behind him. Vivel, she's the one I mentioned, the one who planted the elven tree seedling. Ah. Vivier was confused when she saw Kokolu, who was half a head shorter than her. The person Mr. Su-mu said was going to plant the elf tree turned out to be a little girl. Weiweier originally thought it would be a professional. Unexpectedly, it was a little girl. Su-mu smiled, but said nothing. He did not explain directly to Weiweier, but waited until Kokolu planted the elf tree with her own hands before he spoke. Weiweier, the little girl in front of you is named Kokolu, and she is also a member of our territory. She is from the White Fox clan. Do you know anything about this race? Weiweier lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. Our clan has lived in the Siamese forest for many years, and we don't know much about the races outside. Su-mu probably guessed that Weiweier didn't know about the White Fox clan. He smiled and explained. Every race in our territory has its own abilities. They are all very special and indispensable. Simply put, my race doesn't support idlers. Weiwei nodded, and she stood up straight unconsciously. Weiweier was very smart. She knew that Su-mu's words were largely conveying a signal to her. You can't be idle either, you must demonstrate your value in my territory. Tree Elf clan, led by Loslia, perhaps she would not be able to accept Su-mu's words. After all, the Tree Elves have their own pride. But Vivier can accept it. She thought Su-mu was right. If you join this territory just to find a place to stay, what's the point? Unlike her mother, Vivier understands and accepts Su-mu's ideas. Don't be too nervous. I won't need you to do anything in the early stages of your family joining us. Just get used to the life here first. Sumu smiled and continued. Actually, Kokola's White Fox clan has a special ability, which is to make plants grow. Wherever they exist, spiritual energy will gather, and plants will then be able to grow faster and become stronger. For example, a tree that can only grow to a maximum height of 10 meters. The White Fox clan has the ability to grow it to 20 meters, or even taller. That's what makes them special. Is there a race in the world with such miraculous abilities? Weiweier was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed. It's really amazing, so amazing. Mr. Sumu, there is such a powerful race in your territory. It's amazing. Not far away. Kokona couldn't help but raise her neck when she heard Weiwei's praise. That's because their White Fox clan is very powerful. If the population were larger, they would be even more powerful. Right. However, I hope that you, Weiweier, can keep the special abilities of the White Fox clan a secret and not reveal too much. I'm telling you this because I trust you 100%, just like you trust me. Sumu spoke seriously. The White Fox clan are truly incredible. If this gets out to other people, Sumu's territory will face a catastrophe. I see. Weiwei's face was solemn. Letting a little girl plant our clan's sacred tree is too disrespectful to our clan, isn't it? Just as Sumu and Weiwei were talking in a low voice, the surrounding tree elves began to have doubts again, and they couldn't help but talk and discuss. That's right. This is the sacred tree of our clan. It's the existence we believe in. What if something happens to the sacred tree? What if it dies? Your Majesty is truly too careless. Master Fuan, you should go up and explain the importance of this to the Queen. This is the lifeblood of our clan, and it cannot be treated lightly. Yes, Lady Fuan, planting the saplings of the elf tree is a big deal. How can you let a little girl plant it? This is too much of a joke. The discussions of the tree elves fell into Sumu's ears, and he probably heard what they said. However, Sumu didn't say anything. Weiweier didn't say anything either. Fuan received feedback from her tribesmen. She hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly. Okay, everyone, stop talking. I believe in the Queen's decision. Lord Sumu must have his own reasons for doing this. He is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration. Master Fuan, isn't it? Even you say that. Yes, Master Fuan. If you don't speak up, then we have no right to speak up. Master Fuan, please think twice. The discussion among the tribesmen of Mr. Sumu became louder and louder, and Weiweier blushed with embarrassment. She just felt that her leadership was not good enough. It's not enough to convince the public. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much noise in everyone's voices. Weiwei wanted to explain something to Sumu, asking her not to misunderstand her own people, as they were also being cautious. Fine. Sumu smiled slightly and waved his hand. Vival, I understand. It takes time to fully integrate a race. But time will tell, it will take time. Believe me, your people will be shocked soon. Chapter 233 The Highest Etiquette of the Tree Elves. Of course I believe Mr. Sumu. Vivier spoke. Then there's no need to explain too much. If I don't have this much breadth of mind, I won't be able to become the lord of a territory. Sumu said lightly. Brother Sumu, the planting is done. While the two were talking, Kokolu straightened up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Kokola didn't know why Brother Sumu asked her to plant trees, but she still completed the task very seriously. And be very careful. Kokolu, please help me induce labor. Sumu looked at the vibrant sapling of the elf tree and said, Oh. Kokolu turned around obediently and did as Sumu said. It won't take a moment. Something happened that shocked Vivial and the tree elves. A strong green light emanated from the elf tree seedling, and then the small seedling, which was less than 50 centimeters tall, began to grow, growing up like crazy. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. That's not all. The sapling of the elf tree didn't stop growing until it reached 20 meters. It has grown from a small seedling into a large tree that requires 5 people to hug it. The members of the tree elf clan were all shocked. What's going on? The elf tree's seedling has just been planted. How come it's grown to this size? It's grown so big and thick so quickly. Does anyone know what's going on? The tree elves spoke one after another, expressing their shock and confusion. It's truly worthy of being our clan's sacred tree. It's grown into this right after being planted. It's truly amazing. You mean, it's because of our sacred tree? What else? What do you think is the reason? That's right. It's our clan's sacred tree, so it's normal for it to be a little beyond common sense. Just as the tree elves were discussing it, believing it was the elf tree itself that was to blame, Fuan stood up. It's not because of the elf tree. It's because of that little girl. It's because of her that our clan's sacred tree has grown to this extent in such a short period of time. Fuan's words still carried weight. When she spoke, many tribesmen fell silent. But there are still some small voices. Is this true? Master Fuan, you are not talking nonsense, are you? I'm not talking nonsense. Fuan looked back at them and said seriously, the elf tree possesses a powerful life force, but that doesn't mean it can suddenly break the rules and grow so rapidly and enormously. This is all recorded in our clan scriptures. Planting the seedlings of the elf tree is just like planting the seedlings of ordinary trees. It takes time to grow. However, it is true that its rich life force will feed back to us. It seems to be just as Master Fuan said. I remember it was also mentioned in the classics. Really? I just took a look at the classics. Could it be that it's really because of that little girl? She is so powerful. I never thought that there would be such a capable person in this territory. That's impressive. No wonder the queen asked us to join this territory. Maybe she knew about it a long time ago. Your Majesty is wise. I said, if you believe in Her Majesty, you will definitely be right. The tree elves expressed shock and surprise. Not far away, Sumu smiled slightly and looked at Wei Wei'er beside him. Wei Wei'er also responded with a tacit smile. She knew what Sumu wanted to express. Some things need no explanation. Time will tell. People too. As they were discussing, they suddenly felt a strong life force gathering. The elf tree glows green. It's emitted by the sacred tree. Such pure vitality. I feel it too. Hey, how come the wrinkles on your face disappeared? That's on your face too. What's happening to the skin on my hands? The tree elves were surprised to find that their aging skin was now slowly returning to its previous firmness. Their aging appearance is slowly returning to youth. Everything is going well. I see. It must be that the sacred tree has grown suddenly, and its life force has become richer. We have returned to our previous state. That means our clan has recovered. Are we ready? We don't have to wait 10 years. Very good. The tree elves were extremely excited. Originally, after the elf tree was planted, they would have to wait 10 years or even longer before they could return to their previous state. Because the elf tree is too small, the life force contained in it can only sustain the lives of their clan. But now, the elf tree has grown to this extent, and naturally, their clan has recovered ahead of time. Mr. Sumu, thank you so much. Seeing her tribesmen gradually regaining their youth, Vivier was also very excited. If she hadn't considered etiquette and status, she would have jumped up. Wei Wei also understood the reason. Therefore, her gratitude towards Sumu became even stronger in her heart. At this moment, Vivier was extremely sure that she felt that leading her people to join the Sumu territory was the right choice. We are all family, it's okay. Sumu smiled. Sumu didn't expect that Coco Du could make the elf tree burst out with such power. It's a pleasant surprise. But soon, something even more unexpected happened to Sumu. I saw the tree elves who had regained their youth gradually walking towards him. Just as Sumu was wondering what they were going to do, the tree elves, led by Fuan, suddenly knelt on one knee. Mr. Sumu, thank you for your efforts for our clan. From now on, besides the queen, you will be our second leader. All the tree elves repeated Fuan's words together. In an instant, the sound was earth-shaking. Mr. Sumu, kneeling on one knee is the highest etiquette among our tree elves. It means they've recognized you. Wei Wei'er said excitedly. Very good. That's really great. The thing that Wei Wei was most worried about was finally settled. Thank you, everyone. Sumu didn't act pretentiously. He took a step forward and said loudly. From now on, if you have any questions or suggestions in the territory, you can raise them to me. I hope you can integrate into the territory as quickly as possible. To this end, I will do my best to lead you towards a better future. My territory and I are your strong backers. As long as I am here, you will no longer be bullied by other tribes. After receiving the recognition from the tree elves, Sumu was very happy. He looked at Loslia's corpse. Vivel, what should we do? I hope to bury my mother under the elf tree, so that she can always be with me and protect our people. Let me help you. Just when Sumu freed Loslia's corpse, Su, who had been standing next to him, suddenly said, Brother, she is not dead. Why did you dig a hole and bury her? Chapter 234 Loslia is not dead. Brother, she is not dead. Why did you dig a hole and bury her? When Su said this, not only Sumu was stunned, but even Wei Wei'er looked back at Su in disbelief. Little sister, what did you say? What did you just say? Wei Wei rushed over and grabbed Su's arm tightly with both hands. Are you serious? Is she really okay? The she referred to was, of course, her mother, the queen of the tree elves, Loslia? Su frowned slightly, but still nodded. Right. She's not dead. Su, are you serious about what you said? How did you make that judgment? Sumu also came over. Loslia had become a mummy. Sumu had carried her on his back for so long, and he knew very well what condition she was in. Anyway, it's not the level a living person should have. But Susu actually said she was still alive? Real brother. She's still alive. Susu explained. Susu can feel her life force draining away, but it's just her life force draining away. She's not completely dead yet. Sumu didn't quite understand what Susu said. He looked at Wei Wei'er beside him. Vival, do you know what this means? After a long silence, Wei Wei'er shook her head, but her eyes were always on Susu, hoping to get some more important information from her. Because of Kokolu, Vivier no longer looks down on anyone around Sumu. Tiny Coco has such amazing abilities. Wei Wei still didn't dare to underestimate Susu, who looked older than her brother. Actually, the simple explanation is that she has always been surviving by relying on the force of life. However, because she may have used some secret technique, her life force was severely depleted in a very short period of time, resulting in her current state. Her life force has been exhausted, but she is not actually dead. But she's not breathing at all, and she has no pulse? Is she really not dead? Sumu raised doubts. His back felt a little hairy. Considering that he had been carrying Loslia on his back for the past 5 days, Susu now said that she was not dead? Doesn't that mean there is a pair of eyes staring at his back all the time? No wonder Sumu felt a chill on his back recently. He thought it was because he was too handsome. That's why. Brother, it's normal for someone to not breathe or have a pulse when in suspended animation. Susu covered her mouth and smiled, speaking crisply. She must have noticed the small detail that made Sumu look a little timid. That little sister, can she still come back to life? Wei Wei finally couldn't help but ask the question that concerned her most. When she asked this question, she felt her heart beating faster. There's a chance. Susu's 3 words made Wei Wei'er react even more violently. She grabbed Susu's hand again. Little sister, you know what the solution is, right? Wei Wei'er, don't get excited. Sumu hurried over and pulled Wei Wei'er away. He could see that the excited Wei Wei'er hurt Susu. Susu is a kind little girl and doesn't know how to express her resistance. Sumashi stepped forward to help her out at the right time. I'm sorry, I was too excited. Wei Wei'er realized her own gaffe and quickly let go of Susu's hand with an apologetic look on her face. Susu, do you have a way to revive her? Sumu asked while holding Susu's small body. Since she's lacking life force, we should replenish her with it. A large amount of life force. As long as the life force reaches a critical point, I think it can be resurrected. Susu looked at Loslia's mummy, not far away, and spoke. However, I don't know for sure if it will work. I can only say that if you try it this way, as long as your thinking is correct, it should be fine. Life force. Wei Wei'er seemed to have thought of something, and she excitedly put forward her idea. The spirit tree of our clan also contains the power of life. Does that mean that as long as I keep my mother's corpse under the tree, she will have a chance to be resurrected? Sumu felt that things were not as simple as Wei Wei'er imagined. If it were that simple, the life force of the elf tree would have affected Losrea long ago. Sure enough, Susu also shook her head. No, it requires a more refined life force to do this. Susu's gaze shifted away from the elf tree. There is life force in the tree, but it's not pure enough. The life force of our elf tree is not pure enough. Wei Wei'er frowned slightly. The elf tree is the sacred tree of their clan, but now it is being questioned whether its life force is not pure enough. In other words, there are no other tree elves around. Otherwise, their reaction would be even greater. Wei Wei'er was also a little unhappy, but she still forced herself to suppress her emotions and said patiently, Little sister, do you know what kind of life force is called pure? Certainly. Susu turned her head and glanced at Sumu, as if asking for his opinion. Go ahead, Susu. Just a little show? Sumu reached out and touched Susu's little face. Susu nodded and quickly came to Loslia and squatted down. Soft green light appeared on Susu's body. This is... Wei Wei'er opened her mouth. Her heart was extremely shocked. She felt the breath of life force from Susu. Moreover, it has a very strong breath of life force. Not only rich, the breath of this life force seemed to be very pure. With just a slight contact, Vivier felt extremely comfortable. Vivier was naturally very clear about the power of life, and she also knew how to distinguish it. At this moment, the dissatisfaction in Wei Wei's heart completely dissipated. How dare she question what Susu said? The life force of the elf tree is indeed not as pure as the life force emitted by Susu herself. What is the identity of this little girl? Wei Wei'er pursed her lips and thought carefully in her heart. She increasingly discovered that none of the people around Sumu were ordinary. Brother, this is all I can do today. Susu looked back at Sumu. Her face was pale, Her lips were trembling slightly, and there was a little sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Sumu rushed over and held her in his arms. Brother, I'll stop here for today. I need to rest well before continuing. Let's wait until tomorrow. If it's just one shot, there's no way Susu can revive her. Susu is still talking. For her brother's affairs are big things and what she cares about most. Therefore, no matter when, as long as Sumu asked her to help with the treatment, Susu would not complain, but would do it seriously. Chapter 235. Heavies awakens. It's okay, just take a rest and stop worrying. Sumu hugged Susu's small body, but his eyes fell on Loslia. What Susu said was indeed true. Perhaps Loslia really had a chance to be resurrected. Because, after Susu's efforts this time, Loslia's body is much better than before. Her skin even had a radiant glow, and the difference from her previous dry and skinny appearance was obvious at a glance. Sister Susu, thank you so much. Vivier naturally noticed the changes in her mother's body. At this time, apart from her excitement and words of gratitude, she didn't know how to organize her words. I can only keep thanking Susu. Are you back? Susu fell asleep in your arms again. When Sumu returned to the stone house, Selena was the first to greet him. She had been to the tree elf's residence before, and later Sumu asked her to come back first, and Selena had been waiting there. Yes, the little girl is exhausted today. Who cares if I carry her in? Yeah, okay. I'll ask Sister Yuchi to prepare some food for you. Selena said. Good. Sumu did not refuse either. He hadn't eaten well during the days of traveling. After settling Susu down, Sumu turned around and saw Winstia. Owner. Winstia's face was full of joy. Where have you been? Why didn't Taoyao find you just now? Sumu asked. Before, Taoyao spread the news of his return. The only thing missing is the presence of Winstia. If it were before, Winstia would have been the first one to come over. So Sumu was very curious about what she was busy with. Master, of course I'm going to get some information for you. Fu Ningyu sent me a message saying that the goblin you were curious about has arrived, and she wanted to know when you'd be free to visit her territory. Winstia reported. The goblins have arrived? The goblin Sturu from Fu Ningyu's territory had said that her niece would arrive in the territory in about a week, and then he could ask her about the matter of intelligent metal. Now that he has been away for so many days, it's almost time. I see. By the way, has anything special happened in the territory recently? Something you can't handle? Sumu has been here for 5 days, and the affairs of the territory have been handed over to Winstia and Selena, so they are more aware of the shortcomings. Not at this time, Master. During the days you were away, the territory has been relatively harmonious, with no disputes. I've already mobilized the slimes to start building the city wall. Master, have you seen that? Yeah, I saw that, well done. As Sumu spoke, he couldn't help but touch Winstia's little face. Serena and Winstia in the territory. Winstia is good at literature, Serena is good at martial arts, and they are both brave and resourceful. With the two of them around, nothing big will happen if Sumu leaves for a month or two. Winstia, do you miss me? Rubbing Winstia's face, Sumu couldn't help but speak. Uh-huh. Without hesitation, Winstia nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Wait for me tonight, you hear me? Sumu whispered in Winstia's ear. An ambiguous sentence. Uh-huh. Knew. Of course, Winstia knew what this meant. But her longing for Sumu left her no time to care about these things. During the 5 days that Sumu was away, Winstia was in a daze. Now he has finally come back. Good boy. Sumu touched Winstia's head. Just as Sumu was enjoying the delicious food brought by Zhou Yuchi, Taoyao ran over in a hurry. Oh no, Master. Sister Heavies has woken up and is yelling to leave. Sister Serena is stopping her from leaving. It looks like they're about to fight. Taoyao was shouting in her little mouth. She was very anxious, but she said everything she wanted to say. But Sumu was puzzled. Sister Heavies? Who is it? Does our territory have a number 1 person? The 3 words Heavies made Sumu feel extremely unfamiliar. He racked his brains, but could not think of a face that was symmetrical to hers. Master, Heavies is the deep-sea clam we saw by the river that day. Winstia reminded from the side. You asked us to move her back then. Oh, it's her. Sumu finally reacted. If Winstia hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have remembered it. So many days have passed, and she just woke up today? Sumu was away for 5 days. Logically speaking, if Heavies got drunk, she would wake up the next day. Why did Taoyao just say that Heavies had woken up? Sumu didn't understand. Master, Sister Heiweizi has not woken up yet. She just woke up a few days ago. Taoyao explained. Sister Winstia and I used to deliver things to her room every day, but she never woke up and was always in a deep sleep. I just ran over to bring her food and found out she woke up. Yes, Master. Heavies was soundly sleeping the entire time. I can testify to that. Winstia helped out. Drunk for 5 days? How much fake alcohol did this woman drink to sleep like this? Sumu smacked his lips. Oh, master. None of that is the point. Tao Yao took Sumu's arm. The key now is to get there quickly, otherwise she's really going to fight with Sister Serena. Master, you don't want to see it either. Let's go and take a look. Seeing Tao Yao's seriousness, Sumu did not dare to delay any longer and quickly stood up. Chapter 236. The Key to Persuading Heavies? Who the hell are you? If you're trying to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. I said I want to leave here. Heavy's voice rang out. She was a beautiful lady with a graceful figure, and it was very incongruous for her to carry a large clamshell on her back. The one standing in front of her was naturally Serena. You can't leave yet. You have to wait a little longer. Serena didn't give in at all. She stood in front of Heavy's again, blocking her way. You are now within our territory, so naturally you need to wait for our lord to decide whether you should stay or go. Are you kidding me? Heavy's frowned and said unhappily. I just had a few drinks, and then you tied me up here. Do you think that's a reason to detain me and deprive me of my freedom? That's too unreasonable. I'm not depriving you of your freedom, I just need you to wait. Selena repeated. Get out of the way. Heavy suddenly walked forward, trying to get rid of Selena. But Selena refused to give in and stood in front of Heavy's again. You forced me to do this. With a flash of anger in her eyes, Heavy's formed a magic formula with both hands, and water element magic energy appeared on her body. Selena used her ice magic for the first time, preparing to use an ice wall to resist Heavy's attack, etc. Just when the two women were about to fight, a voice rang out. It's Sumu. He came in a hurry. Are you the lord this woman is talking about? Heavy's glanced at Sumu, her face full of dissatisfaction. A week ago, Heavy's attended the buffet banquet hosted by the king of the West Sea. Because there was rare wine at the banquet, she drank a lot. Drink a lot of wine. When she left, Heavy's felt dizzy and wanted to sleep, so she hid in the clamshell and took a nap, then followed the water flow and drifted away. But when Heavy's opened her eyes again, she was already in an unfamiliar environment. Of course, she subconsciously thought that someone had deliberately taken advantage of her drunkenness and pulled her over. Heavy's was very dissatisfied with this. So at this moment, Sumu played the role of a bad guy in her eyes. That should be it. Sumu glanced at Selena, his eyes asking what happened. After all, he wasn't quite sure what the cause of the conflict was. But before Serena could speak, Heavy's had already asked. You were the one who kidnapped me here while I was sleeping? I can tell you that there is no dispute between my race and yours. Don't try to provoke a quarrel between the two races. I won't stay here with you, let me go. Wait, did you misunderstand something? Sumu interrupted Heavy's. Did I misunderstand? Heavy's frowned, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. Yes. Sumu smiled and explained patiently. We didn't capture you. You drifted from the sea into the river and came to us. Luckily, we encountered you, fished you out of the river, and brought you back to our territory. Otherwise, given your previous condition, if you fell into the wrong hands, you might even be sold into slavery. They dare. Heavy's gritted her teeth, revealing her sharp little canine teeth. What's there to be afraid of? Sumu said with a smile. Everyone present knows that you, the Deep Sea Clam Clan, are also very popular in the Slave Merchants Guild. Many people like to buy you as collections. If you hadn't met me, you might have been imprisoned by now. How could you still be free? I'm right, am I? Sumu looked at Winstia and the others. Yes, the master is right. Those who come to buy slaves all like the Deep Sea Clam tribe. Tao Yao was very smart and immediately provided cover for Sumu. Yeah, that's right. Winstia also quickly cooperated. The cooperation between the two made Heavy's half believing and half doubting. Seeing this, Sumu said again, Look, now that you're awake, you can still speak to us face to face and in peace. I didn't chain you up, did I? When Heavy's thought about it, it seemed to be true. You really saved me? It's not rescue, but it's almost help. Sumu smiled without saying anything. The Heiweizi in front of her was already cautious enough, but unfortunately the person she met was him, Sumu. He is a well-known liar. Effia. You Lilua. Who hasn't been fooled by him? Sumu's words are full of truth and lies, and you have no idea which one is true and which one is false. Thank you. Heavis was not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. After thinking about it, she politely said thank you. It's okay. Sumu waved his hand, and then said, By the way, do you want to eat something? You took so long to wake up, you must be hungry, right? I'm having dinner right now, come join me. Sumu extended an invitation. Heavis wanted to decline, but the next moment, her stomach protested. The cooing sound too obvious. All right. Heiweizi's face turned red, and she could only agree. Please. Selena behind him, indicating that he would talk to her in detail later. Serena smiled. She knew Su Mu's character and knew that he must be planning something bad. The food is delicious, but it's a pity that something is missing. While eating, Hevisam's face was full of regret. Missing wine. It was not difficult for Su Mu to see that Hevis was a wine lover. From the fact that she can get drunk and drift here from some western sea, it can be seen that she is a real drunkard. In addition to liking to drink, it is also a small party dish. Right. You like drinking too? Heavy's eyes lit up slightly when she heard what she was thinking. Do you have any good wine in your territory? Certainly. Then bring some and try it. Heavy's couldn't wait any longer. Su Mu did not hide anything and took out a small wine jug from the inventory. He bought this in Tianlong City before and has kept it until now. Heavy's took it impatiently and started drinking from the jug. Her appearance confirmed her love for alcohol. It's okay. Heavy's put down the wine jug in her hand with some disgust. I think it's just average, too. Because the good wine is still being brewed and hasn't come out of the vat yet, we need to wait for a while. Su Mu said with a smile. Su Mu wanted Heavy's to stay in his territory because he saw the value of the clam pearls. This thing is an important part of his building his business empire. Therefore, Heavy's must not be let go like this. If Su Mu wants her to stay in the territory, he naturally needs to put in some effort. Wine is the most important part. Chapter 237 Serena's worry. Do you really have good wine? Hearing about the good wine, Heiwei subconsciously licked her lips, seeming to be tempted. Right. Not only that, I can also brew it, and I dare say that the wine I brew is unique in the world. You won't get it anywhere else. And I can guarantee that the wine I brew is absolutely the best in the world. There is no wine on this continent that tastes better than the wine I brew. Su Mu had a lot of confidence when he said this. When he was in Tianlong City, he once drank with the space scroll merchant Peter. The beer in the pub at that time was very unpalatable. It looked similar to the beer in the 21st century, but the taste was very different from beer. Anyway, Su Mu found it difficult to swallow. But Pitin drank it with gusto, and even thought it was very delicious. Moreover, according to Pitin himself, he traveled around the world and drank almost every kind of wine in every country and every city. The wines in the Tianlong City Tavern are considered to be of the highest quality craft brews. As a fellow wine lover, the fine wine that Pitin mentioned was just slop in Su Mu's eyes. It was from that moment on that Su Mu began to have a certain understanding of the alcohol in this world. This is also the reason why he had the courage to say such words to Heavis. Heavis frowned slightly, obviously thinking and hesitating. She felt that the lord in front of her, Su Mu, was bragging a bit. But her strong love for wine made Heavis unwilling to give up any opportunity to taste fine wine. She is very hesitant now, and Su Mu had already seen through her thoughts. Miss Heavis, if you are willing to believe it, you can probably stay in my territory for a while and test it yourself. Besides, my wine has just been released, so I need an excellent and authoritative taster to taste it personally. Su Mu's words were very well spoken. He praised Heavis in his speech, saying that she was an excellent and authoritative taster. For Heavis, this touched the heart of her heart. After all, who doesn't like to be praised? For a moment, Heavis was really tempted. However, she is still hesitant and entangled. Seeing this, Su Mu said, Miss Heavis, if you have time, you might as well stay for a while. We have good food, drink, accommodation, and the scenery is great. But if you don't have time, you can leave first. However, when you come next time, I'm not sure if my wine will still be there. Then I'll trouble you for a little longer. I want to taste the wine myself and see if it's as good as you say. Su Mu's words made Heavis finally decide to stay for a while. She really hasn't had anything to do recently. Moreover, what Su Mu said was not wrong. In this territory, she was well-fed and well-fed, so what else could she be dissatisfied with? But for Su Mu, it is of course great that Heiwei can stay. Convincing Heavis, Su Mu went to take a bath. These days, he has been running around with the tree elves every day, and his body is already reeking of sweat. However, this time, the one who helped Su Mu rub his back was not Wenstia or Taoyao, but Selena. Dear little Nana, have you missed me these days? Su Mu held Selena's hand that was massaging his back and asked with a smile. Selena's way of expression is always more reserved. She nodded slightly and held Su Mu's hand with her backhand. The two of them held hands tightly, and everything was said without words. How do you plan to accommodate the tree elves? Why do you ask? Serena, in confusion. Serena explained. With the tree elves here, I'm afraid humans won't be able to exist in your territory anymore. Because of the rich vitality of the elf tree, it is easy for the human race and the tree elves to cause disputes. They will try to seize the environment in which the tree elves live. Simply put, they want to seize the elf tree. Huh? There's such a thing. Why didn't I know about it? The human race attacked the tree elves before. They did not want to seize the so-called elf tree, but wanted to buy and sell the tree elves. Sumu didn't know the reason. His guess at the time was that they were similar to subhumans of other races. The beauty of the tree elves attracted the attention of humans. But now that Selena said this, Sumu felt that things were not that simple. The tree elves might be hiding even bigger secrets. There will be, Serena said. There are many branches of tree elves throughout the continent. What you brought back now is just a comparative branch. However, the battle between other branches of the tree elves and humans has never stopped. But because of the existence of the Elf Queen, even if they really have some ideas, there is nothing they can do. But your territory is different. You are the leader of the human race. Serena's tone was much more serious. So, when you reach a certain age, it's inevitable that someone with ulterior motives will instigate you to deal with the tree elves. Then, internal strife will ensue. For a future vast empire, internal collapse will be faster than external collapse. Sumu probably understood what Selena meant. The tree elves probably hide the secret of longevity and youthfulness. The lifespan of many human races can only stop at around 100 years. Therefore, it is inevitable that humans will covet the long lifespan of tree elves. By then, the war will start from within. But that's decades away, right? Are you thinking too far ahead? Serena with amusement. We have just brought back the tree elves. We have to think long-term. Selena said, rubbing Sumu's shoulders vigorously. Because I have high hopes for you. You will definitely dominate the entire continent in the future. So there are some things that need to be considered clearly from now on. In fact, what Selena said would not appear in Sumu's mind. Because Sumu did not intend to introduce humans into his own small town of Tianmu. He intends to use this as a base to incubate his own strength. Introducing demi-humans would be great. As for the human race, he is the only one. This was what Sumu thought, but he didn't explain it to Selena. Thank you for your approval, Serena. But that's not what I'm thinking about right now. Sumu spoke, a smirk on his face. But Serena didn't notice. So what are you thinking about now? Sumu did not answer, but proved his current thoughts with actions. He stood up suddenly, splashing the water in the bucket onto Serena. Immediately, in her surprised eyes, he picked her up. What I'm thinking about now is how I can eat you up completely after being hungry for so many days. Sumu's voice rang out. Chapter 238, Melior leaves. What is Flo's situation? With Selena ended, Sumu rode on Afia and left Tianmu town feeling refreshed. The purpose of his trip was to go to Fu Ningyu's territory and meet the goblins who had already arrived. Afia, when did Malor leave? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Not long ago, he learned from Tao Yao that Malor had left their territory. Yao didn't say the details. She said she only found out later. Master, the day after you left, Melior left. Afia replied. Oh, did she go back to your hometown? Malor left, but Afia did not follow him. From this detail, Sumu already knew that Afia chose to stay. He had said at the beginning that in order to repay Malor for helping him, if Afia was willing to leave with him, he would never stop her. So now that Afia hasn't left, it means that she has recognized him and his territory. She is willing to live here. Sumu was naturally happy. No, Malor went to see Flo. Afia's voice sounded. The reason why Melior left the Holy Spirit Roya is that she came to find me and Flo. Now that I didn't go back with her, she naturally went to find Flo on her own. Malor went to find Flo? Hearing this news, Sumu's heart was shaken. No one knows better than him what situation Flo is in now. Milo went to find Flo? Sumu felt that he needed to go to Zhang Xiaohai's subordinate territory to find out. I wonder where Flo has gone off to act wild again. He didn't even go back to Holy Spirit Roa, and even had Melior come out to find him personally. I hope nothing happens to Milo. Otherwise, I will never let Flo go. What a jerk, Aifia complained. Sumu. At this time, in a mountain not far from Sumu's territory. Did you see it clearly? That's Sumu, right? He's so damn impressive, riding a Pegasus. The speaker was a lord of the Dragon Kingdom, named Zhao Dapeng. He's only a third-level territory now, but he's so awesome that he even rides a Pegasus. There's no mistake. I remember his face very clearly. It's Sumu. Next to Zhao Dapeng was a lord of the Korean country named Han Dongxing. Maybe he had a great adventure. Otherwise, how could he have been promoted to the third-level territory so quickly, and even become a Pegasus? Zhao Dapeng smacked his lips, his face full of envy. A few days ago, when Zhao Dapeng was looking for a mine, he discovered a vast territory. The infrastructure there is much better than that in his territory. At that time, Zhao Dapeng secretly kept a watchful eye. He found the Lord Han Dongxing, who was familiar to him, and the two of them went here together to investigate. Han Dongxing came to the territory and took a look. At that time, He felt that things were far from simple. This territory is definitely not the territory of an ordinary lord. So, the two of them decided to stay here and investigate. Those who set their minds to it will be rewarded. Today, they finally saw the true face of the owner of this territory. It was the topic most discussed in the World Chat channel, envied and hated by lords all over the world. Sumu. It seems that we can't pose any substantial threat to the territory. Let's disperse. Zhao Dapeng sighed and patted Han Dongxing on the shoulder. Don't even think about occupying it. Sumu is not someone we two can mess with. I think he could crush us to death with just one hand. Let's just be honest and look for mines elsewhere and work hard to develop our own territory. Zhao Dapeng also has a general understanding of Su Mu's strength. He was also present at the live broadcast of Su Mu's 1-on-4 fight that night and saw it clearly. At that time, Su Mu had not yet upgraded his territory to level 3, but his strength was already so incredible. Now that he has successfully upgraded, Zhao Dapeng doesn't think that he and Han Dongxing can pose any substantial threat to Su Mu. If you are not careful, you may even lose everything. Etc. Han Dongxing grabbed Zhao Dapeng. What's wrong? Zhao Dapeng thought he had something else to do. You should know that Su Mu's territory is not that far from ours, right? We'll get there just by climbing over 2 hills. Han Dongxing spoke. So what then? Zhao Dapeng didn't understand what Han Dongxing wanted to express. Our territory is so close to Su Mu's territory. Maybe he has already discovered us. Han Dongxing said. Not really. If he had discovered us, wouldn't he have dealt with us long ago? Zhao Dapeng touched his unshaven chin and muttered. He probably doesn't know about our territory yet. You underestimated him. Han Dongxing sneered. Su Mu was able to develop his territory into what it is today in such a short period of time. Do you think he doesn't have any scheming? Besides, he rides a Pegasus. You've witnessed that terrifying speed just now, right? It took him 20 minutes to reach our territory. Do you still think he can't discover our territory? Zhao Dapeng frowned. He found that what Han Dongxing said made sense. With the strength that Su Mu just showed, he is able to run around. It really doesn't take long to reach their territory. For a moment, Zhao Dapeng was also muttering in his heart. Since he might know our territory, why hasn't he taken action against us yet? I'm more inclined to think that he doesn't know. Dapeng, so that's why I like working with you? Because you're so honest and sincere. Han Dongxing smiled and patted Zhao Dapeng on the shoulder. When Han Dongxing was first born into this world, he discovered that his territory was in the same valley as that of a dragon countryman. Moreover, the two people's territories are less than 100 meters apart. This dragon countryman is naturally Zhao Dapeng in front of him. At that time, Han Dongxing's first thought was to kill Zhao Dapeng and then use this place to develop his own territory. For Han Dongxing, he knows the importance of resources to the development of territory. There is Zhao Dapeng next to him, which is like two people eating a piece of meat. Han Dongxing obviously didn't want to. But what made him change his mind was that Zhao Dapeng saved him. Rescued from the vampires. Zhao Dapeng killed the ferocious vampires with his own hands without any weapons or tools. At that time, Han Dongxing discovered Zhao Dapeng's strength. Zhao Dapeng actually knows Dragon Country Kung Fu. Because of this, Han Dongxing temporarily put aside his ill will towards Zhao Dapeng and turned to cooperate with him. Soon, he discovered that Zhao Dapeng was an honest, kind, simple person. For Han Dongxing, such a person could not be easier to control. He's more thoughtful. Chapter 239 Goblin Slika. Su Mu knew where our territory was, so why didn't he choose not to deal with us? Han Dongxing spoke slowly, his eyes flashing as he analyzed. After all, a pig needs to be fattened up before it can be slaughtered, right? You can't wait until it's skinny and emaciated before you kill it, right? Han Dongxing thought he had made his point very clear, but Zhao Dapeng said to him directly. What's the meaning? Can you explain it more clearly? Han Dongxing slipped and was almost sent away by Zhao Dapeng's words. No way, big brother, he has made it so clear, but Zhao Dapeng still hasn't reacted. Han Dongxing took a deep breath and patiently explained. He's thinking, wait until we've built up our territory and stored up all our resources. Then he'll look for the perfect opportunity to strike back at us and take over our territory. Zhao Dapeng frowned. Not really. Su Mu is from our dragon country. He wouldn't be so scheming or evil. He wouldn't be that kind of person. He must be unaware of our territory. Humanity, Dapeng. Han Dongxing patted Zhao Dapeng's shoulder. Let's take a step back and say, even if Su Mu doesn't know about our territory, what will happen in the future? When he upgrades again and expands his territory, will he expand to our area? By then, we'll be like fat meat on the chopping block, at his mercy. Zhao Dapeng remained silent. He finally understood what Han Dongxing said. Every time their territory is upgraded, the scope of their territory will expand outward. By then, Sumu will easily expand to the edge of their territory. They really are the fat meat on the chopping board. It would be easy for Sumu to deal with them. So what should we do? Zhao Daping glanced at Han Dongxing. Normally, Han Dongxing is responsible for using his brain, while Zhao Daping is responsible for using his physical strength. To a certain extent, Zhao Daping did feel that Han Dongxing had more ideas than him. Of course, we should find a chance to kill Sumu before he continues to develop. As Han Dongxing spoke, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ah, you mean starting a war? Zhao Daping smiled bitterly and said, just you and me? You think too highly of me. Han Dongxing smiled, put his arms around Zhao Daping's neck, and whispered, of course not, between you and me. But what if we add them? Them? Who is it? Zhao Daping thought about it, but couldn't figure out who Han Dongxing was referring to. It seems like they don't know anyone anymore. Sumu was able to upgrade his territory to level 3 in such a short period of time. He must have some secrets that no one else knows about. The secret to rapid crop growth. Han Dongxing's face was full of calculation. Using this secret as a bargaining chip, I think they will be interested in his territory. This is the best solution I can think of. Han Dongxing said angrily. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to counterattack now. Zhao Daping was confused by what Han Dongxing said. He had no idea who the they he was talking about were. Sumu, this is Slika Ilinal, Stulu's niece. Fu Ningyu was helping the two introduce each other. Silica, this is Mr. Sumo. He has the Omnic Metal in his hands, and he is the one who wants to find you to inquire about the function of the Omnic Metal. Hello. Sumu smiled slightly and greeted the goblin girl in front of him. Before coming here, Sumu thought that goblins were shorter and had strange faces, not much different from goblins. Reference Stulu. But when he saw Elise, he changed his mind. Slika is not very short. She is about 1.5 meters tall, Sturu is 1.3 meters tall, and her skin is flesh-colored, Sturu is reddish-pink. Stulu is the same as the gas tank. Slika's figure is no different from that of an ordinary human girl, except that it is a little flat. What made Sumu feel magical was Slika's appearance. Actually beauties among goblins? Although Slika has the appearance characteristics of a goblin, she should be a very distinctive and good-looking person. Sumu didn't know how to express it, but the first time he saw Slika, his eyes lit up. Compared to the frown he had when he first saw Sturu, there wasn't a huge difference. Hello. Slika spoke, her voice quiet but steady. You can tell that she is a very calm and thoughtful person. In fact, this is true. In her daily life, Slika is a very rational person. Mr. Sumu, how much Omnic Metal do you have? Slika didn't waste any time and asked directly. Several kilograms, probably. Sumu said it casually without telling the truth. After all, Slika asked him how much metal he had right away, so he couldn't help but be cautious. That's a shame. Slika sighed and shook her head. A few pounds of Omnic Metal didn't do anything. It's not what I expected. After hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but feel puzzled, and he asked, Miss Slika, what exactly is the function of Omnic Metal? Why do you say that? No matter how small the metal is, it is still metal. A few kilograms of refined iron or can already make a full set of armor, but Slika actually said that a few kilograms of intelligent metal are useless? Since you're curious, I'll explain. Slika replied. Omnic Metal is actually a type of intelligent metal used to make armor. It's said to originate from Antonrius, a very magical place. Omnic Metal can also be used to build ships. One advantage of ships made of Omnic Metal is that they can be easily stored. Convenient to store? Sumu frowned. Slika continued to explain. A ship is very large, as you should know, Mr. Sumu. However, a ship made of Omnic Metal can be folded down to the size of a palm, and this folding is possible that will due to the intelligence of Omnic Metal. Random changes? Sumu thought of this word. You're not wrong to say that. A rare smile appeared on Slika's face. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Sumu's comprehension ability. What a pity. Slika suddenly sighed. Actually, I've been looking for robotic metals to use in making armor. But a set of armor requires at least 300 to 400 kilograms of Omnic Metal, and I haven't collected any yet. I only have 70 kilograms of Omnic Metal on me. When my Aunt Stilla told me you had Omnic Metal, I was actually quite excited. It's a pity the quantity is so small. As she spoke, Slika looked at Sumu again. Although it's little, it's better than nothing. Mr. Sumu, please sell me the Omnic Metal. You name the price. Wait, Miss Slika, I don't quite understand. What do you mean by battle armor? Do you mean armor? Sumu couldn't help but raise his doubts. Chapter 240, Xingyuan Empire. The Kingdom of Soul Armor. Of course not. Slika shook her head and said, battle armor is not just armor. It's also called soul armor. It's a terrifying weapon that can instantly transform a magician into a warrior. Soul armor can wrap a person up in it, transforming them into a metallic combat form. The soul armor possesses the same elemental abilities as the magician's element. Speaking of this, Slaika looked solemn. Mr. Sumu, you should know that the top beings on the continent right now are the legendary god of magic and the legendary knight, right? Sumu nodded. Selena had already told him once about the levels of this world, and he remembered it clearly. The legendary wizard is already the ceiling and the peak on the continent. And soul armor is a kind of armor that can allow people to break through the legendary magic god and legendary knight. The top figures on the continent all desire to own a set of soul armor, which would put them a step above their peers. Slaika said, so, doesn't that mean soul armor is extremely valuable? And the same goes for omnic metal. I guess so. Slaika didn't deny it. But Sumu was puzzled. Why did he find such a precious thing in the goblin's lair? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be in the noble's treasure room? Sumu was a little confused. But Sumu's doubts were quickly answered by Slaika. However, the technology to manufacture battle armor is currently only possessed by the Xingyuan Empire. They are truly the soul armor nation, and their technology is never leaked. This is also the reason why the Xingyuan Empire can still stand at the top of the continent. If any country has intelligent machine metal, as long as it doesn't flow into the Xingyuan Empire, it's actually equivalent to scrap metal and won't attract much attention. The sale and circulation of omnic metal is absolutely prohibited in the market. It can only be done privately or on the black market. Slaika seemed very happy to answer questions. However, omnic metal itself is not very abundant, and most countries don't have it. So when I heard Aunt Stolu say that you have it, I was still very surprised. Miss Nazrika, are you from the Xingyuan Empire? Sumu looked at Slaika. He had not forgotten what she had said before. You just said you were planning to build a suit of armor. Silika seemed a little hesitant. She looked at Sumu, then at Fu Ningyu beside him. I'm not from the Xingyuan Empire. People from the Xingyuan Empire can't leave their country. Not to mention, there are mechanics who know how to make armor. With your wisdom, Mr. Sumu, do you think it's possible for such beings to be allowed to leave the country? Slaika is really brave. In Sumu's understanding, the mechanic that Slaika mentioned is equivalent to a scientist in an important field of a country. And he knows the secrets. Such people really cannot leave the country at will. Then may I ask, Miss Slaika, why do you know how to make armor? Mr. Sumu, your question is indeed a bit presumptuous. Slaika smiled and simply refused. I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. We're not that familiar with each other. What do you think? Wow, this is the first time Sumu has been rejected directly. However, he didn't think there was anything. Not everyone is as naive and easy to fool as Ifia and the others. It's okay, Miss Slaika. Sumu waved his hand and quickly changed the subject. But what if I could exchange a few pounds of omnic metal for this question? May I? There was silence on Slaika's side. She obviously didn't expect Sumu to make such a request and was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Slaika finally spoke. I'll consider it, Mr. Sumo. For now, I'll stay with Aunt Stolu for a while. If I want to leave, I'll find you. Sumu nodded. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he could see that Slaika was already somewhat moved. Seeing that Slaika turned around and wanted to leave, Sumu called her again. Miss Slaika, I have 2 questions. Could you please explain them to me? What doubts? Slaika turned around and glanced at Sumu. Are you a master forger? Sumu was looking for a blacksmith master in the territory, so he was eager to know whether Slaika was a talent for this profession. No. And the second one? Slaika's answer was straightforward. Sumu felt disappointed. He originally thought that Slaika was a master forger and wanted to make some efforts to keep her. Now it seems that I need to find it again. The second question is, how much omnic metal is needed to build an omnic metal ship? Do you understand this technology? Sumu raised his doubts again. Mr. Sumu, these are 2 questions. Slaika said with a smile. Sumu. Sumu was stunned. He didn't expect that Slaika would argue with him about words. Then answer my second question. Understand. Throwing down a word, Slaika turned and left. Sumu, are you looking for a forging master? Fu Ningyu stepped forward and said it this time. Yes, my territory needs a forging master to make magic wands. Do you have any recommendations? Sumu looked at Fu Ningyu curiously, wondering why she suddenly asked this question. In fact, Stolu is a forger. Forget it. Sumu quickly interrupted Fu Ningyu. Stolu has a strange temper. She may not necessarily help me with things. Besides, I want a forging master who is more under my control. All right. Fu Ningyu didn't say anything else. Sumu's choice was not wrong to a certain extent. According to Stolu's personality, Even if Su Mu invited her to return to her territory, she might not come back. Even if he comes back, it is very likely that Stulu is doing it for Fu Ningyu's sake. Su Mu doesn't like to beg others to do things, so Stulu is not a good choice for him. Just at this moment, Sturu walked out from the side and startled Su Mu and Fu Ningyu who were talking. Su Mu didn't know whether Sturu heard his evaluation just now, but judging from Sturu's expression, it was likely that he heard it. From this perspective, even if Sturu is a great forging master, Su Mu can no longer follow this path. 4-star value intelligence. The god of resources has suddenly bestowed blessings, and an airdrop is landing 500 meters ahead. Intelligence tip. The airdrop will disappear within 15 minutes, so please hurry and claim it. Intelligence analysis. The god of resources is an invisible god who controls the source of the world. You may be able to pick up all kinds of strange ores in his treasure chest. When Su Mu was riding Effia in the sky, the system prompt sounded in his heart. Chapter 241. The Fierce Demon Clan. Inner L. Miss, we've lost track of the human and tree elves. Why don't we go back to the territory and talk to the young master about this? Kangxius spoke. He was a guard of the Fierce Demon Clan and one of the trusted guards of the daughter of Anderson, the Fierce Demon Clan leader. Yes, Mississippi. With just the 5 of us, I'm afraid we are no match for that human youth. We've been wandering in the forest for 2 days. If nothing works, let's go back and think about it. Odd also suggested. No, I won't return to the territory until I get news about the murderer of my father. Inarel's beautiful face looked much more haggard, but her tone was very firm. That guy Phobos does nothing all day and wastes time. I'd rather rely on myself than on him. 5 days ago at night, Inarel went out with 5 guards led by Kangxius. Inarel knew that her father Anderson had joined forces with the human race to surround and kill the tree elves. She wanted to take advantage of the chaos to see if she could help. For Inner Eel, her father always favored boys over girls and only valued her brother Forvos and assigned all tasks to him. Her father never paid attention to her. So, Inarel couldn't wait to prove herself in front of her father. She knew that surrounding and killing the tree elves was the biggest and best opportunity. She can express herself and show that she is more capable than her brother. But what Inarel never expected was that when she brought Kangxius and others to the territory of the tree elves, the battle was already over. Inarel also saw the scene where her father was beheaded by a human youth. When she saw her father being hacked to death, Inarel felt as if the sky had fallen. She was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. When she reacted, her face was full of hatred, and she wanted to avenge her father and kill her enemy, but she was suppressed by Kangxius and others. Kangxius and others suppressed Inarel was naturally because they felt the presence of demons. Moreover, the demon woman's combat power was extremely strong. She was a terrifying existence that they could not deal with even if they joined forces. Kangxius asked Inarel to calm down and look for an opportunity to take revenge. After calming down, Inarel also felt that what Kangxius said was right. If she couldn't find the right time to take revenge, wouldn't she be rushing out to die in vain? Wouldn't her father have died in vain? That would be meaningless. After calming down, Inarel made an important decision. She chose to follow her enemy all the way to see if there was a suitable opportunity to take revenge. So, Inarel, who chose to follow all the way, saw the murderer of her father and the tree elves reunited, and then left together and hurried on. She never found a chance to see him alone, so she had no way to take revenge. In order to prevent himself from being exposed, Inarel took Kangxius and others to follow from a distance. Then, they successfully lost track of him. After losing her father, Inarel still didn't give up. She wandered around in the forest, looking for the trace of her father's murderer. Inarel is very smart. She knew that the other party had brought the tree elves on a long journey from the forest of Siam and moved away, so there must be a territory or a city. Therefore, she only needs to find a city nearby, and then she can find the murderer of her father. But miss, we are just wasting time now. Kangxius said. Even if he really has his own territory as you expected, then we won't have a chance to kill him. As long as he stays in the territory and doesn't come out for a week or a month, we have no way to stop him. We can't just keep wasting time with him, right? Besides, his possession of territory nearby is just your guess, young lady. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Yes, miss, I think Kangxius is right, Odd also persuaded. Instead of wasting time like this, we should go back and have a good chat with the young master. He might have a solution. After all, the young master knows more people than we do. Now that the clan leader has been killed, he has to support the entire Liamo clan, right? It would have been fine if Ode hadn't mentioned Forvos, but as soon as he mentioned that Forvos knew a lot of people, it immediately aroused Inarel's disgust. Her desire to prove herself became even stronger. But this time, Interel was not trying to prove anything to her father, but to prove it to myself. No need to say more. If you want to go back, then go back. Interel walked forward. Even if you leave, I will rely on my own abilities to find him. I won't give up. As soon as Interel finished speaking, a guard ran over hurriedly. Miss. A discovery. What discovery? Interel became excited when she heard that there was a discovery. Forward. The guard took a deep breath. The murderer of the clan leader has been found ahead. He is alone now. Before the guard could finish his words, Interel rushed forward. Hurry up and catch up. Cancius realized that things were not going well, and immediately took Ode and others to follow Interel's pace. About 5 minutes later. Look, miss, I didn't see the wrong person, did I? He really is the bastard who killed my father. Looking at the figure squatting on the ground in front of her, who seemed to be fiddling with a box, Interel's eyes burned with rage. She will never forget this face even if she dies. It was this beast who chopped off his father's head with his own hands. Interel was about to rush forward, but was pulled back by Cancius, who came from behind. What are you doing? Interel frowned and glared at Canthuis unhappily. Miss, we have this, Cancius said, and took out a musket. This is a good thing that Master Forvos gave me last time. It's called a long-handled musket. It's said that the killing power can reach 200 meters. That means we can still attack that guy even though we're so far away. There was a glint of ferocity and calculation in Cancius's eyes. We can't even sense his strength. It's kind of weird. We might as well take a safer approach. If this musket fires into the head, it will kill him in one shot. Killed in one blow? Really? Interel was surprised. She looked down at the long-handled musket in Cancius's hand several times and couldn't understand why such a thing could be so powerful. Real. Cancius smiled and said, this is a good thing. No matter how high his cultivation ability is, if he doesn't react immediately, he will die. This is a good thing produced by the goblins. I have personally tested its power. Do you know how to use it? Interel asked quietly. If it is really as Cancius said, then it is worth a try. Certainly. Nesser, my master, mentioned? Of course. Cancius smiled slightly and patted his long-handled musket. Miss, have you forgotten? I previously killed the Blood Demon clan's elder, Fergus. His strength was comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Knight. How could I kill him and receive the clan leader's reward? You know, compared to me and Fergus, his strength is a whole level stronger than mine. Is it because of this musket? Interel did not forget that Cancius had indeed been praised by her father before, saying that he was brave and resourceful and had foiled the conspiracy of the Blood Demon clan. It turns out that this is how he was able to kill Fergus. In that case, it's up to you. Interel promised. If you can kill him, I'll reward you too. Yenova, I can marry her to you. Thank you, miss. Cancius was thrilled. Yenova is a great beauty among the fierce demons, second only to Interel. Cancius has been secretly in love with her for a long time, and this fact is well known to everyone in the tribe. It's a pity that Yenova has always looked down on Cancius. Now that he has the opportunity to get close to her, he is naturally extremely excited. Perform well. Interel gestured to him. Yes, my lady, don't worry. Cancius will definitely live up to your expectations. Cancius said, and began to use the bushes to set up his gun. Get the scroll for refined iron ore. Get what exchange scroll. Obtain a scroll for exchanging stone mines. A scroll for exchanging tin ore. Get crystal ore and exchange it for a scroll. Get the colored glaze or exchange scroll. The scroll for exchanging omnic metal. Get the hedgerow wood exchange scroll. A treasure chest contains scrolls that can be exchanged for wood and mineral resources. Sumu took a look. Crystal mine? Isn't this the material for making magic cannons? Irene gave it to him at that time. Moreover, Sumu was very surprised that he could exchange 2,000 crystal ores at one time. But what surprised and unexpected him the most was the scroll that could be exchanged for robotic metal. Today, he learned from Slika the value of artificial metal, but he didn't expect to pick it up now. Obtain intelligent metal by picking up treasure chests? This discovery made Sumu very excited. Glaze, or a brightly colored ore, its specific function is unknown. Hedgewood, a sturdy material containing rich magical elements. Its specific function is unknown. The functions of the newly appeared glaze, ore, and hedgewood were all unknown, so Sumu didn't worry about it. Suddenly, Sumu's eyes flashed. He seemed to sense something, and suddenly rushed forward. Bang! Along with it, there was a loud bang. A deep pit appeared where Sumu was just now. How is that possible? Cancius frowned. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked incredulous. How could that guy possibly dodge my musket? Impossible. Even with the strength of a Holy Spirit Knight, He died at my hands. Could it be that that guy's strength could surpass that of a Holy Spirit knight? How is it possible? He is a human and still so young. Just as Cancius was muttering to himself, Ode next to him spoke. Miss, that bastard seems to have discovered us. Should we retreat first? He's a bit evil. Since you've discovered us, let's just fight. Just as Inerel was about to push aside the bushes, a beautiful girl stood in front of them. Afia, kill them. Su Mu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly shouted. Ever since killing Anderson, the leader of the fierce demon clan, Su Mu has been receiving unknown intelligence alerts from the intelligence system. As Su Mu walked with the tree elf, he received a constant stream of intelligence prompts, all of which were unclear and very confusing. This was the first time Su Mu had encountered such a situation, and he was very confused. At that time, he wondered if someone was following him. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Su Mu never said anything. Furthermore, with the tree elves around, it would be difficult for him to leave, lest it be a diversion. Until 2 days ago, the strange prompt sound finally disappeared, and Su Mu was convinced that there was really something following him. Until just now, Su Mu flew through the sky riding AI Fia, and the strange prompt sound appeared again. Su Mu knew that the existence behind him appeared again. He had Effia hide and used himself as bait. Finally found the person who had been following him all along. They look like the Fierce Demon Clan. It's from the Fierce Demon Clan. Su Mu recognized it at a glance, and he immediately ordered Ifia to attack. Ifia is very strong. She may not be as strong as Malor and Uliluo, but ordinary people have no chance of resisting her. In less than a minute, Afia had dealt with Cancius and others. She raised the silver-white elemental energy in her hand and blasted towards the last remaining Inerel. Bang! Loud noise. Inerel's face was filled with horror, but she found herself unharmed. What the hell is going on? Who are you? Su Mu frowned and looked at the long-legged beauty in front of him and said. It was obvious that Ifia's attack just now could have killed the opponent with one blow, but it was blocked by the long-legged beauty wearing a hat in front of her. Su Mu subconsciously thought that she was a helper. However, he felt that the long-legged beauty in front of him was very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. That's right. Su Mu suddenly remembered. That day, when he and Irene were riding on a griffin and kissing in the sky, they met a beautiful woman riding a firebird. She came out from the space crack at that time. Su Mu remembered. It was the woman in front of him. Although it was just a glance, Su Mu remembered it very clearly, simply because the other person's legs were longer than his life. You can't kill this guy from the Fierce Demon Clan. The long-legged beauty spoke. Why? Give me a reason? Beauty is not an excuse. If the other party cannot give a reasonable reason, Su Mu will definitely attack her. He is not the kind of person who can't move his legs when seeing a woman and thinks with his lower body. The long-legged beauty didn't say anything. She looked at Su Mu quietly. Su Mu frowned secretly. Just when he was about to speak, the long-legged beauty spoke. You smell like a space scroll. It came from my master. Nesser my master mentioned, right? Etc. Nether? Chapter 243 The Thunder Rabbit Tribe, Shabastini. Your master is the space scroll merchant Pitten? Su Muqing couldn't help but speak. He recalled the space scroll merchant Peter who had been drinking and bragging with him in the Tianlong City Tavern. At that time, Pitten said that he wanted to introduce his apprentice to him. Su Mu thought it was just a joke after he got drunk, but he didn't expect it to really happen. Feelings Pitten is serious. Su Mu quietly used an insight spell on the long-legged beauty in front of him. Spirit Thunder Rabbit Clan, Shabastini, a member of the Spirit Thunder Rabbit Clan. She has quite a story. The insight technique was very general, but at least I got some general information. It turns out she is a rabbit girl from the rabbit tribe. No wonder her legs are longer than her name. Su Mu's doubts were finally resolved. But what about Sabastini's bunny ears? Su Mu glanced at the hat on her head, and it seemed that she was hidden under the hat. Su Mu was curious about the appearance and color of the rabbit ears. Was it purple like Sabastini's hair? It seems you are really good. My master's original name was Peter Lang Sienka Filing Roy Elder Son Longkimi, 150 words omitted. His name to the outside world is Pit 10. The fact that you can say his name proves that you are good. Sabastini rolled her eyes, a look of helplessness on her beautiful face. Why would master let me come to such an immoral bastard like you? So annoying. Su Mu? A jerk without morals? Is this first impression so bad? Su Mu didn't know what he had done to make Sabastini come to such a conclusion. He was also curious. I just wanted to kill a member of the Fierce Demon Clan who attacked me in the dark. Does that mean I'm an immoral bastard? Isn't this hat a little too big for you? It's not about killing people. You must have forgotten the dirty things you did on the flying beast when we first met. Snort. Sabastini snorted coldly and rolled her eyes again. Su Mu. Wow, it turns out this bunny girl still remembers what happened when they first met. However, how can love be called a dirty thing? That is the engine of human society, and it is infinitely glorious. Okay. Sumu felt that it was unfair for him to be defined as immoral in this way. Besides, he and Irene couldn't help themselves that day, so who asked Sabastini to suddenly show up to see it? Does that make me immoral? I haven't even called you immoral. Sumu smiled, neither annoyed nor angry. You peeping Tom who suddenly appeared in the air. What? I'm not a peeping Tom. Sabastini's beautiful face flushed red immediately, and it was obvious that she was a person who blushed easily. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. We're having a normal emotional exchange. How can that be considered dirty? You, the sudden intruder, are the dirty ones, aren't you? Sumu retorted that he thought it would be fun to tease Sabastini. After all, she was someone who got angry so easily. I didn't barge in suddenly. Sabastini rolled her eyes. Don't slander me. Did you appear suddenly? Sumu asked. Do you dare to admit it? Yes. Sabastini gritted her teeth. Why wouldn't I admit this? But Sumu's next sentence broke her defense. Then you are a voyeur. You suddenly appeared and spied on me having an emotional exchange with someone else. How shameless. You bastard. Sabastini was furious, but she quickly took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Let's not talk about this. Sumu was a little surprised that Sabastini did not go as crazy as he had imagined. You can't kill this guy from the fierce demon clan. Sabastini suddenly turned her attention and pointed at Inaril next to her. Inaril didn't know why the girl in front of her wanted to help her, but she still felt a little lucky. Inaril had not forgotten the revenge for her father's murder, but after seeing the strength of the beautiful girl next to Sumu, she quickly calmed down. With her current strength, there is no way she can do it without a good opportunity. Rather than dying in vain, it is better to live temporarily. The deaths of Cancius and others completely sobered Inaril up. Why? Sumu said unhappily. She just brought her tribe to attack me. Why do you say she can't be killed? Are you in cahoots with her? Then I won't be polite. Inaril and her tribesmen attacked and killed Sumu. To Sumu, she is a disaster. Sumu would not allow such a person to stay unless there was a real reason why she could not be killed. Sumu didn't want someone to think about him as soon as he opened his eyes. That would definitely be a bad feeling. And the most important one is, Sumu Sixth felt that Inaril must want to avenge her clan leader. She must have seen him kill Anderson. No, Anderson was killed by Yuliluo, and Sumu just chopped off his head. But no matter what, he will not be at peace until Inaril is dead. How dare you be rude? As soon as Sabastini opened her mouth to speak, she seemed to realize that her tone was wrong. She hesitated for a moment, then took it back and added, I'm not in the same group as her. I don't know her. Real? Then why? Sumu was a very stable person, and he was not angry because of Sabastini's tone. After all, the Sabastini in front of him was Pit 10's apprentice, so Sumu just regarded it as giving face to Pit 10. Another thing is that Sumu thinks that Sabastini might have a good scroll on her. If we lose face, I'm afraid we won't get any benefits. Because Sabastini hesitated for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, because the fierce demons possess the energy of the fire element. I was searching for them and finally found them. Moreover, the fire elemental energy in her body is extremely pure, which is exactly what I need, a perfect furnace. Furnace, Sumu murmured subconsciously. To be honest, Sumu only saw the mention of furnace in previous novels. But they are nothing more than martial arts novels and fantasy novels. This means that women can become vehicles for men's cultivation. Women called furnace tripods all have special physiques. As long as men practice dual cultivation with them, their skills will be greatly improved. Sumu subconsciously thought that this was what Sabastini meant, and he stared at her strangely. This girl from the Spirit Thunder Rabbit clan is actually a lesbian? Sumu's eyes gradually became ambiguous. No wonder Sabastini was so hesitant just now. This kind of thing really can't be brought out to the table. Chapter 244, Are You a Forging Master? What's that look? Sabastini noticed Sumu's ambiguous look. She frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, to actually like looking for furnaces and tripods. Sumu smiled. He didn't mean to tease Sabastini. He just thought it was a little funny and abstract. What's so funny about looking for a furnace tripod? Sabastini had no idea what was so funny about Sumu, and her brows furrowed even more. In the back, Inaril was speechless. Did these two people consider her feelings? Discussing the furnace and tripod matter in front of her? Wrong. She is the furnace, right? Inaril felt as if she had received a great blow in her heart. Isn't it funny? Sumu's smile widened. What he was thinking was that in novels, men and women could practice together, After all, there were differences between men and women. But what about Sabastini and the girl from the fierce demon clan in front of me? Do we have to do all this as well? What's so strange about this? Sabastini was very dissatisfied with the smile on Su Mu's face. She put her hands on her waist and shouted in a delicate voice. Every famous forging master on this continent has his own furnace. I, Sabastini, am also a saint craftsman. Don't I deserve my own furnace? Besides, there's no rule that says you have to be a master craftsman to find your own furnace. Why are you laughing at me? How abominable. You are a bastard who has no morals and no quality. Snort. Sabastini was complaining about Su Mu like a string of cannonballs. Her speech was extremely fast, and her tone was extremely intense. Etc. Su Mu seemed to have heard some great news. What did you just say? What did I just say? Sabastini thought for a moment and rolled her eyes again. You jerk who has no morals and no manners at all. Su Mu. Not this one. Sabastini wondered why Su Mu asked these questions, but she still answered patiently. It's not like you have to be a master craftsman to find your own furnace or tripod. Not this one, the previous one. Su Mu was about to find the key point. Still going. Sabastini pouted and thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. As a saint craftsman, don't I deserve my own furnace? You are the master forger? Su Mu was excited. He heard from Serena that the forging master realms on this continent are divided into forging apprentice, craftsman, master craftsman, great master craftsman, holy master craftsman, divine master craftsman, legendary master craftsman. They all have a name, called forging master. Su Mu could not have imagined that the Sabastini in front of him was actually the forging master that Selena had asked him to find. Moreover, he is a saint craftsman. You know, there are only two major realms above the saint craftsman. In this way, Sabastini is already a very remarkable forging master, and her rank is not low. Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. Thanks to Pit 10. You're already a saint craftsman at such a young age? Su Mu pretended to be incredulous and praised. That's amazing. That's amazing. Based on Su Mu's past experience, maximizing a girl's emotional value first is the best choice in a relationship. In that case, he transformed himself into a boaster and started praising Sabastini to make her fall in love with him. Su Mu already had a plan in mind. Look, after being praised, Sabastini showed a rare smile. Although it is not easy to detect, it can still be seen. Humph, you just found out. Sabastini snorted softly. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. I originally thought you were just a pretty girl who was unemployed and traveling around, a mere vase. I never thought you had such a talent. Su Mu did not hesitate to praise Sabastini, trying to maximize her emotional value. Master Saint, you've achieved a realm that many people cannot reach in their entire lives, yet you've already done it at such a young age. How amazing. From your appearance, you are only about 15 or 16 years old, right? How did you do it? You're even more talented than a genius. You must be a monster. You are so amazing. Your master never told me about it. Pitin is really amazing. He must be secretly happy to have such a capable and precious apprentice. Sabastini raised her neck proudly, the corners of her mouth harder to suppress than AK. She couldn't stop trembling. It's okay actually. I'm already 18 years old. It's not as exaggerated as you said, that she's only 15 or 16. Anyway, you've already surpassed 99% of people. Who at your age could have such talent? Master Saint, I really can't imagine it. It will only take a few minutes for you to surpass the legendary craftsman. Su Mu continued to transform into Su Kwa Kwa. No, I still have a long way to go to become a legendary craftsman. Sabastini felt a little embarrassed after being praised by Su Mu continuously. Compared to my predecessors, I'm still a long way behind. I don't care. In my heart, you are already very, very, very strong. This really shocked me, Master Saint. The emotional value is full. At this moment, a brilliant smile bloomed on Sabastini's beautiful face. Now, are you willing not to kill her? I need her to make a furnace for me. Sabastini pointed at Inarel again and said, more than willing. If you just ask, I'll flatten the fierce demon clan and bring them back so you can slowly choose someone to use as a furnace. Su Mu insists on the output concept. A little lick doesn't count as a lick. Sabastini can be licked back to the territory. It doesn't count as licking. Only what you can't lick is called licking. Therefore, Su Mu did not have any psychological burden. That's not necessary. It can be seen that Sabastini is in a very happy mood and has put the previous unpleasantness behind her. By the way, can I ask you what you mean by the furnace tripod? At this time, Su Mu raised his doubts. Since Sabastini is a master forger, The furnace she mentioned is not the furnace that Su Mu understands. Huh? Didn't you just know that? Sabastini was a little confused. Su Mu. I know a little, but not much. After your professional explanation, I may understand it better. After all, you are the holy craftsman, right? Sabastini's face once again bloomed with a smile. The furnace is a forging aid used by all of us forging masters. Its function is to control the flame intensity, temperature, etc. during forging. Our forging masters usually seek out forging aids with pure fire elemental energy to help us with forging. You can simply understand it as hard labor helping us light the stove. Chapter 245. Enslaving Inner L. The hard labor of burning the stove? Su Mu nodded, then he understood. You mean almost like a slave? If you understand it that way, that's fine, but their status is definitely much higher than that of a slave. After all, the honor of the furnace cauldron lies with the forging master. If I am respected on the continent, would anyone dare to bully those around me? Sabastini said with a smile. In that case, I won't kill her. I'll leave her to you. Su Mu waved his hand and said, You know, if ordinary people want to kill me, I will kill them. I won't put a time bomb next to me. Su Mu was very artistic in his speech. His secret words implicitly did Sabastini a favor. Thank you very much. Sabastini turned around and came to Inarel's side, taking out a piece of brown paper. This is not ordinary craft paper. Su Mu can see magic patterns on it, which means there is magic power. What is this? Su Mu walked over and couldn't help but ask a question. He is really curious. This is the furnace contract. You can think of it as a slave contract. After signing it, she will be loyal to me. If she disobeys, I can kill her immediately. Sabastini explained patiently. Su Mu glanced at Inarel and found that when signing the furnace contract, she did not resist at all. Not only did he not resist, but he was very obedient. Could it be that this woman from the fierce demon clan is thinking of some bad idea? Su Mu frowned secretly, but he didn't say much. Since he had already promised Sabastini, he naturally could not go back on his word. Sabastini also found it strange, but she didn't think much about it. Contract completed. Sabastini looked at Inarel. Your name is Inarel, right? It's already reflected in the contract. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. If you follow me with peace of mind, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I understand. While responding, Inarel did not forget to look in the direction of Su Mu, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. It was this glance that made Su Mu understand a lot. It seems that Inarel wants to follow Sabastini, find the right opportunity, and then kill him. Hee. No chance. I'll tell you tonight what you should do when you follow me from now on. Also, don't be hostile to Nesser in the future. He's not as bad as you think. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Sabastini didn't know what happened between Su Mu and Inarel, and she gave advice out of kindness. Su Mu quickly stepped forward to invite them, interrupting their conversation. Miss Sabastini, if you don't mind, would you like to have dinner in my territory? It's getting late. Okay. Sabastini obviously hesitated. The small town of Tianmu. Su Mu and others sat around a table with delicious food on it. Sabastini was moving her chopsticks without caring about her image. Nesser, is the chef in your territory a tree spirit from the Ernie tribe? Why is his cooking so superb? It's so delicious, isn't it? This is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten. Miss Sabastini, if it tastes good, just eat more. Just eat slowly. There's plenty of food. Su Mu smiled and said, Our chef is not from the Ernie tribe. She is from the human race, just like me. Su Mu also knew about the Ernie tribe. Selena had told them about this before. Su Mu also thought that when he had time, he would go and look for the tree spirits of the Ernie tribe in person to see if they had any talents that could be brought back to their territory. As Su Mu's territory grew larger, his desire for talent became stronger and stronger. He wished more people could stay here. Can human chefs make such delicious dishes? Looked up at Su Mu in surprise, still stuffing food into her mouth. You won't lie to me, will you? Real. Coincidentally, Zhou Yuqi came over after finishing her work, and Su Mu took the opportunity to introduce. This is our territory's head chef, Zhou Yuqi. If you like her cooking, Miss Sabastini, you can stay a little longer. Su Mu hopes that Sabastini will stay. After all, she is a master forger, a holy craftsman, and the talent that his territory lacks. However, Su Mu didn't dare to say it directly, for fear of scaring Sabastini and causing her disgust, so he could only test her thoughts step by step. Hello. Zhou Yuqi greeted politely. Hello. Seeing that Su Mu invited her to stay for a few more days, Sabastini looked around again and found that they were all women, with Su Mu being the only man. Yes, I happen to be free and can stay for a while. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Nesser. Miss Sabastini, you can call me Sumo from now on. Actually, My real name is Sumu, just like your master. Nesser is just my alias. Noticing the strange looks from Selena and the others, Sumu quickly started to explain. This is always Ness, which is really not good. Tao Yao and the others are fine and will not be led astray, but Selena and Winstia will inevitably have wrong ideas. Okay. Sabastini didn't say much and continued to focus on eating, but she quickly turned the topic to Zhou Yuqi. Ms. Zhou Yuqi, your cooking skills are so amazing. Why don't you consider taking the exam for a rating? I think becoming a saint chef should be very easy for you. By then, the entire territory will be famous because of you. Rating? What does that mean? Zhou Yuqi was only focused in the kitchen, not hearing anything happening outside the territory. She obviously didn't understand what it meant, and looked at Sumu with confusion in her eyes. Before Sabastini could speak, Serena beside her had already explained. Ratings are just like your actual strength. For example, if I'm a magician, this is my own strength. There's no need to prove it or judge it. But unlike other professions, they need to participate in the rating exams of the Neutral Association on the continent. For example, if they want to improve their level, they must pass the exams of the Forging Association and raise their level bit by bit. The rating exam method for each profession is different. You need to understand the specifics and go and see it to find out. Yes, Miss Serena is right. Sabastini nodded. This was the first time Sumu heard such a statement, and he couldn't help but ask, what are the benefits of participating in the rating? Chapter 246 The Yang Demon Clan is coming. Miss Sabastini, please explain. You should know the benefits of ratings better than I do. Serena smiled slightly and gestured for invitation. All right. Sabastini was not pretentious. The benefit of the rating is that it will make you famous and earn you the recognition and respect of everyone on the continent. That's the most basic thing. The deeper point is that after the rating, the association can provide you with some special materials for free to a certain extent, but you need contribution points in exchange. Some of these materials are extremely difficult to obtain, and you can't get them on your own. Finally, you can use your own magic power to enchant the things you create. Speaking of this, Sabastini's face became unusually solemn. But no matter how solemn she was, she did not forget to put a piece of meat into her mouth. Sumu. Sumu can already label Sabastini a pure foodie. If she was a pure foodie, then he would have a way to keep Sabastini in his territory. Enchant. What does that mean? This was also the first time Sumu heard this word. Don't you know anything about enchantment? Sabastini glanced at Sumu and asked, Are you from this continent? How come you don't know anything? Sumu was not really from this continent, but he had no way to explain it to Sabastini, so he could only smile. Dizzy. Sabastini held her forehead. Enchantment means giving your work certain abilities. For example, if I forge a piece of armor, I can enchant it with certain properties, such as immunity to fire elemental magic, immunity to water elemental attacks, enhanced defense, or enchant magical attack or defensive moves, etc. That's called enchantment. Enchantment is a very important part of our life profession. Without enchantment, the life profession in the dream would have little value and meaning. After Sabastini's explanation, Sumu roughly understood the meaning of enchantment. For example, his dragon horn knife should be an enchanted work. However, what Sumu wondered was, could dishes also be enchanted? Can chefs also enchant their own dishes? Sumu raised his own questions. Sure, Sabastini said excitedly. The legendary chef Saliasier made a roasted time shuttle Tianluan snail last time. The enchanted ability is that it can increase the eater's ability to travel through space for 1 month. The ability to travel through space. Ordinary people have no chance of obtaining this ability. But after eating Salia's food, you can gain the ability to travel through space for a month. This is the power of enchantment. Sumu expressed surprise. The food enchantment looks really good. If this is true, it would be a great idea for Zhou Yuqi to take a rating exam. This kind of thing is really hard to come by. Sabastini continued. Do you know that the dish of Shurso Tianluan snails was auctioned at a sky-high price in the main city of St. Lumbius? It's a sky-high price. Do you know how much it is? Sabastini muttered. The enchanted armor I painstakingly forged only fetched 5 million gold coins at auction, but a single dish of theirs fetched a whopping price. I can't compare. Sabastini said bitterly. Although I'm only a saint craftsman and can't reach the level of a legendary craftsman, normally speaking, being a chef is much more popular than our profession. On the side, Selena heard the 3 words, holy craftsman, and glanced at Sumu. When Sumu brought Sabastini back, he did not explain her identity. Selena has gotten used to him bringing girls back every few days. But now that she knew that the other party was the holy craftsman, Selena couldn't help but look at Sumu twice more. As soon as she said that the territory needed a forging master, Su Mu brought him back. It was enough to tell that he really took what she said to heart. Selena also felt very happy. She was even thinking about how to reward Su Mu tonight. As she thought about it, a blush inevitably appeared on Selena's face. How much money is it that could make Miss Sabastini so concerned? Su Mu couldn't help but ask. You guess. Sabastini playfully held up 2 fingers. 200 million gold coins. Su Mu felt that his estimate was bold enough, but Sabastini still shook her head. 2 billion. It's just a dish, isn't it? A dish can be sold for 2 billion. This is more than just a sky-high price. It's a sky-high price among sky-high prices. But Su Mu guessed wrong again. It's 20 billion. You underestimate the ability to travel through space. Sabastini rolled her eyes. And these aren't gold coins, they're amethyst coins. Equivalent to 200 billion gold coins. Sabastini felt like she was about to develop an idiotic disorder. How could Su Mu have so many problems? Su Mu was really shocked. 200 billion gold coins. Damn it. A dish costs 200 billion gold coins. Will you die if you don't eat it? Su Mu really couldn't imagine dishes at this price. If it was a piece of armor, he could understand it. Zhou Yuqi was obviously surprised. She probably knew the value of gold coins, but she didn't expect that a dish could have such a price. This world is too crazy, isn't it? Or is it that there are too many rich people who have nothing better to do? Zhou Yuqi began to be curious about the certification required for the profession of chef. Amethyst coins are the exclusive currency of St. Lumbius's main city. In their main city, only amethyst coins are accepted, and no other gold coins are accepted for transactions. Selena's voice rang out. She noticed Sabastini's gaze and felt that there were too many things Su Mu didn't understand. She quickly opened her mouth to help explain. St. Lumbius is a neutral city, not under the control of any country. All kinds of professional associations gather here, making it an incomparably prosperous place. There are so many possibilities out there. It's also a place that all warriors and adventurers flock to. As soon as Serena finished speaking, Sabastini took over the conversation. That's right. Well, it seems like a good place. I'm a little curious. To be honest, after hearing what Selena and Sabastini said, Su Mu became extremely curious about this place called St. Lumbius. 6-star dangerous intelligence. The Yang Demon Clan has been detected attempting to break through a spatial rift and head towards your territory. Their intentions are unclear, so please prepare for defense. Intelligence tip. The enemy number is 10, not a large group. Chapter 247 Yang Yellen, the young master of the Yang Demon Clan. While Su Mu and Sabastini were chatting, a prompt from the intelligence system sounded in his mind. Moreover, it is a very rare 6-star dangerous information. At present, this is the highest level of dangerous information Su Mu has ever seen. He has to think about it secretly and be prepared to defend himself at any time. Selena, take them inside the house. Those who haven't finished their meal should continue eating and don't come out yet. Su Mu suddenly stood up and gave the order. The girls looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly made such a decision. I see. Selena didn't ask too many questions. She quickly got up and made arrangements. Sabastini's mouth was stuffed full, and she was led into the house by Wenstia and others, making a whimpering sound. I guess she was also asking what happened. As soon as Selena and others evacuated, Su Mu saw a space crack like a chasm appearing above the sky. As when he first met Yu Lilua, with such a grand momentum. The strength of the person coming is obvious. Su Mu did not leave. His territory was right under his feet, and there was nowhere else to go. Lilua, who had always disappeared and never eaten at the same table with Su Mu and others, suddenly appeared. Her eyes were solemn, as if she had sensed something, and she was looking at the crack in the sky. The next moment, exactly as the intelligence system said, 10 people appeared outside the space crack. Their leader was a handsome young man with golden hair and a very cold gaze. As soon as he appeared, his eyes fell on Su Mu and Yu Lilua, observing them repeatedly. Yang Demon Clan, Yang Yellen. Yang Demon Clan, Yang Demon Clan warrior, Yang Levi. Su Mu used his insight to scan and found that they were all introductions of Yangma warriors. Only the young Yangma man named Yang Yellen who was in the lead was special. Come in. They're here to see me. Yu Lilua suddenly spoke to Su Mu. It was also the first time that Su Mu saw some anxiety and panic on Yu Lilua's face, which was not common. But before Su Mu could respond, Yang Yellen in the sky had already spoken. Yu Lilua, you are already an adult, and you bear the honor and rise and fall of the entire Moon Demon Clan on your shoulders. You are already my fiancé, an established fact. Do you think running away will be of any use? Etc. Fiancé? Yu Lilua is the fiancé of Yang Yellen in front of him? Sumu seemed to have heard some great news. But before he could think about it, Yang Yelin looked stern and spoke again. Also, who is this man? Sumu could feel that Yang Yelin was staring at him closely. As long as he was not satisfied with Yu Lilua's answer, the other party would attack him immediately. You don't need to know who he is. Yu Lilua finished speaking. Yang Yelin swung his hand forward. Moment. A golden light shuttled towards Sumu. Careful. Oh, master, be careful. Inside the stone house, Selena and Winstia, who were secretly watching the situation outside, couldn't help but shout out. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. What made Selena and Winstia feel relieved was that Sumu was fine. He was standing there intact. The one who blocked the attack was Yu Lilua. At the moment when her attack was about to hit Sumu, she desperately dodged to his side and used her body to block the attack. Master. Just as Winstia was about to rush out of the house and go up to check, she was stopped by Selena. Sister Serena. Winstia looked at her in confusion. Have you forgotten his instructions? Let's not go out yet, to avoid causing more irreversible consequences. The person who came is from the demon clan, and with Yu Lilua here, there shouldn't be any big problems. Let's wait and see. It is true that Serena was worried about Sumu, but she still analyzed the current situation on the field very calmly. All right. Although Winstia was worried about Sumu, she chose to follow Selena's advice and wait and see for the time being. Besides, Sumu did instruct them not to come out unless necessary and to stay in the house. Are you okay? Yu Lilua, who helped him block the attack in front of him, Sumu couldn't help but take a step forward to her side and pulled her to check on her. The attack just now was too fast. With Sumu's current strength, he had no way to resist or dodge it. Sumu himself understood this very clearly. So when he saw Yu Lilua helping him block the attack, he was still quite surprised and touched. To a large extent, Sumu knew this because he and Yu Lilua now shared a life, and if he died, she would not be able to live. But Yu Lilua's subconscious selflessness still touched Sumu. It made him feel that she had changed a lot. Fine. Yu Lilua pushed Sumu away, because she had noticed the unfriendly and angry look in Yang Yelin's eyes in the sky. His fiancée actually risked her life to block an attack for a man in front of him. One can imagine how huge an impact this scene had on Yang Yelin's heart. He couldn't accept it at all, and felt like his head was covered in green. Killing Sumu has become his obsession and the thing he wants to do most now. Yu Lilua, you were being affectionate with another man in front of your fiancé, and this is your response to me, right? Yang Yelin said coldly. I heard your father say that you didn't want to be arranged into a marriage, so you fled the clan desperately. Now you're a joke to me. You probably left your tribe and abandoned your original identity and status just for this wild man. Yang Yelin, stop talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Yu Lilua interrupted Yang Yelin. She stared at him with undiminished aura. I left the Moon Demon clan simply because I couldn't stand your clan's dirty tactics of forcing marriage. You want me to marry you, but you don't deserve it. Humph. Yang Yelin's eyes were filled with anger again. He snorted and stared at Sumu. Is this young master unworthy? Could it be that he is worthy of it? Humans are like ants. I can crush them to death with just one finger. As Yang Yelin spoke, his figure instantly disappeared into the sky. When Sumu saw him again, he had already appeared in front of him. Yu Lilua suddenly stood in front of Sumu. It seems that you are determined to protect him. Yang Yelin spoke. I can't explain it to you. I can't explain it to you. Yang Yelin's attack fell. Yu Lilua blocked it with her body. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, started fighting in front of Sumu. Yu Lilua's strength is obviously much stronger than Yang Yelin's. This can be seen from the details that she can distract herself to protect Sumu from being attacked, and can even fight back. But the more she did this, the angrier Yang Yelin became. Suddenly, Yang Yelin flashed back to the sky again, his eyes fixed on Yu Lilua's neck below. Chapter 248, Divine Punishment from Heaven. What have you done? Yu Lilua was wearing a black ring on her swan-like, slender, white neck. Yang Yelin saw the existence of the ring just when they were fighting. Okay, Yu Lilua. Excellent. Above the sky, with the full moon as the background, Yang Yelin trembled and sneered continuously. You, a princess of the Moon Demon clan, have actually fallen to the point of becoming a slave to a human ant. Good. It's really wonderful. There are also many slaves of other races among the Yangma clan, so he knew very well what was on Yu Lilua's neck. That's not an ornament at all, but a collar exclusive to slaves. Yang Yelin could even feel the power of the contract contained in the collar. Yu Lilua, do you really love this human being so deeply? Yang Yelin suppressed his anger in his voice. A princess of the Moon Demon clan is actually willing to wear a slave collar for him and become his plaything, his slave. This love is truly deep. Yang Yelin's teeth were grinding. He simply couldn't accept that the woman he loved so much, his nominal fiancée, had become another man's slave. Yang Yelin felt like he was being cheated on. Yu Lilua didn't say anything. She had no way of explaining to Yang Yelin what was going on. Moreover, Yu Lilua herself dislikes Yang Yelin very much. If she looks at it from her current perspective, Yang Yelin is not even as good as Su Mu. In her opinion, Su Mu was not a good person, but he was quite honest. And Yang Yelin did countless dirty things behind the scenes to facilitate his marriage with her. He even instigated other tribes to massacre the Moon Demon Clan in order to provoke disputes and force the Moon Demon Clan to confront and wage war against other races. The means are dirty. Not only that, Yang Yelin is not necessarily loyal in his feelings. As the young master of the Yangma clan and the next clan leader of the Yangma clan, he has more than 100 women around him. It is the ultimate example of falling in love with everyone you meet. And as far as Yu Lilua knew, 80% of Yang Yelin's women were taken away by him. No matter it was robbery openly or secretly, Yang Yelin just enjoyed the pleasure of getting what he couldn't get by any means necessary. He's a crazy person. Yu Lilua is inherently cold, proud, and strong-willed. How could she accept someone like Yang Yelin? Therefore, towards Yang Yelin, Yu Lilua felt nothing but resistance and disgust in her heart. And Su Mu felt even more helpless. He felt that this guy named Yang Yelin was simply stupid. What qualifications does he have? Yu Lilua is a princess of the Moon Demon Clan. For love, she put on a slave collar and became his slave, allowing him to play with and order her around at will. My goodness, even novels wouldn't dare to write this kind of plot, right? Is there M to this extent? It's ridiculously abstract. But Yang Yelin actually dared to imagine it. These three views are simply shocking and speechless. 10-star, dangerous intelligence. The rapid development of your territory has attracted the attention of unknown forces, and divine punishment will fall from the sky. 1 minute later, a thunderstorm will fall from the sky above the territory, lasting for 12 hours. Intelligence tip. The thunder of divine punishment carries the power of endless destruction. Buildings within your territory may be damaged, and creatures within the territory may die under the thunder's punishment. Intelligence analysis. The thunder of divine punishment is extremely dangerous. Please do everything you can to defend yourself. Su Mu was complaining about Yang Yelin's poor brain function. The intelligence system's prompt rang in his mind again. Moreover, compared with the appearance of Yang Yelin, the dangerous information this time has actually reached the dark red level of 10 stars. Su Mu was shocked. No way. 10-star dangerous intelligence? Is this the highest point reached? Don't dare to answer? Okay then. Above the night sky, Yang Yelin spoke again. Then I will personally kill him and let you witness with your own eyes how I torture him to death. Yang Yelin bared his white teeth grimly. After he dies, I will turn you, Yu Lilua, into my ex-slave. You are no longer worthy of being my fiancé. Yang Yelin waved his hand and instructed the troops he led. Come on, let's kill that guy together. Yes, young master. All the Yang demon warriors responded at the same time and swooped down towards the territory. Hurry up and use the space scroll to escape. There are too many people here. I can't protect you. They'll kill you. Yu Lilua threw down a sentence and rushed forward. She didn't have time to say anything more. With her strength, she can easily stop Yang Yelin, but if there are 9 guards, it may not be possible. Moreover, Yu Lilua felt that Su Mu's strength might not be enough to defeat the warriors around Yang Yelin. Yangma warriors who can follow Yang Yelin are all top-notch elite. The elite among the elite. What? Yu Lilua's body suddenly stopped, and she stood there in a daze. Because she found that Yang Yelin and the Yangma warriors who swooped down were all isolated by an invisible shield. They can no longer enter the territory. What's going on? Yang Yelin frowned. Just now, he fell down and fought with Yu Lilua. How come they were separated by a sudden force in less than 2 minutes? Young master, I'm afraid it's a formation shield. Young Levi next to him reminded. I followed the clan leader into battle before and saw this kind of formation shield before. It's exactly the same. How can it be broken? Attack. As long as the attack reaches a certain strength, it will be broken. Then attack me. As the two were talking, Su Mu's voice came from below. Yu Lilua, come back quickly. Don't go out, come down. Catch her. Yang Yelin reacted and rushed towards Yu Lilua quickly. But Su Mu's reminder was very accurate, and Yu Lilua also had some trust in him, so she turned around and returned to the territory's shield and landed next to Su Mu. The territory shield is open. You can only leave, but not enter. Yu Lilua's situation just now was special because half of her body was outside and the other half was inside. Damn it. Yang Yelin's face was ferocious, and he roared angrily. Attack! Attack them all! Break this damn shield! Yes! Just as the Yangma warriors were about to take action, the originally clear and cloudless night sky changed. Several lightning bolts flashed. Above the sky, there were bursts of thunder and lightning. What's going on? Yang Yelin turned around and looked up at the sky, and the Yang demon warriors were also confused. Boom! Thunder python thicker than a human fell down and rushed towards Yang Yelin. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to dodge it. Yang Yelin broke out in a cold sweat on his back. What did you do? Yulilua turned her head and looked at Su Mu. Chapter 249. Good. This thunder is my method. What did you do? What else can Su Mu do? He simply received a prompt from the intelligence system and raised his own territory shield. The thunder in the sky was not summoned by him. However, judging from Yulia's reaction, she seemed to have misunderstood that he was the one who summoned the thunder specifically to deal with Yang Yelin and others. Su Mu felt that he needed to explain. Thunder clouds continued to gather in the sky, forming terrifying, huge dark clouds. Between the dark clouds, thunder pythons constantly gathered, flashed, and erupted. The sound is terrifying. That guy did it. Is this true? Above the sky, Yang Yelin's gaze fell on Su Mu, his eyes full of disbelief. In his eyes, the human youth was just an ant. How could he be so angry as to summon such a terrifying thunder? It's impossible for him to possess such means. Yang Yelin narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered, and he felt indignant. Young master, the lightning this young man summoned is extraordinary. We don't need to fight it head-on. We should evacuate first. Young Levi flashed to Yang Yelin's side. As the young master's bodyguard, he had a very keen sense of danger. He could already sense the danger from the momentum of the falling thunder. Extremely dangerous. Snort, are you confused? You don't really think he summoned the lightning from the sky, do you? If Yang Levi didn't say anything, Yang Yelin might feel a little better. Now that it was brought up, he was naturally displeased, and he absolutely did not believe that such a powerful thunder was summoned by the lowly human youth below to deal with him. Do you really think he has this ability? Yang Yelin's voice was so loud that Su Mu below could hear it clearly. Su Mu frowned at that time. Yang Yelin seriously ill? And he just a demon? What right does he have to be so arrogant? Su Mu just couldn't stand his arrogant and cocky attitude. Besides, the intelligence system said that the sudden thunder was caused by his territory. To a certain extent, this heavenly thunder could be said to have been summoned by Su Mu, right? Is there anything wrong with this logical thinking? Thinking of this, Su Mu shouted towards the sky. Why can't I summon them to deal with you? Or are you scared by my little lightning? Is this all you can do? I have to say that Su Mu's sarcasm was very on point. His words made Yang Yelin very unhappy. He burst out with astonishing momentum and shouted at Su Mu below. You think you can scare me? You little human ant. You take yourself too seriously, don't you? Yang Yelin sneered. Besides, can you prove that you summoned this lightning just by your mouth? Just you. Yang Yelin's face was full of sarcasm and disdain. Oh, you still don't believe it. I'm going to let you experience my divine power right now. After Su Mu finished speaking very quickly, he stretched out his hand and pointed suddenly. Boom! The thunder python suddenly appeared and fell towards Yang Yelin. The speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Yang Yelin had no time to react and dodge before he was hit head-on by the thunder python. His body was immediately charred. He no longer had the high spirits he had before and looked in a miserable state. Yang Yelin was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't immediately put up a defensive defense, he would have been seriously injured by the thunder python. See, you still dare to say that the thunder python is not under my control. Su Mushi spoke at the right time. There is a saying that goes, if you master math, physics, and chemistry, you will not be afraid to travel around the world. The thunder from the sky was not summoned by Su Mu, but he was able to rely on his knowledge to judge when the next thunder and lightning would appear. Just now, Su Mu just lightly pointed his finger and confirmed that the lightning that suddenly appeared in the sky was summoned by him. Yang Yelin's expression suddenly changed, and he said stubbornly, So what if you summoned me? If I didn't have that passport, I could crush an ant like you with just one finger. Stop talking nonsense. Su Mu spat and glanced at Yang Yelin in the sky. If you're scared, get out of here. If you run slower, my thunder will destroy you. You still want to take Yulilua away from my territory? Who the hell do you think you are? Looking for death. Yang Yelin clenched his fists and stared at Su Mu below. That look seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Young master, let's retreat first. Young Levi stepped forward again to persuade. This thunder is a bit strange. I'm afraid it's not simple. Get lost. Yang Yelin pushed Young Levi aside and said to Su Mu below. Kid, don't think you can scare me away just because you can summon lightning? Today I will show you the true extent of the gap between you humans and us demons. Oh, with a loud shout, Yang Yellen rose into the sky, determined to compete with the Thunder Python in the sky to determine the winner. Young Master? No. Young Levi was anxious, but he had no way to stop his young master's steps. Su Mu was silent, looking at Yang Yellen, who was making a lot of noise in the sky like a monkey. Beside him, Yulilua looked at Su Mu with a strange and meaningful look. Especially what he just said. You want to take Yulilua away from my territory like this? It still echoes in her ears. Why didn't he use this method when he dealt with me that day? Why did he deliberately choose to fight me? Yulilua's heart unconsciously recalled the scenes that happened with Su Mu. She looked a little dazed, chatting with Luo Wuxi in his friend list. Luo Wuxi, Su Mu, you are truly amazing. How did you know that something bad would happen tonight? You don't even know. My main territory was just invaded by poisonous miasma. If you hadn't told me to take precautions in advance, I'm afraid everyone in the territory would have suffered heavy losses. Thank you so much, Dot. I'm glad you're okay. I was just guessing. After all, my territory ran into trouble before yours. When Su Mu received the prompt from the intelligence system just now, he still couldn't remind Luo Wuxi. Based on the previous characteristics of Acid Rain, Su Mu could probably guess that this was another way for the system to screen talents. However, this time it is not targeting all Lord players. But like Su Mu, he is a Lord player who is temporarily at the top of the pyramid. Luo Wuxi is naturally one of them. After all, she is one of the few level 4 territory lords. Are you in trouble too? Can you handle it? Need help? Luo Wuxi asked several questions in a row, expressing her inner concern and care for Su Mu. No problem, just a small issue. Chapter 250. It seems unreasonable, but it actually makes sense. Ah, boom. Screams mixed with thunder continued to echo over Su Mu's territory. The scream belonged to Yang Yellen. This guy is a stubborn guy who wants to prove to Su Mu how powerful he is. He is in a non-stop battle with Lei Dian. At this moment, there was a pot of strong tea in front of Su Mu, and he was watching the monkey show in the sky with relish. Yulilua, why are you standing there? Sit down and have some tea. Let's enjoy the view and chat for a while. Su Mu extended the invitation leisurely. Yulilua withdrew her gaze from the sky, looked at him, and hesitated for a moment. What? Are you worried about your fiancé? Su Mu glanced at her. Nonsense. Who feels sorry for him? Yulilua said coldly. She suddenly sat down opposite Su Mu and picked up a cup of tea on the table and drank it in one gulp without thinking. Su Mu was stunned. After a moment, he pursed his lips and pointed at the teacup in Yulilua's hand. Well, that's the teacup I drank from. Su Mu coughed lightly and spoke awkwardly. Yulilua. Her expression froze for a moment, and she spoke coldly. So what if it's yours? You're not allowing me to use it? I don't mind. Why do you mind? Su Mu. Lilua is the first one who is still so arrogant after drinking his imported tea. No. Why didn't you say you didn't mind? I would have filled it up for you. Su Mu said this, poured Yulilua another glass, and then looked at her with a smile. Yulilua. She could feel that Su Mu must have done it on purpose. However, since the words were already spoken, Yulilua naturally would not contradict herself. She picked up the teacup again and drank it all in one gulp. Su Mu. It seems that he is too entangled. Maybe Yulilua really didn't take it seriously. Isn't it just an imported teacup? Isn't it just an indirect kiss? Ah! Another scream was heard from the sky. Before, this time Yang Yellen was hit by the descending thunder dragon and slammed heavily on Su Mu's territory shield, looking very embarrassed. That's right, the intensity of lightning has increased. Compared with the previous Thunder Snake and Thunder Python, the current one can be called Thunder Dragon, which is thick and strong. As long as he was hit accidentally, even someone with such an extremely strong physique as Yang Yellen would still feel numb and unable to move. You should know that the Yang Demon Clan is one of the few races among the demons that practices body cultivation. Their physical strength is 100 times that of humans. Yang Yellen's strength is only one step away from being a blessed knight. The strength of his body is unimaginable. Young master, let's go quickly, don't hold on. Yang Levi stepped forward and supported Yang Yellen, still persuading him. Let's go back to our tribe and call for help. Then we'll use all our strength to destroy him. If you want revenge, don't rush it. Okay. Yang Yellen was about to speak when Su Mu's voice came. Yes, take your people and get out of here. Where you came from, go back to where you came from. A small fry like you is worthy enough to stand before me and yell at me? After Su Mu finished speaking, he arrogantly took a sip of tea and looked at Yang Yellen in the sky provocatively. Damn it. Su Mu's arrogant appearance successfully angered Yang Yellen again. He punched the territory shield, causing ripples. Young master, he did it on purpose. That kid just wants to piss you off. We must stay calm. Yang Levi grabbed his young master. Get out of here. Yang Yelin pushed him away. I just don't believe it. Can he sustain such terrifying power forever? Yang Yelin roared and soared into the sky again. Below, Sumu secretly laughed in his heart. Can't he sustain such a continuous output of power? Maybe, but this power is not his. Moreover, the intelligence system said that the thunder of divine punishment will last for 12 hours. In fact, after watching all this, Sumu had some understanding of Yang Yelin's strength. It's true that this guy is arrogant, but he does have some strength. Being bombed by thunder many times, he did not fall down and was still alive and kicking. Such strength is truly amazing. However, to Yu Sumu, Yang Yelin was his enemy, and he would not have any sympathy or appreciation for his talent. It is impossible to control someone like Yang Yelin. Not to mention that he is also Yu Lilua's fiancé. You shouldn't have provoked him like that. Yu Lilua suddenly spoke. How? Are you really hurt? Sumu looked at her with a playful look on his face. He currently only knows that Yang Yelin is Yu Lilua's fiancé, but he does not understand the entanglement between the two. So, to a certain extent, he couldn't figure out what Yu Lilua was thinking. No, I'm doing this for your own good. Yu Lilua spoke. For my own good. Sumu was puzzled. Right. If Yang Yelin dies in your territory, it will be a big trouble for you. The people of the Yang Demon Clan will come looking for you. By then, your territory will probably be in danger. Yu Lilua analyzed. I see. Sumu smiled. He was just questioning Yu Lilua's ulterior motives, but her explanation was reasonable and not unreasonable. Then do you think that if Yang Yelin doesn't die, the Yang Demon Clan will let me go? They won't bring troops here. Sumu's question made Yu Lilua stunned. Really? Even if Yang Yelin didn't die, as long as he returned to the Yangma clan, Sumu's territory would still be in danger. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just keep Yang Yelin and others. Yu Lilua narrowed her eyes and looked at Sumu. She originally thought that Sumu was a rather mean, boring, face-conscious and vindictive person, and that he was deliberately disgusting and teasing Yang Yelin. Now it seems that every step Sumu takes is full of his own wisdom and calculations. Yu Lilua's opinion of Sumu changed again. On the other hand, Sumu looked at Yang Yelin in the sky with deep eyes. Sumu deliberately angered Yang Yelin. Was he really trying to prove himself? Are you trying to show off on purpose? If you really think so, it only means that you don't understand Sumu's character well enough. From the moment Yang Yelin appeared in his territory, from the moment he showed hostility towards Sumu, Sumu had already sentenced him to death in his heart. It can be said that everything Sumu said and did seemed very childish, boring and brainless, but in fact, he was planning everything bit by bit. The result that the layout hopes to see is nothing more than Yang Yelin die. The Thunder Dragon comes again. The dark clouds above the sky were tinged with a strange, dark purple hue, as if they were brewing some formidable attack. Young Master. Danger. Yang Levi seemed to have insight into something. Boom. The purple Thunder Dragon fell. Ah. Accompanied by a scream. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Dragon Kingdom, Lord Sumu. Chapter 251. Declare war on the Sun Demon Clan. Dragon Kingdom, Lord Sumu kills the Sun Demon Clan's young master Yang Yelin and officially declares war on the Sun Demon Clan. From now on, the Yang Demon Clan will officially declare war on Tianmu Town, and the fight will continue until one is dead. As soon as this system announcement came out, lords all over the world stopped what they were doing and an uproar broke out. The world chat channel was bustling with activity again. What's going on? Sumu killed Yang Yelin, the young master of the Yang Demon Clan? The Yang Demon Clan is a demon clan, right? That should be the case. Is Sumu the same Sumu we're all familiar with? Is he real? Is he so powerful that he can single-handedly kill a demon? Besides him, who else do you think can do this? Sumu is courting death. He actually killed the demons and declared war on them? How desperate is he? Idiot. That's right. He's too ambitious, but he's too incompetent. He dares to declare war on the demons before he even has a level 4 territory. This is pushing his own territory into the abyss. Too irrational. While the lords were discussing, Sumu himself was also confused in his territory. What's going on? Why did he declare war on the Yang Demon Clan? He didn't do anything. Also, he killed Yang Yelin? Yang Yi is dying. Yu Lilua suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Oh. Sumu was stunned and looked up at the sky. Yang Yelin's body was right on top of the territory's shield, and he didn't move for a long time. His body was charred and white smoke was coming out. Young Master. Yang Levi seemed to sense something, and he dodged and fell down, trying to pick up Yang Yelin's body. But at this time, another dark purple thunder dragon fell from the sky. Boom! Sizzle! Yang Levi's body was hit by the thunder dragon and fell downwards. Not only him, but other Yang Demon Clan warriors around him were also being chased by the thunder dragon. They scattered in all directions, looking extremely embarrassed. But the thunder dragon seemed to have installed a precise positioning system, and once again tracked the scattered Yang Demon warriors. There's no way to resist this lightning. What kind of horrible thing have you summoned? Yulilua looked at Su Mu with an ambiguous look in her eyes. Su Mu. It's unfair. It's okay to be misunderstood by Yulilua. What Su Mu couldn't understand was why the system also determined that he was the one who killed Yang Yellen. And they even declared war on the Yang Demon Clan? Su Mu felt extremely wronged. Isn't this system a scam? Could it be that Yang Yellen was killed by his territory shield? So the system determined that he was the one who killed Yang Yellen and started the declaration of war mode? This is too bad, right? Su Mu was secretly complaining when a system notification sound suddenly rang in front of him. System-wide announcement. As the human race and the demon race have gone to war, all lords can go to Tianmu Town and join the human race in fighting the Yang Demon race. You will receive rewards for your military achievements. Battle merit rewards can be exchanged for system rewards. As soon as this system announcement came out, all the lord players were excited. Does this mean that all lords around the Sumu territory can participate? I envy the lords around Sumu. Wouldn't they be able to take off immediately? Shit. Does this mean Sumu opened another dungeon? It seems that this is the situation. But even if it's around Sumu's territory, it's useless, right? Without a specific location, no one would know it's Sumu's territory, right? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. There's no specific location. Even if it's next door to me, I wouldn't know it. Perhaps the system will reveal the exact location of Sumu's territory? If you say so, I'm really starting to look forward to it. Just as the lords were discussing something, all thinking about how to get some benefits, the system's announcement sounded again. Because Lord Su Mu disagrees with opening the territory location sharing, the specific location of the territory cannot be known. System announcement concise command. Upon hearing this news, the lords quarreled again. Damn, Su Mu doesn't agree to share the location. How selfish. He wants to take all the benefits for himself. It's really not authentic and disgusting. Don't scold me first. Put yourself in my shoes. If you don't agree to share the location, doesn't that mean Su Mu will have to face the Yang Demon Clan alone? It seems to be true. Su Mu is seeking death. Serves him right. I'd be happy to watch him die. It would be great if the system could announce the good news by then, that the Yang Demon Clan has destroyed his territory, leaving him to pretend. Yes, let him pretend. I want to see him finish off too. The lords cursed. But Su Mu cared about none of this at all. All the Yang demons are dead. Yulilua looked at Su Mu with a serious expression. Especially Yang Yellen. He is the eldest son of Yang Qingtian, the patriarch of the Yang Demon Clan, and the future successor of the Yang Demon Clan. If he dies, the entire Yang Demon Clan will not let you go. You must be prepared to be attacked by them at any time. Without Yulilua's explanation, Su Mu already knew that he would face such a situation. After all, the system has already issued an announcement. How much do you know about the Yang Demon Clan? What do you think my chances of winning are? After thinking for a while, Su Mu spoke. Yulilua was silent. She withdrew her gaze from Su Mu's face, shook her head, and sighed softly, all in one smooth movement. I'm sorry. 0. Su Mu. Is my territory so bad? It's not unbearable. Yulilua explained. Our Moon Demon Clan has 100,000 warriors, which makes us a large clan in the demon realm. Ordinary demons don't dare to provoke us. But even so, our clan still has no way to defeat the Yang Demon Clan. They are much stronger than us in terms of both the number of warriors and the overall quality of their warriors. Yulilua was still saying. Do you know why Yang Yellen said I was his fiancé? It was because he had his army at the gates of the city and threatened my father to marry me that my father had no choice but to make the decision. I didn't want to, so I cut off contact with the Moon Demon Clan and escaped. When I escaped, I even killed the guards around me. I know that only by doing this will it look more like a breakup. Even if the Yang Demon Clan wants to blame our Moon Demon Clan, they won't be able to argue. You have to know that the Yang Demon Clan has an army of 200,000 Yang Demon Clan members. Their numbers have already crushed our clan and the undead in your territory. Yulilua sighed again. Su Mu felt his scalp tingling as he listened to Yulilua's story. 200,000 troops? If they all came to Su Mu's territory, they would definitely be able to conquer his territory. No wonder the system just sent out an invitation for other lords to participate. How? Are you scared? Regret killing Yang Yellen? Yulilua couldn't help but ask. Chapter 252, The Third Lord's Talent. Regret. Sumu chuckled. It's impossible to regret. Why did Sumu, knowing that there was a thunder from the sky, still want to anger Yang Yilin and make him fight against the thunder? He just wanted to use the thunder from the sky to kill Yang Yelin. In Sumu's opinion, it would be best if Yang Yelin died. If he doesn't die, he will be afraid of him for a period of time so that he won't dare to cause trouble in his territory again. Everything that happened now was within Sumu's expectations, including the Yang Demon Clan will come to retaliate. Sumu had figured it all out. The only surprise was the announcement issued by the system. Sumu didn't expect that the development of things would be somewhat out of control. But if you ask him about regrets, he really doesn't have any. If you don't regret it, then you are afraid? Yu Liliwa spoke again, her eyes falling on Sumu's face. That's not the case either. Sumu shrugged and put his hands behind his back. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Now that it has happened, what's the point of being afraid? The Yang Demon Clan can come if they want, and can retaliate if they want. As long as I survive, there will always be a chance for me to turn the tables. Besides, I don't think you're right. Sumu looked at Yu Liliwa. What's wrong? Yu Liliwa was stunned. She felt something different from Sumu's eyes. Faintly, his aura seemed to be rising and changing, somewhat unfathomable. Just because you, the Moon Demon Clan, feel you are outnumbered and can't deal with the Sun Demon Clan, doesn't mean I have a 0% chance of winning. Military warfare is about tactics. It's not about numbers alone. As long as tactics are used properly, it's possible to defeat the many with the few and the strong with the weak. If it's really like you said, then we just need to compare which country has the largest population. What do you think? Sumu turned and left. Looking at her leaving back, Yu Liliwa stood there in a daze for a long time. For the first time, she felt she was being educated. But for the first time, she really didn't have the heart to refute, because she felt that Sumu might be right. Worry about the affairs of the Yang Demon Clan for the time being. Since war has been declared, the Yang Demon Clan can fight as long as they want. At worst, he can just accept it. What is more important for Sumu now is to improve himself and the strength of his territory. Use a random Lord Talent scroll. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining the Lord Talent, Swallowing Stars and Devouring the Moon. Swallowing stars and devouring the moon. Absorbing the energy of the stars and the moon, extracting the powerful abilities of the dead targets, and refining them for one's own use. The more powerful the target, the more valuable it is to extract. Each extraction consumes star and moon energy. Note, refining ability may vary. This is not a collective buff Lord Talent. Please use with caution. Sumu noticed the introduction at the end, and he understood why it was so. At present, Sumu's Lord Talents are all collective gains, and can have an effect on all members in his territory. Both Lord's Pride and Purgatory Hot Springs are collective gains and are true Lord Talents. But now this, Swallowing Stars and Devouring the Moon, is not a collective, but an individual one. It can only work on Sumu himself. So, do you want to learn? Sumu was a little confused. In fact, he prefers collective strength. For Sumu, in the survival of the territory, the individual strength of the Lord is not as strong as the collective strength of the territory. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and he does not have the magic method to clone himself. No matter how strong he is just himself. Study. After hesitating for a while, Sumu still chose to study, and a star moon value soon appeared in front of him. Sumu also quickly understood how to absorb the star and moon value. It was nothing more than that at night, when he bathed in the darkness, his body could automatically absorb the essence of the stars and the moon for his use. It is still very convenient. Looking at the star and moon value that was increasing little by little, Sumu set his sights on the undead summoning scroll that Luo Wuxi had given him before. After the incident with the Yang Demon Clan, Sumu's pressure could be said to be at its maximum. Now he has a serious fear of insufficient firepower and has to summon the undead frantically. After all the scrolls were used, the number of undead in Sumu's territory increased dramatically again and has successfully increased to 15,054. There are only 21,051 members in Sumu's territory now. The undead make up 1/3 of them. It's a pity that this time, the summoning did not summon any undead soldiers that had never appeared before. Sure enough, only a single draw can produce miracles, while continuous draws are bound to bring bad luck. This law will never be outdated no matter when it is used. Successfully summoned the undead dragon, Phantom Fire Dragon. Successfully summoned the undead dragon, Thunder Dragon. Successfully summoned the undead dragon, Phantom Steel Dragon. Before, Luo Wuxi had given Sumu 365 ordinary undead dragon summoning scrolls, and now he was using them all. Summoned undead dragon is of two different species from the previous demon dragon, Ricanes. The undead dragon is a species that is not much different in size from the skeleton dragon. The only difference is that the undead dragon can fly in the sky, and the skeleton earth dragon can obviously only fight on the ground. Moreover, undead dragons have many elemental attributes. Su Mu's understanding is that the undead dragon is positioned as an aerial magician. Unlike the skeleton mage, it can raid from the sky. The undead dragon has effectively solved Su Mu's current dilemma of only being able to fight on the ground. According to Su Mu's observation, the attack range of the undead dragon is more than 10 times that of the skeleton mage. If the skeleton mage's attack range is 10 meters, then the undead dragon can reach 100 meters. The destructive power is amazing. In Su Mu's understanding, the undead dragon can be described as a powerful troop. Looking at the lightning still flashing in the sky, Su Mu knew that his territory was safe now. With the existence of the thunder of body movement, even if the Yang Demon clan wants to come now, they have to consider their own strength. Su Mu did not waste time. He found Shabastini, who had been assigned a room and had already checked in. "Mr. Su Mu, is the matter resolved?" Sabastini opened the door a small gap. "Solved." Su Mu smiled slightly. "Would you like to come in and talk?" "Good." Sabastini opened the door, and Su Mu saw Inerel inside at a glance. She was actually in the same room. "It seems that Miss Sabastini was imparting knowledge, and I interrupted her," Su Mu said politely. He came here naturally to ask Sabastini for something, so of course he had to be polite. "It's okay, Mr. Su Mu, just tell me what you want to say." Actually you can just call me Su Mu." Su Mu spoke in a way that made him feel closer. "Okay. By the way, I've always been curious about one thing. What was your master's purpose in asking you to come to me?" Su Mu raised his own questions. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. Once he said it, Shabastini didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face turned slightly red, but fortunately, it was not obvious under the dim light. She coughed lightly. "There's no motive. He just said you're an interesting person and he'll come looking for you again. Let me explore the way first." "All right." Su Mu nodded. "Su Mu, just say whatever you want to say. I don't like polite conversation." Sabastini spoke. There was no way she couldn't see that Su Mu came with a purpose. "In that case, I won't be polite." Su Mu said, "Miss Sabastini, can you help me make a batch of magic wands?" Chapter 253 Epic Material Hedgewood. Magic wand. "How much do you want?" Sabastini did not refuse, but asked. She felt that it would not be good for her to stay in Su Mu's territory and eat and drink for free, and it would be good to do something in her free time, so she did not refuse directly. "The more the merrier. Because I have a group of skeleton magicians under my command, and they need magic wands." Su Mu didn't beat around the bush and told the reason directly. "For the skeleton mage? The undead?" Sabastini looked at Su Mu in surprise. "What's wrong? You are too extravagant." Sabastini shook her head and said, "Su Mu, you are not a forging master. You don't know that forging a magic wand is actually the most complicated thing. It not only requires forging, but also requires engraving and carving to give it magic power. Generally speaking, magic wands require a forging master with the Grandmaster rating to forge. I understand that you're forging them for others to use. But skeleton magicians, if I remember correctly, they are far less powerful than magic servants. Is it necessary to prepare magic wands specifically for them?" Sabastini has always been straightforward and says what she thinks. In her opinion, Su Mu's skeleton magician was too weak and was not even worthy of using a professional magic wand. "Miss Sabastini, my skeleton mage is different." Su Mu was not angry. He smiled and explained. "My skeleton mages can continuously increase their strength. At the beginning, their strength might be similar to that of magical servants. But given enough time, it won't be difficult for them to become legendary gods of magic. Even though I said that, do you still think my skeleton magician doesn't deserve to be equipped with a magic wand? Can the skeleton mages in your territory improve themselves?" Sabastini frowned, seeming a little skeptical. "But I've never heard that the undead can improve themselves. Aren't their levels fixed?" "That's someone else. My skeleton mage is different." Looking at Su Mu's determined eyes, Sabastini could only retract her doubts. "Well, during your time in your territory, I will do my best to help you forge a magic wand. I'll treat it as a way to improve the tacit understanding between Inerel and me. But you have to prepare the materials." Of course. Su Mu didn't expect Sabastini to agree to his request so quickly. He was very happy. "Excuse me, what materials are needed?" "You don't know anything?" Sabastini glanced at him. Then after a while, she held her head and listed a few ingredients. "Golden alder." Sumu shook his head. Golden Spirit Ebony. Sumu shook his head. Qilingmo. Sumu shook his head. Sabastini collapsed. Mr. Sumo, you said you wanted to make a magic wand, but you don't have any materials, right? She rolled her eyes. I thought Sumu was ready, but he wasn't. Moreover, judging from his expression, he seemed to have never heard of the material she just mentioned. Miss Sabastini, what I mean is that you tell me the ingredients and I'll prepare them. Actually, I don't know much about the materials needed for a magic wand. Sumu smiled awkwardly. Sumu is not worried about materials, because he thought of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City. A guild of commerce. The materials for forging magic wands can still be used, right? I surrender to you. Sabastini shook her head helplessly and named a material. Lingluomo. As far as I know, there is Lingluo wood in the Siam Forest, and the Siam Forest is not far from the Miluo Forest. You can definitely get the materials. I see. Sumu pondered for a moment and was about to thank him and leave when he suddenly remembered what he had gotten from the treasure chest not long ago. By the way, Miss Sabastini, I'd like to know what the hedgewood is used for. Hedgewood. Sabastini raised her eyebrows. Sumu, are you sure you're asking about hedgewood? Don't you know anything about forging materials? That's it. Sumu said this and took out the hedgewood from his backpack. A piece of extremely thick and round emerald green wood that gleams with a faint black glow. To Sumu's surprise, Sabastini suddenly took a step forward, snatched the hedgewood from his hand, and looked at it carefully. Her breathing was a little rapid, so that her beautiful face was a little red. After a while, Sabastini calmed down her emotions, raised her eyes and glanced at Sumu with resentment. Sumu, you clearly have the materials to make a wand. Were you kidding me just now? Huh? Is this also the material used to make wands? Sumu scratched his hair and recalled. But I don't think I've heard anything about the material you just told me. Seeing Sumu's innocent face, which showed that he really knew nothing, Sabastini shook her head helplessly. It seems you really don't understand. Immediately, Sabastini said with a serious face. Actually, forging materials are also divided into grades, roughly similar to the quality grades of weapons. This hedgewood originates from the San Facino Forest, located in the territory of the Spinosaurus, a dragon with the same strength as the Holy Spirit Knight. It is extremely difficult to collect. You can think of hedgewood as an epic level material. It's extremely rare, understand? What I just told you about are all materials below epic level, including the Lingluo wood, which is only a blue quality material. At this point, Sabastini said helplessly, how could I have known that you had hedgewood in your hand? Sumu, I can help you make a magic wand made of hedgewood. It's at least an epic weapon. At this point, Sabastini blushed slightly. That means I'm at the Saint Craftsman level now. This material is a bit of a waste. Otherwise, I can definitely get a legendary weapon. What a pity. If you trust me, I can build it. If you think it's a waste, you can keep it and find someone else. Because your hedgewood will probably have many forging masters forging it for you for free, hoping to improve themselves through it. After all, good materials are rare, and hedgewood is one of them. The hedgewood that Sumu took out made even the holy craftsman Sabastini feel that she was not worthy of forging it. This is really an excellent material. With this kind of material as a foundation, Sabastini, who has been stuck at the third level of holy craftsman, may be able to climb up a little. To be honest, Sabastini was still very reluctant to give up the opportunity to forge such good materials. For her, this is an improvement in strength. Forging masters will cherish every opportunity to forge good materials. This is a breakthrough in tempering. Chapter 254. What? You still have 2,000 hedge trees. If Sumu didn't want her to forge it, Sabastini would not force him. She is a forging master with a bottom line and perseverance, and she will never deceive or hide anything from others. Miss Sabastini, based on what you just told me, you are truly worthy of using this hedgerow wood. I'll leave it to you. Sumu is not an ungrateful person. He could tell from Sabastini's words that she meant well. If he had bad intentions, there would be no need to explain too much to him. Just forge it directly. Just with this one detail, Sumu's favorability towards Sabastini instantly reached its maximum. Thank you very much. Sabastini was not polite. She smiled and put away the hedgewood, then said to Sumu, in that case, Sumu, you should get some rest early. Starting tomorrow, I will start forging hedgewood. You only need to give me a forging room then. It's natural. By the way, Miss Sabastini, I'll give you the hedgerow wood I have, so you don't have to carry it around. Sumu said, oh, you still have hedgerow wood. Sabastini was a little surprised. The origin of hedgewood is 100,000 miles away from here, and she thought that Sumu got one by chance. I didn't expect there was still one. Sumu, how many do you have left? If you're comfortable with it, Give it to me as well. No wonder Sabastini said that. As a master forger at the Saint Craftsman level, she was well aware of the preciousness of hedge wood. Because hedge wood itself contains magical powers, it is an extremely suitable material for making magic wands. Both are epic-level materials, and hedge wood is definitely the best among the epic-level ones. It relies on its own magical advantages and is better than other magic wand materials. The wands made from it have higher output and consume less magic power. It is the wand material that many magicians want. According to Sabastini, at the auction, a piece of hedge wood could be sold for 5 million gold coins. You know, this is raw wood material and has not yet been forged into weapons. If it were forged into a weapon, it could be sold at a higher price. It is precisely because of this price that even though there are dangerous Spinosaurus around hedge wood, many adventurers still continue to go looking for hedge wood. How many? Sumu didn't know the preciousness of hedge wood. He just felt that Sabastini's words were looking down on someone. How could he have the nerve to give her a few pieces of wood to forge? Miss Sabastini, I don't just have a few hedgerows. I have 2,000. What? Sabastini was shocked and thought she had misheard. She couldn't help but say, Sumu, how many did you say? 2,000. Miss Sabastini, I have 2,000 hedgerows in my hand. Sabastini. After a while, Sabastini said in a hoarse voice, Mr. Sumu, did you rob the Spinosaurus in the San Facino forest? Sumu left. Looking at his leaving back, Sabastini couldn't calm down for a long time. 2,000 hedgerows. She didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the hedgerow wood piled up like a small mountain in the corner, Sabastini could feel her heart beating. Maybe. Master was right to ask me to come to him. Perhaps after today, I will have the opportunity to challenge the master craftsman. There was a fiery look in Sabastini's eyes. I'm done. I forgot to ask Sabastini if she has a spatial scroll. I'd like to borrow it for a bit. Also, I forgot to ask what glaze-ur is. Sumu looked at the closed door of the room and sighed softly. It seems we can only wait until tomorrow. He was about to turn around and leave, but unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, a soft jade was in his arms, and then 2 thighs were like spirit snakes, coiling around his waist. Before he could react too much, Sumu felt his mouth was blocked. He subconsciously hugged the body in his arms and enjoyed her passionate kiss. And the only one who can perform such passionate and intense actions in the territory regardless of the occasion is Irene. After a long time, their lips parted. Sumu held Irene in his arms. I miss you so much. Asshole. I've been gone for so long, and you didn't even bother adding me as a friend and chatting with me. Irene pounded Sumu's chest hard, complaining. You are so abominable. Sumu restrained her restless hands and said, I heard from Tao Yao that you returned to our subsidiary territory to develop. Sumu didn't see Irene during the meal before. For this reason, he also asked Tao Yao, and finally learned that after Irene knew that he was going to lead the tree elves back, she ran back to the territory to develop. Besides, Irene is a reckless woman. Tao Yao said that he would send her a team of orcs to go back with her, but she refused. After Sumu heard this, he was worried that something might happen to Irene. He was thinking of going over there when he had time tomorrow, but unexpectedly, Irene appeared in front of him. What else? If I don't go back, will all those territories be thrown away? Glanced at Sumu resentfully and pouted her lips, which was quite suggestive. Of course Sumu knew what she meant. He could only lower his head and kiss her. Little did she know that Irene wanted much more than that. She bit Sumu's lips enthusiastically and generously, responding enthusiastically. I'm telling you, I've recruited more vampires to become members of my territory. And now, there are 3,000 werewolves in my territory. I've been restoring the territory recently, and I believe it will soon surpass its previous level. Sure. Sumu glanced at Irene unexpectedly. I heard from Tao Yao that you didn't bring anything with you. How could you achieve this in such a short time through your own efforts? Incredible. 3,000 plus members may not be a big deal to Sumu, but Irene started from scratch. These are 2 completely different concepts, and Sumu was surprised by her. That's right, I'm very good. Irene raised her neck and said proudly, I can help you a lot in the future and will definitely not be a burden to you. Tell me quickly, how did you do it? Yeah. Irene pursed her lips again, asking for a kiss. Sumu slapped her on the butt. Just say it, why are you so fierce? Irene complained, but her eyes were shining and she looked smiling. She must have been longing for this moment for a long time. Sumu said he had a headache. Actually, I had an adventure. Irene spoke. Chapter 255, Erin's Talent, Queen of the Night. Any adventure? What kind of adventure? Irene's words made Sumu curious all of a sudden. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Irene leaned in front of Sumu and pursed her lips. Stop asking for kisses and hugs all day long, like a nymphomaniac. Sumu rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain. As a traditional dragon man, Sumu really couldn't stand Irene's passionate temperament. Since you don't take the initiative, then I will have to take the initiative. Irene didn't care about the nickname of a slut at all. She also knew that Sumu was just teasing her and had no ill intentions at all. More importantly, when Irene faces the man she likes and admires, she doesn't care what others look at her or what they say. In her opinion, being true to oneself is the most important thing. Irene raised her neck and kissed Sumu again. Just as the two were studying the interesting game of chasing each other's mouths between lovers, there was a click and the door next to them opened. Sumu. Irene. Sabastini rolled her eyes and closed the door again. She just thought of her master's entrustment and wanted to talk to Sumu about something. Unexpectedly, as soon as I went out, I encountered such a wonderful scene. Sabastini was also speechless about this. Look, I've been seen again. Sumu looked at Irene helplessly. She was still biting his lips and refused to let go. He was intimate with Irene twice, and both times he was seen by Sabastini. Sumu deeply suspected that the horoscopes of the three of them were incompatible. Why her? How did she end up in your territory? Irene has a good memory. She recognized at a glance that Sabastini was the person who saw her and Sumu kissing on the Firebird. Her name is Sabastini, a master forger. She's come to our territory to spend a few days. She's the talent we need. I'm trying to figure out if I can keep her here a little longer. Sumu gave a brief introduction. Oh, okay, let's get down and go. Sumu said this and slapped Irene's butt again. She was even wrapped around his waist like an octopus. This woman. Irene sent Sumu a screenshot. The day after you left the territory, when I returned to the territory by myself, I saw the airdrop coming down. There's this in there. Aaron explained. Sumu took a look at the screenshot and instantly understood why Irene was able to gather 3,000 members in such a short time. Lord Talents. Queen of the Night. With this Lord's talent, you are the absolute Queen of the Night. All dark races will automatically flock to your territory and worship you as their king. As the Queen of the Night, under your leadership, all members of the dark race will have their combat power increased by 200% in battle. Fight to the last drop of blood. Queen of the Night's exclusive skills, Space Flash, Dark Knight's Lament, Dark Knight's Hymn. Just one glance, and Sumu smacked his lips secretly. Lord Irene is so talented. Sumu remembered that Zhang Xiaohai had previously obtained a Lord talent, Master of Spirit Control. Compared with Zhang Xiaohai's talent, Irene, the Queen of the Night, is simple, crude, and brainless. Moreover, it is even more brainless than Fu Ningyu's, turning iron into soldiers. It is the strongest Lord talent Sumu has seen so far. Of course, this does not include his own Lord talent. The most important thing is that Irene's Lord talent actually comes with exclusive skills. This makes Sumu very envious. Okay, he already has 3 Lord talents, but there is no Lord talent with exclusive skills yet. Irene was the first one to get it. She is simply invincible. How is it? Irene's voice sounded in Sumu's ears. She looked at him eagerly, as if expecting something. Very strong. Sumu praised. As of now, as long as you make good use of this Lord's talent and recruit more Dark-type members, the surrounding Lords will not be your opponents in the future. Right? Irene was very excited. That's what I thought. From now on, not only will I no longer need your protection, but I can also help you. Oh, right. Haven't you been declared at war by the Yang Demon clan? I can help you there too. The previous sentence is not the key. The most important thing is the sentence can help you. This is what Irene wants to do most. Nothing can make Sumu happier than helping her. I understand. Sumu smiled. He didn't expect that what Irene was most concerned about was his declaration of war on the Yang Demon clan. It seems that this is the biggest reason why she came to see him so late. As for intimacy, it's just incidental. At this moment, Sumu also had new feelings and understandings about Irene's feelings for him. He took the initiative to put his arms around Irene's slender waist. By the way, send me your skills and see what they do. Oh, Irene didn't hide it and took a screenshot to show Sumu. Space Flash. Ignore the barrier in front and teleport a certain distance. Can only be used in the dark. Did you just use this skill to enter my territory? After seeing the introduction of the flashing space, Sumu couldn't help but ask. There is thunder of divine punishment outside his territory, and a territory shield has been erected, so people can only leave but not enter. So, he had wondered a long time ago how Irene returned to his territory. It seems that he has never given her a scroll for fixed-point teleportation. Yeah, I don't know what's going on outside your territory. It's been thundering the whole time. It looks terrifying. I relied on this skill to rush on my way back to find you, and I came in by chance. Irene looked at Sumu with a smile. How? Am I smart? Clever. You are the smartest. Sumu reached out and pinched Irene's face, then smiled back. He continued to look at the introduction of other skills. Dark Knight Song. After hearing your call, the dead Dark members have an 80% chance of resurrection. Ode to the Dark Knight. After hearing your call, the injured Dark members will gradually recover. Hiss. After seeing the introduction of these two skills, Sumu couldn't help but take a breath. With these two exclusive skills, Irene's Lord talent can be said to be on par with his Purgatory Hot Springs. Much stronger. Irene was really lucky on this trip. Do you know what the dark races are? Sumu looked at Irene and asked. From his current point of view, Irene only needs to get close to the Dark members to gain their defection and joining. The best way to increase the number of Dark members is to actively find them. Have no idea. Irene shook her head, stuck out her tongue, and said embarrassedly. So far, I only know that werewolves and vampires are members of the dark race. Then I'll ask for you. Irene's improvement is also a great help to Sumu. Of course he has to care about her affairs. Chapter 256. Business Attire. Taylor's Blessing. Brother. Susu didn't understand. Susu's voice sounded. Didn't Zhu Beiji become a pig demon? Zizhur likes her, so why did he become a spider? Shouldn't she become a pig? Then they can be together forever, right? Pigs are animals, spiders are insects. How can they be mixed together? Susu's tone was full of doubt. Sumu didn't forget what he promised Susu, so what he had to do tonight was to coax Susu to sleep. To this end, he specifically took out the story of Zizhur and Zhu Beiji from Haimalu, extracted some fragments from it, and told it to Susu. But Susu became more and more alert as she listened, while Sumu became more and more sleepy as he spoke. He had no choice but to stay alert and continue to explain patiently. That's because Zizhur was too impatient. When she came down to earth, she misheard turn into a pig and turn into a spider, so they each turned into something different. Susu was very smart. Her eyes lit up quickly, and she reacted. So that's how it is. Brother, don't call Susu's name wrong next time. Susu will be with her brother forever and ever. As long as Susu disappears and doesn't recognize her brother, as soon as her brother calls her name, Susu will immediately come to her brother. Susu said this and snuggled into Sumu's arms, looking happy and enjoying herself. Okay. I will be with Susu forever. Sumu's words were full of love for Susu, who was like his own sister. The little girl is almost like a child now. It can be said that Sumu raised her since she was a child, so Sumu still has special feelings for Susu. Hook. Susu stretched out her little finger. This was what Sumu taught her, and she kept it in mind. Okay, pinky promise. Sumu smiled and satisfied Susu's childish request. Next, Sumu told a story about the destined man and the fourth sister, and chatted about all sorts of things. When talking about how the fourth sister was made into an elixir by the crane immortal, and how the man of destiny angrily destroyed the heavenly palace, the sound of even breathing was heard. Sumu looked down and saw Susu sleeping in his arms. There was a hint of crystal on the corner of the little girl's mouth, and she looked cute and adorable. Sumu's heart was melted by the sight. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the little girl fell asleep, otherwise I wouldn't be able to continue. Fourth sister, please don't blame me for turning you into a pill. Sumu muttered to himself, put Susu on the bed and covered her with a quilt. In the end, he couldn't resist the impulse in his heart and bent down to kiss Susu's little face. Have a good sleep. After leaving Susu's room, Sumu did not return to his own room, but directly pushed open Wenstia's door. He hadn't forgotten what he had told Wenstia today, asking her to get dressed and wait for him. Sumu has always been a man who keeps his promises, so he came. As expected, Wenstia's door was not locked, and Sumu pushed it open easily. Sumu saw Wenstia at a glance. She was curled up in the quilt, with only her head sticking out. When she heard the door being pushed open, she looked outside. Then her face turned red, and she turned away embarrassedly. This shy side of hers made Sumu's appetite grow. The fire in him that had been aroused by Irene not long ago suddenly ignited. Sumu quickly closed the door and came to the bed. Have you listened to me and changed your clothes? Wenstia's mosquito-like voice rang out. Although we have had physical contact once, but she still gets nervous and shy at such moments. Why don't you let me see it? Sumu reached out and pinched Wenstia's cheek with a gentle smile on his face. Okay. Wenstia obediently pulled back the blanket covering herself. Hiss. Sumu couldn't help but take a breath, and his breathing became faster. This time, Wenstia was not wearing a maid outfit, but a real professional outfit. A hip skirt, a tight shirt, and black stockings. This is this secretary three-piece set, that Sumu asked Fiolina to make specifically for Winstia. Because, to him, Winstia's existence is really similar to that of a secretary by his side. Sumu felt that nothing was more suitable for Winstia than the secretary OL outfit. Now it seems that his vision is really good. A fox girl, Winstia wears a professional OL secretary outfit, which is a combination of primitive and modern, a collision of sexy and pure. That big pink tail, wagging. The fluffy fox ears add a touch of mystery and cuteness to the OL professional attire. Especially the small button that was broken by Winstia's amazing bust, which made people's blood surge, their heartbeats accelerated, and they couldn't help but. Sumu's eyes became blurred in an instant. Master, I'd better report to you about the recent situation of the territory. Winstia spoke. She did not forget her work. Sumu has been absent for so many days, so he naturally cannot fully grasp the situation in the territory. What's the report? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Sumu had no time to listen to the situation in the territory. He only had one thought in his mind. How to eat Winstia cleanly. Sumu held Winstia's tail with one hand and forcefully lifted her from the bed into his arms, then kissed her. At the same time, in Fiolina's room. She had not been in the territory recently and only came back today with Sumu, busy with her own work. Finally, when she finished a piece of clothing, Fiolina stretched herself and looked outside. By now, the big guy should be asleep again, right? I haven't seen it for 5 days. I don't know if it still remembers me. Fiolina floated up from the chair. It's time to go find him. That's right. Fiolina suddenly thought of something. Should we talk to Winstia and ask her to be careful when wearing that dress? Fiolina hesitated. Let's go and talk about it. 2 minutes later, Fiolina returned to her room with a red face. She sighed softly and floated out of the territory. Half a day ago, Fiolina had just finished making the professional OL suit that Sumu had asked her to do. That was for Winstia. Coincidentally, Winstia also came over to ask for clothes, and Fiolina gave them to her. However, Fiolina's hand of the master talent was triggered again, and this time the OL suit also had unexpected additional attributes. Taylor's blessing. Wearing this garment has a 50% chance of triggering a special random event. Chapter 257 Activation. Winstia's new talent. Congratulations, Lord. All attributes plus 20. Congratulations, Lord. Charm plus 20. Sumu was hugging Winstia and enjoying the rare, tender time when a system prompt sounded in his mind. What's going on? Sumu was confused. How come his attributes improved so quickly? Moreover, even the charm that is usually the most difficult to improve has also been improved. What exactly happened? Sumu was puzzled. Master, what are you thinking about? Winstia's voice sounded. She raised her neck and looked at Sumu several times, and found that he had a frown on his face, as if he was worried about something. The changes during this period were so rapid that Winstia was puzzled. Thinking of this, Winstia stretched out her arm, and her slender white fingers touched Sumu's brow. What are you doing? Sumu held Winstia's hand with amusement and said. It was during this handshake that Winstia's status bar appeared before his eyes. Red Fox Daughter, Winstia female sign. Age, 17 years, 11 months, 18 days. Work adaptability, handicraft LV2, sewing LV2, felling LV1, mining LV1. Special talent tags, unable to escape, enchanting body, flesh fox cauldron. Sumu immediately noticed that there was an extra column on Winstia's special talent label. Fox meat stew. What is this? Sumu couldn't help but check it out. Fox cauldron of meat, a rare special talent among female red foxes. Using yourself as a furnace, there is a 50% chance to increase both players' strength, a 2% chance to comprehend existing elemental magic moves, and a 1% chance to increase both players' charisma. Hiss. Sumu is so smart. Just by reading the introduction of this Fox Meat Cauldron, he roughly knew what it was about. However, the triggering probability is not certain, but requires a certain amount of luck. This means that as long as Sumu communicates more with Winstia, his strength will have a chance to continue to improve. The only thing Sumu couldn't understand was how Winstia suddenly developed this talent. He noticed that there was no change in Winstia's status bar before. This means that this talent label only appeared this time. So why? Master. Seeing Sumu in a daze, Winstia couldn't help but call out softly again. Winstia baby, do you feel that your strength has improved? Winstia shook her head. No. Sumu frowned slightly. That's not right. His attributes have all improved. So how come Winstia hasn't improved? Doesn't that mean a 50% chance doesn't mean both sides? Does that mean that when Sumu is promoted, Winstia may not be promoted as well? You really don't feel any changes in your body? Sumu couldn't help but ask again. Without. Winstia's answer was as soft as a mosquito's whisper. She really didn't feel any changes in her body. I also don't understand what Sumu means. Strangeness? Sumu pondered it for a moment. He felt that practice was the only criterion for testing truth, so he decided to give it a try and see what was going on. The cock crows and the sky turns bright. Congratulations, Lord. All attributes plus 20. Congratulations, Lord, for mastering the fire elemental skill, Skyfire Blade. Sumu. Thanks to Sumu's efforts, the pleasant prompt sound of the system sounded again. Moreover, this time he also comprehended a magic skill of the fire element. Heavenly Fire Blade. Concentrate the flame blade intent and swing it forward to destroy the world, clearing out the enemies blocking the way forward, causing damage in a straight line, and increasing attribute suppression damage by 100%. Required weapon, knife? Cannot be used without a knife, and the strength of the move is affected by the quality of the knife. Powerful. Sumu dared to make a bold judgment without using this move. It was simply because he knew very well what level his fire magic had reached. For example, Skyfire and Flame Vortex are both magic moves that require casting and chanting time and cannot be cast instantly. When you really get to the battlefield, instant moves are often the best way to go. Sumu has observed that so far only magic moves using weapons can be cast instantly. For example, his Ganglon Slash and his 100 Blades Whirlwind Slash. Therefore, the appearance of Skyfire Blade greatly makes up for the shortcoming of Sumu's instantaneous fire elemental moves. For him, it is a significant improvement. Owner. Wenstia's delicate voice sounded a little tired. What's the matter? Sumu's voice was soft. Are you exhausted? Sumu gently kissed Wenstia's forehead and held her tighter in his arms. Not bad. Wenstia snuggled into Sumu's arms and said, Master, I know what you mean. I feel the changes in my body. I seem to have gained a lot of knowledge out of thin air, and my own strength seems to have increased as well. Wenstia is different from Sumu. Her changes can only be sensed by her own feelings. However, Sumu was able to receive prompts from the system. At first, Wenstia didn't know why Sumu suddenly acted like a madman, but when she felt her strength improving, the smart girl didn't need any more explanations. How do you feel? Do you know what the change is? Sumu asked curiously. I can't say for sure. Wenstia hesitated for a moment and shook her head slightly. My mind is in a mess and my body has no strength. Maybe we won't know until tomorrow. It's okay. It's late now. We don't need to rush. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 258 Extract Yang Yelin's Strongest Ability. Master, is this change really because of me? It feels so good to be hugged by Sumu. It's like this every night. Can fall asleep in the arms of the owner. Yes, it's because of you. But, why do you know it, Master, when I don't even know it myself? Guess why I am your master? I think so. Idiot, haha, go to sleep. When Taoyao wakes up, aren't you afraid she'll laugh at you? Okay, I'll just sleep. Wenstia's words and deeds are full of the smell of a little woman. Sumu could feel her strong dependence on him. The next day, when Sumu woke up, it was already noon. Finally, Sumu was no longer refreshed, and he also clearly realized the lethality of that sentence. Only the cows are exhausted. Even if there is a bug on Wenstia, you have to be careful when brushing in the future. After all, the probability is too low. It's not worth it. Master, Sister Yuchi asked me to bring this to you. As soon as Sumu finished washing up, Taoyao came over with a bowl of soup. He took the time to take a look. Good guy. Oyster soup. Life in this territory has also improved. Zhou Yuchi actually got oysters that only appear on the seashore? Xiao Taoyao, where do these oysters come from? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Oysters live and grow in the intertidal zone where fresh water and salt water meet, and cannot be grown in pure fresh water. Sumu also knew very well that there was no such thing by the river in their territory. Sister Heavy's got them. She went down the river this morning and brought back a lot of them. Sister Yuchi said that Master needed some nourishment, so she asked me to bring it to you. Taoyao did not hide anything and explained to her master as if she was presenting a treasure. Zhou Yuchi said he needed some supplements? Listening to Taoyao's answer, Sumu was puzzled. How did Zhou Yuchi know? That's right. Sumu suddenly thought that Zhou Yuchi's room was right next to Wenstia's room. Doesn't that mean Zhou Yuchi heard everything last night? Well, that's not surprising. Forget it. There is nothing shameful about contributing one's own efforts to the spark of humanity. It is an honorable thing. Sumu comforted himself, and unknowingly his skin became thicker. Havis went into the sea. So where is she now? Hasn't she gone out again? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He didn't want Heavis to sneak away, as he still had feelings for her. Taking a bath by the river. Sister Heavis said her skin has become dry after not soaking in water for a week. She must soak in water today. Well, I'm glad you didn't leave. By the way, where's Winstia? Where did she go? Sisters Winstia and Serena have gone to supervise the slimes and orcs in building the city wall. We still have a lot of work to do on the wall. Sumu felt deeply relieved. With Winstia and Selena around, there shouldn't be any major problems with the infrastructure construction in his territory. What about Susu? Did she go to the Tree Elves? Thinking of the resurrection of Viviel's mother, Sumu couldn't help but ask. Yesterday, he told Susu to go to the Tree Elf every day. Let's go? It was Sister Kokona who took Kokolu and Susu there. That's good. Sumu felt relieved to know that nothing in the territory was affected by what happened last night. When he left the territory, he found that the thunder of divine punishment in the sky had disappeared. Come to think of it, 12 hours have already passed. Sumu saw Yuliloa standing not far away in a daze, and he couldn't help but walk over. Why, you can't bear to leave. Keep staring at his body. As he got closer, Sumu discovered that Yuliloa was in a daze because she was staring at Yang Yelan's body. When you're silent, you're less annoying. Yuliloa rolled her eyes rarely and didn't even want to look at Sumu. TSK, you can't take a joke. Sumu curled his lips and said nothing. He knew that Yuliloa would not be really angry. Liloa who always wants him to die or live. I'm wondering what to do with his body. Should I bury it or keep it? Yuliloa's voice sounded. Perhaps, if I leave my body intact, I'll have some room to maneuver when the Yang Demon clan comes looking for me. You can say you didn't kill him. With your strength, perhaps the people of the Yang Demon clan might believe it. Come to think of it, you're worried about me? Haha. Sumu shamelessly ran to Yuliloa, stared at her, and spoke. What are you doing? Yuliloa frowned and turned away. Who's worried about you? I wish you were dead. As she turned around, her face turned slightly red, but it returned to normal in just a moment. I'm talking to you seriously. Yuliloa suddenly turned around and stared at Sumu. I know you might not be afraid, but the power and danger of the Yang Demon clan cannot be simply described in a few words. This involves not only your life, but also the lives of others in your territory. They are also risking their lives for you. As a leader, you should shoulder your own responsibilities. Yuliloa looked serious as she stared at him. Sumu stopped laughing. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements. Best. Yuliloa pursed her lips, and soon she discovered that Sumu was squatting in front of Yang Yelan's body, seemingly looking at something. Yuliloa frowned slightly. She didn't know what Sumu was doing either, but she didn't know what to ask. She was afraid that he would tease her again and say that she couldn't bear to leave her fiancé Yang Yelan. Consuming 80% of the star and moon value, trying to extract the strongest ability of Yang Yelan of the Yang Demon clan. 1%, 5%, 100%. Ability extraction successful. Ability obtained. Yang Demon body. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Sumu hurriedly observed the effect of the Yang Demon body. Yangma body. The Yangma clan's pride and joy of possessing a superb physique, directly reducing physical damage by 500% and magical damage by 250%. When Sumu saw the introduction of Yang Demon body, he smacked his lips. Was so awesome last night, able to withstand one divine punishment thunder after another. It turns out that his physical strength is so abnormal. It actually reduces damage by 500%. Sumu, who had played a lot of games in the past, could clearly sense the horror of this ability. It's really perverted. Refining the Yang Demon body requires 300% of the star moon value. The current star moon value is 0%, not enough for refining. Please accumulate star moon value to meet the refining conditions. Chapter 259 Special Undead. Kanai. Not enough star and moon value to refine. Sumu roughly calculated that the star and moon value could be stored to 100% in one night. In other words, it would take at least 3 nights to refine Yang Yelan's Yang Demon body. Good things are worth waiting for, but it seems I can only wait for 3 days. By the way, are there any other corpses of the Yang Demon clan? Or is it only Yang Yelan's? Thinking that he still had the soul-binding general, Sumu adhered to the principle of not wasting a single needle or thread and planned not to waste the corpses of the Yang Demon clan. What? Yuliloa glanced at Sumu, not knowing why he asked this. Could it be that he has some special hobby? Like corpse torture. It works. Sumu only said 2 words. I see. Yuliloa responded and turned to leave. Soon, 5 corpses of the Yang Demon clan were placed in front of Sumu. That's all I found. The others should have been shattered by thunder. Yuliloa said. That's enough. Sumu waved and called the soul-binding general to the side. The 2 old friends understood the process very well and started to operate on the spot. Yuliloa had seen such a scene. She didn't expect that Sumu had undead with such abilities under his command, and could even produce undead himself. Zhu Lingjiang was about to attack Yang Yelin's body. Felina, who had not appeared for a long time, suddenly showed up. Should we make him into a ghost doll? Felina looked at Su Mu and said, he has good fighting ability. If he were made into a doll of the dead, it would be better than being an undead. This was the first time that Felina took the initiative to make such a request. Su Mu couldn't help but look at her several times. He felt that Felina was acting strangely today, and she actually took the initiative to care about these things. It must be difficult to find her at normal times. These glances made Felina anxious. She floated in the air and spun in a big circle. Why are you looking at me like that? No, I just thought you were weird today. Su Mu said. Why is it weird? Felina gritted her teeth and glared at Su Mu. Obviously, she was very unhappy that he called her weird. In fact, Felina was very smart, and she could feel that Su Mu must have encountered some big trouble this time. That's why she reacted like that. You didn't hear me finish. I said you were adorable. Su Mu changed the subject and suddenly chuckled. Felina was stunned at first, then she realized what Su Mu meant. She shyly rose into the air again without looking at him. Then do you want it? Felina's voice came. Forget it. Su Mu said. This guy is foul-mouthed and annoying. He's not worthy of being made into a ghost doll. I hate the way he looks. Not everyone is a gabong, suitable for being made into a doll. Whatever you want. Humph. Felina snorted lightly and quickly disappeared from Su Mu's sight. But in the next corner of the room, Felina puffed out her lips, and a rare hint of redness appeared on her pale face. Pooh. Just no gibberish. Felina said this and turned back into her room. Can I ask what it means to be made into a ghost doll? Yu Liluan next to her suddenly spoke. She naturally paid attention to the communication between Su Mu and Felina, and she was curious about what it meant to make a ghost doll. In view of Yu Lilua's recent behavior, Su Mu patiently explained to her what it meant. Then I think you should make him into a dead doll. Yu Lilua understood and said, this will be a great help to you. Even if the Yang Demon Clan really comes, you will have something to rely on. Su Mu smiled slightly. Perhaps you are right. Yu Lilua was delighted. She thought Su Mu accepted her suggestion, but his next words made her frown slightly. But I just didn't listen. After Su Mu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the soul-binding general next to him stepped forward to bind Yang Yelin's body. You are a lunatic. You will pay the price for your willfulness. Yu Lilua said from the side. She knew how terrifying the Yang Demon Clan was, so she was thinking about Su Mu, but she didn't expect him to respond like this. Yu Lilua was very unhappy. In her opinion, turning Yang Yelin's body into a ghost doll is the best option. On the contrary, after the soul is captured, Yang Yelin's body will be reduced to dust and no longer exist. By then, the Yang Demon Clan will be even more crazy. It doesn't matter. Su Mu shrugged, not caring at all about what Yu Lilua was saying. Snort. Seeing that he was still stubborn, Yu Lilua snorted coldly and prepared to turn around and leave. But the next moment, a black smoke suddenly appeared from Yang Yelin's body. Su Mu let out a light exclamation. No one else has experienced this problem. What happened to Yang Yelin? Soon, the black smoke that emerged from Yang Yelin's body gradually turned into the form of an undead. It has some similarities to Madrenza's form, but there are also significant differences. Anyway, what can be identified is that Yang Yelin's undead spirit is different from the undead spirits captured from other corpses. Su Mu directly used an insight spell. Kanai, a special kind of undead spirit created by the spirit binding. Its specific function is yet to be developed. Looking at the feedback from the insight technique, Su Mu felt helpless. However, he could probably guess that the reason for this result was most likely due to Yang Yelin's own strength. Yang Yelin was very powerful, and the soul he captured after his death was naturally different from that of an ordinary person, so a spirit of a different nature was randomly generated. Su Mu naturally has other methods to figure out things that the insight technique cannot. He reached out and touched the Kanai, and its status bar quickly appeared before his eyes. Special Undead, Kanai None. Age, None. Work Adaptability, None. Special Talent Tag, Shared Life. Looking at the undead spirits that looked like smoke, Su Mu was confused for the first time. It's all nothing. So what does this talent of sharing life mean? Shared fate. The target possessed by it will die painfully with it. Su Mu. After seeing the introduction of shared life, Su Mu was excited. The method of use is simple and crude. This special undead spirit called Kanai has only one function, which is to kill people. However, what Su Mu doesn't know at the moment is how strong the person Kanai can kill is. But no matter what, the effect of Kanai is very great. Because Su Mu has the Purgatory Hot Spring. This means that even if the Kanai dies with the enemy, it can still be resurrected. All of a sudden, Su Mu's mood became brighter because of the appearance of the Kanai. He decided to bring the kunai with him and find an opportunity to test it. Yu Lilua watched Su Mu's expression change from confusion to surprise. The smart girl guessed that he must know what the undead in front of him was. She was equally curious. But thinking of the unpleasantness that just happened with Su Mu, Yu Lilua could only grit her teeth and hide her curiosity. Chapter 260 The Master of the Spirit Controlling Technique demonstrates his power for the first time. Afia, come with me. Su Mu's main goal today is to go to Zhang Xiaohai's territory and then go to Tianlong City. Okay. In a daze, quickly entered the form of Tizot's silver feather horse, and Su Mu rode on it. Yu Lilua looked at Su Mu's figure, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. You don't need to come with me. Just stay in the territory and watch over it. Su Mu said as he patted Ifia's body. Effia flew towards the sky. Yu Lilua did not respond, but it was easy to tell from her frown that she was very unhappy. People from the Yang Demon clan might come over at any time. I'll feel more at ease if you stay in the territory. Su Mu's voice came lightly. Yu Lilua looked up at his gradually receding figure, and even as proud as she was, she felt a little better. What's going on? Why are there so many trees in the sea's territory? Before Su Mu landed, he saw the changes in Zhang Xiaohai's territory at a glance. With before, there are many more trees in Zhang Xiaohai's territory. Looking down from above, you can also see patches of flower beds. Even the wooden fences surrounding the territory were planted with circles of flowers, which were colorful and quite beautiful. But compared with before, there are really huge changes. Su Mu had a feeling that this was more like the territory where tree elves should live. What did the sea do? Su Mu was curious and couldn't help but urge Ifia to go down, wanting to ask what was going on. But at this time, a scene that surprised Su Mu appeared. The big tree in Zhang Xiaohai's territory suddenly moved, and in an instant hundreds of vines attacked him and Ifia. Not only that, those originally beautiful flowers revealed human faces, and countless petals flew towards the sky like sharp blades. Su Mu, get out of the way, Effia. Don't attack yet. In order to avoid accidentally hurting his allies, Su Mu chose to temporarily avoid it. Effia leaped into the sky and successfully avoided the attacks from below. Quick, stop. That's one of ours. The shouts were heard, and Zhang Xiaohai, who heard the noise, jumped out from nowhere and commanded his subordinates. 10 minutes later, Su Mu sat in Zhang Xiaohai's exclusive lord chair and listened to his incessant narration. Boss Su Mu, this is what happened. Zhang Xiaohai touched his head and explained to Su Mu all the changes that were too difficult to come by. So, the trees in your current territory were transplanted and planted by you yourself, for the purpose of cultivating your lord talent? Yes, just like what you saw earlier. As long as there are plants within the territory, my lord talent will have the opportunity to transform them into soldiers. Zhang Xiaohai said, I originally thought the chances were very low, but now I realize they're terribly high. For example, out of the 10 trees I transplanted, 8 successfully transformed into tree warriors. They normally look ordinary in their territory, but if an outsider approaches, they will immediately attack. Just like what you did just now, boss, you were attacked. But now that I've told them, you won't be in such a situation again, don't worry. Zhang Xiaohai patted his chest and promised. Next time, they will recognize you, the boss. Su Mu waved his hands, not caring about being attacked at all. Instead, he was more concerned about. Dahai, how strong are these tree warriors of yours? A very strong, boss. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohai seemed very excited, and he quickly said, Before, a neighboring territory led troops to attack me. There were 3,000 goblins and 2,000 leopard men, and they were all killed by my tree warriors. Besides, I only have about 100 tree warriors. 100 versus 5,000. Su Mu raised his eyebrows. Su Mu had seen all the goblins and leopard people and had a rough idea of how powerful they were. It can be said that they are about the same. But if it is really like Zhang Xiaohai's 100 v 5,000, then it is indeed very powerful. Your flowers aren't joining in. Just now, Su Mu noticed that the flower garden outside Zhang Xiaohai's territory also participated in the attack. He also clearly saw that the flowers had grown human faces, and it was obvious that they were no longer ordinary flowers, but a flower demon. I hadn't even transplanted the flowers yet. Zhang Xiaohai smiled and said, After learning about the impressive combat capabilities of the Treeman warriors, I immediately focused on planting and paid little attention to things like construction. Well, hasn't the territory developed much? Zhang Xiaohai touched his head apologetically. Boss Su Mu asked him to develop the territory well, but he ended up studying his talent as a lord. Zhang Xiaohai felt very embarrassed. He felt guilty about Su Mu's trust in him. Su Mu naturally understood the meaning of his words and patted Zhang Xiaohai's arm. Fine. Compared to the development of your territory, once you understand your own lord's talent, you will only get twice the result with half the effort, and it will have no impact in the long run. Boss, do you really support me doing this? Zhang Xiaohai was very excited. He was worried that Boss Su Mu would blame him, but he didn't expect that he could understand. Zhang Xiaohai felt warm instantly. Of course I support it. Su Mu smiled. The attack just now really scared me. You never reported anything to me, so I thought I had come to the wrong territory. Zhang Xiaohai laughed dryly and said, Boss, next time, bring your territory flag over to me and plant it there. That way, we can tell if we've come to the wrong territory, right? Aren't your annexed territories also able to design their own exclusive territory flags? Do you still need me to give you one? Su Mu knew that the flag of the subsidiary territory could be different from that of the main territory, and it was not necessary to use his Mu flag. It's true that Fu Ningyu's territory is Su Mu's subordinate territory, but she already has her own exclusive flag. A very funny little girl with a lemon head. Su Mu had seen it when he went to meet Silica. He even teased Fu Ningyu about it, asking why she had to send out a cartoon banner. No sense of dominance. At that time, Fu Ningyu blushed and defended herself. What's wrong? I'm a girl. What's wrong with a cartoon flag? That's true, but sir, you've forgotten that our Dragon Nation has a national flag and a regional flag. Wouldn't it be more recognizable if both the main territory and the subordinate territory hung their flags together? I have to say, Zhang Xiaohai's words really reminded Su Mu. Wherever the flags point, they will be his Mu flags. What a shocking scene that will be. Su Mu accepted Zhang Xiaohai's suggestion. I understand. I'll arrange it for you later. By the way, Dahai, can your tree warriors move? I mean, leave the territory. Chapter 261 Secret Key Spiritual Fruit. Mutated version. No. Zhang Xiaohai shook his head and said with a hint of regret. The combat effectiveness of the Treeman warriors is truly remarkable. The battles within their territory are like a dragnet, making it difficult for ordinary people to break in. The only drawback is that they can't leave their territory, otherwise they'd be truly invincible. Su Mu nodded beside him. What Zhang Xiaohai said also confirmed his guess. But sir, my flower demon warriors are pretty good, aren't they? They're also very good attackers. Zhang Xiaohai said excitedly. They can leave their territory to fight, and planting them on the periphery can prevent enemy intrusions and give them a surprise attack. Recently, many guys with bad intentions have set their sights on my territory, but when they came to investigate, they were all spotted and killed by my flower demon warriors. At this point, Zhang Xiaohai suddenly remembered something and continued. That's right, boss. Didn't you declare war on the Yang Demon clan last night? Do you want me to plant some plants for you on the outskirts of your territory? When they grow up, they will be quite powerful. Last night, after Su Mu declared war on the Xianyang Demon clan, Zhang Xiaohai did not send any greetings, and the same was true for Luo Wuxi. Su Mu subconsciously thought that they didn't know the news. Unexpectedly, I still knew it. Oh, you also know that I declared war on the Sun Demon clan. Su Mu glanced at Zhang Xiaohai and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohai was also a clever man. He certainly knew what Su Mu meant by this question. He smiled and said, Of course, now that the system-wide announcement has sounded, it's hard for me to imagine it's not you, boss. As for why I didn't send you a message to say hello, it's actually because I have a very high awareness of your strength, sir, and I have absolute trust in you. Zhang Xiaohai danced with joy and said with saliva flying, Let alone a mere Yang Demon clan. Even if the Moon Demon clan, Blood Demon clan, and Fire Demon clan attacked simultaneously, wouldn't it be a simple matter for you, boss? You think too highly of me. Su Mu rolled his eyes. My goodness, it turns out that in Zhang Xiaohai's eyes, his declaration of war on the Yang Demon clan was a trivial matter. No wonder this guy didn't even say hello. Su Mu finally grasped the key point. That's not overestimating me, but sir, you have such absolute strength. I absolutely trust you. Okay, stop flattering me. I'm immune to that. Su Mu quickly stopped him and asked, By the way, you just said that you could help me plant some plants outside the territory. What's going on? I remember that your lord's talent, Spirit Control Master, means that plant life can only be nurtured in your territory, right? Would it be useful to move it to my territory? This is also something Su Mu doesn't understand. He felt that he had remembered the introduction of the Master of Spirit Control correctly. Right, but sir, I have this, Zhang Xiaohai said, and sent a message to Su Mu. Spirit Control Master, variant plants in your territory have a high chance of giving birth to living creatures, which can become your troops. There is an 80% chance that the seeds you plant will give birth to creatures, which will become soldiers fighting for you. Different seeds give birth to different soldiers. When did your lord talent change? Su Mu raised his eyebrows. Can we still play like this? Variant version? That's why I didn't greet you first last night. I found an airdrop by the river. Zhang Xiaohai recalled what happened last night. At that time, I opened a treasure chest and found a fruit called the secret key spirit fruit inside. I don't know what it was used for, but I could smell a sweet fragrance. Then I took a bite and found it incredibly delicious, so I finished it all at once. Then my Lord Talent changed and became what you see now, Big Brother. It's simply an evolved version of the previous one, more than one form stronger. Secret key spirit fruit? Sumu had never heard of such a thing. Judging from Zhang Xiaohai's expression, he doesn't seem to be talking nonsense. This kid has had quite a few adventures and can be considered a man of great luck. Sum Yuk has not forgotten Zhang Xiaohai's experience from the beginning to now. It can be said that Zhang Xiaohai's experience since he was born into this world has been nothing short of magical. In that case, then you can come to my territory and plant some plants. Sumu thought for a moment and said, declaring war on the Sun Demon tribe. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure right now, and I'm not as optimistic as you think. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohai's expression also became serious. Don't worry, boss. Just one word from you, and I'll immediately bring everyone in the territory to your aid, regardless of the cost of life or death. If you want to deal with me, boss, you should first ask me, Zhang Xiaohai, if I agree. Zhang Xiaohai's face was solemn, his chest was pounding, and he was full of indomitable momentum. Okay. Sumu smiled and patted Zhang Xiaohai's shoulder. There is strength in numbers. He was relieved that Zhang Xiaohai could say such words, regardless of whether they were true or false. But, sir, you may need to prepare some seeds. Because I don't have any plant seeds on hand. Zhang Xiaohai has never been to the main city so far, so the supplies he has on hand are far less abundant than Sumu's. Good. Sumu nodded. He glanced at Ifia, who was concentrating on admiring the flowers in the flower garden in the distance, and whispered, Oh, by the way, Dahai, where is that guy I asked Madrenza and Gabong to throw to you back then? Ahem. Zhang Xiaohai coughed lightly and lowered his voice. Boss, didn't you tell me to get rid of it? It just so happened that when I was going to Feiyun City in the south, I met an old man who recognized what that creature was. Then, in order to reduce trouble, I made a direct deal with him. Sell it now? Sumu did ask Zhang Xiaohai to get rid of Flo at that time, but he didn't expect him to deal with it this way. Right. How much did you sell? Sumu asked. Didn't I tell you, boss? Zhang Xiaohai touched his head, looking confused. Is that true? Sumu opened the chat history page between himself and Zhang Xiaohai, searched through it, and actually found something relevant. Sold 1,000 W gold coins. At that time, Zhang Xiaohai also explained what happened. Sumu remembered. One night, he was in a hurry to chat with Luo Wuxi and simply chose to ignore the news from Zhang Xiaohai. It was probably at that time that Zhang Xiaohai told him that. Boss, the money is all in there. I didn't spend a penny. Zhang Xiaohai handed over a card. If this thing could be traded, I would have given it to you long ago. By the way, sir, I didn't sell it cheaply, did I? Chapter 262 Go. The farther the better. Sumu didn't quite understand the price of the Tizot silver feather horse. However, as a beast spirit, the price of 1,000 W is more or less a bit of a ripoff. But Sumu didn't feel sad. After all, for him, this was an unexpected fortune. Considering Flo's rubbish talent and his mouth that's as bad as a toilet, 10 million is really a lot. Nothing is cheap. Sumu said, took out a card and handed it to Zhang Xiaohai. This card contains 200,000 gold coins, which is my savings so far. Consider it a reward for you. No need, boss. Zhang Xiaohai evaded. I'm doing something for you. So how can I ask for your money? You really underestimate me, Zhang Xiaohai. Not only did he not want it, Zhang Xiaohai also took out a small box and handed it to Sumu. I ate one of the secret key spirit fruits yesterday, and here's another one. It's a small token of my appreciation. Then I won't be polite. Sumu took out the secret key spirit fruit and stuffed the card into Zhang Xiaohai's hand. I recently conquered Tianlong City. As you know, development requires funds. Otherwise, I would reward you more. Take this money and spend it with confidence. Then, Zhang Xiaohai hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Then I'll take it. Thank you, sir. When we say those things, we are all brothers. Sumu patted Zhang Xiaohai on the shoulder and said with a smile. Next, Sumu visited the affiliated territory and did not stay long. He asked Zhang Xiaohai to leave. Dahai, I'm going to Tianlong City today. I'll buy a lot of seeds. You just need to come to my territory tomorrow. Got it, boss. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaohai, Sumu rode Ifia towards Tianlong City. Right now? In the forest south of Tianlong City. Hathaway, surrender. For the sake of our past friendship, Mudsun and I will spare your life. The one who spoke was Hasid, the acting deputy city lord of Tianlong City. Since gaining Su Mu's trust, Hasad's status in Tianlong City has risen rapidly, and he is no longer an ordinary guard. And Hasad did not disappoint Su Mu's trust. During the days when Su Mu was away, Tianlong City developed in an orderly manner under his leadership. However, things have not been peaceful in recent days. Especially 2 days ago, Hazard received news from scouts that Hathaway led a small army of about 1,000 people and repeatedly ambushed and killed civilians who went out of Tianlong City. This action undoubtedly caused panic among the people in the city and brought considerable trouble to Hasad. As guards within the city, they cannot control the situation at a distance, but if civilians still die outside Tianlong City, they cannot escape blame. Without thinking too much, Hazard immediately led his soldiers to attack Hathaway in order to regain the trust of the people. Hathaway in front of Hazard has another special identity. The previous lord of Tianlong City. When Andrew died, Hathaway was leading the guards on a mission outside. When she returned to Tianlong City, the sky seemed to have collapsed. Hathaway learned from others about the tragic death of her father Andrew and the loss of her position as city lord, and the seeds of hatred sprouted in her heart. She vowed to avenge her father. Bullshit friendship. Hathaway spat in disdain after hearing what Hazard said, staring at him with disgust. If you still care about my father's friendship, would you still recognize someone else as the lord of Tianlong City? Hazard, your hypocrisy makes me sick. How is it deputy city lord? You must be laughing at me in your heart right now, right? Do you think I'm a clown doing useless things? Hazard, knowing you for so many years really makes me feel sick. Facing Hathaway's scolding, Hazard did not refute anything. He sighed lightly. Hathaway, I'm talking about the friendship between you and me. You also said that I am your friend, but I am not your father's friend. Besides, you've really been bewitched. I wonder what your father did in Tianlong City back then. He has become a demon and is no longer your father. He has killed countless people. I have no choice. Hasad knew that no amount of explanation would be effective. The only thing he regretted was that he and Hathaway had indeed known each other for a long time. Both of them graduated from the Gerudo's Knight Academy and are good classmates. Now, they are going to fight each other. Hypocritical guy. Hathaway gritted her teeth and stared at Hazard. Hasad is not from Tianlong City. His hometown is on the far south coast. The reason why he appeared in Tianlong City was because of Hathaway's introduction. After they graduated from the Knight Academy, Hazard had nowhere to go, so Hathaway introduced him to Tianlong City to be a guard. It's a pity that Hazard, who doesn't like to flatter, has always been lukewarm and has not made any achievements in Tianlong City, let alone won Andrew's favor. But even so, Hathaway still felt that there was no problem. She felt that with Hazard's excellence, he would become dazzling one day. You can achieve more success in your career. Hathaway found hard to accept was that Hazard had become the acting deputy lord of Sky City. She climbed up there by stepping on her father's body. This is a huge blow to Hathaway. At that moment, Hathaway no longer wanted to distinguish right from wrong. She just felt that she had been betrayed. Hazard's betrayal. I know, no matter how much I say, you won't be able to believe me, Hasad said, waving to his guards. Drop your weapons. The guards hesitated for a moment, but finally put down their weapons aimed at Hathaway and others. Hathaway, go away. Leave Tianlong City and go far away. Hazard, no. Mudsun, who was standing next to him, heard this and hurried forward. If the city lord knew you let her go, we would be in trouble. Hazard raised his hand to interrupt Mudsun. He looked at Hathaway and the soldiers behind her, more than half of whom had been captured, and said, Hathaway, I won't pursue this matter. But next time, even if we were good friends, I will have no choice but to draw my sword against you. Having said that, Hasad turned and looked at Mudsun and the guards. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to the city lord in person once he arrives, and then I'll go and take the blame myself. It won't implicate anyone. Hasad has said so much, what else could the guards be dissatisfied with? Not only them, even Mudsun was speechless. In the back, Hathaway's expression changed. What Hasad did still touched her. Originally, Hasad could have captured them and taken them back to claim the credit. But he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to let them all go. For a moment, Hathaway's eyes were full of complexity as she looked at Hazard's back. Suddenly, noisy footsteps sounded. Something's happening. Be on guard. Hasad raised his sword. Chapter 263, Raid. Lodi City's ambition. Just as Hasad and his guards were on guard, a large number of troops suddenly rushed in from the side and rear. They all wore black armor and rode red-haired wolves, looking menacing. He saw the black armor and the red-haired wolf beast. Hasad's brows immediately knitted together. He looked at the leading commander with a bad face. You people in Luodi City, do you know that this place is less than 20 kilometers away from our Tianlong City? Who gave you the courage to lead your troops into our city? What Hassad said has some basis. According to the long-standing practice, if there is no war assistance between cities, the army cannot appear within a radius of about 20 miles of the city. Once you enter 20 kilometers, it will be automatically assumed that there is a premeditated plan to start a war. At that time, the invaded city will have reason to launch a defensive offensive. Even if these cities belong to the same empire, this kind of tacit agreement still exists. Even if a city in passive defense is sued before the king, it still has reasons and evidence. The location of Hassad and his men was definitely no more than 20 kilometers away from Tianlong City, so his first reaction to the sudden appearance of the Lodi City army was that the other party had bad intentions. The Longming Empire no longer exists. Who would want these so-called war agreements? It's just a joke. The leading commander was called Nalek, and as Hassad said, they all came from the city of Lodi. They were recognized because of the black armor on their bodies and the red wolves under their crotches. These two things are the eye-catching symbols of the Lodi City army. Their army has a resounding name. Red Wolf Army. Unlike other knights, they did not ride war horses, but red flame wolves that could use fire magic. Nalek, do you mean to say that you want to attack our Tianlong City now? A voice was heard, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found it was Mudsun. Oh, Mudsun. Nalek, realizing it was an old acquaintance, showed his big yellow teeth. I heard a week ago that Anderson, the mayor of your Tianlong City, had died. I'm afraid your Tianlong City is leaderless now, right? Mudsun snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and strode forward. Who said we are leaderless? We already have a new city lord. Forget it. Nalek interrupted Mudsun directly. According to my spies, I haven't seen the so-called city lord of your Tianlong City in over a week. With your kind, do you think you can take over Tianlong City? I'm afraid it's difficult, Nalek said, looking around, and finally his eyes fell on Hassad's face. I heard that you are the acting city lord of Tianlong City. Where did this unknown person jump out? Hassad clenched his fists, looking at Nalek with a cold glint in his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Mudsun's hand fell on his shoulder. Nalek, when did you become a rebel in Lodi City? You want to run away and work on your own now? As soon as Mudsun said this, the soldiers behind Nalek looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. Mudsun, stop stirring up trouble. Seeing this, Nalek quickly clarified himself. Coming here today was all our city lord's idea. Don't say Anderson is crazy. Even if he is not dead, our city lord has already set his sights on Tianlong City. He has already taken you down. At this point, Nalek paused, realizing that he had said too much. Good, Mudsun. You did it on purpose. If Nalek still didn't realize that Mudsun was deliberately trying to trick him, he would be a fool. It seems that you have planned this in advance. Mudsun's eyes turned hostile. So what? At this point, Nalek immediately broke down. Now that you're all here, I can catch you all in one fell swoop. Tianlong City is finished. Just the people behind you. Mudsun took a glance and saw that the large force behind him was gathered together. He estimated that there were about 2,000 people. But the number of their main forces is also close, so at worst we can just fight. But Narek was a bit too arrogant to say that they were finished. Haha, do you really think that's all we have? Nalek smiled. You know, we are just the advanced troops. 50,000 elite soldiers and brave generals will soon arrive in your Tianlong City. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly and hand over Tianlong City to us. Otherwise, snort. Nalek sneered and drew his sword. Those who obey will prosper. Those who disobey will perish. Don't waste time talking to him. Let's break out and go back to Tianlong City. Hassad said. At this moment, he no longer cared whether what Nalek said was true or not. If it is true as Nalek said, then Tianlong City is indeed in crisis. If what Nalek said was false, then they should break out and return to Tianlong City and be prepared to guard against attacks from Lodi City at any time. So, Hassad raised his sword and gave the order to break out. Stubborn fellow, if you can capture those two guys alive, you'll be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and a cart of beautiful women. There must be brave men under great rewards. As soon as Nalek's order was issued, the wolf riders riding on the red flame wolves in the back could not wait to rush forward. In an instant, the weapons collided and the war began. Careful! Hassard was almost attacked by 10 wolf knights. Fortunately, at this time, a figure jumped out from the side and successfully blocked the attack from behind Hassard. Survived the disaster. Hassad glanced at the man who had blocked the attack for him. Thank you, Hathaway. Hathaway who blocked the attack for Hazard at the critical moment. This is something Hazard never expected. Hathaway didn't say anything. She just glanced at Hazard, then turned around and joined them in the breakout operation. When the two armies were fighting fiercely, something strange happened in the sky. 7 or 8 huge fireballs were hanging above their heads. Everyone stopped fighting and looked up. It was during this gap that the fireball fell downwards. Disperse! Nalek roared. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball fell with lightning speed. In an instant, the area below turned into a sea of fire, and many Red Wolf soldiers were affected by the attack. Who on earth is it? Who's coming for us? Nalek could tell at a glance that these attacks were directed at their Red Wolf army, because most of the injured were their people. He searched around for his target and finally saw a young figure riding a winged Pegasus in the sky. Lord City Lord. Hassad spoke excitedly. It's really the City Lord. Mudsun also noticed it immediately. Hearing their calls, Hathaway couldn't help but look up at the sky, her eyes gradually becoming deeper. Chapter 264 Another Function of Kanai. So you are the new mayor of Tianlong City? You're still sucking your mother's milk, you little brat. All you know is sneak attacks from behind. Seeing that his warriors had suffered considerable damage, Nalek's eyes turned red, and he angrily cursed Su Mu in the sky. If you have the guts, come down and fight us on the ground. Don't just throw a few magic spells in the sky and be laughed at by the public. A sneak attack is not in line with our chivalry. Nalek is not really afraid of ground combat. As a Holy Spirit Knight, he is absolutely confident in his own strength. But Nalek does have a shortcoming. It can be said that all knights have a shortcoming. That is, they are only good at ground combat, not good at fighting in the sky. Of course, except for the Dragon Knight. Nalek's first goal was not to scare Su Mu, but to use provocation to lure Su Mu down. Su Mu knew all about his little tricks, so he just smiled and said nothing, and used his magic again. Skyfire. The terrifying fireball gathered in the air again. Su Mu is not a knight, so what's the point of talking about chivalry? Therefore, Nalek's ridicule had no effect on him at all. Grasp. This kid has no moral principles. Nalek panicked and waved his hand. Quick, spread. It's not that Nalek and his men don't have ways to deal with their combat, but the ones they sent out today were only knights, and they were Red Flame Wolf knights. Red Flame Wolf has a fatal shortcoming. It cannot move too high or too far. That's why Nalek was so embarrassed under Su Mu's attack and could only flee. This time, because of the precautions, the Red Wolf army led by Nalek successfully avoided the fireball attack and suffered almost no losses. However, their neat formation was also scattered. This gave Hassad and Mudsun the opportunity to gradually break through. Hazard obviously noticed this as well, and he yelled, Quick! We have the City Lord providing air support. Let's intensify our attack. Their formation has been broken up. Yes. The morale of the soldiers of Tianlong City was high and they launched powerful attacks. They all wanted to show themselves in front of the new City Lord. What if they were noticed by him? That's a chance to rise to the top. The soldiers showed themselves without hesitation. Nalek also obviously noticed something was wrong. He looked at Su Mu in the sky with a fierce look and made a quick decision. Everyone in the army, retreat first. Retreat. Retreat. After receiving the order, the Red Wolf army calmly and orderly covered Nalek's escape. Their performance in critical moments shows that they are indeed a well-trained team. Su Mu rode on Ifia's body, frowning slightly. He heard the conversation between Nalek, Hassad, and others just now. He naturally knew that this group of wolf riders were their enemies. Su Mu never shows mercy to his enemies. Kanai, you follow and enter his body. Su Mu summoned the undead Kanai that he had obtained not long ago. He now has only one goal, which is to capture the leader first. As long as the commander is killed, it will only be a matter of time before this army collapses. Moreover, Su Mu can also take this opportunity to test the effect of Kanai and see if it can work on Nalek, the Holy Spirit Knight. The Kanai couldn't speak. After receiving Su Mu's order, it turned into a puff of smoke and rushed towards Nalek below. What the hell? Nalek, who was retreating, clearly saw the existence of the Kanai. He was surprised by the strange black smoke-like existence and quickly drew out the knight's sword to stab the Kanai. But surprisingly, Nalek's attack had no effect at all on the Kanai. Kanai actually ignores physical attacks. Nalek reacted quickly and the knight's sword in his hand glowed silver, and the next round of attack was still accumulating. The Kanai was even faster. It turned into a wisp of smoke and sank into Nalek's forehead, disappearing in an instant. Nalek's whole body trembled, his pupils suddenly dilated, and the next moment he seemed to have his soul taken away. His eyes were dull. Commander, let's go. The guards beside him shouted and blocked the attack of Hassad and others for Nalek. But Nalek ignored his teammates' calls and continued to let the red wolf under his crotch move until his body became unstable and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Mudsun hurriedly led his soldiers to charge forward and soon captured Nalek, who was still in a daze. Seeing their leader being captured, the Red Wolf army was in a dilemma, neither retreating nor not retreating. Until Narek, with the sword against his neck, spoke. "Do not move. Flame Wolves, listen up. Stop everything you are doing. This 1,000-man team is Nalek's personal guard, and they have extremely high obedience and trust in him." After receiving the order, they stopped their actions and surrendered. Mudsun was puzzled. Based on his understanding of Nalek, he is not a person who fears death. Now that he has been captured, he actually asked his soldiers to surrender and stay with him? This is really not Nalek's character. The sudden change made Mudsun unable to adapt for a while. Not to mention Mudsun, who knew Nalek. Even Hasid couldn't figure it out. He even thought that the other party was planning something. Or perhaps, are there other reinforcements nearby? Just when everyone was confused, Sumu descended from the sky. "Lord City Lord." Hasid and Mudsun quickly greeted him. The surrounding soldiers also shouted in unison and excitement, "Lord City Lord." Obviously, Sumu's support from the sky just now had established a tall image in the hearts of the soldiers. This unified call is the best performance. Sumu held his head high and chest out, his eyes burning, and nodded slightly with a smile on his lips as a response. He is incredibly talented and a natural leader. The first time he became the lord of a city, he already grasped the demeanor and momentum just right. Wherever Sumu went, the soldiers consciously dispersed to both sides, making way for him. "Can I?" Sumu lowered his voice and spoke to Nalek, who was suppressed by Mudsun. "Owner." Nalek bowed slightly, his eyes filled with respect. Sumu smiled. Others don't understand the value of these two words, but he knows it very well. But he didn't expect that in addition to killing people, the Kanai also had such ability that it could possess people's bodies and control them. This is simply too perfect for Sumu. "City Lord, be careful." "Careful." No. Just when Sumu was immersed in the special power of Kanai, a voice rang in his ears. Chapter 265 shocked all the soldiers. No harm at all. Amidst a burst of shouts, Sumu was stabbed from behind by a sharp sword with a cold glow. "City Lord." "Lord City Lord." "Grown-ups." Amidst the crowd's calls, Hathaway stopped in her tracks with a look of shock on her face. How is that possible? Hathaway couldn't believe that her powerful attack landed on the murderer of her father, but the man was not hurt at all. He obviously didn't have time to defend himself and didn't notice it. She obviously took action when no one was paying attention. This should be the weakest moment. But why did her sword fall on the opponent without causing even a scratch? Not to mention the scars, even the outer clothes were not scratched. Hathaway was surprised. Not only him, but the soldiers around him were the same. They were all deeply shocked. How powerful is the City Lord? Being stabbed from behind with a long sword at such a close distance, yet he remained completely unharmed. They didn't even have a chance to react. Fear. It's really terrifying. The soldiers were shocked by Sumu's strength, and there was more awe in their eyes when they looked at him. Including Hazard, he was shocked. His heart was beating wildly, and his face was terrified. How dare Hathaway? How dare you attack the City Lord in this situation? Is she crazy? Still want to die? Just as the soldiers were about to step forward and catch the assassin Hathaway, a black light suddenly emerged from Sumu's body. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. He held the giant knight's heavy sword in both hands, his eyes cold and fierce. "Guardian Knight Gabong is here. How dare you attempt to harm my master?" "Damn bastard!" Gabong roared and swung the knight's heavy sword in his hand suddenly, bringing up a terrifying gust of wind, sweeping towards Hathaway. Boom! Hathaway had no way to avoid it and was directly blown away 10 meters away, hitting a tree hard before she came to a stop. Sumu frowned, his eyes fixed on Hathaway, who was struggling and groaning in pain. What happened just now happened so suddenly that the intelligence system didn't have time to react or give any feedback. Not to mention the intelligence system, even Sumu himself did not react. Because Hathaway's attack range is too short. However, Sumu knew why Hathaway failed in her sneak attack. She triggered Gabong's talent. Strong Shield. The function of Strong Shield is that when it is transformed into a doll and carried on the body, it can withstand a fatal blow. So even if Hathaway launched a sneak attack, Sumu would still be unharmed. "Catch her and wait for my punishment." Sumu gave the order. If Gabong hadn't been there, he would have been in real danger today. Sumu naturally would not be in a good mood towards the person who tried to assassinate him. Yes. The soldiers who wanted to show off rushed forward and suppressed and captured the injured Hathaway. Gabong's strength has long since recovered to that of a Holy Spirit Knight. Recently, he has been leveling up with the undead army, dying 10 times a day, and his strength has increased a lot without him noticing. Sumu naturally knew this, so Sumu didn't feel much about Gabong's blow that knocked the man away. Even if he didn't know, Hathaway's strength had reached the level of the Supreme Knight. But Hassad knew Hathaway's strength very well. But now he was knocked away by the undead knight, who suddenly appeared beside the city lord. While Hazard was surprised that the city lord had so many capable people around him, he couldn't help but worry about Hathaway's fate. However, he was smart and didn't say much. He knew that the city lord must be very angry, and any conditions he proposed to him now would definitely be rejected. Lord City Lord, are you not injured? The sword Hathaway used to stab you just now was an epic weapon. Do you want to check it out? Mudsun stepped forward and asked with concern. If his recognition of Su Mu's identity as the city lord was only 50% before, then the scene that just happened made him accept it at least 30% more. Mudsun is a traditional knight family. He has always only respected people who are stronger than himself. Mudsun dared to say that as a Holy Spirit Knight, he could hardly escape in the situation just now. Death may not, but serious injuries are certain. If he had been hit in the heart more accurately, he might have been dead. It is precisely because he is very clear about this that Mudsun admires Su Mu even more. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. When Mudsun said, epic weapon, the surrounding soldiers were once again in an uproar and surprised. They all knew the difference between ordinary weapons and epic weapons. They didn't expect that the city lord was unscathed by the sneak attack of epic weapons. Maybe, with such a powerful city lord, Tianlong City will really get better and better. Unconsciously, the soldiers' hearts were lifted to a certain extent. There was a lot more genuine respect in their eyes when they looked at Su Mu. The strong will never lack followers. A die-hard follower. No, don't worry. Su Mu waved his hand and casually picked up the so-called epic sword and put it away. All right. Seeing this, Mudsun said nothing more. Hassad beside him also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Can I tell everyone under you to follow us and don't say anything? Su Mu lowered his voice and spoke to Kanai. Just now, Su Mu learned that Luodi City had great ambitions towards their Tianlong City. Now that Kanai can control Nalek's body, why doesn't he take advantage of it? Su Mu is not a fool. Yes, master. Kanai bowed in response, and the moment he turned around and stood up, his aura returned to the same level as Nalek's before. Red Wolf Army, listen to my orders. Put away your weapons and follow me. Don't ask too much. I will make the final decision. Yes. The Red Wolf Army didn't know why their commander suddenly acted like this, but military orders were like mountains, and after thinking about it, they had no choice but to obey. Half an hour later, Tianlong City. Su Mu and his group returned here. My Lord City Lord, during your absence, the City Lord's mansion has been undergoing intensive reconstruction. However, the construction will take some time, so I'll have to ask the City Lord to stay in the inn tonight. Mudsun stepped forward and spoke. Originally, he wanted to arrange for Su Mu to live in his own house. But after thinking about it carefully, he was afraid that Su Mu would think he had ulterior motives, so he made other arrangements. Su Mu did not say anything about this. He was more concerned about, during the days I was away, did anything special happen in Tianlong City? Mudsun said nothing, looked back at Hassad and pushed him. Oh, Hassad came to his senses and hurried forward. Lord City Lord, during your absence, I followed the instructions for issuing the tax benefit notice. Chapter 266 Andrew's Small Treasury. Because of the tax reduction, the people who were frightened by the Andrew incident chose to stay in Tianlong City temporarily and did not leave. It's almost like a 1% loss of population. When it comes to the tax system, Hassad thinks Sumu is too generous. According to the latest information he gained after joining the company, Tianlong City's tax revenue in the previous year could reach 90 million gold coins. Now it is tax-free, and tax exemption for 1 year at a time. This is a loss of 90 million gold coins for the City Lord's mansion. However, besides feeling distressed, Hassad also admired Su Mu very much. If it were him, he would not have such courage and guts. There is a problem that requires your decision, Lord City Lord. Hassad said. What's the problem? After we introduced our people-friendly policies, people from many surrounding small towns want to join our city. What should we do? What Hassad said was exactly the problem they were facing recently, the biggest problem. Many people want to move into their cities and live there permanently. You know, Tianlong City has been a saturated city since a year ago. The total population has reached 780,000. Therefore, for a long time, Tianlong City refused outsiders. Outsiders can stay in Tianlong City temporarily, but if they want to settle down, they must have relevant identification documents for registration and record. In addition, Tianlong City will regularly check and clear out outsiders. Now that the people-friendly policies have emerged, many people want to join in, and many small disputes and conflicts have occurred as a result. Hassad told Su Mu the general situation. Su Mu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Since the population loss in our city is not serious due to the Andrew incident, we will reject all outsiders who want to join our Tianlong City. However, this is not absolute. Su Mu continued. If you want to join us, you must obtain a green card from our Tianlong City. Only such people can live in our city for a long time. Green card. Hassard and Mudsun looked at each other, clearly confused about what the term green card meant. The meaning of the green card is that if you want to join our Tianlong City, you must be a talent in various fields, or have made contributions to our Tianlong City. Su Mu roughly explained the meaning of the green card to the two of them. In their era, if you wanted to join a country and obtain a green card, you must be a talented person who could contribute to the country and be useful. If any ordinary person can join, then what's the point? Although Su Mu's Tianlong City is not a country, the proper style and temperament must be cultivated from an early age. He decided to use the green card system first. Want to stay in their Tianlong City? Sure. First take a look at your own value and see if you are worth staying. This value, of course, does not only refer to strength, but also financial resources. If you don't have either, it's not worth staying. This idea of the city lord is truly indescribable. After understanding the meaning and function of the green card, Mudsun's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "This plan not only solves the problem of foreign populations wanting to join, but also takes this opportunity to solve the dilemma of talent shortage in various fields in Tianlong City. It really kills two birds with one stone." That's wonderful. Mudsun looked at Su Mu with eyes full of admiration and amazement. As the leader of a knightly order, Mudsun was a rough man. Precisely because he is a rough man, he has no big plans and no long-term vision, so he admires people who are smarter than himself even more. Hassad's eyes lit up slightly, and he also admired the idea of a green card in his heart. Su Mu had not expected that it was just a simple idea of a green card system. Was it worthy of Mudsun and Hassad's admiration? That's all. Nothing else. After solving the problem of outsiders, Su Mu looked at Hassad and Mudsun again. There's one more. Seeing Hassad's hesitation, Mudsun stepped forward. Lord City Lord, when we were rebuilding the City Lord's mansion, we found Andrew's vault, and according to your instructions, all his family members have been temporarily detained. I'm waiting for your decision. Mudsun continued. Moreover, the woman who attacked you, Lord City Lord, is Andrew's daughter. Her name is Hathaway. I see. Su Mu nodded. He had used clairvoyance to see it before, so he naturally knew Hathaway's identity, but it was difficult to explain these things too much. By the way, where's Andrew's little treasury? Did you open it? This is what Su Mu is most concerned about. When the time came to replace Andrew, Su Mu raised doubts about Andrew's legacy. Logically speaking, how could the lord of such a big city not have any background? It's impossible that there is no money left in such a huge city lord's mansion, right? It's a pity that the person in charge of accounting in the city lord's mansion had been killed by Andrew, and Su Mu's questions have never been answered. He simply gave an order, asking Hassad, Mudsun, and others to pay attention. I didn't expect that he would make a discovery when he came back this time. How dare we open it when you're not here, Lord City Lord? Mudsun smiled bitterly and said, also, the rumor that it was Andrew's vault was just something we heard. After all, the big bronze door underground hasn't been opened, so we don't know what's inside. Good. Su Mu was very satisfied. I'll go and see for myself later. Yes. By the way, go and bring Hathaway who just attacked me here. I want to interrogate her personally. Yes. Hassad and Mudsun retreated together. Su Mu looked at the Kanai next to him. The reason why Hazard and the other two were sent away was naturally to have some time for a private conversation with Kanai. Kanai, how long can you maintain this state? Su Mu asked. When it was still undead, Kanai could not speak, so Su Mu could only judge its abilities by looking at its talent tags. Things are naturally different now. Master, I can only stay attached to a living person for a month, provided his soul does not resist me. In a month, no matter what happens, the person I'm attached to will die. Kanai answered respectfully. Do you have any memories of him? When the Red Wolf army was asked to follow before, Kanai's demeanor and momentum were very similar to Nalek's at the beginning. So Su Mu wondered if Kanai possessed the memories of its owner and could imitate him. Yes, I can clearly sense the past of this body. Well, Tell me what's happening in Lodi City right now. What is the purpose of your body's owner? Yes. Kanai responded and began to tell the story slowly. Chapter 267. If a person is not ruthless, his position will not be stable. Lord City Lord, are you just going to let Nalek leave like this? He's one of the leaders of Lodi City. If you let him go like this, you'd be like letting a tiger go back to the mountains. Lodi City is eyeing our Tianlong City covetously. War could break out at any time. Lord City Lord, if we can keep Nalek here, he will be a great asset to us. He knows Lodi City very well. Hassad stepped forward anxiously and spoke. When he and Mudsun were escorting Hathaway here, they saw Su Mu having someone take Nalek away. This made Hassad very anxious. He thought Su Mu didn't know Nalek's identity and importance, so he hurried forward to explain it clearly. Su Mu glanced at Hassad, without further explanation, and said lightly, I have my own arrangements. But Lord City Lord, Nalek is a cunning man. Hassad was about to say something when Mudsun, who was standing next to him, stepped forward and stopped him. All right, Hassard, the City Lord must have his own plans. Let's just wait and see. Don't say too much. Mudsun was close to him before, so he must have heard clearly what Nalek said when he called Su Mu owner. Nalek calls Sumo master. Although Mudsun didn't know when Sumo met Nalek and why Nalek called him master, but he understood that as a servant it was better for him to ask less about some things. Okay. Hassad sighed and said nothing more. At this time, Su Mu had already turned his gaze to Hathaway. Since the woman entered the room, she has been glaring at him with a look of resentment on her face. If looks could kill, she would want to cut him into pieces. Hazard, Mudsun, tell me, what's wrong with her? When Su Mu appeared, the Red Wolf Army and the Tianlong City were fighting each other. Naturally, he was not aware of other things. Not to mention Hathaway. Why is she in our team? Didn't you say that all of Andrew's family members have been taken under control? My lord, this is what happened. Mudsun knew that Hassad and Hathaway were old acquaintances, and many things were inconvenient to explain. It would be more convenient for him to come forward and explain things to Su Mu, so he stood up. After listening to Mudsun's story, Su Mu frowned and said, What about the group of soldiers she led? Did they kill him or persuade him to surrender? All have been brought back as prisoners, Lord City Lord. Mudsun said, The construction of the new City Lord's mansion requires some hard labor, and these soldiers are just the right ones to fill the role, allowing them to redeem themselves from their crimes. We'll see how they perform in the future and then consider whether they need to be reused. Su Mu had nothing to complain about this approach. He stared at Hathaway and said, You dare to attack me, you should know your fate, right? If you don't want to die, show some value. Let me see if you still have a reason to live. After a brief thought, Su Mu continued. Or, in other words, tell me about your father's treasury, or tell me if there are any valuable secrets in Tianlong City. In exchange, perhaps I can spare your life. Mudsun said they found Andrew's vault, but he wasn't sure if it was true. So Su Mu wanted to get some useful information from Hathaway to see if it would work. What if there are some mechanisms or dangers in Andrew's treasure house? It has to be said that Su Mu is incredibly meticulous, but Hathaway doesn't buy into his tricks at all. Pooh, stop trying to trick me. Since I can't kill you and you've become a prisoner, you can kill me if you want. If I, Hathaway, frown, I'm not a human being. This little girl is quite strong-willed. Su Mu smiled and looked at Mudsun next to him. Mudsun, are there such places in our city? Which places? Mudsun looked confused, not knowing what places Su Mu was talking about. Stop pretending. Su Mu cursed. It's a place of eroticism, a den of debauchery most frequented by men. Hearing this, the clever Hathaway seemed to have guessed something, and her body trembled slightly. Yes, Lord City Lord. Mudsun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He thought it was some other place, but it turned out to be a dancing salon. Your Excellency the City Lord, there is no need for you to give any hints. Just say it openly. Not only in Tianlong City, it is legal across the entire continent. What's there to be shy about? Mudsun was puzzled, but he still spoke honestly. Lord City Lord, there are 2 dancing salons in our city, one in the south and one in the east. Do you want to go? I can arrange it. Mudsun was still a little hesitant. He touched his head. However, as the Lord City Lord, you should just go to those places to drink and watch them dance. If you really want to do something, that would be inappropriate, right? It's not clean. Mudsun thought about it. His eyes lit up, and he continued. My Lord City Lord, how about I arrange some beauties to come over for you? Mudsun's words startled Su Mu. He knew he had misunderstood. Don't get me wrong. I mean to send her to those places. Su Mu pointed and looked at Hathaway with deep eyes. Asshole. Hathaway started cursing. You son of a bitch, you beast. Kill me if you want. Stop insulting me. If you dare to send me to those places, I will definitely find a way to kill your entire family. I'm determined to bring chaos to Tianlong City. Hathaway was overcome with emotion. She was not afraid of being killed, nor was she afraid of being tortured. It was exactly what Su Mu said that she hated and feared the most. Hathaway doesn't want to become a plaything for men to enjoy. That would be more painful than killing her. Mud-san, tie her up and send her over. Su Mu waved his hand impatiently. Well? Mud-san obviously hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Hassad next to him, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he directed his men to walk towards Hathaway next to him. Son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. You bastard, beast, and devil. You devil. Hathaway cursed so loudly that her voice even alarmed the guards waiting outside. Su Mu closed his eyes and tapped the seat with his fingers leisurely. If you are not ruthless, your position will not be stable. Su Mu never shows mercy to enemies who want to kill him. What's more, Su Mu never thought of himself as a hero. If he wants to be a hero, he will be a hero. City Lord. Seeing that Hathaway was about to be dragged away, Hazard gritted his teeth and took a step forward. He was about to say something when Hathaway's voice came again. I say. Chapter 268. Return to Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Kaisen was transferred? I say. I'll make a deal with you. Su Mu raised his hand, signaling Mud-san and the others to stop. Push her back. Yes. Mud-san obeyed the order and brought Hathaway back to Su Mu. I only have one request, and after you say it, give me a quick death. Good. Su Mu was very decisive. My father hid his treasure in the cellar south of the City Lord's mansion. It's a restricted area for the City Lord, and few people know about it. After a moment of silence, Hathaway spoke. Su Mu looked at Mud-san, who also knew what it meant. He stepped forward and said, Indeed, that place was found in the south. Su Mu looked at Hathaway again, motioning her to continue. Knowing that they had discovered her father's treasure trove, Hathaway had nothing to hesitate about. She told him everything at once. The treasury can only be opened at noon. If you open it earlier or later, you will die. There's a ghost roaming around inside. I once heard my father say that the curse inside the treasure house was set by that ghost. It became the guardian spirit of my father's treasure house in gratitude for saving his life. Mud-san, who was standing next to him, heard this and felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, when a soldier suggested that he go in and take a look, he suppressed his curiosity in time. Otherwise, if it was really as Hathaway said, they would have been doomed if they had gone in earlier. Thinking of this, Mud-san was glad that he was loyal enough. He was also afraid that Su Mu would be unhappy after knowing this, so he didn't dare to go in immediately. Have you ever been inside the treasure house? Su Mu asked. His guess that the treasure house was in danger was just a casual conjecture, but he didn't expect it to be true. Su Mu was glad that he had read a lot of novels in the past, otherwise he would not have thought of such a crucial point. Logically speaking, he really didn't believe that Andrew hid his treasure so tightly without setting up some mechanism or something. I've been in there once. Hathaway thought about it and told the truth. In that case, you take us in tomorrow at noon. Hathaway. No. Hathaway knew she had no choice. Take her away and take good care of her. Su Mu waved his hand. Yes. Mud-san obeyed the order and pushed Hathaway down. Hazard, did you have something to report just now? Su Mu stood up and looked at Hassad beside him. He remembered that the other party seemed to have something to say. No, Lord City Lord. Mud-san quickly shook his head. In that case, accompany me to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Yes. Su Mu came to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce again, but this time, he did not see Kai Xin in the Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he saw another woman with a hot body and seductive looks. Yo, my Lord City Lord, what brings you here? As soon as Ines saw Hassad, she immediately became energetic. She twisted her sexy body, hugged Hassad's arm, and leaned against him. Ines, please respect yourself. Hassard frowned slightly and pushed Ines aside unhappily. I didn't expect that our City Lord is such a good man. Ines covered her mouth with her hands, smiled coquettishly, and threw a wink at Hassard. Ines, stop talking nonsense. Ines kept calling him the City Lord, which frightened Hassad so much that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly clarified his identity. I am only the acting Deputy City Lord. The person in front of you is the City Lord of Tianlong City, Lord Su Mu. Why don't you call the City Lord? Hassad urged. When Ines heard this, her eyes lit up slightly. In fact, she had already noticed the handsome and energetic Su Mu a long time ago. But as a mature woman, Ines knew that it was useless for a man to be good-looking. If he did not have some power and strength, he would be as worthless as the weeds outside the city. Now that she heard Hassad say in person that Su Mu was the mysterious mayor of Tianlong City, She suddenly felt curious and had a good impression of him. Iris walked towards Su-mu with a charming smile, saying, I've long heard of the city lord's reputation from the people in the city, but it's a pity I haven't been able to see him in person for so long. Now that I've seen him in person, I'm really itching to see him. Ines was about to attack like she did to Hassad before, but Su-mu dodged without a trace. Miss Ines, right? I want to ask, where is Miss Kaisen, who was previously at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? She is the person in charge of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City, isn't she? Ines was not annoyed when she failed. She covered her red lips and said in surprise, So the city lord and Miss Kaisen are old acquaintances? But it's a pity that Miss Kaisen has been transferred to the headquarters of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, because she is so outstanding. Ines continued with a smile. I am the head of the Chamber of Commerce now. If the city lord needs anything, please feel free to send me. I have responded to everything, and I am sure the city lord will be satisfied. Ines said this and threw 2 seductive glances at Su-mu. Su-mu chose to ignore it. He was more concerned about why Kai Xian was transferred. Is it because he is too good, as Ines said? Su-mu felt that things were far from that simple. The last time Kai Xian let Shi Luer go, and he feels that he owes her a favor. If it was really what Ines said, then Su-mu felt it was okay. He was afraid that things were far from what Ines said. Su-mu asked calmly, Miss Ines, I don't have any requests. I just came here to talk to Kaisen about the past. I want to know where she is now. Oh, don't you know, Lord City Lord, that the headquarters of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is in Feiyun City? Feiyun City? Su-mu was not unfamiliar with the name of this city. Then I understand. Thank you for troubling Miss Ines. Su-mu did not stay, but chose to turn around and leave, and Hassad and others hurriedly followed. Humph. So it turns out to be the lover of that little bitch Kaisen. After Su-mu's back disappeared, Ines' eyes turned cold and indifferent. I was wondering why that bitch was so bold as to let the tree elves go without telling the young master. I see. No, I have to report to the master immediately. Ines turned around hastily. Originally, Su-mu planned to find Kai Xian to buy some materials for making a magic wand, but when he didn't see her, he changed his purpose. Hazard, take someone to investigate when Ines arrived in Tianlong City. Also, please help me confirm whether Kaisen has left Tianlong City and whether she really went to Feiyun City. See if you can find out anything. Try not to arouse suspicion. I understand, sir. Hassad accepted the order and turned to leave. At night, just as Su-mu was about to take Ifia and use the space teleportation scroll to temporarily return to Tianmu Town, there was a knock on his door. Who is it? Lord City Lord, it's me, Mud-san. What else do you want so late? Su-mu was puzzled. Sir, you will know once you open the door. Su-mu had no choice but to get up and open the door, but the next second he was stunned. Chapter 269 Mud-san. You are so brave. Su-mu was stunned. It was just because, at the door of his room, standing behind Mud-san was a row of beauties. Human beauties, subhuman beauties. They are either shy, or charming, or openly winking at Su-mu. Mud-san stepped forward and whispered in Su-mu's ear. My Lord City Lord, today I heard you asking about the dancer salon. I guessed that the night was long, and you must be feeling lonely and empty, so I took the initiative to bring it to you. Mud-san's smile gradually became obscene. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. These are just babies. I promise no one has touched them. You can keep them safe. As a man, Mud-san thought he understood men. Who doesn't want someone to serve them on every lonely night? Not to mention, the City Lord is a person of status, ability, and strength. When Mud-san heard Su-mu mention the dancer's salon earlier, he guessed that the City Lord must be lonely, so he made arrangements for tonight. Common name. Give him what he likes. Su-mu. He was about to leave, but Mud-san actually did this? This old guy knows a lot of things, and is much more smooth-talking than Hassad. But, is there a lack of beautiful women around Su-mu? Although these women in front of him were indeed beauties, they still couldn't compare to Winstia and the others in terms of looks. Su-mu was in a bad mood. He was about to send Mud-san away when Ifia suddenly came out of the room. She was just curious about what was going on. Unexpectedly, there was a row of girls standing outside, and Ifia was visibly stunned. However, Mud-san was stunned by Effia's beauty. His mouth was wide open and his face looked stupid. Mud-san had seen Effia from a distance before, but at that time, it was too far away to see clearly. Moreover, Effia often appeared in the form of Tizot's silver feather horse, so it was difficult to see her true appearance. That's why when she appeared, Mud-san was so stunning. Beautiful. So beautiful. Cough. Su-mu coughed unhappily. It is true that Effia is his mount, but she is also a demi-human. For the possessive Su-mu, Effia is his. When Mud-san stared at Effia like a pig head, Su-mu was naturally unhappy. I'm sorry, Lord City Lord. Mudsun came to his senses and quickly looked away, bowed, and apologized. Mudsun knew that no matter how beautiful some women were, they were beyond his reach, and he was very aware of this fact. But soon, he raised his head again, leaned close to Su Mu, and whispered, Lord City Lord, when I saw this young lady, I finally understood why you could remain so calm in the face of so many beauties. But, at this point, Mudsun smiled again. I came prepared this time as well. Mudsun said, clapping his hands. Su Mu frowned slightly. Come prepared? What does this old guy Mudsun mean? Su Mu felt that he needed to get to know Mudsun again. He actually tried to test the cadres. Soon, 2 guards appeared, pushing a figure with its hands and feet shackled. It was a woman. Because she was wearing a black cloth on her head, her appearance could not be seen clearly, only her shape could be seen. She is slim and well-proportioned, and the emerald green patterned velvet skirt can't hide her proud and well-proportioned figure at all. Lord City Lord, this is a demi-human that my guards captured in the wild earlier. It's a species I've never seen before. Mudsun's voice rang out. However, she is really very beautiful, and she has her own unique qualities compared to the lady next to you, sir. The moment I saw her, I felt ashamed of myself. I felt that only someone like the City Lord could be worthy of her. Mudsun said as he looked at his guard and signaled with his eyes. The guard immediately understood his meaning and took off the black cloth covering his head. Hiss. Su Mu is not a man who has never seen beautiful women. There are many beautiful women around him. Each of them has their own merits and beauty. However, the moment he saw the figure clearly, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It is indeed as Mudsun said, she is very beautiful. Willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes that look like stars, an oval face the size of a palm, and natural red lips make it impossible to find any flaws in her. It's beautiful from every angle. Moreover, the woman in front of him has a gentle and kind temperament, which makes people want to get close to her. She didn't feel the slightest bit of fear of being caught. Instead, she was very calm, composed, and curious as she looked around with her star-like eyes. Her eyes also fell on Su Mu's face, blinked curiously, and then moved blankly to Ai Fia's face behind her. What made Su Mu curious was that there were some branch-like things on the woman's head, telling others that she was a subhuman. What race is it? Su Mu was also curious. Mudsun didn't know, so there was no point asking him. Su Mu directly used the insight technique. Hestala, Ernie the Ernie, also known as the Tree Spirits, are a renowned race on the continent. They are also a symbol of intelligence and wisdom. Ernies? Why does it seem familiar? Su Mu pursed his lips and thought for a moment. Sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. His heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Mudsun with an angry look on his face. Mudsun, you are really brave. Huh? Mudsun was stunned. What's the meaning? A beautiful woman was presented to the City Lord, and the City Lord said he was bold? Is this meant to compliment him? Mudsun also wanted to think so, but no matter how stupid he was, he could see that Su Mu's face showed anger, not happiness. Mudsun immediately knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, Lord City Lord, did I do something wrong? Mudsun, do you know that the person you caught in front of me is a member of the Ernie tribe? The Ernie tribe is also called the Tree Spirit tribe. Do you understand? Su Mu said as he kicked Mudsun, knocking him to the ground. Use your own pig brain to think about it. Su Mu had heard about the Ernie tribe from Selena. He knew that this race was a highly intelligent race that produced masters of various professions. They were protected by a neutral government, and hunting was prohibited in any country. Anyone who dares to capture the Ernies is declaring war on a neutral government. Moreover, Su Mu also learned that there are many masters in the neutral government, and many countries are unwilling to offend them. Su Mu has a lot of enemies now, and he doesn't want to offend any neutral government too early because of a woman. Wouldn't that be like having nothing to do? This is also why he suddenly got angry at Mudsun. This old guy is really going to kill him. Chapter 270 Hestala with Terrifying Affinity. Ernie Tribe. Tree Spirit Tribe. Ernie Tribe. Mudsun was stunned. He kept muttering these 2 sentences over and over again, and suddenly he shuddered violently. I'm sorry, Lord City Lord. It's my subordinates who deserve to die. But I really don't know. She's from the Ernie tribe. Otherwise, even if I had 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare bring her to you, the Lord City Lord. Mudsun finally remembered what the Ernies looked like. He didn't expect that his subordinates would capture such a terrifying creature in the forest. This has really made a hole in the sky. Mudsun also understood why Su Mu was so angry. What are you still talking about? Su Mu raised his brows and said sternly. Let her go. Yes. Mudsun quickly stood up. Quickly untie this distinguished lady from the Ernie tribe. Yes. The guards did not dare to say anything more and hurriedly opened the shackles on Hestela's hands and feet. "Excuse me, young lady, what is your name?" Sumu walked up to Hestela with a smile and asked. He already knew her name from his clairvoyance, but it would be better to meet her formally. Besides, Sumu doesn't want others to know his abilities. Hestela. Hesdaira's voice is very soft and ethereal, giving people a feeling of bathing in the sunset breeze, warm and lazy. I couldn't help but want to hear her say more. There is really no woman around Sumu who can give him this feeling. For a moment, he also felt very novel. "Miss Hestela, please allow me to introduce myself." Sumu straightened his clothes and put on a confident smile. "I am Sumu, the Lord of Tianlong City." My men were careless for a moment and didn't recognize the gold and jade. They didn't know the appearance of the Ernie people, so they captured you, Miss Hestela. I hope you can forgive me. Sumu changed the subject, stared at Mutsun fiercely, and continued. "Miss Hestela, if you have any dissatisfaction or demands, please feel free to raise them. I will punish my foolish subordinate on your behalf." Mutsun shuddered slightly. "Mr. Sumu, you don't need to punish him." Hesdaira's voice rang out, and she rejected the offer of punishment without hesitation. "Real. Ms. Hestela, can you forgive us?" Sumu did not forget what Selena said, that the Ernies were a very kind and peace-loving race. Now it seems that it is indeed so. Hesdaira didn't seem to have any anger or resentment towards Mutsun and the others. "Really, Mr. Sumu." Hesdaira brushed the hair in front of her forehead to the back of her head, looked at Sumu and said softly, "Everyone makes mistakes, including us, but I believe that if everyone is more tolerant, we can make fewer mistakes. Your subordinates didn't know me, so they offended me. But I hope that in the future, whether it's to me or to others, something like what happened today won't happen again. If this is really possible, I feel that the little suffering I have endured today is nothing." Not only does Hesdaira's voice make people feel like they are bathed in the evening breeze, but her strange and peculiar approach also makes people feel inexplicably warm. Sumu was certain that the Ernies were indeed a very peace-loving and kind race. Hesdaira is a clear example. No wonder she has such an inexplicable affinity. This must be a temperament that comes naturally. "Thank you, Miss Hesdaira. I am very grateful for your help." Sumu smiled slightly. "Mr. Sumu, you are too serious." Hestela smiled politely in return. She's pretty enough even without smiling. Now when she smiled, Sumu was unconsciously captivated by her smile. There was even a moment of distraction. This terrifying affinity. Sumu was secretly shocked. Can you imagine? When someone is in front of you, you can't help but want to get close to her, and you feel fascinated by her in a trance. This feeling made Sumu feel frightened. He couldn't help but think of Wenstia. Wenstia has a talent, charming body. The function of charming body is to make one naturally charming, and the attraction to the opposite sex gradually increases with age. This is what is commonly known as a vixen, who can easily attract men and make them attracted by her charm. But those are the most primitive desires. But Hestela in front of him was just the opposite. She gave people a feeling of cleanliness, freshness, and gentleness instead of coquettishness. There is also a terrifying attraction in her. The opposite attraction to Wenstia. Sumu was very curious about Hestela's attribute panel. "Miss Hestela, it's getting late now, and it's not convenient for you to go back to your tribe. Why don't you stay here first? I'll take you back personally sometime." Sumu asked. Hestela hesitated for a moment, but not being good at refusing, she quickly nodded. "Okay, Ifia, take Miss Hestela into the room to rest for a while." Sumu quickly waved to Ifia. Women are more likely to develop feelings for each other, and no one is more suitable for this task. "Yes." Ifia stepped forward and led Hestela into the room. "Lord City Lord." Mutsun stood beside Sumu with a hesitant look on his face. "I really didn't know she was an Ernie." "All right." Mutsun was about to explain when Sumu suddenly patted his shoulder and interrupted him. "You did a great job." "Oh." Mutsun was stunned. "Good job? Did he hear it right? Didn't the city lord look angry just now? Why are you suddenly praising him for doing a good job?" Mutsun's mind is full of questions. "Okay, let's go." Sumu didn't explain too much, just waved his hand and signaled Mutsun to leave. In Sumu's opinion, Mutsun facilitated his contact with the Ernie tribe to a certain extent. Without Mutsun, he didn't know when he would go find the Ernies. That's why Sumu praised him for doing a good job. In his heart, Sumu naturally did not really blame Mutsun. "What I just did was just deliberate. As for why, those who understand will understand." However, these things cannot be explained in detail and can only be figured out by Mutsun himself. "My Lord City Lord, I will withdraw first." There were many doubts in his mind, but Mutsun knew that he had no way to get the answers, so he could only choose to leave. Miss Hestala, is your tribe in the Miluo forest? Oh, Mr. Sumu, do you know? Hestala looked at him in surprise. I've heard of it, but I haven't actually seen it. Yes. Hestala admitted it graciously. In that case, Miss Hestala, would you like to come back with me to my other territory, which is very close to the Miluo forest? It's also convenient for me to take you back. After thinking about it, Sumu suggested. All right, shall we set off now? Hestala said, standing up. Let's use the space scroll to leave. Miss Hestala, can you please give me your hand? This is Sumu's purpose. As long as he touched the little hand, Hestala's attribute panel would naturally appear in front of him. Hestala hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Sumu. Chapter 271 Godly Chef. Hestala. Hestala agreed, and Sumu naturally did not act pretentiously. He first reached out to hold Afia, then reached out to hold Hestala, and finally used the teleportation scroll. Ernie tribe, Hestala female sign. Age, 21 years, 6 months, 28 days. Job adaptability, Chef LV6, Tailor LV3, Handicraft LV1, Medical LV1, Pharmaceutical LV1, Sewing LV1, Mining LV1, Logging LV1. Special talent tags, Tree Spirit Destiny, Unique, Favored by the Spirit, Divine Hand, Enlightenment. The moment Sumu's hand touched Hestala, her attribute panel appeared in front of him. This also made Sumu slightly startled. Isn't it still within the scope of Tianlong City? Why does attribute feedback appear? Could it be that now that Tianlong City has included his territories, Lord's Pride will also come into effect? This discovery was simply too wonderful for Sumu. Level 6 cooking talent. Doesn't that mean Hestala has extraordinary cooking talent? There is another thing. That is, Hestala seems to be the same as Taoyao. She has basically all the adaptability of manual work and is almost omnipotent. The only drawback is that, except for the tailor, all the others are of relatively low level. Pretty useless. Sumu quickly looked at the introduction of talents. Tree Spirit Destiny. Unique exclusive to the Tree Spirit clan. They are kind and peace-loving and possess an infinite lifespan. Damn it. Does it mean to live as long as the sky? Sumu was shocked. If the lifespan of the Ernie people is so long, then Hestala is only 21 years old. Doesn't this prove that she is still a child? Favored by the spirits. She is a natural-born leader with a strong affinity that makes people want to follow her. No race can resist her natural affinity. Monsters will not actively attack it, and normal attacks cannot cause actual damage to it. Sumu. Hestala's spiritual favor may not seem impressive, but if you think about it carefully, you can still find its power. Especially monsters will not take the initiative to attack. General attacks cannot cause damage. This is simply too powerful, too scary. Divine Hands. 95% of things created by her hands will be endowed with special powers. When Sumu saw the introduction of this holy hand, he was stunned. This, so strong, so powerful and terrifying. You know, Felina's Master's Hand only has a 15% chance of granting special powers. Hestala's Holy Hand has a terrifying 95%. In Sumu's opinion, for something like this kind of probability, if you are lucky, 95% is almost the same as 100%. But if you have a dark complexion, 95% can also be 0%. Hestala's Chef Level 6. Doesn't that mean that if she cooks, each dish can be given special powers? Shocked in his heart, Sumu took a last look at the last talent. Comprehensive Enlightenment. She has a photographic memory and possesses an exceptional learning talent and the ability to gain sudden insights. She can easily master various skills as long as she sets her mind to it. This can improve her manual adaptability level. At first glance, Sumu thought it was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. But when Sumu saw the last sentence, can improve the level of manual adaptability, his scalp went numb. It's really numb. This is the first time that Sumu has seen a talent that can improve manual adaptability. In other words, as long as Hestala is willing, she can become a top, professional god in a minute. Sumu's heart was pounding. A dark purple light flashed, and Sumu and the other two appeared in the Tianmu town. Hestala looked around curiously, then she felt her hand was still being held. Her eyes subconsciously fell on Sumu's face, only to see him looking at her with shining eyes. Hestala's body trembled slightly. She was startled for a moment, and her tightly pursed red lips opened slightly, and she called out, "Mr. Sumu? Mr. Sumu?" Well, at Hestala's call, Sumu finally came back to his senses. He smiled brightly. "Sorry, I just lost my mind. Hestala, do you need anything?" Sumu simply changed the address from Miss Hestala to Hestala. At this moment, he is brewing a big plan in his heart. Mr. Sumu, your hand. Hestala looked down at Sumu's slender hand that was still in her hand and said softly, "This is the first time she has been held hands by the opposite sex in her life." Hestala felt inexplicably nervous and also felt ashamed. Under normal circumstances, Sumu would have to behave like a gentleman and let go of Hestala's hand. But this time he did the opposite. "Hestala, my territory is quite dark, and the roads are quite rough and difficult to travel. As a gentleman, please allow me to lead you." Pay attention, Sumu is not asking, but making a direct decision. With this operation, Hestala didn't even have the chance to refuse. She could only blush slightly. That would be troublesome. "Let's go." Sumu smiled and led Hestala to his house. "Hesdira, can you cook?" Sumu spoke. He was testing to see if Hestala knew about his talent. "Yes." Speaking of cooking, Hestala tilted her neck slightly, revealing a confident look. "I cook delicious food and I love to cook." "Oh." Sumu pretended to be surprised. "So when did you start liking cooking, Hestala?" "It's been more than a year, right?" Hestala thought for a moment and finally confirmed. "A year and a half. Have you taken the professional level test?" "Let's take the test." Hestala nodded without hesitation. "I took the test not long ago." "Is that so?" When Sumu heard that Hestala had just taken the exam not long ago, he immediately felt that Hestala's professional level should not be very high. Another thing is that Hestala has only been a chef for a year and a half, which is not a very long time. So Sumu's expectations were not high. But the next moment, Hestala's words made him confused. "Not long ago, I just passed the Divine Chef assessment and reached the Divine Chef level." "Oh," Sumu responded, but quickly realized what was happening. "Wait, Hestala, what level did you just say you reached?" "Master Chef, what's wrong?" Hestala stopped and looked at Sumu with confusion in her eyes. "A great chef." Sumu thought about it in his mind. "You mean, there's only one career rank above you?" "Yeah, above me is the legendary chef. What a pity." Hestala said with some regret. "Whether it's cooking ingredients or skills, I'm still not as good as a legendary chef. I feel bad for the trust that Wenku's mother has placed in me." Chapter 272. How to make Hestala stay. Hestala was still expressing her regrets, but a huge explosion was already happening in Sumu's heart. 1.5 years. Becoming a great chef in just 1.5 years. Hestala's talent is truly terrifying. After Sumu thought about it carefully, he felt that it might have a lot to do with her talent of enlightenment. With this talent, Hestala should be able to learn anything very quickly. "Hestala, you are really amazing. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to eat the food you cook?" "I think that must be very happy." Sumu sighed. "Well, I've grown up and never seen what the dishes made by the god chef look like." As an outstanding lord, Sumu realized it. If you want to lead your subordinates well, you must understand their personalities and then prescribe the right medicine. Using different ways to get along with them and gain their favor is the most comfortable and correct way. It's almost the same principle as teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. For example, for Winstia and Serena, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. For Kokalu and Susu, companionship is the key. For Irene, she must be fierce, ruthless, and tough. For Shabastini, who had just arrived in their territory, the proposition was a compliment. After all, Sabastini's personality makes it impossible for her to refuse compliments, and she enjoys compliments. And Hestala in front of Sumu is mainly kind. When dealing with people like her, in addition to being sincere, there is another key point, which is to try to inspire her kindness. This is the way to control subordinates that Sumu figured out. Is that really the case? Hestala glanced at Sumu. She suddenly felt that his lost look was somewhat pitiful, and her heart couldn't help but feel lost as well, which also greatly aroused her sympathy. But soon, Hestala made a decision. "It's okay, Mr. Sumu. I can cook a meal for you." "Really?" Sumu asked in surprise. "Certainly." Seeing him so happy and excited, the kind-hearted Hestala couldn't help but smile. "Thank you so much." Sumu held Hestala's hand. "Hestala, calling me Mr. Sumu is too strange. Just call me by my first name from now on." "All right." Looking at her cupped hand, Hestala was shy and wanted to pull it away, but she was afraid that her sudden movement would hurt Sumu, so she hesitated and gave up. "Let's go, it's getting late. I'll arrange a room for you to stay." Sumu took Hestala's hand again. He could see that Hestala was not good at saying no. In other words, as long as he takes the initiative to make some requests and they are not too excessive, she might accept them. After returning to the house, Sumu first handed Hestala to Winstia and asked her to take her to find a room to rest. "You brought back the urnies?" Selena came to Sumu and said. From the moment Hestala came into view, she recognized her race. "You figured it out?" "Of course, the branch on her forehead is a very obvious feature." "How did you find her?" Did you go to the Ernie's territory today? Selena asked several questions in a row, and Sumu could only patiently answer them one by one and tell her his whereabouts today. You really dare. They actually dared to arrest someone from the Ernie tribe. That's crazy. After hearing what happened, Serena couldn't help but sigh. I don't know him. Sumu said casually that he was no longer considering holding Mudsun and the others responsible. You handled it right. Even if it was just an act, it left the Ernies speechless. That way, they won't complain to a neutral government. Selena praised Sumu's temporary reaction. After all, she knew very well that offending the Ernie tribe was equivalent to offending the neutral government. Of course, Sumu chuckled, put his arm around Serena's waist, and took a deep breath. If your man doesn't even have this much reaction ability, is he still worthy of being your man? Selena glanced at Sumu charmingly, and the smile on the corner of her mouth revealed her inner thoughts. Apparently, she thought so too. What profession can Hestira have? Selena let Sumu's hands play tricks on her waist while asking questions. She's a godly chef. God chef. Serena was shocked. That's close to the top of the continent. Yes, that's why I really want to keep her in our territory. Sumu roughly revealed to Selena Hestila's terrifying learning ability. The more Serena listened, the more surprised she became. If it's true as you said, then we really need to keep her in our territory. She's a rare talent. Serena also has a love for talent. Because no one understands better than her how many talented people are needed to form a huge country. The more capable people Sumu has around her, the happier and more relieved she is. I want to, but the question is, should I hire her? Speaking of this issue, Sumu also had a headache. There is no doubt that Hestila is excellent, but it is not easy at all to keep her in the territory for a long time. Even though Hestila is not good at saying no, that's because she can still accept it. But if you want to stay in the territory, it is equivalent to selling yourself to the territory. If she is a person who yearns for freedom, I'm afraid she may not be able to accept it. Sumu felt that Hestila would be able to decisively reject anything that was unacceptable. It's too expensive to hire someone. Serena pursed her lips and said, the Ernies employed by our palace cost 100 million gold coins a year, and that's because she's only at the Saint Chef level. For someone as young as Hestila, and a chef of divine caliber, I'm afraid it will cost more. 100 million gold coins. Sumu ignored it upon hearing it. Yes, and another thing is, unless you have something they want, then maybe you can use it as an exchange to let her stay temporarily. Serena continued. They are quite different from Winstia, Taoyao, and the others. What we want is for her to willingly join our territory or stay and live with us. Now that you mention it, do you have any good ideas? Sumu glanced at Selena. He felt like she had a good idea. Otherwise, why would I say so much? I actually have a solution. Serena smiled, her eyes fixed on Sumu's face, carefully examining him. There's a way to tell me. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Sumu said this, rubbing his face vigorously. He felt a little scared when Serena stared at him. The method she mentioned doesn't seem to be a good one. Chapter 273. Use the beauty trap. Capture her. There's nothing on your face. Serena suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. It's just that I suddenly felt that you became more beautiful. Become more beautiful? Sumu was stunned. He remembered that his charm had increased a lot because of Winstia. Maybe that's why Serena thinks he has become more handsome? Thinking of this, Sumu suddenly felt that the opposite sex he met today looked at him differently. At first he thought it might be his imagination. Now it seems that it was not an illusion. It's the surge in charm that has worked. So you mean to say that I wasn't good-looking before? Sumu put his big hand on Selena's waist and did something weird with a wicked smile on his face. You know that's not what I meant. Selena glanced at Sumu coquettishly. She knew he did it on purpose just to tease her. Then tell me, how do we solve Hestila's problem? What's your solution? Sumu asked. Of course, you'll use your beauty to win her over and make her stay in our territory willingly to help us develop. Serena said without hesitation. Sumu. Although he already had some guesses, he was still surprised when Selena said it herself. Beauty trap? That's not good. I already have you. Sumu looked again and saw Selena staring at him with a smile on her face, which made him feel uneasy. Is it just me? Where's Winstia? Serena spoke. Cough cough. Sumu coughed tactically, feeling a little guilty. Am I that obvious? Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. Feeling Sumu's guilt, Serena covered her mouth and smiled. I'm telling you this seriously. If Hestila is truly as outstanding as you say, then you must use some means to keep her here. As a high-level leader, you know better than I what that means. Serena continued. Of course, I don't mean for you to be a heartless person, but I hope you can treat her seriously. After all, Ernie women are very loyal. They won't refuse to marry humans. Once they fall in love with you, They will be absolutely devoted and will never change their minds. Who would let their man contact other women like you? Sumu muttered. Is it that his thinking is behind the times, or is it that Serena is too advanced? She even came up with the idea of a beauty trap. Selena didn't say anything at first. She gently reached out to help Sumu tidy up his messy clothes. Then she looked at him affectionately and said, because I know that your future is definitely not just what I see now. Your life will be much more vast and broad. There will not only be one me by your side. I'm not so selfish as to want all your love. So, go for it. I'll always be there to support you. Selena gently stroked Sumu's face, with a faint smile on her face, a sincere smile. Sumu was deeply touched. Originally, he thought that the most difficult person to conquer in his harem dream was Serena. Now it seems that he was wrong. Thank you, Serena. Sumu held Selena's hand and held her tightly in his arms. When his love reached its peak, he couldn't help but kiss Selena. But the next moment, an uninvited guest appeared. Selena pushed Sumu away with a rosy face and signaled with her eyes. Sumu looked back. Good job. It's Sabastini again. This woman always appears on time when others are getting intimate, as if she has a buff. Facing Sabastini's surprised expression, Sumu was very upset. You guys chat first. I'll go see if Taoyao has prepared water for you to take a bath. Serena smiled at Sabastini and left politely. Miss Sabastini, is there something wrong with you? Sumu spoke helplessly. It seems that I accidentally disturbed Mr. Sumu's good deeds again. Sabastini kept bringing up all sorts of issues, and Sumu was speechless about it. You still want to say something that everyone knows? Isn't that stupid? Of course, Sumu could only complain in his heart, because the territory still needed Sabastini. I'm already making the magic wand you requested, but your forge is really poor and needs a lot of improvement. Sabastini spoke. You're the expert in this area. You decide how to make the changes, and we'll work with you. That's good. Sabastini was also very satisfied after hearing this. If she is willing to cooperate, she will work more efficiently. Sabastini has also encountered some employers who are unwilling to cooperate, which is very annoying. Obviously, Sumu is not. By the way, this is for you. Sabastini took out a cloth bag from her bosom. This is what my master asked me to bring you. For some reason, when Sabastini said this, her face suddenly turned red. You know, even when she saw Sumu and Selena's intimate behavior just now, she didn't blush at all. But when she mentioned her master and saw the cloth bag, she blushed. Sumu didn't notice this detail. He reached out and took the cloth bag. What's that? Pittern asked you to bring it to me. Sumu took a look and soon discovered that the cloth bag contained space teleportation scrolls. There are more than 1,000 fixed-point space teleportation scrolls and more than 1,000 random teleportation scrolls. Sumu even saw 10 rare teleportation scrolls inside. Unlimited space teleport scroll. Ignore any barriers, whether in a secret realm or a dungeon, and you can instantly teleport out and return to a place you have been to. This is a good treasure. Sumu was ecstatic. Ms. Sabastini, why did your master give me so many space scrolls? Is there anything I can help you with? Sumu subconsciously thought that Pattern wanted his help with something. No. Sabastini spoke with an unnatural expression. Don't think too much about what he could possibly need your help with. He just said that last time you mentioned it to him, he didn't have many scrolls on him and couldn't give you much, so this time he gave you more. As if she thought of something, Sabastini said again. By the way, he also said that he would come to see you when the time comes. That's such a great feeling. I miss Senior Pattern too. Sumu didn't think much about it. Pattern is a very generous person. There is a reason why he suddenly becomes so lavish. Then I'm leaving. Sabastini said this as she adjusted the hat on her head and prepared to turn and leave, etc. Sumu suddenly remembered that he still had questions to ask Sabastini, so he quickly reached out and grabbed her. Chapter 274, Sumu's Plan. Start acting. Sumu reached out and grabbed Sabastini. However, when he stretched out his hand and Sabastini moved forward, the inertia of the two caused the hat on Sabastini's head to fall directly to the ground. Sumu. What long ears. After the hat fell off, Sabastini's ears were exposed under Sumu's eyes. Her light purple fluffy bunny ears extended all the way to her chest. They looked fluffy and inexplicably cute. Sumu immediately wanted to touch it. He knew that he was probably sick. Very sick. I want to touch the ears and stroke the tail. This is the aftermath of the demi-human girl. What are you doing? Sabastini frowned, and a frost instantly appeared on her face. She picked up her hat with great dissatisfaction and put it on hurriedly to cover her long ears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sumu quickly apologized. You're annoying, you know that. Sabastini glared at Sumu, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that she was very unhappy about her hat falling off, and Su Mu seeing her ears. Su Mu was not angry either. He said casually, I think you look cuter without a hat. You look much better with one. Why do you always wear one? Does this hat have any special meaning? What did you say? Sabastini looked at him in surprise. I said you're much cuter without a hat than with one. Why do you have to wear one all the time? Su Mu repeated. He really didn't talk nonsense. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse just now, the image of Sabastini with rabbit ears has already been deeply rooted in his heart. Don't you think it's weird? Sabastini obviously didn't expect to get this answer. Her anger suddenly disappeared, and she didn't know what to say. After a long while, he managed to utter, My ears are big, okay? They don't look good at all. Su Mu didn't know that Sabastini had always been a little self-conscious because of her big ears. Since she was little, Sabastini has been looked down upon by her tribe because of her ear problem, so she left the Thunder Rabbit tribe at a very young age and traveled around the continent. It was precisely because of her past experiences that she always hid her ears in her hat and dared not show her true face. The moment Su Mu took off her hat, Sabastini was angry, furious, and embarrassed, and even more wanted to find a place to hide. But just when she was about to leave, Su Mu suddenly said something to him. I don't think it's big, I think it looks good. Su Mu said, If you don't believe me, you can ask Wednestia, Serena, and the others to see if they share the same opinion as me. Forget it. You just grabbed me because you wanted to ask me something. Sabastini no longer worried about her ears. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable joy in her heart that was difficult to conceal. After all, this is the first time she has received such praise in all these years. That's right, that's what I wanted to ask. Su Mu said, and took out a piece of colored glaze mine. How come you have colored glaze, or? It's a rare thing. Sabastini asked in surprise. Do you know what it does? Su Mu asked. Since Sabastini can tell the name of the glaze, she must know its function. It's a mineral used for coloring. Sabastini explained. You know about siege engines? Crystal cannons. If you have those weapons, you can use glaze or to color them and make them invisible. That way, when your army launches its weapons, it can do so without the enemy even noticing where the attack came from. Fearing that Su Mu didn't understand, Sabastini continued. You know the monster chameleons, right? They're best at using their skin's ability to change color to confuse their enemies. You can also simply think of the glaze as the chameleon skin layer. The principle is the same. After applying the colored glaze mineral as pigment, it can be made to change its external color in real time according to the environment, just like a chameleon. After Sabastini said this, Su Mu finally understood. Simply put, the glaze is very powerful, but he has no use for it yet. I see. Thank you. 10 minutes later, Sabastini was sitting at the desk in her room. In front of her was a glass mirror, which she had brought with her. After hesitating for a moment, Sabastini took off the hat on her head. Once again, her large, light purple ears were revealed. Will it really look good? Sabastini frowned and murmured. 4-star value intelligence. In 10 minutes, an arms airdrop will drop at the entrance to the territory. It seems to contain quite a few goodies. Please check it out immediately. Intelligence tip. The airdrop will disappear within 15 minutes. Please hurry and don't miss the opportunity. Because he received a prompt from the intelligence system, Su Mu went out as soon as he finished taking a shower. But he didn't expect that there would be intelligence tips following it. 3-star dangerous intelligence. Outside the gate of your territory, it seems that there are spies from the Yang Demon Clan operating in secret, seemingly seeking information about something. Intelligence tip. The Yang Demon Clan spies aren't very strong, but they possess exceptional speed and keen ears, making them very adept at gathering intelligence. Please be cautious and avoid leaking any information. When Su Mu heard the system prompt, he was stunned at first, but soon an idea came to his mind. 15 minutes later, of Tianmu Town, Su Mu squatted in front of the airdrop, checking the contents. Standing in front of him was Serena. How is our territory today? Have you spotted anyone from the Yang Demon Clan? Asked Selena casually. Nothing has been discovered yet. The territory is quite peaceful today. Nothing has happened. Serena replied. Haha, are those guys scared? Su Mu smiled, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Don't say that. Selena reached out and covered Su Mu's mouth. She frowned. The Yang Demon Clan is a demon clan. They are very dangerous and powerful. Moreover, they are vindictive. We must never underestimate them. Don't worry. Su Mu grabbed Serena's hand. The smile on his face gradually became arrogant, and his tone was even more disdainful and contemptuous. I've already gone to Lodi City to find help today. They told me that they can easily take down a small group of Yangma people in a matter of minutes. Besides, they have already dispatched 50,000 troops towards Tianlong City. It's only a matter of time before they reach me. Really? Selena's worry disappeared when she heard it. How could I lie to you? Sumu hugged Serena's waist and walked into Tianmu town. Just watch. If the Sun Demon clan dares to come, the soldiers of Lodi City will make sure they never return. Then I'll be relieved. Let's go back to the room and do what we love. 8. Chapter 275 The Terrifying Idea That Scared Sumu. Early the next morning, Sumu accompanied Su to the temporary habitat of the tree elves. Weiweier, how have you been living in the territory these past 2 days? Have you adapted? Sumu met Weiweier. Thanks to Mr. Sumo, we have gradually adapted to the new environment, and the members of the territory all like the current living environment very much. Weiweier had a smile on her face. After thinking for a moment, she took the initiative to speak. Mr. Sumu, if there's anything in the territory that you need us to do, just let us know. Don't be shy about speaking up. Otherwise, we always feel like we're missing a sense of belonging. We, the tree elves, also want to contribute our own strength to this place. Weiwei was very sensible. Even before Sumu mentioned it, she took the initiative to bring it up, which saved him a lot of trouble. Sumu continued. Certainly. If your clan is willing, Weiweier, you can help me train the archery skills of the undead skeletons in the territory. After all, this is what your clan is good at, right? Sumu did not forget what the system intelligence said at the time, that he needed to make more use of the archery skills of the tree elves. Moreover, letting them teach archery may produce unexpected results. Sumu was very curious about this effect. That's certainly no problem. Vivier agreed without saying a word. Let alone something that is beyond our ability. Even if it is a difficult task, we will definitely find a way to complete it. Then I will arrange for the undead skeletons to come over, Sumu said with a smile. Certainly. With Vivier's nod, Sumu immediately arranged for Gabong to call the undead skeleton troops over. Taking advantage of this gap, Sumu took Su to see Loslier again. After several days of nourishment from the force of life, Loslier's shriveled body had undergone considerable changes. With before, Loslier's body has obviously expanded a lot, and the skin on her face looks much tighter. With the previous mummy state, there has indeed been a qualitative change. At least he looks like a human being now. And it can be vaguely seen from the outline that Loslia was a beauty when she was alive. Unfortunately, Sumu still couldn't feel any anger from her, and he didn't know whether Su's efforts were useful. Sorry for the trouble, Susu. Vivier spoke. Now she is already familiar with Susu. The news that her mother could be resurrected. Except for Fuan, no other tree elves knew about it. Without any confirmed news, Weiweier didn't dare to let her tribe members have too much expectations, for fear that they would be disappointed. But deep down, she longed for her mother to be resurrected. Susu responded without saying anything more. Just like before, she began to nourish Loslia's body with the life force in her body. Sumu let out a light exclamation. With before, the effect of Susu's life force nourishment this time seemed to be very good. He could clearly see that Loslia's body expanded again. And it was visible to the naked eye that her face was rosy and you could see the blood flowing. After this period of nourishment, Loslia became like a normal person. If an uninformed person saw this scene, they would only think that a beautiful woman was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. They would never have imagined that this beautiful woman was a mummy not long ago. Loslia, return to your human form. Mother. Seeing this scene, Weiwei was also very excited, but she was afraid of disturbing Susu, so she could only clench her fists and wait where she was, not daring to move, for fear of making any mistakes. Finally, the light green light on Susu's body dissipated. Weiwei finally couldn't help it, and immediately ran up, hugged Loslia's body, and called out, Mother. But after calling out several times, Loslia lying on the bed did not respond at all. Her eyes were closed, and she did not move. Sumu walked over. The next moment, he felt his heart being pinched hard. Beautiful. So beautiful. Because he was standing far away, Sumu couldn't see Loslia's appearance clearly. Now that I've gotten closer, I'm amazed. Sumu, who had seen so many beauties, felt as if his breathing was missing a beat for a moment. Mature, noble, elegant, sacred. No amount of words can describe Loslia's beauty. Words like fairy and goddess only seem vulgar and tacky. All you need to know is that she is indeed a woman so beautiful that people will subconsciously forget to breathe. Impeccable. Can't find any flaws. When he saw Loslia, Sumu unconsciously thought of Hestala, whom he had just met last night. Hestala was also very beautiful, but her beauty was the kind that made it impossible to possess her. Simply put, you can't have any bad thoughts about Hestala. You always feel that she is very holy. It's a wonderful feeling. But Loslia was just the opposite. The first time Sumu saw her, two words suddenly appeared in his mind. Conquer and possess. No matter what means are used, no matter whether the means are fair or not, she must be taken for herself. Then, my head is full of bad thoughts. Sumu was surprised at the horrible thoughts in his mind. He couldn't understand why this happened. Logically speaking, even when facing Winstia, who had the charming body, he never had such thoughts. But why is it like this when facing Loslia? Would he be so out of control? Sumu quickly bit his tongue, gathered his thoughts, and forced himself not to let his thoughts wander. Susu, do you know what's going on now? Seeing that Wei Weier called Loslia many times without getting a response, Sumu asked for help. Brother, she's no different from a normal person now. If you don't believe me, feel her and see that her pulse is beating again and she's breathing. Susu glanced at Loslia on the bed and said, but I don't know why she hasn't woken up yet. Maybe we need to observe for a few days. Has his breathing and pulse recovered? Sumu looked at Loslia on the bed again. The moment I saw her face clearly, that bad thought came to my mind again. It's crazy. I was just testing to see if she was alive. Sumu comforted herself and stretched out her hand to Loslia. Wei Wei just took a look and had no intention of stopping him. Sumu's hand touched the skin on Loslia's neck. It was cool and very smooth, like a hand touching jade. He could clearly feel that her carotid artery was indeed beating very powerfully. Sumu reluctantly let go of his hand, and it landed on Loslia's nose. Also breathing. Facing Wei Weier's eager gaze, Sumu nodded. It's exactly as Susu said. Chapter 276: The Amazing Abilities of the Tree Elves. Vival, I can feel your mother's pulse beating. She is indeed alive. Sumu said. Then why hasn't she woken up yet? Of course, Vivier was very excited and happy that her mother had recovered, but she was still worried because she didn't see her mother open her eyes or speak. She was afraid that her eager anticipation would eventually turn into disappointment. So, she was a little anxious. I'm not sure either. It might take some time. Let's observe. Don't worry, okay? Sumu comforted. After all, your mother has recovered and is no different from a normal person now. I think it's only a matter of time before she opens her eyes and starts talking. Wei Wei was silent for a long time before she sighed. All right. Next, Sumu did not leave the tree elf's temporary habitat, because he wanted to see how the tree elves taught his skeleton archers archery. Wei Wei arranged for Fuan to take action personally. As an elder of the tree elf clan, Fuan is able to stay with Loslia all year round because of her strong strength. Among them, her archery skills are also among the best in the tribe. The fact that she personally came forward to teach was enough to show how seriously Viviel took this matter. After observation, Sumu quickly discovered the problem. The archery skills of the skeleton archers who were taught seemed to have improved. The target was originally 300 meters away, and the skeleton archer could only hit 3 or 4 out of 10 arrows. The hit rate was only 20 to 30, which was very poor. In this situation, going to the battlefield not only wastes a lot of arrows, but also fails to suppress the enemy. But after Fuan's teaching, a miracle happened. The skeleton archer can accurately hit the target with every arrow he shoots, achieving the goal of hitting the target every time. That's right, it really hits the target every time. Sumu also conducted an experiment using a skeleton archer and found that it was indeed the case. Under Fuan's guidance, the skeleton archer not only achieved the skill of hitting the target with every shot, but also saw changes in its talent status bar. Eagle Eye Scorn. Hit rate 100%, hit weak points 80%, weak point critical attack 300%. There are two terrifying things about this talent. The first is the 100% hit rate, and the second is the critical hit on the weakness. There's no need to mention the 100% hit rate, right? Who in the world dares to say that his shooting accuracy is 100%? But with this talent, you can. Moreover, there is an 80% chance of forming a critical hit on a weakness, and the damage of a critical hit is more than tripled. It's so terrifying. Sumu couldn't believe that after receiving Fuan's instruction, the skeleton archer actually had such a talent. Now the question is, can every skeleton archer acquire such talent after receiving training? This is the issue that Sumu is concerned about. If it is true, then his undead army will officially take off. Combat effectiveness has achieved a qualitative leap. After repeated tests, Sumu finally came to a conclusion. If the skeleton archer has the talent of Eagle Eye trait, then after Fuan's teaching, Eagle Eye trait will be upgraded to Eagle Eye Scorn in a short period of time, achieving a complete transformation. If the skeleton archer himself did not have the talent of Eagle Eye trait, then after Fuan's teaching, he had it. This discovery made Sumu ecstatic. What a terrifying improvement. If the skeleton archers were given the Eagle Eye trait by Fuan, would they be able to achieve further improvement after being taught again? For this purpose, Sumu conducted a special experiment and found that it was not as he expected. Nothing has changed. But Sumu did not give up. He just thought that maybe it was because the time was too short that continuous changes could not be achieved. If I come back after some time, maybe I can achieve the evolution of Eagle Eye trait. Sumu thinks his idea is feasible, but it will take time to prove it. After handing over the remaining skeleton archers to Fuan, Sumu left with peace of mind. He found Shabastini. You want to make a bow with an attack range of 500 meters? Sabastini learned of Sumu's thoughts. Yes, now the 300-meter range of my skeleton archer's refined longbow is no longer enough for me. After knowing that the skeleton archer could be trained to have a 100% hit rate, Sumu's first thought was to increase the power of the bow and arrow. Only in this way can the overall strength of the skeleton archers be improved. Making a longbow with a 500-meter attack range isn't difficult, but it does require a lot of materials. Sabastini hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to help with the forging. Okay, write down the materials. I'll go to Tianlong City later and ask about it then. Good. After leaving Shabastini, Sumu was about to find Afia and go to Tianlong City with her, but he met Hestala on the way. Hestala, how are you feeling? Did you sleep well last night? Sumu smiled and spoke with concern. He hadn't forgotten his chat with Serena yesterday. Don't worry about whether to use the beauty trap or not, but you must do your best to win Hestala's favor. I had a very good rest. Thank you, Sumushian. Hestala suddenly remembered what Sumu said last night and took back the word sir. By the way, Hestala, I need to go to Tianlong City today. I'm afraid I won't be able to send you back to your tribe. Can you rest in my territory for a few more days? Sumu said. Can I send you back after I'm done with these few days? Sumu thought about it and realized that even if he wanted to use the beauty trap, he would first need to keep Hestala within the territory. If she leaves and returns to her tribe, no plan will work. So the first step is definitely to find a reason or an excuse to keep Hestala. What Sumu didn't expect was that Hestala didn't come to ask him to send her back. Sumu, I'm not in a hurry to go back to the tribe for now. You can finish your own things first. But will this disturb you? I won't disturb you. How could I disturb you? Sumu smiled. Hestala, I'm so happy that you can stay for a while. That's good. Hestala smiled gently and then said, I haven't forgotten the promise I made to you yesterday. I wanted to cook you a meal so you can taste my cooking skills. How about tonight? I couldn't ask for more. Hestala offered to cook for him and fulfill her promise. How could Sumu stop her? That's good. By the way, Sumu, I have another question I want to ask. What is it? Just tell me. I will tell you everything I know. Sumu patted his chest. That is, who made the clothes that Winstia and the others are wearing? Hestala asked. She was obviously very curious about this matter. Hestala, are you interested in this? This news was so pleasant to Sumu. He remembered Hestala's LV3 tailoring adaptability. If she's really interested in this, why not use this to keep her here temporarily? I'm interested. I think these clothes are very novel and beautiful. I've never seen them before. I want to learn how it is made. Hestala's words made Sumu happy. Chapter 277, The Vault Door Opens. Sumu introduced Hestala to Felina. After all, what she was most interested in now was tailoring. And Felina has a LV6 level of tailoring talent, so the two naturally have more topics to talk about. Hestala temporarily had a reason to stay, and Sumu felt a lot more relaxed. He no longer needed to worry about this matter. Temporarily handing over the task of developing the territory to Winstia and Selena, Sumu brought Afia and appeared in Tianlong City using the space scroll. There are so many space scrolls now that Sumu doesn't feel bad about using them. As soon as he appeared in the room, Sumu saw Mudsun and Hassad waiting there, both of them with anxious looks on their faces. Lord City Lord. Although they were surprised that Sumu appeared from the gap in space, Hassad and Mudsun were the first to step forward to greet him. What's wrong? You two are so anxious, what happened? Sumu's ability to read people's expressions is not inferior. Lord City Lord. Our spies reported that an hour ago, 50,000 troops from Lodi City were stationed 20 kilometers away from our Tianlong City and have already set up camp. Hassad stepped forward and reported. Besides Narek, there are 4 other commanders with similar positions to Narek. They are coming with such a fierce momentum. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives. Lord City Lord, what should we do? Should we attack proactively or defend passively? As Hassad finished speaking, Mudsun stepped forward. My Lord City Lord, I advocate defense. Before, because of Andrew, our city's elite troops suffered a lot of losses. Currently, our Tianlong City army has only about 30,000 troops assembled. If we fail to meet the enemy head-on, the entire city will be in danger. At present, we have sufficient food reserves in Tianlong City to last for about half a year. During this half year, the situation will definitely be different. Passive defense may be the only chance of survival. Looking at Hassad and Mudsun talking excitedly in front of him, Sumu smiled. Laugh out loud. Lord City Lord. Grown-ups. Hassad and Mudsun looked at each other, neither of them knowing why Sumu suddenly laughed. Could it be that he panicked after hearing their report? Not really. So why laugh? Just when the two were filled with doubts, Sumu waved his hand and said, Okay, I already know what happened in Lodi City, so you don't need to worry. Tianlong City should be as it is now, and you don't need to worry about other things. Now, get Hathaway over here. Let's go to Andrew's vault. It's almost noon. But Hassad wanted to say something, but Mudsun beside him secretly pulled him back. Okay, since the city lord has said so, let's do it this way. Okay. Hassad was still worried, but he could only suppress it temporarily and chose to compromise. Wait, send someone to secretly deliver this thing to Nalek. Sumu suddenly thought of something, turned around and handed Hassad a piece of brown paper and instructed. Remember, don't let anyone see the contents inside. Yes, Lord City Lord. Hassad realized the importance of the matter and quickly turned around to do it. By the way, Mudsun, please send someone to help me buy a batch of seeds, various plant seeds, and crop seeds. I need them for something. Reimburse me. Sumu gave another order. He remembered the agreement with Zhang Xiaohai. Zhang Xiaohai will come to his territory this afternoon, and Sumu will take the seeds back then. I understand. Mudsun was also a very decisive person. He left as soon as he received the order. At noon, Sumu, Mudsun, and Hassad appeared in front of Andrew's vault door. This is a building with a dark brown gate, which looks a bit gloomy and dark. It looks more like a cemetery than a vault. No wonder Mudsun and the others didn't dare to go in immediately after they discovered it. Putting aside the question of loyalty, just the shape and feel of the door alone would make it difficult for ordinary people to enter. Hathaway, do you have a way to open the door? Sumu glanced at Hathaway, who was walking in front. After a long silence, Hathaway nodded. But I have one condition. What? Sumu was not surprised at all that Hathaway would negotiate with him at this time. After all, if we don't talk about it now, do we have to wait until we get in? Give me a quick death. Hathaway's words startled Sumu, and then he smiled. Good. After getting a nod, Hathaway stood in front of the door for a while, then looked up at the sun in the sky. When the time was almost right, she suddenly walked to a crystal mirror at the gate and adjusted her position. The sunlight shines on the mirror, and the golden light is dazzling. The next moment, a dull sound was heard, and the door fell down. Sumu saw at a glance the boxes of gold coins, neatly arranged, with the gold coins overflowing and falling to the ground. It seems that there are not only gold coins in it, but also many other good things, but they are not clear at the moment. Hathaway suddenly ran forward 2 steps. Sumu was very cautious and reached out to grab her, shouting, What are you going to do? Mechanism. Hathaway looked back at Sumu and gestured with her shackled hands. As if sensing Sumu's distrust, Hathaway threw the shoes on her feet forward. The shoe fell on the floor in front, and the floor immediately reversed, and then sank in. There are also mechanisms. If Sumu had just led people over there, I'm afraid they would have fallen down. I want to turn off this mechanism. Hathaway spoke. You'd better behave yourself. Despite saying this, Sumu still let go of her hand. Hathaway didn't stop. She walked forward a few steps and fumbled to press a brick. Sumu only heard a few loud bangs and didn't see anything specific. But at the moment when he was distracted, Hathaway suddenly ran forward, still shouting. Lord Isel, hurry. My father was killed. You haven't forgotten your promise, right? Help my father get revenge. The one outside is my father's murderer, Lord Isel. Isel, come out. Hathaway ran inside shouting. Sumu frowned. He knew that this woman could not be so submissive and accept her fate. Sure enough, she had other plans brewing in her mind. Out of precaution, Sumu did not follow at the first time, but quietly observed the development of the situation. In the back, the expressions of Hassad and Mudsun both changed. However, their inner thoughts are very different. Chapter 278, When did you become Lord Isel? Mudsun felt that they were fooled by Hathaway and was very unhappy and felt indignant on behalf of Sumu. Hazard has the same mentality, but at the same time, he can't help but worry about Hathaway's fate. After all, he knew very well that Sumu was very powerful. Hathaway's response is tantamount to seeking death. Who is it? Who is calling me? A voice came, low and hoarse, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Soon, a black shadow appeared in front of Sumu and others. The black shadow was floating in the air, covered with thick black fog, and the specific figure could not be seen clearly. Lord Isel, I am Hathaway, Andrew's daughter. Do you still remember me? Hathaway stepped forward and said, Is it you? What's the matter? The voice came again. Lord Isel, my father is dead, and the murderer is outside. Hathaway turned around and looked at Su Mu at the door, pointing at him. He was the one who killed my father. My father once saved you. You will help him avenge him, right? Hathaway has no other options left, and she can only place her hope on the undead Isol in front of her. Even though she knew that the undead themselves did not value any promises, they would not feel obligated to help you. Similarly, now that her father is dead, Hathaway doesn't expect Isolde to really help her get revenge. But even if there is only a glimmer of hope, she is willing to try and does not want to give up. She only hopes that Isol can find his conscience and help his benefactor to take revenge. Andrew is dead. There was disbelief in Isolde's voice. It sensed it with force. No wonder I haven't felt his presence recently. After a moment of silence, Isolde spoke again. Andrew once did me a favor. Now that he's gone, I can't fulfill my promise. So his enemies are my enemies. As long as I help him get revenge, I will be free again. It's natural, Hathaway said excitedly. Lord Isol, please. Hathaway hadn't had any expectations at first. She hadn't expected Isolde to be willing to avenge her father. This was simply the best thing that could happen. Without Hathaway's words, Isol had already turned into black mist and swept towards Su Mu, while still shouting, "Don't try to resist, you little brat. If you don't resist, I will let you die peacefully and comfortably. If you resist, then you will have no say in the matter." Despite the threats on his lips, Isol's actions today were more aggressive than usual. Just for that one sentence, Lord Isol. You know, Isol has never heard anyone call him Lord Isol. Even Andrew wouldn't call it that. The relationship between him and Andrew was more like that of a client and an employer. But today, hearing Hathaway calling Isolde Lord, Isolde was so excited that he was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, and he was determined to show off how powerful he was. As for Su Mu, he was not at all panicked. Although it was his first time fighting against the undead, he was surrounded by the undead, so he was naturally very familiar with them. Conventional physical attacks cannot be used against the undead, otherwise there is no way to successfully hit them. Flames lit up in Su Mu's hands, and he planned to test the power of his scorching fiery spirit. After all, he had obtained this transformation skill for so long, but had never had the chance to try it out. Taking it out this time can not only demonstrate his strength, but also intimidate Hassad and Mudsun. It can be said to be a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Su Mu felt a little excited when he thought about it. He raised his hand to stop Effia, who was about to attack. "Effia, don't move, let me do it." Su Mu took a sudden step forward, but before he could use his ultimate move, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Isol, when did you become Master Isol? Why haven't I heard of it?" A figure appeared in front of Su Mu. "It's Felina." She appeared so fresh and lively. Etc. Shouldn't this girl Felina be teaching Hestala about tailoring? When did she run over here? Su Mu thought of the key issue. But the more important thing is that Isol's black mist stopped in front of Su Mu. At the same time, in the small town of Tianmu, poor Hestala just turned around and found that Felina, who had been behind her, was gone. "Hey, where's Senior Felina?" Hestala looked around in a daze. Finally, she had no choice but to pick up a triangular piece of cloth. After examining it for a while, she pouted and murmured, "What is this? Can anyone tell me? Inside the vault. What's going on?" Hathaway seemed to have a premonition of something. Her brows quickly knitted together, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. In the back, Hassad and Mudsun looked at each other and put down their swords. They saw the surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. They both knew that there were demons around Su Mu, but they didn't expect that there were also undead. It seems that the undead army that Su Mu once told them about seems to be true. "What's wrong, Isolde?" Felina floated in the air and spoke again. "Why aren't you talking? Don't you recognize me? I'm asking you. When did you become Lord Isol?" "Lady Felina." It's a tearing sound from the broken voice of Isol. Soon, the black fog dissipated and Isol revealed his true form. A ghost that looks like a little girl. The first time he saw her, Su Mu didn't feel scared or frightened, but instead felt an inexplicable sense of cuteness. It turned out to be a little girl. No wonder she covered herself in black fog and changed the way she spoke. If not, few people would be afraid of her. Su Mu immediately saw the current situation clearly, but he understood more clearly that the little girl named Isol and Felina seemed to be friends. "I missed you so much, Lady Felina." Su Mu was thinking secretly when Ishu suddenly rushed forward and threw himself into Felina's arms, crying. The style of painting suddenly changed. Su Mu, Hassad, Mudsun, Hathaway. Everyone was speechless. Where was the tense situation as promised? What is the current harmonious and beautiful situation? "Lady Felina, it's been hundreds of years since we last met. Xiaoi, I miss you so much." Woo woo woo. Isol seemed to have found his home, hugging Felina tightly without letting go, and completely forgot her promise to avenge Andrew. What do you want to do? Sumu suddenly rushed into the vault. Chapter 279, Get Rich. Lots of good things. Who allowed you to commit suicide? Sumu reacted very quickly. The moment he realized that Hathaway wanted to end her life, he stepped forward decisively, pushed her to the ground, and stopped her from committing suicide. Someone, catch her and keep an eye on her. At Sumu's call, Mudsun glanced at Hassad and stepped forward decisively, suppressing Hathaway and making her unable to move. Asshole, kill me if you want. Don't even think about sending me to a tavern to be a dancer and insulting my dignity. Otherwise, I will curse you all the time and will not let you go even after I die. Hathaway was still struggling, trying to use words to provoke Sumu and make him kill her directly. Hathaway's final plan failed, but she knew what she would face next, so her actions were smart. But Sumu didn't even look at her. Instead, he focused his attention on Andrew's vault. Cellar is filled with gold coins. There is no telling how many boxes there are. City Lord Andrew is living a very comfortable life. Take her out and don't disturb me. By the way, call some reliable soldiers over to count how much money we have. Sumu waved his hand and gave orders. Yes, Lord City Lord. Mudsun quickly pushed Hathaway away, who was still cursing and swearing. Crystal Mine X10020. Magic Essence X5230. Steel Saltpeter Powder X11200. Magic Gun X10350. Sumu found materials for making magic rocket launchers and shells in Andrew's vault. He had reason to suspect that this guy Andrew also knew the technology to make magic rocket launchers and had been consciously accumulating materials. When he found the blueprints of the magic rocket launcher, Sumu was finally sure that Andrew really knew about the magic rocket launcher. It's a pity that all the materials he had worked so hard to accumulate for so long now belonged to Sumu. He felt excited just thinking about it. The only thing that made Sumu feel a little regretful was that there was one thing missing from these materials. Composite lithium glazed steel. If you have this, you can make a magic rocket launcher. But after thinking about it carefully, Sumu quickly calmed down. If all the materials were available, Andrew might have already made the magic rocket launcher. How could it be his turn? Armor, jewelry, weapons, magic scrolls. Sumu found a lot of things like this in the vault. Moreover, many armors and weapons are of purple quality. You know, the weapons and armor of both Hassad and Mudsun are just orange equipment. And Mudsun said that only captains and commanders in the army are qualified to use orange or above weapons. Andrew has very strict control over weapons and armor, so it is usually very remarkable for them to get orange weapons and armor. The commander barely reached the blue quality level. Mudsun could not have imagined that Andrew's collection actually contained a lot of purple quality armor and weapons. Such a good weapon is not used to kill the enemy or defend and show its true glory, but is instead kept in the collection and covered in dust. Damn it, Andrew. Mudsun gritted his teeth and cursed at that time. So it is normal that Andrew is unpopular. The old man is not poor, but rich on the contrary. He is just harsh to his subordinates. As for armor and weapons, Sumu chose to leave them all where they were. He put all the magic scrolls into his own pocket. What made Sumu quite satisfied was that he also found some materials for making a longbow with a range of 500 meters in the vault. Although it is not complete, it can at least save him some money. There are quite a few good things, but there doesn't seem to be anything great. Sumu looked around Andrew's vault, frowned slightly, and muttered, "There are indeed a lot of good things in Andrew's vault, but so far there is nothing that has immediately amazed Sumu. There was nothing that made him feel like it was truly precious. But at this time, sir, this box seems to be full of unwanted old things. What should we do with them?" Mudsun ordered his men to bring a dusty wooden box and placed it in front of Sumu. "If you don't need it, I'll have them throw it away. Everything inside is so dirty." Mudsun waved his hand in disgust, clearing the dust from the air. Sumu lowered his head and glanced at the worn-out box beside him. "Where did it come from?" he asked. "I found it in a corner, buried under a few boxes of gold coins. I guess it was forgotten a while ago." Mudsun said, "It seems to be full of junk inside. Don't throw it, let me see it." Sumu has no experience, but he is a college student in the 21st century and has read many novels. The more inconspicuous the box is, the more treasures it might hide. Thinking of this, Sumu excitedly fell in front of the box and began to look for. Mudsun, who was standing by, saw this scene and didn't dare to say anything. However, he was wondering in his heart, does the city lord also have a hobby of rummaging through junk? Why are you so excited to see this pile of junk? Not only Mudsun, but also the two soldiers who helped with the box were confused. When they found the box, They took a quick look and could clearly see that there was nothing inside. It was just some old, tattered things that were damaged in battle. They also couldn't understand why they were so excited. If it were them, they would rather throw themselves into a box full of gold coins. No matter what others thought, Sumu quickly found a yellowed soft armor in the box. It felt cool to the touch and had a fuzzy texture. It's a pity that there are many traces of battle on the soft armor. It looks incomplete and very dilapidated. It doesn't look bad even though it's so worn out. I can't believe how beautiful it was before. Sumu complained and used his insight technique. Feather Spirit Light Armor, legendary defective item light armor, made from the feathers of the beast spirit Fengdianyu Goose Dragon. It is said that to make such a light armor, the important back feathers of 9 Fengdianyu Goose Dragons are needed. Unfortunately, it seems that it suffered a lot of damage in a certain battle, and what is displayed now is not the complete one. Because of the damage, the true ability of the light armor cannot be seen. Holy crap, legendary. Sumu couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was a little excited. Even though it was a defective battle-damaged product, this soft armor was the highest quality equipment he had ever seen. Nice one. Absolutely great stuff. It's a battle-damaged version now, but what if it could be repaired? I don't know if Sabastini has any way to repair it. Sumu thought to himself, and carefully brushed off the dust on the soft armor, then folded it and put it aside. Sumu's serious and excited look caught Mudsun's eyes, making him even more confused. Why is the city lord holding a tattered soft armor with glowing eyes? There any explanation for this piece of junk? Or does the city lord simply like rotten and old things that have collectible value? Chapter 280 To kill or not to kill? That is the question. Do you understand? Why is the city lord so excited looking at that pile of junk? Mudsun lowered his voice and chatted with the soldiers around him. He couldn't ask Sumu directly, so he could only discuss it with his subordinates. Commander, you don't know this, right? Soldier A spoke with an enigmatic look on his face. What do you mean you don't know? Stop playing dumb and explain yourself. Mudsun turned his face away. Now you dare to pretend with him? Special hobby, Commander. Soldier A whispered. I've heard that some people have object fetishes, and they particularly like old things that have been used by others. Those are all worth collecting. I think the city lord should be like that. That's right. I've heard of xenomorphs as well. Soldier B helped out. I have a friend like that. You want to give him a new one, but he won't be happy about it. Exotic fetish? Really? Are you really that perverted? Mudsun didn't believe it. Could it be that the city lord had such a hobby? As he was talking, Mudsun suddenly caught a glimpse of Sumu sniffing something with a black stick in his hand. Then he looked relaxed and immersed. A happy look. Mudsun. See, Commander? Soldier A spoke at the right time. Mudsun. He suddenly seemed to understand something. No wonder he brought so many beauties to show to the city lord last night. But the city lord didn't like them. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was all his fault for saying they are all chicks. Maybe the city lord likes girls who are not virgins? Thinking of this, Mudsun's body trembled, and he caught a key point. Like what others have used. Doesn't that mean? Hiss. The more Mudsun thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and his expression became increasingly lewd. The city lord really knows how to play. He likes other people's wives. Mudsun realized it and decided to find another opportunity to please him next time. All attributes plus 20. The system prompt sounded in Sumu's mind. The reason why this prompt sound appeared was entirely because of the black wooden stick he was holding in his hand. Hawkwood Root Spirit, a sacred wood material that emits a faint fragrance, made from the roots of the hawkwood tree. Effect 1. Absorbing its fragrance for the first time will increase your attributes and make you stronger. Effect 2. After the second use, the effect changes to refreshing the mind. Wearing it on your body will allow you to travel through poisonous miasma areas, and the miasma will be useless to you. Effect 3. Plant it, and you will get a falcon tree with an endless supply of falcon tree root spirits. This is the second good thing Sumu discovered after the Yuling light armor. Among them, there are some things whose names are known, but whose uses are unknown for the time being. They look very much like forging materials. Sumu didn't plan to check them one by one. He waved to Mudsun. Send this wooden box to my room. Remember, don't touch anything inside. Understood, Lord City Lord. Mudsun quickly called 2 helpers, and at the same time he further confirmed Sumu's statement about xenophobia. After all, the city lord treats this wooden box like a treasure. Half a day has passed. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the number of gold coins was successfully counted. There are a total of 132.23 million gold coins in Andrew's vault. This old guy is really rich. When they got this result, Mudsun and Hazard were cursing Andrew. The reason is simple. There are many cracks in the walls of Tianlong City, which need to be repaired, but Andrew has been reluctant to allocate funds. In the end, when he died, the city wall was not repaired and the problem still existed. At the beginning, Hazard and Mudson all thought that there must be a problem with the funds within the city lord's mansion, and Andrew was indeed in trouble. Now it seems that there is no problem at all. I just don't want to spend money on repairs. Hazard, Mudson, consider these 230,000 gold coins as my reward to you. You've worked hard all day, so share it with your brothers. But thank you for your hard work. Sumu pointed to the remaining box of gold coins and spoke. City Lord, this is not possible. We don't need any hard work fees. Hassad spoke. A reward of 230,000 as their hard work fee? To be honest, Hassad and Mudson didn't even dare to think about it. Don't say they never received a reward from Andrew. Even Andrew's close associates received a maximum reward of 10,000 gold coins, and that was earned at the cost of their lives. The reason why Hazard and the others knew that the maximum amount was 10,000 gold coins was because Andrew was afraid that others would not know. He publicized it everywhere and held various ceremonies, with the purpose of letting more people know that he had rewarded his subordinates with 10,000 gold coins. But now, Sumu, as the new city lord, casually took out 230,000 gold coins to reward them without blinking or hesitation, and even said it was a hard work fee. For a moment, both Hassad and Mudson were deeply moved. Not whether there is money or not. The point is that they feel respected and recognized. A sense of mission and belonging arises naturally. Mudson has always been a money-loving person, but this time he refused the reward. Yes, Lord City Lord, just like Hazard, I feel that you have this thought. My brothers and I are already very grateful. We don't need money. Hassad said solemnly. How could I possibly work for you, Lord City Lord, just for the hard work fee? We do it willingly. Okay, it's settled. Sumu interrupted with a wave of his hand. What I have decided will not change. In addition, I will allocate another 3 million gold coins to repair the city walls. 1 million gold coins to build the city lord's mansion. If it's not enough, come back to me and apply again. Don't cut corners. As a leader, Sumu understands that timely rewards are necessary. Without rewards, who would be willing to risk their life for you? This seems to be a reward for Hassad, Mudson, and others, but in fact it is a move to win over the hearts of the people and consolidate one's own position. It is a very necessary action. Only when you give up can you gain. Seeing Sumu's firm attitude, Hassad and Mudson hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Then thank you, Lord City Lord, sir. After closing the door of the vault again, Sumu asked Mudson to arrange for someone to guard it. New City Lord's mansion is built. This place is a restricted area. Now, should I think about what to do with her? Sumu looked at Hathaway, who was wearing heavy handcuffs and shackles. She had been exposed to the intense sunlight for more than 3 hours without a sip of water, and she looked almost unconscious. Chapter 281 Hathaway's Talent. Get up. Sumu pulled Hathaway and tried to pull her up. But Hathaway didn't cooperate at all and still lay under the scorching sun. She was extremely weak now and had no way to resist. She could only let Sumu pull her hand. There was nothing she could do. Suddenly, Sumu let out a light exclamation in his heart, as if the door to a new world had opened. What did he discover? And it's about Hathaway. Grown-ups. Just as Sumu was concentrating on observing, Hassad's voice was heard beside him, and he walked over with his body bent. What's the matter? Sumu glanced at him. Sir, can you please let Hathaway go and let her join the army to build the city wall to make up for the sins she committed before? Seeing that Sumu's expression had changed, Hassad panicked and said hurriedly, If all else fails, you can even throw her into the dungeon. I only beg you to spare her life. Hassad said as he knelt on one knee. Give me a reason. Sumu did not scold Hassad on the spot, but asked him the reason. As a leader, it is very unwise to immediately reprimand your subordinates in front of everyone without understanding the full situation. Could it be that you like her? Sumu thought of a possibility. It's not impossible. After all, Hathaway is quite good-looking. To be more precise, she is a great beauty. It is not impossible that Hassad has taken a fancy to her. Even a hero can't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. On the side, Hathaway obviously heard Sumu's words. She concealed her surprised eyes and looked at Hazard. It's not because I like her. Hassad quickly waved his hand to deny it and gave a wry smile. Lord City Lord, I'm already a family man. How could I still like her? It's simply because Hathaway was my classmate when I was studying at the Knight Academy, and she was the one who introduced me to Tianlong City. To me, she has affection and even more gratitude. Hassad said with a heavy heart. Also, not long ago, during the fight with Nalek and his men, I was nearly killed by his soldiers. It was Hathaway who appeared in time and saved me, so I avoided being hurt. So, I owe her my life. Hasad lowered his head, not daring to look at Sumu. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness cannot be achieved at the same time. I can testify that Hathaway did save Hasad's life. He was in great danger at the time. After hesitating for a moment, Mudsun also stood up. Not to mention the friendship between him and Hasad. Even if he were a normal person, he would have the courage to tell the truth. Mudsun thinks so. Hasad cast a grateful look at Mudsun and kowtowed to Sumu again. Sir, I only hope you can spare Hathaway's life. I dare not ask for too much. There was no expression on Sumu's face. He stared at Hasad. I won't kill Hathaway. Hearing this, Hasad trembled and became a little excited. He was about to say something grateful, but Sumu raised his hand to interrupt him. But if I don't kill her, and I have to use your current position in exchange, would you be willing? Do you still dare to ask me for this? I do. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Hasad spoke without hesitation. Sir, as long as you are not stupid Hathaway, I am willing to exchange my current position and identity for it. Because I owe her this. Thank you, sir. Hasad felt relieved. He let out a long breath and stood up. Then he put one hand on his chest and performed a standard knight salute. Then he knelt on one knee again and lowered his head. The knight salute is the highest level of respect and gratitude. On the side, the weak Hathaway looked at Hasad with a complicated expression. She knew very well what position he was in now. This is a huge opportunity for Hasad. As long as he can grasp it, his life can almost be said to have a qualitative change. But now, in order to save himself, he gave up everything he is now. And without any hesitation at all, Hathaway gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, she was in a very complicated mood. Good. Sumu was also unambiguous. I can spare her life. From now on, Mudsun will take over your position. If you perform well in the future, I will consider arranging other positions for you, depending on your performance. Thank you, sir. Hasad said gratefully. Sir, I can't do it. When Mudsun heard this, he panicked. I'm just a rough guy. I can do some fighting and killing if you ask me to, but what qualifications do I have to be the acting city lord? Mudsun was really afraid that he would not be able to do the job and would bring a bad influence to Tianlong City. After all, everyone likes the taste of power, including Mudsun, but he knows very well that he is not cut out for management. It's just temporary, don't worry. Sumu said. If there's anything he doesn't understand, Hasad, please give him some advice. Yes. Hasad responded quickly. He didn't expect that the city lord would be so easy to talk to and actually agree to his conditions. Hasad was madly grateful. He even secretly looked at Sumu, but he smiled secretly in his heart. In fact, just now, without Hasad saying anything, Sumu was also hesitating whether to kill Hathaway. He was wavering between killing and not killing. As for why Sumu finally made up his mind not to kill after Hasad brought it up, it was naturally because he had his own thoughts. Hathaway attacked and killed Sumu. This was something that many soldiers saw. Now this news has probably spread throughout Tianlong City. No exaggeration. So, if Sumu didn't kill Hathaway, what would everyone think when they found out? How to do it? After all, Hathaway violated his dignity as the lord of a city. If he doesn't die, wouldn't more people with bad intentions think that Sumu is careless? Just at this time, Hasad stood up. That was definitely what Sumu wanted to see. It can be said that Sumu complied with Hasad's request, making him completely devoted and grateful, and at the same time perfectly solved the problem of not killing Hathaway. It can't be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. As for why he achieved 3 goals at once, why he didn't kill Hathaway, it was because when Sumu took her hand, he saw her talent. Human, Hathaway female sign. Age, 27 years, for months, 8 days. Work adaptability, forging LV6, medical LV6, pharmaceutical LV6. Special talent tags, Grandmaster's hand, Grandmaster's heart, concentrated mind, balanced heart. This is the ultimate reason why Sumu hesitated whether to kill Hathaway. Hathaway has 3 LV6 work adaptabilities. Of course, Sumu felt that his territory would not be short of talents in the future, and he also had the courage to do so. But what really made him hesitate was the forging level 6. Chapter 282, Do You Dare to Take This Risk? As everyone knows, Sumu's territory is now in dire need of weapons, especially the magic wand. This kind of weapon cannot be purchased in large quantities in stores. The foundation of weapons is a good forging master. Sumu didn't know when Shabastini would leave his territory, and he was not sure if he could keep Shabastini there forever. Even if Sabastini stayed, there would still be a lack of forging masters in his territory. One master forger is obviously not enough. Because of this, Sumu hesitated when he saw Hathaway's adaptability to the job. Why doesn't he train a blacksmith master exclusively for his territory? An obedient forging master who can be controlled by him. This is also the reason why Su Mu was moved. Although it is true that Su Mu killed Hathaway's father. To be precise, he didn't kill her. But no matter what, Hathaway must have resentment towards him. But just because she feels resentment doesn't mean there's no way to control her. Just like Inner Eel of the Fierce Demon Clan, didn't Su Mu also kill her father? In the end, it still worked on Sabastini. Is Su Mu afraid? I'm not afraid of shit. As the saying goes, the debt of killing one's father is never too great. At worst, you can just use it and throw it away. Su Mu is a leader and a ruler appointed by heaven. If he is always cautious and hesitant when doing things, what great things can he accomplish? Su Mu convinced himself to keep Hathaway. So he thought that since subhumans could become slaves, then humans could do the same. He can definitely make Hathaway his own slave. Hazard only asked not to kill Hathaway, but he didn't say that he couldn't train her as a slave, right? Thinking of this, Su Mu quickly took a look at Hathaway's talent introduction. Grandmaster's Hand. The crafted items have a 30% chance of being endowed with some special power. Hand of the Grandmaster is an upgraded version of Hand of the Master and is inferior to Hand of the Holy One. Master's Heart. Strive for excellence in both work and combat, increasing by 20%. Concentrate your mind. Your learning and comprehension speed is many times faster than that of ordinary people, making it easy to apply what you have learned to other situations. Balanced Heart. Able to multitask and suitable for multi-directional development. Creatures with this talent tag should not focus on developing adaptability in just one job. Multi-directional development can lead to understanding of other jobs. Can we still play like this? After seeing the introduction of the Heart of Balance, Su Mu was stunned. It seems that Hathaway really cannot be killed. This is a multifaceted talent. Hazard, get up. Su Mu looked at Hazard, who was still kneeling on the ground, and spoke. Thank you, sir. Hazard stood up and hesitated for a moment before asking again. Sir, you promised not to kill Hathaway, so what will you do with her next? Can I know? Hazard hesitated. However, Su Mu smiled secretly in his heart. Wow, this Hazard is really getting cuter and cuter. With his question, Su Mu would have the opportunity to say what he was going to say next. Thinking of this, his face turned serious. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Hathaway tried to kill me in front of so many people. This is something everyone saw, right? Yes. Hazard and Mudsun both nodded. So many soldiers saw it, there's nothing to deny. If I put Hathaway in the dungeon and have to feed her for free, that's definitely not going to work. I don't have that much money to support someone who's just sitting there doing nothing. Hazard. Mudsun. Both of them were stunned. There aren't many idle people in this dungeon, so why not keep them all the same? Besides, how much food can one mouth eat? Therefore, the city lord's words must have an intention. Hazard was very smart. He quickly reacted and said, Sir, killing Hathaway is already your greatest gift. She must be atonement for her confusion and mistakes, so whatever you ask her to do is reasonable to me. I don't want it. Hathaway seemed to realize something, and she murmured a refusal. However, she was of little influence, and no one cared about her. My territory in Miluo Forest is in need of laborers. I want to take Hathaway with me. Su Mu pondered for a moment and said, But she hates me and resents me. I'm afraid she even wants to kill me. Do you think there is any way to control her and make her willingly work for me? Su Mu's words were very skillful. He asked questions in an attempt to let Hazard and Mudsun make the choice for him. Before Hazard could even speak, Mudsun said quickly, That's easy. Just buy a slave collar and put him in it. There are many collars with contractual power in the Chamber of Commerce. As long as a contract is signed, the master has the power to make the slave do anything. If the slave is disobedient, he can kill him. With this premise, I think you, Lord City Lord, can rest assured. Wonderful. Su Mu suddenly felt that Mudsun was much more pleasing to the eye. He would rather have it come from Hazard. But when Mudsun said it, he also achieved Su Mu's goal. After all, if he wants to have Hathaway work by his side, he can't let Su Mu be the bad guy. Now that we have Mudsun as the bad guy, it couldn't be better. Su Mu's consideration was indeed correct. When Mudsun said that he would use the slave collar against her, the hatred in Hathaway's eyes shifted. Transferred to Mudsun. How dare this bastard come up with such a stupid idea? Hathaway absolutely hated Mudsun. Will this help? Noticing Hathaway's reaction, Su Mu laughed in his heart, but pretended not to understand on his face. Of course it works. Mudsun patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I know what kind of slave contract to buy. I have arranged it clearly. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Su Mu waved his hand. Yes. Hassad smiled bitterly but said nothing in the end. In his opinion, this is the best destination for Hathaway. I can only hope that the city lord won't hurt her. Soon, under Mudsun's arrangement, Su Mu and Hathaway signed a master-servant contract. As long as Hathaway disobeys discipline, Su Mu can kill her immediately with just a thought. It can be said that her life is now completely in his hands. From then on, Hathaway's resentment towards Su Mu was not completely transferred, but most of it fell on Mudsun. Mudsun was also very confused about this, but he was smart enough not to pay attention to this detail. Commander, Lord City Lord, new intelligence. A soldier, sweating profusely, rushed in hurriedly and fell in front of Su Mu and the others. Chapter 283. The Yang Demon Clan and Lodi City are fighting. Oh no. Commander Nalek, Commander Peas, we've spotted a large number of demons attacking our camp. We're almost within the 10-kilometer range. What should we do? A soldier in silver armor rushed into the tent and reported urgently. What's going on? Why are the demons coming towards us? Are you spies blind? You didn't notice them until they were so close. Nalek could speak. Pize beside him frowned and spoke. He is one of the 5 commanders of Lodi City, and his power in the army is even greater than that of Nalek of the same level. Sir, we don't want that either. The soldier explained. The demons emerged from the space cracks. When we discovered them, we immediately reported back, Commander Pies. Are you sure it's coming for us? But we haven't provoked anyone from the demon clan, right? After thinking for a while, Peace spoke again. He thought that it might be someone from the demon tribe passing by, and not necessarily heading for their camp. We're not sure, but they are definitely coming towards us. And according to experienced seniors, they are from the Yang Demon Clan. The soldier replied. When they received the news, they came back to report immediately. As for whether the demons were coming for them, they were not sure. What if? It is not the responsibility of the lower-level soldiers to decide matters. They just need to deliver the news. At this time, Nalek, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The Yang Demon Clan is coming for us. How do you know? Pease glanced at Nalek, his eyes hesitant. Could it be that this guy knows some inside information? Pease thought to himself. The Yang Demon Clan is Tianlong City's helper. They are colluding with the Demon Clan. I have known about this for a long time. Nalek didn't even look at Pease, his face full of confidence and assurance. How do you know that Tianlong City is colluding with the demons? Pease still found it hard to believe. How come he had never received any news? Why do you think I went out yesterday? Are you trying to be cool? Nalek said this without paying any attention to the gloomy and hesitant Pease. He had already strode forward. Commander Pease? The soldier glanced at Pease, not knowing for a moment whether to follow Nalek out or wait where he was. For soldiers, their only chance to change class is through war. After years of peace, the soldiers are even more eager to make achievements than the city lords and senior commanders. Walk. Pease finally couldn't hold back anymore. He could have withdrawn his troops immediately and temporarily avoided the attack of the Yang Demon Clan. But in this case, wouldn't all the military achievements be gained by Nalek alone? Pease will never allow this to happen. Tianlong City. Grown-ups. According to the spies ahead, the army of Lodi City has already engaged in battle with the demons. The fight was extremely brutal. Both sides were mad with rage. The soldier in charge of reconnaissance was reporting the latest intelligence he had obtained to Su Mu, Mudsun, and others. Why would the people of Lodi City fight the demons for no reason? This is not right. When Mudsun heard the news, his first reaction was confusion. Logically speaking, the demons have been very low-key over the past 100 years and are unlikely to take the initiative to attack a city, unless this city offends them. However, it is not easy to offend the demons. First, you have to see them. The demons generally live in the demon realm, which is 2 different planes from where humans live, so Mudsun couldn't figure it out. No matter why the demons are fighting Lodi City, this is a very good thing for us, Lord City Lord. Hassad's face was filled with excitement. Lodi City originally came for our Tianlong City. Now that they are fighting the demons, it can be said that this has greatly reduced our pressure. This is really a great thing. God really bless our Tianlong City. Listening to your words is better than listening to your words. After Hassad said this, Mudsun also understood. Yeah, why should we care why they're fighting? We hope they fight to the death, a dog-eat-dog fight. Ha ha ha. Hazard, you have a really bright mind. The 2 of them were talking and laughing, but soon they noticed that Su Mu had no expression on his face. It's as if he doesn't care about this matter at all. Or maybe he already knew this news and didn't think it was strange. Hassad and Mudsun looked at each other, both feeling very strange. Mudsun couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked in a low voice. Lord City Lord, aren't you happy and excited? This is great news. Also, Don't you find it strange that the demons suddenly started fighting the army of Lodi City? Hassad nodded beside him. He was equally curious. However, Hassad's brain was much more useful than Mudsun's, and he seemed to have sensed some conspiracy. Sure enough, seeing them asking, Sumu smiled slightly and shook his head. What am I excited about? For me, I had already expected something like this to happen, so just be excited. Huh? Had you expected this? Mudsun was even more confused. Lord City Lord, how did you predict this so early? Grown-ups, you didn't arrange for this demon to come here, did you? Do you know these demons? Hassad seemed to have thought of something. A beautiful demon woman by the City Lord's side? Although he hadn't seen her these past few days, Hassad could vaguely guess that there was some connection between the demons and the City Lord. Mudsun also looked at Sumu in surprise, wondering if it was true. You're overthinking it. I don't even know those demons. Sumu smiled mysteriously. But I did use a trick to trick them into going to deal with the Lodi City army, so I had anticipated the battle between the two armies. Last night, when Sumu received the news that there were spies from the Yang Demon clan secretly investigating, he deliberately took Selena with him, and after a conversation, he released false information to confuse the public. Let the people of the Yang Demon clan know that he has arranged for the army of Lodi City to deal with them. Earlier, when Sumu first arrived in Tianlong City, he asked Mudsun to deliver a letter to Nalek. There were only 2 words on it. Promote war. False and true, real and fake. This is a counter-espionage tactic. Sumu used Luodi City, which had bad intentions towards Tianlong City, to deal with the Yang Demon clan. Use the Yang Demon clan, who have bad intentions towards Tianmu Town, to deal with Luodi Town, which has bad intentions towards Tianlong Town. This is another case of killing someone with a borrowed knife. Excellent. Chapter 284, adding fuel to the fire of the Yang Demon clan. Great, Lord City Lord. Your move is truly brilliant. If it were me, my brain would definitely not be able to think of these things. Mudsun exclaimed in admiration. After listening to Sumu's story, Mudsun and Hassad finally understood what had happened. What a counter-espionage plot. What a good trick to kill with a borrowed knife. After listening to Sumu's explanation, Mudsun and Hassad's admiration for Sumu reached a new level. Military operations can be played like this. They usually just do it if they don't agree and never consider so many issues. I admire you, sir. You really have good methods. Hassad could not hide his shock. He was a smart man, so he understood the value of these tactics even better. Naturally, his admiration for Sumu was greater than that for Mudsun. Not only them, Hathaway, who was still shackled, also raised her eyes and looked at Sumu several times. She heard everything they had just said. She didn't expect that this man was so cunning and had thought of so many questions. It's really terrifying. Don't you use strategies and tactics when you fight? Isn't this normal? Sumu didn't understand. In his opinion, these were very simple and easy things to do, and any Dragon Country person could do it. Why is it that when it comes to Hassad and the others, they look shocked and full of admiration? There's no such thing as military strategy. Hassad waved his hand and said with a wry smile, when we fight, we usually just see who's more courageous, who's more fearless, whose phalanx is more solid, and whose weapons and equipment are more sophisticated. We never consider military tactics or anything like that. Sumu. He understood it. Generally speaking, it can be summed up in one sentence. If you don't agree, just fight. Whoever has more people will be more powerful. Okay, I won't say too much. Now gather a group of soldiers and go out with me. Sumu said. In his original plan, he wanted to let the Yangma clan and the Lodi City army fight until both sides were defeated, and then he didn't need to intervene. But now, plans have changed. The reason for the change was that Sumu did not expect the Yang Demon clan to be so vindictive and decisive. They intercepted the news yesterday and dispatched troops decisively today. In that case, why doesn't Sumu add fuel to the fire? Sir, are you going to clean up the mess? Hassad thought of a possibility. That's fine. While they're both hurt, we can send someone over to give them a good beating. That way, they won't have any chance of harming us in the future. That makes sense. Mudsun clapped his hands beside him. Lord City Lord, how many people do we need to gather? Is 20,000 enough? 20,000 people are too few. It should be at least 30,000, right? Said Hassad. Just as the two were arguing, Sumu spoke. 500 men, and we need cavalry, preferably soldiers who have ridden other monsters and have some experience in taming them. 500 people. Upon hearing this number, Mudsun and Hassad's curiosity, which had just subsided, was rekindled. Why only 500 people? By the time Sumu arrived at the battlefield with 500 people, the Yangma clan and the Lodi City army had already fought to a standstill. The 30,000 men of Lodi City were no match for the 10,000 men of the Yang Demon clan, and the battle was a 50-50 draw. Among them, the city of Lodi suffered heavy casualties. Some of the remaining troops have already evacuated on horseback. The Yang Demon clan also suffered heavy casualties due to their numerical disadvantage. When Su Mu arrived, the whole land was filled with a strong smell of blood that lingered for a long time. Sir, there is still a group of wounded soldiers from the Yang Demon clan there, about 500 of them. The visibility on the Hassad battlefield was still very good, and he soon discovered the members of the Yang Ma tribe who were resting on the spot. They should be taking a post-war rest and preparing to evacuate. My lord City Lord, you are truly a master of foresight. Seeing this, Mudsun said excitedly, how did you calculate that they only had 500 wounded soldiers? Is this the reason you asked us to bring 500 people? You don't want to waste too much manpower. That's true. Those guys are already seriously injured. Let alone 500 of us. Even 100 of us can take them down. Mudsun was very excited and his admiration for Su Mu increased again. Hassad glanced at Su Mu and thought to himself, is this really the only purpose of adults? Could he really have calculated that there were only 500 people evacuating from the other side? Wouldn't that mean we can predict the future? Hassad shocked. On the side, Su Mu rolled his eyes after hearing what Mudsun said. You think too much. When I came here, I didn't know there were only 500 of them left. Then why are you here, Lord City Lord? Just do as I say and don't ask any more questions. Su Mu said, whispering in Mudsun's ear. 10 minutes later. There are still remnants of the Yang Demon clan here. Go, kill them. A team of 500 people riding on red flame wolves appeared, and they rushed in an orderly manner towards the Yang Demon warriors who were about to leave. The Yang Demon clan warriors suddenly changed. They didn't expect that the enemy reinforcements would arrive so soon. This place is still some distance away from Lodi City, right? Quick, gather your strength and tear open the space crack. The enemy's reinforcements have arrived. Let's evacuate immediately without wasting time. Yang Demon warriors stood up and gave orders. Don't let them get away. They killed many of our soldiers from Lodi City. Keep them here. Let those demon bastards taste the power of our Lodi City. Yes, let them be baptized by our wrath, those damned demons. The charge continues. Along with it, there were also the loud shouts of the soldiers. However, at a distance of less than 500 meters, they managed to pull the people of the Yang Demon clan away, and they had not yet completely passed. Mudsun looked puzzled as he watched the departing Yang Ma warriors. Lord City Lord, the soldiers did everything you said. Why don't we just kill all those people from the Yang Demon clan? Why let them go? They are just ordinary warriors. We can definitely deal with them. Su Mu did not explain. He just patted Mudsun on the shoulder. Okay, it's getting late, Mudsun. Let's go back to Tianlong City. I have to leave temporarily tonight. But Lord City Lord, I have doubts in my heart. Some battles don't necessarily require real weapons, but use your brain. Su Mu smiled and spoke concisely. His purpose was simple, to add fuel to the fire of the Yang Demon clan, the fire of Lodi City. Now, he has done it, and all he needs to do next is wait and see. Back in Tianlong City, Su Mu brought the seeds he had bought, some materials, treasure chests, and other things, and used the fixed-point teleportation scroll. Of course, Hathaway also left with him. 5-star Dangerous Intelligence. Chapter 285, Troops from Feiyun City. Cursed Dull Isle. 5-star Dangerous Intelligence. 20,000 troops from Feiyun City have gathered 10 kilometers outside your territory. They're coming with great force and appear to have some premeditated plan. Intelligence Analysis. Feiyun City's troops are heading for your territory. Please prepare your defenses quickly to avoid being put on the defensive. They will reach your territory in 20 minutes. Intelligence Tip 1. The leader of the Feiyun City team is Engels, a leader with the strength of a Holy Spirit Knight. The deputy leader, Wiltz, is a Supreme Knight. Intelligence Tip 2. Feiyun City's troops include 10,000 knights, 5,000 infantry, 2,000 archers, and 3,000 magicians. Soon as Su Mu landed in his own small town of Tianmu, the intelligence system's prompt rang in his mind, and he immediately frowned. Tao Yao, where are Winstia and Serena? Where are they? Su Mu looked at Tao Yao, who was sticking his little head out. As soon as he appeared, Tao Yao sensed him. This was a characteristic of the Ice Cat clan. Master, my sisters are still supervising the construction of the city wall outside. As Tao Yao spoke, her eyes fell on Hathaway, who was standing beside her. The master brought a woman back again today. Tao Yao muttered in her heart. She had realized that her master would bring a woman back every day, and it seemed to have become a habit. Go and tell everyone to stop working immediately. Get Winstia and Serena back, and put the whole city on alert. Oh, okay. Tao Yao was surprised at first, but then she trotted away without asking any questions. When she heard the alert, she knew something big must have happened. Su Mu also discovered the shortcomings of his territory so far. The way the message is delivered is so slow. In the past, if there was a war in the city, drums would be beaten and things like beacon towers would be set up. However, there was nothing like it in his territory except for the watchtowers on the edge. For example, now that they have entered a state of combat readiness, he can only rely on Tao Yao to pass on messages verbally for the time being, which is obviously not feasible. After Su Mu is done with this busy period, he plans to build a similar drum platform to deliver messages. As for the laws within the territory, he had already issued a rough. It also needs to continue to be improved. For example, when war comes, what kind of state and action should the entire nation show? This kind of education is very critical. From Feiyan City, and he didn't know their real purpose. Just as he was thinking, Yimei Snod suddenly appeared beside him. Your Majesty, there's a man outside the territory who calls himself Zhang Xiaohai asking to see you. Let him in quickly. Su Mu knew why Zhang Xiaohai came here today. By the way, Snod, go check it out. After giving some instructions, Su Mu watched Snod leave. Feiyan City. If they really attack, even if Su Mu's current territory can resist, it will be very painful. After all, the outer walls of his territory were still under construction over time, and it would be very unwise to get involved in the war. Moreover, Su Mu had already asked Madrinsa and learned that the undead army had gone to level up normally today, and every undead had died the number of times they were supposed to. This is equivalent to the undead army having lost the function of purgatory hot springs today. Thinking of this, Su Mu did not hesitate and directly took out the territory shield and chose to use it. Su Mu didn't feel bad at all about using the territory shield, because he had received a lot of territory shields in the ARMS airdrop last night. The territory is currently under construction and must not be involved in war or suffer destruction. After arranging everything, Su Mu saw Fiolina coming back from outside. Next to Fiolina, followed Isel, whom I had met today. Fiolina, Su Mu called out. He had been busy in the vault today, and when he remembered Farina and Isel, he found that they had gone nowhere. I didn't expect that I would return to the territory. But what about Isel? She followed Fiolina? What? Fiolina floated in front of Su Mu carelessly, and behind her followed the silly and cute Isel. What's wrong with her? Su Mu gestured to Isel behind him. Isel. Fiolina glanced at Isel behind her and explained indifferently. She's a friend I've known for a long time. I didn't expect to run into her again, and now she's following me. Lady Fiolina, is he your new master? It doesn't look that good. Just when Su Mu was about to speak, Isel had already spoken with her lips pouted. She looked Su Mu up and down, seeming very curious. Good job. The little girl is quite arrogant. Su Mu directly used an insight spell. Curse doll, Isel, unique. A doll brought to life by the power of the undead. No one knows how long she has existed. She is the most gifted curser in the realm of the undead. Beware of her curse. From the clairvoyance did Int provide much valuable information, only that Isel was a cursed undead. However, when it comes to curses, Madrinsa also understands curses. Is there any difference between the two? Isel, stop talking nonsense. Fiolina frowned and stopped Isel, who was about to say something. All right. Being shouted at by Lady Fiolina, Isel was obviously unhappy. She cried and secretly made a face at Su Mu. Fiolina didn't see this scene, but Su Mu saw it clearly and he laughed. Little girl, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with the fact that I am Fiolina's master? You are just a little girl. I'm not a little girl. Being called a little girl, she obviously stepped on Isel's red dot, and she shouted at Su Mu angrily. I've been around much longer than you. How dare you, a human being, call me a little girl? Believe it or not, I'll draw a circle and curse you. What? Draw a circle and curse him? Hearing this, Su Mu's smile became even brighter, but Fiolina looked nervous. She turned around and grabbed Isel. Isel, don't use your curse power on him. This is an order. Do you understand? Fiolina stared at Isel very seriously and taught him. If you dare to curse him, the relationship we've had for so many years will be gone. Is it that serious? Isel's head suddenly grew 3 or 4 times bigger, and the bulging gas was all her resentment. Isel said he was very angry. She and Lady Fiolina have known each other for so long, yet she is leaning towards her new master. Isel is jealous. Seeing this scene, Su Mu felt very novel. Can the undead be played like this? Chapter 286. Go back and admit your mistake to the Yang Demon clan. Florina and Isel left. But Fiolina's final warning to Isel remained in Su Mu's mind. Fiolina's seriousness made Su Mu even more curious. What was the difference between Isel's curse power and Madrensis. Although he was curious, Sumu had no way of getting the answer at the moment. Anyway, it seems that Isel will stay in the territory for a while, and then I will find a chance to ask Fulina clearly. Sumu was thinking about Isel when Ulilu suddenly fell in front of him from the sky. Oh no! Ulilua spoke. Looking at her solemn expression, Sumu couldn't help but say, "What's wrong? Are there more people from the Yang Demon clan?" "No." Ulilua shook her head. "I just came back from outside and saw a massive army about 10 kilometers to the south. They seem to be heading straight for us. What should we do? There are so many people on the other side. We must be well defended. No, we must take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, if they arrive and surround us, we will be in even greater danger. The walls around us haven't been built yet, so we can't defend ourselves." Ulilua was telling the story nervously, but she noticed a smile gradually appearing on Sumu's face. The more she talked, the bigger the smile on his face became. You know, Ulilua was very smart and immediately came up with her own guess. "Right." Sumu did not hide it and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they can't attack. I've already prepared the defense." The reason why Sumu smiled was naturally because he felt that Ulilua's sense of belonging to their territory was growing stronger. This is something worth celebrating. The more nervous she is, the more she cares about her territory. Sumu was very satisfied with Ulilua's reaction just now. What's that strange shield again? Ulilua seemed to have guessed something, but she didn't think too deeply about Sumu's smile. "Yes, so don't worry. Let's eat when it's time to eat and do what we need to do. Let's let the bullets fly for a while." Sumu shrugged, his face full of indifference. "No worries when you have too much debt. How many people are targeting him? Lodi City, Yang Demon clan. Now there is another Feiyun city. At this point, what is he afraid of? Even if the sky falls, eating is the most important thing. All right." Ulilua was just about to turn around and leave when she suddenly felt a chill in her heart, as if she sensed something. Etc. Ulilua called out to Sumu, who also wanted to leave. What happened again? Sumu turned around and looked at her. Temporary dangerous intelligence alert. An irresistible spatial force has appeared above your territory. Attention! Attention! Please note. The prompt from the intelligence system had already appeared in Sumu's mind. Before Ulilua could speak, the sky, which was originally daytime, suddenly darkened. Then, a chasm-like space crack appeared, tearing. The one running out of the crack was a demon. However, they are not from the Yang Demon clan, but from the Moon Demon clan. There was a huge crowd of people from the Moon Demon clan. Sumu roughly calculated that there should be around tens of thousands of them. The leader was a man with fleshy wings, over 2 meters tall, and bulging muscles all over his body. The moment she saw him, Ulilua's face immediately darkened. "He is my third brother, Utu," Ulilua said in a deep voice. "Be careful, he's stronger than me. Ulilua, you traitor to the Moon Demon clan." Above the sky, Utu's powerful voice resounded through the clouds, and he stared at Sumu and Ulilua with his vertical pupils. Sumu could feel a huge pressure falling on him, very similar to when he first met Ulilua. "This Utu is indeed extraordinary. You actually dared to team up with the wild man of the human race and kill Yang Yellen, the future successor of the Yang Demon clan. Do you know that our clan has been hated by the Yang Demon clan because of your actions?" Utu's voice came. "You must come back with me right now and confess your crime before the Yang Demon clan." Ulilua looked up at the sky. She didn't have a trace of fear, but her eyes could hardly hide the disappointment. She knew very well what she would face when she went before the Yang Demon clan. Die? There will be no other result except this. However, the meaning of her third brother Utu appearing here is obvious. In order to avoid war, she was the one who sacrificed herself in the marriage alliance with the Yang Demon clan. Now, she is the one being sacrificed again. Ulilua's heart was hurt again. "Utu, I made it clear when I left the Moon Demon clan that I would sever all ties with them. I am now just Ulilua. I represent myself, not the Moon Demon clan." Ulilua suppressed her emotions and said loudly, "You can just tell Yang Jingtian what I said. Come back with me." Utu's answer consisted of only these 4 words. "Don't you understand?" I said. No reply. Ulilua raised her neck and bumped into Utu for the first time. The past, Ulilua had her own pride, backbone, and a good status in the clan, but she had never dared to confront her elder brother head-on like she does now. You know, among the Moon Demon clan, the hierarchy is very strict. Even if he is just the eldest brother, a younger sister cannot talk back to him. This will be regarded as disrespecting the elders, and the sister will be put in solitary confinement. So from childhood to adulthood, Ulilua looked glorious in the outside world, but her status in the family was not necessarily very high. She has 7 older brothers. In fact, Because she didn't know how to please and flatter, her status was even lower than that of her sister. No respect for elders. Yu2 was obviously angry. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his right hand turned into a claw, grabbing Yulilua below. Soon, Yu2 discovered something was wrong. His void power was not working. Yulilua was not sucked up to the sky from the ground like a chicken as he had expected. Yu2's eyes fixed, and he casually released a silver blade that spanned 100 meters. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard, and Su-mu could clearly feel the territory shield outside tremble. But fortunately, the products produced by the system must be high quality. It looked a bit creepy, but nothing happened. I see. I was wondering how dare you talk nonsense to me. It turns out there's a protective shield formation protecting us. Huh? Yu2 said as his eyes fell on Su-mu. He was sure that his sister definitely did not have such a treasure. The only one who could have these strange things was the wild man below. Yu2 withdrew his gaze and raised his right hand. All troops, listen. Get down and wait where you are. I just don't believe they can stay here forever. Hearing this, Su-mu was stunned for a moment. No way, big brother. Isn't Yu2 playing by the rules this time? Shouldn't he be giving orders and letting the Moon Demon Clan's warriors attack his territory? How come it has turned into a siege now? Looking at Yu2's expression, it seems that he wants to sit back and wait for the opportunity. Su-mu was suddenly thrown off his rhythm. Chapter 287 Feiyun City's Ultimate Goal. Tianmu Town. There is a report. Commander Engels, we discovered a large number of demons on the outskirts of that territory. They appeared suddenly, probably around 7,000 to 8,000 in number. The scout who was in charge of gathering the latest news informed his commander of the news about the strange beast he had just received. Demons? They appeared suddenly? Are you sure? The moment Engels received the news, he frowned slightly. Yes, they suddenly appeared from the sky. I spotted them when I just arrived. The scout quickly answered. What do you think? Engels turned his head and glanced at the Deputy Commander Wirtz in the back, wanting to see his opinion. After thinking for a moment, Wirtz asked, Are these demons their people? Are they here to help them? The scout shook his head when he heard this. I don't know about that. I just saw a lot of demons and got a little panicked, so I came back. I don't know why you came back. Wirtz waved his hand with great momentum. Keep exploring. Find out for me. Yes. After receiving the order, the scout turned around and left quickly. At this time, two young men with black hair and brown eyes came up. Commander Engels, Commander Wirtz, is there a problem? The one who spoke was Zhao Daping, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Next to him is Han Dongxing, the Lord of the Kimchi Kingdom. No, some demons suddenly appeared. I sent my men to investigate and find out what their purpose was. Someone from the demon clan appeared? When Han Dongxing heard this, his heart skipped a beat. What he was worried about was not whether they were demons or not, but whether there would be any loopholes in their plan. Han Dongxing and Zhao Daping's territories belong to the same Sumu area. As long as Su-mu upgrades his territory next time, the scope of the territory will involve their territory, and war may break out at any minute. Not long ago, the two of them saw Su-mu riding a Pegasus on the top of the mountain and realized how powerful Su-mu was. So, Han Dongxing started to think about using someone else to get rid of Su-mu. This is also the reason why the Feiyun City army suddenly appeared here. Yes, they are from the demon tribe. Engels nodded, but seemed unwilling to explain further on this issue. Commander Engels, I suddenly remembered that Su-mu's territory had offended the Sun Demon Clan not long ago, and the Sun Demon Clan had declared war on them. Could these demons be from the Yang Demon Clan? Han Dongxing thought of the system-wide announcement not long ago. It was something that all the lords knew. Su-mu had offended the Yang Demon Clan. Oh, you mean, anyone from the Yang Demon Clan wants to deal with Su-mu? Engels glanced at Han Dongxing. He thought this news was quite important. Yes, if it's the Yang Demon Clan, they should be considered our allies. Han Dongxing smiled and said, boasting about his cleverness. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Engels did not appreciate it at all. He said with disdain, Humph, we don't need to be friends with the demons. Froze instantly. Although he looked down on Han Dongxing, Engels still attached great importance to his news. He specially sent a soldier who had studied the demons to investigate. The soldier's name is Wayne. About an hour. Oh no, Commander Engels. Wayne rushed in anxiously. The first team of scouts you sent out was accidentally discovered by the demon leader and was killed. 10 people in total, all dead. What? Engels stood up from his seat and slapped the tree in front of him. In an instant, the tree that required 3 or 4 people to hug broke apart, and debris flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Han Dongxing and Zhao Daping both felt shocked and excited. The fear is due to the terrifying power. They are excited because they know that one day they will also have such power. When I first went there to investigate, I discovered that the demons had laid out the scouts they had killed, displaying them for everyone to admire in turn, as if they were appreciating a masterpiece of murder. This is really too much. They don't treat our people as human beings. When Wayne thought about what he had just seen, he became even more furious, and his teeth were about to grind. How could he not be angry when his own people were treated like this? Both Ingalls and Wirtz clenched their fists. They all climbed up from private step by step, and they are very caring and protective of the soldiers under them. Have you found out what kind of demon tribe they are? Is it the Yang Demon Clan? Ingalls suppressed his anger and asked calmly. No, it's from the Moon Demon Clan. Wayne knew something about the demons, so he spoke hurriedly. Moon Demon Clan? Does this mean that these demons are not here to deal with him, but to help him? Wilt said beside him. It's very likely that they have temporarily camped around our territory and killed our people. It's very likely that they discovered us and specially arranged for the Moon Demon Clan to guard us. Wayne replied. That's right. Han Dongxing next to him seemed to have thought of something and stepped forward and said, Commander Ingalls, we have discovered demons in Su Mu's territory before. Also, he had been attacked by the Moon Demon Clan before, but now it seems like they have become friends. Han Dongxing thought about the first time when Su Mu's territory was invaded by the Moon Demon Clan. At that time, the World Channel was very excited because everyone thought that a copy had been opened. As a result, it didn't take long for Su Mu to resist the attack of the Moon Demon Clan. The Moon Demon Clan has not troubled Su Mu for such a long time. After Han Dongxing thought about it carefully, he immediately judged that the Moon Demon Clan and Su Mu had become good friends. Commander Ingalls, something bad has happened. At this time, another soldier ran in. My brothers and I were patrolling outside when we spotted some demons. They seemed to be investigating something. What should we do? Where are they? Ingalls asked. Run away. They have wings. There's no way we can catch them. Sure enough, they discovered us. Ingalls' eyes flashed with solemnity, and he quickly turned his head to Han Dongxing and Zhao Dapeng. Are you too sure? So, does Lord Sumu really have the secret that you mentioned, which can stimulate plant powers? Really, Commander? Han Dongxing nodded quickly. How dare we deceive you? We wouldn't dare to do that even if we had 100 guts. Sumu must have a secret that can make plants grow quickly. As long as we catch him, the truth will be revealed. Han Dongxing patted his chest. And this is the ultimate reason why they persuaded Feiyun City to send troops. Chapter 288. The sky is falling. We still have to eat. The small town of Tianmu. The Moon Demon Clan has already settled down on the spot. They have made plans to consume the enemy for a long time. You two didn't believe it. With such a large territory, there must be food and drink, right? Since they need to eat and drink, they will eventually leave their territory. Looking at the outer city walls that had not yet been repaired, you two probably had his own judgment. Your Highness, Third Prince. A moon demon warrior fell from the sky in front of you two. How's the investigation going? Third Prince, those humans are probably princesses. The moon demon warrior thought of something and quickly changed his words. Those people are probably Yu Liluo and the others' helpers. They knew we were here, yet they still mobilized and headed here. What? Hearing that the human race dared to take the lead in sending troops to them, U2's brows were immediately twisted into a river shape. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, How dare the little human race attack us first? What a courage! Not long ago, U2 relied on his powerful mental power to discover that there were human spies observing them. He took action immediately and kept everyone here. Didn't get any useful information. However, U2 guessed that those human soldiers should be the reinforcements for Yu Liluo and his men. It's directed at them. In that case, don't blame us for being cold-blooded. U2 asked, How many of them are there? About 10,000 or 20,000. U2 narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Let's not just stand there and wait. Let's take the initiative. They have the advantage in numbers, but with their crappy physiques and cultivation, how could they possibly be our opponents? U2 has absolute confidence. Go. Mobilize all Moon Demon warriors and take the initiative to attack. Yes, Third Prince. While the smoke of war was everywhere outside, Su Mu was still eating and drinking in his territory, feeling very comfortable. Lord, the Moon Demon clan is at the gates of the city. Aren't you nervous at all? I heard there are still 20,000 Feiyun City soldiers. Looking at Su Mu, who was eating happily, Kokonai couldn't help but speak. When she heard the news, she was so worried that she couldn't even eat. You can look at Su Mu again. As if nothing happened. Kokonai began to admire his mentality. Kokona, there's no use being nervous and worried. Su Mu stood up and cut a large piece of steak for Kokona and put it in her bowl. Eat when you need to eat. Drink when you need to drink. Even if the sky falls, I, the Lord, we'll hold it up. Having said that, Sumu smiled at Kokonai. He knew what Kokona was thinking. She and her people had already formed a community of shared destiny with this territory. If something really happens in the territory, the White Fox clan will definitely not have a good ending. That's all about genocide. As the clan leader, Kokona must be under a lot of pressure. Sumu could understand. Kekalu, eat slowly. Don't let your mouth be filled with oil. Sumu lovingly wiped the mouth of Kekalu, who was sitting next to him, with his sleeve, and then touched the little girl's head. Slow down, there's plenty to eat, and the sisters won't fight with you. Okay, Kekalu responded sweetly, and then took small bites of the big wolf leg in her hand. Worry in Kokona's eyes faded a lot because of this scene, and the lines of her lips softened. At this time, Sumu suddenly looked at her again and said softly, "Don't worry, eat. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Things are still under my control now, I promise." Beside them, Selena and the others knew they couldn't get a word in, so they just watched them quietly. "Okay, I understand." Kokona nodded. She remembered the promise Sumu made to her. If you want to attack the White Fox clan, you have to step over his corpse. Thinking of this, Kokonai's mouth curled up slightly, and she couldn't help but look at Sumu twice more. "Just smile and see." Sumu suddenly spoke. "Oh." Kokona looked at him in surprise. "You? Are you talking to me? What else? I was watching you the whole time." Sumu smiled. "Just smile and show that you're no longer worried. That will make me feel relieved too." "No." Kokona blushed and refused without thinking. Who would make such a shameful request? Besides, how can I laugh with so many people watching? "Kokalu, your aunt is not fun at all. Just give me a smile and see." Sumu shifted his target. Kokalu was very considerate, showing Sumu a big white tooth, smiled, and then concentrated on the food in her hand. This childlike scene caused the women around to cover their mouths and laugh. They all think Kokalu is so cute. Even Kokona inevitably laughed along. "Look, aren't you smiling? You look so beautiful when you smile. Kokona, please smile more often in the future." Sumu caught Kokona's smile. "Tisk, no way." Kokona turned her face away shyly, but couldn't help but glance at Sumu secretly out of the corner of her eye. When she found that he was still looking at her, Kokona quickly turned her face away again. At the same time, she also found that her heartbeat accelerated and her face was extremely hot. Kokona couldn't help but gently fan her face with her hands. It was precisely because of this little episode that the originally slightly dull atmosphere returned to its previous harmony and cheerfulness. Everyone was eating, talking, and chatting about what happened today. It's quiet and peaceful. Just as Sumu said, eat when you should eat and drink when you should drink. After dinner, Sumu personally brought a meal and knocked on Hestela's door. "Come in, the door is not closed." Hestela's voice came, and she sounded very busy. Sumu pushed the door open and saw Hestela bent over the desk, concentrating on sewing something. Are you sewing a Mu flag?" Sumu noticed at a glance that the flag Hestela had sewed was the flag of his territory. "Yeah." Hestela didn't look up and replied. "Teacher Felina gave me the task of sewing 3 flags. Only then will she teach me other knowledge. I must hurry and sew them." There is a reason why Hestela is so versatile and talented. Just based on her seriousness, Sumu feels that she has left many people behind. Moreover, Hestela was so busy sewing that she didn't even have time to eat. Otherwise, why would Sumu need to personally deliver food to her room? Studying is important, but eating is equally important. You should eat something first and then sew. There's no need to rush. Sumu advised. "No way. I have to hurry and finish it." Hestela refused without a second thought. Chapter 289. It's hard for me to refuse your request. Have a meal. Sumu took the flag from Hestela's hand with a tough attitude and placed the food in front of her, saying, "If you don't eat seriously and continue like this, I will ask Felina to stop teaching you tailoring knowledge. Let's see what you can do." "Oh." Hestela's face changed slightly when she heard it. "No. I think Teacher Felina is really amazing. Please don't stop her from teaching me." Hestela was so anxious that she grabbed the corner of Sumu's clothes and looked up at him. For the first time, Sumu saw a hint of pleading in her eyes. This was totally impossible to resist, and he softened all of a sudden. His heart softened. "No matter how studious you are, you still have to eat first, right? Good health is the prerequisite for everything." Sumu persuaded softly. "But my mind is now completely focused on finishing the flag, and I don't want to do anything else." Hestela was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her eyes lit up slightly. "That's right. How about you feed me, and I continue sewing? Is that okay?" Hestela looked at Sumu eagerly. Those eyes, shining like gems, seemed to say, "Quick, promise me now." Hestela didn't say anything, but Sumu could feel that she was talking. "Only, Isn't it a bad idea for me to feed you? Sumu hesitated. Originally, Selena had asked him to use his beauty to keep Hestala in her territory willingly. Now, why did he feel that Hestala was using a beauty trap to stay in his territory? Is this role reversal? They weren't very familiar with each other, so Hestala let him feed her. It's nothing bad, just help me, okay? Seeing that Sumu was still hesitating, Hesti tugged at the corner of his clothes. Okay. In the end, Sumu nodded and agreed. Feeding Hestala is unthinkable. When has Sumu ever fed a woman? However, when he concentrated on doing this, he found that Hestala really didn't think much about it. She just wanted to concentrate on her work. What a workaholic. Hestala, this is my first time feeding a girl. If there are any areas where I cannot provide the best service, you have to bear with me. Sumu said jokingly. Huh? Sumu, are you going to give me your first time just like that? Hestala took the time to look up at him. This made Sumu stunned. What does it mean that he gave her his first time? This statement is very ambiguous. However, looking at Hestala's expression, she didn't seem to care about these things at all, and she really didn't think about it that way. Well, it's my own dirty thoughts. Sumu muttered in his heart. I have to say, feeding a beautiful woman is indeed a pleasure. Sumu was able to observe Hestala up close, admiring her unparalleled beauty without restraint, and even seeing her give him a brilliant smile. Unconsciously, the relationship between the two became much closer. Thank you, Sumu. You must have a lot of work to do. I'm sorry to bother you again. After the meal was over and the flag in Hestala's hand was finished sewing, she began to express her gratitude. Fine. Sumu smiled. Then his eyes fell on the Mu flag. Can you show it to me? Sure. Hestala smiled and handed over the flag. Sumu did not forget that Hestala had the talent of divine hand. He couldn't wait to see whether the flag she made would be endowed with special powers. 95% chance is awesome. The flag has special power, and Sumu can see it clearly. Musi flag, epic quality. When the flag is hung, all members of the territory will be temporarily crowned with the title of workaholic. Work enthusiasm plus 20%, work speed plus 20%, work durability plus 20%. When the territory flag is waved, the combatants will become battle maniacs, with all attributes plus 20%, combat determination plus 20%, and fearlessness plus 20%. One flag, two functions, and much better than the flag Fiolina had made before. Sumu deeply felt Hestala's power. If something is made with her hands, it can probably be given special abilities without the need for professional enchantments. Hestala is so strong. At this moment, Sumu felt that the beauty trap might not be a bad idea. Hestala, you should rest early and don't work too hard. There is no end to the work. Before leaving, Sumu gave some instructions. Got it. Sumu, you should go to bed early too. Good night. I wish you a sweet dream. Hestala said with a smile. Good night. After leaving Hestala's room, Sumu saw Kokona as soon as he went out. She had an anxious look on her face and was walking hurriedly. Sumu quickly stopped her. Kokona, what's wrong with you? Still worried about what's happening outside? Sumu didn't expect that his previous comfort didn't work. Kokona seemed to have not changed and was still so nervous and worried. No. Sumu, no, it's not good. Kokona stopped calling him Lord and instead called him by his name. She nervously stepped forward, grabbed Sumu's arm, and said anxiously, I just got the news that 3 of our tribe members went out earlier. They haven't come back yet. I'm worried that something might have happened to them. What should I do? Now there are people from the Moon Demon clan outside, as well as some people from other cities. I'm worried that they might have been discovered and captured. The moment she got the news, Kokona was devastated. Her first reaction was not to solve the problem, but to run to find Sumu. In Kokona's subconscious mind, she had already regarded Sumu as her backbone. When something happened in the tribe, her first reaction was not to solve it herself, but to ask Sumu for help. It can be seen that her trust in Sumu is now very different from before. Kokona, don't be anxious. Tell me, how long have your people been out? After the territory shield is erected, people can only leave but not enter. Therefore, the members of the White Fox clan are most likely outside and unable to come in. They left at noon to pick a kind of star flower in the Miluo forest. They haven't returned yet. I just heard about it from other tribesmen. Kokona said quickly. Going out at noon? Sumu thought about it and realized that the time span was about 8 or 9 hours. The White Fox clan might have really encountered danger. Moreover, the Moon Demon clan was outside, so even if they were not in danger, they really had no way to get in. Seeing Kokona's nervous and worried expression, Sumu took the initiative to reach out and hold her hand. Wait for me inside the territory. I'll take some people out and check everything out. Don't worry. Chapter 290, A False Alarm. Kokoni's Gratitude. No, I want to go with you. Kokona took the initiative to hold Su Mu's hand. At this moment, she no longer cared about being shy. She couldn't let Su Mu face the danger alone. After all, there were people from the Moon Demon clan stationed outside. That's almost 10,000 Moon Demon warriors. Kokona is very worried about Su Mu's safety. It would be dangerous for you to come with me. It would be more flexible for me to go out alone. It would be easy to come back. I have a scroll of space teleportation in my hand. Su Mu squeezed her hand with his backhand, smiled brightly, and comforted her. Don't worry. I will come back safely, and so will your people. Just stay in the territory and wait for me to come back. It seemed like a habitual action. Su Mu used the head-patting kill on Kokona, who was half a head shorter than him. He reached out and touched Kokona's head, then turned and left in her stunned eyes. Kokona read warm. Her face flushed, even her ears became extremely hot, and her heart was beating wildly. Su Mu. He actually touched her head. This. At this moment, Kokona no longer cared about the safety of her tribe members. It's all shame. Unable to stop feeling embarrassed. She has lived for almost 200 years. When has she ever been treated like this? Kokona felt that in front of Su Mu, she was not the head of the family at all, but a little girl like Kokolu, the kind that could be killed by him by a pat on the head at any time. But soon, the shame faded away. What followed was Kokona's worry. She was very worried that something might happen to Su Mu. Even though she was concerned about her people, to a certain extent, she did not expect that Su Mu would choose to go out and take risks personally because of this matter. He could have sent some people out to look for it. There are so many undead and night spirits around him, but he went out to look for them himself. For a moment, Kokona felt both moved and scared. What she feared was that Su Mu would have an accident. Kokona moved a small stool and sat in front of the stone house. She had planned it all out for an hour and a half. If Su Mu hasn't returned within an hour and a half, she will definitely discuss with Selena and the others, and even if it means exhausting the entire clan's strength, they will go out to look for Su Mu. 10 minutes have passed. 15 minutes have passed. Time passed slowly in Kokona's worry and fear. Kokona had never felt that time was so unbearable. In the past 178 years of her life, she had never felt as sad as the hour and a half today. During this time, Selena and Winstia came over to ask her why she was sitting at the door and not going into the room to rest. But Kokona just made up an excuse to get away with it. Su Mu's situation is still uncertain, and Kokona doesn't want to tell Selena and the others in advance, causing the entire territory to fall into panic. So, she could only bear the secret alone and wait. Finally, it's been almost an hour and a half. No, I'm going to find him. He's in danger. Kokona stood up and prepared to take action. But at this moment, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. A dark purple light lit up, and a space crack opened, revealing a familiar face. A familiar face in Kokoni. It was her 3 tribesmen who walked out of the space crack one after another. Wenluo, where's Su Mu? Where is your lord? Where is he? Kokona immediately stepped forward and nervously asked her people. Chief, you hurt me. A pain came, and Wenluo could feel that Kokona's nails were about to dig into her flesh. When had they ever seen Kokona in such a state of unrest? What's the pain? I'm asking you about Su Mu. Tell me quickly. Why are there only 3 of you back? As soon as Kokona finished speaking, the dark purple space energy light next to her lit up again. Soon, Su Mu's figure appeared among them. With him is Yuliloa. Su Mu had just landed on the ground, and before he could react to what was happening, a body had already hugged him tightly. Well, Su Mu stood there in a daze. Yuliloa next to him also looked at him in surprise. Obviously, she didn't know what was going on. Why did Kokona suddenly rush up and hug Su Mu tightly? What happened? Thank goodness you're okay. I'm so glad you're back safely. Kokona's voice came to Su Mu's ears. At that moment, he finally understood what this hug meant. I'm fine. Su Mu's originally reserved hand fell on Kokona's shoulder and patted it gently to comfort her. It seems that during the time he was away, Kokona was really worried about him. After a while, Kokona finally let go of Su Mu, her face still rosy. What on earth happened? How did you find the 3 of them? With that hug just now, even Kokona herself didn't expect that she would do such a thing. But the moment she saw Su Mu, she couldn't help herself. She really wanted to hug him and feel that he was back home safely. The 3 of them weren't in any danger, nor were they discovered by the Moon Demon clan. They're quite clever. Su Mu explained with a smile. When they finished picking the Star Luo flowers and were about to return, they discovered they couldn't enter the territory. The Moon Demon clan just happened to appear in the sky at that moment. The 3 of them realized the danger and cleverly hid in the woods, quietly observing. That's why I searched for so long. I can say it was just a false alarm. I didn't encounter any danger. That's good. Kokonai sighed softly, then turned back to look at Wenluo and the other two. Why don't you hurry up and thank the Lord for saving your life? Do you know that he risked his life to come to you personally? Thank you, Lord. Wenluo and the other two quickly bowed in gratitude. It's okay. Sumu waved his hand. Take them back quickly. Kokona's side came to an end. Sumu brought the long-awaited Hathaway to Sabastini. At the beginning, Sabastini was reluctant to pay attention to Hathaway and raised her own doubts. She felt that Sumu was looking for trouble for her and that it was indeed too much. But soon, Sabastini discovered that Hathaway did have an amazing talent in forging, and she promised Sumu to keep Hathaway for a while. Before leaving, Sumu naturally told Hathaway to reform herself well and not to have any bad intentions. I don't know if Hathaway listened to it. When Sumu walked back to his room, he found that Kokona was waiting outside the door. Kokona, what happened again? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Kokona lowered her eyes and glanced at Sumu, with shyness visible on her face. She bit her lips lightly. Let's talk inside. Okay. Sumu didn't think much about it, thinking that Kokona was looking for him about something related to their clan. He made a gesture of invitation and invited her into the room. Chapter 291. Can you go slow down? Kokona, you don't need to worry. Kokona into the room. Before she could speak, Sumu took the initiative to say, I just went out for a while and actually got the latest intelligence. The Moon Demon Clan and the people from Feiyun City are fighting. I guess they thought each other was my reinforcements, so they started fighting. Now, there are actually no Moon Demon Clan members outside our territory, so you can rest assured. This is the latest information Sumu and Yuliloa discovered when they went out to look for the White Fox clan. The clever Sumu immediately thought that it was a dog-eat-dog fight between the two armies, and he was of course very happy about this situation. The Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City will fight, and the more intense the fight, the better. Then he can find an opportunity to clean up the mess. Moreover, Sumu had asked Madrensa and the others to hide in the dark and observe, and notify him immediately if there was any movement. The reason why Yi Mei Snowed was not allowed to go was because Yi Mei would attract the attention of the Moon Demon Clan. This was also suggested by Yuli Luo. They, the demons, could easily sense Yi Mei's presence. They were very familiar with that aura. Of course, Sumu believed what Yuli Luo said. After all, why had she raided his territory the first time? Isn't it because of Yi Mei and the others? That's great. Kokona responded, then hesitated for a moment, clenched her fists, and spoke. Actually, I'm not worried about that anymore. Kokona looked at Sumu and said, Oh. Sumu was slightly surprised. Then why did you suddenly come to me? Isn't it because of this? No. Kokona's voice suddenly became much lower, and for some reason, her face turned red. This is not common. Sumu was stunned. Sumu. This time, Kokona still did not call Sumu Lord. She discarded her usual name. I've thought about it, and I agree with what you said before. When she said this, Kokona's face became even redder, as if she had mustered up great courage. Agree with what I said before. Sumu was thinking rapidly in his mind. Had he made any requests to Kokona before? It seems not. Wrong. Sumu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. You agree? That's great. Kokona, I really need you. Sumu was thinking about the fact that he had asked Kokona to learn the medical skill scroll a long time ago. After all, Kokona had LV5 medical work adaptability, which should not be wasted. But at that time Kokona said, No, we've only known each other for a short time. There's no emotional foundation at all. Sumu was puzzled at that time. Do I need any emotional foundation to learn a medical skill scroll? However, since Kokona said so, he could only respect her choice, so for a long time, Sumu did not mention this matter again. Now, when Kokona brought it up again, Sumu remembered that this was what she should have said. Sumu's words, I need you so much, made Kokona's heart beat faster. She thought to herself, who would say these things so explicitly? However, for some reason, Kokona still felt a hint of sweetness and happiness in her heart. It's better to be needed than not to be needed, right? Kokona's lips began to soften. Kokona, you're trusting yourself to me, right? Sumu asked, not knowing what Kokona was thinking. As a rigorous person, he felt it necessary to ask for clarification. I came to you on my own initiative, and you still asked so clearly. Kokona's words were as soft as a mosquito's whisper. This was one of the few extremely shy moments in her life of more than 100 years. Kokona felt that Sumu was really hateful. Well, come and sit down. Kokona's shy behavior made Sumu a little puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. He reached out and wanted to pull Kokona and let her sit on his bed. Are we going to have those things happen now? Kokona's whole body froze in place. and Sumu didn't dare to pull her too hard. What else? Since you're here tonight, we must hurry up and do what needs to be done. Sumu was puzzled. Does one need to choose a good time and day to study? People in this magical continent don't believe in metaphysics, right? But isn't this too fast? I still can't accept it. We can get to know each other more slowly. Kokonai lowered her eyes and glanced at Sumu, then said softly, "Can you go a little slower? Give me some time to prepare myself mentally. Don't go so fast. I thought you were mentally prepared, so why did you come to me tonight?" Sumu was even more puzzled. He thought Kokona had figured it out, but he didn't know she hadn't yet. "I just want to make it clear to you that I can accept you. But let's slow down those things." In fact, tonight, Kokonai mustered up great courage to come to Sumu and express her feelings. Experiencing what happened before, Kokona returned to her room and thought about it carefully, and found that she could not calm down at all. That hug remained in her heart for a long time. Kokona can be sure that it was not a momentary impulse, but she really wanted to open her heart and try to accept Sumu's proof. This acceptance, of course, refers to the fact that Kokona wants to accept Sumu as her spouse. Because she couldn't calm down in the room for a long time, Kokona ran to find Sumu and tried to explain things to him. She is impatient and will do anything she thinks of immediately. So here she comes. But Kokonai felt that it was a little too fast for them to reach that point tonight. She thinks it could be slower. You should at least give me some mental preparation. It's too fast. Kokona said softly. What kind of mental preparation is needed for this? Sumu spoke at that time. It's just learning a scroll of medical skills. You'll have the relevant healing magic in the future. Do you need to prepare yourself mentally and choose a date? What did you say? Kokonai was stunned. She couldn't believe what she heard. I said, I just want you to learn a medical skill scroll. What kind of mental preparation is required? Sumu explained. I've noticed long ago that you have a remarkable talent for medicine. If you learn healing magic, you'll have great potential. I happen to have a skill scroll on healing magic cultivation, and I'd like to ask you to use it. You? Kokona was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, she felt as if she couldn't breathe. Her heart felt extremely heavy and uncomfortable. Chapter 292, The Escaped Miluo Flower Demon. You said, rest assured, I'll leave me in your hands. Is this what you mean? Kokona's voice was hoarse. She felt as if her heart was being pinched. It hurt so much and she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. What else? Sumu shrugged. That's what I've always meant. Don't you know that? I don't know. Kokonai glared at Sumu fiercely, slammed the door and walked out, disappearing from the room in a blink of an eye, leaving Sumu with a confused look on his face. No? What's wrong with him? Why did Kokona suddenly get so angry and slam the door and leave? Sumu's mind is full of question marks. This woman's heart is as mysterious as the sea. I don't understand. Sumu didn't worry about Kokona. He thought that she might be feeling a little uncomfortable and in a bad mood these days. According to the normal procedure, after Sumu took a bath, he was about to go to Susu's room to tell her a story and coax her to sleep, but he met Ifia at the door. She was looking into the distance and seemed to be worried about something. After thinking for a while, Sumu walked over. Ifia, what happened? Master. Ifia retracted her gaze and glanced at Sumu. I've been feeling a little uneasy these past 2 days. Uneasy? What? Sumu quickly thought. Is it because of Milor? Right. Alfia nodded. I don't know why, but I always feel like Milo is in trouble. Also, I can clearly feel that she is over there, not very far away from us. Ifia said, pointing in the direction she had just looked. There. The only thing Sumu could think of in the direction Ifia pointed was Feiyun City. According to Zhang Xiaohai, Flo was sold to Feiyun City at that time. Therefore, if Malor went to find him, she would definitely have to go to Feiyun City. Maybe it's your illusion. Miluor is so powerful, who can pose a threat to her? Sumu spoke to comfort him. Maybe. Alfia sighed softly. Okay, don't worry, I'll send someone to keep an eye on it. After thinking about it, Sumu finally made a promise. Milor saved him, so she was definitely doing him a favor. Sumu is the kind of person who will repay even a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. Of course, he has no shirking his responsibility regarding Milor's affairs. Thanks. Afia's eyes fell on his face, and a smile suddenly broke out on her face. A bright smile. Perhaps she felt Sumu's kindness, and felt happy and grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. It's okay. Milo is also a very good friend to me. After dealing with Ifia's affairs, Sumu found Susu. He is serious about coaxing the little girl to sleep. The next day, as soon as Sumu finished washing up, he saw Yimei Snow. Your Majesty, we have some clues about the matter you are investigating. How do you say that? Feiyun City's goal is to find the secret to rapid plant growth in your territory. Snod replied. This was the result of his hard work all night. What's the secret to making plants grow quickly in my territory? Sumu murmured, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The White Fox clan finally been discovered? But that's not right. It was discovered by the Lord players, not the natives. They didn't know about his rapid upgrade of the territory. Could it be that they were discovered because the White Fox clan was out? Sumu thought of this possibility. However, Feiyun City is almost as far away from his territory as Tianlong City, at a distance of 200 kilometers. Logically speaking, it is impossible to place spies around him. So how did the people of Feiyun City discover the White Fox clan from such a distance? Sumu's doubts were not answered, because the information Snowd received was only superficial. Snod, how's the battle going out there? Is the Moon Demon clan still at war with the people of Feiyun City? Sumu asked again. Still fighting, my king. Snod reflected. The people of Feiyun City and the Moon Demon clan engaged in 5 or 6 guerrilla battles last night. The Moon Demon clan was unable to defeat them for a long time. Their battle is still ongoing and is expected to last another day or two. Compared to the fast battle between the Yang Demon clan and Lodi City, Feiyun City and the Moon Demon clan seem to have used tactics. The battle lasted for a whole night, and it's not over yet? Sumu didn't know what to make of this. Tell Madrinza to keep an eye on them, and be prepared to inform me at any moment. We are ready to attack them from the flank. Understood, my king. Snod withdraws. Brother Sumu, do you want to go out and play? Can I come with you? When Sumu was about to leave to find Zhang Xiaohai, he met Kokalu, who had just left the house. The little girl ran over and reached out to hold his hand. How can I go out and play? Sumu smiled bitterly and said, the situation outside the territory is unclear and dangerous right now. You must not run around everywhere, understand? Oh, okay. Kokalu was still obedient, but still held Sumu's hand tightly. The expression on his face seemed to say, no matter what, I have to take her with me wherever I go. Sumu immediately understood Kekalu's thoughts and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to find a weird uncle. You just follow me today. The little girl nodded repeatedly. She was so excited. By the way, Kokalu, did you see your aunt this morning? Kokona's sudden departure last night, and couldn't help but express his concern. Yes. Koko nodded. Is there anything strange about her? Sumu asked. Strange place. Kekalu tilted her head and thought for a while, then pouted and said, it's a bit strange. Annie didn't seem to sleep well last night. She looked listless and her eyes were red. It was very strange. Is that so? Sumu frowned. Dahai, how did you sleep last night? Are you used to it? Because there were too many women in the territory, Sumu did not arrange for Zhang Xiaohai to come inside last night. Instead, he stayed in a house outside the territory for one night. Of course, there will definitely be plenty of food. It's okay. I'm not a delicate person. There's nothing I can't get used to. Zhang Xiaohai touched his head and smiled sheepishly, but soon, as if he had discovered a new world, he stared at Kokalu next to Sumu. Wow, where did you find such a cute little demi-human fox loli? Isn't it too cute? Zhang Xiaohai's eyes lit up. If all kinds of ear girls are what the lords pursue on this continent, then a little ear girl loli is the ultimate pursuit. The moment he saw Kokalu, Zhang Xiaohai felt his heart melt. Envy built up in his heart. Kokalu, call me uncle. Sumu smiled and said, hello, uncle. Kokalu asked timidly. Okay. Zhang Xiaohai squatted down, licking his face and wanted to get close to Kekalu, but the little girl didn't give him any face. She hid behind Sumu in a blink of an eye and grabbed his clothes tightly. Okay, put away your wretched look and don't scare her. Oh my god, how did I do something disgusting? Zhang Xiaohai cried out in injustice. He is obviously a handsome guy. Otherwise, why would he be forced to do something by the goblin princess? Master. Oh no. The Miluo flower demon has escaped. A voice sounded from behind. Chapter 293. Don't worry. The master will make the decision for you. Sumu knew without turning his head that the only person around him who could make this sound was Tao Yao. He was so familiar with her voice. However, the moment Zhang Xiaohai, who was sitting opposite Sumu, saw Tao Yao, his eyes widened. This is a purebred cat-eared girl with an amazing figure and a beautiful young appearance. Who can resist? Boss, you're going too far. Have you already achieved this level of keeping a beautiful woman in your golden house? Zhang Xiaohai's face was full of envy, and he kept chattering. I know you had Winstia by your side before, and Zhou Yuqi too. Now, not only do you have a pretty little loli, but you also have such a pure and beautiful cat-eared girl by your side. That's too much, sir. You'll make me so envious. Zhang Xiaohai felt sour. Why? They are all lords. Why is there such a big difference between them? So far, there has never been a demi-human girl that he considers acceptable around him. As for the bear people, forget it. Not even as pleasing to the eye as the goblins. of Tao Yao was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Xiaohai was envious. After hearing Zhang Xiaohai's speech, Su Mu did not respond. He only knew that if Zhang Xiaohai knew that there were other subhuman girls around him, he wondered if he would be envious to the point of going crazy. Tao Yao, what happened? Why did the Miluo flower demon escape? The more important thing at the moment is to solve the problem of the Miluo flower demon's escape. So Su Mu didn't care about Zhang Xiaohai. This Miluo flower demon was left behind by the guys from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce when they rescued the White Fox clan. Because they couldn't find a way to deal with her, Su Mu had her locked up and kept. Now he's running away? Master, it's because of me. Tao Yao's face was filled with guilt as she said softly. Because the Miluo flower demon has been locked up for quite a few days, I was the one who brought her food every day. Over time, we became quite familiar with each other, and I also felt that she couldn't do much harm. Tao Yao explained. Yesterday, the Miluo flower demon looked a little unwell and had lost her appetite, so I took the initiative to temporarily remove her shackles. I didn't expect that she would take this opportunity to escape. When I went to look for her in the morning, I found that the locked door had been broken down and she was gone. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Master. Tao Yao stepped forward guiltily and grabbed Su Mu's clothes, still saying, Punish Tao Yao. Tao Yao knows she's wrong. Tao Yao didn't dare to think about it. What would happen if the escaped Miluo flower demon harmed the members in the territory? Every time she thought of this possibility, she felt guilty to death. If any member of the territory were harmed because of her, Tao Yao would feel even more uncomfortable and blame herself more. Seeing Tao Yao's eyes filled with tears, her nose red, and her extremely guilty look, Su Mu no longer had the heart to blame her. Besides, Tao Yao is too naive and has never experienced the complexity and dangers of human nature. To a certain extent, it is not entirely her fault. The mistake was that the Miluo flower demon was too thoughtful and confused Tao Yao. Thinking of this, Su Mu quickly took Tao Yao's hand, hugged her in his arms, and comforted her. It's okay, Tao Yao. Isn't it just a Miluo flower demon that ran away? Don't even worry about whether she has escaped from the territory. Even if she ran to the ends of the earth, the master will help you catch her back. Let her bully our little Tao Yao. Master, she didn't bully me. I was just too stupid. Tao Yao sniffed, still blaming herself in her heart. When this happened, Tao Yao didn't dare to hide it at the first time, but the first thing she could think of was not to find other people, but Su Mu. Because during these days of getting along, Tao Yao has gradually come to regard Su Mu as her backbone, and the first person she thinks of when something happens is him. Even if he is not in the territory, Tao Yao will still think of him. So, she hurried to find Su Mu. I said she bullied you. Su Mu snorted softly and held Tao Yao tighter in his arms. The Miluo flower demon has a complicated mind. She knows that our Tao Yao is innocent and kind, yet she still dares to deceive and confuse Tao Yao. If this isn't bullying, what is it? Tao Yao had been trying to be strong and not let herself cry, but when she heard Su Mu's gentle voice of comfort, she could no longer hold back and suddenly burst into tears in Su Mu's arms. It is exactly as Su Mu said. Tao Yao delivered food to Miluo Flower Fairy every day. They interacted a lot during the period and talked a lot. To a certain extent, Tao Yao really thought that the Miluo Flower Demon had become a good friend of hers, the kind that could be trusted. Now that the Miluo Flower Demon has escaped, the feeling of having my trust trampled upon is really not pleasant at all. Tao Yao said she didn't feel wronged. She just didn't say it. When Su Mu brought it up, Tao Yao could no longer hold back her tears. All right, idiot. It's okay, the master will help you. Su Mu patted Tao Yao's shaking shoulders to comfort her. On the side, Zhang Xiaohai silently turned his eyes away. Can't watch it anymore. Seeing him so jealous, his mouth is watering. Out of sight, out of mind. Comforting Tao Yao, Su Mu called Snowed and the undead team, led by Yi Mei and Gu Bang. They must find the Miluo Flower Demon, Rose, no matter what. This name was naturally told to Su Mu by Tao Yao. Because there are still dangers outside the territory, it is definitely impossible for Zhang Xiaohai to grow things alone. For his safety, Su Mu had to arrange for Yula to accompany him. And by the way, he also gave them 2 fixed-point teleportation scrolls so that they could be teleported as soon as possible when they encountered danger. Zhang Xiaohai was naturally shocked by Yula's appearance, and then his mentality exploded and he had a heart attack. It's bad enough that boss Su Mu already has Winstia by his side, but now there's another little lowly. I think Zhang Xiaohai can still accept this. But there is an invincible and beautiful cat-eared girl Tao Yao. So forget it, this is still within Zhang Xiaohai's psychological tolerance range. But now, there is another cold and beautiful demon princess. This was a huge shock to Zhang Xiaohai. He was so envious and jealous that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Zhang Xiaohai thought that if he worked harder, he could catch up with Su Mu. Little did he know that no matter how big his steps were, he would never be able to surpass boss Su Mu. It's completely not on the same level. After lamenting the gap between people, Zhang Xiaohai obediently followed Yu Liluo out to plant plants. Yu Liluo was just completing her mission. She didn't even want to look at Zhang Xiaohai. In Yu Liluo's opinion, Su Mu is the only man in the territory whom she looks up to. No one else can compare. Zhang Xiaohai is naturally not at this level. Chapter 294. Ask Yunlong Chamber of Commerce for someone directly. Brother Su Mu, I want to eat this. Okay, buy it. Brother Su Mu, I want that. That little gadget, it's so cute. Okay, buy it. Buy. Such conversations have been heard countless times in Tianlong City. It's all because, today, there's a little girl named Kekalu accompanying Su Mu to Tianlong City. There was no way. Su Mu had no way to refuse the requests of the persistent Kekalu and could only satisfy them all. Buy. Play. The little girl was so happy. My lord city lord, I have investigated everything you wanted to investigate. Mudsun suddenly came over. Now he has temporarily replaced Hassad, so he does a lot of things himself. Oh, what's going on? While speaking, Su Mu quietly pressed down Kokalu's hat in front of him. When going out, Koko's ears and tail must not be exposed. This is the symbol of the White Fox clan. Su Mu was afraid that other people would notice it, so he kept it in mind. Although Tianlong City is the city he manages, he still needs to be cautious to a certain extent. Kokalu also stayed very obediently next to Su Mu, not running around or moving around. It's about Miss Kaisen of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Mudsun said, how's it going? When Su Mu heard that it was about Kaixin, he immediately became concerned. I have conducted an in-depth investigation and found that Miss Kaisen did not leave Tianlong City as the rumors said. That woman Ines from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is lying. Mudsun reported the latest news he had received. Kaixin didn't leave Tianlong City. Su Mu's eyes sterned slightly, and he looked at Mudsun suddenly. Then have you found out where Kaisen went? Mudsun was frightened by Su Mu's sharp eyes and trembled. He knew that this matter must not be taken lightly and was extremely serious. I found it, but so far, I don't know whether it is true or false. Speak, Su Mian said concisely. It is said that Miss Kaisen was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, living with those slaves. Also, I received a piece of news. It is said that Miss Kaisen will be transferred to Feiyun City tonight. I think she will be transferred to Feiyun City. I don't know the specific reason. Su Mu frowned, thinking about what to do next. Lord City Lord, should we stop her while they are moving out at night? Seeing Su Mu's embarrassed face, Mudsun quickly stepped forward and expressed his thoughts. Within the territory of Tianlong City, we have the final say. If we ask the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce for someone, what else can she do? Don't be silly, Mudsun. Su Mu raised his hand and said, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has its own secret passage. If they want to move Kaisen away, they don't need to go through the city gate. They can just go through the secret passage directly. I've walked through the secret passage of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce with Kaisen before, so I know it very well. Really? Mudsun scratched his head. He really didn't know anything about the secret passage. That's right. Su Mu suddenly smiled and patted Mudsun's shoulder. But you don't have to be discouraged. You said something very well. What? Mudsun blinked, a little excited. Did the city lord praise him? You're right. This is Tianlong City, under our control. If we ask them for someone, what can they say? If you're not satisfied, I'll just tell them to get out. It's just a small chamber of commerce. Your Excellency is mighty. Mudsun flattered him at the right time. Normally, Su Mu would be disgusted, but at this time, he just felt very comfortable. Mudsun's words reminded Su Mu to a certain extent. This is his territory. In his territory, does he still have to look at other people's faces? Mudsun, you are like this. Su Mu arranged the next matters. Yes. 1 hour later. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Hey, Lord Mudsun, what brings you here? You're a very busy man right now. I'm really flattered that you suddenly showed up at our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Mudsun appeared, Ines came up to him and flattered him with a smile on her face. Okay, stop using your old tricks on me. I came here today for serious business, not to flatter you. Mudsun calmly pushed Ines away and spoke seriously. Well, Lord Mudsun, if you have any serious matters, you can take your time to talk. It's not like I don't want to listen to you, but you suddenly became so serious that you scared me. I am a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken. Ines said this and tried to get closer again. Please respect yourself, Miss Ines. Mudsun pushed Ines away again, and at the same time, a large number of guards suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Seeing this, Ines finally realized that those who come with bad intentions will not come. Her eyes were dark, but she still kept a charming smile on her face. Oh my, Master Mudsun, what exactly happened? Did our Chamber of Commerce do something wrong and offend you? Please explain clearly, sir. Today, I am following the orders of the city lord to ask you for someone. Mudsun did not keep the secret and directly told the reason. Who is it? Ines seemed to have guessed something, but she still asked. The former head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Miss Kaisen. Lord Mudsun, didn't I tell you that Miss Kaisen was transferred to Feiyun not long ago? While saying this, Ines secretly winked at a female subordinate not far away. The female subordinate immediately understood and turned away. Okay, over here, Mudsun, who hadn't noticed Ines's actions, raised his hand to interrupt her. Miss Ines, you are a smart person. Do you think we would come here blindly to ask for someone without investigating thoroughly? But sir, your information is really inaccurate. Miss Kaisen is really not here with us. Ines's charming face was full of grievance, as if she had really suffered a great injustice. An ordinary person might really be shaken by her, but Mudsun is a straight man, and he doesn't care about the aggrieved expression of the beautiful woman at all. Stop talking so much nonsense to me. We are going to check out your Chamber of Commerce's dungeon now. Lead the way. Mudsun was very tough. No, sir. There are distinguished guests in the dungeon selecting slaves. If you bring your troops in like this, it will scare our distinguished guests and will be bad for the reputation of our Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you wait a little longer? If you wait a little longer, they will definitely let you in, okay? Ines said as she stepped forward again, but was pushed away by Mudsun. Get out of here. I'm going in now. Follow me. Mudsun waved his hand. Chapter 295 Kai Xin is here indeed. Lord Mudsun, we really have a distinguished guest. Please don't make things difficult for him. Ines twisted her body and quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Mudsun, stretching out her hands and showing off her proud bust. What do you mean? Aren't we in the city lord's mansion honored guests? Mudsun frowned and looked at Ines with an unfriendly look. He felt very dissatisfied now. Just like what the city lord said, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce really needs a beating up. How arrogant has it become now? Anyone who dares to stand in front of the army of the city lord's mansion is obviously not giving them face. Don't be fooled by the smile on Ines' face. Deep down, she probably doesn't take the city lord's mansion seriously at all. Lord Mudsun, you misunderstood. You are of course honored guests of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, but there are other honored guests inside. Could you please wait a little longer? Give me some face. Go away. Mudsun stepped forward and pushed Ines aside without any hesitation. The guards behind him came forward to help. Seeing Mudsun leading everyone towards the Chamber of Commerce's dungeon, Ines's face changed drastically. She hurried to catch up, but found that the female subordinate who had left before had returned and winked at her. Ines's heart suddenly settled down, and she immediately stepped forward with a smile. Lord Mudsun, you are so impatient. No woman can handle it in front of you. Let me lead the way, really. Ines led the way, swaying her hips eagerly. Looking at her back, Mudsun snorted inwardly. Soon after, in the dungeon. Sir, I've already told you that Miss Kaisen is really not here. Do you believe it now? Ines smiled and said, Miss Kaisen was once the head of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. She is one of us. How could we possibly throw her into the Chamber of Commerce dungeon? I don't know which villain had the guts to speak nonsense in front of you, Lord Mudsun, and try to sow discord between us and our Chamber of Commerce. Damn it. Okay, Mudsun shouted, interrupting Ines's chatter. By the way, Miss Ines, where is the distinguished guest you just mentioned? Why can't I see it in here? Are you trying to make fun of me? Mudsun's eyes narrowed, and his gaze as he looked at Ines became increasingly hostile. Ines, do you know what will happen if you mess with our city lord's mansion? Do you, the Chamber of Commerce, still want to continue operating in our Tianlong city? Even though Mudsun had only recently been in a high position of power, his past military experience had accumulated a lot of momentum in him, which suddenly burst out and directly scared Ines. She hurried forward to appease. At the same time, in a forest not far from Tianlong city. Moo, my mouth is sore. Kokoro's voice rang out. Sumu looked down and smiled. Little girl, if you hold a candy as big as your fist and lick it by yourself, won't your mouth feel sore? If you keep eating so much sugar, you might damage your teeth. Sumu said this and pinched Kokona's slightly chubby face. Well, I don't want it then. When Kokolu heard that her teeth were broken, she panicked. She pushed the candy forward and handed it to Sumu. Little girl, what are you doing? Sumu looked at the candy in front of him with surprise, which was still stained with cocoa and drool. Brother Sumu, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. Just throw it away if you don't want it. Why give it to me? Sumu touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Let him eat Kokalu's saliva? Not good, right? Well, Auntie said that we can't waste food. Brother Sumu, we can't waste it, so I gave it to you. Eat quickly, eat quickly. It can't be wasted." Kokalu stomped her feet and forced the candy in her hand to Sumu's lips. "I really can't do anything about you." Helplessly, Sumu could only take Kokalu's imported candy and start eating it. "Don't say it. It's quite sweet. I don't know if it has any blessing." "Yeah, here it comes." Sumu suddenly raised his right hand, then hugged Kokalu in his arms, holding her close to him. Not far ahead, a huge rock covered with vines and weeds was suddenly pushed aside, revealing a cave behind the rock. A head popped out from behind the cave, looked around, and after confirming it was safe, he turned around and shouted, "There's no one outside. Hurry up." Soon, 10 burly men in black robes walked out of the cave, followed by a figure in the middle. Sumu's familiar figure. It was Kaisen, who had been out of contact for quite some time. Her clothes were tattered and stained, with many marks of whipping. She was shackled on her hands and feet and was escorted forward. From the marks on Kaisen's body, it can be seen that she has suffered a lot of torture recently. "Hurry up and leave. Don't waste our time." Moose, the big man in black robe who was leading the group, saw Kaisen dragging her feet and pushed her hard. With a stumble, Kaisen lost her balance and fell to the ground. "Fuck, what a loser." He falls over with just one push. Moose spat a mouthful of thick phlegm next to Kaisen, his tone full of disdain. He was Inessa's lover and naturally had some dissatisfaction with Kaisen. If he hadn't been ordered not to kill Kaisen, he would have killed her long ago. The trouble of escorting her to Feiyun City. "Brother Moose, please don't kill her. She is the one that our Master Kelly's specifically wants." A strong man next to him said, "Don't worry, you won't die. This bitch is just being pretentious," Moose said as he stepped forward, grabbed Kaisen's handcuffs, and forcibly pulled her up. "Look, isn't everything okay?" Moose ignored Kaisen's murderous look and smirked. At this time, "Brother Sumu, are we going to rescue that sister and leave today? She's in such a pity. Let's help her quickly." Kokalu's childish voice rang out. She had lowered her voice, but she was still discovered. "Who is it?" Moose shouted sharply. The direction he was heading towards was exactly where Sumu and Kukelu were hiding. "I've spotted you, come out now." "Who on earth is it?" Moose yelled in anger. He didn't know how much the people hiding in the dark had discovered, and whether they had seen the hidden secret passage of their Chamber of Commerce. "If you don't come out, don't blame us for being rude." Seeing that he had been discovered, Sumu no longer hid, but appeared in front of Moose and others holding Kokalu. The moment Kaiexine saw Sumu's face clearly, her dull eyes suddenly lit up. "What are you hiding there for?" Seeing that Sumu and Kokalu both had relatively young faces and looked harmless, Moose's nervous mood relaxed. Chapter 296: The Power of Kokalu's Poisonous Milk. Before Sumu could answer Moose's question, Kekalu suddenly broke free. She took a step forward, her hands on her waist. "Let that sister go. Big bad guy." Koko's fierce and aggressive look did not scare Moose, but instead made him laugh out loud. "Little girl, you're quite fierce. But Kaisen, when did you meet these two funny guys? You don't think that just the two of them can save you, do you?" Moose looked at Kaisen, his words full of mockery. He was not stupid, and he could see that the young man and the little girl in front of him came for Kaiexine, although he didn't know why Sumu and the others knew they would be here. But this did not affect his happy mood at the moment. "You two, go up and take care of them. Kill that man, and leave the little girl to play with me." Moose waved his hands and arranged his two subordinates. "Yes." The two strong men at the back responded and approached Sumu and Kukelu. Sumu frowned secretly. He only had one thought about Moose: kill. But before Sumu could call for help, Kokalu had already launched the attack. A light green light, which was exclusive to healing magic, appeared on her hands. "Oh, this little girl also knows healing magic." Moose was slightly surprised, and there was a sudden possessive look in his eyes as he looked at Kokalu. He thought of capturing Kokalu and then training her to be his own. After all, there are not many people in this continent who know healing magic, and even fewer little girls who know healing magic. Those are all monsters with great talents. Moose seemed to see his bright future. "Little girl, Uncle is telling you, healing magic is not used to attack, but to help heal others. If you use your magic like this, your work will be in vain." After Moose finished speaking, he chuckled and didn't hide, allowing Kokalu's healing magic to fall on him. Not only him, but also the two big men walking in front did not hide. They faced Kokalu's healing magic head-on, with playful expressions on their faces. But soon, the mockery on their faces froze. They only felt that they were hit hard by a huge invisible hammer, and their chests ached. The same goes for Moose, who laughed the hardest. There was a look of disbelief on his face. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. At the back, the remaining strong men looked at each other in confusion for several times. They don't quite understand what happened. Wasn't it supposed to be healing magic? Why is Brother Moose vomiting blood? Kai Xine, who was wearing shackles, looked at Kukelu several times in surprise, and then looked at Su Mu several times. Obviously for these. Humph. Bad guy. Now you know how powerful I am. Kokona's cute face showed a bright smile. She proudly showed her big white teeth to the big men in front of her, then raised her head and threw the healing magic again. Get out of the way. Blood was still gushing out of Moose's mouth, but he did not forget to ask his companions to get out of the way. Under the attack of Kokelu's poisonous milk, a group of big men fled in panic, creating a very funny situation. Seeing this scene, Su Mu was amazed at Kokelu's growth, and at the same time he was thinking about deeper things in his heart. Kokelu's current attack situation is undoubtedly very confusing. For example, Moose just now, he had no idea that Kokelu's healing magic had an attacking effect on them instead of a healing effect. If Kokelu's strength continues to grow thanks to this deceptive trick, doesn't that mean she will have a high chance of catching the enemy by surprise and killing a large number of them in seconds? This is not common. Sumu felt that Kokolu had great plasticity. Kokolu, stop playing and help me get rid of them. Don't hide anymore, come out now. At Su Mu's command, 400 or 500 people suddenly rushed out from the rear. They were wearing neatly clad bright silver armor and were obviously regular troops. Moose and others' expressions suddenly changed. 1 hour later, Kaisen was brought back to Tianlong City, and under Su Mu's arrangement, she was taken to wash up. My lord City Lord, you are truly a prophet. Mudsun ran back in a hurry, his face full of excitement and excitement. What's wrong? Sumu took a sip of tea, looking calm and composed. Didn't you guess long ago that Miss Kaisen would be secretly transferred by them? So they deliberately let me break in to scare that bitch in ass. Actually, I saw her winking at me a long time ago. Do you really think I'm a fool? Mudsun said excitedly. Mudsun went to Yunlong Chamber of Commerce on Su Mu's orders. Moreover, to a certain extent, Mudsun did everything that happened in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce according to what Su Mu said. He was confused at first, but gradually he understood. The city lord deliberately asked him to take people to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to put on a show for Ines to make her panic and scared. At that time, Ines will only have two choices. Or Kaisen was discovered in the dungeon by the people he brought with him and was badly beaten in the face. Or they could transfer Kaisen urgently and have someone take her away. But no matter which one she chose, Ines would be wrong. She chose the first one, and Mudsun was there in person. If you choose the second one, Sumu would have already brought people to guard outside just to take Kai Xine away. After thinking about all this, Mudsun was full of admiration for Sumu. I can really say that I am in awe. Mudsun had never been so convinced by anyone before, and Sumu was definitely one of them. It's just a trick. Ines thinks she's flawless. But I've known the secret passage of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce for a long time. So if she just needs to move, I'll be able to rescue Kaisen along the way. Sumu smiled, but was not proud. Ines is on the first floor, and he, Sumu, is on the 5th floor. There's nothing to be proud of, just a small fry. The real person we need to deal with is the person behind Ines. And, sir, you are truly a god. Mudsun continued excitedly. You told me not to notice Kaisen and immediately pretend to be angry, and I did it. I told you what you taught me, Lord City Lord, and Ines was really scared. She immediately said she would give me something to curry favor with our City Lord's mansion. Mudsun felt relieved when he thought of Ines's servile appearance. He and Hassard had been to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce many times before, but since they met Ines, this woman had always looked very arrogant. Now she was actively trying to please him, which was really rare. After reading and talking about it, Mudsun also let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of not being respected. This is why he was so happy and excited. Mudsun felt that all of this was achieved by Sumu. What did she give you? Sumu was more curious about this than anything else. Of course I'm asking for something that needs your advice, sir. It just so happened that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce also had some, and Ines was very straightforward and gave it to me immediately. Are you talking about composite lithium glazed steel? After hearing Mudsun's words, Sumu lost his composure and stood up suddenly. Yes, that's it. Chapter 297 Kai Xine's latest news. So far, Sumu's magic rocket launcher only has one last ingredient left. Composite lithium glazed steel. Now that Mudsun has obtained this material, it can be said that the last piece has been collected, and Sumu's magic rocket launcher is expected to be produced. How many? Sumu asked quickly. About 8,000. Mudsun thought for a moment and replied. I guess the people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce got this material by coincidence, and they don't know what it's used for. That woman Ines even asked me about it. But I just told her I didn't know. In that case, it's reasonable for her to give you 8,000. Sumu nodded. If they knew the specific function of composite lithium glazed steel, Ines and the others would definitely not give so much. It's just a small coincidence. But this is normal. Even the deceased mayor of Tianlong City, Andrew, was secretly collecting materials to make rocket launchers. This thing is probably something that very few people know about. After collecting all the materials, Sumu was in a very good mood. He even praised Mudsun a few times. Mudsun was naturally very happy about this. In his opinion, being praised by Sumu was like receiving the Knight's Medal of Honor, which was exciting and inspiring. Soon, Kaisen, who was taken out to take a bath, reappeared in front of Sumu. After taking a shower, Kaisen was obviously a completely different person from her previous mental state, but some bloodstains could still be seen on her face. Sumu Xian is wrong. Lord City Lord, thank you for saving my life. Kai Exine stepped forward and saluted, her tone full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what kind of suffering I would be going through right now. Thank you so much. Miss Kaisen, you're welcome. Sumu waved his hand and then asked, can you tell me what happened? Why are you imprisoned in the Chamber of Commerce dungeon? Is it related to the tree elves? Because of me? Kai Exine hesitated slightly, but finally nodded and said, there are some reasons, but the most fundamental reason is not this. Lord City Lord, you don't need to feel indebted or guilty. It's all my own fault. Can I ask you just what the reason is? Sumu couldn't help but ask. Since letting the tree elf go is not the main reason, then what is the main reason? Deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce next. In Sumu's heart, he felt that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was now a white-eyed wolf that could never be tamed and could bite him at any time. It would be extremely dangerous to have such an existence inside Tianlong City. Especially there is a secret passage in their Chamber of Commerce. If this passage is opened and soldiers from other cities come in, how should we respond? Therefore, in Sumu's eyes, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is now a thorn in Tianlong City that must be pulled out. Otherwise, it will only backfire on him in the end. On the other side, Kai Exine did not answer Sumu's question immediately, but was very entangled and hesitant, as if he was weighing something. Ms. Kaisen, is there something you can't let go of? Do you still have thoughts of returning to that damn place, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Sumu's words hit Kai Exine right between the eyebrows. She smiled bitterly, and then spoke. You're right, I really shouldn't still have thoughts about that place. Kai Exine shook her head. Actually, the main reason I was being blamed and targeted was that my team lost a very important item not long ago. That item is extremely important. It contains the life of the Tree of Life. Because of its loss, our Chamber of Commerce has lost nearly 500 million gold coins. So far, we haven't found the bastard who robbed our Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, all the people we sent out have lost contact. It seems like they all disappeared overnight and have never been heard from again. Kai Exine didn't notice Sumu's surprised expression. She was still talking to herself. Another thing is that we once discovered a very important race in the Miluo forest, but I didn't handle it well. Kai Exine sighed slightly. All of this has caused the president of our Chamber of Commerce to lose patience with me, so he appointed Ines to replace me. That woman has been displeased with me for a long time, so she's been making things difficult for me. In fact, if I were taken back to Feiyan City, I'm afraid I would be doomed. It is indeed as you said, Lord City Lord. I should not have any thoughts of returning to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. My only regret is that I was unable to take the slaves in the dungeon away. I owe them a lot. Sumu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, or whether to be in a dilemma. Kaisen told him not to feel indebted or guilty, but her current situation was largely due to him. Fortunately, he saved Kaisen with all his heart, otherwise he would have owed her a life invisibly. Miss Kaisen, why are you so nice to those slaves? After thinking for a while, Sumu asked. I remember Tao Yao said that you were very kind to the slaves in the dungeon and would advise them on what to do when they arrived at their master's house. Moreover, when you escaped last time, you didn't forget to take them with you. Everything Sumu said was the reason why he had a new respect for Kai Exine. Since he is so kind to slaves, Kai Exine can't be that bad. Otherwise, Sumu would not have saved her. Because, that's my own past. Kaisen suddenly lifted up her upper body clothes, and Sumu saw at a glance that there was a mark of branding from her left waist upwards. Very refreshing. This mark has been with me for 20 years. I was once a slave, so I understand their situation very well. I hope they can find a good family. Perhaps that is their only good destination. That's why I'm working hard to become the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Kaisen said. Sumu was silent. At this moment, he finally understood why Kai Xian said that her regret was that she could not take those slaves away. Ms. Kaisen, I actually want to deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. I just don't know if you are willing to assist me. If you're willing, perhaps I can help you rescue those slaves. Sumu said seriously. Real? After hearing Sumu's words, Kai Xian's eyes lit up for the first time. Certainly. I actually have some new news about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. If you, Lord City Lord, want to deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, perhaps this is a perfect opportunity. Chapter 298. See, you are really hungry. After an in-depth exchange with Kai Xian, Sumu did not stay in Tianlong City any longer. He asked Mudsun to take good care of Kaisen, and then he left Tianlong City with some composite lithium-glazed steel and returned to Tianmu Town. At the same time, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. What did you say? That bitch Kaisen was rescued. Are Moose and the others all dead? Iness's sharp voice echoed throughout the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Go check it out for me. Yes, Lady Iness. Also, quickly check if the goods in the secret passage are still there. No, I have to go and confirm it myself. Iness hurried towards the secret passage. Boss, you're finally back. Sumu returned to Tianmu Town. Zhang Xiaohai's excited voice was heard. What's wrong? Have you finished planting your plants? Sumu glanced at Zhang Xiaohai twice, wondering why he was so excited. Okay, of course. With the help of Miss Yulilua, things are progressing very smoothly. And said with a smile. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Sumu felt that Zhang Xiaohai's attitude was weird. No danger today? Didn't your third brother come over to cause trouble? Sumu looked at Yulilua, who was standing not far away, watching them. No. Yulilua threw down 2 words and turned away. This woman is still as cold as ever. Sumu muttered in his heart. Tell me, what did you do? Why are you looking at me with such a smile? Do you have any request? Sumu looked at Zhang Xiaohai. He felt that Zhang Xiaohai must be planning something. As expected, Zhang Xiaohai rubbed his hands, came over, and whispered. Boss, I do have a request, and I hope you can agree to it because of my diligence. What is it? Sumu asked. Just nod first, Zhang Xiaohai smiled. How can I nod if you don't say anything? Sumu frowned as he spoke. What if you have evil intentions towards my Kokolu and Taoyao? What if you want me to send them to you? Should I nod too? Sumu rolled his eyes. Brother Sumu, I don't want it. I don't want to go with this weird uncle. Please don't send me to him. In the back, Kokolu, who was with Sumu, heard this and her little face turned pale with panic. She quickly came up to him, hugged Sumu's arm tightly with her little hands, and stared at him with tearful eyes. Zhang Xiaohai was stunned when he heard this. No way. He is only 1 or 2 years older than Sumu. Why is he the weird uncle and Sumu is the sweet brother? This is so unfair. When did Zhang Xiaohai become an uncle? Zhang Xiaohai felt as if his heart had been stepped on several times and was extremely depressed. Okay, how could I possibly give you to him, you silly boy? Brother Sumu is just giving an example. No one can take Kekalu away from me, okay? Sumu quickly hugged Kekalu's small body and comforted her. The little girl was really scared and her body was still shaking. Hug. Kokolu opened her arms towards Sumu with a pleading look on her face. It's hard to refuse. Sumu had no choice but to bend down and pick up Kekalu. She's already a grown-up girl, and she still wants to be hugged. If Kokona sees this, she'll beat him up. After being picked up, Kokolu did not resist at all. She even took the initiative to hold Sumu's head in her arms, and her little tail swung happily, showing her mood at the moment. Seeing this scene, Sumu smiled. The little girl is just a little girl, and her emotions change in an instant. Zhang Xiaohai was so envious. If there was a little loli who was so attached to him, he would be happy to live 10 or 20 years less. Boss, a gentleman does not take away what others love. I understand this principle, Dahai. How could I ask you for them? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Zhang Xiaohai quickly began to explain. Then you tell me first, Dahai. If it's not too much, I will agree to it. At this time, Sumu took the time to respond. Boss, the Miluo flower demon that escaped from your territory this morning has been found. I was wondering if you could give her to me. When Zhang Xiaohai said this, Sumu was stunned. Oh, Miluo flower demon, are you sure? That's right, Zhang Xiaohai suddenly said shyly. Earlier, Miss Yulilua and I were planting flowers outside, and saw with our own eyes that the Miluo flower demon was escorted back by the undead under your command, Boss Sumu. Zhang Xiaohai didn't say the following words, he just kept smiling foolishly. However, Sumu understood what he said. And then you fell in love at first sight with the Miluo flower fairy? The image of the Miluo flower demon unconsciously emerged in Sumu's mind. He shuddered. Dahai, you are really hungry. Your taste is so particular that you even didn't let the Miluo flower demon go. You know, there is a reason why Sumu said this. In his impression, the Miluo flower demon not only has an amazing body, but also has a face that looks like a female ghost, with black lips and a green face, and hair that looks like vines, which is extremely enchanting and weird. Sumu never expected that Zhang Xiaohai would fall in love with the Miluo flower demon and even ask him for her in person. Hiss. Sumu looked Zhang Xiaohai up and down and repeated, "You are really hungry." Apart from this sentence, Sumu really didn't know how to describe Zhang Xiaohai. Boss, appearances aren't important. It's the same as turning off the lights at night. What do you think? And Zhang Xiaohai said bitterly, "Times better than the bear people in my territory. It's one of the few beings I've ever been moved by. If you had said earlier that it's the same even if the lights are turned off, I would have understood." Sumu said with a smile. Indeed, the Miluo flower demon has a curvy figure, and there is really nothing to fault with that. Most importantly, Sumu understood why Zhang Xiaohai made this request. Presumably, when Zhang Xiaohai saw so many demi-human women in his territory, he also became a little tempted and longed to have a demi-human of another race to serve him. It's a man's psychology. Sumu expressed his understanding. Zhang Xiaohai scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. All right. Sumu agreed. Since you've made the request, I naturally can't be stingy. If you've taken a fancy to the Miluo Banshee, then take her away. But before that, I need her to do something, so you may have to wait. It's natural, big man. Thank you so much. Zhang Xiaohai was very happy that his request was granted. This means that he has entered the realm of a lord with slaves, and his status has been further improved. Let's go meet this Miluo flower demon now. Sumu spoke. Yes. Chapter 299, The Tribe of Miluo Flower Demons. Sumu once learned that the tribe of the Miluo flower demon was the most mysterious place deep in the Miluo forest. Just like the habitat of the tree elves, deep in the Miluo forest is a dense forest that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. It is filled with poisonous miasma, poisonous insects, and many unknown dangers. Therefore, even if the Miluo flower demon does not have terrible poison, no one will be curious about their tribe. But now, Sumu is very curious about where the Miluo flower demon tribe is. Tell me, are you willing to take us to your tribe's land? If so, I won't pursue the matter of your escape. If you don't want to. There was a sharp light flashing in Sumu's eyes as he stared closely at the Miluo flower demon Rose who was kneeling on the ground. I'm going to kill you right now. On the side, Zhang Xiaohai heard this but said nothing, even though Boss Sumu had already promised to give Rose to him. But now, even if Boss Sumu wanted to kill Rose, he would not have too many complaints, just because he believed in him. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well not betray my people. Rose spoke. Her voice was quite pleasant, delicate, and feminine. You mean, your clan leader won't let you go? Sumu understood what Rose meant. What else? Are you so sure that I can't do anything to your clan? Rose raised her eyes and glanced at Sumu. I'm not afraid to tell you that the depths of the Miluo forest have always been guarded by us, the Miluo flower fairies. Even the air is filled with our clan's toxins. You should know how powerful the Miluo flower demon's poison is. If you just go in there casually, you won't be able to resist at all. It's not that I'm overconfident, but that's the truth. The air is filled with the poison of the Miluo flower demon. Is it so scary? To be honest, Sumu had just obtained the Falconwood root spirit not long ago, one of the items of which allowed him to travel through poisonous miasma areas while wearing it. But I don't know if the Falconwood root spirit has any effect on the poison of the Miluo flower demon. Perhaps you can try an experiment. Just do it. Can you secrete the Miluo flower demon toxin? This is a basic skill that every Miluo flower demon has, okay? Rose curled her lips. But I've secreted it before and can't secrete it again. But it just so happens that new toxins have been produced in the past 2 days. How? Do you want to taste my poison? Rose licked her lips as she spoke, with a hint of provocation. It seems that you are really not afraid of death. Sumu snorted coldly. He knew exactly what Rose meant. When she was captured, the poison in her body had just subsided. Otherwise, Sumu and others would have been in danger. Or perhaps Tao Yao, who had always brought her food, was in danger. Rose had a chance to spit poison at her. Of course, there is a possibility. Rose doesn't dare. Sumu's guess was indeed correct. It's just that it's not that Rose doesn't dare, but that she can't bear it. Rose had many opportunities to spit poison at Tao Yao, but she was infected by Tao Yao's kindness and innocence and never attacked her. But she really wanted to escape and regain her freedom, so she had to take advantage of the kind Tao Yao. However, Rose was too disdainful to explain such things to Sumu. She felt that even if she said it, it would be of no use, and would instead give the other person the impression that she was afraid of death. If I'm afraid, won't I die? Since I was caught, I no longer wanted to live. As Rose spoke, her eyes fell on Gabong, who was standing not far away. It was this undead knight who brought her back. She can never forget it. Gabong. Sumu suddenly waved and shouted. Yes. Gabong immediately strode over. This is mine in your hand. Take her poison attack and see. Sumu took out the falcon woodroot spirit, testing poison himself, as the undead could do it for him. Anyway, the dead can be resurrected, but he can't. Yes. Gabong didn't waste any time and immediately took the falcon root spirit and then faced Rose. Weren't you very resentful of him just now? Now I give you a chance to take revenge. She was very resentful of Gabong for capturing her. You said it. I poisoned him to death, so don't bother me. Rose spoke. Oh, isn't the poison of your Miluo flower demons not lethal? It's just addictive. Sumu did not forget the effect of the Miluo flower demon's poison. That was what the lizard man chief wanted to use to harm him at that time. Since it's poisonous, if the amount is large, it will kill even the undead. Rose has this confidence because the toxins of their clan have indeed killed the undead. Bring it on. Gabong spoke without hesitation. Court death. Rose didn't say anything nonsense, and a puff of purple smoke poured out of her mouth. Sumu reacted quickly and pulled Zhang Xiaohai away. 30 seconds passed. How is that possible? Rose looked shocked. Her poison actually had no effect on Gabong. Impossible. Rose puffed up her chest again and spewed out purple poison from her mouth again. Another 30 seconds passed. Gabong is still strong. It's the wood in his hand. Rose finally understood what had happened. The wood in Gabong's hand. It's the treasure that the guy just gave him. What a wonderful treasure. A minute later, when the purple poisonous mist dissipated, Su Mu returned to Rose. Now, do you think I'm qualified to know the location of your tribe? Sumu didn't expect that this falconwood root spirit could actually resist the Miluo flower demon's poison. He was just far away and could see it clearly. When the purple poisonous mist touched Gabong's body, it was blocked by an inexplicable magical force. That is the power of falcon root spirit. It seems that poison and poisonous miasma are separate things. Falconwood root spirit is a good thing and must be planted and produced in large quantities. Humph, if you are not afraid of death, I can take you there. Rose remained unruly. Okay, then I'll leave her in your custody for the time being. Sumu winked at Zhang Xiaohai and then smiled ambiguously. Thank you, Mr. Sumu. Zhang Xiaohai rubbed his hands and trotted over. Rose frowned secretly, not knowing what this sentence meant. She just thought that the person who would deliver meals to her would be a man from now on. This is a slave collar. If all else fails, put it on her and enslave her. Don't try to impress her with any method. That's foolish behavior. To a large extent, she is a demon. Sumu pulled Zhang Xiaohai aside and started talking in private. Also, at the moment, her toxins should be gone for now. You should be safe. Be careful. Got it. Thank you for your instructions, sir. Zhang Xiaohai took the slave collar. Chapter 300. Using the secret key spirit fruit. Talent mutation. The thing Zhang Xiaohai regretted most in his life was having the nerve to go to boss Su Mu's house for a meal. The meal was delicious, but Zhang Xiaohai felt a pang of sadness. Looking at the subhuman women who surrounded Mr. Su Mu, each of them had a top-notch figure and a beautiful face. Zhang Xiaohai suddenly felt like his excitement about obtaining the Miluo flower demon was poured with a bucket of cold water. The fox girl Wenstia, the little lowly fox girl Kekalu, the cute and sticky cat girl Taoyao, and the cold demon Yuliloa around Su Mu. That is a height that many people will never reach in their lifetime. But Zhang Xiaohai never expected that what he had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg of boss Su Mu. No, maybe not even a dime. Looking at the beautiful women with different personalities and looks sitting at the table, Zhang Xiaohai still had the nerve to eat. He hurriedly took 2 mouthfuls of rice and slipped away. Zhang Xiaohai thought to himself, instead of being a 3,600-watt light bulb, it would be better to go back to find his Rose and cultivate her relationship. Kokona come out to eat today. Sumu looked around but couldn't find Kokona. You know, even the deep sea clam heavies, who rarely appears, was present today. Her arrival reminded Su Mu that it was time for him to start brewing wine. It is said that Sister Kokona is not feeling well and has a poor appetite, so she did not come out to eat. Wenstia explained beside her. I just went into her room and asked her. I'll bring some food to her later. Oh, okay. Sumu nodded, but secretly thought in his heart. Is Kokona really not feeling well, or does she not want to see him because of what happened last night? However, Sumu really didn't know where he went wrong. This is very depressing. By the way, Serena, We can't build the city wall recently, so don't be idle. Put the construction of the city lord's mansion on the agenda first. I'll give you the construction drawings later. Also, you can mobilize everyone to dig an artificial lake and raise the giant salamanders in it. Our city lord's mansion will be built around this artificial lake in the future. Sumu arranged what needed to be done in the territory so far. Okay. Serena nodded, indicating that she understood. Winstia, lead the slimes to build more shops and promote the business culture in the territory. Let the members of the territory get used to bartering or using things to earn gold coins. Trade is gradually forming within our territory. Sumu continued to give orders. The upgrade task still needs to be completed, and it is impossible to just wait for the construction of the city wall to be completed. After all, the matters with the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City are not over yet. On the contrary, the Sun Demon Clan and Lodi City were much quieter today. But Sumu will not allow its internal development to become unbalanced because of external war. Anyway, he still has the territory shield, which can last for a while, so there is no need to worry about the safety in the territory. I understand, Master. Winstia agreed obediently. Being able to share the work with Sumu was the happiest and most valuable time for her. After dinner, just like last night, Sumu brought the food to Hestela's room. Hestela is a complete workaholic and study maniac. Once she started studying, she didn't distinguish between day and night, and even forgot the time for meals. There is no doubt that Sumu fed her today's meal. Hestela, my first and second time in my life were both dedicated to you. You must be responsible for me. Sumu took the time to make a few jokes. Thank you, Sumu. I will definitely repay you after I finish my studies. Hestela's smile is as beautiful as a flower, and there is nothing wrong with her. Do you remember that you promised to cook a meal for me? Sumu did not forget to remind. I know, tomorrow. I will definitely do it tomorrow, I promise you. Hestela patted her head. With an apologetic look on her face, her eyes fell on Sumu's face. I was really busy and forgot a lot of things. I'm so sorry, Sumu. I didn't mean to do that. It's okay, I'm just telling you. Sumu smiled. He wished Hestela would do it to him slowly, so that he would have plenty of time and opportunity to conquer her. Pooh, stay in the territory. So he is not in a hurry. No, I will definitely do it for you tomorrow. I'm serious, Hestela said. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Sumu could only play along. Then let's make a pinky promise. Sumu stretched out his hand. Okay, pinky promise. Hestela hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her hand and hooked her eye with Sumu. When she was teleported here from Tianlong City before, Hestela had held hands with Sumu, which was why she did not hesitate. However, what Hestela didn't expect was that this time Sumu held her hand tightly and did not let go. She tried to pull, but couldn't get free. Sumu, you. Hestela originally wanted to say, you should let go. But she thought about how Sumu had been concerned about her meals and had been feeding her these past 2 days. If she said that, she was afraid of hurting his feelings. So, Hestela stammered twice, but the kind-hearted girl still couldn't say it out loud. Under the dim light, Hestela's long eyelashes fluttered and blinked with a strange charm. Her eyes fell quietly on Sumu's face, and suddenly, her face turned slightly red. A girl's blush is better than anything. Sumu felt his heart beating rapidly, a kind of throbbing feeling. Okay, Hestela, remember to take care of yourself and rest early. Don't let me see you staying up late, or I'll come check on you, okay? Sumu said this gently, and after smiling, he pinched Hestela's tender little hand, then turned around and left. In the back, Hestela was still in a state of confusion. She hadn't recovered until Sumu left. Consume 100% of Star Moon value. Congratulations to Lord Sumu for successfully refining the Yang demon body. After 3 days of settling down, Sumu finally refined the strongest ability he obtained from the deceased Yang Yellen, the Yang demon body. From this moment on, his ability to save his life increased again. Oh, and this is the fun thing the sea gave me. Sumu took out the secret key spirit fruit that Zhang Xiaohai gave him from the package. It had been 2 days before he remembered that he had been too busy recently. But which of my Lord talents should I mutate? Sumu looked at the 3 Lord talents on himself and was suddenly in trouble. Lord's Pride, Purgatory Hot Springs, Swallowing Stars, and Devouring the Moon. These 3 are all very good Lord talents. It can be said that if possible, Sumu wants all 3 to mutate. But at present, there is only one secret key spirit fruit, which is the point he is entangled with. After comprehensive consideration, Sumu finally decided to mutate Purgatory Hot Spring. This is the most useful one for him so far. Are you sure you want to use the secret key spirit fruit on the Lord's talent, Purgatory Hot Spring? Sure. Congratulations, Lord, your talent has mutated. Chapter 301. A battle breaks out between the Yang Demon Clan and Lodi City. Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, Purgatory Hot Springs, has mutated and evolved successfully. Following the system's prompt, Sumu couldn't help but click on his talent introduction to take a look. Purgatory Hot Springs. Mutation upgrade. If there are undead members in your territory, they can be resurrected without injury after death or injury, and each resurrection will increase their strength by 1%. There is no limit to the number of undead units that die. After the death of your non-undead members, they will automatically transform into undead beings in the territory. Enemies killed by your undead will automatically transform into undead under your territory and be incorporated into your camp. Powerful. After seeing the mutated and upgraded version of Purgatory Hot Springs, Sumu had only one adjective in his mind. The unlimited number of deaths of the undead units alone is already ridiculously strong, almost like cheating. You should know that the previous Purgatory Hot Springs limited the number of deaths per day to 10, and the strength of the substitute after each death was only 0.5%, but now it has become 1%, and there is no limit on the number of deaths. It was like having an infinite level-boosting device right next to him. Sumu didn't know what to say. He was very satisfied with the changes in Purgatory Hot Springs. However, Sumu now has a question. If he obtains the secret key spirit fruit again, can he continue to upgrade and mutate the Purgatory Hot Spring? After all, he really tasted the sweetness. Your Majesty. Just as Sumu was secretly delighted, Yimei Snowd came to his side. How? What new information have you found out? Snowd has been observing the affairs of the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City, which is also what Sumu is currently concerned about. Feiyun City has stopped fighting the Moon Demon Clan. They seem to be investigating internally whether the Moon Demon Clan is actually helping our territory. Snowd reported the latest news he had received. Also, according to my subordinate's investigation, I found that Feiyun City attacked us because of two people. They attacked us because they told the Lord of Feiyun City that our territory had a secret that allowed plants to grow rapidly. Because of two people? Listening to Snowd's report, Sumu frowned secretly and thought for a moment. What do they look like? Can you describe them? For some reason, Sumu had a strong feeling that the two people Snowd mentioned should be Lord players. He looks similar to you, Your Majesty. Snowd replied. Really? With Snowd's words, Sumu was sure that it must be the Lord player who instigated Feiyun City. Otherwise, Feiyun City is some distance away from his territory, so it is impossible for him to know this. It seems that someone still wants to deal with me. Sumu muttered in his heart. Snowd, what's the current situation of the Moon Demon Clan? Haven't they launched another attack on Feiyun City? 2,000 Moon Demon warriors in the battle yesterday and this morning, and Feiyun City lost nearly 8,000 soldiers. So far, Feiyun City has probably been frightened by the Moon Demon Clan's terrifying combat power. They have retreated to the southern part of Miluo Forest, and the Moon Demon Clan has not pursued them to fight. Snowd said truthfully. I don't understand the specific reason. Okay. Sumu nodded. Judging from this situation, the Moon Demon Clan must be afraid that there are ambushes from Feiyun City in the Miluo Forest, so they did not rush in to start a new round of battle. Feiyun City should be afraid of the strength of the Moon Demon Clan and want to temporarily call off the attack. Sumu analyzed the current situation and felt that it was very likely as he thought. That won't work. Feiyun City can retreat if it wants. What about the Moon Demon Clan outside his territory? Once Feiyun City retreats, the Moon Demon Clan will only target them. Sumu knew very well that the current situation was that the troops of Feiyun City must not leave. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The Yang Demon Clan attacked Lodi City tonight, proactively provoking a war between the two clans. The battle between Lodi City and the Yang Demon Clan has officially begun. The Yang Demon Clan is a demon clan. To protect the human race's spark, the human race should fully support each other and jointly fight against the demon clan's invasion. From now on, all players who participate in battles in Lodi City will receive combat merits, which can be exchanged for system rewards. The coordinates of Lodi City will be announced soon. Lord players, please actively participate and join Lodi City in fighting against the demons and radiate the glory of humanity. The system announcement rang in Sumu's ears, making him slightly stunned. What's the meaning? Lodi City and the Yang Demon Clan? Moreover, according to the system, the Yang Demon Clan attacked Lodi City at night? The first thing Sumu thought of was the day when he led his troops, disguised as soldiers from Lodi City, to launch a surprise attack on the Yang Demon Clan. It seems that the fire he added has already been ignited between the Yangma Clan and Lodi City. Not only that, it is burning very vigorously. Now the Yang Demon Clan has abandoned Sumu and only wants to attack Lodi City. This is Su Mu's analysis. However, the situation was exactly as he thought. The Yang Demon Clan is now mainly dealing with Lodi City. They have officially handed over the task of capturing the murderer Su Mu to the Moon Demon Clan. Su Mu had no idea about this situation. He was currently paying attention to the news on the World Chat channel. The Yang Demon Clan? Isn't this the Yang Demon Clan that Su Mu declared war on? Why are they fighting with the city of Lodi again? This Yang Demon Clan is truly warmongering. In just 2 days, they've been at war with either Su Mu or Lodi City. Pretty impressive. What I'm more concerned about now is what's going on between Su Mu and the Yang Demon Clan. Why did the war shift? You mean, the war transfer is related to Su Mu? The clever lord had already smelled something unusual. I think it must be related to Su Mu, the Sun Demon Clan, and Lodi City. He must have used some scheme to force the war to shift. Yes, I also think it has something to do with Su Mu. Can you please stop deifying Su Mu? The Yang Demon Clan is a demon clan, and yet they are controlled by him? Do you really think the Yang Demon Clan are all idiots and Su Mu is a god? Indeed, don't over-glorify Su Mu. There are many people who are more awesome than him. It's possible that the people of Lodi City offended the Yang Demon Clan, and it has nothing to do with Su Mu. I also think that we shouldn't put all our responsibilities on Su Mu. He's not that awesome yet. Su Mu looked at the voices of recognition and questioning of himself in the World Chat channel, and he smiled. Sorry, this war shift is really related to him. However, there was nothing to brag about, so Su Mu silently closed the chat channel. Chapter 302, Two-Pronged Approach. Spreading slander. By the way, my king, there is one more news. Snod seemed to remember something and spoke from the side. What news? The Moon Demon Clan's main leader, Yu2, seems to have left tonight and is not here. Oh, after hearing this news, Su Mu's mind suddenly became active. Oh, Snod, send some night elves to Feiyun City to investigate the news about Tianxua Silver Feather Maflo and Malor. Su Mu did not forget his promise to Ifia. He must find out about Malor's affairs. He quickly explained everything to Snod and asked him to do it. After all, no one is better at getting information than Yimei. When it comes to gathering information, they are almost invincible. Yes. As soon as Snod left, Su Mu saw the undead Kanai. He was stunned for a moment and blurted out. Kanai? Aren't you possessing Nalek in Lodi City? Why did you come back so suddenly? Su Mu thought of a possibility. The sun demons attacked Lodi City, and Nalek died? Kanai can't speak, it can only nod. That's right. That's fine. Now that Kanai is by his side, Su Mu's thoughts and plans have become more concrete. An hour later, thanks to Su Mu's efforts, the Kanai successfully occupied the body of a moon demon warrior. What do you want? Yu Liluo couldn't understand Su Mu's actions. But as a former member of the Moon Demon Clan, she still has some feelings for the people of her clan. Su Mu's act of letting Kanai occupy the body of the Moon Demon warrior in front of her was undoubtedly equivalent to killing her people in front of her. There is no difference between the two. Your third brother treated you so badly, and you still miss your clan members? Haven't you figured it out? Su Mu glanced at Yu Liluo. He was not a fool, so of course he knew what she was thinking. He is he, and they are they. Yu Liluo's expression remained unchanged, not caring at all about Su Mu's strange gaze. She looked a little lonely. Those who are hurt the most in war are always the soldiers at the bottom of society. Su Mu didn't expect that Yu Liluo could say such words. In his opinion, Yu Liluo should be a very decisive and murderous person. It seemed that he still didn't understand her very well. If there is war, there will be sacrifices. Su Mu understood Yu Liluo's logic, but the most taboo thing in war is emotion. I do this to protect you and myself. People have to live a little selfishly. What do you think? Maybe you're right, but I don't want to see my people make fearless sacrifices. Yu Liluo sighed softly. Okay, here they come. Started to talk quietly with the Moon Demon Clan warrior whose body was occupied by Kanai. Liluo didn't understand what Su Mu meant by his inexplicable words. What does they are coming mean? Who are they? But soon, Yu Liluo felt the movement of people not far away. At this time, she finally understood who Su Mu was talking about they. But how did Su Mu know that someone was coming? His current strength should be imperceptible. Wrong. It should be said that the perception of humans is far inferior to that of demons. She had just noticed that there was someone around, but Su Mu had noticed it before her? Yu Liluo was slightly surprised. About 7 or 8 minutes later. Okay, you can leave now. Su Mu waved at Kanai, then left with Yu Liluo. What's going on? The person hiding in the dark just now was a spy from Feiyun City? After they were far away, Yu Liluo finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Right. Su Mu did not hide it, and he did not feel strange that Yu Liluo knew about the existence of the scouts in Feiyun City. After all, It is normal for you, Liloa, who is so powerful, to be able to sense someone. How did you know they were coming? You could sense it from such a distance? Is your mental strength that strong? You Liloa is most curious about is still here. Of course I have my own way. Sumu smiled mysteriously. As for why you want to know, I won't tell you unless you become my wife. This is my secret. You Liloa. She didn't expect to get such an answer. Snort. You Liloa turned her head away. A secret that only a wife can know? Then she would rather not know? The reason why Sumu was able to obtain this information was naturally because of the prompt from the intelligence system. Originally, he came out to spread rumors within the Moon Demon clan, attempting to use the rumors to coerce the Moon Demon clan into continuing to attack the soldiers of Feiyun City. But because of the information from the intelligence system, Sumu temporarily changed his battle plan and pointed the spearhead at the Moon Demon clan. Then why did you do it? You were deliberately communicating with our Moon Demon warriors just now. What message did you want to convey to them? You can tell me this, right? Yu Liloa raised another question. You have so many questions. Sumu smiled and glanced at Yu Liloa. It was the first time he saw Yu Liloa so curious. Curious. Yu Liloa gave a two-word answer. Sumu answered subconsciously. Curious? That's not a good thing. As the saying goes, being curious about a man is the beginning of falling in love with him. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Sumu immediately realized that something was wrong. He is a little bit carried away. Dare to say this in front of Yu Liloa. Sumu carefully observed her reaction. But Yu Liloa rolled her eyes and said nothing, her eyes still fixed on his face, her expression full of curiosity. Sumu coughed lightly and said, The reason I communicated with the Moon Demon warrior whose body was occupied by the Kanai was to let the soldiers of Feiyun City know that I do have a relationship with your Moon Demon clan. Let them confirm their misjudgment and form the illusion that the Moon Demon clan is just helpers and reinforcements I summoned. Feiyun City is now hesitant about whether to fight the Moon Demon clan. The most fundamental reason is that they suspect the connection between Su Mu and the Moon Demon clan. In this case, Su Mu confirmed their guess. Yu Liloa was very smart. She quickly figured out the interests involved and nodded with a clear expression. Fighting a war doesn't necessarily rely on military strength. Sometimes it also depends on brainpower and strategy. Su Mu continued. Okay, next, you come with me for another trip. What are you going to do? Yu Liloa obviously didn't know Su Mu's next plan, but the less she knew, the more curious she became. Kill the soldiers of Feiyun City. And we have to kill a lot of them. Sumu made no secret of his plan. I want to use you to kill a group of Feiyun City soldiers and further incite the conflict between Feiyun City and the Moon Demon clan. Then, I will assign Kanai to occupy the bodies of Feiyun City soldiers and spread some slander inside the barracks. It's said that Feiyun City is afraid of the Moon Demon clan's reputation and dares not fight them or avenge their dead soldiers. The human race is afraid of the demons. The leaders of Feiyun City are all mediocre and useless. With them leading them, Feiyun City will be doomed sooner or later. Just watch. Su Mu's eyes flashed with coldness and calculation. Within 2 days, the Moon Demon clan and Feiyun City will definitely go to war. On the side, Yu Liloa shuddered quietly. For the first time, she felt that war was far more terrifying than ordinary fighting. Chapter 303. Hathaway is a genius, but she is playing badly. The next day, as soon as Sumu got up, he saw Shabastini exercising outside. The movements performed by Shabastini were somewhat similar to the yoga Sumu had seen. Her posture was extremely beautiful, and combined with her already very good figure, it was pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but stop and watch for a while. What are you looking at? Shabastini noticed Sumu's presence. She stopped what she was doing and looked at him in confusion, feeling a little embarrassed. She did this every morning, but she felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at like this by a man. Sumu was extremely shameless. Instead of looking away, he took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, People are born with a love for beauty and like to appreciate beautiful things. Isn't this a very normal behavior? Miss Shabastini, you suddenly asked me what I was looking at. I can only say that I was admiring something beautiful. Shameless. Shabastini spat directly, her face slightly pink. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as Sumu. Just peek and call it a beautiful name. Appreciate beautiful things. Can you really say it? What are you doing? Exercise. Sumu shrugged, not taking the word shameless seriously. Face is something that is often used even if you don't have it. If people care too much about their appearance in this world, then life will be very tiring. Sumu is a free and easy person. I'm stretching. Shabastini stood up from the silk cloth and wiped the sweat from her face. She knew that no matter how much she said to Sumu, it would be useless because he was really very shameless. Otherwise, how could he have performed intimate acts with women outside so many times? Stretch your body. Sumu wondered what the purpose of stretching so early in the morning was. As if seeing his confusion, Sabastini explained temporarily. Stretching your body is to start today's work well. You know how much work you've given me. I see. Sumu smiled. By the way, how about Hathaway? She followed you for a day. How do you feel? This is the issue that Sumu is more concerned about. Hathaway is capable or not is related to whether his territory can have a forging master who can be controlled in the future. She's a genius, no doubt about it. However, she doesn't seem to be very interested in forging. It can be said that she doesn't like forging, and it's more like she doesn't want to do anything at all. Sabastini spread her hands and said helplessly, if you don't like something, you can't concentrate on studying. Last night, I told her to go back and she didn't need to come today. Her existence will only disrupt my forging rhythm. Hearing this, Sumu frowned secretly. What does Sabastini mean? Is Hathaway unwilling to cooperate? Sumu smiled slightly. I understand. I'll try to persuade her. I'd also like to ask Miss Sabastini to be more tolerant. I don't like to force people. After saying this, Sabastini turned around and wanted to leave, but Sumu called out to her from behind. Miss Sabastini, do you know how to make rocket launchers, or something like that? Rocket launcher? Sabastini turned around and looked at Sumu. Yes, magic bazooka. As Sumu spoke, he took out the blueprint of his magic rocket launcher. Sabastini just took a look at it, and then handed it back to him. As long as there are materials and blueprints, anyone can make this thing. But I can tell you responsibly that you need to find a mechanic to do it. Believe me, there's a difference between what a professional and an amateur make. Unfortunately, I'm a master blacksmith, not a professional mechanic. Given by Sabastini was similar to what Sumu thought. Logically speaking, as a Lord player, as long as he has the blueprints and materials, he can make things like magic rocket launcher and dragon cannon. However, Sumu was worried that the things he made by tinkering around would not be as sophisticated as those made by professionals. Sure enough, his doubts were answered by Sabastini. So, Ms. Sabastini, do you know where I can find a professional mechanic? You can try to help the goblins. Many of them are professional mechanics. Sabastini hesitated for a moment and gave her own suggestion. Goblin. The first person Sumu thought of was Slika and Sturu from Fu Ningyu's territory. Fu Ningyu once said that Sturu is a master forger. So what about Slika? Is she a mechanic? Oh, Miss Sabastini. Sumu came back to his senses. Just as he was about to ask about the Feather Spirit light armor, he found that Sabastini had already left. It seems I can only ask later. Sumu felt dizzy from being so busy with all sorts of things lately. The more and larger the territories, the more affairs he needs to deal with, and the more complicated they are. Tao Yao, where was Hathaway arranged to live? Yao has always been responsible for arranging accommodation, so Sumu had to ask her to find out where Hathaway lived. In the cabin by the river. She said she liked the quiet, so I arranged for her to stay there. By the way, Inarel of the Fierce Demon clan also lives there. When he heard Tao Yao's words, my goodness, two people whose fathers he killed live together? I'm afraid they are plotting every day how to kill him. Sumu felt a chill down his spine. Sumu found Hathaway by the river. When he found her, she was talking in a low voice with Inarel. When she noticed Sumu's arrival, Inarel glanced at him a few times, then stood up and left. I heard from Sabastini that you're tanking? Without dwelling on Inarel's departure, Sumu walked over and said, playing badly. What's the meaning? Hathaway did not refuse to answer Sumu's question, but raised her own questions. It means not wanting to do anything, being passive about the world, letting it develop as it pleases, not wanting to strive for or do anything. Sumu briefly explained what it meant to give up. That's a pretty fitting phrase. Hathaway chuckled. Indeed, I have no intention of serving you. I know you want to train me to be a master forger, and I also know why you do this. I know very well that I will not help you. Hathaway turned back and stared at Sumu. Am I a fool to help the murderer of my father? After becoming a master forger, work hard for Sumu and forge weapons? Being completely controlled by him? Chapter 304. Unbelievable Intelligence News. Hathaway could think of was that in time her forging skills would help Sumu conquer the world, and by then his position would be solid and his territory would grow bigger and bigger. That would be a very scary thing. Hathaway had already learned about Sumu's plan when she was in Tianlong City. She knew very well that he was a man with a strong sense of the overall situation. Under his leadership, Tianlong City might really get better and better and become stronger and stronger. Even Hathaway couldn't imagine it. She felt humiliated that she had to help the enemy who murdered her father to achieve such conditions. So, she came up with the idea of tanking. Hathaway was thinking that since she couldn't kill Sumu, She would do nothing, making him feel sick, nauseous, and powerless, and ultimately, he could only be furious with her. However, Hathaway didn't expect Su-mu to come to her so soon. She thinks her plan is quite effective? Did he seem angry at her behavior? You'd be a fool. Just when Hathaway was full of thoughts, Su-mu spoke with a smile. Hathaway frowned slightly. She didn't understand what he meant. Sensing Hathaway's doubts, Su-mu looked down at her with a cold expression and continued. Do you think I want to make you into a master forger for myself? Isn't it? Hathaway was furious. She could feel the disdain and contempt in Su-mu's eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. Her self-esteem was greatly stimulated. So, with your IQ, you can only do this much. Su-mu sneered. Training you to become a master forger is actually a revenge for you. It's a chance to kill me. Su-mu's words made Hathaway tremble violently. Why shouldn't I be afraid to have you by my side? Why did I let you live with Inarel? Su-mu continued his output. You should know that I also killed the leader of the fierce demon clan. Inarel also wants to drink my blood, eat my flesh, and cut me into pieces. You should know that very well. Hathaway didn't say anything, but everything Su-mu said was right. Because Inarel did tell her that her father was killed by Su-mu and how much she wanted revenge. They share a sense of loneliness and can only confide in each other and keep each other warm. Su-mu continued speaking. I'm not afraid of having you by my side. In fact, I just want to see what lowly waste beings like you can achieve after working hard. Haha. Su-mu's arrogant laughter echoed along the riverside. I just treat you as toys for entertainment. Now it seems that I overestimated you. As expected, ants are ants. Even if I give you more chances, you are useless. Throwing down the last sentence, Su-mu no longer cared about Hathaway's reaction or expression. He turned around and left. A great leader sometimes has to get involved himself in order to win half the battle. 5-star value intelligence. Loslia, the tree elf queen in your territory, seems to be waiting for an opportunity to fully revive. Intelligence analysis. Queen Loslia exhausted her vitality in the battles with the fierce demons and humans, and fell into an eternal sleep. But because she was rescued by the pure life force of the Daughter of Life, she successfully reached the level where she could be resurrected. Now she only needs an opportunity to be resurrected successfully. After her resurrection, Loslia will become a powerful force in your territory. As the former queen of the Tree Elves, she seems to have considerable potential. No way, the intelligence system said a lot, but there was no way to resurrect. Is this a joke? Su-mu couldn't help but want to complain. Information about the intelligence system, but they don't tell us what the opportunity for resurrection is. Isn't this just nonsense information? He also knows that Loslia can be resurrected. As if sensing Su-mu's complaints, the system intelligence notification sounded again. Intelligence tip. This resurrection opportunity is related to pure life force. Simply inject pure life force into Losrea's body, and she will be completely resurrected. The intelligence system's prompt tone did not sound again. What's the meaning? Pure life force? Su-mu was puzzled for a moment. Could it be that what Su-su injected was not enough? Not quite understanding, Su-mu decided to give it a try. Su-mu did it right away and took Su-su to the place where the tree elves lived again. Mr. Su-mu, you are here. Vivial greeted her warmly, and she seemed to be in a good mood. How is your mother? Su-mu asked. The intelligence system can generate intelligence responses, which proves that Loslia's condition should be much better than before. My mother's face is much rosier than before, and I can hear her breathing, which is even and much stronger than before, and her heartbeat is also the same. Wei Wei reported excitedly. Now Vivier has become more mature and looks more and more like the new queen of the Tree Elves. You didn't tell your tribe this news? Su-mu asked. He was afraid that Viviel would get excited and tell everyone about Loslia's current situation. If she failed to be resurrected, wouldn't that make the tribe members happy for nothing? Not yet. That's good. Let's go in and see Loslia again. By the way, let Su-su infuse her with some life force. Su-mu stated the purpose of his visit today. Okay. Although Wei Wei didn't quite understand, she still did as she was told and guided Su-mu and Su-su into the room. Loslia was still lying on the bed. Compared with before, her face was more solemn and elegant. Still so beautiful. When Su-mu looked at her, he still had the same bad thoughts as before. He was also puzzled. Why is this so? She is already a mother of a daughter. Could it be that Su-mu's nature actually hides a dark side of a thief? Pooh. What Chao thief? That's the legacy of Wei Wu. Brother, it seems to be useless. Striving to deliver a new round of life force, Su-su glanced at Loslia, her face looking very tired. Did I understand it wrongly? The life force mentioned by the intelligence system, isn't it Su-su's life force? But where in the world is there a life force purer than Su-su's? Sumu dared to say no. He also has this confidence. Therefore, what Sumu could think of was that the life force that Loslia needed was not Susu's life force. What exactly is that life force? He was completely confused. Without finding the answer, Sumu could only take Susu away first, but just as he was about to leave, a light voice sounded. Don't go. Chapter 305 The Spirit Tree appeared. Don't go. A light and slightly familiar voice sounded, and Sumu couldn't help but look back behind him, but there was no one. What's that sound? Sumu murmured. What's wrong? Wei Wei noticed Sumu's abnormality and stepped forward to ask. Did you hear a voice? Sound. Wei Wei glanced around and shook her head in confusion. Is there any sound? I didn't say anything just now. Susu, what about you? Sumu glanced at Susu, whose hand he was holding. No, Susu didn't hear any sound. Susu shook her little head. Am I hallucinating? Sumu pinched his chin, looking puzzled. It's true that there are a lot of affairs in the territory recently, and he is indeed very busy, but in the past 2 nights, he did not go to Winstia or Serena to cultivate feelings. You shouldn't be so tired that you get tinnitus, right? Unable to figure it out, Sumu shrugged. Maybe I heard it wrong. Let's go. Sumu took Susu's hand and wanted to leave, but the next moment, the voice sounded again. Don't go. Stay and accompany me. You're the only one who can hear me now. Sumu. Sumu dared to say that he might have been hallucinating before, but the 2 sentences just now definitely rang in his ears. And he's the only one who can hear it? Oh my God, is this a ghost? Sumu's hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but look back and around several times, but there was still no one there. So who is lying? There shouldn't be any ghosts in this world. After all, there are already undead spirits. Sumu is not someone who has never seen the world. Who are you? Who are you? Why am I the only one who can hear you? Sumu shouted several times to the surroundings. Wei Wei didn't understand why Sumu suddenly acted like this, but she still stopped patiently and looked around several times. Susu also imitated Sumu, looking around, rolling her eyes, and pouting her little mouth. In Susu's world, she wondered if her brother had encountered something strange. She is very curious. You go forward. Just keep going and you'll see me. The voice rang out again. Sumu frowned, and this time the voice was clearer. Walk. Sumu held Susu's hand and walked forward, and Wei Wei quickly followed. Following the voice's instructions, Sumu kept walking forward until he arrived in front of the elf tree. And you? Sumu shouted. There was no living creature in front of him now. Not to mention human figures, there is not even a single shadow of the undead. I'm right in front of you. A voice sounded. Before, now in front of Sumu, there was nothing else except the elf tree. Your elf tree. Sumu's heart trembled violently, and he tried to express a possibility. Uh-huh. The voice rang out, with a faint sense of joy and happiness. That's me. Sumu was very shocked and surprised by this answer. But he soon remembered that the elf tree was planted by Kokolou herself, and Kokolou had a talent. Carefully cultivate. Careful cultivation. Plants that she carefully cultivates have a 10% chance of giving birth to living creatures. Before, Sumu had taken Kokolou to plant trees and plants, but they didn't harvest anything. Over time, Sumu felt that this talent was rather useless, so he was too lazy to farm things with a 10% chance. Unexpectedly, the elf tree planted by Kokolou herself gave birth to living creatures? Is it possible that this situation occurred because Kokolou induced the elf tree to give birth? Many possibilities emerged in Sumu's mind, but the only fact that could not be changed was that the elf tree really gave birth to living beings. Sumu, the strange sound you keep saying you hear, is it coming from the elf tree? Wei Wei was very smart, and she thought of a possibility. Right? Sumu briefly explained it to Wei Wei. So, the spirit tree gave birth to living beings because of Kokolou's power? Wei Wei didn't know how to comment for a moment. She didn't know whether this was good or bad. After all, the elf tree is the guarantee of their clan's survival. If it gave birth to living beings and gave them independent consciousness, would it still be an elf tree belonging to their clan? Wei Wei didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but she couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry, Wei Wei. From the current perspective, it seems to be a good thing. Sumu saw Wei Wei's worry, and he comforted her. After the elf tree gave birth to living creatures, the bond between you and your clan might have deepened. If someone else wanted to snatch it away, it wouldn't be that easy, would it? I hope so. Wei Wei forced a smile in response. She could only hope for this. Sumu let go of Susu's hand and walked forward to touch the elf tree. He was very curious. Why did the elf tree ask him to stay and keep it company? Logically speaking, they shouldn't be familiar with each other, right? After staying by the elf tree for an hour, Sumu was ready to leave. By the way, Sumu, We've basically trained all of your skeleton archers over the past 2 days. Those who need to improve their archery skills have improved a lot, and the next steps won't be very complicated. Wei Wei'er said, I just want to ask, is there anything else we can do to help? Vivier doesn't want their clan to play an idle role in the territory. She hopes to maximize the role of their clan. Teaching archery was no longer a difficult task for them. What Wei Wei'er wanted more was to be able to help Su Mu in battle. I know the territory is facing a powerful enemy right now. If possible, we elves can also fight. Wei Wei'er expressed her thoughts. The territory is safe now. We don't need you for combat for now. If necessary, I will definitely not be polite. Su Mu knew clearly what Vivier was thinking. She just wanted to demonstrate her role and strive to consolidate the position of their clan in the territory. By the way, I have an immature idea. Maybe you can help me try it out. Su Mu suddenly said. What idea? When Wei Wei heard that she could help, she was also very enthusiastic. I was just wondering, since you can train skeleton archers, can you also help train skeleton magicians? The skeleton mage's attack hit rate is also not high, which is also very fatal to the mage. Can you try to teach them some methods to improve their hit rate? Su Mu expressed his inner thoughts. Chapter 306 Kokonai. How did I offend you? If we say that the world is a huge database. So, since the skeleton archers can develop new archery talents through the tree elves, can the skeleton magicians do the same? After all, they're all things that are shot out, so they have the same effect, right? It can be said that this was a wonderful idea that Su Mu came up with on the spur of the moment. He didn't know if he could do it. Wei Wei pursed her lips, as if she felt that Su Mu's idea was a little unrealistic. But she did not dampen Su Mu's enthusiasm. Maybe I can give it a try, but I don't know if I can do it. You'd better not get your hopes up. Don't worry, just do your best. I won't be disappointed. This is just a temporary idea. Life lies in trying. That's good. Wei Wei'er smiled and temporarily accepted this unrealistic task. The tree elves' territory, Su Mu came to a stone house specially prepared for him by Winstia to brew wine. This stone house has been temporarily listed by Su Mu as a winemaking workshop. It can be said that he has made personal efforts to keep Heavies, the deep-sea clam girl. Su Mu has already bought the grain and materials for brewing wine in Tianlong City. All he needs to do next is to start the process. As for the winemaking technology, there is not much to say. Doesn't Su Mu spend enough time watching Douyin online? It's just brewing a little wine. How could he not understand? Not to mention, before coming to the Lord's world, Su Mu often brewed some grape wine, plum wine, and lychee wine to drink. For him, brewing wine is a very simple thing. It just takes some time and effort. Master, can glutinous rice really be used to make white wine? Tao Yao wrinkled her nose, sniffed the big vat in front of her, and couldn't help asking a question. Yes, but it will take some time to make liquor. Su Mu responded. There is no good liquor in this world, only some simple beer. However, there are still strong liquors with high concentrations, which taste the same as alcohol and are very difficult to drink. Su Mu had tried it before, so he felt that this kind of strong liquor could not be used as raw material for making ordinary liquor. He had to further dilute the concentration of the strong liquor through distillation until it could be used to make ordinary wine. After trying many times, Su Mu finally succeeded in distilling an alcohol concentrate that he felt was drinkable. In fact, Su Mu plans to brew his own liquor. Attract Heavy's attention with a wine that was more suitable for girls and had excellent taste, so that she would have enough patience to wait for the wine to be born. He set his sights on wine. The alcohol concentrate distilled by Su Mu can be used as a better base to make ordinary wine. After finishing everything, Su Mu crushed the grapes he picked and started making his own wine. Now, all we have to do is wait. What's wrong? Tao Yao, do you like drinking? Why do you keep getting into the glutinous rice jar? Su Mu asked with a smile. He found it funny to see Tao Yao constantly looking into the glutinous rice jar. No, I don't drink. I'm just curious. Tao Yao quickly covered herself with the sealing cloth and stood up straight. I can see that you're just curious about the taste of the wine I brew. You think that vine grapes and wine can produce some strange flavor, right? Su Mu saw through Tao Yao's little thoughts. The girl was either looking at the glutinous rice jar or the big jar of wine, and the curiosity in her eyes could not be concealed. Hee, Tao Yao smiled embarrassedly. She really seldom drinks. But after being busy with Su Mu for a whole afternoon, she began to wonder what the final product would be like. You know, this is the fruit of her hard work with her master. Wait a few days. Su Mu said. You can't drink it now. When the tank is opened, I'll be the first to give it to you. Okay. Tao Yao nodded her head like a chick catching rice. It seemed that Su Mu really touched her heart. After the wine was brewed, it was already afternoon. Su Mu took cans made of water spirits produced from slimes and teleported to Tianlong City. Previously, Sumu had already obtained the mining rights of tin iron ore. These days, Winstia has not been idle either, and has been responsible for supervising the production of tin iron cans. So the slime brand water spirit cans appeared in such a juicy way. Eating one can keep you from feeling hungry for 4 or 5 days without having to eat. This is definitely the best ration for marching and fighting. After the first batch was produced, Sumu naturally took it to Tianlong City and planned to use it. My lord City Lord, you actually have such a good thing in your hand. This is amazing. Spirit, Mudsun couldn't hide his shock and praised it highly. From now on, the ration problem for our soldiers going on expeditions will be completely solved. Who dares to fight us? Now that the soldiers' food problem has been solved, who can stop our conquest? Mudsun was not without reason excited. When he was young, he had also marched for a long time. When he could not defeat the monsters and the supply from the rear could not keep up, all the soldiers had to starve. Once people are hungry, will they still have the desire to fight? Therefore, Mudsun is very aware of the value of the water spirit soul cans. Not to mention, this small can is so convenient to carry. Sumu naturally understood what Mudsun understood. When soldiers go to war, there are only 2 problems they must solve. Meal supplies, equipment supplies. Now is the era of cold weapons, so let's not talk about equipment supplies for now. This crucial meal supply must be kept up. After all, how does the saying go? Before the troops move, the food and supplies must go first. This is enough to show the importance of food and fodder. This is the first batch produced in my territory. It's not much, just over 500. I'll give them all to you so that you brothers can have a taste. From now on, I will strive to ensure that everyone can use this thing during the march, so you won't have to worry about food supplies. Sumu said, Your Excellency is wise. Mudsun quickly gave a thumbs up. What is the current situation in Lodi City? Sumu asked again. He had another purpose for coming to Tianlong City, which was to understand the current war situation in Lodi City. The Yang Demon clan attacked Lodi City last night and broke open the south gate of Lodi City. Mudsun reported what he knew. Now the war between Lodi City and the Sun Demon clan has officially begun. This morning I received intelligence that the Sun Demon clan has sent at least 50,000 troops to the city. Lodi City generally has only about 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers inside. The situation is extremely dire. It's said that Lodi City lost 10,000 men in just one night of fighting. Currently, Lodi City seems to be seeking help from other cities, but the specific new situation is still unknown. What about our surroundings? Is there any dangerous situation? Sumu asked with concern. He was afraid that the Yang Demon clan would set an ambush around their city. My lord, are you afraid that the Yang Demon clan will turn against us? Right. We must have our warriors constantly prepared for battle, and have more people pay attention to the surrounding environment. The demons are extremely ruthless and cannot be measured by common sense. Sumu thought about it and said, Especially tonight, be careful. I understand, sir. Mudsun's face also became serious. Returning to Tianmu town from Tianlong City, Sumu saw Kokonai, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days, as soon as he landed. As soon as she saw Sumu appear, she immediately turned around and walked into the house, obviously trying to avoid him. Seeing this, Sumu quickly chased after him. Kokona, how did I offend you? Chapter 307 I feel annoyed when I see you now. Kokona, how did I offend you? With a bang, Sumu suddenly pushed the door that Kokona was about to close with one hand. It was a good thing he reacted quickly, otherwise the door would have been closed long ago. Go out. Kokonai gave him a push, but Sumu's current strength should not be underestimated. The two of them pushed and tugged for a long time. If you keep doing this, the door will be broken in a little while. Sumu said, If the door is broken, I can just walk in. Annoying. Kokona moved aside, returned to her bed and sat down, turning her face away, unwilling to look at Sumu. What on earth did I do to provoke you? Why have you changed so much? When Sumu walked in, he did not forget to observe Kokona's nest. The decoration is quite warm, with bursts of floral fragrance in the air, and there are wild flowers picked on the table as decoration, which is very romantic. This is enough to prove that Kokona is a person who knows how to enjoy life. I remember you came to my room that night and said you wanted. Stop talking. Kokona interrupted Sumu. Sumu was really talking about something that was not relevant to the topic, and he completely touched Kokona's sore spot. This was the thing she was most unwilling to face right now. Kokona feels wronged. She originally thought that what Sumu said was a courtship, but she didn't know that he actually thought she had a talent for medicine and was learning some kind of healing magic. This made Kokona feel that she had been wishful thinking all along, like a fool. Moreover, after Sumu brought it up last time, Kokonai has been quietly observing and considering Su-mu these days. See if he is someone worth following and trusting. Gradually, she felt that Su-mu was a good person. He was very responsible, had his own ideas, was decisive in doing things, and his ideas were different from those of ordinary people. He also loved Kekalu very much. Apart from the shortcoming that Su-mu often brings women into the territory, it can be said that he does not have any major shortcomings. In response to this, Kokona's affection for Su-mu increased sharply. It can be said that the previous incident with the tribe was an opportunity, equivalent to Kokona taking the initiative to confess to Su-mu. Of course, this confession is not the same as that confession. How big a blow it was to Kokonai when she learned the truth. She felt like a little fool, still expecting so much. What on earth have you been doing? Kokona didn't want to look at Su-mu, but that didn't bother him at all. He took the initiative to climb onto her bed and put his face in front of her. Did I say something wrong that made you feel uncomfortable? You tell me, and I promise to pay attention, okay? Su-mu is a person who must solve problems when they arise. Fine if I hadn't met Kokona before, but I was lucky enough to meet him today, and I had to find out everything he said. I feel annoyed when I see you now. Get out. Kokona turned her face away again, unwilling to look at Su-mu, and her eyes were slightly red. 2 days passed, and Kokona felt that she had adjusted her mood very well, but when Su-mu brought it up suddenly, she still felt uncomfortable. Wrong. It should be said that she felt uncomfortable when she saw Su-mu's face. What the hell is going on? Would you please tell me and give me a quick sigh of relief? If you don't like being a doctor and don't want to learn any healing magic, I can totally understand. I won't force you to do something you don't like. Su-mu turned in front of Kokona and faced her again. Well, is this okay? Go away. Kokona turned her face away again. Su-mu did not give up. Go away. Kokoni turned away again. What happened? Su-mu moved closer again. Go away. You're still not satisfied with this? Annoying. This cycle continued, and after a while of pulling and tugging, Su-mu gradually lost his patience. Kokona, don't go too far. You are in my territory now. I am the Lord after all. You should at least respect me, right? This is my territory. What? Are you going to kick me out of your territory? Su-mu's words made Kokona's emotions explode all of a sudden. Then just kick me out. At worst, I'll just leave. Why are you using your status as a lord to pressure me? Just because you're a lord means I have to obey you? Are other people not allowed to have opinions? Madman, I never said those words. Su-mu gritted his teeth. This woman was simply unreasonable. Isn't she too weird? He asked in such a humble manner, and she still turned a cold face. That's what you mean. I'll just leave. Little did she know that Kokona was not just talking. She stood up and wanted to go out. Su-mu glanced at him, but he didn't stop him because he was angry. Kokona, where are you going? Wenstia happened to pass by and saw this scene. She quickly called out to Kokona. Fine. Don't worry about it. Kokona didn't even look at Wenstia and trotted out. Master, what's going on? Kokona just said she's leaving? Wenstia came to Su-mu and asked worriedly. Did you have a fight? What happened? Forget it. Just leave her alone and let her calm down. It's okay. Su-mu stood up. He was very angry at the moment and had no mood to explain to Wenstia. He just felt that Kokona was really unreasonable. If there is anything, just speak up and make it clear to everyone, right? Is it necessary for her to do this? But master, it's very dangerous outside now. Wenstia pulled Su-mu and shook her head at him, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Even if you and Kokona really had a disagreement and quarreled, now is not the time to leave her alone. We should calm down and sort things out, right? Wenstia stepped forward. Her slender hand fell on Su-mu's face and patted it gently, saying softly, I know you have your temper, but you should still consider the overall situation, right? Wenstia tried to use her hands to let out the anger that Su-mu had been holding back. With a faint smile on her face, she coaxed Su-mu like she was coaxing a child. After all, Kokonai works hard every day to grow crops for our territory. You have no idea, but now the crops are much bigger than before. Their tribe is the guardian of the farmland, and they stay around the farmland every day. Sometimes Kokonai would personally lead the tribe to weed the crops, because when they promoted the growth of plants, many weeds also grew wildly. Master, you really shouldn't lose your temper with her. Chapter 308 Kokona. Danger. It's really not my problem, Su-mu sighed. After hearing Wenstia's comfort, the depression in his heart was indeed relieved a lot, and he felt much better. It's Kokona who is too crazy. I don't know how I offended her. She's been acting weird these past 2 days and has been giving me the cold shoulder. I know. I can feel that something is wrong with Kokonai these past 2 days. Wenstia leaned gently against Su-mu and said softly, Kokonai hasn't come out to eat with us these past 2 days. She usually brings her things alone and doesn't communicate with us. This is very different from her previous self. I noticed something was wrong a long time ago. I even told Sister Serena about it. You see, you all feel it. I'm still the same as usual, right? Sumu shrugged. The weird one is not him, but Kokona. That's right. Winstia took the initiative to step forward and kissed Sumu on the face, which was wet and moist. She quickly let go with a smile. But master, you are a man. Kokona is a woman, so you should give in to her. Maybe she hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so it's normal for her to be in a bad mood. Speaking of this, Winstia blushed slightly. Sumu, is Kokona here? To be honest, he didn't really believe it. There must be other reasons. Okay, master. Winstia hugged Sumu, then looked at him seriously and said, your most important thing now is not to figure out why, but to stop Kokonai from leaving the territory. You know, things outside the territory have been very turbulent and dangerous recently. I even saw moon demon warriors patrolling around earlier. Winstia's words made Sumu frown slightly. Without much hesitation, he stood up immediately. I understand. Tell everyone not to run around. I'll be back soon. Kokonai shouldn't be able to get away in such a short time. If what Winstia said is true, then Kokona might really be in danger. Even though her own fighting ability is not weak, some dangers can be avoided. What Winstia said was indeed right. He was a grown man, and Kokonai was a little girl. Why should he care so much about her? Being a man is so hard. I know, master. Please be careful and come back soon. Winstia did not forget to remind him. Sumu went to find Kokona, riding a griffin. He flew all the way out of the territory, but he didn't see any trace of Kokona. How does she run so fast? At the same time, Kokonai has left the area of Tianmu town. She was angry, sad, and aggrieved. Sumu kept asking questions, and she felt very annoyed. How could she explain to him her wishful thinking and self-conceit? There is no way to explain it. It's hard to talk about. So, when Sumu used his status as a lord to pressure her, Kokona's emotions suddenly became more intense. She didn't know how she ran away. Originally, Kokona was thinking of just strolling around the territory and going back when her emotions calmed down a bit. After all the members of her clan are still there. She can't just run away alone, right? But when people are angry, their rationality is also eroded, so that Kokona didn't know how she walked out. Kokona is aware of the dangers outside the territory. She knows everything that has happened recently. Thinking of this, Kokona turned around and tried to see if he could get back into the territory. An invisible power shield isolated her. Sudden, Kokona's eyes flashed, and she suddenly fell to the side. Boom! The shield was hit, causing ripples and shock waves. After falling to the ground, Kokona looked behind her and saw the murderer, who attacked her at a glance. 3 moon demon warriors. After so many days of ambush, someone finally came out. These mice are really good at hiding. The leading moon demon warrior, spoke. He is the captain of this 3-person team. Captain, stop talking nonsense. Let's quickly work together to capture her and see if we can force something out of her. This would be a great achievement. His Highness the 3rd Prince would probably be very pleased. Moon Demon Warrior spoke from the side. That's right. Moon Demon Warrior waved his hand, and the 3 of them formed a horn shape and pressed towards Kokona. Kokona was not someone who could be bullied by anyone and had no ability to resist. She immediately gathered her energy and drove out hundreds of vines in a blink of an eye, attacking the Moon Demon Warriors. The battle is about to begin. The 3 Moon Demon Warriors obviously underestimated Kokona. They thought that with 3 against 1, they had the advantage in numbers and could easily defeat the opponent and win the battle. Little did they know that they met the angry Kokona. Vines dancing wildly. A pale green light filled the area. Soon, the 3 Moon Demon Warriors who underestimated their enemy died one after another at the hands of the furious Kokona. Kokona was so tired that she was gasping for breath. When she was fighting just now, her first thought was to win the battle quickly and then leave. So attack without hesitation. Kokona knew very well that if she didn't seize the time, the sound of fighting would attract more Moon Demon Warriors at any time, and she would be finished. Seeing that the battle was over, Kokona didn't hesitate. She stood up and wanted to run into the woods. But, a scream came from Kokona. She was knocked away by the attack from the sky and fell 10 meters away. In the sky, a young man who looked young was looking down at Kokona. He had black wings on his back and was a member of the Moon Demon clan. The 10th prince of the Moon Demon clan, Yumu. Yu-2 brought back after his trip to the demon realm. Yumu possesses the strength of a 9th-level Holy Spirit Knight and is almost on the rank of a Divine Blessed Knight. Yumu glanced at Kokona. Without any extra words, he raised silver energy in his hand and attacked Kokona again. Below, the injured Kokona had to dodge with pain. Kuyuemu attacked continuously as if he was playing a fool, and each attack was just right for Kokona to dodge. Kokona also realized that the other party was just playing tricks on her. She was very angry, but there was nothing she could do, because the gap in strength between them is too big. Finally, puff. Yumu lost interest in playing. He tilted his head and attacked Kokona accurately. Kokona was knocked 10 meters away again and broke a big tree. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yumu descended from the sky and walked step by step to Kokona, looking down at her coldly. As if foreseeing her own fate, Kokona closed her eyes. At this moment, she felt very regretful and sorry. However, her regret was not that she had walked out of Tianmu town. What she regretted was that there were many things and many feelings that she was unable to explain clearly to Su Mu because of her, and she died like that. Besides, the tribesmen she had left behind. Thinking of this, 2 tears fell from the corners of Kokona's eyes. Bang! Chapter 309. All in my heartbeat. All in my throbbing. Bang! Yumu's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He stared blankly at Kokona, whose eyes were tightly closed, and her silver eyes trembled. In an instant, Yumu felt his heart beating rapidly several times. He was stunned and motionless. Since he was a child, Yumu could only see a silver mirror image when he looked at distant objects because of his silver eyes, and he could not see them clearly at all. So when he was in the sky, he couldn't see Kokona's appearance clearly at all. Now that it was on the ground, he could see it clearly as he got closer. In an instant, he was stunned by Kokona's beauty and was immediately attracted to her. A long time. Seeing that there was no movement and she was not hurt, Kokona opened her eyes in confusion. From the Moon Demon clan who was staring at her in a daze. Kokona frowned slightly. She had no idea what the young man from the Moon Demon clan in front of her was trying to do. Or do you want to play tricks on her like before? Kokona didn't know what to do for a moment. Run. It's obvious that you can't win, and you can't run away. But staying is definitely not the best option. Kokona's mind raced, and finally she gritted her teeth, struggled to get up, and moved to the side. Don't move. Yumu spoke. Kokona's body trembled. She thought the other party wanted to deal with her, and she suddenly stopped where she was. Yumu did not speak anymore, but stretched out his hand towards Kokona and slowly approached her. What are you doing? From the Moon Demon clan in front of her actually wanted to touch her. Kokona reluctantly moved back a few inches, leaned against the tree, and looked at him warily. What do you want to do to me? Yumu was frightened by her violent reaction and withdrew his hand. He was stunned for a moment before speaking. You're hurt. I want to treat you. Treat me? Kokona's brows furrowed even more tightly. What is going on? Wasn't it because of him that she was injured? Now he comes over and says he wants to treat her? Isn't this just false sympathy? Kokona felt that the other party was deliberately trying to tease her and disgust her. She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood out of excitement. Seeing her vomiting blood, Yumu felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and couldn't help but reach out to her again. You are seriously injured. Let me help you. Before he could finish his words, Yumu suddenly picked up the silver blade in his hand and blocked it forward. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. Yumu's body was pushed several meters sideways by the powerful attack. His eyes were cold as he stared at the young man who attacked him not far away. Sumu. When she saw that figure, a hint of surprise and excitement flashed in Kokona's light green eyes. As she ran out of the room, Kokona knew that Sumu was angry with her. Because of this, she almost thought that Sumu would not come out to find her, or would come to find her after he calmed down. There is another better possibility, which is to let his subordinates pay attention to her movements. But no matter what the result is, Kokona believes that Sumu will not appear at this time. However, the facts were completely opposite to what she thought. Sumu is here. Not only did he come, but now he looked very angry. Take your dirty hands off me. Sumu swung the dragon horn knife in his hand, his eyes full of murderous intent, staring in the direction of Yumu. He just arrived and didn't know what was going on. But what can be seen is that the young man from the Moon Demon clan in front of him is trying to extend his dirty hands to the already seriously injured Kokona. At that moment, anger grew in Sumu's heart. Without saying a word, he decisively took out the dragon horn knife and attacked the opponent with the Ganglon slash. If Sumu wasn't afraid of affecting Kokona, he would definitely use the more powerful 100 Blades whirlwind slash. Yumu stood up and also swung the silver blade in his hand. He knew it was time to fight again. How is the injury? Can you hold on a little longer? Sumu used a sneak attack technique to come in front of Kokona. He knelt on one knee, holding her arm, and asked nervously, his eyes full of concern. Finally, he noticed that there was blood on Kokona's mouth and subconsciously reached out to wipe it for her. Sumu's actions made Yumu's eyes, who was not far away, become increasingly cold. Not bad. Kokona didn't dare to look Su Mu in the eye. On the one hand, it was because she felt guilty. On the one hand, she was shy because Su Mu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her heart beat faster and faster. Especially Su Mu's concerned look made her happy and nervous. Her heart seemed to be patted gently, which was strange. When Kokona was in a panic, she found that Su Mu suddenly hugged her, and then the two rolled around for several times. Swoosh sound was heard breaking through the air. Where the two of them had just been, sand and stones were flying and smoke and dust were rolling. It was Yumu who launched the attack. Are you okay? Su Mu quickly checked Kokona in his arms to see if she was in good condition. Fortunately, she was not injured again. Su Mu almost forgot that the enemy was still there, and now was not the time to chat and say hello. No, nothing. Kokona spoke nervously. Now she no longer feels any pain, only shyness and panic. I'll take you back after I've dealt with this guy. Su Mu spoke and looked back at Yumu behind him. What's going on with this guy staring at him with a cold, angry face? Isn't this the emotion he should have? Su Mu was puzzled. You hide behind that tree. Su Mu looked back at Kokona and saw that there was still some sand and dirt on her hair. He helped her brush it off with an unusually gentle movement. In Kokona's eyes, this was not as simple as brushing off the sand and gravel, but Su Mu was touching her head and comforting her. It has a bit of the feeling of be good, be obedient, hide aside, and watch me operate between lovers. The pat on the head tactic will work on women of any age. Even a woman like Kokona who has lived for over 100 years, almost 200 years old. I see. Kokona nodded repeatedly. Seeing Su Mu getting ready to stand up, she hurriedly and carefully instructed. Be careful, he's quite powerful. If you can't beat us, just run away. Don't try to be tough. I know. Su Mu has stood up and walked towards Yumu step by step. As he walked, a burst of red flames gradually ignited on his body. In an instant, Su Mu was engulfed in flames. Kokona, who had been hiding behind a tree, secretly poked her head out, and she happened to see Su Mu turning into a fireman. Scorching Fiery Spirit. This is the first time Su Mu has used this move. He flashed, leaving a red afterimage in the air, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Yumu, punching him hard. Chapter 310, Yumu. Hurry and return to the demon realm. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky. By using Burning Fiery Spirit, Su Mu's attack speed increases by 400% on the original basis. The attack was so fast that Yumu had no way to react. He was hit head-on by Su Mu's fire fist, and his body flew out, breaking dozens of trees before he came to a stop. But Su Mu's attack goes far beyond that. With the 400% speed boost of the sneak attack technique, Su Mu arrived in front of Yumu in seconds, and swung the dragon horn knife in his hand fiercely. Heavenly Fireblade. Another fire attack magic skill of Su Mu. Under the effect of the 400% fire element magic attack of Scorching Spirit, Yumu was unable to resist at all, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Under Su Mu's continuous attacks, Yumu's handsome face was distorted. Kokona's face was filled with shock and surprise when she saw this scene. Moon Demon Clan guy who was powerful enough to tease her didn't even have a chance to fight back at Su Mu's hands? Su Mu, when did you become so powerful? Kokona felt that the changes between Su Mu and what she had witnessed before were huge. Unconsciously, there was more admiration in Kokona's eyes. Admire. But it's not the kind of admiration you give to a strong person. Not to mention Kokona. Even Yumu himself was completely stunned by Su Mu's continuous attacks. He could feel from Su Mu's previous attacks that the other party was obviously not as strong as himself. Otherwise, a sneak attack would not give him time to react. But the power that Su Mu unleashed in just 20 seconds was something he couldn't understand. As a result, he just passively took the beatings and was knocked unconscious repeatedly. Yumu only thought that it might be related to the transformation into a fireman. This must be a strange secret technique that greatly enhances the opponent's strength. On the other side, although Su Mu was shocked by the power he unleashed, he had no intention of underestimating Yumu. He just wanted to end the battle quickly. At the same time, Su Muji also understood very well that the burning fiery spirit body could not hold out for much longer. He must take advantage of the transformation period to destroy Yumu to the greatest extent. Su Mu's attack fell again. Do you really think that I am made of clay? Yumu finally came to his senses and blocked with his fists. Boom. Fist bump. Explosion. Su Mu and Yumu were both blown away by the terrifying energy shock. How is that possible? Yumu looked at Su Mu in shock, who was unharmed. He simply couldn't imagine why. In addition to his abnormal speed and attack power, his physical strength was also so amazing. He fought back with all his might, but failed to cause any actual harm to him. He is a demon, and the other party is a human. So why? Yumu naturally didn't know that Sumu also had the Yang Demon body on his body. What is the status of Yang Demon body? 500% physical damage reduction, 250% magic damage reduction. The Yang Demon clan is naturally stronger than the Moon Demon clan, and the Moon Demon clan's strength lies in their offensive capabilities. The Moon Demon clan's physical defense is far inferior to that of the Yang Demon clan. Taking advantage of Yumu's daze, Sumu attacked him again without hesitation. Sumu's Skyfire Blade once again swept Yumu into it. The fiercely burning flames were burning Yumu's body. He couldn't bear it any longer and soared into the sky. But Sumu seemed to have seen through Yumu's movements long ago. He jumped high and rushed forward, swinging the dragon horn knife in his hand once again. Gonglon slash. Puff. Yumu was knocked down from midair to the ground. There was a hideous knife wound on Yumu's chest. The flesh and bones have been broken. It looks extremely scary. It's hard to imagine that Yumu, who was about to step into the realm of the Blessed Knight, was completely helpless under Sumu's continuous attacks. This also shows that you must never underestimate your opponent when fighting. Yumu suffered such a heavy blow because he didn't take Sumu seriously. Not only Yumu himself, but even Sumu could not accept this result. He couldn't accept it, of course not because he beat Yumu violently, but because he is actually so terrifyingly strong. Sumu felt that in his current state, he might be able to fight against Yulilua. Of course, we still can't win by fighting. Land easily. Sumu's burning fiery spirit body status was also lifted. He defeated Yumu, but he also reached his own limit. A feeling of weakness enveloped Sumu. He bit his tongue and forced himself to wake up. Holding the magic dragon horn knife, he walked towards Yumu step by step. For you, Sumu, there is no such thing as mercy for the enemies. We must strike hard. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will spring up again with the spring breeze. But soon, Sumu stopped where he was, because a figure appeared in front of him. Familiar voice. Don't kill him. Yulilua looked at Sumu with a pleading tone in her voice. This was the first time she had done this. Give me a reason. Sumu spoke. Sister. Yumu murmured and opened his eyes. He felt a familiar breath. It's true. She is the sister he has been thinking about. Yulilua. He is my brother from the same father and mother, my only brother. Yulilua spoke, and she looked back at Yumu, who was trying desperately to get up behind her, her eyes determined. She turned back to look at Sumu. He is not a bad person by nature. He must have been instigated by someone to do something wrong. Give him a chance. I will listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you ask me to do from now on. Is that okay? Yulilua's tone was one of negotiation, not command. She also sensed Yumu's breath, so she ran out of the territory. She never expected that when she appeared, an irreversible situation had already occurred. Yulilua can only do her best to protect Yumu. It's sunset, the wind is blowing. Sumu hesitated slightly, but finally sighed and retracted his dragon horn knife. You know, I'm the type who usually kills without hesitation. I never show mercy to my enemies. I know. Yulilua nodded repeatedly. Thank you. She knew very well what Sumu meant by putting away the knife. I'm making an exception because of you. After Sumu finished speaking, he turned around. Then he suppressed his weakness and came to Kokona's side, picked her up like a princess. I can. Kokona wanted to say, I can walk by myself, but the words were suddenly silenced. She almost subconsciously hugged Sumu's neck. Let's go back together. Sumu spoke towards Yulilua. The territory shield was still there, and there was no way to get in except with his teleportation scroll. He couldn't leave Yulilua here. Yumu, hurry back to the demon realm. Don't be deceived by that bastard you Tuesday, improve yourself. Do you understand? You idiot. Throwing down 3 sentences, Yulilua came to Sumu's side and took the corner of his clothes with one hand. A flash of light passed by. The 3 of them disappeared on the spot. Sister. Yumu murmured weakly, watching his sister disappear before his eyes. Chapter 311. Who is cuter, me or Coco? Huh. Tao Yao let out a sigh and withdrew her hand from Kokonai. Along with the hand, the light green light belonging to the healing magic also disappeared. How's it going? Sumu hurried forward and asked. Is Kokonai's injury serious? Don't worry, master. Tao Yao shook her head lightly and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although Sister Kokonai suffered mostly internal injuries, none of them damaged her body's essence. I have successfully treated her external injuries. Now you just need to rest for a few more days and don't overwork yourself. Your body will be back to normal soon. That's good. Sumu felt relieved after hearing Tao Yao say this. Auntie, why were you so disobedient today and sneaked out of the territory? Kokalu gently hugged Kokona's waist and said, You always tell us not to run out. It's dangerous outside and there are a lot of bad people. But you are so disobedient, huh? Auntie really is. Coco, with her chubby little face, snuggled into Kokonai's arms and said softly, What would I do if something happened to you? On the side, Sumu showed a look of relief on his face. Just now when he came back with Kokona in his arms, Kokalu saw that her aunt was injured, and her little face turned pale. Only now did she seem to recover. From this we can see that Kokalu has a very good relationship with her aunt, and she cares about her aunt very much. Silly girl. Kokona felt warm in her heart, and she reached out to hug Kokalu and stroked her head. Auntie won't be like this again in the future. Don't worry, this time it's my fault. I was being willful. So, Aunt, why did you run out? Kokalu suddenly raised her little face and looked at Kokonai. Are they going somewhere fun? No, don't think too much. Kokona quickly denied it. Then where on earth have you been? Kekalu continued to ask curiously. She shook her aunt's body and said in a soft voice. Aunt, tell me quickly, why did you go out? Are you hiding something from me? Hurry up and tell me. More Kokonai doesn't explain clearly, the more Kokalu's curiosity will be magnified. That's why she's been haunting her. Aye. Kokonai stammered, unable to explain herself. She couldn't tell Kokalu that it was because she was angry with Sumu, right? Then Kokalu's next question would definitely be to ask her what she was angry about. Kokona, who rarely lies, didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to say to appease Kokalu. She subconsciously looked at Sumu for help, hoping that he could lend a hand. Of course Sumu noticed Kokona's gaze, but instead of helping her, he quietly turned his face away and said, Don't ask me, I don't know anything either. Safely, and Sumu couldn't help but want to teach her a little lesson. If you help her easily, she will become ungrateful. Therefore, Kokalu must annoy her. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Who was standing next to her, looked at her master and then at her sister Kokona. She, who was always slow-witted, seemed to realize that something was wrong. If it were before, Taoyao would definitely have spoken up to help Kokona. But now, she didn't say anything and let the situation develop. Kokalu was still pestering and curious. Hello? Sumu? Kokona finally couldn't help but speak, a brief call, but it expressed her plea. Full of pleading. There seemed to be a hint of pleading in the air. Sumu finally gave in. Of course, the soft-hearted kind. Okay, Kokalu, it's because of me that your aunt went out to look for something for me, and that's why she got into danger. Sumu spoke, and in order to prevent Kokalu from continuing to ask what it was, he quickly winked at Tao Yao. Tao Yao has always been by Sumu's side, and they have developed a certain level of tacit understanding. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Kekalu. Kekalu, your aunt's injury hasn't fully healed yet. Let's go out first and let her have a good rest. She needs a quiet environment. Okay. Although Kokalu still wanted to ask what they were looking for, since Taoyao had said so, she would not be so ignorant as to continue to bother her aunt. Taoyao took Kekalu away. Kekanai felt relieved. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Sumu. You lied. It's all because of you. Sumu glared at Kokonai. I lied because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to deceive the lovely Kokalu, okay? There was no malice in what Sumu said. He was just complaining. But he didn't know that Kokona's next sentence made him stunned. Am I cute, or is Kokala cute? Huh. Sumu was confused. This. Did he hear it right? Is this something Kokona would say? Also, what does this sentence mean? Noticing Sumu's surprised look, Kokona's face turned red. She didn't know if she was crazy. She actually said such embarrassing words. This is not Kokonai's usual style. However, when Kokona thought about what Sumu had done to save her and bring her back, she inexplicably felt an urge to get close to him. This kind of closeness is not only emotional, but also in terms of words and behavior. What? Didn't you hear clearly? Kokona didn't know where she got the courage from, and repeated. Let me ask you, in your eyes, who is cuter, me or Kokalu? Hurry up and tell me. Kokona pouted slightly and looked at Sumu carefully. She wanted to see how he would react. Kokona's repetition of this sentence brought to Sumu was no less than the shock he felt when he first saw Yulilaw. But soon, Sumu reacted. He touched his nose and said embarrassedly, how can this be compared? Kokoro is Kokoro. You are you, and she is still a child. You can't say she's cute. You can only say she's beautiful. Sumu thought he had found a perfect excuse, so he continued. You know, we men only say a woman is cute when she's not pretty enough, so you're not cute, you're beautiful. When saying this, Sumu wanted to give himself a thumbs up. He felt that his thinking was clear and his answer was simply perfect. But Kokona's next words made Su-mu stunned again. Chapter 312. Kokona reveals her true feelings. So, how about me and Wednesday? Am I prettier, or is she prettier? Or rather, compared to Serena? Compared to Taoyao? Compared to Effia? Compared to Heavis? Compared to Milo? Compared to Hestala? Irene? Kokona was almost calling out the name of every woman in the territory. Su-mu. How should he answer this? And how should he answer? Waiting online, it's urgent. Su-mu even wanted to ask in the World Chat channel, what should he do? This is simply a dead end, okay? When a woman asks this question, it can almost be said to be a dead question, and there is absolutely no perfect answer. Of course, you can also go against your conscience and say, of course you look better. However, Su-mu was obviously not that kind of person. He thinks they each have their merits. For example, Taoyao's fierceness, Wednesday's waist, and Serena's legs. Each has its own strengths and characteristics. It's difficult to comment. However, Su-mu understood one thing. When a woman asked this question, she was also sending you a signal. She has a crush on you. Su-mu is obviously not a straight man. He understands it very well. But what he couldn't believe was that Kokona had a good impression of him. Is this true or false? Isn't she annoyed by him? Even, she rarely took the initiative to contact him. So to a large extent, Su-mu wondered if he had misunderstood. Kokona didn't mean to show any affection to him. Just pure curiosity? Hey, why aren't you answering? Kokona's tone was unusually gentle, which was rare. Even her gentle tone would make Su-mu feel a slight numbness on the back of his neck. That's not a good answer. Su-mu coughed lightly and touched his nose awkwardly. I think you both have your own strengths. In my eyes, you are also very beautiful, but if you insist on comparing you two, I don't know how to respond. Also, I think the most important point is that whether a person's appearance is good-looking or not is only something that can be seen at a glance. It is superficial. A good character is truly good, and it is reflected in the inner self. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are one in a million. Su-mu looked just like he did after the college entrance exam many years ago, with sweat on his forehead, as if he had answered countless big and difficult questions. It would be easier to answer this question than to let him fight Yu-mu for another 365 rounds. Kokona didn't say anything. She was quietly savoring what Su-mu said. Kokona was not satisfied with the answer he handed in. If she is not satisfied, won't she be angry again? To be honest, Su-mu was a little nervous. Puff. Suddenly, Kokona smiled. She looked at Su-mu with a smile on her face. Your answer is very good. If you start telling me I'm pretty, I'll think you're being hypocritical and trying to please me, and I'll change my mind about you. Fortunately, you're not. Kokona smiled happily. It seems that the answer Su-mu gave was really what she liked. You said it very well. Interesting souls are rare, but appearances are all the same. Kokona repeated. Su-mu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't give that standard answer. Come sit here. Kokona suddenly patted the place next to her. After a slight hesitation, Su-mu finally sat down. He also wanted to see what kind of medicine was sold in Kokona's gourd. As Su-mu sat down, Kokona suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Su-mu was stunned. He felt it was very sudden. But for some reason, he did not resist and accepted this kind of contact with Kokona from the bottom of his heart. Were you very nervous about me before, so you ran out to find me? Kokona asked softly. Of course. If I wasn't nervous, why would I run out to look for you? Speaking of this, Su-mu couldn't help but complain. I chased you out not long after you left, and I was riding a griffin. I was wondering, why couldn't I catch up with you on foot even though I was riding a griffin? This is really a question that Su-mu can't figure out. Can something flying in the sky outrun something running on two legs? Suddenly, Su-mu felt that Kokona tightened her grip on his hand. I don't know either. Speaking of this, Kokona was embarrassed. I was very angry at the time, so I closed my eyes and kept rushing, not caring how fast or slow I was. Actually, I don't want to run away. I just want to find a quiet place, stay for a while, calm down, and then go back. But I don't know why. I was out when I opened my eyes. Kokona is still telling her own experience. Then when I wanted to go back, I couldn't. Then I met 3 warriors from the Moon Demon clan. I fought with them and won. Finally, the guy you defeated before showed up. I had no chance against him, and then I got beaten up by him, and then you showed up. Which woman can resist the role of a hero saving a beautiful girl? Obviously not. Even if Kokona lived to be over 100 years old, she still couldn't resist such a scene. The scenes of Su-mu appearing beside her and saving her were deeply engraved in her mind. This is why she is so brave now. Kokona was touched. Fortunately, he didn't want to kill you. Otherwise I would have torn him into pieces. Su-mu said. He really wasn't joking. Kokonai could sense his seriousness. The more he was like that, the happier she became. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. I don't know either. He actually wanted to kill me. I could sense his murderous intent. But for some reason, after he landed on the ground, he suddenly stopped moving for a long time. I was also puzzled. Is that so? Sumu frowned. He really didn't understand why Yumu didn't take action. By the way, didn't you keep asking me why I was angry with you and why I thought you were annoying? Finally, the problem is back on track. Are you willing to tell me? Sumu said in surprise. Kokona nodded, pursed her lips, and said the reason buried in her heart, completely revealing her feelings at the moment to Sumu. Sumu could feel that Kokona's hand, which was holding his, was sweating. It is enough to see how nervous she is inside. But what made Sumu feel even more incredible was that Kokona was actually interested in him. Like him. Not only that, she was planning to accept him. Sumu was completely surprised. Chapter 313 To accept or not to accept? That is the question. Okay, I've told you everything I should and shouldn't say. Kokona lowered her head, occasionally raising her eyes to steal a glance at Sumu. It takes a lot of courage to speak out what's in your heart, but after what happened before, Kokona did it. She expressed her thoughts to Sumu. She just wanted to see how Sumu would react. According to Kokona, if Sumu is really interested in her, then it doesn't matter if he goes slow. If she had no meaning, then she had said everything and made it clear, and she didn't feel any pressure in her heart. There would be no more unpleasantness between her and Sumu, and she would even feel uncomfortable seeing each other. Now, after it has been made clear, this situation will not happen again. But Sumu was still surprised. He thought quickly. Kokona is a great beauty. No one doesn't like beautiful women. This is an undeniable issue. In this world, Sumu doesn't need to consider how many women there are. But deep down, he didn't want to accept Kokona's love so casually. Sumu felt that he might need some time to think. Why are you silent? Did I scare you? Seeing that Sumu didn't say anything, Kokona took the initiative first. No, you didn't scare me. It's just that I'm a little confused right now. Sumu sighed slightly, and could only tell Kokona what he felt in his heart. So you don't dislike me, right? Kokona was happy, because Sumu just said that he was confused and hesitant, and was surprised by her sudden affection, but he did not mean to resist. In Kokona's opinion, if she doesn't hate it and doesn't resist it, then that means she likes it, right? Suddenly, Kokona remembered what the elders in the tribe said. Men and women should be brave and bold when courting each other. Especially women, when they meet someone they like, they should express their feelings immediately, take the initiative to initiate contact, or engage in intimate behavior. Men will basically have no way to escape and will definitely win them over. In the past, Kokonai scoffed at such remarks and even banned them within the clan. But now, when she thought about it, she felt that it made some sense and even wanted to give it a try. But Kokona was a little hesitant. After all, in her heart, she was the head of the clan. Was it really necessary to go to such an extent? Kokona, I've said everything I need to say. Let's deepen our contact. I'm a little confused right now, and I can't give you a correct answer right now. Sumu didn't expect that the misunderstanding of his words would be so deep. There are good and bad things in it, and there are good and bad things in it. No matter how you look at it, Kokona likes him, which is undoubtedly a perfect thing for his territory. Before, Sumu was worried about whether the White Fox clan would be able to live in the territory for a long time. Will they suddenly leave the whole clan one day? This is something that happens with a certain probability. But if Kokona really likes him, then the White Fox clan's permanent residence is a foregone conclusion. This really proves Selina's point. If she wants Hestala to stay, she has to use her beauty to make her fall in love with her. If you want the White Fox clan to stay in his territory stably, you can also use the beauty trap. The current situation is that before Sumu even uses it, Kokona has already fallen in love with him and paid attention to him. Okay, Kokona, I'll leave first and won't disturb your rest. Sumu stood up, etc. Kokona suddenly reached out and grabbed Sumu, who was about to get up. Her strength was not great, but because it happened so suddenly, Sumu fell down instantly due to inertia. Fortunately, Sumu reacted quickly and managed to support himself and stabilize himself. But now the question is, Kokona and Sumu were facing each other, less than 5 centimeters apart. Sumu could even feel the hot air exhaled from Kokona's nose, along with the faint fragrance from her body. The most important thing is that Kokona's beautiful face is right in front of her, and there is obvious surprise in her blinking eyes. But there is a hint of shyness and joy hidden in it, which makes people more moved the more they look at it. Excuse me. Sumu was about to sit up straight, but something unexpected happened the next moment. Kokona suddenly reached out and hugged his neck, preventing him from leaving. Su Mu. The atmosphere was silent, but the air was filled with charm and ambiguity. Su Mu and Kokona looked at each other, staring at each other. The first to break the silence was Kokona. She reached out and grabbed Su Mu's hand, then placed his hand on her fox ears. Su Mu could even feel that Kokona's hands were trembling. It seems that she is also nervous. In our tribe, only very close people will let each other touch and caress their ears. This behavior in action means that I accept you. You can do it. Speaking of the key points, Kokonai still hesitated a little. You can do whatever you want to me. This is the bravest effort Kokonai can make. And she really wasn't talking nonsense. This was a way for men and women of the White Fox clan to confirm each other's status. Don't think that you can touch and caress the ears just because they are exposed. The ears of the White Fox clan cannot be touched whenever you want. The second most important tail is far less important than the ears. Because the ears of the White Fox clan are very sensitive, they are an important sense organ for transmitting joy and excitement. In the White Fox clan, if a female or male's ears are touched by a member of the opposite sex without consent, the person will be punished by clan rules. This is no joke, it's a very important matter. Almost out of habit, Su Mu gently pinched Kokona's ears. Kokona's body trembled, her face was already red, and her light green eyes were covered with a layer of crystal water vapor, which made people think of something else. This situation, this scene, this atmosphere. If Su Mu doesn't do something, he would be really ungrateful. Kokona took the initiative to take 99 steps. How could he, a grown man, not even dare to take one step? Su Mu complained about himself in his heart, and then without hesitation, he slowly lowered his head. Although Kokona was young, she knew what this meant. She closed her eyes nervously, and then a warm feeling came over her cold lips. A long time. Su Mu finally let go of Kokona. He looked down at her with her eyes closed, and inexplicably felt a little more affection in his heart. Why? You don't want to open your eyes. Hearing Su Mu's words, Kokonai opened her eyes, but the next moment, her lips were pressed against her again. Don't close your eyes this time. Look at me. Su Mu spoke domineeringly. Chapter 314. Exquisite Jade Canopy Soup. A tonic. Tiamu Town. Through the faint protective shield, Yuliloa looked at the figure on the ground in the distance, her eyes filled with worry. Finally, when the figure in the distance stood up unsteadily and left, the worry on Yuliloa's face eased a little, and she sighed lightly. Yumu, you shouldn't be here. After a long time, Yuliloa turned around and prepared to leave. But the moment she turned around, she was stunned and stood there. He left. Yuliloa saw was naturally Su Mu, and it was him who spoke. After leaving Kokonai, Su Mu came here. He had a feeling that Yuliloa would be there too. So, he came over to see whether Yumu had left or not, and to supervise Yuliloa at the same time. As for Kokona, Su Mu did not create any excessive sparks with her. Their current contact was limited to kissing. As for other things, take your time. Yuliloa nodded. He's your brother? Su Mu asked again. Right. Yuliloa's answer was still as concise and to the point. You should know that he shouldn't be here. Before, I really wanted to kill him. Su Mu spoke, looking directly at Yumu. It still is. Su Mu knew very well that the reason he was able to take down Yumu and defeat him so quickly was entirely because of his own surprise attack. Under his series of attacks, Yumu was obviously confused and was beaten back step by step, which led to his final defeat. Yumu is on guard when they meet next time. Su Mu may not be able to defeat Yumu. Therefore, Su Mu's territory is now in various dangers. One Yu2 is already bad enough, and adding another Yumu will make it even more difficult to deal with. It can be said that Su Mu letting Yumu go is, to a large extent, equivalent to burying a time bomb for himself. A time bomb that may explode at any time. Of course, if Yumu doesn't get involved, it won't count. Liloa also understood this principle, and she said, Don't worry, it was because I wasn't here before. Otherwise, I can persuade Yumu to stay. He has always listened to me since he was a child. I promise he's no threat to us. Yuliloa used the word, we very cleverly. After hearing this, Su Mu felt much better. Since you have promised, I will believe you. Now, the Moon Demon Clan has officially declared war on Feiyun City. Because of what we did last night, they have launched an all-out war. In Feiyun City's understanding, their feud with the Moon Demon Clan is no longer solely due to me. Su Mu spoke. This was the latest news he got from Snowed. The Moon Demon Clan had already started a war with Feiyun City. In the morning, they were already fighting back and forth. Has Feiyun City already started a war with the Moon Demon Clan? Yuliloa murmured, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or sad. Yes, so I want to ask you, do you think your father will increase the number of troops and continue to fight Feiyun City? This is a question that Su Mu is very concerned about, as it concerns what he will do next. Don't worry, it won't happen, Yu Lilua said. If the people you two brings this time don't achieve any results, my father will definitely not send any more troops to support them. Oh, are you so sure? Yu Lilua nodded. Of course I know that. All of this is done for the Sun Demon Clan to see. The Moon Demon Clan does not want to be involved in a large-scale war. He has his own concerns. Okay. Su Mu pursed his lips. Yu Lilua was very sure about what she said, but he still maintained a neutral attitude, half believing and half disbelieving. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back and eat. Don't stay here anymore. Su Mu turned around and saw Ifia waiting not far behind him. Yu Lilua followed his pace. Want to go together? When Su Mu rode on Ifia, he stretched out his hand towards Yu Lilua. I can do it myself. Yu Lilua politely declined the idea of riding on Ifia with Su Mu. Casual. Su Mu shrugged indifferently and rode away on Ifia. Although he seemed not to care, Su Mu was actually very sorry. He has never held Yu Lilua's hand. Therefore, Su Mu still doesn't know what Yu Lilua's status bar looks like. But Su Mu didn't dare to attack Yu Lilua casually. This woman cannot be judged by common sense. We can only take it one step at a time and slowly. He can always hold this hand. Master, you are finally back. As Su Mu landed, Tao Yao trotted over excitedly. Not only her, but also the two little cuties Kokolu and Susu. Brother, why did you come back so late? Brother Su Mu, where have you been? Why didn't you bring Kekalu with you? Aren't you in Auntie's room? 3 girls of different sizes surrounded Su Mu and chattered. What's wrong? You're all so excited. Su Mu said he couldn't understand their excitement. Today wasn't a special day in the territory, right? But soon, Su Mu smelled a fragrance. Why does it smell so good? Su Mu couldn't help but ask. He looked towards the kitchen, but saw Zhou Yuqi standing at the kitchen door, peeking at something inside. It looks like a thief, which makes people feel funny. Su Mu found it funny. Master, today it's Sister Hestala who's cooking for us. Tao Yao said from the side. Oh, Hestala is cooking. Su Mu suddenly remembered that he and Hestala had made a promise last night. At that time, Hestala promised that no matter what happened today, she would definitely cook a meal for him. To be honest, it was true that they made a pinky promise, but Su Mu didn't actually hold much hope. It's not that he doesn't believe in Hestala, but because of the attributes of Hestala. She is a study maniac and workaholic. Can she really put down her work and do other things? But to Su Mu's surprise, Hestala actually cooked. How long has she been in there? Su Mu asked. Sister Hestala has been in there for quite some time. Kokolu answered Su Mu's question in a baby voice. Yes, maybe 5 or 6 hours ago. Sister Yuqi was so attracted by the fragrance outside that she ran over to learn from her teacher. Tao Yao smiled and said, she probably didn't dare to go in casually because she was afraid of disturbing Sister Hestala if she ran in. Have you been in there for so long? To be honest, smelling the fragrance, Su Mu was really looking forward to it. As if responding to Su Mu's expectations, Hestala appeared at the kitchen door, holding a large plate in her hand. Chapter 315, This is the real, hidden rich woman. This is the exquisite jade tent soup, a very nourishing food, and it's the dish I promised to make for you. I didn't forget today. Hestala put the big bowl on the table. She looked at Su Mu with a hint of playfulness in her words. It can be seen that she is in a very good mood today because she has fulfilled her promise. Su Mu looked at the emerald green soup in front of him. He couldn't help but move closer and sniffed. In an instant, Su Mu felt full of energy, and all the fatigue of the day seemed to disappear at this moment. He couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. Why do I feel all the fatigue of the day disappear just by smelling it? Su Mu looked up at Hestala. That's why I say it's a great tonic. Hestala smiled. Just as she was about to say something, Susu and Kokolu came over impatiently. They both imitated Su Mu's behavior, sniffing the air with their noses raised. Then with a pop, both little girls started drooling. Haha. Seeing this scene, Selena, Winstia and others next to them covered their mouths and laughed. You two greedy cats. Su Mu smiled helplessly and quickly reached out to hold Susu and Kokelu, fearing that their saliva would fall into the soup. No, master, I am the greedy cat. Tao Yao came over at this time, wagging her cat tail and looking straight at the Linglong Yuping soup. It looks good and smells very good. Tao Yao simply can't resist its temptation. In fact, when Hestala was making the food in the kitchen, everyone present was attracted by the aroma. Rather than saying that Susu and Kekalu are greedy cats, it would be better to say that everyone here is greedy. In that case, why don't you all eat first? I'll introduce this exquisite jade tint soup while you eat. Scooping it up for everyone. Eat quickly, you 3 greedy cats. Jade canopy soup handed over by Hestala to Kekalu, Susu, and Tao Yao. Thank you, Master. Tao Yao's eyes were wet. She didn't expect that a little slave like her could taste it before her master. She was so upset. I am so touched. Hestala didn't make much of the exquisite jade tint soup, so almost everyone present could get a small bowl. It's a pity that Irene and Fu Ningyu are not here, otherwise they could have gotten some. As for Zhang Xiaohai, he had already quietly left with the Miluo flower demon in the morning, so Su Mu had no way to let him have a taste of it. Of course, these people do not include Hathaway and Honoriel. So far, the two of them are not qualified to dine at the same table with Su Mu and others. As for the clam girl Heavies, she seemed to prefer living alone by the river and did not integrate into the group. Vivier was in the tree elves' territory. She naturally had no chance to taste it. The ingredients for the exquisite jade tint soup are the flesh of the snow dragon and the jade tint that grew and nurtured in the glacier for 10,000 years. Both are very nourishing, especially for those who already understand ice magic. They are very beneficial. Hestala spoke from the side. The snow dragon and the jade cape? When Selena heard about these two ingredients, a hint of surprise crossed her face. She looked at the crystal green soup and couldn't help but look at Hestala several times in a row. When Selena first heard the name Linglong Yupeng soup, she subconsciously thought of the ingredient jade tint. But she wasn't sure at the time. Now, hearing that Hestala was definitely Yupengzi, she felt as surprised as if she had heard the news that her country had been destroyed. Because Selena knew very well what material the jade tint was made of? What's wrong? Are these two materials very precious? Sumu looked at Serena. Right. Serena nodded and spoke slowly. I've read in the classics before that the snow dragon is a powerful monster that lives in extremely cold lands. Its strength is almost at the top of the continent, and many legendary knights and legendary gods dare not actively provoke it. Because they live deep in the frigid land, the traces of snow dragons are even harder to find. Finding them is as likely as stumbling upon a secret realm while walking. You know, many people may not even encounter a secret realm once in their entire lives. The probability of this happening is very, very, very small. Listening to Selena's story, Sumu suddenly felt the bowl in his hand was heavy. Hestala nodded beside him and said softly, It's exactly as Miss Serena said, but there are exceptions to everything. Where there's demand, there's supply. There will always be people willing to take risks. So, Hestala, how did you get the snow dragon meat? Sumu asked curiously. Hestala replied calmly. I bought it at the St. Lumbius auction house. I only spent 2 billion amethyst coins, and I only got a small piece of meat. Wait, 2 billion purple gold coins? If Sumu remembered correctly, St. Lumbius was the legendary neutral city that did not belong to any force, and all professional associations were located in it. Moreover, only transactions involving amethyst coins are recognized. You mean, I'm holding 20 billion gold coins? Sumu clicked his tongue as he remembered the exchange rate between amethyst coins and gold coins. It's far more than that. Have you forgotten there's a jade tint inside? Serena's voice sounded beside her. The jade cape is even more precious than snow dragon meat. In the extremely cold, 10,000-year-old glaciers, the jade cape grass only blooms once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, the chances of finding it are much smaller than finding a snow dragon. Hestala nodded. Yes, I bought this from an auction house. It cost me 4 billion purple gold coins, twice as much as snow dragon meat, and there were only 3 of them. Winstia and the others were shocked by what Hestala and Selena said. They have no idea about money, but they know what tens of billions mean. They didn't expect that the bowl of soup in their hands was so precious. Sabastini was the only one among them who knew the value of the food. She looked at the bowl of food in front of her and didn't dare to eat it. You know, after eating it, she owes Sumu too much. Even though she was already a holy craftsman, Sabastini had never been treated like this, never being able to eat the meals prepared by the divine chef herself, not to mention this terrifyingly expensive soup. If she were a legendary craftsman, she would feel no psychological pressure. But now, Sabathini feels full of pressure. Sumu was silent for a while. The bowl in his hand became heavier. Chapter 316 Hestala's Versailles speech. Damn it. It turns out that what Sumu is holding now is worth billions of gold coins. One bite is equivalent to eating hundreds of millions of gold coins. This is so exaggerated, okay. Curse in his heart. He knew that what Hestala made would definitely not be ordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so unusual. But soon, Sumu thought of a key issue. Hestala, did you spend your own money to take these photos? Yes, I took all the photos myself. What's wrong? Hestala looked at Sumu, not understanding why he asked such a question, with confusion in her eyes. At this time, Sabastini, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "For a great chef, money is just a string of numbers as long as she wants it. Right, Miss Hestala? The divine chef is extremely rare and precious. In St. Lumbius, countless people are willing to give money to the divine chef just to get a dish from him. Therefore, Shabastini knew very well that Hestala was not short of money at all. Well, it's not that bad. I don't have much money in my card right now, only 2 trillion gold coins. I guess it will be gone soon." Hestala spoke, her face calm, without the slightest fluctuation, and the 2 just s were used to the extreme of essence. This made Su Mu, who was standing by, depressed and surprised. 2 trillion gold coins. Hestala actually said. He also said that it would be spent soon. Sumu really wanted to vomit blood. Doesn't this woman know how rich she is? The kind that is as rich as a country. If Hestala hadn't looked so pure and calm, Sumu would have thought she was being sarcastic in Versailles. In fact, Sumu, who knew her well, knew that she was not being pretentious, but was stating the facts. Sumu dares to say that no country is necessarily as rich as Hestala. It's so scary. It seems that Hestala is the super hidden rich woman next to him. But that's true. If Hestala didn't have trillions in her pocket, how could she easily take out expensive ingredients like snow dragon meat and jade cape to cook for them? I guess in Hestala's world, spending billions is the same as spending dozens of gold coins. This is definitely a wealthy man who defies all odds. Sumu's eyes were shining with gold as he looked at Hestala. He felt that Selina's suggestion was very wise. This beauty trap must be used. As long as Hestala stays by his side, it will be a huge hidden wealth. Coincidentally, at this time Selina also secretly gave Sumu a look, and the 2 smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. The tacit understanding came out instantly. "I'm done eating. It's delicious, brother Sumu, I want more." While everyone was talking and chatting, Kokalu had already finished eating. Her bright red tongue licked her pink lips, and the word greedy was written all over her face. Kekala dared to say that this was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. After eating it, her whole body felt warm, as if there was an inexplicable warm current flowing through her. So much so that she was busy eating and had no time to speak or make any comments. Only after she finished eating could she help but sigh. "Then I'll give you some of mine." Seeing that Kokalu still wanted to eat, Sumu, who loved her, naturally would not be stingy, but Hestala reached out to stop him. "Sumu, no. The exquisite jade tint soup itself has a strong, nourishing effect, which will increase your strength or ability. Kokalu is still young, and the amount I just gave her is the right amount for her. If you give her more, it will hurt her instead of help." What Hestala said was definitely not an exaggeration. She allocates the amount of food according to each person's age, achieving a balanced ratio. Even if the food is extremely delicious, you should not eat too much. "Did you hear me? My sister said so just bear with it." Sumu touched Koko's slightly red face. He felt that Hestala would not lie. From Kokalu's blushing face, he could tell that she was indeed touched. Okay, Kokalu licked her lips, looking unsatisfied, but still accepted the arrangement obediently. "Okay, try it while it's hot," Hestala said. Everyone raised their bowls and started to taste the extremely expensive Linglong Yupeng soup. The magic is that the soup melts in your mouth, steaming hot, yet giving you a refreshing coolness at first bite, and then it becomes sweet and lingering in your throat. It's hard to imagine that a steaming hot soup can make people feel cold. What kind of a logical magical existence is this? The bright red substance that looked like shrimp meat should be the meat of the so-called snow dragon. Sumu took a light bite and found it crunchy, like beans, and very chewy. It is truly an amazing taste experience. Sumu finished the soup in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. He felt that it was refreshing, but now his whole body was warm. He didn't know how comfortable it was. The most important thing is, there is a strong sense of fullness. After drinking a small bowl of soup, he no longer felt hungry. Looking again, Kokalu, who was just beside Sumu, had fallen asleep on the table. The same thing happened to her, as did Su, who was also sitting next to Sumu. Su had already finished her exquisite jade tint soup. "This is a normal phenomenon, don't worry," Hestala said from the side. "They are still young, and right now they have a lot of energy in their bodies. It takes some time to digest, and sleeping is a very good choice for them. After tomorrow, their strength will be completely transformed." When saying this, Hestala was full of confidence, a confidence that only belongs to a godly chef. "What about us? We're not going to sleep with them, are we?" Sumu asked worriedly. He must stay awake and not fall asleep. He has to keep an eye on the affairs of the territory at all times. "Don't worry, you are not children, it won't happen. Moreover, the effects of this exquisite jade tint soup on each person are different. Once you have completely digested it, you will be able to feel its benefits. Okay. Sumu finally felt relieved. Okay, I've done what I promised you. I have to continue studying. Hestala smiled, then moved her graceful body and left. At this time, Sumu noticed that Shabastini was holding a bowl and staring blankly. Drink, why not? This stuff is best drunk while it's hot. Sumu reminded. This is too expensive. Sabastini handed the bowl to Sumu. I am not from your territory, I can't bear it. Before Sabastini could finish her words, Sumu interrupted her. Everyone present here is like family and friends in my heart. Since they are family and friends, there is no need to worry about it. Sabastini's body trembled slightly, and her heart was even more shocked by Sumu's words. Did you see what Hestala said? Didn't she prepare everything for everyone? I have to watch you finish eating, hurry up. Sumu folded his arms and looked at Shabastini, as if he would not look away until she finished eating. Good. All right. Sabastini could only pick up the bowl and drink from it. Looking at her empty bowl, Sumu finally felt satisfied. Okay, I have to send one copy to Kokonai and Ulila. Sumu picked up the remaining 2 bowls. Kokona did not show up because of injury. Ulila, because she is not sociable, rarely eats with others. Of course, Sumu can only deliver theirs. Chapter 317. Did Ulila overdo it? Sumu found Kokona first because she was the easiest one to find, but Ulila was nowhere to be found. After explaining the general effects of the Linglong Yupeng soup, Sumu watched Kokonai drink it all up with his own eyes. Okay, I still have to send it to Ulila. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, call Taoyao. Get some rest. I guess after drinking this, your injuries won't be a big deal tomorrow. Sumu said this and prepared to leave. Etc. Kokona reached out and grabbed Sumu. What's wrong? Sumu looked back at her. The answer he got was not any words, but Kokona's pouting mouth. Sumu. If Sumu didn't understand what this meant, he would be a real idiot. However, he didn't expect that Kokona would take such an action on her own initiative. It is said that women who know how to act coquettishly have the best life, and this is absolutely true, because Sumu had no way to refuse her request. He could only bend down and get into close contact with Kokona. Originally, Sumu was planning to just try it out, but he never expected that Kokona would be so proactive and bold, hugging him tightly. There was a verbal exchange. After Sumu left Kokona's room, he felt extremely angry. Anger from the bottom up. I don't know if it's because of drinking the Linglong Yupeng soup, but Sumu was much more impulsive than before. He almost couldn't help but execute Kokona on the spot. Fortunately, in the end, reason triumphed over desire. Ulila was found. She was sitting in the room in a daze. What's this? Looking at the soup that was still steaming, crystal green and beautiful, Yulu couldn't help but speak. She was a little surprised. Normally, she is not very sociable, so the only people who bring her food are Taoyao. After a few interactions, the relationship between Ulila and Taoyao became very good. But this time, the person who came was not Taoyao, but Sumu. This made Ulila very surprised. Sumu could only patiently introduce the function of Linglong Yupeng soup again. Snow Dragon, Jade Cape? Ulila murmured a few words. She obviously also knew these 2 things. Hurry and eat it while it's still warm. Sumu said from the side. Speaking of which, this Linglong Yupeng soup is also magical. It has been left outside for such a long time, but it is still warm. The invisible layer of grease on top locked in the temperature very well, which was what Sumu felt was magical. After all, he had just wasted quite a bit of time because of Kokona. Although Ulila had tasted many precious ingredients before as the princess of the Moon Demon clan, the Snow Dragon meat and Jade Canopy in front of her were obviously more precious than anything she had eaten before. After taking a look at Sumu, Ulila was obviously hesitant. She is very clear about her current situation and identity. So she couldn't understand why Sumu would give her such a precious thing. In his heart, shouldn't he want to torture her even more? She once wanted to kill him. Eat quickly, Sumu said beside him. If it gets cold, it will affect its efficacy, and it will be a waste of such precious ingredients. Hearing this, Ulila did not hesitate any longer. She tilted her neck slightly and drank the exquisite jade soup. Ulila's neck was long and slender like a swan, and as white as snow jade. The beautiful curve of her upward curve made Sumu a little dazed. Give me the bowl. I'm leaving now. Have a good rest. Seeing that Ulila had finished drinking, Sumu didn't plan to stay any longer and suggested leaving. Ulila handed the bowl to Sumu, but Sumu discovered something wrong with her. What's the matter? Why do you look so rosy? As soon as the exquisite jade soup is swallowed, Win's Tia and the others' faces will become much rosier. In Hestala's words, all tonics are like this. But Yuliloa's condition is quite different. Her face was as red as a persimmon, which was very abnormal. I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. Yuliloa shook her head, trying to make herself more sober. She didn't know why, but after drinking the Linglong Yupeng soup, her whole body felt hot, as if she was in flames and being roasted. A burning sensation surrounds. What's going on? Sumu couldn't help but reach out and touch Yuliloa's arm. Wow. Sumu's hand touched Yuliloa. He felt a horrible burning sensation on his hand, as if he had touched the flame from a high-temperature musket with his own hands. If he had taken his hand away a little later, he might have been cooked. What's going on? Sumu was undecided for a moment. Go away, I'm fine. Yuliloa gritted her teeth and tried to suppress the discomfort in her body. But a surprising scene happened. The clothes on Yuliloa began to melt. It really melts. The kind of melting after being roasted by high temperature. Spring is coming bit by bit. Get out. Yuliloa swung her hand forward, and Sumu was instantly knocked out, breaking the door. You go. I can do it myself. Yuliloa suddenly turned around and jumped out of the window, leaving Sumu in a daze. Soon, Sumu reacted and ran to find Hestala. Now in the territory, I'm afraid she is the only one who knows the reason. After eating the exquisite jade soup, my whole body felt like it was on fire and my clothes melted away. Hestala stopped sewing and looked up at Sumu. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Sumu was still very worried about Yuliloa, and now he didn't know where she had gone. Logically, this problem shouldn't occur. Why is it happening? Hestala frowned and thought for a moment. Could it be a problem with her physical condition? By the way, what race is she? Hestala thought of a key point. Moon Demon Clan. Demons. Hestala seemed to understand everything. The demon race itself is much stronger than humans and other races in terms of physique and strength. It can be said that it is one of the most powerful races in this continent. They don't need any nourishing things to improve their strength. Perhaps my exquisite jade tint soup is too nourishing for the demons, so it has this effect. What should we do now? Sumu was more concerned about this question, since her body is like fire. Sumu interrupted Hestala. To be precise, it should be like molten lava. Hurry and take her to the ice cellar to forcibly lower the temperature of her body surface. I have an ingredient that can channel the power of warmth and nourishment. I'll make it now. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Hestala put down the work in her hands. Good. Chapter 3:18 Don't move. I'm saving you. Yuliloa had gone. Sumu could only pray that she would not leave the territory. He was riding on Afia frantically looking for her. As for why he didn't let the undead under his command help with the search, Sumu naturally had his own considerations. Yuliloa's clothes were almost burned, which meant that she was most likely naked. Lila would go even crazier if he asked the undead under his command to search for her, which would lead to even more serious consequences. You know, just now Sumudu accidentally saw a little bit and was beaten away by Yuliloa without hesitation. You can imagine how crazy she is now. Sumu naturally needs to respect Yuliloa. Half an hour. 1 hour. Sumu was about to give up. He subconsciously thought that Yuliloa had run out of the territory. But thinking of the restraint of the slave caller's rules, Sumu felt that she should not run too far. He continued to search carefully. Finally, after flying back and forth in the territory for an hour and a half, Sumu finally found Yulu not far south of the tree elves' territory. The reason why she appeared here was probably because there were many trees here, which was a very good cover place. But Yuliloa didn't know that she was like a fire, and her target was very obvious. Sumu looked down and noticed the shining Yuliloa below at a glance. Go away. Don't come over here. Yuliloa obviously sensed Sumu's presence, and her voice came from afar. Ifia, please leave first. Sumu said to Ifia. Because of eating the exquisite jade tent soup, Ifia's energy is now very high and she needs to sleep and rest for a while. If Yuliloa's situation wasn't urgent, Sumu wouldn't have called her out. Master, can you? Ifia is now calling the word master more and more easily. She must have already accepted her identity. Okay, don't worry. Go back and have a good rest. Try to digest the energy in your body. This will be of great benefit to you. Sumu instructed. I see. You pay attention too, and call me when you need me. Ifia increasingly felt that life within the territory was what she liked. When she was at Holy Spirit Roya, all she experienced every day was beatings, quarrels, insults, and slander. After arriving here, all these things disappeared. There is only care and love, and everyone gets along very well with each other. Especially Taoyao, Wenstia and others are very concerned about her. Sometimes when she didn't pay attention to the time and failed to go out to eat on time, they would come and call her. All the details made Ifia feel very warm, and now she is willing to contribute to the territory. Gradually, Her sense of belonging grew stronger. Especially tonight's exquisite jade soup, such a precious thing, she actually had a portion. Ifia had no concept of money, but after just one sip of the exquisite jade tent soup, she knew that this was a delicacy that she had not tasted in the previous 20 years. In the territory, her identity was a slave, but she did not feel like a slave at all. On the contrary, everyone treats her sincerely and very well. Maybe this is home. Did Ifia even have such an illusion? I know. Be careful. Sumu smiled, reached out and touched Ifia's horse head, and watched her leave lightly and happily. Didn't I let you leave? Why did you come here again? Yulilua curled up behind a tree, only sticking out her head and looking at Sumu. From her crystal red collarbone, Sumu could see that she was naked at the moment, and she might not have a single piece of clothing on her body. It was just as Sumu thought. Yulilua was feeling very uncomfortable now. She felt like her body was about to explode. The skin even cracked and blood oozed out of the cracked skin. Yulilua is really in pain. Endure the physical discomfort alone. At the same time, she also knew that this was due to excess energy. She wants to hold on by herself. You have excess energy in your body. I've asked Hestala about this. You could explode and die at any moment. Do you really want to die? Sumu spoke seriously. It's okay. I know. I can handle it myself. You go. It's inconvenient for me. Yulilua's voice came, with a hint of resistance in it. She knew her current situation. As long as Sumu came over, he would see her naked. Yulilua is a very traditional person. From childhood to adulthood, she has never allowed any man to touch her. So when they were fighting before, she was very angry and uncomfortable when Sumu held her body and grappled with her. Not to mention her current condition. Sumu didn't say anything. He had already started walking towards Yulilua. Don't come over here. I told you not to come over here. Yulilua was emotionally excited, but there was pain in her voice. Do you know that your current behavior is tantamount to seeking death? I will take you to the ice cellar. Hestala has prepared food to channel the manic power in your body. I'm saving you. Sumu said this and moved forward again. I don't want you to save me. Roll. As Sumu got closer, Yulilua became more and more excited. Finally, when Sumu was less than 1 meter away, Yulilua moved, and her body flew towards the sky. Crazy. Sumu roared and rushed forward, knocking Yulilua to the ground. Get out. Yulilua struggled. She is now naked, and Sumu has taken full advantage of her. Who cares about your body? I'm saving you, idiot. Sumu forcibly controlled Yulilua and held her tightly in his arms, not letting her move. In an extremely nervous mood, Sumu had no time to appreciate Yulilua's body or the feeling she gave him. Soon, Yulilua stopped struggling. Because she found that the clothes on Sumu's chest had been burned by her hot body, and she could even smell the smell of barbecue. The heat on her body hurt Sumu. Moreover, the damage is not small. Yulilua is not a fool. She can foresee how much pain Sumu is suffering at this moment as he hugs her tightly. He truly cared about her, not just to take advantage of her or humiliate her. The painful expression on Sumu's face made Yulilua stunned. Be quiet. I'm saving you. Sumu gritted his teeth, endured the burning pain on his body, and used the fixed-point teleportation scroll. Teleporting back to the stone house, because it was still some distance away from the ice cellar, Sumu could only endure the pain and carry Yulilua into the ice cellar little by little. Finally, when they arrived at the ice cellar, Sumu was finally liberated. At the same time, the meat on his hands and chest had already become burnt black, and one could even smell the aroma of meat. Seeing all this, Yulilua was silent and touched. Deeply touched. Sumu's words echoed in her ears. Who cares about your body? I'm saving you, idiot. Chapter 319. Tao Yao is feeling wronged. Your body. Go get treatment now, don't worry about me. Yulilua curled up her body and withdrew her gaze, unable to bear to look at the charred wounds on Sumu's body. That was all her fault. How are you feeling? Do you feel better in the ice cellar? Sumu asked. Compared to Yulilua's situation, the injuries on his body were at most external. Just now, when Sumu was holding Yulilua, he saw with his own eyes that her skin was slowly cracking and blood was constantly oozing out of it. Sumu was very worried along the way. He was afraid that Yulilua would explode and die, so he could only move faster and faster. I'm fine. I'm much better now. Yulilua answered while enduring the pain in her body. But the next moment, the skin on her leg cracked again, and the gurgling blood instantly dyed the ice surface red. No, I have to hurry up, Hestala. Sumu no longer cared about the burns on his body and turned around to leave. Yulilua's current situation is very dangerous. Could explode and die at any moment. Just at this moment, Tao Yao hurried over with a small bowl. She quickly saw the wounds on Su Mu's chest and hands and was stunned. Tao Yao, is that what you are carrying, the one Hestala asked you to bring? Su Mu asked anxiously. Uh-huh. Tao Yao nodded repeatedly. Master, you are injured. Tao Yao will help you. Give me the stuff. Su Mu didn't bother to talk too much with Tao Yao. He snatched the bowl from her hand and ran to Yulila's side. Drink it quickly. This should be what Hestala said. It can relieve and channel the power in your body. I'll feed you. Yuliloa felt uncomfortable, but she did not refuse Su Mu's kindness and let him hand the porcelain bowl to her mouth. Careful. Su Mu shouted softly and quickly pulled the porcelain bowl away from him. Because the moment the porcelain bowl touched Yuliloa's lips, it couldn't resist the heat from her body and began to melt. The soup in the bowl was almost spilled and wasted. This is Yuliloa's life-saving straw now. Su Mu was also frightened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and saved the things in the bowl. Master, I forgot to tell you. At this time, Tao Yao's voice sounded from behind. Sister Hestala said that we should use this special bowl to take it. That way, there will be no adverse effects and the soup in the bowl can be preserved. Tao Yao handed over an ice bowl that exuded cold air. She had stuffed this into her arms and worked hard to keep it warm. Along the way, the extremely cold temperature made the soft flesh of her stomach ache. Moreover, they all seemed to be frostbitten. However, Tao Yao didn't have time to check, and she didn't know what was going on. She could only vaguely feel that her clothes and flesh were stuck together. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Su Mu glared and reached out to snatch the ice bowl from Tao Yao's hand. Do you know that the soup was almost wasted? It was her life-saving food. Su Mu's tone was unusually harsh, the harshest it had been in all the time Tao Yao had been with him. One could vaguely sense a strong sense of dissatisfaction and blame in his voice. Tao Yao shrank her neck slightly in fear and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Master. It's Tao Yao's fault. Tao Yao didn't explain it clearly the first time. Did Hestala say anything else to you? Su Mu asked. He was very cautious now, fearing that Tao Yao had missed something again. There is none left. Tao Yao shook her head violently, not daring to say anything more. Liloa on the side was struggling with pain. She couldn't bear to see Su Mu blame Tao Yao, but she was too weak to speak for her. She could only look at Su Mu with pleading eyes. Her eyes fell on Su Mu's and turned into a plea for help. He waved at Tao Yao. Go watch from the side. Oh. Tao Yao responded weakly and stepped aside, but her eyes were always on Su Mu's wound, and her eyes were filled with deep worry. Although she was severely reprimanded by Su Mu, Tao Yao did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in her heart. She was just a little aggrieved. But the little grievance is far less than her worry about Su Mu. With the help of the ice bowl, Yuliloa drank the bowl of unknown soup very smoothly. Su Mu's attention has always been attracted by the ice bowl. Before, he thought that this bowl, which was as transparent as ice and exuded a cold air, was made of ice. But after careful observation, it turned out not to be the case. Su Mu couldn't tell what material it was made of. He only knew that he was surprised by the coldness it emitted when he first got it. If the temperature in the ice cellar was not extremely low, he was afraid that he would be frostbitten due to the temperature difference. It was for this reason that Su Mu secretly kept it in mind. Insight. Chuan Ling Bone Bowl. This bowl is made from the skull of the Chuan Ling ice crystal beast. It possesses unknown benefits. Be careful of the cold air it emits. Bone Bowl? Chuan Ling ice crystal beast? Another monster whose name Su Mu had never heard of. But from the name, he could still feel how awesome the bowl was. Besides, how could the things that a rich woman like Hestala took out be ordinary? Su Mu took Chuan Ling's bone bowl and took a look at it. He found that the soup inside had been drunk up. The bowl was miraculously clean as new, as if it had never contained anything. It's really amazing. Su Mu casually put the bowl back into his storage compartment, thinking that he would return it to Hestala when he had time. How about it? He asked. Much better. Yuliloa's voice rang out. To her previous red skin color, her current skin color has indeed recovered a lot. At least it is slowly transforming into its previous cool white skin. The pain on her face seemed to ease a lot, and the cracked skin on her body was healing at a rapid speed. Seeing this scene, Su Mu felt much more relieved. Tao Yao, go back first. There's nothing for you to do here. Su Mu looked back and found Tao Yao shivering. She was not wearing much clothes to begin with, and she was probably cold from the low temperature in the ice cellar. Master, your injury. I'm fine, you go back quickly. Su Mu waved his hand. He was afraid that Tao Yao would catch a cold, so he couldn't wait to urge her to leave. Oh, Tao Yao naturally didn't know what Su Mu was thinking. She thought that her master was annoyed with her, so she responded with a dim look in her eyes and left the ice cellar, looking back every few steps. Tao Yao left, Su Mu continued to observe Yulila's situation. Her eyes were closed, her breathing became more even, and her skin color had returned to normal, the cold white skin it had before. The extreme high temperature and fever seemed to have been completely relieved. Su Mu felt relieved. Only then did he begin to pay attention to Yulila. It would have been fine if he hadn't paid attention, but once he paid attention, Su Mu felt a surge of blood boiling. Chapter 320 Panicked Tao Yao. What is the situation like now? Yulila curled up with her eyes closed. Her complexion was normal, and the wounds on her body had healed. But these are not the points. The point is, she eats fruit. Before, Su Mu was anxious and didn't pay attention to these things at all. Relax now, until he doesn't pay attention to you. Which door did God close for Yulila, this woman? Is it personality? Su Mu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Yulila is simply a perfect masterpiece, the kind that cannot be found with any flaws. Su Mu quickly recited the heart purification mantra and looked away. Coincidentally, at the moment when Su Mu looked away, Yulila opened her eyes and saw his gentleman's side. Suddenly, feelings of favor accumulated in Yulila's heart. Do you have any clothes? Have. But only for boys. Afraid that he had seen something he shouldn't have, Su Mu threw a piece of clothing to Yulila without looking away. Soon, there was a rustling sound. I feel like I'm fine now. You can leave here first and go treat your injuries. I have a surge of energy in my body, and I feel I need to absorb and refine it here. Yulila's voice came. Are you really okay on your own? Su Mu was still a little worried. No problem. If you feel uncomfortable or unwell, remember to come to me. Don't force yourself. Su Mu said as he stood up. I see. Yulila answered. However, Su Mu, who was a little nervous, did not notice the tenderness and gratitude in Yulila's tone. Then I'll be leaving first. Looking at Su Mu's hurriedly leaving back, thinking of how he didn't dare to look back at her from beginning to end, Yulila's lip lines became softer and the corners of her mouth became more and more curved. In an instant, it was as if spring had arrived in this small, extremely cold ice cellar, with all the flowers blooming. Master, how is Sister Yulila? As soon as Su Mu returned to the house, Winstia came to greet him. About what happened to Yulila? The situation has stabilized. There's no problem for now. Su Mu smiled and reached out to hold Winstia in his arms. Drinking the Linglong Yupeng soup, he could already feel a surge of energy in his body. Later, when Su Mu brought the soup to Kokona, he almost couldn't hold back. It was then that he understood that energy needed an outlet. Winstia, you drank the exquisite jade tent soup. Is there anything special about it? While speaking, Su Mu's hands had already started to act recklessly. I didn't. But the sisters seemed to have some feedback, and they all went to bed early. Winstia answered. Oh, you don't feel anything. Didn't Hestala say that drinking it would increase my strength? Su Mu was a little surprised. I don't know either. Winstia's voice was somewhat trembling. All right. Su Mu didn't dwell on it too much. By the way, is Serena resting? Then go and run the water for me. I'll take a bath, and then... Su Mu whispered in Winstia's ear. I don't know what she said, but Winstia's face turned red, her eyes were a little misty, and she looked shy and watery. Good. By the way, where's Tao Yao? Su Mu asked. He had just put on new clothes to cover up the burns in order to prevent Winstia from worrying about him. Now, he naturally needs to find Tao Yao and ask her to help with the treatment. Tao Yao is in her room. Okay, go get ready. Su Mu lowered his head and kissed Winstia on the face, smiling slyly. Inside the room, Tao Yao was lifting up her shirt to treat her frostbite. She originally thought it wasn't serious. But when I came back, the pain was unbearable. So, as soon as she returned to the room, Tao Yao couldn't help but check her wounds. It is frostbite, and a large area has shown signs of chilblains. Some skin has even begun to erode. Tao Yao bit her lip, a burst of emerald green light flashed in her hand, and she was about to treat herself. Tao Yao, how did you get hurt? Yao was startled by the familiar voice. She raised her little face and then hurriedly put down her clothes to cover her wound. Her little face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could she be so careless? The door was not closed. Now that her master saw this, he would say she was clumsy and couldn't do anything right. Tao Yao was very anxious and didn't want to be told that, so she decided to hide her injury. Master, how come you came back so quickly? Tao Yao was panicking. She quickly stood up, forced a smile, and changed the subject. Sister Yulila is all right? Master, do you want to take a bath? Tao Yao will go and fill the water now. Tao Yao was about to walk out as she spoke, but Su Mu suddenly grabbed her arm. I asked how you got hurt. Su Mu's face was serious and his tone was stern. Me. Tao Yao, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. Because of her anxiety, her face turned extremely red and she was almost crying. Realizing that his tone might be too harsh, Sumu took a deep breath. He reached out and took Tao Yao's hand, pulling her to the bedside and holding her shoulders. Sit down. Sumu said this sentence loudly and seriously because he knew that it could calm Tao Yao. On the contrary, Winstia is different. The longer they spent together, the more Sumu understood their personalities and the more he knew how to get along with them. Oh, Tao Yao sat on the bed obediently, her little hands stirring constantly, and it could be seen that she was nervous and uneasy at the moment. Lift up your clothes so I can look at your belly and see what's going on. It's okay, master. Tao Yao is really fine. Tao Yao raised her little face and shook her head frantically with a hint of pleading. Seeing Sumu's slightly stern face, Tao Yao's momentum immediately weakened, and she whispered, You can't open it. Tao Yao is a girl and will be shy. Tao Yao is still trying her best to deal with it. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, Sumu shouted. Tao Yao shrank her neck, and after hesitating for a while, she had no choice but to start pulling up her clothes little by little under Sumu's stern gaze. At the same time, Tao Yao was blaming herself in her heart. Why didn't you start treatment quickly? If we had started treatment sooner, wouldn't this situation have happened? Blame it on yourself for being afraid of pain. Tao Yao also felt that she could not do anything well and was clumsy. No wonder she was blamed by her master. The master is right. Chapter 321 Tao Yao's medical skills have improved. Tao Yao's wound was exposed. Sumu saw the frostbite marks on her white belly at a glance. There were also fibrous adhesions on it, which looked a bit scary. Idiot, is it that Chuan Ling bone bowl that caused this? You kept it in your arms? Sumu thought of a possibility. The icy coldness transmitted from the Chuan Ling bone bowl was felt by even him, and one could imagine the difficulties Tao Yao had gone through while carrying it. Tao Yao nodded and said guiltily, I'm sorry, master. It's my fault. I can't even do the smallest things right. Sister Hestala said the temperature outside was too high and asked me to keep warm and not be exposed to the elements, so, Tao Yao spent half a day but didn't come up with anything. So, you hid it in your arms and took it with you, and ended up getting frostbitten? Sumu took over the conversation for her. Tao Yao responded in a muffled voice. She raised her eyes fearfully and looked at Sumu secretly to see how he would react. What an idiot. Sumu shook his head. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but as soon as she did, Tao Yao's little face immediately wilted. Yes, Tao Yao is an idiot. He can't do anything right. Master is right to scold me. Tao Yao will not refute it. Tao Yao kept stirring her hands, as if waiting for Sumu's scolding. But after waiting for a long time, she found that her master did not scold her, so she raised her head slightly. Fool. Sumu smiled at Tao Yao. I didn't mean to scold you when I called you an idiot. I meant it because I felt sorry for you, okay? Idiot doesn't mean to scold her, but it means I feel sorry for her. Tao Yao savored these words carefully, and soon a smile appeared on her face. Does the master feel sorry for her? At this time, Sumu pulled Tao Yao's hand. Okay, treat yourself quickly. You are a doctor. How can a doctor treat himself if he can't? Master, let me heal you first. Aren't you injured too? Tao Yao is a typical person who will shine brightly if given a little sunshine. At this moment, she has long forgotten the previous unpleasantness. She thought of the burns on Sumu's body. Heal yourself first, quickly. Under Sumu's insistence, Tao Yao had no choice but to treat herself first. In her opinion, as long as she healed her own injuries quickly, she could help her master heal, which was a very important thing. You're already injured, but you still want to hide it from me and not tell me. You. Watching Tao Yao treating his wounds, Sumu couldn't help but mutter a few words. I don't mean to complain, I just think Tao Yao is stupid and silly. Although she was being scolded, Tao Yao did not feel aggrieved or unhappy this time. Instead, she felt sweet, because she could feel that this was a way and word used by her master to care about her. It has the same meaning as idiot. Don't hide your injuries from me next time, okay? Sumu continued. It would be best if you can solve it. If you can't, maybe I can find a way. I understand, master. Tao Yao agreed every day, and the grievances she had felt in the ice cellar had long since dissipated because of these concerns. Master, mine is fine now. Let me help you heal it. Tao Yao stood up. Sumu also confirmed that there was indeed no problem with her frostbite and new granulation tissue had grown. Tao Yao now has her own little tricks for treating external injuries, and the effects are very good. Bring it on. Sumu was not shy and just pulled up his shirt. The fibers of the clothes were entangled with the wound, making Sumu grimace. Master, your injuries are much more serious than mine. Just one glance, and Tao Yao's eyes were filled with tears and red. Compared to her frostbite, Su Mu's should be the one who receives treatment first. But because of her, he had been waiting in pain. It's okay. Come on, I don't feel any pain anymore. Su Mu comforted Tao Yao. He was afraid that she would really cry, which would be difficult to comfort her. What Su Mu fears most is women crying. Tao Yao did not dare to delay and quickly bent over to treat Su Mu. Burning pain? Of course it hurts. It smells like barbecue. How can it not hurt? When Su Mu said it didn't hurt, he was just trying to comfort Tao Yao. But now, Su Mu really doesn't feel any pain anymore. Because he found a way to transfer his pain. This girl seems to be prettier again. Su Mu muttered in his heart. Master, it doesn't hurt that much now, does it? Tao Yao raised her head and subconsciously asked her master how he felt. But she didn't expect the master to look straight ahead and stare at her in a daze. The next moment, her beautiful face flushed. Master, Tao Yao shouted in a muffled voice. Well, what's wrong? Su Mu was in agony when he heard Tao Yao's call and quickly came back to his senses. Are you still in pain? Tao Yao repeated the question. At this moment, Tao Yao's heart was beating very fast. If it were someone else, Tao Yao might have run away in panic and not known what to do. But it happened to be Su Mu. She didn't resist his gaze at all. Chapter 322. Promotion. It is destined to be a restless night. It doesn't hurt anymore. Putting aside the pain transfer technique, Su Mu found that his wound was really different. He looked down and found that new granulation tissue had grown on the wound on his chest and was getting better. Tao Yao, your healing magic has become stronger again. Su Mu couldn't help but click his tongue. Having observed Tao Yao's treatment many times, Su Mu knew very well the strength of her healing magic. But now, in such a short period of time, Tao Yao's healing magic actually healed his wounds. You know, if Tao Yao had used her previous healing strength to treat Su Mu's wound, it would take at least 3 or 4 casts of spells to achieve the same effect. But now, it seems that this effect was achieved in just one go. Moreover, Su Mu had already noticed this detail when Tao Yao was treating herself. At that time, he thought that Tao Yao's injury might not be serious enough, which led to such a result. Now it seems that it has nothing to do with how serious the disease is. It's just that Tao Yao's healing magic has really become stronger. Do you feel it? Su Mu continued to ask. He himself might feel wrong, but Tao Yao's feelings are more authoritative. I feel it too, master. It wasn't that effective yesterday, but today the treatment seems to be particularly effective. Tao Yao confirmed it personally. She had actually sensed it when she was treating herself just now, but time was tight and did not allow her to delve further. After being told by her master, Tao Yao expressed her thoughts. Could it be because of the exquisite jade tint soup? Su Mu attributed Tao Yao's abnormality to the Linglong Yupeng soup. According to Hestala, everyone who eats the Linglong Yupeng soup will become stronger to varying degrees. As for how strong one becomes, it all depends on how well one absorbs the soup. There seemed to be changes in Tao Yao's body. It should be. Tao Yao pouted her little mouth, tilted her head, and nodded. She didn't understand either, but the master said yes, so that's it. Tao Yao didn't even know how powerful the killing power was in Su Mu's eyes when she unintentionally tilted her head. So cute, so adorable. It makes people want to bully someone. With a force, he pulled Tao Yao into his arms. Owner. Tao Yao was surprised. Her eyes were wide open. But for Tao Yao, obedience is her nature that has been cultivated since she was a child. What's more, he is her master. She has no reason to refuse. Moreover, in Tao Yao's little heart, Su Mu is her favorite person. Even higher than Selena, who has lived for so long. Her status is a little bit higher, and much higher than Tao Yao herself. Why hasn't the master come yet? The water is getting cold. In the bathroom, Winstia pouted her red lips, supported her head, and sat on a small wooden stool, waiting patiently. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Winstia's body tilted, and she almost fell to the ground. She woke up immediately. It's over, I almost fell asleep. Where's the master? Hasn't he come yet? The water's cold. Winstia frowned as she looked at the bath water that was no longer emitting heat. Could it be that the war outside the territory has affected the master, and he is out? Winstia rubbed her numb calf and stood up. She planned to go to Su Mu's room to see what was going on. But before reaching Su Mu's room, Winstia was attracted by a familiar voice and stopped. Her face flushed slightly as she looked in the direction of the sound. Winstia was no fool. She knew what the sound was. Tao Yao's room? The attentive Winstia immediately understood what had happened. No wonder the master hasn't come to take a bath for so long. It turns out that he has been here in Tao Yao all along. Winstia pouted her lips, and a smile inexplicably appeared at the corner of her mouth. You said you wanted to find me. Without feeling jealous, Winstia prepared to leave and poured out the bath water. But the next moment, the door opened. Sumu appeared in front of Wenstia. His eyes were bright, and he exuded a sharp and terrifying aura. But the moment he saw Wenstia, this invisible aura instantly softened. For some reason, Wenstia felt that Sumu had changed. But as to what kind of changes had taken place, she had no idea at all. It's just a feeling. The moment the door opened, Wenstia felt that Sumu was a stranger. But now, it seems to have returned to its former familiarity, which is a very strange feeling. Walk. Sumu closed Taoyao's door, took Wenstia's hand, and gently led her forward. Master, has your strength improved? Wenstia spoke, as if she had thought of something. The moment the door opened, the aura that erupted from Sumu was definitely different from before. Sumu was quite powerful before, but he just didn't have that invisible aura. But just now it happened. Thinking of the aura that masters like Ulilua had, and then thinking of Linglong Yupeng's soup, Wenstia naturally linked the two together. She felt that it must be because of her improved strength. You figured it out? Sumu smiled slightly, and a strange charm lingered around him in his every move. Wenstia didn't know why, but she felt that Sumu looked more and more beautiful today. Especially the smile on his face, which makes people want to fall in love with him if they look at him for just a second. I feel it. Wenstia withdrew her gaze. She didn't dare to look any longer, for fear that she would not be able to control herself and would take the initiative to snuggle into Sumu's arms. What's wrong with her? Why do you have such thoughts? Wenstia really wants to splash cold water on her face. It's definitely improved. Besides, I also know how to improve myself. Sumu stared at Wenstia and spoke softly. What is it? Wenstia asked subconsciously. But soon, she was picked up by the princess. Chapter 323 I, Sumu, am going to become a succubus? Before, when Sumu drank the Linglong Yupeng soup, he was not quite sure how to improve himself. The entire territory is full of women, and they are of no value to him as a reference. He only felt a surge of power within his body. At first, Sumu thought that this power might be normal. But when he and Taoyao took the last step, he was promoted through Taoyao. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully absorbed the power of the exquisite jade tent soup. All your attributes have doubled, including charm. Congratulations, Lord. When absorbing the power of the exquisite jade tent soup, you received an external power boost, unlocking the ice element magic slot, and are now able to learn ice element magic. Congratulations, Lord. When absorbing the power of the exquisite jade tent soup, you received an external power boost, increasing your ice elemental magic attack by 15%. Congratulations, Lord. When absorbing the power of the exquisite jade tent soup, you were affected by external forces, and your resistance to ice elemental magic increased by 15%. This is the improvement Sumu achieved not long ago. For him, he is not a native from this world, so he does not have any level or anything like that. His improvement is nothing more than an improvement in attributes. Sumu has worked so hard for so long, and his attributes have always been just over 400. However, now, they have doubled in an instant, and he has also unlocked the ice element magic slot. The effect of this, Linglong Yupeng soup, is simply too powerful. When the battlefield shifts, Wenstia's talents, Fox Cauldron with meat, and exquisite jade tent soup, work together. All attributes plus 20, charm included. All attributes plus 20, charm not included. Understand the ice element magic skill, cross the ice wall. Lord's skill, insight, mutates, gaining, delusion breaking. Skills mutated? It was the first time that Sumu faced such a situation, so he quickly took the time to take a look. Breaking delusion. Enhanced upon the insight skill, it can obtain more detailed information about the target and discern hostility. Seems to have become stronger? It seems like there is no change. What does it mean to be able to see through hostility? All attributes plus 60, charm included. Because the player's charm value has exceeded 200, it has reached the maximum charm and cannot be increased further. Charm is extraordinary. Unlock the meaning of succubus. What's the meaning? Charm beyond measure. Unlocking the meaning of succubus? Confused by the system's sudden prompt. But now he has no time to check what is going on. Finally, Sumu looked carefully at his current attributes. Tiamu Town. Territory attributes. Level 3 City. Lord, Sumu. Lord Talents. Pride of the Leader, Purgatory Hot Springs, Devouring Stars, and Devouring the Moon. Lord Strength, 936. Leader's Strength, 920. Lord Agility, 916. Lord Wisdom, 940. Special Status, Burning Spirit Body, Yang Demon Body. Lord Skills, General Insight, Stealth. Lord skills, Wind Element Storm / Wind Dragon Technique, 100 Blades Whirlwind / Lord skills, Fire Element Flame Vortex, Skyfire Blade. Lord skill, Ice Element Ice Wall. Lord's equipment, Firearm, Dragon Horn Knife. Lord charm, 200 Succubus. Elemental enhancement, Water Element plus 15%, Ice Element plus 15%. Elemental resistance, Fire plus 30%, Ice plus 15%. Needless to say, the attributes have been greatly improved. What makes Su Mu most curious is what exactly the meaning of succubus is. Succubus will active inherit the will of the succubus, enhancing your overall temperament and increasing your attractiveness to the opposite sex by plus 200%. Most people of the opposite sex will be unable to resist your charm and will be drawn in by your captivating aura. Succubus will passive outstanding charm. Everyone's loyalty, favorability, trust, and obedience towards you increase, making it easier for you to recruit talents for your territory. After reading the introduction of Succubus, Sumu Bungbu, he really became a pure-blooded succubus. Sumu was still very satisfied. No matter how you look at it, he has made a huge improvement today. After tomorrow, he will complete a terrifying transformation. Before, Sumu relied on surprise attacks to defeat Yumu. Now he had a feeling that even without a surprise attack, he could still suppress Yumu. As for whether he could fight Yuliloa, Sumu didn't know. After all, judging from the improvement of the Lord's attributes after the territory is upgraded, if he had not eaten the exquisite jade tint soup, his current attributes could also be achieved when upgrading to a level 4 or level 5 territory. Every time the level of this world is upgraded, there will be a huge difference, which is double the growth. So, Sumu really didn't dare to say that he could defeat Yuliloa now. Not to mention, Yuliloa also ate the Linglong Yuping soup. But whether he could defeat Yuliloa was no longer something Sumu needed to worry about. What he needs is to influence her and make her his own. Fighting is not the ultimate goal, persuasion is. Thinking of this, Sumu's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Owner, look at me. Wenstia's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? Sumu looked down at Wenstia in her arms and raised her eyebrows. Wenstia, have you mastered the magic of fire element? Chapter 324 Zhou Yuqi becomes more beautiful. In Sumu's impression, Wenstia does not understand elemental magic. In the game's terms, her attack method is of general attributes, and there is no such thing as elemental power. Elemental flames were dancing on Wenstia's fingertips. Right? Owner, maybe it's the effect of the exquisite jade tint soup. I actually comprehended the magic of the fire element. Wenstia's voice was filled with excitement. In the territory, Wenstia has always played a supervisory role. Supervise members of each ethnic group to carry out their work in an orderly manner within the territory. She knew very well that the members' respect for her came from their awe and majesty for her master, Sumu. In the final analysis, it was all because of Sumu, not because of her, Wenstia. For example, orcs are a very obvious example. Orcs naturally worship the strong, and the only person they respect and fear is Sumu. So when Sumu asked them to work, they were always very active and did not dare to slack off at all. Even when Serena asked the beastmen to work, they had the same attitude. But if the same situation happened to Wenstia, it would be very different. The orcs did not respond as actively to Wenstia's orders as they did to Selena and Sumu. The reason for this is largely due to the lack of strength of Wenstia herself. Over time, in Wenstia's heart, she also hopes that she can become stronger and more powerful. However, after leaving the clan, she had no idea how to become stronger. But becoming stronger has always been the desire in Wenstia's heart. For this reason, Wenstia envied Serena. I envy her for being able to change the color of the world with just a wave of magic. Now, Wenstia finally understood the elemental magic, so she was very excited. That's great, congratulations. Sumu helped Wenstia tidy up the messy hair on her forehead, and then gave her a gentle kiss. He could feel Wenstia's happiness and excitement, and he was naturally happy for her. But soon, Sumu found something wrong. Why are you staring at me? Looking at Wenstia, who was staring at him without blinking, Sumu couldn't help but make a teasing remark. Master, why do I feel that you are particularly beautiful tonight? I felt it when you came out of Tao Yao's room, but you seem to be more beautiful now than before. As Wenstia spoke, she curled up in Sumu's arms, love growing wildly in her heart. Is it my imagination? I see. Sumu's mouth curled up slightly. He asked why Wenstia was staring at him, and it turned out that the succubus's will was at work. Of Tao Yao's room, Sumu's charm had doubled, so Wenstia thought he had become more handsome. Now his charm is at its peak. Naturally, he has made a step forward than before. So Sumu was not surprised at all that Winstia said this. He reached out and gently lifted Winstia's chin, looking into her eyes. Sumu just wanted to test to what extent his attraction to the opposite sex could be increased by 200%. Attraction between Winstia and him. But it still has certain experimental value. To Sumu's surprise, Winstia's eyes gradually became dull as she looked at him. The value of Linglong Yuping's soup is still increasing. Although he was tired last night, Sumu still got up early in the morning to get ready. After washing up, he walked through the territory feeling refreshed. Is there someone in the kitchen so early? Sumu noticed the smoke rising from the kitchen roof, and out of curiosity, he couldn't help but walk over to take a look. I found Zhou Yuqi cooking inside. So early. Sumu couldn't help but speak. Clang. The spoon in Zhou Yuqi's hand fell to the ground. She turned around and saw that it was Sumu. She rolled her eyes and said resentfully, "It's so scary. You walk without making any sound." Zhou Yuqi patted her chest, but soon her face suddenly turned red and she was stunned. How come Sumu has become so much more handsome after just one night apart? Is it my imagination? Ah, he's really handsome. Zhou Yuqi had already started talking to herself frantically in her heart. It's over, it's over. My face is so hot. I'm not blushing just because I looked at him, am I? What the hell? He's so handsome for no apparent reason. Could it be because of that soup last night? Ah, Zhou Yuqi has a rich inner world, and so does Sumu. Zhou Yuqi has become much prettier. Although she wasn't ugly to begin with, there was still a gap between her and Winstia and the others. Now I feel like the gap has been bridged. By the way, her skin has improved, her complexion has become better, and she looks more energetic. Even her eyes have a little more spirit. Perhaps the exquisite jade tint soup took effect, increasing my charm? Sumyuk was not exaggerating at all. In the past, in his eyes, Zhou Yuqi was just an ordinary beauty, quite cute. But today, her appearance can be described as excellent, even stunning. So much so that when Sumu saw her face just now, he was stunned for a long time. Moreover, he discovered that it was not just her face that had improved. Zhou Yuqi's temperament and figure had also greatly improved. Take body shape, for example. This is the most obvious thing to see the difference. Before, Zhou Yuqi had the body of an average girl, nothing special, but now Sumu felt that her body could be called good. Devilish figure. You seem to have become much more handsome. You seem to have become much more beautiful. Sumu and Zhou Yuqi said in unison. They were also stunned, and then subconsciously felt a little embarrassed. Sumu touched his nose embarrassedly. Zhou Yuqi touched her hair embarrassedly. It's because of the exquisite jade tint soup that my charm value has changed. It's because of the exquisite jade tint soup that my charm value has changed. The two of them spoke in unison again, and the words they counted were exactly the same. Let me speak first. Sumu smiled. Besides your attractiveness, have you noticed any other changes in your body? Chapter 325, Life Master. I want to become your disciple. Yes, my overall attributes have been strengthened. Facing Sumu's question, Zhou Yuqi did not hide anything and said, "Also, I suddenly realized the Lord's talent, which made me feel a little confused." Comprehended the Lord's talent? This is great stuff. Sumu didn't expect that Linglong Yuping's soup could also allow Zhou Yuqi to comprehend the Lord's talent, which aroused his curiosity. What does your Lord talent look like? How can I show you? I don't know how to do it. Zhou Yuqi fiddled with it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. She had been concentrating on cooking and her daily work in this world for so long. It can be said that there is no free time to think about other things. In this regard, Sumu could only patiently teach her to take screenshots, add him as a friend, and send. After a series of operations, he finally saw Zhou Yuqi's Lord talent. Life Master, passive within your territory or your faction's territory. All members gain plus 50% life skill strength, plus 50% work efficiency, and plus 50% work enthusiasm. A true master is always an apprentice. You always have a humble and enterprising heart. The top-notch life and professional skills you possess are always one level higher than those of the same level. Sumu. After seeing Zhou Yuqi's Lord talent, Sumu was stunned. To be honest, Fu Ningyu, Zhang Xiaohai, and Eileen are all subordinate lords under him, but the Lord talents of each of them are actively combat-oriented. One around him whose Lord talent is related to his life profession. Moreover, the most powerful point of this Life Master Lord talent is not that it adds buffs to members within the territory, but always one step ahead. Isn't Hestala awesome? Linglong Yuping's soup is her product. Once she made it, all the main members in Sumu's entire territory were promoted. And Hestala is just a great chef, yet she can reach such a level. If she reaches the level of a legendary chef, is it more powerful? But now, Zhou Yuqi also has huge potential. If they are of the same level, Hestala will no longer be her opponent in the future. This is a perfect life career master. Su Mu's eyes changed when he looked at Zhou Yuqi. Is Hestala fragrant? Of course it smells good. Is Zhou Yuqi fragrant? Fragrant too. It's absolutely a hot commodity. Su Mu's vision is not limited to the present. He sees huge development potential in her. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Yuqi felt a little nervous when Su Mu looked at her. Your life profession is very powerful, and it will be a great benefit to our territory. Very good. Su Mu praised. Yeah. Zhou Yuqi scratched her head and said, I don't know much about games, so I don't quite understand. Since you say it's amazing, then it's amazing. Su Mu. What a shame, I don't understand the game and don't quite understand it. Yesterday, I saw the exquisite jade canopy soup, made by Hestala. What do you think? Su Mu asked again. He will never let Zhou Yuqi go, and she will stay in his territory forever. In the past, his positioning of Zhou Yuqi might have been relatively simple, just a cook. Now it seems that there is room for better development. Very impressive. Hestala is really amazing. Just hearing the names of those materials makes me dizzy. I don't recognize any of them at all. Zhou Yuqi sighed slightly. Also, many creatures in this world have a natural fishy smell. When I usually make it, I bleed the meat, then soak it in water for a long time and marinate it for a while, but I still can't resist the fishy smell. Zhou Yuqi spoke out her distress for the first time. I also tried making soup with the prey I'd hunted, but the fishy smell was too strong each time, so I couldn't continue. I had to use strong flavors to mask the taste of the ingredients. But if you can't enjoy the original flavor of the same ingredients, it's undoubtedly a failure for a chef. No wonder the food you cook is always heavy in oil, salt, and flavor, and sometimes you even use a lot of chili peppers. Su Mu nodded, probably understanding Zhou Yuqi's distress. Before, Su Mu only thought that Zhou Yuqi might be a girl from Sichuan or Hunan, and that was the type of cuisine she was good at. Now it seems not. She was using her own method to cover up the fishy smell of the food. Yes, that's why I'm busy in the kitchen all day long. It's because of these things that I always want to bring good taste to everyone. Zhou Yuqi puffed out her lips. It was the first time that she talked about her troubles with Su Mu so freely, and she felt pretty good. Could it be because the prey we hunted were all uncastrated and came from the wild, so they had a strong fishy smell? Su Mu thought of a possibility. Would you like to try cooking with captive animals? That's not the reason. Zhou Yuqi shook her head. As a chef, Hestala is an excellent chef. The meat of that snow dragon yesterday also had a strong fishy smell. I could smell it. But under Hestala's cooking, it is light and refreshing, without any fishy smell at all. It was also from that time that I realized the gap between me and her. Zhou Yuqi clenched her fists, and Su Mu could hear her unwillingness to admit defeat and envy from her words. He spoke comfortingly. Hestala is a great chef. She naturally has more tricks than you. How about I ask her to teach you some relevant knowledge? Maybe you don't know enough about the ingredients in this world. Is it really possible? Zhou Yuqi was a little excited. Actually, I also want to become Hestala's disciple. She is really as good as 10 of me in this aspect. Zhou Yuqi felt that 10 was too few and somewhat belittled Hestala, so she quickly changed her words. No, 100. You don't need to belittle yourself. Su Mu smiled and said that he thought Zhou Yuqi was quite interesting. Why didn't he notice it before? Could it be that because she is prettier, he finds her more pleasing to the eye? Su Mu felt that he should not be that superficial. It seems that I need to communicate more with Zhou Yuqi in the future. By the way, actually I also wanna. Zhou Yuqi didn't know what she was thinking about and was too embarrassed to continue. You mean you want to take the association exam, right? Like Hestala? Zhou Yuqi didn't deny her thoughts, but said awkwardly. If that's the case, wouldn't it be too much trouble? After all, going to St. Lumbius sounds like a very far place. Chapter 326, Yu Lilua blushes. The time is ripe. Zhou Yuqi is not a fool. She knew that St. Lumbius was a very far place, and there was no way she could get there alone. As the lord of a territory, Su Mu is the backbone of the territory and the absolute leader. It is even more impossible for him to go to such a far place with her. Not to mention, Su Mu now has more and more subordinate territories, and he doesn't have the time and energy to accompany her to St. Lumbius. Therefore, Zhou Yuqi felt that what she said would cause great trouble to Su Mu. She did not expect that Su Mu had seen through her thoughts and guessed her ideas first. Don't worry. Just when Zhou Yuqi was daydreaming, Su Mu made a promise. As long as you work hard, I will take you to St. Lumbius one day and take you to the exam myself. Left the kitchen carrying a bowl of pheasant mushroom soup. He suddenly remembered that Tao Yao seemed to still be sleeping in the room. As a responsible man, Su Mu must be responsible for Tao Yao to the end, so he went there with the soup. Pushing the door open, Su Mu saw Tao Yao's delicate body lying on the ground. This girl didn't sleep well at all. The quilt was kicked to the ground. But luckily she was wearing clothes. Got up and put it on herself in the middle of the night. Su Mu walked to the bedside. He was about to pick up the quilt to cover Tao Yao, but he found that her eyelashes trembled inexplicably several times. Su Mu's lips curled up into a smile, and he suddenly felt playful. He sat down on the edge of the bed and muttered, "This girl, it's already this late, and she hasn't gotten up yet. She's too lazy. No, she'll have to be sold to someone else as a slave. I don't want her anymore. You have to buy someone who works hard, not someone who is too lazy." Before Su Mu finished speaking, he saw Tao Yao on the bed had opened her big blue eyes. Her eyes, as beautiful as gems, were still full of crystal, staring at him sadly. Su Mu was stunned when he saw this. No way. This girl couldn't help but joke, and she acted like she was about to burst into tears. As soon as Su Mu had this thought in his mind, he saw Tao Yao reaching out and hugging him, then curling up in his arms. "Master, you can't give up Tao Yao." No, no, no. Tao Yao's voice was choked with sobs. "Tao Yao will be diligent in the future and not lazy. I was just too tired last night, so I slept late. Master, please forgive me." Tao Yao squeezed her little head into Su Mu's arms desperately, and her tears and snot were wiped directly onto his clothes. What a sin. Su Mu simply noticed that Tao Yao was pretending to be asleep, so he felt playful and said those words on purpose to tease her. He didn't expect her to react so strongly. There is no way. Su Mu can only clean up his own mess. He quickly reached out and hugged Tao Yao's petite body. "Idiot, I was just teasing you. How could I really not want you? You were pretending to be asleep after I came in, so I was just teasing you. I really didn't want to leave you. I was really joking. Don't take it seriously, okay? Really?" Tao Yao raised her little face pitifully. Of course it's true. Su Mu helped Tao Yao wipe the tears from her face and continued to comfort her. "Don't even mention just sleeping for a short while. From now on, our Tao Yao can sleep as long as she wants. It's all fine, okay? You are my little Tao Yao. I will spoil you." As Su Mu spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Tao Yao's still cold face. As long as the master doesn't abandon Tao Yao doesn't dare to ask for too much. It's enough for the master to give Tao Yao a little love. Tao Yao reached out and hugged Su Mu's waist tightly so that she could feel safe. Since last night, Tao Yao has devoted herself completely to Su Mu. She belongs to him now, body and soul. So, when she heard that she was going to be sent away and sold, she was really scared. She is still scared now. "Nonsense, what is your relationship with me now? Of course I won't abandon you," Su Mu said as he took the soup beside him and scooped a spoonful for Tao Yao. "Drink it." Su Mu's voice was very gentle, perhaps because he sensed Tao Yao's insecurity. "Master, you don't have to feed me. I can do it myself." Tao Yao wanted to sit up and drink the soup herself, but Su Mu stopped her. "Obedient." Just these two words made Tao Yao stay obediently in his arms. This bowl of soup is the most peaceful, sweetest, and happiest bowl of soup Tao Yao has ever had in a long time. It's just because her owner feeds her personally and is very gentle. Even after finishing the drink, Tao Yao still felt a little unsatisfied. "Okay, I'm going to go see you, Lila. You stay here obediently. You're not feeling well today, so just rest a little more, okay?" Tao Yao wanted to say something, but Su Mu saw through her intention first. "I'll let Wednesday supervise you. If you dare not obey, he..." Su Mu ended with a humph and did not scare Tao Yao again. He knew that she was simple-minded and might take it seriously. "I know." Tao Yao lay obediently on the bed, letting Su Mu cover her with the quilt himself. "Okay, let's take a break," Su Mu said, lowered his head and kissed. Su Mu saw Yu Liluo, who was still in the ice cellar. But compared to last night, she is now full of energy, and one can faintly feel her restrained and self-disciplined aura. "You've become stronger again." Su Mu spoke. "The same to you." Yu Liluo also felt the difference in Su Mu today. "What about your injuries? How are they?" Yu Liluo took the initiative to care about someone. Su Mu was a little surprised. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine now. Tao Yao treated me." "That's good." Yu Liluo was a person of few words and not good at speaking, so she didn't know what to say when she heard this. I could only stare blankly at Su Mu's face. But soon, Yu Liluo's face suddenly turned red, and she turned her face away gently, no longer looking at Su Mu. Su Mu naturally noticed this small detail. Yu Liluo actually blushed? Did he blush when he saw it? It's unprecedented. The succubus in him that had taken effect. Interesting. Su Mu smiled secretly in his heart. "Let's go, let's leave here. I have to go to Tianlong City today." Su Mu turned around and suggested leaving. Yu Liluo stood up and followed him. Her eyes fell on Su Mu's back, and her flushed face finally eased. What's going on? Why did he suddenly look so much better? I actually blush when I look at him. Yu Lilua, are you crazy about flowers? He's just being nice to you. Don't be stupid. Men are unreliable and cannot be trusted. At this moment, this is Yu Lilua's inner psychological activity. As soon as Su Mu landed in Tianlong City, he immediately received the latest news about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 327 Intelligence Tip. Giant Dragon Egg. Mud-san, let's get to the point. What's the news about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Why are you staring at me? Su Mu's voice rang out, and he stared at Mud-san with some displeasure. It would be fine if it was just a woman staring at him, but now a rough old man like Mud-san is also staring at him, and Su Mu feels a little scared. He doesn't want to face the man head-on. Sir, didn't you ask us to close the city gates recently? The people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce want to leave the city, and that woman Ines came to me and asked me to open a back door for her. Mud-san quickly told about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time, he was wondering in his heart. How come after just one night not seeing each other, the city lord has become so handsome and his skin is so fair and tender? He is so handsome that I can't take my eyes off him. It feels like I've been bent from straight to gay. Mud-san was so panicked. He had no interest in homosexuality, but he actually had bad thoughts about the city lord. Damn it. Mud-san quickly curbed his perverted thoughts. Want to leave the city? So how did you respond to her? Of course I am upright and incorruptible. Mud-san patted his chest and said, Ines came to see me alone because she didn't want too many people to know. But I decisively refused. I remembered your instructions, Lord City Lord, that I couldn't just open the city gates. Disobeying orders would result in death. Su Mu nodded slightly and praised. Yes, you are very conscious. Thank you, sir. Mud-san quickly smiled and saluted like a knight. By the way, do you know her purpose? Su Mu asked again. I don't know. Ines just said that a batch of things needed to be transported out of the city. Mud-san reported truthfully. Su Mu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, if Ines wanted to transport something out, she didn't need to come in person to apply to Mud-san, but could use the secret passage. But why did she go to such great lengths? Could it be that because of Kaisen's previous rescue, Ines felt that the secret passage was not safe, so she wanted to take the main road? This does make sense. But what are they going to transport? This is a problem that Su Mu can't figure out. Mud-san, go find Kaisen. Su Mu ordered. Yes. Mud-san didn't say anything more and just turned and left. At this time, the intelligence system that had not appeared for a long time sent out intelligence again. 6-star value intelligence. 50 kilometers south of Tianlong City, in Miluo Forest, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's transport team is camping and resting. They appear to be waiting for something. Intelligence tip. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is transporting some daily necessities this time, which are of little value. However, mixed in with them is a giant dragon egg. Intelligence analysis. The giant dragon egg is extremely valuable. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce that relied on human trafficking to make a fortune. They have committed many evil deeds. We can boldly enforce justice and steal their goods. Su Mu. To be honest, the 4 words, huge dragon egg, successfully attracted Su Mu's attention. Su Mu now has a mount, slaves, and women, but he lacks a fighter as powerful as a bodyguard. If you want to keep a dragon as a pet, that would be a very good choice, right? Of course, the demon dragon, Lei Kane's and Su Mu's magic dragon horn knife, is different, not to mention that guy is still sleeping now. Even if he was not asleep, Su Mu might not have the ability to drive him around. But if it's a little dragon, then there should be no problem, right? Thinking of this, Su Mu became eager to take action. Sir, Miss Kaisen is here. Before the Mudizan people could make any sound, Su Mu soon saw Kai Xian. Su Mu could see that Kai Xian paused, and her eyes quickly stopped on his face. About 10 seconds later, Kaisen's face flushed, and she turned her face away pretending to be casual. Su Mu. To be honest, Su Mu was a little surprised that Kaisen blushed when she saw him. After all, Kaisen was once the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. She had seen many travelers coming and going, and could be considered a woman who had seen the world. But the moment she saw him, she couldn't help blushing. How great his charm was now. Kai Xian, Mud-san has told you everything about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. What do you think the reason is? Is it because of what you said before? Su Mu was the first to break the silence. On the day he rescued Kaisen, Kaisen had told him that she had information that could be used to deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. It's just that the time was not right at that time, and Kaisen didn't say why. Now seems like it's time, but all of this is Su Mu's speculation and has not been confirmed by Kai Xian. It should be. Kai Xian's eyes fell on Su Mu's face, but they stayed for less than a second before she quickly looked away again. Sumu, Ines, and the others probably wanted to transport a large amount of gold bars and goods. They realized that Tianlong City was no longer a place they could stay for long, so they wanted to leave early. I've heard Ines talk about evacuation before, Kai Xian said in a gentle tone. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is in Feiyun City. Now that the Longyin Empire no longer exists, it could be involved in a large-scale war at any time. Kelly's has long considered withdrawing everything. If his father wasn't the mayor of Feiyun City, he would have already transferred the wealth of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce long ago. Who is Kelly's? Sumu couldn't help but ask. He could probably guess it, but he still needed Kaisen's confirmation. Khalees is the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Feiyun City, but in fact, he is the real owner behind the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. This is something everyone knows. Kaisen spoke, and when she heard the name Kelly's, her face showed disgust and aversion, as if there was a deeper story between them. Sumu nodded. Kai Xian continued at this time. I guess the last time you rescued me from the secret passage made Ines feel unsafe, so she wanted to leave the city through the main gate. And the reason they went out must be to meet up with another transport team. Kai Xian's gaze fell on Sumu again, and this time it lasted for quite a while. This is the news I told you last time. The cargo that Yunlong Chamber of Commerce needs to transport this time needs to be shipped to Tianyin City. It is said to be very important cargo, and the security deposit has reached 10 billion gold coins. That's very rare. Kai Xian's face was solemn. Last time, the insurance for the fruit of the tree of life was only 500 million gold coins, but this time the insurance for the cargo has reached 10 billion. Chapter 328 Design. Milior was caught. If the goods are lost, then Kelly's will definitely have a headache. He can't afford to offend the person he's dealing with. Even if he can really pay 10 billion, he will still lose a lot of money. His reputation among the cities will drop significantly, and no one will dare to cooperate with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in the future. If a Chamber of Commerce loses its credibility, it will soon collapse and go bankrupt. After listening to what Kai Xian said, Sumu roughly understood. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is more or less like a security agency. Once the goods that you help transport are lost, you will face compensation. It is indeed as Kai Xian said, if there is no integrity, it will be an absolutely devastating blow to a Chamber of Commerce. Then do you know what this batch of goods is? Why is it so important? Sumu asked tentatively. Even though he already knew it was a dragon egg, he also wanted to see if Kai Xian knew about it. Unfortunately, I don't know. When I almost got the news, I was already replaced by Ines. Kai Xian sighed slightly and spoke helplessly. But I know what you need to do now. Kai Xian looked at Sumu. Sumu also looked at her. He smiled slightly and knew what Kai Xian wanted to say. Agree to Ines leaving the city. Right. Kai Xian has witnessed Sumu's intelligence and scheming. She had a feeling that the city lord's future achievements would definitely not be limited to what she saw now. Lady Ines, Mudsun just said he'd open a back door for us and let us out of the city in the middle of the night. The spy who got the news hurried to Ines to take credit. Oh, why did he change his mind? Didn't he reject me before? Ines frowned and raised her head slightly to glance at her subordinates. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Ines was a smart person, and she became alert at once. It's said that Lord Mudsun's wife is crying and demanding repairs to their mansion, saying that he's now the acting deputy city lord and doesn't even have a decent place to live. Because of this, the couple quarreled in the street. Many people saw it, and Lord Mudsun even slapped his wife. Listening to the subordinates' report, Ines pursed her lips and then chuckled. I've always said that there's no such thing as integrity in this world. It's just that I don't have desires for the time being. Go ahead. Ines shook her waist. Mudsun, what do you want? My lord is clever. The subordinate's eyes were fixed on Ines, and his eyes almost went under her skirt. Mudsun wants 20 million gold coins from us. 20 million. Ines slammed the table and stood up, her face full of anger. Is he crazy? How dare he? He's the lion's mouth. Crazy. Ines couldn't help but be angry. 20 million gold coins. She originally thought that if Mudsun asked for 1 million, it would be fine, but she didn't expect him to be so bold as to ask for 20 million. It's really crazy. Did he think that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were fools? Will you really spend this money? Ines' chest heaved with anger. If the secret passage hadn't been unsafe, they wouldn't have needed to ask that bastard Mudsun for help. The subordinate shrank his head, but still said boldly, Lady Ines, building a good mansion does require a lot of money. 20 million may be a bit much, but it is indeed commensurate with Mudsun's current status. After all, he agreed to our request only after a quarrel with his wife, so it seems he really needs the money now. The subordinate licked his lips, and his gaze fell on Iness's rising and falling chest again, feasting his eyes before saying, "As for why he is so courageous, he just told me that this is something that could cost you your life if you're not careful. That city lord Su Mu has issued a clear order prohibiting anyone from leaving the city. Not even an ant from Tianlong City can leave. He is now colluding with a bunch of his subordinates to deceive Su Mu, so it naturally costs a lot. That's what he called hush money. So, you think it's reasonable for him to ask for 20 million? Iness stared at her subordinate and snorted. Of course it's unreasonable. The subordinate smiled. But the more unreasonable something is, the more reasonable it is. A guy like Mudsun has already reneged once. If he suddenly asks for 1 million and lets go, would you believe it? Humph. Iness sneered. You do have some brains. It's all because of Lady Iness's good training, the subordinate said, and he rushed forward and hugged Iness. Don't do anything rash. Iness reached out to stop his hungry behavior. Go over now and tell Mudsun that you can give him 20 million. But it's not just a one-time thing. If there's a need later, he'll need to unconditionally let us go one more time. Yes. At the same time, Feiyun City, Earl's Mansion. Master Kelly's, there's the latest news. Heiwo rushed in and came to Kelly's, who was closing his eyes and resting. What's going on? An old voice came, belonging to Kelly's. Ever since returning from the tribe of the Tree Elves in the Siamese forest, Kelly's appearance has always remained old. Now he looks older than his father, and he is the type who does nothing when seeing women. He hated the elves. Coupled with the recent war between Feiyun City and the Moon Demon clan, Kelly's was in an even worse mood. He felt that his life was really terrible. Nothing has gone smoothly since returning from the Tree Elf. About the Tizot Holy Spirit Horse. Hayward reported excitedly. Tizot Holy Spirit Horse. Kelly sat up suddenly in excitement. Quick, explain yourself quickly. Seeing this, Heiwo quickly stepped forward to support the trembling Kellys. Master Kellys, don't worry. Don't you remember that Mr. Cohen from the Chamber of Commerce bought a Tizot Silver Feather Horse? Just 2 days ago, when they were transporting the Tizot Silver Feather Horse to Crow City, they were attacked. And the one who attacked them was Tiansua Silver Feather Horse's sister, Tiansua Holy Spirit Horse. It is said that there is another person named Miluoer. Hayworth told the news he had received. What about her? Where are the people? Where are the horses? Kelly said excitedly. Tizot Holy Spirit Horse is his only hope of regaining his youth, and he can't help but be excited. I just received the news that it's on its way back. It may take another 2 days to reach our Feiyun City. Because of the impact of the war. 2 days. Kelly's was anxious, but he knew it was very unsafe outside. Immediately dispatch more personnel to ensure the safe return of the Tiansua Holy Spirit Horse. Yes. Chapter 329 Slika is coming. Because Iness was scheduled to leave the city in the early morning, Su Mu first asked Mudsun to secretly lead a team to ambush. After explaining everything, Su Mu used the fixed-point teleportation scroll to return to the small town of Tianmu. Now he is running between the two places and dare not leave Tianmu town for too long. After all, the battle between the Moon Demon clan and Feiyun City is still going on. What Su Mu is thinking in his heart is that he should be ready to lead the undead attack at any time and deal a heavy blow to either side. Of course, which side to choose depends on the battle situation, and he has not decided yet. Therefore, in order not to miss the necessary battle, Su Mu could not leave Tianmu town for too long. He could only teleport back to the vicinity of Tianlong City in the middle of the night. It is a good opportunity to take advantage of this time to test Mudsun's command ability and see if he can be of great use. As soon as he landed in Tianmu town, Su Mu saw Snowed waiting there. It seems that he has something to report. What? Any new information to report? Is it about the Moon Demon clan and Feiyun City? Su Mu took the initiative to ask. No, my king. There is a goblin named Slika who has been waiting outside the territory for a long time and wants to see you. Because the territory is currently inaccessible, I can only ask her to wait outside. Snod reported. Silica. Su Mu raised his eyebrows. Then his face lit up with joy. Take me there quickly. Yes. Now only Su Mu has the ability to let people enter the territory, so no one except him can bring people into the territory. He is a very important hub. By the way, Snowed, what's the current situation of the battle between the Moon Demon clan and Feiyun City? Su Mu asked with concern. He doesn't have many territory shields left. If the Moon Demon clan and Feiyun City can't compete to determine the stronger one, it will be very disadvantageous for him. Su Mu was also very anxious about this. Once the territory shield disappears, the Moon Demon clan will pose a huge threat to their territory. Who knows if they will change their strategy and suddenly come back to attack Tianmu town. Su Mu couldn't guarantee this. He could only keep an eye on the battle ahead. In the morning, The Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City went to war. The battle was quite fierce. Feiyun City was at a great disadvantage, and the Moon Demon Clan won a landslide victory. However, it is said that Feiyun City has sent reinforcements. Reinforcements may arrive tomorrow. Snod followed Su Mu and reported. The Moon Demon Clan didn't know about this news. They stopped to rest for a while. They probably looked down on the soldiers of Feiyun City. I feel like they are no match for me and are quite arrogant. Snod gave his own assessment. He is from the Night Demon Clan, but he also has the ability to think independently like humans, and he has his own judgment. Su Mu frowned, thought for a moment, and shook his head. It's definitely not that the Moon Demon Clan looks down on the people of Feiyun City, but rather that the Moon Demon Clan is also afraid of fighting. They are trying to defeat the enemy without fighting and want to suppress Feiyun City with a great victory. Let them retreat on their own initiative. Snod was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Perhaps the king is right. Snod, spread the news to the Moon Demon Clan and tell them that the reinforcements from Feiyun City will arrive tomorrow. After a little thought, Su Mu spoke. My king, aren't we helping them? What if the Moon Demons are prepared? Snod raised his question, but Su Mu shook his finger. You're too young, Snod. Believe me, given the Moon Demon Clan's temperament, the first thing they'll do upon receiving the news is to attack the Feiyun City army at night. They will definitely not allow them to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Su Mu smiled confidently and continued. Don't they want to win without fighting? How can such a good thing happen in this world? If they don't want to fight, then I'll force them to fight. Let's see if they fight or not. Su Mu's idea was to greatly deplete the strength of both sides, no matter which side it was. They're all enemies anyway. Snod suddenly realized, his dark eyes still digesting what Su Mu said. I see. Snod leaves. Why are there so many demons around here? Moon demon warriors who appeared before her. Slika's brows fell, and her face was full of displeasure. This is the third time today. Let's go together. Don't give her a chance. The Moon Demon Warriors spoke, and with a flap of his wings, he attacked Slika. The 6-month demon warriors in the rear quickly caught up. Snort. Slika snorted, and then she took out a small hammer from somewhere. Then the hammer, which was only the size of a palm, suddenly grew larger and became a huge iron hammer more than 2 meters long. This giant hammer is quite imposing, and it feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds at first glance. The big hammer and the small Slika form a huge contrast. But what was surprising was that the hammer that seemed to have a terrifying weight seemed as light as a feather in Slika's hand. She swung it with great force, and in one go, she blasted the captain of the Moon Demon Clan warriors away. The other 6 Moon Demon Clan warriors were unable to get close to her for a while under the giant hammer wielded by Slika. 1v7. Slika firmly holds the advantage. My goodness, is Slika's power so terrifying? That hammer must weigh at least several thousand pounds, right? Behind a tree in the distance, Su Mu looked at Slika, who was fighting with the Moon Demon Clan, his eyes full of surprise, astonishment, and shock. He had just arrived and saw the Moon Demon warriors trying to besiege Slika, so his first thought was to help. But Slika took out the big hammer, which made Su Mu stop helping. He wanted to see how strong Slika was. The result surprised him greatly. Slika doesn't need any help at all. Su Mu could probably see the strength of the Moon Demon warriors. The weakest ones were only able to compete with the Golden Knights. But what surprised Su Mu even more was that Slika quickly resolved the battle. The 7 Moon Demon warriors were defeated by her giant hammer and were soon knocked to the ground. Some of them were vomiting blood, some of their bodies were dented, and they all suffered injuries of varying degrees. The scene caught the attention of the only spectator, Su Mu, and was extremely spectacular. Hurry, help. At this time, shouts were heard again from the sky. Su Mu looked up and saw 2 more teams of Moon Demon warriors, totaling 14 people. Seeing their people being abused by Slika, they rushed towards her without saying a word. Bah, I'm just being bullied. Slika let out a delicate cry, put down the giant hammer, and then rummaged through the small cloth bag she was carrying, took out a dozen steel ball-like objects, and threw them into the sky. Chapter 330 Mechanic Slika. What kind of trick is this? Watching Slika throwing the steel ball into the sky, Su Mu subconsciously thought it was an attack method like a bomb. But soon, Slika told him that things were not that simple. There was a loud bang sound from the steel balls in the sky, and then, in a very sci-fi way, more than a dozen steel balls all turned into Iron Men. To be precise, it's not Iron Man, but, damn it, Iron Robot. Su Mu blurted out, his mouth almost unable to close in surprise. It's not that he has never seen the world, but Slika's methods really made him feel very surprised and shocked. This shock was even greater than when she picked up the giant hammer. Slika, can she actually transform into a robot? as if anyone doesn't have help. Slaika snorted, rolled up her sleeves, and seemed ready to do something big. But she was not needed at all, as those robots had already fought together with the Moon Demon warriors. Moreover, Sumu also saw that those so-called robots used magic attacks, and they had different magic elements. What a great thing! Sumu licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire. Men simply cannot resist the steel tide. Sumu had watched Transformers a lot before, and had always been attracted by the cool robots that could transform. Even though Slaika's robots are far from reaching the level of Transformers, they do have similarities to a certain extent. In the long run, if these robots are Slaika's masterpieces, then will she be able to create robots like Transformers in the future? Sumu couldn't help but get excited when he thought of these possibilities. Because he knows that in this world, everything is possible. The combat capability of the robot is very strong. The Moon Demon warriors were defeated by them. Perhaps for the Moon Demon warriors, they had no idea how to deal with these iron lumps that they had seen for the first time. First, their bodies are terribly hard. Second, they are not afraid of pain or head-on confrontation. Third, the way they release magic is not fixed, there is no chanting time, and there is no so-called routine. Fourth, people always have a natural fear of unknown things. Even as strong as the Moon Demon clan, it is still like this. With the superposition of numerous buffs, the Moon Demon warrior was defeated. Complete defeat. Come back, everyone. Slaika waved her hand and recovered the robot. Then she turned around and looked behind her. Have you seen enough? Aren't you coming out yet? How did you know I was here? Sumu smiled awkwardly and walked out from behind the tree. Slaika actually discovered his existence. It seems that she is stronger than he imagined. Oh, Sumu suddenly remembered his mutated insight. To be precise, it should be the art of breaking delusion. Silica Elwyn. Race, Goblin. Strength? Age, 489. Occupation, Mechanic. Biography. Alvin is a high caste among the goblins. Slaika Alvin is the youngest daughter of the Alvin goblin family. She has a noble status among the goblins. She has top-notch forging talent, but because she likes to tinker with machinery, she gave up the forging industry and joined the ranks of mechanics. She traveled around the continent, constantly improving her mechanical skills, looking for like-minded mechanics, and improving herself in the process. She is always shrouded in a hazy veil of mystery. She is a goblin with a wealth of life experience, and stories about her are circulating in many cities. It was the first time for Sumu to use the upgraded and mutated insight technique. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. The introduction was quite detailed. It is much better than the previous insight that could only show one name. But soon, Sumu was stunned again. Because the feedback from breaking delusion technique is not over yet. Feels Slaika Erwin's hostility towards you. What's going on? Feeling hostile? Sumu was stunned. It's really difficult to find you. You were clearly here a long time ago, but not only did you not come out to help, you even hid far away, hoping to watch the show. How despicable. Slaika snorted and said, "Is this your way of entertaining guests?" After these words, Sumu probably knew why Slaika was hostile to him. It seems that she is very dissatisfied with what he just did. Miss Slaika, when I first arrived, you were already fighting the Moon Demon tribe. When you took out your giant hammer, I was stunned for a moment. So much so that I didn't act in time. Sumu explained. What about the second wave of attacks? Why didn't you take action? Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Slaika could really pick out details. During the second wave of attacks, you took out those steel balls. I was stunned when I saw them. I was so shocked that I forgot to help. So it's my fault. Slaika raised her eyebrows, slightly dissatisfied. When it comes to feelings, what's her problem? Isn't it? Sumu said with a smile. Your methods have surprised and frightened me. How dare I interfere casually? He changed the subject. However, if you are unhappy, Miss Slaika, you can still scold me. After all, as a beautiful and capable lady, you have privileges in my eyes. If you're still not happy, I've prepared food in my territory. Let's go eat first. A full stomach will give you more energy to curse. Silica's hostility disappears. Sumu. Sure enough, every woman likes to be praised, flattered, and coaxed. This is the case with Sabastini, and it seems to be the same with Srika at the moment. Mr. Sumu, you are quite good at talking. You should know why I came to see you, right? Slaika no longer dwelled on the fact that Sumu had watched the show without helping. I can probably guess. Sumu nodded. Miss Slaika, you want to agree to a deal with me, right? When Sumu first met Slaika in Fu Ningyu's territory, he had a conversation with her. At that time, Sumu raised doubts. Why did Slaika create armor? He was even willing to exchange a few pounds of omnic metal for the answer. At that time, Slaika replied that she should think about it. The reason she came here now is probably because of this matter. She must have agreed. Otherwise, she could just leave directly. Why would she have to come to see Sumu specifically? You are very smart, Mr. Sumu. Slaika smiled slightly. I'm willing to make a deal with you. That's great. Sumu stretched out his hand. What do you mean? Slaika didn't understand the meaning of his action. Why did he suddenly reach out his hand towards her? Miss Slaika, it's dangerous outside. Let's go inside the territory and talk. You don't want to continue facing the attacks of the Moon Demon Warriors, do you? Sumu explained. My current territory is protected. I must use a teleportation scroll to enter, and the method of using it requires you to hold my hand. In fact, Sumuda can give Slaika another teleportation scroll. That way you can get in without holding hands. But Sumu didn't do that, and those who understood the reason would understand. All right. After a slight hesitation, Slaika stretched out her hand. Chapter 331. Gathered all the materials for making the magic rocket launcher? Gnome, Silica female sign. Age, 489 years, 5 months, 23 days. Work adaptability, handcrafting LV5, forging LV6, machinery LV6, construction LV6, writing LV3. Special talent tags, goblin strength, mechanical wisdom, coincidence, magical empowerment. When Sumu saw Slaika's information, he was surprised. Forging LV6, machinery LV6, and architecture are all LV6. Sumu won't talk about the first two. The key ones are architecture and compilation, which are really new to him. But soon, Sumu remembered that he had heard Selena say that there was a profession on the continent that specialized in making magic scrolls, called the Scribe Master. So, this, Zhuanwen, should be what the compiler meant. As for architecture, Sumu had also heard Selena say that there were indeed architects on this continent who could empower things like city walls and buildings to strengthen defenses. It can also design very reasonable buildings according to the terrain. Architects and chefs are the same. Both are life professions that require level exams. To be honest, it was the first time that Sumu saw someone with both the talents of architecture and weaving patterns. Slaika is definitely a rare and highly talented being. It's a real, gifted monster. Goblin's great strength. A talent unique to high-level goblins, capable of lifting objects 1,000 times their own weight. When Sumu saw this talent label, he remembered the hammer that Slaika had carried before. No wonder. It turns out that it is a bonus from the talent itself. It is really abnormal. If it weighs 1,000 times its own weight, doesn't that mean that Slaika can easily pick up something weighing 10,000 pounds? The Moon Demon Warrior being smashed to pieces just now, Sumu couldn't help but shudder. The goblins are so powerful and terrifying. Mechanical wisdom. As a fellow mechanic, she's always one step ahead of the rest, possessing her own unique understanding of mechanics. She's always at the forefront, surpassing everyone else in the industry. This is a talent exclusive to mechanics, and the meaning is very simple. Slaika will be better than all mechanics in the same industry. Psychic coincidence. Able to communicate with machines and comprehend their inner thoughts. The machines created have a 10% chance of being top-notch. When Sumu saw the coincidence of mind, he didn't quite understand it at first, but after careful consideration, he felt that it should be similar to the careful cultivation on Kokolu's body. Epic quality under normal operation. But when she triggers the psychic coincidence, talent, epic quality items may become legendary or ancient quality. The only difference is that Slaika can communicate with machines. Are they talking? Or does it mean to communicate with each other? Sumu was quite curious about this talent. Magic empowerment. Ability to empower machines with magical energy, allowing them to possess their own elemental powers. When seeing this, Sumu roughly understood why the robot that Slaika had thrown out before could spit fire and water. Emotions are the reason for her magic empowerment talent. But what Sumu is curious about now is whether Slaika is the only one who has this magical power. Or is it that all mechanics can do this? Mr. Sumu has entered the territory. Just as Sumu was thinking, Slaika's voice sounded in his ears. Excuse me. Sumu reacted and quickly let go of Slaika's hand. But Slaika's next words made him stiffen. Mr. Sumu, if I remember correctly, the teleportation scroll doesn't require two people holding hands to teleport, right? You can also give me a separate one. The effect is the same, right? Silica looked at Sumu meaningfully. Haha. Sumu quickly started to change the subject. By the way, Miss Slaika, you should be a mechanic, right? I wonder if you've heard of the magic rocket launcher and the dragon cannon. How could Slaika not hear that Sumu was trying to change the subject? She didn't say anything more and nodded. I've heard that the dragon cannon is a bit simpler, but it's much more complicated than the magic rocket cannon. Just gathering the materials to make it is not a simple task. In some city-states, blueprints for magic rocket launchers are still sold. It's just that due to the difficulty of collecting materials, the magic rocket launcher has not received much attention. However, if it can be made, it will still be very powerful. Slaika said, looking at Sumu curiously. Mr. Sumu, you can ask this because you have the design drawings of the magic rocket launcher and the dragon cannon. Am I right? Having already decided to make a deal with Sumu, Slaika has no reason to hide her identity. Miss Slaika, you are so smart. Sumu smiled and praised. I knew it. Slaika's face was filled with calmness and confidence. However, I can tell you the truth, I don't have the materials to make a magic rocket launcher. So even if I am a mechanic and can participate in the manufacturing, I can't make a meal without rice. I can't help you either, Mr. Sumu. Slaika guessed that Sumu must have some drawings and wanted her to help make them. So, she politely rejected him first because of the material issue. This move is very exquisite. But soon, Slaika noticed the smile on Sumu's face, a mischievous smile. She frowned slightly. Which step was wrong? Miss Slaika, you are very clever, but you seem to have made a mistake. Sumu smiled slightly and said slowly, I've gathered all the materials to make a magic rocket launcher. What? Slaika looked incredulous. Mr. Sumu, you know that talking nonsense will make your impression on me plummet, and I'm not interested in working with someone who has no credibility. Slaika's tone sounded very stiff, and one could feel that she was angry. As a mechanic, Slaika knew very well how difficult it was to gather the materials to make a magic rocket launcher. Even for the most prosperous, famous, and populous city-state on the continent, it is not a simple or easy task for their kings to gather the materials to make magic rocket launchers. Because the materials are not concentrated in just one place, but need to come from all over the place, which requires huge financial resources to support the search, transportation, etc. This series of complex conditions led Slaika to not believe that Sumu had collected all the materials. In her opinion, places like the Longing Empire and Miluo Forest are very backward. It was far less prosperous than any city she had ever seen before. In Slaika's eyes, Sumu's territory is more like a backward primitive tribe. So, it's not that she doesn't want to believe it, but the conditions don't allow it. Chapter 332 shocked Slaika. Sumu's mind was racing. He originally just wanted to tell Slaika the news and see if she could help make the dragon cannon and magic rocket launcher. If Slaika is willing, he can pay her an omnic medal. This was Sumu's initial thought. Now, Sumu's thoughts have changed. Thanks entirely to Slaika's reaction. Mr. Sumu, perhaps your blueprints are a little incomplete, and you only got one or two materials, so you think you have collected them all. At this time, Slaika, who felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, tried to ease the situation. If that's the case, I can understand it, because you don't know how difficult it is to collect all the materials for a complete magic rocket launcher. Okay, let's move on from this topic. Slaika had already found a ladder for Sumu, but Sumu didn't step on it. Miss Slaika, do you have the courage to make a bet with me? What are you betting on? Slaika frowned. She's not interested in making a bet, but if you ask her if she has the guts, Slaika will get angry. The thing that the goblins have the most is courage. Slaika has traveled all over the country for so many years. Is she a coward? When it comes to the dignity of the goblin clan, Slaika won't say no. And this is exactly the effect that Sumu hopes to see. He smiled slightly. Miss Slaika, I bet my magic rocket launcher blueprints are intact, and I have indeed collected so many materials. If you are missing any one of them, I lose, otherwise it's you. How about it? Do you dare to come? Sumu looked at Slaika provocatively, trying to arouse her enterprising spirit. I have to say, Sumu succeeded. Slaika is a goblin who values dignity very much. She knew that when she walked on this continent, she represented not only the goblin Slaika, but also her entire clan. What bet? Slaika asked straightforwardly. If you lose, you can stay in my territory and help me make the magic rocket launcher. Is that too much to ask? Sumu put forward his own request. On the other hand, if I lose, I will give you 1,000 kilograms of omnic metal and apologize for my presumptuous behavior. Okay, Slaika agreed without hesitation, and she also said, the stakes are not equal, so I won't take advantage of you. If you win, I'll make you a dragon-mounted cannon, not to mention a magic rocket launcher. I'll also supply you with the materials you don't have. Slaika continued, but I'm telling you, I need to see 1,000 pounds of omnic metal before I'll make a bet with you. Good guy. Slaika is quite shrewd. It looks like Sumu benefits, but the key point is, I will only bet with you if I see 1,000 kilograms of intelligent mechanical metal. Sumu smiled slightly. He had already seen through Slaika's subtext. Of course, if I don't have chips, I naturally won't gamble with you, Miss Slaika. Sumu made a gesture of invitation. Please. Good. Slika strode forward, her face looking slightly off, as if she was trying hard to suppress something. In fact, when Sumu mentioned 1,000 kilograms of intelligent mechanical metal, Slika had already labeled him in her heart. Arrogant, conceited, brainless, meaningless, and full of nonsense. As for why, that's very simple. Omnic metal is not like cabbage in the ground that you can dig up whenever you want. That is a very rare and elusive existence. If you say it weighs 100 kilograms, that's fine, but 1,000 kilograms? It's not that Slika looks down on Sumu, but she feels that the other party is completely fooling her, making fun of her, and teasing her. So, Srika was very unhappy and dissatisfied. She had been suppressing her emotions, and she had already made up her mind that when the time came, she would immediately expose Sumu's hypocritical mask, no longer care about him, and cancel the deal between them. Sumu didn't know so much. He just walked in front, leading Slika forward. Soon, when Slika saw the black, intelligent metal that really looked like it weighed 1,000 pounds, she was completely shocked. Real? Is this really Omnic metal? Slika couldn't believe it. Of course, Miss Slika. You are welcome to come forward and take a look. Sumu made a gesture of invitation. Without hesitation, Slika took 2 steps forward, picked up the black metal, and examined it carefully. It's real robotic metal. Slika could still tell the real from the fake. As a mechanic, being able to distinguish the manufacturing metals was a basic requirement. Mr. Sumu, I didn't expect you to have so much Omnic metal. Slika made a gesture that Sumu couldn't understand and said, This is our Goblin tribe's way of expressing our apology. Just now, I deeply doubted the authenticity of this matter. I apologize for that. Sumu smiled generously and waved his hand. Nothing. I know how difficult it is to obtain Omnic metal, so it's normal for you to doubt me, Miss Slika. No need to feel sorry. Sumu said as he took 2 steps forward, walked to the innermost room, and pushed the door open. Miss Slika, take another look at what's inside. Hiss. Slika walked closer and took a look, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Omnic metal? A whole room full of Omnic metal, Mr. Sumu, you? The shock on Slika's face was beyond words. How did you do that? This is Omnic metal. Yes, this is robotic metal, not potatoes or cabbages in the ground. Of intelligent mechanical metal, which is very rare for Slika. So at this moment, Slika's inner shock was beyond words. She wanted to ask, Mr. Sumu, did you rob anyone? Sumu was very satisfied with the expression on Slika's face. He took 2 steps forward and opened another door. Miss Slika, please look inside. This? Slika walked closer and took a look. Soon she sighed and stared at Sumu with a complicated expression. Mr. Sumu, it seems you have planned this all along, waiting for me to fall into your trap step by step. The materials for making magic rocket launchers were placed in the room, neatly stacked, and could be identified at a glance. No wonder Slika looks resentful. Sumu was well prepared and had dug a trap for her to fall into. Haha. It's a pleasure to work with you, Miss Slika. Sumu stretched out his hand. I hope you will give me more guidance in the future within the territory. Slika shook her head and stared at Sumu's handsome face for a long time. Finally, she also reached out her hand and shook his gently. Everything was said without words. Leaving Slika behind to make the magic rocket launcher is Sumu's first step. The second step is to keep her for a long time. You can't let Slika be on guard right from the start, right? You need to understand that you should eat your food one bite at a time. Late at night, Lilua was with him. Chapter 333 Kai Xian's Wisdom and Vision. It's night. The moon is as cool as water. What is the main purpose of our coming here today? Lilua took the initiative to speak, breaking the silent atmosphere between her and Sumu. I don't know why. Until today, whenever she saw Sumu's face, what happened last night would unconsciously emerge in her mind. Last night, he held her in his arms and rushed to the ice cellar. Before this, Lilua didn't know what shyness was. But after what happened last night, she couldn't help feeling shy and embarrassed whenever she saw Sumu. After all, Sumu was the man who saw most of her body. The only man. Lilua vaguely developed some indescribable feelings for him. It's just that she herself doesn't realize it. It's dark and windy at night. What can we do? Robbery, of course. Sumu smiled mysteriously. Robbery? Lilua obviously didn't understand what it meant. A rival guild is transporting valuables tonight, and we're here to rob them. Of course, my target is not only the property, but also the dragon egg they are transporting. Trust the people you employ, and don't employ people you don't trust. Since Sumu dared to bring Lilua here, he was naturally not afraid to tell her the truth. Dragon eggs? Lilua was surprised and asked, Are you sure what you're transporting are dragon eggs? The demons are not isolated from the news of the mainland. They know that on the mainland, The Dragon Clan is at the top of the food chain. Many people may not even be able to see it once in their lifetime, let alone own it. Lilua was naturally surprised about the dragon egg that Sumu mentioned. I'm not sure. Won't we know when we see the real thing? Let's go, Sumu said as he walked in front. Yu Lilua didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Soon, at the agreed location, the teams led by Sumu and Mudsun successfully reunited. How about it? Have you seen the Chamber of Commerce troops I mentioned? Sumu asked. Although he knew that the information from the intelligence system was generally correct, he still needed to confirm the location. We saw you, sir, but we were afraid you might notice, so we didn't dare get close. Mudsun lowered his voice and reported. My lord, the team sent by Ines has started to march in the southeast. The two teams will soon meet up. Then have you found out how many experts they sent out? Sumu continued to understand the situation. If Mudsun can grasp this situation, he can determine the battle strategy. There were many strong men, so Sumu planned to split them up and defeat them one by one. If there aren't many, then get them all. Sir, there's no way to find out clearly, Mudsun said bitterly. Today our spies saw 2 supreme knights on the outskirts, but I'm not sure about the details. They are very powerful. I was afraid they would be aware of our presence beforehand, so I didn't dare go too deep. What Mudsun said is not without reason. In Sumu's territory, he always asked Yi Mei to gather information, so the information he received was very well informed. After all, for other people, the existence of Yi Mei is something they cannot discover. Apart from the demons, no one else should be able to sense Yi Mei's exact location, no matter how strong they are. So, this is where Yi Mei's strength lies. Sumu ignored the strength of Mudsun and others. They are human beings. Your way of thinking is not unreasonable. Sumu nodded, but did not blame Mudsun. Being cautious is a good thing, not a bad thing. I might be able to provide some information. At this time, a voice sounded behind Sumu, and he turned around and looked. Miss Kaisen, why did you follow me? I asked Mudsun to bring me here as well. Kai Xian stepped forward and said, I can tell you that the most powerful person in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a master at the level of the Blessed Knight. I only know of one, and that guy is called Putlan. This is a serious matter. They will definitely send him out. It will not be a joke. Kai Xian continued her analysis. As for whether there will be other people coming to help, that is something I cannot speculate on. Lilua beside him. That's about you Lilua's current strength, right? I don't know if you Lilua can handle it. Even if we can deal with it, what if the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has more than one blessed knight? The dragon egg is such an important thing. I'm afraid the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will mobilize the entire Chamber of Commerce to transport it, right? So, the situation doesn't seem very clear. Sumu frowned. He only thought about snatching the things from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, but did not consider the overall strength of his side. Mudsun and his men are good at dealing with ordinary wars, but it is impossible to deal with an existence like the Blessed Knight. In a battle of that level, any number of soldiers who go up will just make unnecessary sacrifices. Sumu felt that he had thought things were too simple. Just as Sumu was hesitating, Kai Xian suddenly stepped forward. Lord Sumu, you don't need to feel embarrassed because of their strength. I can tell you that this is the best time to deal with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. I naturally have my own confidence. Kaisen's words are not difficult to understand. She was simply conveying a message to Sumu. She already has a solution. Go on. Sumu glanced at her. Kai Xian smiled slightly and said, Sir, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to figure it out, now that we have this information. So can other people get this news too? The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has made a lot of enemies, some of whom want to bring them down. Before Kai Xian finished speaking, Sumu had already understood. You mean, besides us, there are others who have probably already received the news and are waiting for the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to reunite, and then decisively attack them and take the things away? Kaisen nodded. I can't say for sure, but there's at least an 80% chance. As soon as Kai Xian finished speaking, Sumu's intelligence system rang. 5-star value intelligence. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce team has been targeted by the team from Telon City. A battle will break out soon. Intelligence analysis. The team from Telon City is from the Telon City Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce. They are well-trained and led by the Blessed Knights Kyles and Madron. Intelligence tip. The Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce is targeting the Cloud Dragon Chamber of Commerce's goods, and the Giant Dragon Egg is also part of their plan. It is recommended that the host not forcibly intervene in the battle, but observe first before deciding on any action. 6-star value intelligence. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce team has been targeted by the team from Luolin City, and a battle will break out soon. Intelligence analysis. The continuous intelligence prompt sounded, and Su Mu's eyes changed when he looked at Kai Xian. Chapter 334, Luolin City. Zeke Luolin. Kaisen is definitely not a jinx. What she says is what she means. She has her own wisdom and vision. Su Mu also admired her for this. After all, without Kaisen's reminder, Su Mu might not have thought of this level of interest. Since they were able to discover the news that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was transporting important supplies, couldn't other people receive the news and know it in advance? Truth will come to light sooner or later. No matter how high or good the confidentiality of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is, there will be loopholes. Master Su Mu, you don't believe me, do you? Seeing Su Mu looking her up and down, Kai Xian thought he was doubting her judgment and decision, and couldn't help but speak. I trust your judgment. Let's observe and see. Su Mu waved his hand, signaling Mudsun to have his men stay where they are, maintain a quiet environment, and avoid being discovered. That's good. Kai Xian smiled slightly, and then looked away. No way. Today she didn't know what possessed her. As long as she made eye contact with Su Mu, she couldn't help but feel shy, blush, and her heartbeat quickened, and she began to have some fantasies about him. Kai Xian felt that she was probably crazy. She's not that short of man, right? But there is one thing she has to admit. That Su Mu is really handsome and charming. Looking at Kaisen's fleeing back, Su Mu scratched his head helplessly. He is not a fool. He can feel that Kaisen's eyes are about to be threaded when she looks at him. The effect of this succubus's will is really too powerful. Woman killer. Because he was afraid that his spies would be discovered, Su Mu sent the more capable Yu Lala to gather intelligence. He soon got feedback. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce team was attacked before they could even join forces. The ones who attacked them were from the Hailong Chamber of Commerce. Look, Master Su Mu, I was right. After hearing the news, Kai Xian smiled happily, somewhat proudly. I know there's no such thing as a completely impenetrable wall. The Hailong Chamber of Commerce is the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's biggest enemy. They want the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to fall. That's right. Su Mu, who had already known that Kai Xian was right in her judgment, looked calm and did not make any movement. Seeing this, Kai Xian reminded, Lord Su Mu, it's time to march. When their two armies fight, one of them will definitely be injured. This is our best chance to take action. Kill them when they are at their weakest. No rush, Su Mu waved his hand. Isn't it urgent? Kai Xian frowned. If they leave after the fight, we will miss the best opportunity. Mudsun also looked at Su Mu. He felt that it was the best time to march. They are 20 kilometers away from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and it will take some time to get there. Wait a little longer. Su Mu still did not change his opinion. Kaisen and Mudsun looked at each other and said nothing more. Here, Su Mu has the most say, and what he says goes. All they have to do is obey. Mudsun understands this best. As a soldier, obeying orders from superiors is your duty. Yu Lilua, continue exploring. Su Mu ordered. Oh, Yu Lilua didn't know why Su Mu asked her to go over and investigate again, but she didn't ask any more questions and left gracefully. Another hour has passed. Yu Lilua hasn't come back yet. Kai Xian was anxious, and she came to Su Mu again. Aren't you going to march yet? Wait a little longer. Su Mu's 3 words were still the answer to her. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Kai Xian said. The Hailong Chamber of Commerce is stronger than the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. If the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is completely defeated, it will be difficult for us to keep them. Our best approach is to engage in a 3-way battle, trying to muddy the waters and not give them time to recover. You have a point. Su Mu nodded. That makes sense. Tell them to get moving quickly. Kai Xian's face lit up with joy. She was even more anxious than Su Mu himself. She really wanted to see the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce collapse. This is a great opportunity. You make sense, but let's wait a little longer. Su Mu smiled slightly and added the next sentence. You? Kai Xian's face froze. And then she knew she couldn't change Su Mu's mind, so she could only stomp her feet. Whatever you want. If you wait any longer, they'll run away. Don't regret it then. Snort. Kaisen was a little angry. Su Muming said that what she said made sense, but he still wanted to wait a little longer. He didn't listen at all, just to entertain her. She felt a little unhappy looking at Su Mu's handsome face. Kai Xian was about to leave when she found Yu Lilua coming back, so she had to stay where she was. What's going on? Su Mu asked. Another faction of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has successfully joined forces. Together, they are fighting against the Hailong Chamber of Commerce. However, the Hailong Chamber of Commerce is more powerful than the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Far from being at a disadvantage, it actually has an advantage. Yu Lilua replied. Look. Kai Xian spread her hands and glanced at Su Mu. Don't wait any longer, it will be too late. You haven't finished explaining the situation yet. Sumu ignored Kai Xian and continued to look at Yulilua. Just when the Hailong Chamber of Commerce was about to defeat the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, another team appeared. To be precise, it's the army. They are the army from Luolin City. Yulilua finished speaking. Kai Xian beside her suddenly said in a trembling voice. Luo Linqing is also involved. Are you sure? Sure. Yulilua dared to guarantee that she had definitely not heard it wrong. Miss Kaisen, do you know Luolin City? It was Sumu who spoke. Luolin City, formerly known as Qiming City, was occupied by a female field army leader named Zeke Luolin when the Longyin Empire declared its collapse. They killed the original city Lord Milson, took control of Qiming City, and renamed it Luolin City. Female leader of the field army? Sumu obviously didn't have much idea about the term field army. Field troops generally refer to those soldiers who rebel against imperial rule and establish their own armies. They have no cities and roam the wilderness, but they should not be underestimated. Because the field army gathers all kinds of talents, there are infinite possibilities. Kai Xian said with a serious face. It's said that Zeke Rolling is incredibly beautiful. With her beauty and figure, she's attracted a large number of powerful men to her side, using them to her advantage. To this end, she's even willing to sell her body and soul. In just 2 months, the 8 main cities centered on Luolin City have been occupied by Zeke Luolin. Tianlong City was once in danger of being occupied, but for some reason, Zeke Rolling suddenly stopped his conquest. Kai Xian said as her eyes fell on Sumu, her tone slightly regretful. If Luo Linqing is also involved, then I advise you to give up. There must be something they need in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's supplies. Zeke Rolling is a lunatic. She has the help of legendary knights and legendary gods. We can't afford to offend her. That's why I'm scared. Sumu. Chapter 335. You understand what I said, but I just want to do it. So Luo Linqing is really that strong, and we really can't deal with him? As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Mudsun behind him couldn't wait to step forward and express his thoughts. Yes, Lord City Lord. I have also heard about Zeke Rolling's deeds. She is indeed a lunatic, just as Miss Kaisen said. Mudsun didn't expect that the matter was actually related to Luo Linqing. This is a big problem. As a permanent resident of Tianlong City and a captain-level figure in the army, Mudsun had heard a lot about Zeke Rolling. Every time she captured a city, she would kill over 10,000 civilians. In her words, this was a sacrifice to heaven to choose a master, but in reality, she wanted to intimidate the people and make them accept her rule obediently and not have any resistance. Mudsun wanted to tell Sumu everything he knew. He wanted Sumu to understand how terrifying this woman named Zeke Rolling was. Not only that, Zeke Rolling also blockaded the city, overhauled the currency, and introduced gold coins with her own portrait printed on them. She also mandated that city residents only use her currency, or they would be killed. She forced people to dig canals and move mountains for her own amusement, leaving the people miserable and full of complaints. Furthermore, whenever she was unhappy, she would kill the nobles in the city and forcibly seize their land for her own use. Mudsun knew quite a bit, and he was still describing it vividly. Because she has 2 legendary gods of magic and 2 legendary knights by her side, many nobles are afraid of her and dare not resist her at all. She was extremely promiscuous and believed in slander. Even if a slave complimented her on her beauty, she would immediately confer nobility or official titles on him. It can be said that because of her existence, the entire southern region is in chaos. The people even call her the Big Devil and the Devil Ruler. Listening to Mudsun's story, Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. So is Zeke Rolling really that perverted? Of course, I would never lie to you, Lord City Lord. I'm just that perverted. Thinking that Sumu was already afraid and did not intend to attack Luo Linqing, Mudsun was also happy. He said, besides, I think you also know the strength of Andrew, the previous mayor of our Tianlong City. That geek Rolling used her own body to control for legendary beings to work for her. She rules over 9 cities and can easily mobilize millions of troops. With our current strength, we really have no way to deal with her. That's right. Kai Xian also nodded. Mr. Mudsun is absolutely right. We should evacuate quickly and not get involved too much with Luolin City. If this matter draws their attention, it will not be worth it. Kai Xian's words were filled with relief. I now feel that what you just said about waiting was very correct. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that this matter was related to Luo Linqing. All right, now we are finally safe. If Sumu had really listened to her and marched ahead, they would definitely have met the people from Luolin City. The chain reaction that would be triggered would be something they could not bear. Thinking of this, Kaisen felt extremely fortunate. Now she thought that it was not a bad thing for Sumu to insist on his own opinion. Okay. Sumu nodded, as if he understood. Seeing that he finally listened to the advice, Kaisen and Mudsun breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at each other, and both saw the relief on each other's faces. They smiled at each other for their seamless cooperation. They all thought they had persuaded Sumu. Little did they know that the next moment, Sumu's words made them both pause, and the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Come on, Mudsun, give the order, and we're ready to march. The army heading straight for Luolin City. Sumu waved his hand and gave an order. Then he took the lead and walked in front of the main force. Wait, Master Sumu, didn't you say you understood? Kaisen hurriedly chased after him. Yeah, what's the problem? Sumu glanced at Kai Xian. I understand, but you still want to provoke Luo Linsheng? Kaisen was extremely anxious. Do you understand it or not? Or are you pretending to understand when you don't? That's right, sir. Mudsun and Kaisen followed Sumu's footsteps from the left and right. They were all very anxious. In Rolling City, Zeke Rolling has a bad reputation. That's no joke. I understand. Is there any necessary conflict between me choosing to provoke them? Sumu looked at Mudsun and Kaisen standing in front of him, shrugged, and said. Seeing that Mudsun and the other man were still in shock, Sumu continued to walk forward. Yulilua didn't say anything. She followed Sumu quietly and walked with him. Lilua listened to what Mudsun and Kaisen said, and she probably knew what kind of character Luo Linsheng was. But she knew from the beginning that Sumu would definitely go no matter what. He is not the kind of person who would not do something because of fear. Sure enough, Yulilua's feeling was right. Aren't the two things in conflict? Kaisen looked at Mudsun. She was completely confused. Well, is it so? Mudsun wasn't so sure either. Sumu and others' timing was just right. The battle was not yet completely over when they arrived. Not only that, Kaisen and Mudsun also noticed that in addition to the Hailong Chamber of Commerce, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and Luo Linsheng, there was another force on the scene. Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. To be precise, it is the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon tribe. Hundreds of Rock Shield Emperor Dragons were involved in the battle. They were more than 3 meters in size, so they were very obvious targets from a distance, and could be seen clearly even in the dark. Why are these big guys among them? Mudsun licked his dry lips, a look of confusion flashing across his face. The Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is a being with a strength comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Knight. However, its defense is truly astonishing, and ordinary Holy Spirit Knights have no way of breaking through it. Because of their excellent defense, many people like to tame them as riding pets. It's so cool to sit on them during a march. Mudsun said this without realizing it. When he said these words, a fanatical look flashed across his face. A knight who doesn't want to be a dragon knight is not a good knight. In addition to riding horses, Mudsun is of course eager to ride something else. The Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is undoubtedly a very good choice. To a certain extent, they are similar to horses and are even much faster than horses. Chapter 336 Yulilua, what on earth are you going to do? A kind of earth dragon that has the powerful defense of the earth element but the speed of the wind. It can be said that the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is definitely the dream beast of the knights, and the mount they have always dreamed of. This is not only in the eyes of Mudsun, but also in the eyes of any knight. However, the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon was so powerful that they had no way of taming it. Is it so easy to become a dragon knight? Unlike Mudsun, Kaisen's focus is that this is not a three-way battle now. The Rock Shield Emperor Dragon also joined. It turned into a big melee among all 4 parties. Moreover, because there are hundreds of Rock Shield Emperor Dragons, even if they do not have the advantage in numbers, they still cause great trouble to the human team because of their own strength. Everyone is busy dealing with the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. For a moment, the battle scene was extremely chaotic. If that's the case, maybe we really have a chance. After observing the situation, Kai Xian looked at Sumu and said excitedly, right now, it seems that Luolin City hasn't sent out any powerful beings of the legendary level. Their strongest seems to be only at the level of the Blessed Knight. But it would be very troublesome for 4 Blessed Knights to face so many Rock Shield Emperor Dragons. We can just consume them in one wave, and then take advantage of the chaos to kill and rob them. Of course I know everything you said. Sumu smiled slightly, already having figured it out in his mind. With the intelligence system in place, he has a more accurate grasp of the situation than anyone else. Not long ago, the intelligence system prompted not only the appearance of Luolin City, but also the appearance of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon tribe. Moreover, the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan is not a monster that will actively attack humans. They attack humans because they smell the scent of dragon eggs. It can be said that the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon's target is also the dragon egg. For them, dragon eggs are excellent tonics. Absorbing the nutrients in dragon eggs will raise their strength to a higher level. That's why the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon started attacking regardless of everything. Su Mu learned all of this through the intelligence system. This is why he had to come. Of course, Su Mu must have the dragon egg. Even if that Zeke Rolling is described as a big devil, he will not be afraid. The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of overeating. If you are too hesitant, you will never achieve anything great. Su Mu is not that kind of person. Kai Xian did not speak anymore. She knew that it was just as Su Mu said. He knew everything she said. Is it a coincidence? We're so lucky to be attacked by a group of Rock Shield Emperor Dragons. Kaisen beat her own little drum in her heart. Or is it that he's not afraid of Zeke Rolling at all? Or does he have a trump card that I don't know about? What makes him not afraid of Zeke Rolling? Not afraid of the legendary powerful? Kai Xian looked at Su Mu's handsome profile and became more and more curious about him, and found him more and more mysterious. Time passes by minute. Led by Su Mu, an army of nearly 5,000 people was lying in wait quietly, waiting for orders. What they are waiting for is the best time to take action. The opportunity to attack from the flank and clean up the mess in an instant. Prepare for action. Raise your hands. Su Mu patted Mudsun's shoulder. Mudsun quickly turned around and passed the order to the soldiers one by one. Walk. Su Mu raised his right hand and suddenly jumped forward. Needless to say, all the people from Hailong Chamber of Commerce and Yunlong Chamber of Commerce have been killed or injured. The only ones left are Luolin City and the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon clan. But the situation of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon tribe was not necessarily good. Some of them died, some were injured, and in the end, only about 10 of them were able to stand upright. Looking at the 4 blessed knights in Luolin City, 3 of them have been killed or wounded, and their remaining soldiers are less than 1,000. Among these 1,000 people, many were seriously injured and suffered heavy losses. If you don't act now, when will you act? This is the moment Su Mu has been waiting for. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. He is neither a mantis nor a oriole, but the only winner tonight. Rush! Kill! Roaring sounds mixed with messy steps came. Looking at the troops coming out one after another, the fighting troops of Luolin City were all panicked. Why is there still someone hiding in the dark? They had explored the area before and found that there was absolutely no other person within a radius of 20 kilometers. Why would Luo Linqing wait until the Hailong Chamber of Commerce and the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were fighting fiercely before taking action? Because they are very cautious and have a detailed understanding of the surrounding situation. It can be said that the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon was an accident. But they are not humans, but a tribe living in the forest. There's no way to control it. But just as the accident with the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon was about to be resolved, another accident suddenly occurred. The people in Luolin City are about to explode. Su Mu didn't care about whether his mentality exploded or not. He rushed towards the middle-aged man in the center of the crowd with his dragon horn knife in his hand. That was his goal tonight. He is also the only remaining blessed knight in Roland City, Demings. Su Mu wants to borrow Demings to see how strong he is now. Demings obviously also noticed the extraordinary momentum of Su Mu. He took the knight's heavy sword and prepared to meet him. Su Mu jumped high, used a sneak attack, and swung the dragon horn knife in his hand forward. Puff! A crisp sound came. The body of the blessed knight Demings was split into 2. He didn't understand how he died until he died. Demings looked at the young man in disbelief. He could actually kill him, a blessed knight. He is still so young. Demings' body fell to the ground, and the blood stained the ground red. Lord Demings is dead. Lord Demings is dead. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Run. The soldiers of Luolin City realized the seriousness of the matter. After the death of their strongest fighter, Demings, they had no desire to fight anymore and scattered and fled. Don't let them get away. Kill them all. Su Mu's voice resounded through the night sky, with a hint of anger in it. Kill him. Mudsun raised his knight's sword high and took the lead, chopping off the head of a soldier from Roland City. You Lilua, what on earth are you doing? Lilua speechlessly. What's wrong with me? Yu Lilua shook the black blade in her hand and looked at Su Mu with an innocent face. Why did you kill him? Su Mu pointed at Demings' body and said, I wanted to fight him for a few moves, but I didn't expect you to kill him with just one blow. Su Mu was speechless and even felt a little aggrieved. As soon as he swung the dragon horn knife in his hand, Demings was killed by Yu Lilua. It was like he was having a great time when he was suddenly stopped. This feeling is too uncomfortable. That's it. Yu Lilua also rolled her eyes in response, and then she disappeared in front of Su Mu in a flash. Su Mu. Yu Lilua much stronger now. Chapter 337 Luo Wuxi. Level 5 Lord. The battle was over quickly. The people of Luolin City had already suffered heavy losses, and now with the death of their leader, they were instantly defeated and fled in all directions. Under the pursuit of the Tianlong City soldiers led by Mud Sun, they had no way to escape, not to mention that Yulaw also joined the battle. Her figure shuttled through the crowd like a ghost. Wherever she went, a wave of her sword and a slash of her hand would bring up a cloud of blood mist. That's too cruel. Looking at Yulaw's performance, Su Mu smacked his lips. The Blessed Knight Demings was split into two. Even though his strength had been greatly consumed, he was still a Blessed Knight. It was from that moment on that Su Mu knew that Yulaw had become much stronger. As for how strong it was, he had no idea and would have to ask her when he had time. By the way, I want to raise the Dragon Horn Blade too. Su Mu suddenly remembered that his Dragon Horn Blade still needed to harvest lives before it could be upgraded. He must join this battle. But by this time, the battle was over. Su Mu. Lord City Lord, what should we do next? Mud Sun stepped forward to receive the order, his face still showing the excitement after the battle. Let the soldiers transport all the things back. After Su Mu thought about it, he gave the order. Also, the same goes for those Rock Shield Emperor dragons. Whether they're dead or alive, bring them all back. If the people on the scene can't do it, call for reinforcements. Be sure to hurry. Yes. Mud Sun didn't waste any words and turned around to leave, but was stopped by Su Mu. What's the matter, Lord City Lord? Do you have any instructions? By the way, we shouldn't waste any of the weapons and armor used by those soldiers. Take away everything we can, and find a way to take away anything we can't. Su Mu looked at Mud Sun seriously and said, Anyway, don't waste it. Iron can be remelted. I understand, sir. Mud Sun nodded. Of course, he also agreed with Su Mu's approach. So hard and squat for so long at night. Isn't it just supplies and money? Go. Su Mu smiled and patted Mud Sun's shoulder. Adults don't make choices, Su Mu wants them all. Weapons are made of iron, and these things can be reused. And armor. These are all reusable resources, and there is no need to waste them. Take away if you can. As for the Rock Shield Emperor dragons, if they die, they will be skinned and bones removed, and then decomposed. The useful parts will be used, and the useless ones will be thrown away. The Rock Shield Emperor dragon is not dead. Take it back for treatment, and then try to tame it for your own use. If it cannot be tamed, use it as a breeding machine for breeding. There is always a useful method anyway, so there is no need to waste it. Moreover, the intelligence system did not give any prompts, which proved that there were no enemies around, and they had enough time to move their things. That's right. And the dead, those are all white ghosts. Su Mu suddenly remembered his own soul, binding general. So many people have died, but they are all beings whose souls can be captured and turned into undead. They must not be wasted. Su Mu personally teleported back to the territory and brought the soul-capturing generals here to capture the souls. Su Mu has only one principle. Don't waste anything that can be avoided. The soldiers of Tianlong City were all busy and had no time to pay attention to the operations of the soul-binding generals. Even if they had time to observe, they wouldn't say anything. After all, Su Mu is the biggest here. That's right. It's been a long time since I heard from Luo Wuxi. Luo Wuxi, who was going to support him. These days, he has been busy fighting with the Yang Demon Clan, the Moon Demon Clan, and other places, so he has no time to pay too much attention. Now when he saw the soul-binding general, he thought of Luo Wuxi. After all, the soul-binding general was summoned by the scroll Luo Wuxi gave him. Have you been bothered by something recently? Why haven't I heard from you yet? Su Mu couldn't help but send 2 messages. The next moment, he got a response. But the one who responded to him was not Luo Wuxi, but System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Lord Luo Wuxi for successfully upgrading to a level 5 territory lord. Because you are the first special map lord to upgrade to level 5 territory, you will receive exclusive system rewards. As soon as this system-wide announcement was made, the previously quiet world chat channel became lively again. No way? He's already a level 5 lord? Leveling up in this special map is as easy as drinking water. Who said that leveling up in special maps is also difficult? At least it is for me. I am only a level 4 lord now. Shit. Only level 4. I suspect you're in Versailles. Do you know how long I've been stuck at level 2 on a regular map? Those on normal maps are probably stuck on the harvesting quest. Damn, that's disgusting. This Luo Wuxi seems to be a celebrity like Su Mu, right? Her name has appeared quite a few times. More than just a celebrity, she's also having an affair with Su Mu. Fuck, this is not letting people live. Everyone had a heated discussion about Luo Wuxi's matter, and finally remembered that Luo Wuxi, the level 5 lord of the special map, also had a close relationship with Su Mu. For a while, many lords' faith in Taoism was once again shattered by the tragic experiences and facts. My goodness, he's already a level 5 lord? I'm still level 3. When Su Mu heard the system-wide announcement, he was also stunned. He understood. It turned out that Luo Wuxi had disappeared for such a long time without any news. It seemed that she must have entered some secret realm or participated in a mission on some special map. Have you entered the secret realm? Did you encounter any danger? This time, Luo Wuxi quickly replied to his message. I disappeared for so long, and you only remember to send me a message and show your concern for me. Is that too much? There was a hint of questioning in Luo Wuxi's words, and one could vaguely sense that she was a little unhappy and angry. It seems like a couple is having a fight. I disappeared for so long, and you only just remembered to say hello to me? So heartless. Su Mu is not a straight man, so of course he can sense the meaning behind Luo Wuxi's words. Facing this situation, he has rich experience in dealing with it on the spot, and the essence of it is just 2 words. Playing the victim. That's right, it's just playing the victim. Often this trick can help you escape successfully. So, Su Mu quickly told Luo Wuxi about his recent experience with tears in his eyes. What Yang Demon Clan wants to kill him? The Moon Demon Clan wants to drink his blood. Around him, such as Luodi City, Feiyun City, and Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, wanted to skin him alive. Chapter 338. Su Mu's Promise. The undead army is formed. It's as miserable as it can be. Su Mu narrated his recent experience with some exaggeration. Sure enough, after this series of outputs, Luo Wuxi was not angry at all. Instead, her maternal instinct was aroused, and she began to feel sorry for Su Mu. I went into the secret realm a while ago and couldn't follow the news from the outside world. I didn't expect you to have such a hard time. I'm sorry, I even blamed you for not caring about me. Luo Wuxi sent a message, her tone filled with guilt. Not long ago, Luo Wuxi came out of the secret realm, and she also specially checked her friend message records. The result was very disappointing. Su Mu never sent her a message. At that moment, Luo Wuxi felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She suppressed her emotions and went to upgrade her territory to level 5, but she didn't expect that Su Mu's message would come before she started the upgrade. Luo Wuxi could have replied immediately at that time, but she deliberately left it aside. It was not until Su Mu sent her a message for the second time, asking her if she had entered the secret realm and if she had encountered any danger, that she softened her heart and responded to him. Luo Wuxi didn't know why she felt resentful, but if she didn't see any news from Su Mu, she would feel lost and sad. She wasn't like this before, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. It was not until she heard Su Mu talk about a series of recent events around him that Luo Wuxi realized that it was her own problem. Su Mu's current situation is indeed very difficult. She shouldn't ask him in an interrogative tone why he didn't care about her. This is more or less a little girl's temper. It's a sign of immaturity. Luo Wuxi has always been a mature and rational person, so she quickly apologized to Su Mu. Fine. It's also my fault. No matter how busy or worried I am, I should be able to squeeze out the time to send you a message to show my concern, but I didn't do it. You shouldn't say sorry to me. I should say sorry to you. Luckily you're okay. You're amazing. You're already a level 5 lord now. Su Mu retreated to advance. Okay, let's stop apologizing to each other. This isn't good. It's over, okay? It can be seen that Luo Wuxi seems to be in a good mood at this moment, and her tone is much lighter. In the forest, Su Mu, who saw Luo Wuxi's message, breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Luckily, I'm experienced and reacted quickly, otherwise it would be hard to explain. But I'm really busy." Su Mu looked bitter. Not only does he have to deal with the numerous female characters in the territory, he also needs to run between Tianlong City and Tianmu Town, and always be on guard against the Moon Demon Clan and the Yang Demon Clan. He is indeed under a lot of pressure, but he just doesn't say it. Under Su Mu's little trick, Luo Wuxi didn't bother to argue with him about why he didn't send a greeting message. Instead, she immediately sent a transaction request. Scroll of Summoning the Undead X102103. Medium Undead Summoning Scroll X12256. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll X3387. Ordinary Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll X2514. Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll X1. Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll X1. Su Mu. Looking at the things that Luo Wuxi traded, Su Mu was drooling. Especially that Scroll of Summoning the Undead. How many numbers are there on it? Damn it. 100,000. Su Mu swallowed, unable to believe it. Luo Wuxi returned this time. She actually sent him an army of 100,000 undead. You know, Sumu recently felt that the growth rate of his undead army was too slow. After all, his Lord talent, Purgatory Hot Springs, has mutated, and he can die an unlimited number of times every day, and he can become stronger with each death. This is a huge bug. Unfortunately, Sumu has only one shortcoming now. The undead army's lineup is too small. If the Moon Demon clan were not still outside the Miluo forest, Sumu would have wanted to let Madrinsa and Gabong take his undead army out hunting. Any enemy killed by the undead army can be turned into undead, which is also a way to increase the undead army to a large extent. But no matter which one, it was far less shocking than Luo Wuxi slapping the more than 100,000 scrolls of the dead in front of him. I need a level 6 territory to leave the special map. I can't help you. Take these scrolls and see if you can get better. It's a pity that I didn't get anything particularly good, otherwise it might be of greater help to you. Luo Wuxi sent a message. I sent this a good thing. If scrolls worth more than 100,000 are not good things, then what are good things? Luo Wuxi's gift solved Sumu's biggest problem so far. Personnel problem. No wonder everyone likes to eat soft things. Rich sister, please support me from now on. Sumu didn't want to sell his male beauty, but Luo Wuxi gave too much. Stop joking. You are also very good, okay? On the other side, Luo Wuxi blushed at Sumu's words, you support me. I'm not kidding. Anyway, I'll hold you tight from now on. You can't abandon me. Sumu said naughtily. Luo Wuxi took these things out. A bunch of people scrambled to get them. Especially the Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll and the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll. These two things are extremely precious. There is no need to introduce the Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll. How bad can a scroll that once summoned the demon dragon Rakanes be? As for the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll, this is also an absolutely great thing. Even if Sumu didn't read the introduction, he knew how precious it was. Although there was only one copy of each of the two scrolls, Sumu was already very satisfied. You've made me so confused that I don't know how to continue chatting with you. Please stop talking about this. But don't feel pressured. We're just helping each other. I believe if I have any difficulties, you will definitely help me. Luo Wuxi replied. She is a rather dull person in life and doesn't have much talent for flirting. Naturally, she doesn't know how to continue the conversation and can only speak her mind honestly about her feelings. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Knowing that Luo Wuxi was sensitive about her reputation, Sumu quickly restrained himself. Certainly. Just rest assured. If you have any troubles in the future, I will immediately lead my undead army to kill you. It will be no problem at all. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, even if what awaits me are raging waves or insurmountable peaks, if I hesitate for a moment, I, Sumu, will be a bastard. Sumu patted his chest and promised. He didn't know if what he said now would really come true one day in the future. Okay. On the other side, Luo Wuxi's mouth curled up slightly. She knew that what Sumu was referring to was an invincible enemy, a hopeless enemy. She didn't know whether she would meet him or not, but she kept Sumu's words in mind. Sumu and Luo Wuxi chatted for a long time, and finally they stopped chatting reluctantly. On the one hand, Luo Wuxi needs to rest, and on the other hand, Sumu needs to be busy. He returned to Tianlong City and brought back all the most important carriages of supplies. Chapter 339, Cold Jade Glaze Wand. Lord City Lord, we've counted the Rock Shield Emperor dragons. There are a total of 1520 of them, 69 of which are dead, and the remaining 83 are injured to varying degrees. Of those 83, 16 would be unrideable even if they were cured, but the remaining 67 could be ridden normally after they were cured. Even though he had stayed up all night, Mudsun was still very excited and had no desire to sleep at all. This was the first time he followed Sumu out to fight, and they won the battle effortlessly, which was extremely satisfying for Mudsun. He felt that this battle was all due to Sumu's wise leadership. Without Sumu's decisions and choices, their endings might have been very different. Even if Mudsun couldn't figure it out, how did Sumu do it? Why can he give orders accurately and predict the situation? Is this just luck? Mudsun doesn't think it's all luck. He felt that it was Sumu's ability and vision. Can 67 be ridden normally after being cured? Sumu pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and then asked, are these Rock Shield Emperor dragons a good choice for you to ride? The Rock Shield Emperor dragon is about the same size as a horse, and to a certain extent, its defense and speed are much stronger than a horse. These Sumu can all be seen with the eyes. Most importantly, the Rock Shield Emperor dragon can release earth element magic, which can help the knight on its back attack and defend. These functions were what Sumu could have anticipated. Furthermore, Seeing how much Mudsun cared about the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon, it was not difficult for Su Mu to see that he was very eager to own one. Sir, the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is certainly an excellent substitute for a warhorse. Mudsun replied. In the Knight Academy, our instructors all rode Rock Shield Emperor Dragons or other Elemental Emperor Dragons, while we, as students, could only ride ordinary horses. Strength can at least double after possessing the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. Mudsun was talking nonsense as he tried to explain to Su Mu the benefits of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. Then why didn't your previous city lord equip you with the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon? After Su Mu asked this question, he felt a little regretful, because he felt that this question was a bit too simple. Why he is not worthy of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is simply because of its value and difficulty in obtaining it, right? What else could it be? However, Mudsun didn't think it was a big deal. He patiently explained. A wild Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is being sold in the Chamber of Commerce for approximately 2 million gold coins. A tamed Rock Shield Emperor Dragon costs 4 million gold coins. My lord, who do you think can ride it? Mudsun said bitterly. You know, a good warhorse only costs about 10,000 gold coins. Su Mu nodded and said immediately. Then if we can create a Rock Shield Emperor Dragon Knight order, wouldn't that put us ahead of many people? What Su Mu thought was that if there were more Rock Shield Emperor Dragons, he would create a Rock Shield Emperor Dragon Knights. By then, won't they be invincible? What other cavalrymen dare to challenge them? That's right. Mudsun agrees with this idea, but he also thinks it is unlikely to be achieved. But cultivating a Rock Shield Emperor Dragon is extremely difficult. Raising it from a small child to a large one requires a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. It's not something an ordinary city can afford. Most importantly, they live in herds in the wild, making them very difficult to capture. Just like tonight, capturing over 100 of them would require around 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers. Who dares to invest so much? After listening to Mudsun's words, Su Mu had a better understanding of the preciousness of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. His idea seemed feasible, but it required a more detailed plan. After thinking about it for a while, Su Mu didn't hesitate and planned to talk about it later. Then do your best to heal the 67 Rock Shield Emperor Dragons, and we'll keep them for our own use later. Yes, Mudsun nodded. But the veterinary care in our city is a bit poor. It may take a month or two to treat him. I will continue to pay attention to this matter. So long. Su Mu frowned when he heard it. There's nothing I can do, Mudsun said bitterly. The only doctor in our city who could perform healing magic was killed by Andrew. Now the city is in urgent need of such talents. Got it. Let's finish taking inventory of the goods first. I'll bring people over to treat them when the time comes. Su Mu is impatient and can't wait that long. That would be great. Dealing with the matter of the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon, Su Mu, under the leadership of Mudsun, inspected the carriage of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Most of them are supplies, all kinds of cloth materials. Whenever Su Mu saw something useful, he would keep some for himself. He also wants to take it back to Tianmu Town for use. After some inspection, Su Mu finally found the most precious thing of the day, a magic wand. The magic wand that Selena has been thinking about. Even though Sabastini has been helping Su Mu make magic wands, they are all ordinary magic wands. Su Mu has always wanted to give Selena a magic wand that suits her. A special magic wand. When Su Mu saw the magic wand in the brocade wooden box, which was as beautiful as glass and emitting a cold air, his heart skipped a beat. Meeting a beautiful woman. He couldn't wait to use his own method of breaking delusion. Cold jade glazed wand, epic grade. Introduction. Tempered from the 100,000-year-old ice beneath the Moreless Glacier, this is an incredibly powerful ice elemental magic wand. Crafted by the master craftsman Moron, it is one of his most prized creations. Power. With this power, your ice magic will gain a 400% power bonus, automatically allowing you to comprehend the forbidden magic within your wand. Do not use it to cast other elemental magic, as it will consume the lifespan of your wand. Disadvantage. Lacks the protection of the staff spirit. Otherwise, it can break through and become a legendary weapon. Upgrade method. Try to capture the wand's spirit and imprint it in it. The wand will then be upgraded in rank. An epic magic wand with a quadruple bonus to ice magic. It is truly awesome. Dragonhorn knife in Su Mu's hand is currently at about the same level. The important thing is that this staff can also enhance. Su Mu was very satisfied. He waved his hand and put the magic wand directly into his pocket, intending to give it to Selena. The magic wand away, Su Mu continued to check. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce really wanted to run away. Among their huge pile of supplies, gold bars accounted for 80%. Moreover, These gold bars can be melted down to make gold coins. Is Yunlong Chamber of Commerce planning to run away with the money? Chapter 340 Linghua, Giant Dragon Egg. After arranging the gold bars and placing them in Andrew's previous vault, Su Mu continued to check the remaining items. Fire beads and jade necklace, epic jewelry. Introduction. Taken from the center of the trillion-year-old Quincas volcano, these beads, formed after hundreds of millions of years of quenching by magma, contain extremely rich and pure fire elemental power. After being carved into a bracelet by the master engraver Enki, the design is very charming and more suitable for women to wear. Power. Fire elemental magic power increased by 100%. Fire elemental magic resistance increased by 30%. Spell casting time reduced. Contains magic. Hellfire barrier. Can withstand a fatal attack. Cooling time, 24 hours. A bracelet with very good attributes, and it also has a passive release skill, which is very good. Su Mu was very satisfied. Continuing to check, Su Mu discovered that there were many exquisite jewelry like the fire bead jade necklace. All of them are of epic quality. In Kai Xian's words, such a bracelet could be sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions of gold coins at an auction. This is for Winstia. This is for Tao Yao. Su Mu picked and chose, and did not forget to confirm the ownership of the jewelry. Well, this necklace. Bright white with a faint glow lying quietly in the brocade box, Su Mu was immediately fascinated. So beautiful. This was the most beautiful necklace he had ever seen. Linghua, legend. Introduction. It is said that the material used to create this necklace is a lunar meteorite from outer space. It possesses magical powers and is extremely mysterious. It was created by the divine engraver Enki and is her most proud work, bar none. Power. Greatly improves all aspects of physical fitness. Can absorb the power of the moon and nourish oneself. There are many more uses for it, waiting to be discovered. Contains magic. It contains magical power. Only the person who wears it can truly know and control the power. Beautiful and powerful. This is Su Mu's evaluation of this necklace. It is actually a legendary existence. I can't even imagine it. Linghua is among them too. That woman Ines is really brave. The moment Kai Xian saw the necklace, she couldn't help but speak. What's wrong? Su Mu glanced at her. Linghua has always been the treasure of our Tianlong City Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. I have seen it many times. This necklace comes from the hands of the divine engraver Enki. It is a very remarkable thing, Kai Xian said. However, because its purpose is unknown and it has no advantages compared to other necklace jewelry, it has remained in our Chamber of Commerce. Someone once offered 1 billion gold coins to acquire it and unlock the secret of the necklace because of Enki's reputation, but our president refused. He thinks Linghua's existence is just like the plaque of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, a very good gimmick to attract people. Moreover, he wants to unravel Linghua's secret himself. Speaking of this, Kai Xian shook her head. I didn't expect Ines to be so bold. She didn't wait until she ran away to take something like this, but actually mixed it in with this batch of daily necessities, trying to confuse people and quietly take it away. She's really brave. That's what the saying goes. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Su Mu smiled. He probably understood what Kai Xian meant. This necklace shouldn't be among this pile of goods at the moment. Moreover, their president certainly did not order Ines to take this thing away. All of this was done by Ines. Of course, this is just Su Mu and Kai Xian's guess. Ines just didn't expect to run into us. Maybe. Kai Xian withdrew her gaze. But a pair of eyes remained on Linghua for a long time, and Su Mu also noticed it. Why, you like it? Su Mu turned his head and looked at Yu Liluo, who was standing beside him. From the moment he started unpacking various jewelry, he noticed Yu Liluo. She seems to be more interested in these things. No, just curious. Yu Liluo withdrew her gaze, turned her face aside, and looked in other directions. Oh. Su Mu didn't waste any words and took Lingyu into his pocket. After sorting everything, Su Mu put everything he could into his pocket. The only regret is that this batch of supplies does not contain material resources, armor, weapons, etc. Maybe it's because gold bars are too heavy, so most of the items are light. Su Mu expressed his understanding. That's all that's left. The last carriage is also the most inconspicuous one. This is something wrapped in a rag. However, Su Mu didn't need to open it. He had already guessed that what was inside was the highlight. Kai Xian seemed to realize it as well. She stared at the carriage without blinking, waiting for Su Mu's next move. Su Mu looked around and took out 2 cards containing a large amount of gold coins. Mud-san, the brothers have worked hard tonight. Take the 2 million and share it with them. There's 1 million in this card. It's a special reward for you. You can do whatever you want with it. Mudsun handed over all the 20 million gold coins that Ines used to bribe Mudsun to Su Mu, so he naturally couldn't be too stingy. Lord City Lord, the brothers are all volunteers and do not need any reward at all. Besides, working for the City Lord is our duty, and we get paid every month. Mudsun tried to decline. Okay, no need to say more. This is my decision. Go ahead. Su Mu waved his hand. Let them go. As soon as these words were spoken, Mudsun immediately understood. He quickly turned around and took the soldiers who were still at the scene away temporarily. The soldiers were more pleased to receive a large reward, and they didn't care what was in the carriage. Let's see what's inside this carriage. Even though Su Mu already knew that it was a giant dragon egg, he still spoke, pretending that he knew nothing. When the rag was lifted, there was another layer of black cloth inside. The black cloth was opened, and there was another layer of silk cloth inside. Finally, with Su Mu's efforts, the things on the carriage were revealed. A giant egg about 2 meters high, white and transparent. You can even vaguely see the surging vitality inside the egg and witness the layers of veins inside that are constantly expanding like blood vessels. Hiss! Dragon egg? Kaisen opened her mouth wide, looking as if she couldn't believe it. Not to mention her, even Yu Lilua, who is knowledgeable and has super strength, was also stunned. Chapter 341, Steel Star Dragon. Su Mu did not hesitate and used the technique to break delusion directly. Steel Star Dragon, Dragon Clan. Introduction: the Steel Star Dragon is a very mysterious dragon in the dragon realm. Legend has it that they live outside the star field. For billions of years, very few people have seen their true appearance. Whether they have any special abilities. Remaining incubation time: 5 days, 20 hours, 30 minutes. Delusion, breaking technique, is very little, which is enough to show that the giant egg in front of us is still very mysterious. Fortunately, Su Mu still knew its name. Steel Star Dragon? It sounds quite domineering. What species of dragon is this transparent, white dragon egg? Why have I never seen it? The one who spoke was Kai Xian. She forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart. After thinking about it in her mind, she still couldn't tell the specific race of the dragon egg in front of her. Although the dragon race is mysterious, there are still classics that record their racial attributes and classifications, etc. There are quite a few such books, and Kaisen has read several of them. For the people on the mainland, dragons are very mysterious and are in existence they have always wanted to understand, so there are naturally many similar books. The classics even record the appearance of the dragon from egg to various stages of growth, with portraits. It's a pity that Kaisen has seen a lot of them, but still can't tell what kind of dragon race this huge dragon egg in front of him belongs to. Not only is its species indistinguishable, but the egg itself is twice as large as an ordinary dragon egg. Yu Lilua spoke. It was a rare occasion for her to chat with Kaisen. Lilua, with some curiosity. Have you seen other dragon eggs? There is no record in the classics about how big a dragon egg is, and Kai Xian only has a rough idea. When Yu Lilua said this, Kaisen could only think that she had seen a dragon egg before. I guess so. I've seen him a few times. Yu Lilua turned her gaze away from the dragon egg and looked at Su Mu. Dragon eggs are extremely precious. You'd better hide them before they grow up. Otherwise, they won't bring you good luck, but will bring you disaster. Also, you have to be prepared at all times for the possibility that you won't be able to tame it and will be attacked by it instead. Yu Lilua said to herself. The dragon's personality is volatile. Even if it's just been born, its intelligence is already the same as that of an 11 or 12-year-old child. It's very smart. Moreover, all the taming collars on the continent are useless against purebred dragons. They are not bound by the power of the contract. If you want them to recognize you and follow you, you must gain their approval. The power of the contract is useless to them. Su Mu couldn't help but speak. Yu Lilua said really touched his heart. Su Mu had originally planned that if the little creature inside was disobedient after the dragon egg hatched, he would simply use a collar to tame it and use it for his own use. But now Yu Lilua told him that it was useless. This is really a bit embarrassing. Yes, the power of the law of contract is useless to them. Of course, I am referring to the powerful dragon clan. Yu Lilua continued. This is the first time I've heard of this, but it seems that the classics don't really mention what kind of taming method should be used for dragons. The one who said this was Kai Xian. It was also the first time she realized that things like taming collars were useless against dragons. But soon, Kaisen thought of a question. But aren't there specialized dragon trainers on the mainland? They can tame giant dragons, and it seems they rely on collars or something like that. Dragon tamer is not common, but Kaisen knows that this kind of mysterious existence still exists on the continent. She had heard it more than once. Dragon tamer? Su Mu became curious about these 3 words. He had only seen dragon tamers in some games, movies, and TV series. Did such a profession really exist on this continent? The dragon tamer relies on shackles, not the power of law. Yu Lilua spoke slowly. Besides, dragon trainers can only tame ordinary dragons. They can't tame real giant dragons. I've emphasized it before, it's the powerful dragon clan, rather than something like the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon. Is that so? Kai Xian nodded, as if she knew what Yu Lilua meant by the powerful dragon clan. So, Yu Lilua, you mean that this dragon egg of mine is gestating a powerful dragon? Sumu understood what Yu Lilua meant. He also used the technique of breaking delusion to know a little bit about it. But Yu Lilua should not have this skill, so how did she know that this dragon egg was extraordinary? Is it just based on body shape? I can feel that your egg is emitting an extremely pure energy. This energy is very rich, and some powerful people can sense its extraordinary power. Yu Lilua looked at Sumu and said seriously, since I can sense it, it means that many people can sense it too. You really should think about keeping it with you. You can't protect it right now, not even me. Yu Lilua told the truth. Sumu could understand what Yu Lilua said. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Sumu understood the truth, but he still couldn't help but tease. Why? You're telling me this so seriously, are you afraid of death? Yu Lilua rolled her eyes and said without even thinking, I'm afraid you'll die. She was speechless. She was talking nicely to Sumu, so how could he think of that? I didn't realize, Yu Lilua, you really care about me. You can't do this. I can't resist women's care for me. What if I can't help but fall in love with you? Sumu chuckled and teased. Yu Lilua finally fell into his little trick. The reason why he said this was to elicit this sentence from her, but he didn't expect that she actually thought the same as he did. Sumu was a little proud of this. Over there, Yu Lilua was obviously stunned for a moment before she reacted. She glanced at Sumu and turned away without looking back. Her two words were still floating in the air, boring. When she turned around and no one saw her, Yu Lilua's face turned slightly pink. Play is play, make noise is noise. Serious things still need to be done. The fewer people who knew about the dragon egg, the better. Sumu covered it with layers of black cloth again and tied it up. Then he asked Mudsun to call over 20 of his most trusted knights to help him transport the dragon egg to Tianmu town. And during this process, Sumu will follow the whole process. Chapter 342 Yu Lilua, this is for you. Tianlong City, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. At noon, Ines walked out of her room in disheveled clothes, her face full of charm and lingering afterglow. What's the matter? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Ines looked at the guard at the door, Ange, and asked dissatisfiedly. She was doing something important inside, and Angel was banging on the door. Ines was naturally very dissatisfied, as she was not satisfied yet. Lady Ines, something bad has happened. The caravan we sent out yesterday was attacked by people from the Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Luolin City. Everything is gone. Ange anxiously reported the latest news he had received. What? Ines' face turned pale instantly. She stared at Ange in front of her. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Not long ago, in order to ensure that the Chamber of Commerce had left safely, Ong personally went out to check. You don't know until you see it, and it scared him to death. The scene was full of corpses. All the important supplies of the Chamber of Commerce are gone. And after Ange's inspection, he quickly discovered the culprit. People from Luo Lynching and Hailong Chamber of Commerce. There are traces of their presence at the scene. Are you sure that the people from the Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce are collaborating with the people from Luolin City? Ines forced herself to suppress the panic in her heart and asked. Yes. Although I don't know where they got the information from the situation at the scene, I did find weapons from the people of Luolin City and familiar faces from the Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Ange said with certainty. I guess the people from the Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce must have gotten some information and then joined forces with the people from Luolin City to take away our supplies. After all, only people from Luolin City have this strength. Isn't it said that Zeke Luolin has the help of legendary knights and legendary gods of magic? It's over. Ines paced back and forth in panic, thinking about the best option at the moment. After a moment, she looked up at Ange. Do you think our president knows this news now? It's hard to say, but if I don't know, I'm probably going to know soon. Walk. Pack your things immediately and leave through our secret passage. Leave Tianlong City. The farther away, the better. No matter where you go. Ines made her choice very decisively. If their leader knew this, she would not be able to survive. Ines knew this very well. At the same time, the two huge carriages were getting closer and closer to the small town of Tianmu. Sitting in one of the carriages were naturally Su Mu and Yu Lilua, who were sitting opposite each other. However, Su Mu was sleeping, while Yulilua had her eyes open, her gaze occasionally falling on Su Mu's face, and then moving away. Then it fell on his face, looked at it for a few seconds, and then looked away. It's over. Yulilua actually found that the guy in front of him, whom he thought was hateful, was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. She felt that she was probably ill. Even if she didn't hate Su Mu, there was no reason for her to like him more and more. She is not an ordinary woman, nor is she a nympho. Maybe it's because of what he did to me that night that I feel grateful to him. Yulilua murmured in her heart, thinking about this only possibility. When she thought of that night, the thought of Su Mu looking at most of her body would unconsciously emerge in her mind. Yulilua's face turned red quietly. If anyone else treated her like this, she would chase him to the ends of the earth and kill him. But it was Su Mu, she couldn't do it. Because she is under his control. Unless she wants to die? Before she knew it, Yulilua felt a little confused as she looked at Su Mu's sleeping face. She thought about the current involvement between the Moon Demon Clan and Su Mu, as well as the Yang Demon Clan. It can be said that this series of events were all caused by her. Even until now, Yulilua sometimes doesn't know where to go. Why are you staring at me? Just when Yulilua was in a daze, Su Mu's voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and her eyes suddenly focused. I wasn't staring at you. I was thinking. Yulilua said this and looked away. You said you weren't staring at me. Look, you're feeling guilty. Otherwise, why would you look away? Su Mu spoke, and his words touched Yulilua's soft spot. She quickly turned her gaze back to his face. I have no guilty conscience. Yulilua emphasized. Look, you still say you have no guilty conscience. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why do you need me to prove or explain to you? Su Mu smiled and continued to output. His mentality has changed now. He felt that what Serena said was right. His territory needs talents, lots of talents. And people who can fight like Yulilua are even rarer. Instead of letting her be restricted by him and forced to obey his orders, why not influence her sincerely? Make her your own? Sincerity is the killer move. The same is true for controlling people. I can't argue with you, whatever you think. Yulilua looked away again and said. She knew that she could not compare with Su Mu in terms of talking skills. The more you talk, the more confused it becomes. It's better not to say anything. Were you just thinking about the Moon Demon Clan and the Sun Demon Clan? Su Mu asked tentatively. Are you worried about your Moon Demon Clan? After a moment, Yulilua gave a light response through her nose. She admitted it. Lord City Lord, the Tianmu town you mentioned seems to be ahead. There were low shouts of guards outside. Su Mu lifted the tarpaulin on the carriage and took a look, and found that it was true. The small town of Tianmu is right in front of you. If Su Mu remembered correctly, his territory shield would end in 1 hour and 20 minutes. That was the best time for him to bring the dragon egg into the small town of Tianmu. By then, the territory shield will be back up again. There is no other way. The dragon eggs cannot be transported using a teleportation scroll and can only be transported in by manpower. I understand. Let's just stop here for now. You guys just need to leave first. Su Mu planned to let the guards leave. These are Mudsun's confidants and can be trusted. Lord City Lord, don't we need help transporting it in? No need for that. Just get back to Tianlong City safely. Here are 20,000 gold coins. Share them with your brothers. Su Mu took out a small card and put it into the guard's hand. Sir, this is not possible. Lord Mudsun will. All right, this is my intention. If Mudsun asks, just tell him the truth. Okay, thank you, sir. The guards left with gratitude. When they worked under Andrew before, they were not given any coins. Now they are following the new city lord, and they get rewards for every mission. Although the guards would not take this for granted, they must be happy and grateful in their hearts. They even said privately that the city lord treated them so well that they would sacrifice their lives for Tianlong City. Unknowingly, Su Mu had won the hearts of a large number of guards with his actions. This is something he himself doesn't know. After driving the guards back to Tianlong City, Su Mu returned to the carriage and waited quietly. Yulilua, who was familiar with Su Mu, knew that he must have his own reasons for choosing to wait, so she did not ask or urge him. Hello, Yulilua. Su Mu suddenly spoke. What? As Yulilua opened her mouth, Su Mu threw a brocade box to her. For you. Chapter 343 Yulilua's Bloodline Suppression. It's for you. Yulilua looked at the brocade box in her hand and felt a sense of déjà vu. She remembered that Su Mu had acquired a lot of jewelry not long ago, and each piece of jewelry was packed in this kind of box. Yulilua didn't expect that Su Mu would actually give her the jewelry he had obtained, but soon, he remembered that Su Mu was very generous to the soldiers and even rewarded them with gold coins. Maybe this jewelry is just his way of rewarding her? After all, she had worked hard all night and hadn't had any rest until now. Perhaps It is not something particularly valuable? Yu Lilua felt that this was what she thought. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Su Mu to give her something for no reason. Thinking in her heart, Yu Lilua opened the brocade box. After seeing what was inside clearly, she was stunned. Yu Lilua closed the box and handed it to Su Mu. What? Su Mu looked at her operation depressedly. I gave it to you, don't you like it? You took the wrong one. Yu Lilua said. You took the wrong one? Su Mu took the box and opened it. On it lay a translucent white crescent-shaped necklace, sparkling with light no less than diamonds. That's right, I'm giving this to you. Su Mu handed the box containing Ling Yu to Yu Lilua again, and said to her puzzled and surprised eyes. Just now, weren't you staring at this necklace? Don't you like it? I like it, of course I like it. How could Yu Lilua not like it? When Su Mu was checking out the jewelry, she was already very curious and followed him around to look around. Among so many pieces of jewelry, this necklace was the only one that Yu Lilua fell in love with the first time she saw it, and she couldn't take her eyes off it for a long time. But at the same time, Yu Lilua also knew that this necklace should be the most precious one. She is not stupid and has seen a lot of good things, so she understands it very well. So when Su Mu gave her something, she would never connect the necklace in front of her with the thing Su Mu gave her. Yu Lilua even thought that Su Mu had sent it to the wrong person. Little did he know that this was exactly what he wanted to give. For a moment, Yu Lilua was silent as she looked at the necklace in front of her. She was both surprised and confused. Was it simply because she looked at it a few more times and Su Mu thought she liked it, so he gave it to her? Okay, put it away. Su Mu stood up at this time, his face slightly serious. I have bad news for you. Your brother is here. What? Yu Lilua opened her mouth to speak. She immediately sensed a familiar breath. She turned her head sharply and looked outside the carriage. Not long after, a familiar figure fell from the sky. It was Yu Mu. Following behind him were 50 or 60 moon demon warriors. Yu Lilua frowned slightly and leaped out. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mu followed. He just learned from the intelligence system that Yu Mu was coming, and it came so fast that there was no way to avoid it. Besides, Su Mu had no way to hide because his dragon egg was still outside, before the territory shield ended, so he could only passively guard his balls. Yu Mu, why are you here? Yu Lilua looked straight at her brother and said coldly with a frown. Yu Mu did not speak. His eyes fell on the dragon egg wrapped in rags. Noticing his gaze, Su Mu's eyes became slightly cold, but he didn't say anything. Beneath this rag, Yu Mu felt a very pure and powerful energy. But as to what the energy was, he couldn't sense it. But it was indeed because of this energy that he brought the moon demon warriors here. But I didn't expect to meet my sister and that man. Yu Mu withdrew his gaze and reached out to the rag on the dragon egg. He was curious about what was underneath. You rude fellow. A light shout came from Yu Lilua. Her black blade appeared out of nowhere and swung fiercely towards Yu Mu. Call out. Yu Mu reacted very quickly. He dodged quickly and looked at his sister in surprise. Sister, you've become stronger again. But the answer to Yu Mu was not any words from Yu Lilua, but her attack. It's here in a blink of an eye. In a flash of lightning, Yu Mu was knocked to the ground. He stared at Yu Lilua, who was holding the black blade, in a somewhat embarrassed manner. A closer look at his handsome face showed grievance. Sister, why did you hit me? Yu Lilua punched Yu Mu on the head without hesitation and glared at him. Take your people and go back to the demon realm territory. Don't touch things you shouldn't touch. Yu Lilua was referring to the rag covering the dragon egg. I sensed a pure energy, and I came here to see what it is. Yu Lilua's blood. Yu Mu quickly covered his head and explained. I have no ill intentions. Is this my sister's stuff? I said, take your people away from here immediately. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Yu Lilua retracted the black blade in her hand, turned around, and showed Yu Mu her back. But I came out just to take you back with me. Yu Mu rolled and crawled to Yu Lilua. Sister, please come back with me. Just apologize to your father, and he will accept you back. Yang Yelin is dead. The things that can influence you are gone. Come back with me, okay? Yu Mu really didn't say anything nonsense. Why did he agree to let you two leave the demon realm? The purpose is to bring his sister back. It's impossible for me to go back. Yu Lilua looked at Yu Mu, who was kneeling in front of her. Her expression did not change at all, but her eyes were filled with affection. No matter what, Yu Mu came here to find her, and they are siblings from the same father and mother. If she doesn't have any feelings for him, it would be fake. Is it because of him? Yu Mu suddenly stood up and pointed a white blade in his hand at Su Mu. His aura changed in an instant, becoming murderous. Brother Yuadu told me that you were contracted into a slave by this bastard and were controlled by him, which is why you irrationally opposed our clan. He also told me that the root of all this lies with that bastard, and that all we have to do is kill him. Yumu disappeared in a flash after he finished speaking. When he reappeared the next moment, he was already in front of Su Mu and swung out the light blade in his hand. Oh! A scream. Yumu was knocked out. The one who knocked him away was Yu Liluo. Yumu struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in disbelief. Chapter 344. Hey, you are the head of the clan. Yumu couldn't believe it. His own sister would really want to kill him? Yu Liluo attacked Yumu from the beginning. It was just a symbolic attack, and she didn't intend to hit his vital points. Yumu was very clear about this. It was just a beating from his sister, and as a younger brother he was happy with it. Yumu hadn't reacted quickly just now. He might have been hit head-on by the black blade in his sister's hand. That's fatal. Therefore, Yumu simply couldn't believe that Yu Liluo would actually treat him so cruelly. On the other side, while Yumu was still in a daze, Su Mu had already driven the carriage carrying the dragon eggs towards the small town of Tianmu. Go back. The 3 words Su Mu were naturally said to Yu Liluo. She also understood and turned around and appeared on the carriage. I'm telling you this one last time. Hurry and go back to the demon realm. Don't let others use you as an arrow. Hateful. Watching the carriage disappear from his sight, Yumu punched the ground angrily. He really couldn't understand why his sister was doing this. But at the same time, Yumu felt very uncomfortable. The one who hurt him was his elder sister whom he had respected since childhood. This kind of mental damage was more severe than physical damage, so Yumu did not chase after them. He just watched Su Mu and the others leave without any action. What are you sad about? You're protecting him. Su Mu spoke. Seeing that Yu Liluo looked a little gloomy, he couldn't help but say something. Yu Liluo turned her head and glanced at Su Mu without saying anything. Actually, you don't have to do this. Su Mu looked ahead, and he could already see Tao Yao's small figure from afar. He is your biological brother. Just for this reason, I won't want to harm him for the time being. Yu Liluo. Master. Before the person arrived, Tao Yao's sweet voice was already heard. Su Mu smiled as he jumped off the carriage and held Tao Yao's running body in his arms. Are you so anxious to see me? Others may not know that Su Mu is back, but Tao Yao can definitely sense it. This is the characteristic of the Ice Cat clan. Their perception is stronger than many people. Yao is the first to know every time Su Mu comes back. Yao was still shy even though she was being held in Su Mu's arms. She poked her head out from Su Mu's arms and glanced at Yu Liluo behind her. Sister Yu Liluo. Yu Liluo nodded in response. Then she jumped up lightly and disappeared on the spot. She didn't know when Tao Yao and Su Mu became so close. But she is smart enough to know that she is redundant here. Oh, my little Tao Yao has gained weight again. Did he eat a lot during the 2 days I was away? Su Mu hugged Tao Yao and teased with a smile. No, I didn't steal food. Now that there was no one around, Tao Yao became bolder. She rubbed Su Mu's chin with her cat ears and acted coquettishly. But you've gained weight. Su Mu said seriously. I can carry it out in one hug. Really? Tao Yao pouted, looking a little worried. She rubbed her fingers vigorously and said aggrievedly. Master said I was fat then. Then I won't eat tonight. Tao Yao clenched her fists, seemingly having made a very important decision. Being fat is not a good thing. Who said being fat is not a good thing? Su Mu hugged Tao Yao's small waist. It's not a good thing in the first place. I remember Sister Kaisen said that as slaves, we must always pay attention to body management and not eat too much. Otherwise we will be disliked by the master if we get fat. Look, what did Kaisen teach? Really, I have to have a good talk with Kaisen someday. Su Mu muttered in his heart and said, Did your sister Kaisen tell you that being fat in some places is actually a good thing? To gain weight in these places, you not only have to eat, but you have to eat more. Su Mu's face was full of smiles, like a weird uncle who deceived little girls, and his smile gradually became obscene. Is there still a place like this? Tao Yao looked at her body and finally shook her head. Sister Kaisen really didn't tell me. Tao Yao couldn't continue speaking because she noticed that Su Mu's eyes were fixed on her. No matter how naive Tao Yao was, she understood what her master was referring to. Her little face turned red instantly. The master is a bad guy, Tao Yao murmured with her little mouth. But soon, she found a necklace around her neck. It's shiny and in her favorite cat ear shape. Do you like it? For you. Su Mu asked with a smile. Yeah. Tao Yao could no longer suppress the joy in her eyes. She took the initiative to step forward and gave Su Mu a big hug. Good job. Tao Yao was so excited that Su Mu almost couldn't breathe. But one thing he could confirm was that Tao Yao had really gained weight. After bringing back the good stuff, Su Mu naturally wanted to show off the treasures to others first. This time he had a great harvest. Almost every woman in the territory could get a piece of jewelry, and he had specially selected it, thinking it was the most suitable for them. Needless to say, the Fire Bead Jade Chain was specially made for Winstia, and it is absolutely perfect for her. When Sumu put it on her personally, there was naturally a period of tenderness and a heated exchange of words. It came to Serena. Her reaction was much calmer, and she took the initiative to give him a kiss. She couldn't let go of the cold jade glazed wand. When she got it, she said she wanted to go out and test its power. Sumu couldn't stop her and could only let her go. However, Sumu could understand Selena's reaction. Must have seen a lot of jewelry and had experienced many big events. On the contrary, the cold jade glazed wand really touched her heart. Sumu was wandering around, thinking about who to give something to. He was pulled into Kokonara's room. Your injuries are? From the 3 words, one can roughly predict Sumu's fate. Long time. Sumu took a long breath and stared at Kokonai. Hey, you are the head of the clan. Can you be more reserved? Who told you not to come see me for 2 days? You can't be reserved at all, Kokona pouted, looking like she was not going to listen to you. Sumu originally thought that Kokona was relatively reserved when it came to feelings, but he didn't realize that after expressing her inner thoughts, Kokona was more proactive and enthusiastic than anyone else. This enthusiasm is even comparable to Irene's. It's quite a contrast. I haven't come to see you for 2 days. Of course there is a reason, you see. Sumu took out a pink bead bracelet with a fox face engraved on it like a magic trick. Kokona's eyes lit up. After leaving Kokona's room, Sumu felt sleepy. Just when he wanted to take a rest, he was stopped by Yimei Snow. Chapter 345 Miluo's Whereabouts. You mean, Miluo was captured by their people? Sumu got the latest news from Snowed. It's still about Milo. That's right, my king. When did you get the news? Sumu's face was serious. He knew Miluo's strength. Being able to capture her meant that the other party was equally strong. But Sumu was more worried about Miluo's safety. After all, he promised Ifea that he would always pay attention to Miluo. I got the news the night before last. Snod reported truthfully. Then why didn't you report to me earlier? Sumu glanced at Snowed with dissatisfaction in his tone. But he soon remembered that he had not been in the territory for the past 2 days and had gone to Tianlong City to deal with the affairs of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Maybe when Snowed wanted to find him, he was not in the territory. Thinking of this, Sumu's mood also calmed down. Forget it. I've been busy these past 2 days and haven't been in the territory. I don't blame you. Go and find out where Miluo is now. It's best to get the exact information and location. My lord, we have found Miluo's location. Snod spoke. Where? Snowd's answer was completely beyond Sumu's expectations. Has he found where Miluo is now? In a waterfall cave less than 10 kilometers away from Feiyun City, there are more than 3,500 people there, and Miluo is imprisoned in an iron cage. Snowd said everything he knew. Because the Moon Demon clan has already attacked outside Feiyun City, they can't enter the city immediately, so they can only passively hide in the waterfall cave. Wait. Sumu interrupted Snowd, frowning. What changes have occurred in the battle situation over the past 2 days? Why were the Moon Demon clan able to attack the outskirts of Feiyun City? Did they send more people? Yuliloa also said that the Moon Demon clan would absolutely not send more manpower, so what was the reason? The Moon Demon clan is quite powerful. They shouldn't be at the gates of the city, right? It's not that the Moon Demon clan has sent more people, but Feiyun City has been attacked by another group of people. Snod said. Yesterday at noon, an unknown army arrived at the city gates. Feiyun City had no choice but to urgently recall the deployed personnel. Your Majesty, your plan from 2 nights ago was also successful. The Moon Demons attacked Feiyun City's army at night and engaged in a fierce battle with them. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The Moon Demons were even more furious, chasing the Feiyun City army all the way to the city's gates, and they refused to leave for a long time. Sumu was silent. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. However, with his intelligence, he probably guessed it. Feiyun City's sudden large-scale dispatch of troops to the Moon Demon clan must have attracted the attention of other cities. On the surface, they pretend to be on good terms with Feiyun City, but secretly they must be thinking about how to annex Feiyun City. Possible that Feiyun City relaxed its vigilance and sent out troops for this reason. Looking back at the history of Dragon Kingdom, there are too many such examples, and Sumu understands it very well. Then do you know where the other military force belongs to? I don't know. Snod shook his head honestly. Forget it, whatever. With the information Snowd had received now, Sumu was no longer dissatisfied. He thought about it and said, By the way, Snowd, since Feiyun City is in trouble now, don't the people guarding Miluo in the waterfall cave need to go back and provide support? If that's the case, will the guards be more lax? I understand. Let's go investigate right away. Snod was very smart. He could accurately understand what Sumu meant. After Snod left, Sumu took a look at his war preparedness package, which contained 4 territory shields. In other words, his territory can only be maintained for 2 days, at which time it will be exposed and the effect of the territory shield will be lifted. So within 2 days, he must resolve the issues with the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City. Oh, and there's also the Yang Demon Clan. Sumu got a headache thinking about this, but he was no longer sleepy. He quickly came to an open space and began to summon his own army of undead. There are exactly 100,000 scrolls of summoning the undead, and even if they are stacked together, it will take a certain amount of time. Sumu continued to summon undead until the evening, and only then did he finish using the undead summoning scroll. It is basically certain that the types of undead soldiers summoned by the undead summoning scroll are only. There are 3 types: skeleton soldiers, skeleton magicians, and skeleton archers. Because more than 100,000 undead summoning scrolls had been used up, Sumu summoned basically no monsters. But it's not a big problem. As long as he has the Lord Talent, Purgatory Hot Springs, his undead army will be invincible in the future. When using the medium undead summoning scroll, in addition to the usual Ghost Skeleton Knight, Sumu finally unlocked a new type of soldier. Ghost Ghoul Undead. Introduction: Notorious beings in the realm of the dead. They are the undead transformed from the dead by evildoers. They specialize in attacking from underground. Once they entangle their targets, they will not stop until they are dead, like mad dogs. A terrifying undead creature that looks like a human, has scarlet eyes, and crawls on the ground. The positioning of the ghoul should be the type that attacks unexpectedly from behind. Sumu really needs such cannon fodder troops at the moment. The ghoul has an advantage in terms of speed, has strong single-point breakthrough attack power, and can burrow into the ground, which allows it to deal a heavy blow to the enemy behind the enemy at a critical moment. The only drawbacks of this class are so ugly. As for other things, Sumu really couldn't find any major faults. Ghost Cannon Undead. Introduction: A wandering ghost in the realm of the dead. It can self-destruct, causing small-scale casualties. Don't touch it easily. This is a kind of undead floating in the air, emitting a cold blue light, very much like a ball of ghost fire, but they strangely have one eye. Saw the introduction of the Ghost Cannon, he was excited. This is simply a ghost in a dream. Originally, the Ghost Cannon only had 1 life, so its existence was rather useless. But Sumu has Purgatory Hot Springs, which can revive the Ghost Cannon after death. After resurrection, it can become stronger, with a wider explosion range and greater lethality. Sumu didn't even dare to think about it. The potential of the Ghost Cannon was too huge. It can turn a small area of damage into a large area of damage, giving people the effect of surprise and attacking them when they are unprepared. Good troops. Continuing to summon, Sumu gathered a team of 2,000 ghost cannons. After that, no new types of troops appeared in the medium undead scroll, only some skeleton dragons that had been seen before. However, the skeleton earth dragon also has a function, representing that Sumu's Earth Dragon Knight troops are further formed. Chapter 346: Prepare to summon the undead territory lord. Timu Town. Yulila's room. She was staring at the crescent-shaped necklace in her box in a daze. That was the Lingnue that Sumu gave her. Yulila stared at it for the whole afternoon. The more she looked, the more she liked it, and the less she got tired of it. But until now, she still couldn't understand why Sumu gave her such a valuable and beautiful necklace. Shouldn't he use it to please other women in the territory? In Yulila's opinion, this may be more effective. She is actually the one who is more difficult to please. But Sumu gave her this beautiful necklace. After thinking about it, Yulila reached out and took out Lingnue. Just as she was about to put it on herself, there was a knock on the door and Tao Yao's voice came from outside. Sister Yulila, it's time for dinner. I've brought it to you. Come in, Yulila answered subconsciously. But soon, she found that she was still holding Lingnue in her hand. Yulila was just thinking about whether to put the necklace away temporarily, but it was too late. Tao Yao had already pushed the door open and walked in. Wow, Sister Yulila, your necklace is so beautiful. It must be a gift from the master, it's really beautiful. Tao Yao moved her little face closer and carefully examined the necklace in Yulila's hand. At this point, there was no point for Yulila to put the necklace away, so she generously let Tao Yao admire it. Yes, he gave it to me. It's really beautiful. Tao Yao straightened up with a smile and exclaimed in praise. Yours looks good too. Yulila noticed the cat ear necklace on Tao Yao's chest. She remembers. When she saw the necklace, she felt that it matched Tao Yao's cute and sweet temperament. She didn't expect that Su Mu would actually give it to her. Hee hee, I like my necklace the most too. Tao Yao twisted the necklace on her chest with her hands, her eyes curved into crescents. It is enough to show the happiness and joy in her heart. Sister Yuliloa, you want to put it on, right? Let me help you. Tao Yao offered. Yuliloa hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Tao Yao clumsily put it on Yuliloa, her eyes lit up. Sister, it really suits your temperament. The master is really good at choosing. Sister Yuliloa, if you go out wearing this, the master will probably be fascinated by you. Because Tao Yao, a girl, is fascinated by you, let alone the master. Tao Yao transformed into Tao Kwakua, constantly outputting praise. In fact, she is not exaggerating, it is the truth. Yuliloa originally had a cool and beautiful face. The most outstanding and attractive part of her was her slender neck to collarbone. Now with the addition of Lingyu, her advantages were magnified hundreds of times. At first glance, it's hard not to notice the area from her neck to her chest. Yuliloa was originally aloof and not good at getting along with others. Now that Tao Yao praised her, she didn't know how to respond. As she praised him more and more, her face turned red. Finally, she could only take the food and eat it to hide her inner embarrassment. Sister Yuliloa, I'll be leaving first. I still have to take food to the master. Tao Yao suggested leaving. Oh, okay. Yuliloa heard that she was going to deliver food to Su Mu. She did not try to stop her. However, after a moment's hesitation, she called out to Tao Yao. Tao Yao, what's wrong? Tao Yao poked half of her head back and looked at Yuliloa, cute and confused. Next time, just invite me out for dinner instead of bringing it over yourself. Yuliloa spoke. Okay, sister. Tao Yao smiled sweetly and left. Her steps were extremely light, and she decided to bring this good news to her master. Because Tao Yao knew very well what this meant. On the other side, after a lot of effort, Su Mu finally used up his medium undead scroll. He didn't even have time to eat. Even the food he ate was fed by Tao Yao herself. Fortunately, Tao Yao also likes this activity. She had already shown off her necklace to her sisters, and everyone commented that it was beautiful. This makes Tao Yao so happy. Although this is a gift that everyone has, Tao Yao's little heart has already been extremely satisfied. Because the master has not forgotten her. Yuliloa told you not to serve her food, and to just ask her to go out for dinner? That's a good feeling. Su Mu smiled and reached out to touch Tao Yao's cat ears. That's good news. By the way, Master, Chief Weiware of the Tree Elves came to see you today. Tao Yao remembered another thing. But you were calling very attentively at that time, and she left after seeing that. Vival looking for me? Got it. I'll go find her when I'm done. There are 3,387 high-level undead summoning scrolls, which is very abundant. Su Mu directly chooses to use 100 of them at a time. No unique high-level undead were summoned, but new types of undead troops appeared. Dark Druid Undead. Introduction, a powerful undead with summoning ability in the realm of the undead. They can transform into animals to fight, and can summon the spirits of animals to join the battle, and can also give the summoned spirits various wonderful states. Each Dark Druid can summon 5 to 6 animal spirits to assist in battle. The strength of the summoned creatures depends on the strength of the Druid. Su Mu. Summoner. Type Undead are finally here. This is a good type of soldier. Looking at the humanoid undead, holding an animal bone scepter, and the ghost-like undead, Su Mu liked it more and more. He quickly summoned continuously and put together a large team of 1,121 Dark Druids. Continued to summon and capture the Spirit General. It just so happened that Su Mu felt that his soul-binding efficiency was too slow, which seriously affected the output of undead. The appearance of the soul-binding general could just make up for this problem. Then, new undead soldiers appeared again. Giant Shield Minotaur Undead. Introduction. Within the undead realm, a species of undead possesses astonishing defensive power. Armed with giant shields, their defiance of all attacks is enough to strike fear into the hearts of all enemies. The shield can be imbued with special energy for defensive and offensive purposes. You can create a giant defensive shield for its use. The quality of the shield affects its strength. The Giant Shield Minotaur is a tall soldier with a height of about 2 meters. Their size is comparable to that of orcs, and they hold giant shields that are slightly smaller than their size. Looks very majestic. A type of soldier that can stand in the front and absorb attacks to give teammates time to attack is exactly what Su Mu needs. Advanced Undead Summoning Scroll has been used. Then there was the ordinary Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll, which was still a ghost dragon flying in the sky, nothing special. Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll can summon powerful undead dragon creatures. Note, dragons were very powerful creatures in life. Even after becoming undead, They still retain their personalities and remain unpredictable. Please use with caution, as the summoned undead dragon may attack you. With the experience from last time, Sumu temporarily put away the undead dragon summoning scroll this time. He planned to finish the matters with the Moon Demon Clan and the Sun Demon Clan before choosing to summon. It was a blessing that Sumu summoned the demon dragon, Lei Cain's last time. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble, as described in the scroll. This is not an ordinary scroll, but it can really summon powerful dead dragons. Sumu's eyes were fixed on the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll. This is safe to use. Chapter 347, Lord of the Undead, Eleonora. Scroll of Summoning the Undead Domain Lord. The Undead Domain is spread across thousands of small domains. Using this ancient scroll, you will summon a powerful Undead Domain Lord from among them. The power of the contract will be generated in you. If he/she is not satisfied with you, he/she will return to the realm of the dead. If he/she is satisfied with you, he/she may stay to assist you. The summoned Undead Domain Lord is very powerful, but because of the power of the contract, she/he will not threaten you. Have a look. Although they are both scrolls, the Undead Dragon Summoning Scroll and the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll are very different. At least the latter is safe after being summoned. Sumu praised the humanization of the Undead Domain Lord Summoning Scroll. With some anticipation, Sumu used the scroll. The power of the array pattern is still similar to that of the summoned creature, but it is not as gorgeous, complicated, and terrifying as the summoned undead dragon. The dazzling array light dissipated, and the first thing Sumu saw was a coffin. Yes, it really is a coffin. Moreover, it is a huge coffin made of ancient black wood, which looks very historical. It feels ancient and heavy, mixed with a hint of weirdness and horror. On the coffin, there are intricate runes carved that Sumu cannot understand. The system showed that the summoning was successful. With the experience of summoning the undead in the past, Sumu did not feel afraid of this coffin. He slowly stepped forward and prepared to check it out. Soon, Sumu discovered something different. It turned out that the coffin he saw now was actually a coffin, because there was a small coffin inside it. That is a coffin within a coffin. The person inside the small coffin should be the so-called Lord of the Undead. Is he asleep? There was no sound. Just as Sumu was about to reach out to push the coffin open, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures from the corner of his eye. Felina. There is also the undead little lowly Isel, who likes to act like an adult. Glanced into the coffin with great curiosity. What are you two doing? Sumu stopped and couldn't help but look at the two of them and speak. It would have been fine if Felina and the others didn't show up, but as soon as they did, he felt something strange, as if the coffin couldn't be opened. Such a strong smell of the undead realm. We were drawn here. Felina spoke, and she glanced into the coffin. What did you summon? I don't know either. He should be a lord of the undead realm. Undead Domain Lord. Isel was even more excited. She floated in front of the coffin and asked, could it be another old acquaintance of mine, Master Isel? If so, that would be great. I will be just as excited as I am to see Lady Florina. Isel, don't be too happy too soon. Maybe he's not your old acquaintance. Felina floated over. Have you ever seen a coffin like this? Isel looked carefully and shook his head. How weird. Why would the dead still lie in the coffin? Haven't we already tried that once? Isel stared with round eyes and asked a soul-searching question. That's right. Is it a zombie? Isel seemed to have thought of something. Zombie. Upon hearing these two words, the man's face unconsciously appeared in Sumu's mind. Sumu has watched a lot of zombie movies since he was a child. The question is, are there zombies among the undead? Sumu looked at Felina. He was really curious about this. Yes. Felina nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Hurry, open it, and see if it's a zombie. Isel became excited. If it's the zombie territory lord, maybe I, Lord Isel, really know him. Lady Felina, do you still remember Roko Nana? Felina thought about it. An acute face appeared in her mind. The little loli you used to play with? What little loli? I'm now Lady Nana, ruling the zombie domain of the undead realm. I'm the domain lord. Isel said excitedly. You have no idea how busy she is after becoming the domain master. That's why I left the zombie domain and stopped playing with her. It's been a while since I last saw Nana. It's been thousands of years. Isolde was lost in the beautiful memories of the past. Great if it was her. At this moment, Isel became even more excited. She looked at Sumu. Hurry, open it. Let me see if that's Nana lying inside. So much time has passed. Felina sighed softly. Thousands of years. For the undead, it is just a blink of an eye. They have no idea what the passage of time means. Because they are immortal. Be careful. Felina looked at Sumu and spoke. Good. This time, Sumu did not hesitate and reached out to lift a corner of the coffin lid. So heavy. You know, Sumu's current strength is already astonishingly great. He dared to say that he could easily lift something weighing 1,000 pounds. But the coffin lid made him feel heavy. So heavy. I can't imagine how heavy this coffin lid is. Gritting his teeth, Sumu finally opened the coffin lid. A strange fragrance hit him in the face. When Sumu took the first breath, he even felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, thanks to his efforts, the appearance of the coffin owner was finally revealed to him. Pale face, long snow-white hair, three-dimensional and deep facial features, and a beautiful and cold Western face. Huh? Not Nana. What a pity. Isel took a look and immediately showed disappointment on his little face. Felina didn't react much. She glanced at the figure in the coffin, and fear was faintly visible in her eyes. It's someone from the Blood Domain. Blood Domain. Sumu glanced at Felina. Yes. Felina said affirmatively. The Blood Territory, also known as the Vampire Habitat, is located in the southernmost border of the Undead Realm. It's a cold place, dormant year-round. The demonic vampires there survive by sucking blood. Demon bloods? Are you referring to vampires? But aren't they also part of the undead race like you? In Sumu's mind, the realm of the undead should be inhabited by undead, right? Are there other races? Not necessarily. Felina shook her head and said, the Demon Blood clan is also classified as a member of the Undead clan. They are a relatively special existence, but that doesn't mean that all the people living in the undead realm are undead. It's just that the undead make up about 70 to 80%. I see. Sumu nodded, realizing that his thinking was too rigid. Who says that only undead people live in the realm of the dead? There is no sweet potato in the sweet potato flower. Sumu used a delusion-breaking spell. Lord of the Undead, Eleonora. Chapter 348. Your blood is so sweet. Eleonora, Demon Blood Clan. Age, long time ago. Introduction. Eleonora is a distinguished earl. She comes from the Blood Realm, one of the thousands of extraterritorial planes in the Undead Realm. She is the ancestor of the Blood Clan and possesses the purest Blood Demon Clan bloodline. She has existed for a long time, and no one knows how long she has lived. Her deeds seem to exist only in certain classics. Many people only know that she is very mysterious and very powerful. Try to use your blood to wake her up from her slumber. After reading the introduction of the art of breaking delusion, Sumu finally understood why Eleonora in front of him did not react at all after they had been talking for a long time. It turned out that he was asleep. Moreover, blood is needed to wake her up. Looking at Eleonora's exquisite and flawless face, yet as white as paper, Sumu felt a headache. Not only did he summon her, but he also needed to donate blood to wake her up. Will he be bitten and turned into a vampire in the future? Sumu, who had watched many vampire movies in the past, hesitated. He knew that vampires like to have servants, blood servants, and the like. He doesn't want to be that kind of person, even if the vampire in front of me is a woman, a little too beautiful. But Sumu had no thoughts about her. She seems to be sleeping. How can I wake her up? Isel lay on the coffin, reached his little hand inside, and touched Eleonora's body. Hey, wake up. You who are from the realm of the dead, wake up. Isel, don't move, she is sleeping. Seeing this, Felina hurried forward and pulled Isel. She is also sentient even when she's asleep. Be careful, she might wake up and teach you a lesson. Tisk, Isel pouts with a cowardly yet tough expression. What are you doing? Felina suddenly noticed that Sumu had cut his hand. Wake her up with blood. Sumu was originally hesitant, but with the mentality of seeing things through to the end, he felt that he had to wake her up and take a look. He couldn't let Eleonora sleep here forever, right? That's so abstract. Awakening with blood. Felina didn't expect the awakening method to be like this, but it was too late for her to stop it. Sumu's palm was cut, and blood dripped from his palm to Eleonora's lips. The bright red blood instantly moistened her pale lips. Isel obviously didn't like seeing this scene. She hid to the side of the coffin. 10 seconds later, it was visible to the naked eye that Eleonora's pale face had a little redness, and her eyeballs moved through her eyelids. Knowing that she had a reaction, Sumu increased the bleeding. 1 minute later, Felina looked at Sumu worriedly. Forget it if it really doesn't work. Her lips are red, but yours are white. Don't force it. Maybe you can come back later. Sumu heard what Felina said. Although he did not feel dizzy, he knew that he had lost a lot of blood. As the saying goes, one essence is 10 bloods. What is lost is not just blood. Had turned blood red, perhaps due to the nourishment of his blood. Very strange. Eleonora, I know you're reacting. If you don't open your eyes, I'll feed you black dog blood. Sumu couldn't help but threaten. He didn't think it would have any effect, but surprisingly, it really worked. Eleonora's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Her pupils were strange blood red, but within a second they returned to the same eyes as Su Mu's. Even the hair color turned black. Very strange. You finally woke up. Su Mu was about to withdraw his hand to stop the bleeding, but unexpectedly Eleonora took the lead. She sat up straight and grabbed Su Mu's hand. Depend on. Don't bite. Su Mu thought that the vampire Eleonora was going to bite him, and he subconsciously reacted. But it was obvious that he was overthinking it. Eleonora did not bite him. Instead, she held his hand and gently licked his bleeding wound. As soon as Isel stuck his head out and saw this scene, he immediately retracted it. She only had the body of a child, but she knew a lot, and she felt that the scene before her was not suitable for children. But Su Mu was still naive. He thought Eleonora was just grabbing his hand and licking the blood off it, but he didn't expect her to suck it twice fiercely. Su Mu could even feel the blood in his body being sucked away by her quickly. Very intuitive feeling. It's the feeling that the blood is being sucked out of the body in an instant. But fortunately, Eleonora didn't go too far and just took 2 sips. Then she used her pink little red tongue again to gently lick the wound on Su Mu's palm, looking at him with an ambiguous look. It's not a provocative look, but it's a teasing and seductive look. Fiolina next to her frowned slightly and looked at Eleonora with a much more unfriendly look. No way, you really got the script to become a blood servant. Su Mu muttered in his heart. It was really because Eleonora's actions were too ambiguous, so ambiguous that he couldn't help but have some crooked thoughts. Imagine that the vampire countess used her beauty to seduce the leader Su Mu to become her blood servant, and she was fed with blood all the time. Then the two of them lived together shamelessly. No such script. Just as Su Mu was about to withdraw his hand, a magical scene happened. Licked by Eleonora healed. Su Mu dared to say that this was definitely not his ability, but the ability of Eleonora. Your blood is so sweet. Eleonora spoke, her voice 3 parts tenderness, 3 parts seduction, and 4 parts laziness. It is easy to remind people of the bubbling sound of a royal sister. You woke me up, didn't you? What do you want me to do for you? Eleonora licked her red lips and licked the blood off her lips completely. Don't go too far, everyone is fine. As she spoke, she also cast a coquettish glance at Su Mu, with a lazy smile on her face, and leaned against the side of the coffin. Su Mu, actually, you don't have to follow me. You can go and rest with Fiolina and the others. I have my own things to deal with. Besides, I don't have anything you need to do at the moment, but maybe soon. Looking at Eleonora, who had been following him since the beginning, Su Mu spoke helplessly. It's not that he doesn't like Eleonora, but when she is around, Su Mu's neck always feels a little cold. I don't want to follow those 2 little brats. Eleonora kept following Su Mu without touching the ground. Compared to them, you smell much better. Su Mu. Vivel. Fortunately, Su Mu saw a life-saving straw. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to respond to Eleonora's words. Chapter 349. Magicians can also use Eagle Eye's Spite. Wei Weier, Tao Yao said you were looking for me. Is there something wrong? Su Mu came to Wei Weier. You're finally done. Wei Weier smiled politely. It's not really anything important. Didn't you ask me to teach the skeleton mage how to improve his attack accuracy a few days ago? Su Mu nodded. It was true. He still remembered it. At the beginning, we just wanted to give it a try, but we didn't expect the effect to be so great, Wei Weier said. She felt a little emotional. How could Su Mu come up with such a wild idea? When she heard his request, she thought it was nonsense. After all, only archers have accuracy. How can a mage have any magic accuracy? However, when Vivier tried it herself, she found that it really worked. Now the skeleton magician's magic attacks have basically reached a hit rate of 99%, which is very terrifying. I dare not say 100%. That is because Wei Weier feels that it is necessary to keep it a secret, otherwise. Wei Wei didn't know why such an effect occurred, but she admired Su Mu's bold idea very much because it was actually realized. Wei Weier, are you saying that the skeleton mage's hit rate and attack accuracy have been greatly improved, just like the skeleton archer? Su Mu finally understood what Wei Weier wanted to express. That's right. Wei Wei nodded with a smile. Su Mu, I'm very surprised that your idea has come true. Take me to see it quickly. Su Mu couldn't wait any longer. Asking the tree elves to teach the skeleton magician the skills of archery was just an idea that Su Mu came up with on the spur of the moment. He didn't expect it to really succeed. What a pleasant surprise. Under Vivier's guidance, Su Mu saw the skeleton magicians who were practicing. He checked their status bar and found the talent label of Eagle Eye's Scorn. Eagle Eye's Contempt. Hit rate 100%, hit weak points with 80% attack, weak point critical attack with 300% attack. Does this mean that any living being taught by the tree elves can possess the talent label of Eagle Eye's Contempt? This aroused Su Mu's curiosity. He tried to let Vivial teach the skeleton soldiers to see if there would be an additional Eagle Eye's contempt on their talent labels. After trying for a while, nothing worked. Not really. Sumu pinched his chin, a little confused. He felt that the appearance of Eagle Eye's scorn would occur when the tree elves taught, and this should be a certain rule. No matter how bad you are, you can at least get the Eagle Eye trait, right? So why are there skeleton soldiers? Huh. Just when Sumu was wondering what was going on, he suddenly heard a lazy yawn from the side. He turned his head and saw that it belonged to Eleonora. She was leaning against a tree trunk with a lazy look on her face, revealing her long, white legs. Moreover, when Sumu looked up from the bottom, he could vaguely see the scenery under her skirt. This vampire. Sumu quickly looked away and kept his eyes straight. Eleonora seemed to be talking to herself, her legs elegantly crossed. Isn't it a bit absurd to ask them to teach archery to a skeleton that wields swords and knives? The seemingly unintentional words made Sumu frown slightly. When he thought about it carefully, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, maybe it has something to do with the profession. Skeleton soldiers are originally positioned as melee fighters. Isn't it irrelevant to teach a melee fighter archery skills? In other words, as long as it's a remote profession, it's fine? Thinking of this, Sumu decided to call a slime to do an experiment. This is going to use the one that hasn't appeared for a long time. It happens to be one of the more leisurely ones in the group and has plenty of time to cooperate with Sumu. Sir, why do you want to teach me the art of archery? One by one, they asked soul-searching questions. The adults have been busy with the affairs of the territory recently, and there are more and more people in the territory. Yi hasn't seen him for a long time. Seeing that he could remember her, Yi was naturally very happy. Yi, try using the archery techniques they taught you to gather water elemental magic to attack. Sumu didn't explain much, but asked Yi to follow and learn. Oh, seeing Sumu so serious, Yi also realized the importance of the matter and hurriedly followed suit to study seriously. Soon, Sumu came to the conclusion of the experiment. It works, because after a round of teaching, Yi has already developed the Eagle Eye trait. This is a talent label that appears out of thin air. As long as you train hard, the Eagle Eye trait will eventually evolve into Eagle Eye Scorn. This means that the tree elves' teaching energy can be used on any long-range profession. Sumu thought of the dragon-mounted cannon that would appear soon. And there are magic rocket launchers. If he could combine this with the teachings of the tree elves, he would have a group of sharpshooters. It's scary to think about it. Such a powerful weapon is always accurate and also comes with double the attack on weak points. Destroying the world. However, the dragon cannon is a cannon that can be carried around, and skeleton archers definitely cannot become gunners. So the gunner needs another talent. Sumu felt that in his territory, only the orcs could easily move the dragon cannon and fire it. But the orcs are responsible for transportation within the territory, so naturally they cannot be used as gunners. This gunner needs another race. We need to introduce specialized gunners to the territory. Thank you for your hard work. Let's stop here for today. Sumu squatted down, rubbed Yi's head and thanked him. Yi was the slime who accompanied him in building the territory in the beginning. For Sumu, she was of great commemorative value and significance. He planned to take the giant salamander for a good walk after he was done with his work and also play with Yi. It's okay, sir. Just call Yi when you need anything. All skipped away one by one. Wow, you can even communicate with these little guys. That's amazing. Sumu knew without looking up that it was Eleonora who said this. Her signature lazy tone coupled with bubbling sounds was very recognizable. That's right, I'm more than just sweet. Sumu looked up and teased. Eleonora was amused by Sumu's words. She leaned against the tree trunk and laughed so hard that her body shook. She felt a danger of revealing her beauty. Winstia is a vixen, and so is Eleonora. Sumu quickly looked away. Weiweier, I have always had a question that I wanted to ask you. Sumu thought about the fact that Loslia was still sleeping. What? Chapter 350. How to awaken Loslia. Besides your spirit tree, do you know of anything else that can be called pure life force? Sumu asked his own question. Recently, he has been thinking about the reason for the clues given by the intelligence system. What exactly is pure life force? As a result, no one got the answer they wanted. Even Sumu asked Serena, Sabasi, Hestala. They are all relatively knowledgeable people, but they all answered, I don't know. Today, they happened to be in the tree elves' residence again, and Sumu couldn't help but ask about Viviel. Maybe Weiweier knows the answer? Besides the vitality of the elf tree, is there anything else that can be called the purest life force? Weiweier repeated the question, thought about it quickly, and finally shook her head regretfully. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. Weiwei looked at Sumu apologetically, as if to express her deep regret for not being able to help him. It's okay, I'm just asking. It's okay if I don't know. Just as Sumu finished speaking, Eleonora in the tree suddenly spoke. Why don't you ask me? Maybe I know. You know? Sumu looked up at Eleonora. She had already crossed her legs, tilted her head slightly, and looked at him from top to bottom. This posture is confident, noble, and elegant. Eleonora nodded slightly. Then answer me. Maybe Eleonora really knew. Sumu suddenly thought that Eleonora had existed on this continent for a long time. She was an immortal vampire. Perhaps with her knowledge, she really could know the answer to this question. Thinking of this, he was also a little excited. Furthermore, Eleonora was not too surprised that he could communicate with the slime race. She must have seen such a thing before. It's nothing new. The more Sumu thought about it, the more he felt that Eleonora really knew the answer, and he looked at her expectantly. If you want me to answer, give me a bite. Eleonora was not vague and directly stated her request. She opened her mouth slightly, revealing a sharp vampire tooth. Although Wei Wei'er didn't know much, she had already guessed Eleonora's identity. Vampire. I'll bite off your head. Sumu's mind was full of black lines. Is it just a matter of biting? He knew very well that they wanted to suck his blood. Moreover, he didn't know whether he would become a vampire after being bitten by Eleonora. How could he dare to let her bite him? This must definitely be rejected. You're so bad. You actually want me to bite your head off. Eleonora suddenly covered her mouth and smiled, her ambiguous eyes lingering on Sumu. I knew you had no good intentions when you woke me up, but you had a nice idea. I don't want it. Sumu? No. Eleonora was mumbling a lot. What did she mean? Well, since you woke me up, I'll tell you. Eleonora hugged herself and returned to her previous lazy look. The purest life force in this world is nothing more than the power of reproduction and continuation of life. No life force is purer than this. Can you understand what I'm saying? Eleonora's eyes fell on Sumu's face, and the corners of her mouth curved up, somewhat teasingly. The power of reproduction and continuation of life. Sumu repeated. He seemed to have grasped the key point and was almost able to understand and figure out what Eleonora meant. Really stupid. Eleonora laughed happily, and her laughter was somewhat seductive. But he's kind of cute in his stupid way. Let me remind you again, this is something only you men have. Wei Wei's face had turned red, and she glanced at Sumu many times. She felt that she was so stupid, and yet she already knew it. So how could Sumu not know it? Could it be that he is pretending not to know? By the way, why did Sumu suddenly ask her this question? Is this not hinting at something? He likes her? So you said this on purpose to hint at something? Thinking of this, Wei Wei's face turned even redder. She's not just any tree spirit. Even though Sumu is a nice person, he is still pleasing to the eye. But Wei Wei'er felt that the relationship between her and him was far from that level. Depend on. Sumu couldn't help but swear. Wei Wei'er understood everything. So how could he not understand what Eleonora meant by the purest life force? It's nothing more than a man's. Sumu felt numb. Are you kidding me? The method to awaken Loslia is actually. Sumu thought carefully about the previous prompts from the intelligence system. Sumu felt numb all over. Good heavens, his emotional system was playing tricks on him. But unfortunately, he was too naive to understand it at the time. Now that I think about it, it seems to be true. At least 90% similar. It seems that you already understand what it means. Eleonora was smiling in the tree, swinging her long, white legs like a little girl. Like Susu, she was not wearing shoes. But the feet will not be stained with a trace of dust. On the contrary, the toes, which looked like they were carved from jade, were dazzlingly beautiful. Sumu suddenly thought, why didn't he use the illusion breaking technique to check it out? Perhaps by using the illusion breaking technique, we can find out whether what Eleonora said is true. After all, when Sumu used the breaking delusion technique to check Eleonora's information, it already stated how she needed to be awakened. Maybe the same thing will happen if it affects Losrea. After all, this spell of breaking illusions is no longer the previous spell of insight. When Sumu was about to put it into practice, Snow found him. Tonight early in the morning is the best time to rescue Milo. Chapter 351. I'm right. Shall we sleep in the coffin for one night? Snot had already explored it. Because the war situation in Feiyun City is tense, most of the more than 3,000 guards guarding Malor will evacuate tonight, leaving only a few hundred guards. Moreover, the main fighting force will leave in the early morning. Their goal was to penetrate the Moon Demon clan from behind and strike them. These 3,000 guards will form a force behind enemy lines, acting as an unexpected presence. Snowed learned the news and came back to tell Sumu as soon as possible. Tonight, early in the morning, is the best time to rescue Milor. Sumu took Yulilaw and set out under the cover of night. The reason why I didn't bring Afia was because Malor was her relative, and if something unexpected happened, she might behave irrationally. After comprehensive consideration, Sumu decided to set off with Yuliloa. Moreover, there is no need to bring along the hundreds of guards and the undead warriors of the territory. Sumu and Yuliloa alone are probably enough to deal with. Besides, Sumu also has a little tail whose strength is unknown but looks to be very powerful. Elinora. My lord, it's the cave ahead. Miss Milower is inside. Snod pointed to the inconspicuous cave hidden at the mouth of the waterfall and spoke. Okay, go check how many people are inside and don't let anything unexpected happen. Sumu lowered his voice and instructed Snod. Okay. Just as Snod was about to leave, a voice came from above Sumu's head. No need to investigate. There are 398 people in total, 260 of whom are knights, 100 are magicians, and the remaining 38 are useless women and children. Their overall strength is very average. I estimate you can handle them all by yourself. Sumu turned around and glanced at Elinora behind him. Are you serious? Is this true or false? Could Elinora know exactly who was inside and how many people were there? Her sensitivity so strong? Sumu was suddenly very curious about Elinora's status bar. He remembered that when Elinora held his hand and licked the blood on his palm, he didn't seem to see her status bar appear. Didn't he notice? Or is there really no such thing? Sumu frowned secretly. Liloa heard that Elinora could accurately say these data. She couldn't help but look at her. To be honest, Yuliloa and Sumu were both curious and skeptical. Was what Elinora said true or false? Because she didn't sense it. Liloa had a natural resistance to this suddenly appearing demon blood vampire from the bottom of her heart. He even felt a little annoyed with the way she always hung around in front of Sumu. 100%. Elinora smiled slightly, stretched lazily towards Sumu, showing her perfect curves under his eyes, and kept saying, If I'm wrong, I'll let you do whatever you want. But if I'm right, I won't bite you. At this point, Elinora's smile turned slightly mischievous. I'm right. How about you sleep with me in the coffin for one night? Do you dare to bet? Elinora looked at him with a provocative look, but Sumu was scared. Just sleep for one night. Who would ask others to sleep in a coffin for one night? That's so unlucky. Sumu doesn't want to be a dead ghost. No bet. Sumu decisively refused. Why? Elinora pressed on. I'm a coward, isn't that okay? Sumu was quite straightforward. Hee hee. Elinora laughed, her waist shaking like mountains and hills. Out of Sumu's sight, Yuliloa's face was as cold as frost, and she looked at Elinora with even more displeasure. As if sensing something, Elinora looked back. Yuliloa turned her head decisively. The two of them avoided it perfectly. At this moment, inside the waterfall cave. Captain, I have a bold idea. Sessions' eyes kept falling on the big black iron cage in front of him. Finally, he couldn't help but sit next to his captain Gesh. What bold idea? Gesh glanced at his good brother and spoke. On the surface, the difference between them is the captain and the team member. Privately, the two are good friends who have known each other for nearly 20 years. Captain, you should know how much that Tizot silver feather horse sold for, right? Bought it for 50 million and sold it for 500 million. 500 million. Sessions licked his lips, greed in his eyes. It's money we can never earn in our lifetime. Have you ever thought about it? Gesh remained silent, but he knew and understood everything Sessions said. After all, he had heard it too. Captain, what we have before us is an opportunity to change our class. This woman is a Tizot Holy Spirit horse, even more valuable than a Tizot silver feather horse. What on earth do you want to say? Gesh interrupted his friend. He frowned and stared at Sessions with an unfriendly look on his face. Jeski, what lies before us is an opportunity. A perfect opportunity. Don't you understand? Sessions stopped calling him captain. He lowered his voice and put his arm around Gesh's neck. You should be well aware that Feiyun City's current strength is not far from being destroyed by the simultaneous attacks of the Moon Demon Clan and Luolin City. Even if you doubt the Moon Demon Clan's strength, don't you understand that crazy woman Zeke rolling? Sessions repeated through gritted teeth. Feiyun City will definitely be destroyed this time. Gesh fell silent again. He knew that, up to a point, Sessions was right. Feiyun City was attacked by the Moon Demon Clan and Luolin City together, and there was almost no possibility of a comeback. You should know exactly what I'm talking about. Seeing that Gesh remained silent, Sessions knew that Gesh must be very clear about the current situation in his heart. See? Sessions pointed at Milo, who was in a cage. Take her away from here. Don't worry about Yuglu. The two of us brothers will go away together. We will use the money to recruit soldiers and become a field army. This is our only hope of turning things around in life. Sessions with a fire in his eyes. When he learned that Feiyun City was in the midst of war and that Yuguru needed to take his men back, this thought uncontrollably emerged in his mind. The only person he needed to persuade was his good brother Gesh. Only Gesh can command the more than 300 men present. But if I just leave like this, I will be ashamed of Yuguru's trust in me. I can't. Gesh's conscience was wavering. Yuguru was usually nice to him, and he really couldn't do such a betrayal. Even if Uglud doesn't come back in the end, he will consider what Sessions said. But now he really can't. At least in conscience, Gesh couldn't get over it. Chapter 352. Wait. Our plan has changed. And Sessions, have you forgotten that your wife is still in Feiyun City, and so is my Helena? They are still waiting for us to return. We can't abandon Feiyun City. We can't betray Yuguru. Our families are still there. Thinking of his family, Gesh's wavering heart finally became firmer. He tried to persuade Sessions to calm down and not have those bad thoughts. Fuck you, Yuguru, fuck your wife. It would have been fine if Gesh hadn't mentioned this topic, but as soon as he mentioned the word wife, Sessions' face turned angry and his voice suddenly became louder, instantly attracting the attention of the people around them, and everyone looked at the two of them. Are you crazy, Sessions? Gesh quickly put his arms around Sessions' neck and said, Damn it, keep your voice down. Gesh didn't want anyone to know that the two brothers were talking about betrayal. He felt guilty just thinking about it, let alone letting everyone know. Jeski, you know what? Sessions' eyes were red, his fists were clenched tightly, and his voice was filled with suppressed anger. That guy Yuguru slept with my woman. He was having an affair with that bitch in May. They both betrayed me. Damn bastards. Sessions' teeth were grinding. Is this true? Gesh was shocked. Yuglu is his boss and Anmei is Sessions' wife. And Anmei was introduced to Sessions by Yuglu. She was very attractive in both appearance and figure. Jeski even envied Sessions' good fortune at that time. Who would have thought that the two of them were having an affair? To be honest, Gesh was deeply shocked. I'm afraid they've been together for a long time. Sessions said angrily. Last year, I witnessed with my own eyes that fat guy Yuguru squirming disgustingly on the red wedding bed that Anmei and I shared. Later I found out that Yuglu had been having an affair with Anmei before he introduced her to me. Yuglu did this simply because he was afraid of his wife from the Earl's mansion. In order to prevent his wife from getting caught, he introduced Anmei to me, and then deliberately moved me away every day so that he could have sex with that bitch in May. Listening to Sessions' words, Gesh was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that his good brother knew about this last year. He was green on his head for more than a year. Then how did you endure it for so long? Gesh couldn't help but ask. If it were him, he would never be able to tolerate his wife cheating on him and having improper behavior with other men. If I can't bear it, can I still kill Yuguru? I'm just a small guard, am I worthy? Sessions glanced at Gesh, his eyes blazing with anger. So you know why I betrayed Yuguru and why I said this was my only chance. It's our chance to cross the social ladder, our chance to turn our lives around. Sessions was extremely emotional. He had been waiting for a turnaround for too long. Jeski, let's do it, brothers. Do something. Be bold. But my Helena and my son are still in Feiyun City. Sessions was extremely hesitant and passive. On the one hand, he felt very sympathetic towards his good brother whom he had been with for 20 years. On the one hand, he still has his wife and children in Feiyun City whom he cannot leave behind. Jeski, don't you understand? Seeing that Gesh was still hesitating, Sessions' face suddenly turned cold. Yaglu is a bastard, a beast. You think Yuguru can sleep with Anmei, but will he let your Helena go? Sessions, you bastard, what are you talking about? Gesh kicked Sessions to the ground. Son of a bitch. You bastard. Gesh roared angrily, the veins on his face showing enough to show how angry he was at the moment. The noise of the two fighting immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the cave. They all looked over here with confusion on their faces. I'm only speaking the truth, Gesh. Sessions wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Gesh, and said coldly, Haven't you noticed what everyone around you is saying? Your son. Before Sessions could finish his words, Gesh's angry voice drowned out his voice. Gesh angrily kicked Sessions in the face. The huge force directly sent Sessions flying 10 meters away. Looking again, Sessions' face was covered in blood and his nose was broken. He looked so miserable. Ahem. Sessions looked up to the sky and spat out the blood that was stuck in his throat. A smile appeared on his face, but it looked extremely ferocious. He shouted, Jeski, your son doesn't look like you at all. He is the illegitimate offspring of Yuguru and your wife. Why don't you admit it? I think you must have heard more than one person talking behind your back. The angry Gesh attacked Gesh again, kicking him in the face, chest, and lower body. Every kick contains Gesh's anger. Sessions' chest was dented by the blow. If the people around him had not pulled Gesh away, Sessions would have been beaten to death. Sessions, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Gesh is still roaring. Gajeski. Sessions' weak voice came. Sometimes lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharp knife that stabs you. You are so angry, you must have seen it before. Cough, cough, cough. Sessions spat out large mouthfuls of blood again. Gesh's face was ferocious, with veins all over his forehead. Indeed, Sessions is right. However, Gesh didn't see it with his own eyes, he heard it. That night, he came home drunk and heard some obscene music outside the door. He could also vaguely hear what the people in the room were doing. But Gesh has been deceiving himself all along. It is not the case that he deceives himself, but Helena, who deceives himself, is still loyal. Do people like us deserve to live under Yugru's shadow? Sessions' voice came. Why do those damn nobles have the power to trample on our dignity and dictate our lives so easily? Why should we be trampled under their feet like ants? Okay, have you said everything you need to say? This time, it was not Gesh who interrupted Sessions, but another voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and in the dim flames, a handsome face appeared before them. A handsome young man I have never seen before. Beside him, there are two stunning beauties with different temperaments standing on his left and right. It was Su Mu, Yulilua, and Elinora. Who is it? Gesh became alert immediately, his hand on his sword, ready to fight at any time. Let's go together, three of us, and try to end the battle as soon as possible, Su Mu said, and Yulilua took the lead and went forward. Yulilua had been holding her breath for a long time. It's fine if she can't sense Elinora outside, but she has to get her face back inside. However, before she could move completely, Su Mu grabbed her. Wait, there's a change of plan. Su Mu called for a stop. The reason was that the intelligence system's prompt sound rang in his mind. And it's about Sessions lying on the ground. Chapter 353, The Son of Zhou Yuan Clan. Su Mu is confused. 6-star intelligence value. The Zhou Yuan Clan's patriarch, Wit Minkai, has been searching for his youngest son, who was scattered across the continent in his early years. A year ago, Wit Minkai offered a huge reward in order to get information about his son, and announced that if the information was true, he would be treated as a VIP of the Zhou Yuan clan. As soon as this news came out, the entire continent was in an uproar, but Wit Minkai was unable to obtain accurate information. Intelligence analysis. Sessions, lying on the ground before us, was stranded in Feiyun City 21 years ago. He has the blood of Wit Minkai, the patriarch of the Zhou Yuan clan, flowing in his veins. He is the youngest son of Wit Minkai who was left behind on the continent. Intelligence tip. If you can tell the news about Sessions to the Zhou Yuan clan leader, Wit Minkai, you may receive a large reward and be treated as a VIP by the Zhou Yuan clan. The intelligence system's prompts rang out in Su Mu's heart. He was slightly stunned. Zhou Yuan clan. The Zhou Yuan clan in his mind, but there was nothing at all. After all, he had learned about many strange races on the continent from Selena, but he had never heard of the Zhou Yuan race. Gesh and others on the opposite side looked alert. He could feel that Su Mu and the other two were not simple. But I just don't know why the other party suddenly called a halt after clearly issuing an attack order. Not only did he call for a stop, the leading man even started chatting with his female companion. Gesh glanced at the big black iron cage behind him, and he knew that the other party must be coming for the Tizat Holy Spirit horse. She is the only one who is valuable here. Inside the big black iron cage, Milor was covered in scars. She curled up in the middle of the cage and was sleeping. Milor has not been abused in the days since her arrest. The injuries on her body were from the fight when she was captured. In addition, the iron cage is attached with terrifying lightning power. As long as Milor tries to break free, the lightning power released from it will act on her again and again. Her whole body was numbed by the electric shock. Gradually, Milor gave up resisting. She knew that in addition to the power of thunder and lightning, there was also a magnetic field pattern on the iron cage that suppressed her strength. She had no way of fighting against the people outside. Instead of struggling again and again, it is better to take good care of your body and strive to escape successfully the next time you leave the iron cage. So, these days, Milor has been sleeping all the way, until she heard a familiar voice in her dream. The voice seems familiar. A face unconsciously appeared in Milor's mind. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked outside the iron cage in disbelief. Is it him? Su Mu. Where's Effia? Is he here to rescue her? Milo felt like she was dreaming. Zhou Yuan clan. Have you ever heard of the Zhou Yuan clan? Su Mu looked at Yulilua and asked. 6-star value intelligence, considering his current strength, is definitely very high-level intelligence. Therefore, the Zhou Yuan clan should be a relatively important race. Sumu naturally wanted to understand it clearly and then decide what to do. He wanted to ask and see if Yulilua knew any news about the Zhouyuan clan. Zhouyuan clan? I've never heard of it. After searching in her mind, Yulilua could not find any information or memory about this race. Even though Yulilua is a demon and lives in the demon realm, she is actually quite familiar with things on the continent. But she had never heard of the Zhouyuan clan. No impression at all. You don't know either? That's fine, it's all right. Sumu was slightly disappointed. Feel sorry. Yulilua also felt Sumu's disappointment. For the first time, she felt bad that she couldn't help him. Yulilua even asked herself in her heart, why can't I know more? But at this moment, Elinora's slightly dissatisfied voice sounded behind the two of them. Hey, why don't you ask me? You? Sumu looked back at Elinora. Then do you know? Yulilua didn't know. Then how much more so would Elinora, who has been sleeping in the borderland of the undead realm for many years? She probably doesn't know how many years it has been since she last left the mainland. This was Sumu's first thought, so he didn't even ask Elinora. But Elinora brought it up herself, so Sumu just asked casually. He didn't think she would know it all. Wow, you actually looked down on me. Elinora raised the corners of her lips and glared at Sumu. I'm not looking down on you, but you've been sleeping in the undead realm the entire time. Do you think you know what's happening in the outside world? What don't you know? Elinora was unhappy. I know everything. There is nothing in this world that I don't know. Then tell me about it. Sumu was amused by Elinora's words in such a loud tone. Take a bite. Elinora stretched out a finger and looked at Sumu provocatively. On the side, Yulilua frowned again when she heard the words, take a bite. She really doesn't like these three words. Because she knew that Elinora was a vampire. Being bitten by a vampire is not a good thing. Okay, as long as you tell me, don't say a word. I'll buy one and get one free. Sumu still didn't believe it. Could it be that Elinora, who was sleeping in the coffin, knew everything? But after he said it, he felt a little regretful. Sumu suddenly remembered that Elinora had answered his question about the purest vitality not long ago. Problem. Although he has not yet put it into practice, I don't know if it is true or not, but it seems to be true. To be honest, Sumu felt a little weak. You said it, I didn't force you. Hee. Fearing that Sumu would go back on his word, Elinora interrupted and glanced at Yulilua beside her. You don't have to glare at me. I didn't force him. If you feel sorry for him, it's not impossible for you to do it for him, haha. As she spoke, Elinora chuckled seductively again. I didn't. Yulilua quickly turned her face away and didn't look at Elinora again. I don't know if what she said was not heartache or not glaring. Or is it just one thing and one thing only? Anyway, her heart was beating very fast, and she felt embarrassed as if her thoughts were seen through. The Zhouyuan clan is a very ancient race. They have existed for a very, very long time, almost as long as I have. They are one of the few races that can achieve immortality. Elinora spoke. Eternal life? This was the first time Sumu had heard of a race that could achieve immortality. No matter how long the tree elves live, it is only a few thousand years, and they will eventually die. But the Zhouyuan clan can actually live forever? Isn't this invincible? Chapter 354. The Prophet, the Zhouyuan clan. God. Right. The Zhouyuan clan is the most intelligent race on this continent. Their wisdom is different from that of races like goblins. They are also called gods. Elinora spoke. Let me think. What should the name of their current clan leader be? Elinora stretched out her slender white hand and pinched her chin. She thought for a while. Then she opened her red lips and slowly said 4 words. Minkai Wit. It should be his turn. The Zhouyuan clan's patriarch is a cycle of 10,000 years. It's over. As soon as Sumu heard Elinora say this name, he knew it was over. This woman really knew about the Zhouyuan clan, and her talk of immortality was not just a lie. Sumu, you are confused. Sumu secretly complained about himself in his heart. Agree to be bitten? Buy one get one free. Sumu wanted to vomit blood. The Zhouyuan clan is so special. Why have I never heard of it? The one who said this was Yulilua. You are not fooling us, are you? Lilua didn't know much about the continent, but she had never heard of the Zhouyuan clan. The Zhouyuan clan is immortal. The clan leader changes every 10,000 years, and they are the most intelligent race, also known as God. But why doesn't Yulilua know anything about it? The Zhouyuan clan is not an ordinary race. Therefore, Yulilua subconsciously thought that Elinora was lying. No. Elinora, know if I know, and I don't know if I don't know. I don't bother to fool people. Elinora crossed her arms, her face looking arrogant and cold. She knew what Yulilua meant, and she was unhappy about being questioned. Then what evidence do you have to prove that what you said is right? Yulilua asked. What I said is the truth. I don't need proof. Eleonora looked at Eulaloa without any fear. The two women were in a state of tension, and the atmosphere was filled with smoke of war. Sumu was afraid that they would start fighting, so he quickly raised his hand and called for a stop. Okay, Eulaloa is also speaking from my perspective. She is not wrong either. It is reasonable for her to question it. He said, looking at Eleonora. Go on, let's talk about the Zhou Yuan clan. Why are they called gods? Why has Eulaloa never heard of them? Are there any special things about them? Sumu asked several questions in a row. So you believe me? Eleonora looked at Sumu lightly, with her lips raised. She was quite dramatic and glanced triumphantly in the direction of Eulaloa with obvious provocation. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Sumu didn't know what sin he had committed. There were not even 3 of them. So why was there so much drama? That's right. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless one is male and the other is female. I believe you, tell me. Sumu was helpless. Heh. Eulaloa proudly. Her eyes seemed to say, you lose. Snort. Eulaloa turned her head and said nothing more. She is very smart. Since Sumu said this, it proves that he is sure that what Eleonora said is true. As I said before, the Zhou Yuan clan is the most intelligent race. They possess the ability of prophecy, able to foresee the future. They also claim to know everything about the continent. Eleonora said, the most comprehensive and vast library on the continent. Whether it's cultivation techniques or magic books, they all have them all. It's a library that countless people flock to. In fact, many people go to seek out the Zhou Yuan clan out of admiration, hoping to use their prophetic abilities to solve their doubts. Often, as long as the Zhou Yuan clan is willing, they can get the answers. Having said this, Eleonora paused slightly. And the reason why she didn't know about the Zhou Yuan clan is very simple, because the classics don't allow records of anything related to the Zhou Yuan clan. Why? Is it because the laws above the country prohibit it? If it is really as Eleonora said, then it is understandable that Eulaloa does not know about the Zhou Yuan clan. It can only be passed down orally, so it's normal not to know. It's not some legal prohibition, but the power of the Zhou Yuan clan's own laws. As long as their names appear in the classics will disappear. The Zhou Yuan clan that Eleonora mentioned is really awesome. It's just that Sumu is curious. The Zhou Yuan people have the ability of prophecy. Why can't Minkai Wit know where his youngest son is? Although the Zhou Yuan clan is called God, they have a very fatal weakness. At this time, Eleonora spoke again. Their race is very small, no more than 100 people. And their reproductive capacity is extremely weak, and they can't even reproduce normally. Because they need to maintain the purity of their bloodline, they are absolutely not allowed to marry or have affairs with outsiders. Eleonora finished speaking. She found that Sumu had moved. Seeing this, Gesh and others in the front immediately became alert. They drew their swords and were ready to fight at any time. But Sumu had no idea about them at all. He went straight to Sessions. Are you okay? As soon as he asked the question, Sumu realized something was wrong. Sessions' nose was broken, but he is now recovering slowly. Looking closely, the injuries on his body were even slowly healing. As soon as he entered the cave, Sumu noticed Sessions, who was beaten to a pulp. So he knew very well what extent the other party was injured. I didn't expect that he actually has the same self-healing ability as the Zhou Yuan clan. Eleonora's voice rang in Sumu's ears. The sound was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. This woman followed him at some point and even whispered something in his ear. Sumu even felt a chill in his throat. He quickly took a step forward to avoid Eleonora. Eleonora laughed at Sumu's little action. Who are you? Sessions looked at Sumu with fear. He could sense that the other party's strength was above his. Far above. And the incredibly beautiful woman behind him. Sessions saw it with his own eyes. She descended like a ghost from 100 meters away. That speed is definitely not that of an ordinary person. You don't need to know who I am right now. Sumu turned around and looked at Gesh and others who had already met each other in battle. Put down your weapons and you can live. If you resist, I dare say you will all die. Sumu's eyes fell on the large iron cage behind him. He changed his original intention of just killing people quickly and taking Milo away. My purpose of coming here this time was to kill you and take her away, but now I have changed my mind. Sumu took a step forward and looked at Gesh and others in front of him. I believe you already know what Feiyun City is like now. I can tell you that I am the mastermind behind all this. As soon as these words were spoken, Gesh and others looked at each other. They all saw the shock and surprise on their teammates' faces. They never imagined that the handsome young man before them was actually the mastermind behind plunging Feiyun City into endless war. On the other hand, Sumu knew very well that if he wanted the people present to be willingly captured, lay down their weapons and surrender, he had to shock them first. Not only in words, but also in actions. Sumu suddenly pulled out his own dragon horn knife, and with all his strength, he swept out the sky fireblade. Fire Sword Dragon that was like 100 meters long roared away, and flames burned fiercely close to the ground. At the same time, Sumu's voice rang out amidst the waves of fire. You 300 or so people want to make unnecessary sacrifices, or choose another wise leader. I will give you time to consider. The voice fell. The flame is out. The bottomless chasm shocked everyone present. Chapter 355. This new master is definitely not simple. Clang. A loud bang. The huge black iron cage in front of Miluor was cut open by the dragon horn knife in Sumu's hand. Sumu exerted a little force and tore the big iron gate open. Miluor, you still remember me, don't you? Sumu looked at Miluor in the iron cage. From the beginning, her eyes had been on him, and she felt a little embarrassed. Remember, Milo's voice is still so gentle. Even though she was imprisoned, there was no fear on her face. He says he is calm, but in fact he is a little silly and thick-skinned. How did you find me? Is it Effia? Miluor asked softly. She thought that Sumu came here because of Effia. After all, only she can sense her. I guess so. Sumu thought for a moment and explained. After you left a few days ago, Effia was a little uneasy. She always felt that something might have happened to you, so she asked me to ask around for your news. It just so happens that I found out about it. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you. Miluor's wings fluttered slightly as she spoke. Sumu soon noticed that Miluor's wings were bleeding. There was a wound on her wing, which was severely inflamed and showed signs of blackening. Miluor hasn't been having a good time these days. Don't talk too much. Give me your hand, and I'll take you away from here. Sumu stretched out his hand towards Miluor. Without hesitation, Miluor put her hand into Sumu's and stood up with the help of his strength. She was seriously injured and weak, and had to rely on Sumu to barely stand. It seems that your injury is quite serious. Sumu frowned and put his arm around Miluor's shoulders, allowing her to lean on him better. Fine. Miluor still looked calm, just like when Sumu first saw her. But compared to before, she is no longer as glamorous as before, and instead looks a bit miserable. Just bear with it, and I'll take you back. Sumu said, turning his head to look at Gesh and the others, his tone becoming a little stern. How about it? Have you thought about it? The time for you to consider is up. Whether to live or die, the time Sumu saved Miluor had given them enough time to consider. In fact, he could have done otherwise. After all, his only target is Sessions. But if that were the case, it would seem too deliberate. Moreover, Tianlong City is in need of manpower, so it is not a bad thing to have more people. There is no need to always think about killing. I'll go with you. Someone spoke first. It was Sessions who had been seriously injured before. He didn't know when he recovered and stood up. Jeski, are you still hesitating? This is the opportunity before us. Sessions turned to look at Gesh. He thought that his actions had angered Gesh and made him clear and determined to rebel. No. It should be said to start over again. On the side, Sumu did not interrupt and watched the interaction between Sessions and Gesh quietly. Before, Sumu saw how Sessions was injured. He was beaten up by Gesh. However, Sessions did not blame him, but instead tried to persuade Jeski to make a choice. In Sumu's opinion, Sessions can be regarded as a man who values friendship and loyalty. I just don't know what conflict occurred between them. What I want to know is, will you attack Feiyun City in the future? Gesh looked away, not meeting Sessions' gaze. He had already made his choice. Will Feiyun City fall into your hands? Yes. Sumu nodded without hesitation. Sumu's idea was very simple. He would continue to expand outward with Tianmu Town as the axis. Feiyun City would be part of his territory in the future, and he must take it. If all goes well, Feiyun City will be mine soon. If it doesn't go well, maybe we need to wait. After thinking about it, Sumu said something more. Okay, I agree to go with you. Gesh is the absolute core of this team of more than 300 people. After he spoke, the others also expressed their willingness to follow. Sumu would never know that in the near future, he would sigh, feel lucky every time he thought about the choice he made today. Of course, this is a later story. Go to Tianlong City and ask to see someone named Mudsun or Hassad. Either one will do. Just tell them I sent you over, and they'll make the arrangements. Sumu looked at Sessions and Gesh in front of him and gave instructions. Set off immediately tonight and do not linger here. Also, your team should not go south, but go north, in the opposite direction, and then take a detour. Remember, this is an order. After explaining everything, Sumu took Malor and the others away using the teleportation scroll. Going in the opposite direction? That would add nearly 100 kilometers to our journey. What? Henride beside Gesh came forward and spoke. You're asking us to leave right now, sir. It's already the wee hours of the morning, and we haven't had a good rest yet. Captain Gesh, what do you think is the reason? I don't know. Gesh thought about it, and finally shook his head. He really couldn't figure it out. Perhaps he wants to test our obedience? This was all Gesh could think of. Wrong. I think Lord Sumu may have received some news and knew it would be dangerous to stay any longer, so he asked us to go in the opposite direction. It was Sessions who spoke out. For a long, long time. Captain Gesh. Captain Gesh. Henry ran over in a hurry and reported to Gesh. It's truly incredible. Not long after we left, that vampire Yugru returned with his men. Luckily, we walked faster. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape. When Yuglu returned and didn't see us, he was furious. He thought we had taken the Holy Spirit horse and threatened to find us and kill us. You have no idea how terrifying it is when he roars at the iron cage. Gesh didn't answer Henri, but looked at Sessions. It seems that you guessed it right. Sessions lowered his eyes, not overly excited or agitated, and was unusually calm. It seems that this new man we're following, Sumu, is definitely not a simple person. Perhaps our choice is right. Gesh nodded. Just now, he thought it was some kind of obedience test, but now it seems that what Sessions said is right. He was overly simplistic. By the way, Sessions, about what happened before Gesh could finish his words, Sessions interrupted him. Jeski, I always consider you as a good friend and family member. We can talk about it later. We should leave now. It will be bad if Yuguru finds us. Okay, let's go. Chapter 356 Hestala Taylor Level Upgrade. Timu Town. I'm sorry, sister. I couldn't save Flo, and instead put myself in danger. I broke my promise to you. I'm sorry. Malor looked at Effia with an apologetic look on his face and spoke in a low voice. Leaving here, Alfia once told Milor to consider herself first in everything and not put herself in danger, and then save Flo. Because Effia knew that the human world was complicated. This was her instruction to Milor. Milior nodded in agreement at that time. But she broke her promise, so she's apologizing now. It's okay. I hope you come back safely. Affia hugged Malor's body, and her slender hands fell on her wrapped wings with heartache. Malor's wings were contaminated with an unknown toxin and needed to be detoxified before they could recover. Currently, no one knows what this toxin is. Neither Susu nor Taoyao's treatment could cure the disease. Sumu also tried it. At first, he thought the wound on Malor's wings was a sign of inflammation, but it turned out not to be, but poisoning. No wonder someone as strong as Malor was arrested. It was probably due to the influence of this poison. Sumu also tried to use the illusion-breaking technique to check, but he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was. Milor, do you feel any discomfort in your body from the toxins in your body? Sumu asked. Afia was obviously very worried about this problem as well, and she kept looking at Malor. Are you feeling unwell? Milor sensed it. I just feel very weak and tired, and it seems like I can't use all my physical strength. I don't know if it's because of the injury or the toxin. It should be poison. Tao Yao said beside him. Sister Milor, Susu and I have basically treated your external injuries. They are not serious now. It's just that your internal injuries haven't fully healed. The fact that you can't use your strength proves that you are affected by the toxin. By the way, don't you claim to know everything? Sumu looked at Eleonora, who was still beside him. She should be the hope of the whole village now. Then do you know what kind of poison Milor was infected with? Eleonora has been yawning since she came back and looks very tired, but she still wants to follow him. Sumu felt a chill on his neck at this. I don't know either. Eleonora lowered her eyes. I know nothing about toxins. You've touched upon my blind spot. Otherwise, I'd have to bite you again. Sumu. Seeing Sumu's silence, Eleonora suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. You are so stupid. The person who tied the bell must untie it. If we want to know what the poison is, can't we just find the person who poisoned it? You know what? Eleonora's method really is a good idea. As long as we find the person who poisoned the food, we can naturally find out what the poison is. In that case, Milior, you should have a good rest first. I will find the person who poisoned you as soon as possible. If you feel unwell, remember to tell me or find Susu and Taoyao as soon as possible. Sumu prepared to leave and leave time for the two sisters. Besides, Milor looked like she needed more rest. I understand. Thank you. Milo nodded slightly. On the side, Ifia looked at Sumu with gratitude in her eyes. When Sumu promised to keep an eye on Malor's affairs, Ifia really took it seriously. But she didn't expect Sumu to be so concerned and find Milor so quickly. Ifia knows very well how busy Sumu has been recently. For this, she was filled with gratitude. This is what it feels like when a family helps and cares for each other. In Holy Spirit Roa, she felt only coldness, no warmth at all. Hey, did you forget what you promised me? As soon as Sumu left Malor's room, Eleonora came up to him. Let's talk later. I have something else to do. Don't follow me in. Sumu made a gesture to Eleonora to keep quiet, then stopped at the door of Hestela's room and knocked gently on her door. Come in. Hestela responded quickly, her voice as gentle and kind as always. Don't come in. Sumu mouthed something to Eleonora, then he slipped into Hestela's room. Mr. Sumu, is there something important going on so late? Hestela didn't even raise her head, and naturally didn't notice Sumu's shining eyes. The reason why Sumu's eyes lit up was naturally because of the black silk cheongsam Hestela was wearing. The design of the cheongsam was given to Fiolina by Sumu, but before Fiolina even finished the product, Hestela put it on herself. It seems that she must have sewn it herself. So beautiful. The cheongsam itself has a gentle, friendly, restrained, and elegant temperament, and it is also a piece of clothing that can show off the beautiful curves of women. It can be said that cheongsam represents sexiness in a subtle way. Hestela's temperament is very consistent with the cheongsam, and now when they are matched together, it is simply amazing. Sumu seemed to see the white moonlight, and his eyes could not be taken away from Hestela for a long time. But he just couldn't move away, and he really didn't have any bad thoughts. Hestela is such a magical existence. Even if you know that she is beautiful and has a good figure, you just can't have any bad intentions towards her. Her beauty is something you cannot bear to desecrate or disturb. Hestela, it's so late. Don't you know to take a rest before continuing? The body is the capital. Sumu walked over and took the embroidery needle from Hestela's hand. Inadvertently, he touched her hand, and her status bar appeared in front of him. Ernie tribe, Hestela female sign. Age, 21 years, 7 months, 5 days. Job adaptability, chef LV6, tailor LV5, handicraft LV1, medical LV1, pharmaceutical LV1, sewing LV1, mining LV1, logging LV1. Special talent tags, tree spirit destiny, unique, favored by the spirit, divine hand, enlightenment. With just one glance, Sumu immediately noticed the highlight. Hestela's work adaptability, tailoring, level has been raised from LV3 to LV5. Awesome. It's only been a few days, and he's already leveled up twice. It seems like Hestela has been working hard on her own these days. Mr. Sumu, I'll take a break after I finish sewing this. Hestela didn't pay attention to the fact that her hand was held by Sumu. She was more concerned about wanting to continue her work. No, you have to rest and continue tomorrow. Sumu's attitude was very tough. He bent down and gave Hestela a firm princess hug. Hestela was stunned. Afterwards, she could only watch Sumu pick her up and put her on the bed. Chapter 357. Carry out the beauty trap to the end. Hestela's body is very soft, and she is filled with a unique fragrance. Sumu had smelled this fragrance on her since the first time he met her. It was a natural tree fragrance that belonged only to her. Work and study are endless, but the prerequisite is that you have to have a healthy and strong body to support them, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Sumu put Hestela on the bed and said, Felina told me that you were really trying too hard, so hard that she was afraid. You stay in your room all day long for the sake of your tailoring skills, barely seeing the sun all day, and you don't eat on time. Sumue gave a slightly educational tone. When doing anything, you must know when to stop and combine work and rest to achieve the greatest effect. If you continue to play with your life like this, I will ask Felina to stop teaching you. Felina never said these words to Sumu, they were just Sumu's own thoughts. But he really didn't think much about it. That's how Hestela was. All right, I see. Hestela's voice was soft, her face flushed, and she was a little hesitant to look Sumu in the eye. The princess hugged just now that she was stunned. She still hasn't recovered. Since she was little, Hestela knew that she had an exceptional talent in her tribe. No matter what she learned, she could always master it very quickly. And she really likes studying and working. She feels that doing what she likes is a very happy thing. So once she starts studying, she doesn't feel tired at all. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever told her to take care of herself, to rest, and to combine work and rest. Over time, Hestela felt that her current state was correct. But after coming to Tianmu town, this was not the first time that Sumu reminded her to take care of her health. This time, Sumu forcibly snatched the guy from her hand and put her on the bed. Just because Hestela is not familiar with matters between men and women doesn't mean she doesn't understand them at all. No man had ever hugged her like this before, so it was normal for her to be shy. Look at your hands. Just when Hestela was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Her hand was grabbed by Sumu. Hestala, look at your hands. There are so many little puncture marks on them. It must be painful, right? Sumu's eyes fell on Hestala's hand, and he spoke softly, unable to hide his concern and heartache. Because the tailor needs to hold the embroidery needle, there are many small red dots on Hestala's hands, which are the marks of being punctured by the needle. You can see it at a glance. It's okay, it doesn't hurt much. Hestala shyly tried to pull her hand away, but found that Sumu held it tightly, and she couldn't pull it away at all. Mr. Sumu, I've already told you, don't call me Mr. Sumu, just call me Sumu. Mr. Sumu sounds too distant, and I don't like it. Before Hestala could finish her words, Sumu successfully interrupted her. Sumu knew very well that Hestala probably wanted him to let go of her hand. This is very consistent with her personality. Hestala is the kind of person who will say what she wants to say. She will not be shy and afraid to express her thoughts. So, Sumu interrupted her first, leaving her speechless. Oh, okay. Hestala could only respond passively. But soon, her eyes widened. Because Sumu performed amazingly again. He put her fingers to his mouth and blew gently a few times. Let me blow on it for you. Does it hurt less? Sumu looked up, a bright smile on his face, and met Hestala's eyes. He had already planned to carry out the beauty trap to the end and make Hestala his own completely. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore, Hestala replied. She didn't feel pain before or after Sumu blew on her. Sumu's sudden tenderness and concern made Hestala's heart tremble slightly, as she had never felt such a feeling before. She felt her ears burning. It's hotter than ever. By the way, Hestala, I want to talk to you tonight about something. Sumu knew that it was almost time. Any longer would seem greasy, and it would be counterproductive and scare Hestala. He played with Hestala's slender hand and said, What is it? Is it important? Hestala didn't dare to look Sumu in the eye, so she could only lower her head. But when she lowered her head, her eyes couldn't help but fall on her hand that Sumu was holding and playing with. My face is getting even hotter. Do you have any ingredients that can alleviate the poison? A very important member of my territory has been poisoned. I don't know what the poison is yet, and I need to stabilize her toxicity. Sumu told him the reason why he came to see Hestala. He originally wanted to talk about Malor's poisoning, and flirting with Hestala to implement his beauty trap was just a side topic. Poisoned? Seriously? Hestala frowned slightly. If it were before, I might be able to use ingredients to detoxify her, but now I lack that ingredient. But if you're talking about delicacies that can alleviate the toxicity, I do have some ideas. Sumu knew that there would be a roundabout way to find Hestala. Can delicious food detoxify any poison? Sumu was curious about Hestala's previous words. Right. Hestala nodded. Having entered a state of knowledge, she had forgotten that her hands were being played with. There's an ingredient called spiritual beauty, and it has this effect. Beauty of the soul? It sounds nice. It must be something delicious, right? Sumu asked subconsciously. Puff. Hestala suddenly smiled. As if realizing that she shouldn't laugh, she stole a glance at Sumu. Seeing that he was looking at her, she quickly shook her head and turned her face away again. Soul beauty is poisonous. That's why it doesn't taste good. It's just that after being specially cooked, it has the ability to neutralize any toxins. I see. So that's why you're laughing at me, haha? Sumu himself laughed. He heard the name of Zinlingmai and thought it was something delicious. Don't worry. I'll make some soup tomorrow that can alleviate the toxins and temporarily relieve her poison. Hestala said. However, toxins in the body will disrupt the balance of the human body. We still need to find a way to detoxify it quickly. If there is no other way, you may really have to help me find the beauty of the soul. Chapter 358. The Lord's pride lost its effect. Okay, I understand. Hestala agreed to help make a soup to relieve the toxins, so Sumu felt a lot more relieved. Seeing that it was getting late, he stood up and prepared to leave. It's late. You rest. I'll leave first. Remember not to continue working. I'm keeping an eye on you, okay? Sumu looked down at Hestala and smiled. Oh. Hestala nodded, but then she saw Sumu suddenly pick up the quilt next to her and cover her with it. He turned around and left after finishing everything, but suddenly turned back when he was about to go out. Huh? Anything else? Hestala was a little flustered because she had been staring at Sumu's back as he left, her face flushed. He suddenly turned around and saw her reaction. Hestala, you look very suitable for wearing a cheongsam. It's really beautiful. I'm completely captivated by it. Sumu praised him inexplicably and then pushed the door open and left, leaving Hestala even more bewildered. A while. Hestala finally reacted. Sumu meant to praise her. By the way, Felina said that the cheongsam was designed by Sumu. Hestala remembered that she still had a lot of things to ask Sumu. But because of his inexplicable gentleness, she even forgot what she wanted to ask him. That night, Hestala did not continue working, because she was so confused at the moment. TSK, 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 it's finally out. I thought I would have to wait all night. Eleonora yawned and glanced at Sumu, who came out of Hestala's room. Can you please stop being so dirty? Am I that kind of person? Sumu rolled his eyes. He was not stupid, and of course he knew what Eleonora was implying. You look so proud with your blushing face. Isn't the Ernie girl inside pretty? Eleonora raised her eyebrows and looked at Sumu carefully. Did she kiss you? How do you know Hestala is from the Ernie tribe? You know everything about the Ernie tribe. What Sumu was concerned about was not whether they were related or not, but why Eleonora knew that Hestala inside was a subhuman of the Ernie tribe. You know, Eleonora just came to the territory today, and she has no time to get to know so many people. TSK, what else don't I know? Is this unusual? A rare look of pride appeared on Eleonora's face. She was very satisfied with Sumu's reaction. Very interesting. This woman is definitely not that simple. Maybe she is hiding a big secret. This was what Sumu was thinking. Hey, take a bite. Eleonora caught up with Sumu's leaving steps. A grown man wouldn't go back on his word, would he? That's not the case. Sumu sighed slightly. He was willing to accept the loss, and he had nothing to say. The only point was, I can let you suck my blood, but just take a bite. I don't want to become a vampire. What? Do you look down on vampires? Eleonora curled up her lips into a smile and looked Sumu up and down. I don't mean to look down on you. I just haven't had enough of being a human being yet. I don't want to be anything else for the time being. There's no discrimination involved. Don't confuse me. Sumu explained. Even though Eleonora asked with a smile, Sumu was not stupid. He knew that the other party's question was more or less a question. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to say that I look down on you at this time? His emotional intelligence is not so low. You don't know how many people I want to bite, but I might not bite them. Eleonora came up and sniffed Sumu's body. Sumu did not react at all to this. He wasn't testing Eleonora. He was trying to trust her. Sincerity is the killer move. Sumu always believed that this sentence was lethal. He summoned Eleonora, and he chose to believe her, believing that she would not bite him off casually, even though her personality is hard to understand. Do you know that if I bite you, you can gain eternal life? Eleonora's voice sounded beside Sumu's ears. Eternal life is so tiring. I don't want it. Sumu shrugged, looking indifferent. Tisk, one day your ambition will swell, and you'll want eternal life. Don't come begging me then. Eleonora's lazy voice sounded again. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, I don't want to do it now. Sumu changed the subject. Do you want to smoke? If not, I'll go to sleep. I'm exhausted after a busy day. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Eleonora picked up his hand and put it in front of her nose and smelled it. It was at this moment that Sumu frowned secretly. What's going on? Eleonora's hand was clearly holding his, but the Lord's pride did not work. Eleonora's status and talent bar did not appear in front of Sumu. Sumu didn't believe it, so he shook off Eleonora's hand and took the initiative to hold her hand. Still no. Tried 3 or 4 times, still no luck. What's wrong? Eleonora's lips curled up in a playful manner. Are my hands more fun than that Ernie girl's? Is it worth your playing around with it several times? Sumu. Damn it. Hearing this, Sumu felt a chill in his heart. Doesn't Eleonora have X-ray vision? Been playing with Hestala's little hand in the room? This. Sumu was shocked by her beauty. He looked at Eleonora several times, secretly suppressing his inner surprise. You talk too much. Are you still going to smoke? If you can't bite anything, then save it for tomorrow. You can only eat 1 meal a day. It's too difficult for me. Eleonora said as she let go of Sumu's hand. Her figure flashed, and the next moment she had disappeared from his sight, with her charming smile still lingering in the air. I'm going back to sleep. If you miss me, come find me in my coffin. Hee. Sumu. It has been a long time since he had a good relationship with Selena, so this night, Sumu naturally found Selena. He tried it and found that his Lord's pride still worked on Selena. So, it's not that the effect has been lost, but for some reason, it didn't work on Eleonora. Sumu couldn't figure it out either. Perhaps, Eleonora really has some big secret hidden in her? A night of lovemaking. The energetic Sumuji defeated Selena and made her flee in disarray. The next day, Sumu did not forget his mission. He still hadn't figured out what happened to the tree elf queen Loslia, whether it was exactly as Eleonora said. So he came to the residence of the tree elves again. Deception technique. Chapter 359. How do I tell this to Weiwei? Deception technique. Loslia, tree elf. Age, 3156. Introduction. Loslia is the most outstanding and talented girl in the tree elves in the past 10,000 years. Her cultivation talent is unmatched. At the age of 125, Loslia had already mastered the secrets of her tribe, and her archery skills were exquisite and unrivaled in the entire tribe. She became the envy and admiration of all the men and women in the tribe, and her reputation spread far and wide. At the age of 156, Loslia was entrusted with a mission. She was recognized by the Tree Spirit Scepter and became the youngest queen in the history of the Tree Elves, leading the Tree Elves to survive in the Forest of Siam. The Tree Elves of the Siam Forest have developed into the most prosperous of the Tree Elves. Not long ago, the injured Loslia exhausted her life force in the battle with the human race and the fierce demon clan and fell into a state of suspended animation. Later, she was fed back with life force by the Daughter of Life and fell into a deep sleep. Try to have sex with Loslia, and she will wake up from her slumber. Su Mu. The previous part is all foreshadowing. Su Mu is most concerned about the latter part. Delusion breaking technique proved that what Eleonora said was right. If one wanted to wake up Loslia, that was really the only way. Isn't this too abstract? Su Mu forced himself to look away from Loslia. For some reason, whenever he saw Loslia, bad thoughts would inevitably arise in his mind. Su Mu didn't know if it was because of him, or if every man would be like this when he saw Loslia. That's really a bit crazy. Su Mu. On the side, seeing Su Mu's strange expression, Wei Wei couldn't help but call out softly. She also didn't know why Su Mu came to see her mother so early in the morning. But she didn't think much about it. She simply thought that he cared about their tree elf clan. I'm fine. Su Mu forced a smile and met Vivielle's gaze. The headache now is that Su Mu knows how to wake up Loslia, but the question is whether he can tell Vivielle directly? Are you kidding me? Vivielle is Loslia's daughter. Does Su Mu have to tell Vivielle in front of her that he wants to do that with his mother, and then she will wake up? Would Vivier believe such a statement? Don't even mention whether he would believe it or not. Su Mu estimated that he himself couldn't say this directly to Wei Wei. Su Mu is just thick-skinned, but not to this extent. Could it be that this can only be done secretly? But I can't come to Su Mu secretly. He's not a good guy, but he's not a complete jerk either. Su Mu really couldn't do it secretly without telling Wei Wei. Isn't that pure beastliness? It seems that the matter of Loslia's resurrection has to be put aside for the time being. Su Mu was also helpless. Just as Su Mu was about to leave, the elf tree called him. The creature born from the elf tree was much more lively than before. It chatted with Su Mu about many boring things. It's okay for now, and Su Mu is happy to listen to it chattering. Moreover, Su Mu also came up with an important news. Soon, he wouldn't be the only one who could hear the call of the spirit tree. Wei Wei and the others can also. However, during this conversation, Su Mu felt that the voice of the elf tree seemed to have changed a little compared to its previous childish voice. Su Mu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the voice of the elf tree seemed familiar. He seemed to have heard this voice before. At the same time, Feiyan City, Earl's Mansion. Master Kelly's. Something bad has happened. Oh no, Master Kelly's. Hayworth ran in hurriedly, his dark face full of anxiety. What's wrong? Kelly's opened his eyes from the chair. Compared to the previous few days, he seemed to have aged a lot. Master Kelly's, our Chamber of Commerce's goods have been robbed. That important cargo is gone. Haywo's face turned pale as he recounted the latest news he had just received. What? Did our cargo, valued at tens of billions, get robbed? When Kelly's heard that a living creature had been robbed, his nerves tensed up. He suddenly sat up in the rocking chair and stared at Haywo. Right? Haywo's lips trembled. He felt Kelly's anger. That's right, Master Kelly's. Not only that, the caravan sent by Ines from Tianlong City was also dragged into the battle on its way to Rendezvous. Completely annihilated. What? Kelly's crushed the handle of the rocking chair under him into pieces. Where's Ines? Kelly's voice was hoarse, like a beast. I can't get in touch with her. I've sent people to Tianlong City to try to contact her, but there's been no response yet. As soon as Haywo's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. He was pot-bellied and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The moment he saw him, Kelly's anger subsided a lot. Yuglu, quick! Hurry and bring the Tizat Holy Spirit horse here. Kelly's placed all his hopes on the Tizat Holy Spirit horse. As long as he could obtain the power of the Tizat Holy Spirit horse, he could regain his youth. As long as he can regain his youth, Kelly's feels that there is still hope. He wants to make everyone who harmed him pay the price. I'm sorry, Master. Yugru wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of guilt. The three words, I'm sorry, made Kelly's heart skip a beat. Yuger, please don't tell me what went wrong with the Tiansua Holy Spirit horse. Kelly's eyes were red as he stared at Yuguru in front of him. I'm sorry, young master, there is indeed a problem. Yugla didn't dare to meet Kelly's eyes. He could only turn his face away and lower his voice. Yesterday, the battle was tense, and the master asked me to bring back some support to flank the Moon Demon Clan's army. That was our only chance. I dare not delay the master's arrangements, so I can only temporarily arrange for someone to guard the Tizat Holy Spirit horse in the cave. Then, Kelly stretched out his dry, thin hand, grabbed Yuglu's collar, and roared. Don't tell me that the Tizat Holy Spirit horse is lost. I'm sorry, master. Yuglu collapsed to the ground, saying in panic, I never thought that bastard Gesh would betray me. He took his men and took the Tizat Holy Spirit horse away. I've always been so good to him, but that bastard actually dared to betray him. Yuguru's breathing became increasingly difficult, and his neck was tightly gripped by Kellis, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Chapter 360. Different Uses of Intelligent Metal. In fact, Yuglu could have resisted, because the man in front of him, Kellis, was no match for him. But is it Kellis that Yuglu fears? What he was afraid of was the old man hiding in the dark and protecting Kellis. Asshole. Kellis remained calm, as he knew Feiyun City was in need of manpower right now. On the surface, Yuglu is the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Feiyun City, but secretly he is also a member of the City Lord's mansion and is close to his father. Kellis wasn't crazy enough to kill him. Quick, send someone to look for him. Kellis yelled angrily at Yugru. Master, I have sent people to look for him. Yugru touched his neck, feeling embarrassed as if he had died once. At this moment, another figure hurried in. Oh no, master. The master has received the latest news. The Moon Demon Clan we have been fighting against actually has the same enemy as us. We have all been tricked. What do you mean? Tell me slowly. Kellis frowned as he looked at the subordinate in front of him. He knew that Feiyun City had been caught up in war recently because it had to deal with an unknown territory, thus provoking the Moon Demon Clan. Not only that, seeing that Feiyun City was caught up in the war, Luo Linsheng wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie and completely swallow up Feiyun City. Kelly's father has been very worried and busy with these things recently and has no time to take care of his affairs. Yes. The subordinate quickly explained the cause and effect in detail. At the same time, the conversation between Kelly's and the others was being overheard by two men outside the hall. They were Lord Players, Han Dongxing and Zhao Dapeng. It's over. It looks like Feiyun City is in big trouble. Zhao Dapeng shook his head, a look of panic on his face. What happened in Feiyun City these days? Everything starts with their intention to take over Su Mu's territory. Then Feiyun City began to go downhill. Now it is still caught in a battle with Luo Linsheng and the Moon Demon Clan. Dapeng, let's leave Feiyun City immediately. This place is no longer suitable for us to stay. Han Dongxing spoke. Aren't we going to deal with Su Mu anymore? Zhao Dapeng looked at his partner. He was very excited about it. Because compared to endless wars, Zhao Dapeng would rather guard his own small territory and develop it. Unlike now, we have to worry about taking sides all the time. It's not that we won't deal with Su Mu, but whether Su Mu will let us go. Han Dongxing's eyes were deep. I now understand the situation. The Moon Demon Clan was not sent by Su Mu at all. He has fooled us all. That kid is very cunning. He's using the Moon Demon Clan's force against theirs, taking advantage of the battle between them and Feiyun City to buy time for his own development. The poor Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City were fooled around by him and used as free thugs. They fought tooth and nail, only to realize in the end that their enemy was actually Su Mu. To be honest, Han Dongxing admires Su Mu a little. Feiyun City and the Moon Demon Clan were not stupid. They were all fooled by Su Mu alone, and only realized in the end that they were making wedding dresses for others. Su Mu's plan was so successful. Although Han Dongxing didn't know what efforts Su Mu had made in secret, he knew very well that everything was done by Su Mu and he was silently manipulating everything behind the scenes. Zhao Dapeng spread his hands and said, So what if we know? Now the people in Feiyun City know too. They all know, but what can we do? Even if we didn't fight, we would have fought, and so many people died. Zhao Dapeng said as he grabbed Han Dongxing's hand and said through gritted teeth, Dongxing, let's forget about it. Let's go back and develop our territory. If it doesn't work out, we can move to another place and not provoke Su Mu. He's not someone we can handle. No, Dapeng. I've thought of a better way. Han Dongxing smiled suddenly, with a calculating look in his eyes. Since Feiyun City is so unbearable, why don't we look for a bigger backer? Luo Lin City may be a better choice. Luo Linsheng? Do you know Luo Linsheng? Zhao Dapeng didn't want to bother with it anymore, and he didn't want to bother with it anymore. But he doesn't know how to refuse and has no opinion of his own. It doesn't matter if I don't understand. The existence that Feiyun City fears so much and the existence that has tried to sue for peace 100 times must be an incredible behemoth. Instead of waiting here, why don't we go directly to Luolin City? I think Luolin City is just like Feiyan City, and they are also very interested in Su Mu's secrets. Tiamu Town. Su Mu was in Slika's special studio. He originally planned to come and see Slika and chat with her. But as soon as I arrived, I got new news that the first magic rocket launcher was already being assembled. Silica, you're so quick. That's amazing. Su Mu had a smile on his face and praised. Oh. Slika responded calmly, without even looking up. Soon, Su Mu noticed the mechanical ball on the table. The robots summoned by Slika during the last battle were summoned by these small balls. Su Mu couldn't help but reach out and pick up one of the balls. It felt heavy and cold like iron. What are you doing? Slika raised her head and looked at Su Mu's hand holding the ball. Su Mu laughed, not feeling embarrassed, and did not put down the ball in his hand. I wanted to ask you last time, what exactly are these iron balls? Haven't you seen them all? What are they? Slika rolled her eyes, obviously still upset that Su Mu didn't take action and hid aside to watch. I've only seen it, but I really don't know what it is. I'm curious. Seeing that Su Mu was so shameless, Slika had no choice but to introduce and explain to him. Otherwise he might stay here all the time and disturb her. This is called a mechanical spirit soldier. It's a mechanical combat pet I invented using a type of meteorite. Do you see the little button on it? Just throw them on the ground, and once they hit the button, they'll transform into their combat form. Su Mu took a look and found that there was indeed a small button, which he had not noticed just now. Then why are they able to understand your orders and fight independently? Did you teach them all? There are no such things as chips and programs in this world. Su Mu is curious about what power is driving these mechanical spirit soldiers. Slika hesitated for a moment, but continued to explain. These mechanical spirit soldiers contain small pieces of omnic metal cores. As long as the magic seals are engraved on the omnic metal and my blood is dripped on these cores, they will be able to understand my intentions. And then fight as I think and say. Does intelligent metal have this function? Su Mu expressed surprise. They have many other uses, and I can't explain them to you. As Slika said this, she tried to take the ball back from Su Mu's hand, but found that he was holding it very tightly, and she couldn't lift it at all. These mechanical spirit soldiers have been imprinted with my blood. They are no longer useful to you. Slika sighed helplessly. How could she not know what Su Mu was thinking? Wait until I make a new batch. I'll give you some then. Haha. Okay, Su Mu quickly let go of his hand after hearing this. Wasn't this what Slika was waiting for? Men have no resistance to things like machines. The same goes for Su Mu. It's not that the mechanical spirit soldiers are that powerful, I just want to have some fun. Oh, Miss Slika, you agreed with me back then that in exchange for the omnic metal, you had to tell me why you made the armor? Chapter 361 The Secret in Slika's Heart. Slika once said that the name of the armor is also called soul armor, which is a kind of existence that can allow legendary wizards or legendary knights to reach a higher level. With intelligent metal only exists in the Xingyuan Empire. Su Mu once asked Slika if she was from the Xingyuan Empire, but she denied it. However, Slika can also make armor, so Su Mu is very curious. Why? Slika had said before that she would solve the doubt in his heart. Su Mu came here today just to find his own answers. I'm not from the Xingyuan Empire, but my parents are. After a long silence, Slika finally spoke. Su Mu couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Her parents are from the Xingyuan Empire, so shouldn't Slika be too? Just like Su Mu's parents are from Dragon Country, then he must also be a dragon national by birth. So why did Slika say that? Is there any hidden story during this period? As if sensing the inquiry in Su Mu's eyes, Slika took the initiative to speak. I hate the king and politicians of the Xingyuan Empire. They locked my parents up in that damn country for their entire lives. It is because of them that I have never seen them since I was a child. From the moment I was born, they used their connections to secretly send me out of the Xingyuan Empire. So my parents are from the Xingyuan Empire, but I have never been one. Slika fell into recollection, her tone still filled with disgust and uncontrollable anger. 2 years ago, I finally met my parents, but unfortunately, the people of Xingyuan Empire knew about my existence and the truth that my parents sent me away from Xingyuan Empire when I was young. So your parents are still in the Xingyuan Empire? Su Mu said. He could foresee that if Slika's parents were still in the Xingyuan Empire, their fate might not be good, right? They originally had the chance to leave with me, but because of my twin brother, they were delayed and the people of the Xingyuan Empire found out. Now, I don't know what their situation is. When she said this, Slika sighed slightly, her eyes revealing worry and loss. Aunt Sturu comforted me, saying that my parents were important engineers in armor manufacturing, and that the politicians of the Xingyuan Empire wouldn't do anything to her, at least not to her life. I hope so too. I also tried my best to find out about them, but unfortunately, I found nothing. So, You know how to make armor because you went to see your parents during those 2 years, and they taught you? Sumu asked. No, Slika shook her head. Since I was little, my parents implanted a chip about armor manufacturing into my brain. As I grew older, I learned these technologies without any teacher, so my mechanical talent is outstanding. Slika's face was gloomy. Perhaps, if I hadn't gone looking for them 2 years ago, that would have been the right choice. Unfortunately, I broke my promise to Aunt Stulu and put my parents in trouble. Sumu was silent for a moment, then spoke to comfort him. Don't worry, your parents are so important. The Xingyuan Empire will definitely not harm their lives. They must have restricted their movements. I hope so. Slika pursed her lips and then changed her tone. I've been collecting omnic metals to create powerful armor, and then to recruit a group of strong men to rescue my parents and take them out of that hell. As long as they are willing, I can build armor for them and help them go further. Having said that, Slika's eyes fell on Sumu, and after a careful look, she spoke seriously. Although you are not a likable guy, I have to tell you something. I'm Slika Alvin, and I'm a wanted criminal in the Xingyuan Empire. I traveled 1,000,000 miles to this place just to escape the Xingyuan Empire's pursuit. Sumu didn't say anything, but he actually guessed that if Slika could escape from the Xingyuan Empire, she would inevitably be hunted down by them. This is normal. The Xingyuan Empire is a massive empire. They stand at the top of the continent. No country dares to stand against them. They are the absolute overlord of this continent. You're not a fool. You should know how dangerous it is to arrange for someone like me to make magic rocket launchers in your territory, right? Isn't it millions of kilometers away? No matter how powerful the Xingyuan Empire is, can they really reach here? The identity of the overlord of the Xingyuan Empire continent reminded Su Mu of the eagle sauce of Blue Star. But no matter how powerful the eagle sauce is, can it control the savage tribes in the Amazon jungle? Su Mu's current territory is only slightly stronger than the barbarian tribe, and it is not even a town in the true sense. So Slika is in his territory. Will the Xingyuan Empire notice him? They can't do it even if they have satellites, right? Besides, there is no such thing. You underestimate the Xingyuan Empire. Slika pondered and said, I've only been wanted for less than 3 months. Perhaps the information hasn't spread to other countries yet. I'm only safe for the time being. Forget it. There's no need to talk about this. Slika turned around and said, I've already told you the answer you want to know. Now hurry up and leave. I'm busy continuing my work. All right. Since Slika had already asked to see him off, Sumu felt embarrassed to force him to stay. Besides, he got the answer he wanted to know, so this trip was enough. After Sumu left, Slika sighed slightly. Try to hold on and make him a batch of magic rocket launchers and dragon mount cannons as soon as possible. Then it's time for me to leave. I just hope that the Xingyuan Empire can slow down a little and give me more time. In Slika's opinion, Tianmu Town is not a place to stay for a long time. Sumu is not a reliable lord either. He had no idea how powerful the Xingyuan Empire was. From Sumu's reaction just now, Slika had already decided that she would eventually leave. Hestala. Not long after Sumu walked out of the stone house, he saw Hestala coming out of the kitchen. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly went to meet her. Mr. Sumu. The moment she saw Sumu, Hestala's mind unconsciously emerged the scene of him carrying her to bed last night and covering her with a quilt with a loving look before leaving. Her face turned red. I've already told you not to call me Mr. Sumu anymore. Just call me Sumu. As Sumu spoke, he began to look Hestala's new outfit up and down. Chapter 362. Not a simple little bug? Today, Hestala did not wear a cheongsam, but a maid outfit, a cook-type maid outfit with an apron, which inexplicably made her look sweeter and cuter. Sorry, I forgot again. Hestala had noticed Sumu's gaze, and she put her hands behind her back in a panic. It would be fine if he didn't carry it on his back, as it would be more convenient for Sumu to see it once he carried it on his back. He felt a little excited and couldn't help but imagine what he would do if it was Winstia or Taoyao wearing a chef's outfit. Wrong idea. Sumu complained about himself in his heart, and then he quickly forced a smile. Hestala, you look good in anything, but I prefer you in a cheongsam. Sumu had his own reasons for saying this. He wanted to take the initiative to test and see if Hestala was interested in him. Or in other words, did you take his words to heart? If there is, Sumu hinted twice in a row, then the next time he sees Hestala, she should meet him in a cheongsam. If she didn't wear it, it would prove that she was not very interested in Sumu. This is a little trick for boys to pursue girls, tentative. For example, if you tell a girl that you want to see her wearing white stockings, and she doesn't wear white stockings when you meet her next time, then you probably have no chance. Women dress up to please themselves. She didn't even tolerate you. Do you still have a chance? Maybe, but not very big. Just a spare tire. I like cheongsams, but they're not very convenient to cook with. Hestala smiled and changed the subject. She didn't want to focus too much on the issue of clothing, otherwise she would be embarrassed. Even now, she couldn't stand Su Mu's repeated and unscrupulous gazes at her. Hestala even wondered if the sweat she had just been sweating in the kitchen would affect her current appearance. Or maybe the skirt she wore today was too short. Is that why Su Mu said she looked better in Cheongsam? Women always have a lot of thoughts. Even Hestala can't help thinking a lot. Yeah, as you said, it will temporarily stop the effects of the poison. You won't need it for the next 2 days. No matter what kind of poison it is, it will temporarily stop the effects. You can rest assured. Hestala said quickly. Thank you for your hard work, Hestala. Su Mu thanked her with a smile. If Malor's condition can be alleviated, there will be enough time for him to find the source of the toxin. Fine. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Hestala was still worried about her tailor. She was about to ask to leave when Su Mu suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of her. It was a little sudden. Hestala was about to take a step back to avoid it, but Su Mu's voice came. Wait, don't move. Hestala didn't know why she listened to him so much, and she just stood there in a daze, not moving. The strong masculine scent of Su Mu rushed into her nose. The two of them were very close, and Hestala's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. She unconsciously clenched her slender hands into fists, letting Su Mu's hands do something to her head. Look, be more careful in the kitchen next time. Su Mu was twisting a small green insect in his hand, which he had just taken from Hestala's hair. The little guy has big, round eyes, which makes him look cute for some reason. But that's not a reason for it to climb onto Hestala's head. Fortunately, Su Mu discovered it. Thanks. Hestala thanked. It's okay, just go back to work. I know you must be very anxious. Su Mu said with a smile. Hestala quickly turned her head away when she received his warm smile, then walked forward. Then I'm busy now. Come to me if you have anything. Good. Looking at her hurriedly leaving figure, Su Mu's smile became even wider. He touched his face unconsciously and muttered. Is it because I'm so handsome, or is it because I'm good at pursuing girls? Why does every woman who sees me blush so easily? Su Mu was secretly delighted. This was the strongest feeling he had when his charm reached its peak. When ordinary women saw him, their eyes were so pierced that they could almost tear. It was most obvious when he was in Tianlong City. The maids who poured him tea and water were the best proof, but Su Mu was too lazy to mention it. Not only that, Su Mu also felt that men seemed to be more friendly and obedient to him. For example, he had no trouble convincing Sessions, Gesh and others to join his camp. Su Mu felt that his charm also played a role to a certain extent. This benefit is not obvious, but you can clearly feel it. But just when Su Mu was secretly delighted, a discordant voice sounded. You are the most shameless person I have ever seen. The voice was lazy, and Su Mu knew it was Eleonora's without looking up. What do you want from me? What else can I do? Eleonora jumped down from the tree and landed directly in front of Su Mu. I'm hungry. Su Mu. As a man, you must do what you promised. Since Su Mu promised Eleonora to suck her blood, he naturally would not go back on his promise. He was also very straightforward. He cut his palm directly and handed it to Eleonora. Don't inhale too much, just for the sake of showing it. That's quite straightforward. Eleonora glanced at Su Mu with approval on her face. She stuck out her scarlet tongue, and her eyes turned into terrifying vertical pupils in an instant. She licked and sucked without saying a word. Su Mu could clearly feel the blood being sucked out of his body quickly. This feeling is very strong. Fortunately, Eleonora did not overdo it. She knew the right amount and soon stopped smoking, licking her red lips with satisfaction. Hey, I'm still bleeding. Why don't you help me heal it quickly? Su Mu looked at his still bleeding palm, and he deeply suspected that Eleonora did it on purpose. She wanted more blood to flow out so that she could lick it later. This will make her appear sensible. Just as Su Mu thought, Eleonora really had this little idea. She raised the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, You have a young doctor, right? Can't you let them come and treat you? Where do you need me? Hey, you're going too far. Su Mu rolled his eyes. Isn't this petty behavior too obvious? I really can't do anything about you. It seems you really like me licking you. Eleonora said as she took Su Mu's hand. But at this moment, a small insect climbed onto Su Mu's bleeding hand and took a small bite. Su Mu remembered that this was the little caterpillar he had just taken off Hestala's head. Little guy, you even know how to snatch food from me. You are so smart and cute. Eleonora said this as she stretched out her hand to pinch the little bug away. 5-star value intelligence. Chapter 363 Golden Celestial Insect. 5-star value intelligence. Discovered the trace of a golden azure worm sealed by an unknown force. Intelligence tip. The golden azure worm is a very special and mysterious insect on the mainland. Its whereabouts are not fixed, and its living habits are uncertain. Legend has it that it has the power to activate certain potentials in the human body, and it is an existence that countless powerful people are eager to find. Intelligence analysis. The golden azure worm before you seems to be trying to use your blood to break free from some kind of confinement. Because of the seal, it looks different from its true form, making it difficult to recognize. Su-Mu. Wait, don't touch it. Hearing the intelligence prompt in his mind, Su-Mu quickly reached out to interrupt Ellie-Nora's action of taking the bug down. What's wrong? Although Ellie-Nora was curious, she did not force the insect in Su-Mu's hand to move. Instead, she took a closer look to see if there was anything special about this little thing. Su-Mu did not explain and directly used a spell to break delusion on the golden sky blue worm. Golden azure worm seal. Race, Zerg. Age, unknown. Introduction. No one knows where it comes from, and no one knows where it is going. It is the most mysterious creature on the continent, the golden azure worm. It is said that it has the ability to stimulate special powers in the human body, which has attracted countless powerful people to search for it from all over the world. It stole the Lingbing spike root. The powerful extreme cold force temporarily sealed the power within its body. It is trying to use the fire power contained in your blood to break through the imprisonment in its body, sucking blood bit by bit in silence. Golden azure bug? The appearance of this insect can only be described in 4 words, okay? He is not good looking. Really unattractive. You can't even imagine that this is a little bug with such a domineering name as golden azure caterpillar. Because it looks like the little caterpillar that is everywhere, the kind that only steals leaves and can be crushed to death with just a flick of the wrist. If it weren't for the intelligence systems prompt, Su-Mu would never have used the breaking delusion technique on it. It is just so ordinary and common. Furthermore, as mentioned in the breaking delusion technique, there is a fire power in his blood. What is the reason for this? Could it be that it was because he knew more about fire magic? Or is it because he absorbed the holy flame scorching spirit, and a scorching spirit body grew on his body? To be honest, Su-Mu didn't quite understand, but it was probably due to these 2 possibilities. He didn't even know that his blood had such an effect. Ellie-Nora took a few glances, but couldn't see anything special about the little bug in front of her. She frowned and said puzzledly, "You have such a special hobby. Being sucked by me is fine, but you also like being sucked by a bug?" Su-Mu smiled and glanced at Ellie-Nora. "Don't you claim to know everything? Why, can't you see that this is a very powerful and awesome bug? Because I know so much, I don't think it's as powerful as you say." Awesome. Ellie-Nora rolled her eyes. She felt that Su-Mu's smile was mocking her. But this is a very awesome bug. Su-Mu's smile became even brighter. Since Ellie-Nora appeared beside him, she really knew a lot, even knowing unpopular knowledge like the Zhouyuan clan. But now, there was finally something she didn't recognize, and she could no longer be arrogant and complacent to bet with him. Of course, Su-Mu was happy. "You've become a bad person, and you can even fool me." Ellie-Nora also smiled. She glanced at Su-Mu and teased. "Is it because I always steal your limelight, so you deliberately said this little bug was something extraordinary? Next, do you want to ask me if I want to make a bet?" Ellie-Nora seemed to see through everything, and the smile on her face grew brighter and brighter. "I won't fall for your trick." She felt that she had completely seen through Su-Mu's thoughts. "I'm not like you think. This is indeed an unusual insect. Do you think it would suck human blood?" Su-Mu's words startled Ellie-Nora. "Yes, do ordinary insects suck human blood?" Looking at the little bug sucking Su-Mu's hand fiercely, Ellie-Nora was in a trance. "Then tell me, what exactly is it?" Su-Mu successfully aroused Ellie-Nora's curiosity. From her perspective, it was just an ordinary little bug. But Su-Mu insisted that it was not ordinary. This was really a torture for Ellie-Nora, who knew a lot of things. She couldn't wait to know what kind of insect it was. "Golden azure worm." Su-Mu uttered 5 words. "Oh, not bad. You also know about the golden azure worm." Ellie-Nora was really amused by Su-Mu. She thought he would come up with some strange name. Even if he made up one she didn't know, she would be fooled. But the name that Su-Mu said was one that Ellie-Nora was familiar with. The golden azure caterpillar was a household name, so of course she knew what it looked like. "It's really not just this small one in front of me." "Why, you don't believe it?" Su-Mu looked at Ellie-Nora, waiting for her to fall step by step into the trap he had designed. "What do you think? I've seen golden azure worms." Ellie-Nora rolled her eyes. "Not only have I seen it, I also know what the golden azure insect looks like after it emerges from its cocoon and becomes a butterfly. I dare say that not many people on this continent have seen it." "Can the golden azure caterpillar break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly?" Su-Mu really didn't know this. It seems that Ellie-Nora has really seen the golden azure worm, and she is not just talking nonsense. What's the use of having seen it? The one I have is also one of those you haven't seen before, maybe? The golden azure worm has only one form. Eleonora rolled her eyes in annoyance. She felt that if she hadn't sucked Su Mu's blood, she would not be willing to accompany him here to worry about these things. That was an insult to her intelligence. Then do you dare to bet with me? Su Mu said. He knew it was time. I knew it. Someone actually dares to question my, Eleonora's, knowledge and vision. Well, today I will let you witness my profound knowledge. Eleonora shook her head and said helplessly, Tell me, what do you want to bet on? She has been questioned more than once or twice, starting with her pure vitality and then to the Zhou Yuan clan. This gradually wore away Eleonora's patience. She was the eldest daughter of the Nora family, a vampire who had existed for a long time and was one of the most powerful vampires in the entire continent. Since there are still people who doubt her and don't know where her strength lies, this is simply looking down on her and the family behind her. Chapter 364 Yuliloa. Even you don't believe me? You know, if Eleonora appeared in some major city or empire with a rich historical background, as long as she made her name known, countless people would rush to treat her as a guest of honor. I don't know how many people at the top of power want to please her just to gain her eternal power. Even now, their family still exists on the continent and still exists as aristocrats. But the person who summoned her out was Su Mu. Su Mu, a person from the outside world and from such a remote area, had no idea what Eleonora represented. What does the Nora family represent? Therefore, Eleonora never received the respectful treatment she deserved, and even had to rely on performing arts and gambling to suck blood. This made Eleonora more or less unhappy. If someone put their neck close to her and asked her to bite and suck blood, she might not even suck it. You twice? More than 1,000 years ago, Eleonora was also summoned. At that time, she was surrounded by countless powerful people and was surrounded by all kinds of praise and compliments. The treatment she received now was completely different. The strong sense of gap made her feel very depressed. Now, Su Mu called the little bug a golden sky blue bug, trying to insult her intelligence, which made her a little defensive, and she even stopped pretending to be lazy and flirtatious as usual. If this is a golden azure worm, you must do whatever I tell you to do for the next month. Su Mu noticed Eleonora's ambiguous look, and he quickly added, Of course, I won't let you do anything excessive. There is no need to think about it. This woman, Eleonora, must have had some wrong ideas, otherwise her eyes would not be so ambiguous and teasing. Su Mu doesn't want to discuss the issue of big head and small head with Eleonora. Her sharp teeth made him feel cold just thinking about them. If not, I'll let you suck it every day for the next week. To be honest, ever since Eleonora was summoned, Su Mu always felt that she was an existence that he had no control over, including the fact that Lord's pride did not work on her. This made Su Mu feel empty and out of control. Su Mu hates this feeling. Felt this kind of feeling before. Even someone as strong as Yuliloa had never felt it before. But Eleonora made her feel it. Su Mu was thinking of a way to force him and Eleonora to deepen the bond between them. This bond is not just that she only wants to suck her blood. Therefore, Su Mu had no choice but to resort to this last resort. A tried and tested strategy. Are you sure? You're giving it to me for free, you know? Eleonora smiled, stuck out her bright red tongue, licked her lips, and her little eyes looked at Su Mu's throat again and again. Hey, I didn't say I would let you bite me. Su Mu covered his neck with his hands, feeling a chill. Whatever. Eleonora waved her hand. Then let's bet. I'm sure to win anyway. She has 100% confidence. That's not necessarily true. Su Mu smiled. All Eleonora can do is answer it. Don't talk nonsense. I'll prove to you right now that it's not a golden azure worm at all. Eleonora stretched out her hand towards the little bug in Su Mu's palm. What are you doing? Su Mu quickly grabbed her. You're not trying to stall for time, are you? That would be pointless. Eleonora uttered an ambiguous remark, but she quickly explained what she meant. When a golden azure worm is damaged, it will transform into a cocoon. This can be found in any text. Liloa passing by and waved suddenly. Ms. Yuliloa, please come here. Under normal circumstances, Yuliloa wouldn't even glance at her, but it was rare for Eleonora to use honorifics, so after hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. How? Have you heard of the golden azure worm? Eleonora desperately needed someone to prove that what she said was right. Yuliloa nodded. Just didn't know about the Zhou Yuan clan, but she did know about the golden azure worm. Many people know this. Have you ever heard that golden azure worms transform into cocoons after being injured? Eleonora demanded. That's exactly what happened. Yuliloa recalls. When a golden azure worm is injured and transforms into a cocoon, it's a form of self-protection. However, it's very beneficial for it, because after breaking out of the cocoon, it transforms into a butterfly, evolving to a higher level. That's right, Miss Yuliloa, you really know a lot and are very knowledgeable. Eleonora gave a thumbs up and was not stingy with her praise. Yuliloa's mouth curled up slightly, and she raised her head imperceptibly. At this moment, silence was more powerful than words. On the other side, Eleonora looked at Su Mu provocatively. Got it. So I just need to pinch your little bug, and I'll know if it's a golden azure bug, and then I'll win the bet. Yuliloa frowned slightly when she heard this, and she glanced at Su Mu. How? Su Mu is betting with Eleonora again. The bet is about blood-sucking again. The clever Yuliloa thought of it quickly. She glanced at the little bug in Su Mu's palm and frowned even more. Are you crazy? You bet with her whether this is a golden azure worm. Yuliloa spoke. This is just an ordinary little bug. Just wait for it to suck you dry. Yuliloa had just been praised for disappeared in an instant. It's all because of Su Mu's mysterious operation. I lost once yesterday, so isn't this the time to offer myself to Eleonora today? Looking at the scar on Su Mu's palm, Yuliloa felt even more disgusted and unhappy. No way, Yuliloa, even you don't believe me. This is really a golden azure worm. You're crazy, speechless. Yuliloa said this and turned away without looking back. He left so quickly that even Su Mu couldn't stop him. This woman, what is she angry about? Yuliloa's reaction puzzled Su Mu and he couldn't understand it. A woman's temper is just like the weather. Hey, don't regret it. We're making a bet. Seeing this, Eleonora quickly spoke. Don't even mention asking me to listen to you for a month. If this is a golden azure worm, I'll listen to you from now on and do whatever you tell me to do. Isn't this bad? Su Mu touched his nose, pretending to be embarrassed, but actually he was laughing secretly in his heart. And some people posted it themselves to increase the stakes. You won't regret it, will you? Su Mu thought it would be more cautious to ask one more question. I swear in the name of my Nora family that I, Eleonora, will never regret it, or I will be struck by thunder and roasted by blazing fire. Eleonora raised 3 fingers to the sky. I tell you, my clan possesses the power of immortality and is bound by the elements of natural law. If I break my oath, it will come back to bite me. You can rest assured. Holy shit, Eleonora is playing such a big game. Chapter 365, Insect Marrow. New talent. Okay, now let me see if you, little bug, can hold me up for a bit. Eleonora had lost her patience. She reached out to the little caterpillar in Su Mu's palm, wanting to catch it. But the next moment, the little caterpillar moved. It kept crawling along Su Mu's arm, and quickly reached his shoulder, and chirped twice in the direction of Eleonora. It seems to be saying, what do you want to do to me? Asshole. Haha. Seeing this lovely scene, Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. Eleonora frowned secretly. This scene made her feel inexplicably uneasy. Why did the little bug react like this? If it were an ordinary little bug, it would be impossible for it to have such a reaction, right? But at this moment, a green light appeared on Su Mu's shoulder. It belonged to the little bug, and its size suddenly became much larger. From the size of a child's little finger, it has grown to the thickness of an adult's arm. Its originally sesame-sized eyes have also become big, bright eyes. Its entire image has undergone a drastic change. Looking at it, a cartoon image unconsciously emerged in Su Mu's mind. Green caterpillar? The little guy was rubbing his paws and continued to chirp towards Eleonora. But compared to before, Eleonora's whole face was darker. The image of the caterpillar in front of her was exactly the golden sky caterpillar she had in mind. Did you do this on purpose? Are you kidding me? Eleonora looked at Su Mu with a grim expression. In her mind, she had already imagined a scenario where Su Mu had gone to great lengths to make her gamble with him and then lose to him. The golden azure worm into that appearance so that she couldn't see it. Su Mu was so smart that he guessed Eleonora's thoughts right away. I didn't set it up, don't blame me. I told you from the beginning that it was a golden azure worm, didn't I? You don't believe it. Since you don't believe me, I'll make a bet with you. Why would I feed you? Su Mu was shocked to find that Eleonora picked up his wounded hand again and sucked a mouthful of blood. He was confused. What is this operation? Are you feeling upset because you lost? Should I suck a little more of his blood to ease the unhappiness in my heart? Eleonora's pupils turned vertical in an instant, and a strange red light flashed in them, but she lowered her head, so Su Mu didn't notice it at all. Okay. After licking it twice, Eleonora returned her hand to Su Mu. Looking again, the wound on Su Mu's hand had healed. Su Mu? What's going on? Eleonora grabbed his hand and took a few puffs, just to treat him. Su Mu always felt that things were not that simple. He had a vague sense of weirdness, but he couldn't tell what went wrong. I accept the loss. From now on, I will do whatever you say, as long as it's not excessive. Eleonora, keep my word. While saying this, Eleonora secretly complained about herself in her heart. You have lived for so long, but you are still angry with a little kid and fall for his provocation. Are you stupid? Are you stupid, Eleonora? You have lived so long in vain. Really stupid. But what on earth is going on with that damn golden azure worm? How could he be sealed because he ate the wrong thing? This is abominable. However, Sumu had no idea what Eleonora was thinking, otherwise he would have been shocked. How does she know so much? Without worrying about Eleonora's reaction, Sumu said, Since you know so much about the golden azure worm, you should also know its best use, right? Sumu tilted his head and glanced at the little bug on his shoulder. I don't know if it's because I drank his blood, but I feel a little close to him. Didn't run away. Isn't it just about stimulating some potential within the human body? What's so strange about that? Eleonora answered without thinking. But I can tell you that stimulating human potential is very unstable. You never know to what extent it will stimulate you. So, those who don't understand think that the golden azure worm is extremely rare and hard to come by. Those who truly understand it don't take it seriously, just like me. Eleonora said seriously. You have to think carefully about whether you want to do this. Sumu knew what she meant. It was just like opening a blind box. It doesn't matter. Tell me what happened. Eleonora didn't say anything, but she used practical actions to tell Sumu what to do. She suddenly stretched out her hand, so fast that the golden azure insect on Sumu's shoulder couldn't react. Eleonora grabbed it in her hand and squeezed it hard, regardless of its chirping sound. In an instant, something like jelly came out of the mouth of the golden azure worm. Sumu. This is called insect marrow, unique to the golden azure worm. After eating it, it can activate the thing you mentioned. But I really don't know what it is. Eleonora spoke, and she handed the lump of food in her hand to Sumu, motioning him to eat quickly. Really? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Are you deliberately taking revenge on me? Sumu looked at the lump in her hand. Where's the desire to eat? This doesn't look like insect marrow at all. It's more like the vomit of the golden azure worm. I don't need to lie to you. It's true. Eleonora said unhappily. Do you think I would be so bored as to fool you? All right. Just as Sumu took over the so-called insect marrow, the golden azure insect in Eleonora's hand also changed. The little fellow spun silk on the spot and actually began to turn into a cocoon. Seeing this, Eleonora quickly put it on the ground and said, What I did just now can be considered a way of hurting it. Now it has begun to cocoon. The next step is to wait for it to break out of the cocoon. Is there anything special after breaking out of the cocoon? Sumu couldn't help but ask. It's just the normal laws of nature. Transforming into a butterfly is just a prettier existence, like being called the azure dragon-tail butterfly. Eleonora was not very interested. All right. Sumu once again focused his attention on the lump in his hand. He gritted his teeth, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. He didn't chew at all during the whole process. But Sumu was still surprised by the strange taste. It's not as bad as I imagined. It even has a hint of sweetness and coolness. Take the marrow of the golden azure worm. The system prompt sounded. Unleash your potential. Obtain Lord Talent. Chapter 366. The Insect Lord's Natural Disaster. Shocking news. Obtained Lord Talent. Insect Lord Natural Disaster. This talent will not be counted in the Lord's Talent column. Currently, Lord players still have one Lord Talent slot. Unlocked new Lord Talents. It is not counted in the talent column. Sumu knew that each Lord player could obtain up to 3 Lord Talents. He added one more, making it 4. But this, Insect Lord Natural Disaster, is not included? Interesting. Sumu quickly clicked to check his status bar. Insect Lord Scourge. Gain the ability to chat with insects and command them. Zerg demihumans gain plus 500% favorability and affinity towards you, allowing you to easily approach them and recruit them into your faction. You can try to enchant insects. There is a 1% chance that they will transform into demihumans. Each insect can only be used once. Looking at the introduction of Insect Lord Natural Disaster, Sumu didn't know how to comment for a moment. Commanding insects is quite powerful in some special areas. But this is a magical world, and Sumu really doesn't understand the strength of insects. Even if there is a large group of insects, can they withstand a fireball? But think about it from another perspective. What if insects are very strong? Then isn't his talent incredible? Sumu decided to learn more about the relevant knowledge. The second one increases the intimacy of the Zerg sub-humans. To be honest, Sumu has never seen the Zerg subhumans so far, and he doesn't know much about them, so he doesn't know how to evaluate them. But Sumu really wanted to complain about the last item. A 1% chance of them becoming subhuman? And each insect can only be used once? Is this a joke? With this probability, unless there is an explosion, Sumu really doesn't know how he can be enlightened. This seems extremely useless. However, Sumu quickly thought of a point. Secret Key Spiritual Fruit. Key fruit can be found again, and Insect Lord Disaster can be evolved. The talent of this lord will definitely not be weak. If the 1% chance of this third item can be improved, or if the number of times each insect can be used is unlimited, then Sumu will get a large Zerg army. It's quite impressive when you think about it. If you think about it this way, it's not without potential. Anyway, it was an unexpected gain and it didn't take up any space, so Sumu was very satisfied. How is it? Are there any changes in your body? Where is the potential? Elinora's voice sounded, and she looked Sumu up and down, seeming to be a little curious. I'll tell you later. Now I have to rush to Tianlong City. Thinking that it was time for Sessions and the others to arrive in Tianlong City, Sumu felt that he had wasted too long. Snort. Looking at Sumu's leaving back, Elinora snorted softly. She really wanted to go up and bite him, and then know the answer. After thinking about it, Elinora followed Sumu's pace. She was also curious about what was going on in Tianlong City. Tianlong City. Lord City Lord, the Yang Demon Clan and Lodi City have reached a truce and are no longer fighting. Not long after Sumu had a sip of tea, Mudsun came in to report that he had noticed the presence of Elinora and his eyes were fixed on her, looking at her with a lot of curiosity in his eyes. This beautiful woman in front of him was the first time he saw her today. The City Lord actually didn't bring that demon girl with him, but Mudsun quickly looked away. He knew that some things should not be looked at for too long. Why the truce? Heard that Lodi City and the Yang Demon Clan had stopped fighting. He suddenly felt something was wrong. If these two people don't fight, wouldn't the Yangma clan have the energy to deal with his Tianlong City or Tianmu Town? This is not good news. It seems that the people of the Yang Demon Clan have learned that Lodi City has nothing to do with you. They are now very angry and feel that their intelligence has been greatly insulted. Mudsun quickly reported the intelligence he had obtained. At the same time, he wiped the sweat off his face secretly. The City Lord is really capable. He has fooled the people of Lodi City and the Yang Demon Clan for so long. If Mudsun knew, not only the Yang Demon Clan, but also the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City were fooled by Sumu, then Mudsun should admire Sumu even more. Be prepared for battle at any time. Sumu gave the order without hesitation. If there's no war between the Yang Demon Clan and Lodi City, they'll have time to deal with us. We must be fully prepared to deal with them. I know, Lord City Lord. I have already ordered the guards to begin patrolling and practicing outside the city. Mudsun responded. When Mudsun received the news, his reaction was the same as Sumu's. He knew that if Lodi City and the Yangma clan did not go to war, they might be the ones to suffer. By the way, what is the current state of Lodi City? The Yang Demon Clan has been fighting them for so many days, they can't have suffered no losses at all, right? This is still the issue that Sumu is most concerned about. Lodi City suffered a tragic loss. Nearly 130,000 soldiers were killed. The Yang Demon Clan pushed all the way into the city, and even the 4 city gates were breached. It will be very difficult for Lodi City to recover in such a short period of time. Mudsun reported. The Yang Demon Clan has reached the interior of Lodi City. They have temporarily used Lodi City as their base and are resting. Their exact casualties are unknown, but it doesn't look good. Because Lodi City was once ruled by a legendary knight. Now that it has fallen, the legendary knight must have fallen. Upon hearing this news, Sumu's heart moved. The Yang Demon Clan is indeed strong. They actually beat Lodi City to this extent, quite fierce. No wonder they knew they were being tricked. Sumu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry about this. Compared with the Yang Demon Clan, the Moon Demon Clan is much inferior and is neither too popular nor too bad as Feiyun City. Did the Yang Demon Clan massacre the residents of Lodi City? Did it cause public outrage? Sumu asked. This is what he cares about. Because this concerns his next plan. Not at this time. It is said that the Lord of Lodi, Philos, was so terrified of the Yang Demon Clan's tyranny that he not only offered his own women to them, but he also gave his own mansion to the Yang Demon Clan to live in. Mudsun replied. Precisely because of the City Lord's actions, most of the city's residents dared not resist. The Yang Demon Clan's warriors also maintained strict discipline and did not take the initiative to attack ordinary people. Is the city gate of Lodi City prohibited from entering and exiting now? Sumu asked again. Yes. Mudsun nodded. Because the city gate has been breached, there are Yang Demon Clan warriors guarding the gate, so there's no way in or out. No. Sumu shook his head and thought for a while. The Yang demons must be made to massacre the residents of Lodi City to arouse public outrage. Sumu felt that it was time for Kanai to appear again. Sir, Why do you want to arouse public anger? Mudsun didn't quite understand the significance of this operation. First, buy us time so that the Yang Demon clan won't have the energy to deal with us in a short period of time. Sumu's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were like torches, and he spoke slowly. Secondly, if the Yang Demon clan didn't arouse public outrage, how could our army appear as saviors and drive them away? And then legitimately occupy Lodi City and rule them? Mudsun. Lord City Lord, you are so cunning. Chapter 367 Occupy the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. By the way, Mudsun, what about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Is there any situation? Sumu suddenly remembered a situation that he was concerned about. I almost forgot about this. A hint of joy flashed across Mudsun's face. My Lord City Lord, you are truly a prophet. You said that Ines might leave through the secret passage of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce after she learned the news that day. It turned out to be true. Hassad led his troops in an ambush for less than half an hour when they saw Ines leaving the secret passage with 5 or 6 guards. Hassad immediately captured them. Mudsun became more and more excited as he spoke. Since he started following Sumu, he found that everything he did was easy and enjoyable. Or whereabouts first, and can always get there first. This feeling is so great. Mudsun has been with Andrew for quite some time and has never had this feeling before. Compared to Sumu, Andrew is like a stupid pig. This is a wise leader. Mudsun felt more and more that appointing Sumu as the city lord was the best choice he had ever made in his life. I also know that Ines is impatient. I can guess it from the fact that she wants to transport things away from Tianlong City. Sumu smiled slightly. The intelligence system did not tell him that Ines ran away overnight. It was his own judgment. At that time, he asked Mudsun to send people to intercept her. This was indeed the case. Apart from the secret passage, Ines had nowhere else to go. My Lord City Lord, I have locked that woman, Ines, in the dungeon. Mudsun reported. When she left, she put a lot of valuable items and gold coins from the Chamber of Commerce in her storage ring. I intercepted them all. Well done, Sumu praised. Now, come with me and go see Ines, and see if she has anything to tell you. Sumu stood up as he spoke, but Kai Xian's voice came from behind. Master Sumu, I want to go with you too. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu agreed to take Kai Xian with him. Inside the dungeon. Guard brother. Guard brother. A charming voice sounded. Ines leaned against the iron prison door and kept winking at the guard who was on duty nearby. Her shoulders were so slippery that the purple silk robe she wore had slipped down to her elbows, revealing a large area of snow-white flesh. So smooth. The guard looked straight ahead, but his Adam's apple moved uncontrollably. This woman has tried to seduce him more than once, and her actions are becoming increasingly outrageous. If Lord Mudsun had not said that this was a very important suspect, and that if any problem arose it would affect the entire family, the guards might have really lost their psychological defenses and made a mistake. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he really doesn't dare. Rather than the temporary sexual happiness of his lower body, he hopes for happiness in the second half of his life. So he could only look straight ahead and silently chant, "Long live the knights," in his heart. Tisk, you're not a man. After repeated attempts at seduction failed, Ines lost her patience and could not help but curse. Impotent man, there's a delicate beauty like me in front of you, and you don't even react. Are you unable to get up? Are you still a man? You are a man worse than an animal. Amid Ines's curses, the cell door was pushed open. She immediately looked over and saw Mudsun's figure. Mudsun, you damn bastard finally showed up. The moment she saw Mudsun, anger immediately broke through Ines's heart. She couldn't help but hold on to the cell door and cursed. You clearly took my money, but now you've brought me here. What on earth do you mean? You bastard, believe it or not. I'm going to tell your city lord that you're corrupt and taking bribes, you damned bastard. Your whole family will die. Okay, Ines, you don't have to report to me. I know everything you said. Sumu's voice suddenly rang out. Mudsun looked at Ines as if she were a fool, then shook his head and let Sumu out from behind. The moment she saw Sumu, Ines was obviously stunned. But when she saw Kaisen beside Sumu, the smart Ines immediately realized something. You guys are in the same group. Ines couldn't believe it. Kaisen was rescued. The secret passage has been discovered. Then Mudsun blocked the city gates and prevented them from leaving the city, but suddenly changed his mind. Putting all this together, Ines understood everything. She collapsed to the ground, confused and with a dazed look in her eyes. Ines, it seems you are very smart and have guessed it all. Sumu walked over. From Ines's reaction, he knew that he didn't need to explain too much. Few businessmen are stupid. Ines's eyes suddenly focused. She crawled and grabbed the iron gate, shouting, Lord City Lord, Is your goal the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? I can help you, Ines said excitedly. I can do things better than Kaisen, and I'll do anything you ask me to do. I'm very obedient. I'm much better than her. Ines frantically demonstrated her worth. I have many clients and know many more wealthy businessmen and nobles than Kaisen. My abilities are definitely superior to hers. If you want to build your own chamber of commerce, I can assist you from scratch. Just ask you to keep me by your side. I'm willing to do anything. Real. Ines looked at Su Mu sincerely. At this moment, she finally did not choose to act coquettishly, but wanted to use her abilities to try to impress Su Mu. I have to say, Ines is a very smart person. For such a person, Su Mu does not think that her methods are bad and her abilities are weak. Because compared to Kaisen, Ines is more unscrupulous in doing things. My Lord City Lord, if you think Kaisen is better, I am willing to assist her. Together with her, we can build a huge gold mine for you. Seeing Su Mu remain silent, Ines spoke again, settling for the next best option. I only ask you to keep me here. I will definitely be able to show my value. You should know Kelly's better than Kaisen, right? Su Mu said. From what he heard from Kai Xian, he now knew that the person behind the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was Kelly's from the Earl's Mansion in Feiyun City. Moreover, it is said that Kelly's is the son of the city lord. I understand Kelly's. Ines nodded frantically. I've been with Kelly's for 15 years. I know him better than anyone else. I also know he has big plans and new ideas coming up. What big move? Su Mu asked curiously. The Empire is in chaos now, and Kelly's has long planned to leave Feiyun City and head to Solo City in the Nether Abyss Empire. He has reached a cooperation agreement with the Dark Moon Chamber of Commerce in Thoreau City. To be more precise, Kelly's hooked up with the youngest daughter of the Dark Moon Chamber of Commerce president. Chapter 368 Shocking News. U2's death. Su Mu kept Ines temporarily and did not kill her. He also asked Mudsun to take care of her properly so that she would not suffer too much. The reason for this arrangement is that Su Mu has taken a fancy to Ines. To be precise, he saw the value of Ines. Ines was very smart. She guessed that Su Mu wanted to completely take over the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City and then develop his own Chamber of Commerce power, and use the Chamber of Commerce to accumulate original wealth. All the remaining treasures and supplies of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce now belong to Su Mu. It can be said that Ines saw Su Mu's ambition and understood it very well. That's right. Su Mu really wanted to make the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Tianlong City his own. Why did Su Mu keep the deep-sea clam girl heavies in his territory? He wanted to use the pearls to make his first move in making money. Therefore, Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will be Su Mu's stepping stone in the near future. It is very necessary to forcibly occupy the existence. After leaving Ines, Su Mu looked at Kai Xian beside him. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is now leaderless. Are you confident you can control it? Ines just told me that there is a large amount of supplies in the secret passage, and the remaining treasures are in our hands. Give me some time. Kai Xian stopped and looked at Su Mu. I can't guarantee anything else, but I will change the name of Yunlong Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible, and then get it up and running and start making money. I don't mind working for you, but you have to promise me one thing. Is he a slave in the Chamber of Commerce dungeon? Su Mu seemed to have guessed Kai Xian's conditions. Yes. Kai Xian nodded slightly, indicating her position and attitude. They must be left to me. Okay, I promise you. As an employee, why wouldn't Su Mu take advantage of Kaisen's Chamber of Commerce management for free? They were just some slaves, not worth much money anyway. Kai Xian made this request just to fulfill her own promise. After finishing the business of the Chamber of Commerce, Su Mu accompanied Eleonora on a long walk around Tianlong City. In Eleonora's words, she hadn't come out of the coffin for a long time and wanted to absorb some popularity. Su Mu could only pat his chest and say that he must fulfill her little wish. Who would have thought that whether in the 21st century or in the world of magic and knights, women have mastered the skill of shopping without any instruction and have mastered it to perfection. Eleonora fired her first shot of revenge against Su Mu. Reckless spending. I buy everything I see. Give all the bills to Su Mu. Sister, aren't you tired? Su Mu leaned against the wall and said speechlessly. Money is not the issue. The key point is that he has been shopping for a long time and is extremely tired. Su Mu felt that even if he fought with stronger people than himself for hundreds of times, it would not be as tiring as accompanying Eleonora shopping. The former is exhilarating, while the latter is simply torture. Eleonora is a vampire, and she has to compare prices before buying a candy? Could it be that Su Mu is someone who is short of that little money? Su Mu really wanted to tell Eleonora that if she wanted it, she could just buy it, and there was no need to compare prices. It was obvious that she was in high spirits, feeling that she had gotten a great bargain due to the small difference in money. but he couldn't bear to criticize her. Have you ever seen a vampire say he was tired? Eleonora rolled her eyes and continued to twist her charming body as she walked forward. Behind, Su Mu and a group of guards had no choice but to follow. Just when Su Mu was about to collapse, he waited for the arrival of Sessions and Gesh's team. Finally, I can stop shopping. Su Mu asked Hassad to take the others to rest and settle down, and he temporarily called Sessions and Gesh over. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Su Mu took a sip of tea and said, Did you encounter any danger along the way? No. Gesh shook his head. It went very smoothly. Jeski still couldn't transition from his new identity, and for a moment he didn't know how to address Su Mu. Compared to him, Sessions seems to be more adapted to his current identity. Sir, the information you gave us was very accurate. We followed the route you gave us and had a very smooth journey. It was only because the horses needed to be fed that we were delayed a little. Along the way, the route given by Su Mu has been verified by Sessions and Gesh and is very safe. Perfectly bypassed the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City's people. This is also what shocked them and made them admire him. The delay was not entirely because the horse needed to eat grass, but because Sessions and Gesh took the time to verify whether what Su Mu said was true or not. It wasn't until the moment they perfectly missed the Moon Demon warriors that Sessions and the others finally confirmed it. From leaving the waterfall cave to the second detour, everything was taken into account by their new adults. Like a god. Because of this incident, many people in their team began to admire Su Malai. However, Su Mu didn't know all this. It was what happened within Sessions' group. Okay. Su Mu nodded. This is Mudsun. He's the acting mayor of Tianlong City. He'll be the one who arranges your work. You'll be staying in Tianlong City for the time being. When I'm not around, you'll have to obey his orders. Su Mu had already mentioned the matter of Sessions and others to Mudsun, and he would naturally make arrangements. Thank you, sir, Sessions and Gesh said at the same time. Along the way, the two of them have talked it out and decided to put aside their past grudges, work together, and create a good future for themselves. By the way, Milor, the Tizot Holy Spirit horse you captured, she was poisoned. Do you know what kind of poison it is? Su Mu asked the question that concerned him most so far. Poisoned? Sessions looked at Gesh beside him. Gesh is the one who can get closer to Yugla more easily. If he doesn't know, it is even less likely that Sessions will know. My lord, I'm not sure either. Facing the gazes of Su Mu and Sessions, Gesh shook his head under pressure. It was Yuguru and Niggs who captured the Holy Spirit horse. When we arrived at the battle site, the Holy Spirit horse had already been subdued. I think with their abilities, they probably used some tricks. As for what kind of poison it was, perhaps only Yuguru knows. Yuglu was your previous leader? Su Mu asked. Yes. Gesh said without hesitation. Yuglu is directly responsible for young Kelly's. He is Kelly's subordinate and one of the more important leaders in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He was the one who discovered the Tianxua Silver Feather Horse. I heard that his strength is the first level of the Divine Blessed Knight, but I don't know if it's true or not. What about Nigel? Who is he? Su Mu continued to ask. We don't know anything about Niggs either. He's very secretive and rarely appears in the Chamber of Commerce. He was the one who brought the other Tizot Silver Feather Horse over to sell. We don't know Niggs's whereabouts at the moment, but we can guess that Yuglu is in Feiyun City. It seems that the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. If you want to know what kind of poison Malor has, it is very necessary to find Niggs or Yuglu. After explaining to Mudsun, Su Mu left Tianlong City with Eleonora, who was still reluctant to leave. As soon as he landed in Tianmu town, Yimei Snow brought Su Mu a bombshell news. The wartime leader of the Moon Demon Clan, Yu2, is dead. Chapter 369 Feiyun City and Luolin City reached an alliance? Yu2 is dead? How did he die? Is there anyone in Feiyun City who can kill Yu2? Su Mu asked several questions in a row. To be honest, he was really shocked about Yu2's death, and even wondered if Snow's intelligence was wrong. Your Majesty, the news is correct. Yu2 was indeed killed. It's just that it wasn't done by people from Feiyun City. It seems to be people from other cities. There are 3 of them, teaming up to deal with Yu2. With their combined strength, Yu2 has no way to stop them. Snod replied. As a Yimei, he was not too surprised by Yu2's death. He just felt that there is life and there is death, which is very normal. But Su Mu is different. He has seen how powerful Yu2 is. He is a brave and resourceful man. It wasn't done by people from Feiyun City? Right. Your Majesty, the fighting between the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City has stopped. They seem to know that the other party is not on the same side as us, so they have already stopped fighting. Snod revealed an even more shocking piece of news. Did the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City know that I was playing tricks on them? Su Mu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. When he had designed the Moon Demon clan to deal with Feiyun City, he had long anticipated that the day would come when it would be exposed, but that day had finally arrived. Besides, both parties are not stupid. How could they not know all this time? What's the current situation in Feiyun City? Did they suffer any losses in the previous battle with the Moon Demon clan? Sumu asked. What he cared about was whether Feiyun City had to pay a price for this. The Moon Demon clan is already at the gates of the city. Snowd reported the intelligence he had received. However, at that time, the force that wanted to deal with Feiyun City was not only the Moon Demon clan, but also another party, said to be Luolin City. Feiyun City closed its gates at that time. As for the losses, they lost at least 50,000 soldiers in the battle with the Moon Demon clan. The battle with the other side just started, and they have already lost 30,000 people. Their city lord is very worried and currently has no intention of attacking our territory. It seems that Feiyun City has also suffered a lot of losses due to the Moon Demon clan. The situation is similar to that of Lodi City. It's just that the Yang Demon clan is more ferocious and they even attack people in their homes. Sumu is also quite familiar with Luolin City. When he was trying to steal the dragon eggs, he had already heard Kai Xian and Mutsun talk a lot about Luolin City. But Sumu didn't expect that Luo Linqing would actually attack Feiyun City. It seems that he has to reach out to Feiyun City. Feiyun City is some distance away from Sumu's Tianmu City. It is not far from Zhang Shaohai and Fu Ningyu's territory. Those are all Sumu's affiliated territories. Once Luo Linqing reaches out to Feiyun City and occupies it, he will be in a very passive position. Therefore, Feiyun City must not fall into Luo Linqing's hands. Even though Sumu doesn't want to provoke Luo Linqing now, he has to do it. So, up to now, how many troops are there in Feiyun City? Have you investigated? There are probably still about 50,000 capable of fighting. Snod gave an uncertain number. What about Luolin City? Has it made any moves against Feiyun City? It seems not. Snod shook his head. Not good. Sumu frowned and immediately realized that something was wrong. If Feiyun City did not resist Luolin City, they would most likely be defeated easily. In other words, Feiyun City and Luolin City reached some kind of cooperation deal and they joined forces. Or, is Feiyun City willing to be ruled and the city lord changes power? Regardless of what Sumu thought or not, the situation in Feiyun City is currently more urgent than that in Lodi City. Moreover, it is very likely that the person who killed you too was from Luo Linqing, because only they have that kind of strength. Letting Snowd continue to investigate the news, Sumu went directly to Sabastini's workshop. Feel the malice of the fierce demon Inerel towards you. As soon as Sumu entered the workshop, he received feedback from Succubus's intention. Glancing in the direction of Inerel, Sumu could see that she was staring at him, with hatred in her eyes. Hathaway was there too, but she was working. She seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening. She looked up in Sumu's direction, then looked away. And there is no hint for Succubus's intention. It seems that the only one who has ill will towards Sumu is Inerel, and Hathaway has no ill will towards her. As for why it didn't exist, Sumu didn't quite understand. Could it be that his words that day had opened up his run and do meridians? Ignoring Hathaway, Sumu smiled at Inerel, who was staring at her. The latter's reaction was even more intense. He glared at him fiercely and then turned his face away. The fierce demon Inerel has even greater malice towards you. Ha ha. Sumu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Bows I need have you crafted? I don't remember yesterday. So far today, 800 magic wands and 1,500 long-range bows have been temporarily transferred to Serena. Didn't you hear what she said? Sabastini looked up at Sumu. I went to Tianlong City today, but I didn't see her. Sumu spoke. He felt that Sabastini's work efficiency was still a bit slow, but he couldn't say anything. After all, the only one who can work with Sabastini now is the fire elemental slime. No one else can. With low productivity, production naturally cannot keep up. Ms. Sabastini, is there any way to improve production? I'm in desperate need of weapons right now, because a war between us and Feiyun City could break out at any moment. I must be prepared. Your current production can't keep up with what I need. Sumu hesitated for a moment, then spoke out the current situation. There is only one way. Sabastini stopped what she was doing. What? Seeing that there was a way, Sumu quickly asked. I didn't eat, drink, or go to the bathroom. I worked tirelessly for you 24 hours a day, day and night. Then when you die, you replace the forging master and the production capacity increases. Sabastini spoke with a grim expression. Sumu said this to him and her. Wasn't it because he disliked her slowness? She worked so hard and conscientiously for him on a voluntary basis. To be honest, Sabastini was a little unhappy about being urged to speed up her work. Sumu. Puff. At the back, Eleonora, who had just walked in, heard this and burst into laughter. She leaned against the wall, her body shaking with laughter. She had just followed Sumu in and unexpectedly encountered a rare scene where he was being criticized. It was really funny. Chapter 370. Sabastini, who is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Ms. Sabastini, Sumu touched his head awkwardly and said helplessly, "You know, I don't mean to make you work too hard, nor do I mean to dislike your slow work. I just want to ask for your opinion. Because I really need these weapons." Seeing Sumu's sincere attitude, Sabastini's sullen expression eased a lot. She glanced meaningfully at Eleonora, who was still smiling, and said, "Mr. Sumu, you know, my job is not as easy as yours. It is very hard. I can ask Hathaway to help you with the long-range bow you requested, but I hammered all the magic wands myself. Only a forging master of my level can hammer out hedgewood. If there are more forging masters in your territory, perhaps production capacity can be accelerated. Otherwise, there is really no other way." "I see. If Sabastini was the only one who could make the magic wand, it would be very slow indeed. If there are hundreds of them a day, it would be considered quite remarkable. Sorry, I thought it was too simple. Just take your time." Sumu still has some respect for Sabastini. Not to mention that the other party is Pitin's apprentice, and secondly, Sabastini's work for him is purely voluntary, in order to improve her level as a master forger. It's Sumu who's taking advantage of her. Can't really ask for too much. Sumu took the initiative to apologize, and Sabastini felt a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, "Mr. Sumu, if you need a weapon, my suggestion is that I concentrate on making a long-range longbow during the day. As for the magic wand, let's put it aside for now. After tonight, I'll work overtime to make a magic wand for you. I can stay up a little late, no problem. I'll make as many as I can. But if you want to forge a magic wand too quickly, there's almost no other way." After thinking for a while, Sabastini continued, "And if that's the case, the longbow's production capacity during the day should be able to double. I can guarantee that. Would that be bad?" Sumu said, "After all, Miss Sabastini, you've worked hard all day, and I'm going to take up your rest time. War is coming, isn't it? It's okay to hold on. No one will die." There was no complaint or reluctance on Sabastini's face, which greatly improved Sumu's favorability. "Then just watch it, don't work too hard," Sumu said gratefully. "After completing the task, I will definitely thank you." "Forget about the thanks. I also have my own selfish motives for using your materials. By the way, Miss Sabastini, do you recognize this?" Sumu took out the good stuff he had obtained from Andrew's vault before. "This?" Sabastini took the worn but extraordinary soft armor from Sumu's hand. She held it in her hand and rubbed it gently. "What a pity." After a moment, Sabastini uttered 3 words, but her eyes never left the light armor. "This is Yuling light armor. Made from the feathers of Sealing Sky feather goose dragons, and they're all very precious back feathers. Judging from the state of the present, there are probably about 10 Sealing Sky feather goose dragon back feathers here. All hits, given by the insight technique at that time, is made of feathers from the back of the 9-headed Fengdianyu goose dragon." Sabastini could tell after just a few glances. This shows that she has a wide range of knowledge, and her knowledge reserves are beyond doubt. It's a pity that it's a defective and damaged product. Otherwise, the quality of this Yuling light armor would at least be at the legendary level. At the moment, I'm afraid I can't forge it. There was regret in Sabastini's eyes. To her, this was indeed a good thing. The fact that it was damaged to this extent was indeed a waste by the owner of the soft armor. "Is it possible to repair this soft armor, Miss Sabastini?" Sumu asked. "We can try to repair it, but we'll need the feathers of a Sealing Sky feathered goose dragon. Using ordinary feathers instead would be a waste of this precious treasure." Sabastini touched the feather spirit light armor and then continued. "However, judging by the extent of the damage, we'll need the back feathers of at least 2 Sealed Sky feather goose dragons." "Then do you know where the Fengdianyu goose dragon is? How to find it?" Seeing that there was a chance to repair it, Sumu also became interested. "The Fengdianyu goose dragons are in the extremely cold land. They are beast spirits." As if she had thought of something, Sabastini raised her eyebrows slightly. "Perhaps you can ask Effia in your territory. She knows the habitat of the Sealed Sky feathered goose dragon better than I do. Also, you can try looking in the Chamber of Commerce to see if anyone is auctioning it. But the chances of this happening are extremely slim. To many people, the back feathers of the Sealed Sky feathered goose dragon are treasures, and they wouldn't be auctioned off easily." "I understand. Thank you, Miss Sabastini. Night." After getting rid of Eleonora, the follower, Sumu knocked on Hestela's door again. "Come in." A gentle voice sounded from inside. Sumu pushed the door open and saw Hestela lying on the bed. "Hestela, are you feeling unwell?" Why are you lying in bed? Soon, Sumu noticed that there were traces of tailoring on the table. It was obvious that Hestala was sitting on the chair sewing clothes just now. I'm not feeling unwell. Hestala pulled the blanket around her and answered nervously. She really wasn't feeling unwell. It was just that when she heard Sumu knocking on the door, she panicked and subconsciously ran to the bed and lay down. It's like a child who is caught watching TV by his parents when he comes home. Hestala was afraid that Sumu would scold her for studying and working without taking a break, so she hid in bed. Also, she was afraid that if she didn't lie down on the bed, Sumu would suddenly carry her to the bed like last night. That's so embarrassing. Sumu naturally didn't know all this. He felt very strange and came to the bedside. He stretched out his hand and fell on Hestala's forehead. He touched it and muttered, "It's not that hot. It doesn't look like you're sick. What's wrong?" Hestala's face flushed. She stared at Sumu, letting his hand fall on her forehead, then on her face, touching her several times. "Hestala, did you work too long today? That's why you went to bed so early, because you were tired." Sumu thought of a possibility. Of course he didn't know it was because of himself. Maybe. Hestala felt inexplicably nervous and a little guilty. The source of her guilt was naturally because she told a lie. But she was too embarrassed to tell Sumu. Was it because she was afraid of him? It's right to rest early. Sumu smiled and looked at Hestala and said, "By the way, Hestala, I came to see you tonight because I wanted to ask if there are any members of your clan who are good at forging? Or do you know someone like this?" Chapter 371. Hestala, I need you. Hestala huddled up in the quilt, with only her head exposed as she stared at Sumu. She nodded without even thinking about the question he asked, and she looked inexplicably cute and docile. "I know the forging masters, but they are all very far away from here. If you need them to come over in a short time, it will definitely not be possible. If you're talking about my people." Hestala was obviously thinking at this time. Her brows were slightly furrowed and her lips were slightly pouted. This scene was so adorable that it made Sumu's heart beat wildly. He almost couldn't help but want to go up and kiss Hestala's naughty little mouth. Fortunately, I braked at the last moment. Master forgers require considerable strength. Our people are more delicate and unsuitable for this type of work, Hestala said in a gentle voice. However, there is an orc sister in our tribe. She has loved forging since she was a child. When I left the tribe 2 years ago, she was already a master craftsman. I believe she has made a lot of progress now. The problem is, I don't know if she's still in the tribe. If she is, I can probably convince her to come and help you. You probably need to forge weapons or something, right? Hestala's eyes fell on Sumu's face, but she found that he was staring at her motionlessly. A sudden feeling of shyness came over her, and Hestala's pretty face flushed. She quickly looked away, not daring to look him in the eye. Sumu noticed this scene. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he didn't feel embarrassed or ashamed at all. Anyway, he was thick-skinned enough. Why are there orcs in your tribe's territory? Sumu raised his doubts. Besides, there are orcs in my territory. The orcs in the Miluo forest should all be gathered together. They are a relatively united race. Jaliki is the child of an orc and a human. She was abandoned since she was young, and the orcs wouldn't acknowledge her, so she was taken in by our tribe leader and has lived with us ever since. Hestala replied. She is a very hard-working child who has always wanted to prove her worth since she was young. Sumu nodded, and he probably knew why he couldn't integrate into the orc community. Those big guys are very discriminatory against other races, let alone mixed-race people. It is even less likely that they will recognize them as one of their own. However, Sumu didn't care. If that Zhu Liqui could really come back to the territory with him, then there would be no need to have any contact with the orcs. Can I take you back to the clan tomorrow? If Zhu Liqui is still here, I'd like to invite her to come and help for a while. She can name any remuneration she wants. In order to reduce Sabastini's workload, Sumu had to look for a forging master again. Can. Hestala agreed. Actually, I should have returned to my clan a long time ago. I haven't been back for a long time, and I've been delayed here for quite some time. It's time for me to go back. When Sumu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. That won't do. Why did he understand what Hestala said and decide not to come to his territory after he returned? That's not what Sumu wants to see. If that's the case, then he might as well not have Zhu Liqui come. In Sumu's heart, 10 Zhu Liqui are not as good as one Hestala. Hestala is the real treasure. Sumu nervously sat on Hestala's bed and said, Hestala, what I mean is, I will take you back to the tribe tomorrow to have a look, and then you can come back here with me. Do you understand what I mean? I don't mean to ask you to go back to your clan. Sumu said solemnly. I need you. Later, Sumu felt that this sentence was too ambiguous and was afraid of scaring Hestala, so he added, Our territory needs you too. Under the dim flames, Hestela's face turned red and her ears were burning because of Su Mu's words, "I need you." Hands were even sweating under the quilt, and she didn't know why she was so nervous and shy. This is a feeling I have never felt before. Hestela is not completely ignorant of the relationship between men and women. As she traveled across the continent, taking exams to become a certified chef, she met many talented young men from various ethnic groups, many of whom expressed their love for her. But she kept a certain distance from them from beginning to end, and made it clear that she had no such thoughts. Therefore, Hestela knew very well that she might have developed some feelings for Su Mu. The source of this good impression may also be due to the first time I met him, and also because he is more proactive than other men. Other men were polite and well-mannered in front of Hestela, and kept a certain physical distance. Su Mu is different. He held her hand the first time he saw her, and he has hugged her, touched her head and her face, and his undisguised care and love. All this made Hestela feel an unprecedented intensity. She guessed that maybe that was why she was nervous and shy when facing him. Hestela, seeing that she didn't respond, Su Mu called out softly, "Did you hear me?" "I heard it." Hestela came out of her own thoughts and glanced at Su Mu. You said you needed me." "Yes." Su Mu nodded and felt relieved. Fortunately, Hestela heard it. Otherwise, if he said it one more time, he wouldn't have been as reckless as before. "But I didn't do anything in your territory. I was just concentrating on studying and doing my own things. Sometimes I even need people to bring me food. I feel like I'm causing you trouble." Hestela's voice was unusually soft and gentle. "So why do you need me? I haven't shown any effect at all." Hestela looked so gentle and well-behaved that Su Mu really wanted to hold her in his arms. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring her, he might have really done it. Suppressing the desire in his heart, Su Mu said, "Don't say you're useless. Just look at the jade canopy soup and the soup that helped Milior relieve the poison. They really helped me. You also need to introduce me to the forging master. This is also a very important matter." At this point, Su Mu changed the subject and came to the point. "That's not the key. As long as you don't do anything else in the territory and just focus on your own business, that will be great for me. At least I have something to look forward to every night, something to motivate me. I can come and talk to you, just by looking at you, and all the fatigue of the day seems to be relieved. Your role is huge." Chapter 372, Inerel's amazing talent. Su Mu felt that he had become a bad person, and now he was saying all kinds of sweet words. Perhaps, this is the transformation of a boy from a man. Women are auditory animals. Instead of saying irritating words and complaining, it is better to give more praise and encouragement, which will make the relationship between couples more harmonious. Although, Su Mu and Hestela are not yet a couple. However, he was also pursuing her to a certain extent, trying to win her heart. Actually, I didn't say I wouldn't come back with you. That's not what I meant." Hestela's eyes fell on the quilt. "It's quite pleasant and happy to live here." "That's great." Su Mu smiled. He was really scared just now. He thought that if Hestela went back, she would not come back with him. Then he would really slap himself in the face. What a magical operation. Now that he had received Hestela's affirmative answer, Su Mu's heart was finally at ease. He stood up and tucked the two corners of Hestela's quilt very naturally, covering her up. "It's getting late. I'm leaving now. You should get some rest, and don't sneak back up to work after I leave." "Do you know?" Su Mu said with a smile. "Uh-huh." Hearing the news of his departure, Hestela felt relieved, but also a little inexplicably lost. She nodded. Su Mu said nothing more and turned to leave. Just as he was about to push the door open, Hestela's voice came from behind. "Susumu." "Huh? What's wrong?" Su Mu turned around and couldn't help but teasing. "Are you reluctant to let me leave?" After he said this, Su Mu realized that he had said too much. "Why are you joking about this? Based on his current relationship with Hestela, it's far from this level, okay?" Su Mu secretly complained in his heart that he was too talkative. "Good night." The blush on Hestela's face that was about to fade away reappeared. She called out to Su Mu and just wanted to say good night to him. "Good night." After closing the door, Su Mu smiled and muttered to himself. "It seems that you haven't said much." Su Mu hummed a little tune and left without any regard for his relatives. Inside the room, Hestela crawled out from under the covers. She was wearing an extremely light and thin tulle nightgown. Her figure was faintly visible, and her fair skin could be vaguely seen, which was very attractive. This is why Hestela always chats with Su Mu in bed. The weather was too hot in the afternoon, and she didn't have time to change her clothes, so when Su Mu knocked on the door, she crawled into the bed like a frightened rabbit. "It's better to go to bed early tonight." After changing into a more conservative dress, Hestela did not continue her tailoring work. Instead, she chose to listen to Su Mu's words and have a good rest. Early the next morning, Su Mu came out of Tao Yao's room. Last night, After telling Susu a story and putting her to sleep, Sumu ran into Tao Yao as soon as he went out. At that time, she was wearing a cute maid outfit, and her little face was flushed after taking a bath. Who had already had sex with her, tolerate this scene. He immediately took the kitten to the bed and gave it some love education and talk. Going out to work so early? As soon as Sumu went out, he met Sabastini, and he couldn't help but say hello. No, go back to sleep. Sabastini looked very tired. After replying, she brushed past Sumu and walked towards her room. Didn't you just come back from the studio? Sumu thought of a possibility. Seeing Sabastini's tired look, he felt that it was really possible. Are you working so hard? Sumu felt warm in his heart instantly. He just said last night that he was in a hurry to get the weapons, and Sabastini immediately started working on it overnight. This woman is just tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Sumu smiled. Sumu went to the weapons workshop. His guess was indeed confirmed. Hathaway is forging a long-range bow. On the side of the table were the forged magic wands, neatly arranged, and they seemed to still be warm. Sabastini just went back to rest, right? Sumu asked Hathaway. Although reluctant, Hathaway still spoke. We have divided the working hours now. I will work until the evening and then go back to rest. Miss Sabastini will stay and forge the magic wand for the rest of the time. As for how long the forging process will take, it all depends on her. She just went back to rest today and is said to be coming over at noon. Thank you for your hard work, Sumu said politely. There really wasn't much communication between him and Hathaway, so Sumu naturally wouldn't try to please someone who didn't like him. He took his magic wand and left. As soon as he went out, he saw Yinalao coming towards him. She must have come to work overtime to help keep the stove hot. However, as soon as Inerel saw Sumu, her face immediately turned dark. She stopped and glared at him before walking towards the workshop, etc. As they passed by each other, Sumu grabbed Inerel's hand. What are you doing? Inerel tried to push it away, but with her strength, she couldn't get rid of it at all. What are you doing? Inerel frowned with a bad look on her face. Fierce Demon Clan, Inerel female sign. Age, 21 years, 2 months, 12 days. Work adaptability, handicraft LV3, firemaking LV4, construction LV6, writing LV6. Special talent tags, Blazing Sun. Related to job adaptability, not unlocked. Related to job adaptability, not unlocked. Related to job adaptability, not unlocked. The moment he held Inerel's hand, Sumu's eyes were filled with thoughts about her talent and potential. Just one glance, and Sumu was surprised. Damn it, a hidden gem in the ocean. Inerel is the pearl beside him, a night-shining pearl covered by dust. Architecture LV6, writing LV6, such a talent was treated by Sabastini as a slave to make fire. Until today, Sumu discovered the potential of Inerel. He almost vomited blood. Inerel's life level is only LV4, which is not very high at all. Compared to her other 2 talents, it is nothing compared to hers. Moreover, Inerel's 2 full-level job adaptability are both relatively rare types. Sumu seemed to have only seen architecture and writing in Slika. If Sumu remembered correctly, Slika's Zwanwen at that time was only at LV3, but Inerel was at the maximum level. Engraver, a person who is talented in making magic scrolls. Not everyone has this kind of incredible talent. Sumu heard Selena say this at that time. Among all kinds of talents, seal script masters are relatively rare. I didn't expect that Inerel actually has such a talent. Isn't it a waste of talent to let her make a fire? Chapter 373. Reasoning with Inerel. Scorching Sun Flame Body. Fire Elemental Magic Attack, plus 100%. Fire Elemental Immunity, plus 50%. Only warrior talent in Inerel. All other related information is question marks. Sumu could probably understand that after Inerel came into contact with writing and architecture, there would be an opportunity to unlock these talents. Inerel is such a talented person that Sumu decided not to waste her talent on making fire. He had even thought about asking Sabastini for the person. Let me go. While Sumu was thinking, Inerel suddenly stretched out her right hand and slapped him. The speed was very fast, but Sumu's reaction was not slow at all. He grabbed Inerel's hand. One on the left and one on the right. Inerel's hands were controlled by Sumu. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Inerel kicked Sumu with a kick that could kill her offspring. Fortunately, Sumu reacted quickly and clamped her calf with his buttocks. Damn it. You're too cruel, woman. You're trying to end the happiness of my lower body. Do you know that if you hit me with this kick, it won't just be my happiness that will be lost? Sumu complained. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have fallen into Inerel's trap. You know, at that moment, Uekwa felt a chill under his feet. Pervert, nymphomaniac. Let me go. Inarel struggled hard, but her current strength was no match for Sumu, not to mention that Sumu had a crush on her in terms of strength. So even though her face turned red, she couldn't struggle at all. Why am I a nymphomaniac? Your scolding is a bit strange. You were the one who attacked me in the first place. I didn't do anything to you. Sumu felt a little innocent. Not only do I have to passively take the beating, but I also have to be scolded. Isn't this too difficult? However, he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Inarel with an amused expression. It was Sumu's expression and reaction that made Inarel even more angry and furious. She kept cursing. You bastard. It was God's fault that I didn't kill you then. You'd better kill me now, otherwise if I catch you, I'll make your whole life miserable. You pervert, bastard, disgusting guy. Inarel kept cursing. To be honest, the scene of Inarel with her hands controlled, her feet clamped, and her mouth cursing was indeed quite funny. The smile on Sumu's face became even brighter, and he couldn't help but teasing. Could you change your curse words? Just now, you called me a bastard 14 times and a pervert 20 times. I'm tired of hearing it. Change the words and curse. You? Inarel became even angrier when she heard this. This bastard is so shameless. He didn't get angry when he was attacked in the face, but instead smiled playfully. Inarel combined her current situation with her own. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her eyes instantly turned red. She stared at Sumu intently and said, You killed my father, and now you want to humiliate me. You will go to hell. I curse you. Even if I die, I will curse you. The smile on Sumu's face disappeared. It was not because of Inarel's curse, but because of her words, You killed my father, and now you want to humiliate me. Sumu sighed slightly and let go of Inarel. Why did this bastard let me go? Is he scared by me? This was Inarel's inner thought. She completely couldn't understand Sumu's current emotional change. Wasn't he smiling happily just now? Why isn't he smiling now? Not making fun of her anymore. He has a change of heart. Impossible. This bastard has no conscience. Inarel felt even more aggrieved, thinking that he just wanted to entertain her and have fun with her in a different way. Inarel, I hope you know that this world is filled with killing every day. Countless killings. Every day, countless children's fathers die on the battlefield, dying at the hands of others. Sumu spoke, his voice low and calm, his eyes fixed on Inarel's face. I killed your father. I admit it. It was because he and I were on opposite sides. I was forced to do so. I can only say that he made the wrong choice and was not as strong as me. If he wants to conquer the tree elves, he should expect to die on the road one day. Inarel was stunned. She didn't expect Sumu to suddenly say these things to her. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. She could only stare at him blankly with her teeth clenched. Sumu was not surprised by Inarel's reaction. He ignored her and continued. To you, your father may be a good man, but to the race he persecuted, isn't he a bastard? Sumu's words were very bold. He called Inarel's father a bastard in front of her. You should know how many elves your father killed before I killed him. You should be very clear, right? He started the war. Sumu's face was solemn, and his tone was mixed with a hint of grief and indignation. Is your father your father? Don't these tree elves have their own fathers and mothers? But they were all killed by your father. Join hands with the human race to kill them. Do the tree elves deserve all this? Isn't your father a bastard to them? Sumu had already heard about the tree elves from Fuin on the way back. It was because the tree elves did not obey the orders of Queen Loslia and took the initiative to go out to fight guerrilla warfare, which led to the deaths of thousands of tree elves. And the instigator of all this was Inarel's father. Inarel's body trembled. Sumu's words really touched her. Yes. What about the dead tree elves? They also have their own fathers, mothers, wives, and children, right? Inarel knew very well how many tree elves her father had led his team to kill. At first she was just very excited, thinking that this was war, this was victory, this was the life of their clan. But now that Sumu had exposed the truth behind the facts, Inarel fell silent. Yes, the tree elves live peacefully in the depths of the forest. Is there anything wrong with them? Wrong. Her father was right. Inarel gritted her teeth and said, Nonsense. You're just changing the subject. Inarel is being stubborn. Her heart was actually touched by what Sumu said, but she still remained stubborn. Because she is unwilling to admit the truth. The naked truth. Chapter 374, I am walking on a road. Sumu said, It doesn't matter what you think, I'm just stating my own opinion. If you want to hold a grudge against me and seek revenge on me, I don't care. If one day I die at your hands, it's all my fault because I'm not as strong as you. But I won't hate you for killing me. Sumu's voice continued, and his emotions were extremely full. Because I know very well that this is how the world is. If you are not strong, you will face the fate of being killed and banned at any time. This is the cruel truth and nature of this world. Inner Eel. She knew very well that what Su Mu said was true. Their Liamo clan has been conquering many races for many years and has offended many races. Every day, people from their clan die in their territory. Life and death happen every day and seem to have become the main theme of her life. In fact, Inner Eel is a person who hates war very much, but she is eager to perform and prove herself in front of her father. So she would force herself to look very war-loving and force herself to like war. In fact, Inner Eel loves peace more in her heart, which is contrary to the ideas of many members of the Fierce Demon clan. Because the people of the Liamo tribe are born to desire war and love war. Unlike everyone else, Inner Eel feels sad because her tribe members die every day. But in a race where wars are frequent, such emotions are not recognized. Therefore, Inner Eel often feels lonely, because she had no way and no source to vent the emotions in her heart. But in fact, Inner Eel is a very thoughtful person. She knew that the bastard in front of her was right. Inner Eel bit her lower lip with her teeth, her slender hands clenched into fists, and her eyes were fixed on the road under her feet. Not realizing that his words had inadvertently touched Inner Eel's heart, Su Mu sighed softly and suddenly spoke. Inner Eel, I don't care if you hate me, but I hope you understand that I am walking on a certain path now. Walking a road? Inner Eel was curious. She looked up at Su Mu and found that his gaze was distant, looking at the night sky, which was just turning white in the distance. That's when the dawn breaks. Coincidentally, the time node has arrived here. The sun floats above the horizon, revealing a bright corner. The beauty of the sunrise stunned Inner Eel for a moment, and she couldn't help but speak. What road are you talking about? A path to a future where countless children's fathers will no longer die by the sword. A path where all people of all races in the world unite and share a peaceful and prosperous world. Su Mu's voice seemed to have magic, and it was deeply imprinted in Inner Eel's heart. Her pupils dilated, she trembled, and her hair stood on end. In order to achieve this goal, I had to love killing and step on the corpses of many people. When Inner Eel came to her senses, she found that Su Mu had chosen to leave. His shadow stretched out very long at the moment of dawn, and his back was as tall as a mountain. Inner Eel. Riverside. Ms. Heavies, are you adapting to life in our territory? Su Mu squatted by the river with a smile on his face, looking ahead. Right in front of him was a white body. To be precise, it's Heavies. But Heavies was wearing a bright silver scale dress that wrapped her up, making her look white. And her figure is slender and well-proportioned, which makes her even more eye-catching. But now there is only Su Mu here. To be precise, it can only attract his attention. Mr. Su Mu, don't you know that staring at a lady like this is very rude? Heavies frowned slightly. She did not answer Su Mu's question, but asked him a question in return. I know. Su Mu smiled slightly and spoke without hesitation. But I also know that if I don't appreciate the beautiful scenery right before my eyes and pretend not to see it, that would be rude and extremely hypocritical. This behavior is simply a desecration of the beautiful scenery. As a gentleman, I cannot be hypocritical, so I absolutely will not allow such beautiful scenery to be left unappreciated. That's shameful. Heavies was stunned. How could she not hear that Su Mu was quibbling and praising her in disguise? After a long silence, she shook her head. Mr. Su Mu, you are really good at talking. Perhaps I was fooled by you and stayed in your territory for so many days. Miss Heavies, I tell you seriously and solemnly that I am only stating the facts. Su Mu looked serious. Praise for the continuous change of direction. Heavies also heard it. Her brows relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. Come on, Mr. Su Mu, where's my wine? If you don't give me some wine, I'm going to lose my patience and leave. Miss Heavies, good food is never too late. Good things are never too slow, and good wine needs time to settle. All good things require time to wait, and they are worth waiting for. What do you think? Su Mu smiled slightly and continued to output. You? Heiweizi shook her head helplessly again. You are really good at talking. That's right, good things do take time, so I'll wait a little longer. However, before the main course comes, there must be appetizers. Su Mu suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, I came here today to invite you, Miss Heiweizi, to try the berry wine I brewed tonight. Are you interested? Berry wine. Heavies was actually interested. She had never heard of berry wine. It's probably some wine made from berries and grapes. If Miss Heavies is willing, you can come over tonight and try it. It's something new, and I've never tasted it before. Su Mu and Tao Yao brewed before was almost good enough. It has been 7 or 8 days in a row, and the time is about the same. However, the high-proof liquor still needs some time to ferment, so it is not drinkable for the time being. However, in order not to disappoint Heavies, Sumu must serve her some appetizers. Otherwise, what if she loses patience and leaves? You can't go to the West Sea and bring her back, right? Of course, I'm willing to try something new. Heavies nodded and accepted the invitation tonight. She even couldn't wait. After leaving the river, Sumu dealt with some miscellaneous matters in the territory. By the way, he also went to see Kokona and Milo. Kokona is fine now. In the past 2 days, she has started to follow her tribesmen to help induce labor. Sumu planned to take care of Kokona's matter one night, but she has not learned any medical skills or knowledge. At noon, Sumu and Hestala planned to set out on the journey to the Ernie tribe. Chapter 375 Serena, as Queen Speaks. At noon, Sumu rode on Efia's body and invited Hestala. Come up quickly. You lead the way, and we will set off to your tribe's land. Sumu smiled and extended his hand to Hestala. Sumu, shall we ride Efia together? Hestala was a little hesitant. She looked at Sumu, who was riding on Afia, and her face suddenly turned a little red for some reason. Afia transformed into the Tizat Holy Spirit horse. Its body was just slightly larger than that of an ordinary horse. Sumu didn't feel anything when riding on it alone. But if there is one more person, the space will seem much narrower. In other words, if Hestala and Sumu rode on the same horse, their bodies would inevitably come into contact during the journey to the tribe's territory. And it is inevitable. If it were before, Hestala would not think anything of it and would not think too much about it. But after the previous 2 nights, her attitude towards Sumu had changed. This change is like a girl looking forward to love. She will inevitably have wild thoughts and become shy. Of course I'll ride Efia. With her, our travel time can be cut in half. Sumu said, but if we do this, won't it be too hard for Efia? The weight of the 2 of us is not light at all. Weight was just a rhetoric, and Hestala's inner thoughts were shyness and embarrassment. At this time, a third person is often needed to act as a pusher. It's okay, Hestala. I've ridden with Sumo before. Alfia won't mind. It's nothing to her. Don't feel burdened. It was not Sumu who said this, but Selena, who was waiting quietly beside him. She encouraged him with a smile on her face. At the end, Serena did not forget to secretly wink in Sumu's direction and gave him a smile that only the 2 of them would understand. When did Serena and Sumu ride me together? The one who asked the soul-searching question was naturally Ifia, who was praised by Sumua. However, this was just her inner thought, and she did not express it. She just didn't understand what was going on. To Serena was Winstia, who had the same doubts as Alfia, but what surprised her even more was Serena actually encouraged Hestala and Sumu to ride together. Winstia is very clear about the relationship between Selena and Sumu. Naturally, she was naive and didn't know about the PY transaction between Sumu and Selena. Is it really possible? Part of the reason why Hestala hesitated was naturally because of the presence of Selena and Winstia. Now that they spoke, her hesitation and shyness were reduced a lot. No problem. Selena took the initiative to step forward and took Hestala's hand, then handed it to Sumu, and did not forget to instruct. But you must take good care of our Hestala and bring her back safely, okay? Only Sumu understood the implication in Serena's words. He smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will. Things had developed to this point, and if Hestala still hesitated, she would be pretentious. She stopped being shy and let Sumu hold her hand and carry her on Afia's back. Hestala was not sitting behind Sumu, but in front of him, in his arms. She only needed to lean back slightly to lean in his arms. Glancing around aimlessly, her inner tension reaching its peak. Selena, the territory's shield will disappear at night, so you have to be careful then. I've arranged for Gabong, Madrenza, and the others to patrol with the undead army, but if I haven't returned yet, you must pay attention and tell Ulalo by the way. Before leaving, Sumu did not forget to give a few instructions. Because the territory shield will lose its effect tonight, and Sumu does not have a new territory shield to continue using, he needs to prepare in advance. I understand. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Serena nodded, her eyes firm and unusual. Let's go? Sumu waved to Winstia and Selena and drove Afia into the sky. Sister Selena, is it okay? Winstia's voice sounded from behind, and Selena turned her head. What do you mean? That's just how the master is. Don't you mind? Winstia pursed her pink lips and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Don't you feel bad when you see him being intimate with someone else? Serena smiled. She took the initiative to step forward and held Winstia's hand. What about you? Me? Winstia was nervous and said hurriedly. I am the master's slave. How dare I have any emotions? Sister Serena, you are joking. Silly, I know your relationship. Selena suddenly spoke. She looked at Winstia with a smile. Ah. Winstia was completely stunned. He told me this on his own initiative. The one Selena was referring to was, of course, Sumu. Master, he. Wednesday didn't know what to say for a moment. She originally thought that her relationship with Sumu would not be publicized, but Serena already knew about it and took the initiative to confess. Wednesday never dared to think of such a thing. I'm sorry, Sister Selena. There was a slight sob in Wednesday's voice, like a bad woman who had done something bad. In her heart, Selena's status was like that of the main wife, and she was just the one who intervened, and she felt guilty. Silly, what are you apologizing for? Serena reached out and hugged Wednesday's trembling body and said softly, You are like family to him and me. Not only do I think so, but he does too. That's why he took the initiative to confess your relationship to me. So, Wednesday, please don't think that you are inferior to me. That's wrong. In my heart, I have never regarded you as a servant or a slave. We are family and good sisters. Wednesday looked up at Serena. She didn't expect her to say such words to her. Words that touched her heart. In Wednesday's heart, she often felt inferior because of her identity, and even dared not face Selena. Of course I feel uncomfortable and jealous when I see him being intimate with others, but I know that his future achievements are not limited to this. Selena pointed to the huge plaque in front of her that read, Tianmu Town. I believe you feel the same way, so there definitely won't just be you, me, and Taoyao around him. There will definitely be more women. As the woman behind him, I can only silently support his ideas and help him achieve his goals. I believe you have the same idea as me, right? Chapter 376 Hestala, you are not afraid of heights, are you? Yeah. Wednesday nodded. Indeed, she had the same idea as Serena. She knew that Sumu couldn't be surrounded by just these few people. Not to mention anything else. Aren't there enough women in the territory? If each one of them is related to Sumu, he would be busy from the beginning of the month to the middle. So, instead of being foolishly jealous, it's better to relax yourself. Serena whispered in Wednesday's ear. Besides, I was the one who asked him to pursue Hestala. Oh. Wednesday was really surprised by the news. Did Saran take the initiative to let Sumu pursue Hestala? Hestala's abilities are exceptional. If she were in the territory, she could help him a lot. This is something I can't do. I know very well that the territory needs her. I believe you can feel it too. Serena said. Indeed, Sister Hestala is very outstanding. Wednesday also acknowledged this fact. Just the soup from a few days ago improved many people in the territory. Even Wednesday's own fire elemental magic appeared, and its strength was far superior to that of people at the same stage. Not only her, but also Taoyao, the little fool who doesn't like to use magic. Now her ice magic has become extremely terrifying. Just a gap in casting a spell can easily lead to the formation of an ice cellar. You know, this is something that has never happened before. The ice cellar mission always requires Selena to be present in person. Now all we need is Taoyao. This is enough to prove how much Taoyao has changed. So, I encouraged him to pursue Hestala and keep her in our territory. Since we're looking for a woman anyway, why not find someone who's powerful and can help? Serena said, tightening Wednesday's hand and whispering. Of course, we have to work hard to keep up with him so that we can help him in the future, don't you think? Sister Serena, you are right. Wednesday nodded, with a bit more determination in her eyes. Today's conversation with Serena, her heart knot was untied, and she also gained a bigger goal. She wants to become stronger. Whether it is the ability to manage affairs or one's own strength, we must strengthen. Try not to be left behind. We work together. Selena took Wednesday's hand and walked forward. Hestala, you look so beautiful today. The cheongsam you are wearing really suits your temperament. I like it very much. Above the sky, Sumu was not idle either. He was praising Hestala, just because she was wearing a light blue-printed cheongsam today, which showed the softness and grace of an oriental woman. Before, when Selena and Wednesday were still there, Sumu was too embarrassed to praise them. Now that he was far away from the territory, he had begun to let himself go. Besides, when Hestala put on this cheongsam, wasn't it equivalent to responding to Sumu's temptation? He had said not long ago that Hestala looked good in cheongsam, and he loved it. Regardless of whether women dress up to please themselves, at least Hestala wore it. Thanks. Hestala responded in a soft voice. Hestala, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Sumu suddenly spoke. Huh? Why do you say that? Hestala didn't know why Sumu said she was afraid of heights. Because you look so nervous and your body is so tense, I think you are afraid of heights. Sumu had a smile on his face as he chatted happily and relaxedly. I guess so. Hestala isn't afraid of heights, but she is really nervous. However, in order to hide her inner nervousness and make an excuse for her nervousness, she could only admit that she was afraid of heights and nervous. Don't be afraid. Hestala remembered Sumu's voice behind her. and then she found that he gently hugged her from behind and let her lean on his arms. Hestala, if you're afraid of heights, just stay close to me. I'll protect you. You can rest assured that I'm here. Sumu said this, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. How could he, as smart as he is, not know what Hestala is thinking at this moment? But since she said she was afraid of heights, as a responsible man and a gentleman, Sumu couldn't help but show off his charm, right? So he took the initiative to reach out and hold Hestala in his arms. This was not what he wanted. He wanted to protect her. The clever Hestala did not expect that her unintentional words would have such consequences. She could only respond, "Thank you. Being held in my arms, I have to say thank you." Hestala must not dig this hole too big for herself. In order to hide her inner panic, Hestala could only actively look for topics to talk about. Sumu, I heard from Felina that you drew the design of this cheongsam, right? Not only the cheongsam, but also the designs for other clothes were all given to her by you. Hestala had already known the news before, and she was also surprised by it. After all, how could Sumu, a man, know so much about women's things? This is where Hestala is very curious. Yeah, what's wrong? Sumu sniffed the fragrance of Hestala and asked. No, I think you're amazing. You seem to know a lot about women's stuff. Hestala said. It's okay, I just have a lot of wild ideas in my mind. Sumu replied. You seem to know a lot about women. In Sumu's opinion, this sentence was a tentative and fatal proposition, so he must not admit it in front of Hestala. For many girls, this is not a plus, but a minus, and may even develop into a friend of women. Sumutsai didn't want this. A wild idea? You're the same as me. Hearing this, Hestala smiled. At the same time, she was no longer so nervous, but chatted with Sumu like an old friend. I have so many wild ideas in my mind, and I often feel like I'm a weirdo. What weirdo? Sumu curled his lips slightly. That's not called a weirdo. That's called an interesting soul. Interesting soul? Hestala's eyes lit up slightly. She felt that Sumu's words were very accurate. She became more relaxed, and her body gradually returned to normal without her noticing. I think you're right. He's not a weirdo, but an interesting soul. You and I both. Hestala had a smile on her face. Her eyes were bright, and she was in a good mood. No wonder I like being with you so much. It turns out we are the same kind of people. Sumu suddenly spoke. Hestala hesitated for a moment, then finally replied in a muffled voice. I like it too. Hestala's voice was very soft, but because she was in Sumu's arms, he could hear her voice clearly no matter how soft it was. Sumu. There's hope. Do you want to increase the intensity? Chapter 377 Hestala, who loves cheesy love words. As long as you are brave enough, the goddess will take maternity leave. Don't take action now. When will you? Sumu decided to increase his strength. He stretched out his hand through Hestala's waist and held her hand. It feels warm and wet when you touch it, and you can also feel the smoothness of the skin. It seemed that Hestala was indeed very nervous, and her palms were sweating. Not only that, Sumu's head moved forward slightly, and his chin rested directly on Hestala's shoulder. Hestala was indeed surprised by Sumu's sudden action. But what came with the surprise was not resistance, but an unstoppable boiling shame. Hestala had never been so shy in her life. She whispered, Sumu, you talk for a long time, but Hestala just couldn't make you understand. In the end, she could only purse her lips, lower her head, stop talking, and quietly feel the warmth and touch from Sumu's hand. His hands were so big that they could wrap around her hands. They were powerful and slightly cool, which perfectly complemented her warmth. It's quite comfortable, and I feel safe. Hestala, we seem to be lost. Do you know why? Sumu suddenly spoke. Huh? Are you lost? Hestala looked around and said, Isn't it? As far as she could remember, this was the way back to the Ernie tribe's territory. Don't say no, just ask why. Sumu said. Oh. Hestala was inexplicably obedient. She followed Sumu's words and asked, Why are you lost? Sumu. Because you've confused me so much that I'm completely lost. Hestala. How could she, who was so smart, not know what Sumu meant by these two sentences? Her face, which was already redder, became even redder, and her heart beat uncontrollably several times. Oh. Hestala responded cooperatively. She didn't know how to continue, but she also felt that if she didn't say anything, wouldn't it be impolite? So after considering all the factors, Hestala finally responded. Hestala, Sumu called softly. Strike while the iron is hot, and pick up girls quickly. There is no point in being ambiguous. Being direct is Sumu's style. Hestala could feel that Sumu's grip on her hand was tightening, playing with her hand consciously or unconsciously. Sumu blew a breath into Hestala's ear. The warm breath made her shrink her body involuntarily, but it looked more like she was squeezing into Sumu's arms. Sumu was not polite either, and directly put his other hand around Hestela's waist. Hestela, do you know the difference between you and the most beautiful scenery in the world? What's the difference? Hestela responded almost subconsciously. She knew that Sumu compared her to the most beautiful scenery in the world. The scenery belongs to everyone, but you belong only to me. Oh, the extremely shy Hestela still responded. She felt it was polite, and she had to respond. Then do you know the difference between you and the moon? Sumu asked again. Hestela, I don't know. Sumu, the difference between you and the moon is that the moon is in the sky, and you are in my heart. Oh, Hestela. Sumu called again. Sumu, are you tired? Thinking that Sumu was concerned about her, the simple Hestela shook her head. Not tired. Not tired. Sumu pretended to be surprised and sounded in Hestela's ears. You have really good stamina. You've been running around in my mind all day, and you're not tired at all. Hestela. Sumu, I slept very well last night because I had a beautiful dream. Hestela, what sweet dream? Sumu, that's not important, because you are in my dream. Hestela, you know, before I met you, I didn't believe in love at first sight. It wasn't until I saw you for the first time that I believed it. Sumu outputs in a burst. His hand also changed from actively holding Hestela's hand at the beginning to the two of them holding hands, and finally to the two of them holding hands tightly. Sumu's chin also moved from resting on Hestela's shoulder to resting on her slender neck. But the most powerful one is Effia. From beginning to end, she didn't react at all, even though Sumu's love words came one after another, so greasy that it was outrageous. Effia never responded and continued to move forward silently. Hestela, am I being too greasy by saying all these things to you? Sumu suddenly asked. In fact, it was not that he thought my life is not good, but he had observed that Hestela seemed to enjoy and like his earthy love words very much. Sumuna also purely depends on her reaction, so he decides whether to continue or not. Even he himself did not expect that Hestela, such a gentle, friendly, noble, elegant, and serious person, actually liked these things. What does greasy mean? Hestela's voice was gentle. That is, do you hate what I say? Do you find it offensive? Sumu was still a little worried. Could it be that he was wrong? No. Hestela shook her head slightly. I quite like it. Sumu, what is contrast? That's it. That's good. I thought you would be disgusted or annoyed by what I said. Sumu smiled slightly and spoke. Sumu naturally didn't know that in Hestela's career, she had seen too many serious people who called themselves gentlemen, and she had no feelings for this type of people. On the contrary, Sumu's bold, avant-garde, somewhat bad, unconventional, proactive, and somewhat unserious personality often arouses Hestela's interest and makes her want to know more. If Sumu had treated Hestela the same as everyone else from the beginning, he would probably have been lost in the crowd. Hestela would not be attracted to someone with such a personality. It can be said that many times, choice is more important than hard work. The direction Sumu chose from the beginning was right. Sumu, Hestela suddenly called out. What's wrong? Sumu tightened her hand. Hestela was no longer as nervous and shy as before, and now their interactions were more natural, relaxed, and simple. This is Sumu's biggest gain so far. Have you said these things to many people? Hestela asked. She secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye to see how he would react. I admit that I am a playboy, but I have only said these words to you so far. Sumu smiled and gave his answer without hesitation. Chapter 378. Are you crazy? The Ernies dare to make plans? Of course, Sumu dared to say that. Because not everyone can accept cheesy love words. If it were Selena, she would just think he was talking nonsense and ask him to stop. She would feel very embarrassed, which actually means she would feel greasy. If it was Winstia, she would cover Sumu's mouth at the first sentence and say, Don't say any more, I understand, and looked at him lovingly. If it was Taoyao, she would definitely want to find a place to hide and escape as docile as a cat, or at least cover her ears and beg to stop talking. She is so shy. Hestela was the only one who could accept it. And Sumu really only said so many love words to her. After all, given his current relationship with Hestela, if the two wanted to enhance their relationship, they could only talk about it and say some sweet words. Unlike Selena, Winsty, Taoyao, and others, Sumu and they can enhance their relationship through real fighting. As I said, women are auditory animals, and nice words need to be said based on the actual situation. What? You don't believe it? Seeing that Hestela didn't say anything, Sumu asked. No, I believe it. Hestela nodded hurriedly. But, I was just thinking about something. As she spoke of this, a blush crept up her neck. What's the matter? Sumu really didn't know what Hestela was thinking, and he was also curious. But the next moment, something surprising happened to Sumu. Hestala turned her face slightly and kissed him on the face lightly. Very light. But the cool and wet feeling on it told Sumu that this was real. Hestala took the initiative to kiss him. I was thinking about this. What Hestala was hesitating about just now was whether to kiss Sumu. You are bolder than me, but I can also be a little braver. When it comes to emotions, Hestala always believes that they are mutual. Sumu took the initiative to express himself, so she also needs a response. This is what Hestala is thinking. But Sumu was greedy. He hesitated for a moment, then said boldly, "Then can you be braver and kiss me on the mouth?" That won't work. Hestala immediately refused. But soon she was afraid that Sumu would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. Too fast, not yet. If you really like me, you still need to get the recognition and consent of our clan leader, then we can be together. What if? As if mustering great courage, Hestala said, "If it's really possible, then I'll kiss you on the mouth." I understand the logic, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. Sumu suddenly said. Why? Hestala looked back at him with questioning eyes. Because I was wondering, do you really like me? Or do you only like me because I'm recognized by your clan leader? Sumu is a young man of the new era. He is very opposed to arranged marriages and advocates free love. If Hestala didn't have the determination to stay with the patriarch to the end regardless of whether he agreed or not, Sumu felt that the relationship between them would be nothing more than this. As if seeing through Sumu's thoughts, Hestala took the initiative to lean on his shoulder. No, we in the Ernie tribe have never had the custom of marrying outsiders, so you need to get the approval of the tribe leader and let them recognize you. More importantly, the clan leader is my mother, Hestala said softly. If I really like you, even if you don't get recognition, I will still firmly choose you. But deep down, I hope that the relationship I get is blessed by my family. That way I will feel happier. What do you think? If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable. Sumu responded with a smile. Hestala had said everything that needed to be made clear, and her attitude had made it clear. If he continued to be pretentious, it would be his own problem. Furthermore, as a man, if you don't have this determination and sense of responsibility, then you'd better not flirt with girls. At that moment just now, my heart suddenly felt as sweet as if I had eaten honey. Do you know why? Hestala suddenly said with a smile. What? This time it was Sumu's turn to be confused. Hestala, because you smiled at me. Sumu. Good job. Hestala's amazing learning ability. Has she learned to apply what she has learned to other situations? Can you learn and use cheesy love words right away? Just as Sumu was about to continue attacking and let Hestala know how powerful he was, the intelligence system's notification sound suddenly rang out. 6-star value intelligence. 10 kilometers ahead is the Ernie tribe's territory. They are currently caught in unnecessary harassment and fighting. Resolving it may earn the Ernie tribe's favor. Intelligence analysis. The Ernie are one of the most neutral and peace-loving races of all. They are kind-hearted and dislike fighting. They are protected by the Neutral Nations Treaty, and most people dare not attack them. The Ernie tribe possesses a strong learning ability and is a rare talent training vessel in various fields. The Ernies are now trapped in the throes of war, and it is the Lord players who are waging war against them. The players seem to have developed a strong interest in the Ernies and want to force them to join their territory. Intelligence tip. Dragon Nation Lord player. Imole recently discovered the Ernie tribe's location. He has developed a strong interest in the Ernie tribe and has repeatedly harassed and probed them. After several days of observation, the cautious Imole decided to join forces with the Sakura Country Lord player, Kawashima Sora, the Eagle Country Lord player, Stree, and the Beautiful Country Lord player, Finch, to launch an attack on the Ernie tribe's territory. Their main force is already heading towards the Ernie tribe's territory and will arrive soon. Are you crazy? The Ernies dare to make plans. Sumu learned from Selena that the Ernie people were protected by many cities and empires. As long as they come forward to ask for help, no matter which empire it is, they will definitely send troops to protect them. If the empire fails to protect it, it will inevitably be punished by the treaty of the neutral government. Most people don't dare to have any thoughts about the Ernies. They should be relatively safe. But if it was a Lord player, Sumu would understand. Lord players are not from this world, and they are largely unaware that the Ernies are protected pandas. If Sumu didn't know the situation clearly, he would probably have ideas about the Ernie tribe. So it's very normal. But this is a good thing for Sumu. Chapter 379. Randy Winter, the leader of the Ernie tribe. The Ernie tribe's homeland is in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with pleasant scenery, fragrant flowers, birds and animals. Birds, beasts, and the Ernie people live together in extraordinary harmony, presenting a vision of a better life. However, a loud noise completely disturbed the beauty and tranquility here. Chief Landowner, it's bad, those guys are coming again. Sentinel Michaelai struck the insect gong all the way, and the ethereal sound spread throughout the valley. She herself hurriedly ran towards the wooden house where the patriarch lived. The insect gong is not a musical instrument for the Ernie people, and sometimes it is rarely played for 10 or 20 years. Because for the members of the Ernie tribe, the sound of the insect gong often means that the peace of the tribe has been destroyed. It is a bad warning for the peace-loving and kind Ernie people. However, in the past 5 days, the insect gong has been sounded 3 times. All of a sudden, the members of the Ernie tribe came out of the wooden house and gathered in front of the door of the chief's wooden house. They knew very well who those guys that Mei Chili was talking about were. Chief Michaelai stopped in front of the patriarch's wooden house and called out twice. No. A calm, gentle, and steady female voice sounded. Then the door of the wooden house opened, and a figure walked out. She was tall, dignified, and elegant, and looked about 60% similar to Hestala, but more mature and plump, and the years had not left too many traces on her face. Randy Winter, the chief of the Ernie tribe, is also Hestala's mother. What did they do this time? Landowner asked. Unlike Hestala's amazing affinity, she had an amazing sense of distance that made people afraid to look at her. It was a sense of alienation that came from a position of extreme power. But the amazing thing is that this sense of distance and alienation will not disgust you, but will make you want to take the initiative to get close to her, or even conquer her. Chief, they injured Aiton and threatened that you should go out and meet them immediately. They want you to bring us to join their forces, otherwise they will attack us. Under the gaze of the tribe leader and the tribesmen, Mei Chili quickly adjusted her mindset and reported what had just happened. They didn't come alone this time. I saw that the leader had 2 unfamiliar faces that I had never seen before. I'm afraid they are determined to attack us this time. The Ernie tribe members have begun to discuss in low voices. Michaelai mentioned had appeared outside their tribe 5 days ago and injured another sentry at that time. And according to the oral account of the Ernie Sentinels, those guys have been observing something outside their tribe in recent days, and all the tribesmen are aware of this situation. Who and how many people did they bring with them? Landowner remained calm and took his time to understand the situation. Bring the Orcs, the Vine tribe, and the Mani tribe. Mei Chili relied on her memory to recall, and then concluded. There are probably about 4,000 or 5,000 people. 4,000 or 5,000 people. That is more than 10 times the number of their Ernie tribe. After all, there are only 345 members of the Ernie tribe living here. Okay, come with me. As Randowinter spoke, he took a step and slowly walked forward. The members of the Ernie tribe behind him followed their leader. A group of people walked out in a mighty procession. The Ernie tribe's territory. A man with black hair and brown eyes was waving a blue-quality long sword in his hand with an unhappy look on his face. His name was Mo, a lord player from the Dragon Kingdom. Next to him stood the short lord of Sakura Country, Sora Kawashima. 5 days ago, it was they who discovered the tribe's territory of the Ernie people. At that time, Mo immediately became interested in the Ernie tribe. Not only because there are more beauties in this race, but also because this race seems to be very mysterious. In such a small territory, there are actually various production workshops. After a few days of observation, Mo discovered that every member of this race called the Ernies had a strong learning ability, which represented excellent professional and life abilities. Mo is no longer the newbie he was when he first entered this world. He knows very well that the life and occupations in this world have levels. If a territory wants to develop rapidly in the later stages, it must have its own masters of life professions or talents in various life professions. The higher the level of a talent's life and career, the greater the future development potential of their territory. After Mo's observation, he found that the Ernie race had this ability. Moreover, after much inquiry, Mo also found relevant information about the Ernie tribe in Moro City, which was only 200 kilometers away from his territory. At first, when Mo learned that the Ernie tribe was protected by the neutral government clause, he hesitated as to whether he should extend his hand to the Ernie tribe. But soon a piece of news made him make a decision. That is, the territory they are in originally belonged to the Longming Empire, but the Longming Empire has collapsed, and wars have frequently occurred between cities, and it has lost its restraint. Furthermore, there has been a battle going on in Lodi City, not far from them. All this into consideration, those in power have no time to care about the Ernies. They are all caught up in the war and have no time to take care of themselves. So how can they have time to care about the Ernies? In addition, Mo also learned that the Ernies are masters of life professions, but their race loves peace and is not good at fighting. In other words, their fighting ability is not outstanding. Upon hearing this news, Imole's ambition was exposed. There is a saying in their country, the bold will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation. For the future development of the territory, Imole is determined to give it a try. Use force to force the Ernies to join them. If the Ernies are willing, then have a good talk with them. If they were unwilling or resisted, Imole had even planned to put slave collars on them. Anyway, he has decided to embark on a path of no return. However, in order to have allies to fight against the rulers of other cities in the future, the cautious Imole still found 2 more partners and planned to drag them into the water. The player who is the Lord of Eagle Country is Starry, and the player who is the Lord of Beautiful Country is Finch. Here I come. The Ernies led by Landowner. Imole looked up, and the displeasure on his face caused by waiting disappeared the moment he saw Randy Winter. Oh my God, is that their clan leader? Ain't this figure and appearance amazing? In the back, Finch couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 380 What the hell is Ernie's Law? God, I feel like I'm obsessed with her too. I can't imagine her underneath me. Starry smacked his lips, his eyes fixed on Landowennel in the front, watching her slowly coming over, her body twisting unintentionally. Every movement stimulated Starry's nerves. In fact, the women of the Ernie tribe are generally good-looking, but Randowinter's appearance is still the most outstanding among all the tribesmen. This shows how beautiful she is. In front, Imole turned his head and glanced at Starry and Finch behind him. Pay attention, she is mine. You are not allowed to snatch her from me. I want to take her back to my territory. This is what we agreed on beforehand. Imole has a strange collecting habit, and he has no room to resist those beautiful subhumans. In order to collect various female subhuman slaves, he often appeared in various slave trading associations. Over the years, Imole had earned at least 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins from reselling resources, but he had spent them all on buying subhuman slaves. A few days ago, Imole had a meeting and communication with Landowner. At that time, he was deeply attracted to her and couldn't extricate himself, and was deeply immersed in her appearance and beauty. For Mole, he can earn money again if he loses it, and he can work hard to develop his territory, but once the pleasure of being a man is gone, what is the difference between him and a salted fish? Why work so hard to develop the territory? Isn't it just for power? Why pursue power so hard? Isn't it just for women? Of course, Imo, you can rest assured. We are all honest people and will abide by the agreement between us. Starry smiled slightly and said, That's right. Finch echoed, That's great. Imole smiled with satisfaction, thinking that they were quite sensible. As he was speaking, Landowner and his people had stopped 50 meters in front of them and did not move forward. Imole knew that the time for negotiation had come. As the leader of the 4, he took the initiative to step forward, showing his status, and his eyes fell on Landowner's face. I thought I made it clear enough last time. Landowner's face was calm, and his tone was neither hurried nor slow. We, the Ernies, will not join any faction. So why did you bring people here to harass us again today? Last time you injured one of my people, I didn't bother with you anymore, but that doesn't mean we don't have temper. Didn't that beautiful sentinel lady tell you the ultimate purpose of my coming here? On Michaelai, who was beside Randowner. She is a beautiful lady in both figure and appearance, but unfortunately, compared with the clan leader next to her, she looks a lot younger and a little bit inferior. When you are young, you don't know how good an ant is, and you mistakenly treat a young girl as a treasure. Imole has had relevant experience, so his current hobbies are more inclined towards the legacy of Wei Wu. Take your thoughts back. Randowner spoke in a firm and serious tone. I believe you have already gone to the nearby main city to learn about our Ernie tribe, just as I said. Then you must know that we Ernies are protected. Even if we are willing to join your forces, do you think the authorities in other major cities will choose to let us go? You are simply heading down an unwise path that will lead you to your own destruction. Imole smiled. Indeed, I thank you. It is also because of your reminder that I understand that the Empire is now in chaos and disintegration, with wars raging everywhere. I think the people in power are too busy with their own affairs to bother with you. So this is what you rely on. Landowner seemed to have guessed it. What else? Imole shrugged, then spread his hands. Do you see the person behind me? This is only 1/20th of our strength. They are all my support. Imole waved his hand domineeringly and pointed at Randy Winter. If you're smart, bring your people and join us. That way, you won't be harmed. We can achieve a win-win cooperation, and we will respect you very much. Otherwise, you will be trampled by war. You choose whether to obey after being beaten, or to obey from the beginning. Imole really didn't brag. What they brought here now was just a small number of members from their territory. They are not stupid enough to come out in full force and not allow anyone to defend their territory. Mo said it loudly, but there was no fear on Landowinner's face, and he remained calm. Not to mention her, even the tribesmen behind her were the same. They were very calm and did not show any fear at all. What do you mean? Mo frowned, his voice filled with displeasure and a hint of anger. He felt ignored, just like the Joker. This made him feel embarrassed in front of Kawashima Sora, Starry, and Finch. It seems like you are destined to wear this. A black chain suddenly appeared in Mo's hand. Slave collar. I wonder if anyone ever told you about Ernie's law when you were learning about us, the Ernies? Landowinner suddenly spoke and uttered a strange term. She didn't feel anything because Mo took out the slave collar, nor was she scared by him. Ernie's law. Mo frowned. It was obvious that he didn't know what it was. What the hell is Ernie's law? All right, Mo. Stop talking so much nonsense to them. From the back, Finch and Starry came up. They were impatient and couldn't bear to talk a lot before taking action. Yeah, teach them what colonialism is, arrest them all, and they'll behave themselves. I agree. Kawashima Sora was not in the mood to chat. They don't care about using courtesy first and then force. They just fight if they don't accept it. Then let's do it. Mo gritted his teeth and commanded the members of various tribes in the rear. All of a sudden, members of various tribes rushed towards the Ernie tribe's territory, and war seemed to be imminent. Ernie's law. As long as we cultivate enough kindness, that kindness will unexpectedly repay us one day. Landowin's voice sounded again, but this time her voice seemed unusually ethereal, and it actually covered up the restless shouts of war that filled this small area. Mo and others heard her words clearly. However, Landowinner's speech was not intended to tell Mo and others what Ernie's law was. Her speech was only to soothe the tribesmen's potentially anxious emotions and calm them down. It's like believing in a god. Ernie's law is a god to the Ernie people and the highest belief they believe in. Quick, attack, capture them all. Mo was completely furious. His impatience formed a sharp contrast with Landowinner's calmness. Swish, swish, swish. A terrifying sound of breaking air came from the orcs running at the front of the team. They were attacked. They were attacked by spears that were over 2 meters long. The sharp spears even pierced through the leather armor of some orcs, nailing half of their bodies to the ground. Hateful. Who is that? Kawashima Sora discovered the team that attacked them. To be precise, it cannot be said to be a team, it can only be said to be people. Moreover, it was an orc, a female orc. Beside her, there are all kinds of giant beasts. Those spears that shot from the sky came from her hands. Chapter 381, Guarded by Beasts. My name is Zhu Liqui, a 5-meter-tall elephant. There are stone giants that are 10 meters tall when sitting down. There were 7 or 8 giant beasts that were 3 or 4 meters tall and had scales like iron balls. Above their heads, there were some ferocious-looking purple birds circling. In the invisible shadows of the forest, there was a rustling sound. It seems that there are still many creatures hiding in the dark, watching and ready to make a move. The elephant in front is a giant vine-haired elephant. It has a nice name, Mau Mau. My tribe rescued it 3 years ago. You don't know how small it was back then, only half my height. Behind a giant tree in the distance, Hestala was excitedly introducing Su Mu. They had just arrived here a short while ago, and it was the time when the Ernie tribe and Mo and others met. At that time, Hestala's first reaction was to appear in front of her people and face it with them, but she was stopped by Su Mu. In his words, just take a look at the situation first. Hestala did not object and agreed to go with him to see the situation first. In her heart, she was not yet very worried about the situation of her tribesmen. Awesome, what about that stone man? Su Mu pointed at the hill-like existence. The stone man was covered with moss. When he sat down, he was 10 meters tall. When he was not sitting down, he was estimated to be over 20 meters tall. It had always been there, it just opened its eyes. In other words, this stone giant has always been protecting the Ernies, and its previous state was just a cover. That should be a small stone. Hestala smiled and spoke uncertainly. Little stone? Are you sure it's still called little stone at this size? Su Mu said in an exaggerated manner. If these can be called small stones, then all he has seen are small stones. Actually, I don't really know. Su Mu's exaggerated look made Hestala laugh. She covered her mouth, looking angry but not angry. When I left home, I only heard my mother mention it once in a letter to me, and that was a year ago. My mother told me at the time that its name was Little Stone, and it was from the Stone Giant tribe. It was carried here by a thunderbird, and therefore drifted here. It seems that it got lost from its tribe. I see. Su Mu nodded. Before, He was still worried about whether the Ernie tribe would be harmed by Mo and his guys. Now it seems that he underestimated the Ernie tribe. They are able to maintain a peaceful life as a clan. In addition to loving peace and not liking fighting, they must also have the ability to maintain peace. This peacemaking ability refers to the giant beasts that now appear in front of Su Mu. Oh, and that beast girl. Su Mu's gaze fell on the orc girl in the center. She looked like a combination of orc and human, with light green skin, pointed ears, and red hair. Her height is not as exaggerated as that of the beast men, but she is still about 1.8 meters tall. Especially her black and bright eyes, which were as eye-catching as gems, and Su Mu was attracted to them at first sight. And what's strange is that even though she has the skin color of an orc, Su Mu didn't think she was ugly. Instead, her facial features were three-dimensional and deep. However, she has a very childish face and looks quite harmonious and pretty, like a beast girl. Of a mature woman, the face of a lowly, beautiful orc Su Mu has ever seen. It may be related to the fact that she is a hybrid of orc and human. Hestala, that's the orc girl you told me about, right? What was her name? For a moment, Su Mu forgot the name that Hestala had mentioned. Before Hestala could even begin to speak, the orc girl in front of her had already put her hands on her waist and introduced herself. My name is Zhu Liqui. With me and my friends here, you bastards can't even think of touching a hair on the Ernies. Get out of here. Don't make me deal with you. Zhu Liqui was very imposing, and she showed no fear at all when facing Mo and his group. Maybe the giant beasts behind her are her confidence. So her name is Zhu Liqui. Su Mu nodded and secretly remembered the name. Jaliki has grown up and become more responsible. A look of relief appeared on Hestala's face. When she left, Zhu Liqui was still just a little girl who would hug her and cry loudly, saying loudly that she was reluctant to leave. Now, after not seeing each other for more than 2 years, Zhu Liqui has become independent and dares to stand up to protect her people. Hestala felt very relieved about this. She sniffed and suddenly felt a little emotional. The 2 years I was away were not long, but it seemed that a lot of changes had taken place. On the side, Su Mu was even more curious about the weapon that Zaliki had just used to fire a spear that seriously injured the orcs. It turned out to be an oversized crossbow-like weapon. It has more or less the meaning of a cannon. But what was fired out was not a cannonball, but a spear. And just now Su Mu noticed that the firing pattern was very similar to the crossbow of their dragon country. While firing continuously at short distances, it is also extremely powerful. Is this thing invented by Jaliki? Su Mu couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind, and he was very curious. Because of this, he became even more curious about Zhu Liqui. If the heavy crossbow in front of us was invented by Zhu Liqui, then she is a very creative blacksmith master. What a talent! After Mo and the others looked at each other for a few times, their expressions changed several times. Of course, what they feared was not Zhu Liqui, but the giant beasts behind her. As the leader, Mo seemed to have made a major decision. He took a sudden step forward. No matter who you are, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The conflict between us and the Ernies is not something you, an outsider, can get involved in. Do you think that with these giant beasts around you, we will? The villain dies because he talks too much. Before Mo could finish his words, Zhu Liqui had already waved her hand impatiently. Little stone, teach them a lesson. Ugh! The earth suddenly shook, dust flew everywhere, and the rock giant named Little Stone raised a hand from somewhere and slapped the ground. The orcs in front of the team became targets again and were beaten to pieces. Blood mist flew everywhere, and screams were heard everywhere. Seeing this scene, Randy Winter frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak. Jaliki, just drive them away and avoid causing widespread casualties. As he spoke, Landa Winter had already led his people to turn around and leave. She couldn't bear to see such a scene, and neither could her tribesmen. Chapter 382. You are the demon dragon. Then what am I? Behind the tree, Su Mu saw Landa Winter preparing to leave with his people. He once again refreshed his understanding of the Ernie people. In Su Mu's mind, he thought that the people of the Ernie tribe were kind by nature and would definitely not tolerate war or bloodshed. But whether it was the spear shot by Zaliki before, or the palm slapped by Xiao Shirtu, they took the lives of many orcs. It can be said that blood has been seen. But Landa Winter and the others only showed some resistance and did not completely want to prevent such things from happening. From this we can see that the Ernies are kind, but they are not the kind who completely hate to see bloodshed. In this case, Su Mu felt that he could accept the kindness of the Ernie people. If she was the kind-hearted type who couldn't stand seeing bloodshed, she would have stopped it or even blamed Julia. To be honest, if this situation happened, Su Mu would feel very resistant and disgusted with the Ernies. Even Hestela's family members would make him feel disgusted and resistant. But Landowner did not blame Julia, but just told her that it would be better for her to drive them away and minimize bloodshed. And she was preparing to take her people away, which was also silently hinting that she could accept the bloodshed, but it was okay as long as their tribe didn't see it. To be honest, if the Ernies were pure saints, Su Mu would not be able to accept them. Fortunately, the Ernies are kind, but not to the point of being brainless saints. It didn't make Su Mu feel disgusted. You forced me to do this. Imole suddenly roared, took out a scroll from somewhere, and held it high. The scroll in his hand was very ancient, emitting a faint purple light, showing the extraordinary nature of the scroll. Come out, Demon Dragon Kinlista. Accept my call. As Imole shouted loudly like the protagonist of a middle school manga, an inexplicable background music seemed to sound around him. The scroll in his hand trembled wildly, and the purple light suddenly increased. The terrifying force of space swept across this area. What's going on? Su Mu frowned secretly behind the tree. As soon as Imole shouted, accept my call, the intelligence system in Su Mu's mind immediately started ringing. 6-star dangerous intelligence, an inexplicably powerful force is attempting to tear open a rift in space and descend upon this area. Intelligence tip. The danger comes from the undead dragon Kinlista. Intelligence analysis. Kinlista was a giant dragon with fire attributes in life, and after death he transformed into a powerful undead dragon. It has been living in the realm of the dead, Yindu, waiting to be summoned by the believer who possesses its contract scroll. It is said that if it is summoned 1,000 times, Kinlista will have the opportunity to be reborn. To this end, it has been working hard to serve adventurers and warriors. It is a very life-saving and hardworking guy. Escape from here, the powerful Kinlista, is something you cannot deal with right now. Even though it doesn't hold a high position among the Dragon Clan, it's still a very powerful and formidable fellow. Undead Dragon Kinlista? Su Mu frowned. He knew that nothing good would come of it if he had anything to do with the Dragon Clan. Because the status of dragons in this world is indeed very high, and they are also very difficult to deal with. Even the legendary magic god and the legendary knight have no way to deal with the weakest dragon in a one-on-one situation. This is enough to show how powerful the Dragon Clan is. Now that Imole has summoned the undead dragon, things seem to be developing out of control. The Ernies might be in real danger. I'm afraid that Zaliki and Little Stone are no match for the dragon. While thinking, Su Mu felt that it was getting dark. He looked up and saw Kinlista, who had been summoned. It is a typical western lizard dragon. Its body is 100 meters long when it is spread out, completely blocking the airspace here. It exudes a terrifying aura of the dead, and when it opens its mouth, people can feel a strong heat wave coming. Landowner looked up at the existence in the sky, and his face darkened slightly. The Ernie tribe members also showed a rare panic and anxiety on their faces. Obviously, they were caught off guard by the appearance of the dragon. I'm still very afraid of such creatures. Damn it! Zhu Liqui gritted her teeth and cursed softly. A solemn look appeared on her face. She obviously didn't expect that this incident would involve the Dragon Clan. Even the undead dragons were once the supreme beings on this continent. Don't underestimate it. Don't underestimate it. My Defa, my Mo, what good things have you done? Finch, as a partner, looked at the giant dragon above his head in surprise, exclaiming in amazement. I can't believe it. It's spectacular. I can't believe that, Imole. You actually have such a good thing. Kawashima looked at him with envy. As the man behind Imole, he really didn't know that he had such a hidden trick. This guy has a lot of good stuff on him, huh? Starry was so surprised that he couldn't speak. His eyes never left the sky. Hearing the praises of his companions, Imole proudly raised his head, enjoying the highlight moment of his life. You summoned me, didn't you? Kinlista spoke, its huge dragon head facing Imole, and its voice was full of majesty. That's right, Lord Demon Dragon. Imole quickly bowed, but his face was filled with excitement. I summoned you. A contract scroll to summon the dragon Kinlista from a glowing golden treasure chest. With the scroll, he can summon Kinlista and have it grant his wishes. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Kinlista didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Imole proudly shouted in the direction of Zhu Liqui. You're just relying on that big rock to challenge me. You don't really think I don't have a trump card, do you? You stupid girl who doesn't know how to live or die. Imole turned around and switched between arrogance and humility naturally. Lord Dragon, please help me get rid of them. He pointed his finger at Zhu Liqui, Xiao Shirtu, and other giant beasts. Is that all? Kinlista glanced over the dragon's head. When he saw clearly the target, a hint of disdain flashed in his huge eyes. As you wish. Kinlista flapped its wings violently, stirring up a terrifying storm. Its mouth opened wide, ready to release its dragon fire to completely clear the area below. Kinlista, when did you become worthy of being called a dragon? A familiar voice came. Kinlista's heart skipped a beat. He closed his mouth and looked around, trying to find the owner and source of the sound. Not only him, Imo Lei and others were also looking around. Even Zhu Liqui, Randy Winner, and her people are like this. Who is talking? If you can be called a dragon, then what am I? The sound rang out again. This time, everyone's attention was focused on a huge tree, because they had already heard that the sound came from behind the tree. Under the gaze of everyone, a very handsome figure walked out from behind the tree helplessly. It's Sumu. He was holding a long sword in his hand, which was the dragon horn sword. And that voice came from the demonic dragon horn knife. Chapter 383. Ray Cairns wants to quit the chat. Not long ago, Sumu was thinking about how to quell the crisis of the Ernie tribe. All he could think about was whether or not to summon the Lord of the Abyss to see if he could deal with the giant dragon Kinlista. Unexpectedly, the demonic dragon horn knife that Sumu had stored in the space suddenly gave him a strong response. As soon as he took it out, the demonic dragon horn knife trembled continuously, emitting a black and purple light. Finally, Ray Cairns spoke. That's right. Sumu could still hear that the person who spoke was Ray Cairns, who was sleeping inside the dragon horn blade. He seemed to have woken up. Or perhaps it has been awake all the time, but only when it encounters something that interests it does it finally react. Why does that guy look familiar? The moment he saw Sumu, Imo Lei couldn't help but mutter something, while Kawashima Sora, next to him, had already had his eyes shining. Su. Su what? Imo Lei glanced at Kawashima Sora. Do you know him? Yes, Su. Before Kawashima could finish his words, Kinlista interrupted him. His surprised voice resounded through the sky. Your breath. Are you Lord Ray Cairns? Hissing. Yo. Ray Cairns' voice sounded again. Not bad. Kinlista, you old man have a very sharp nose. You can actually smell that it's me. As soon as the words fell, a huge purple-black dragon figure rose from the demonic dragon horn knife. Ray Cairns shows up, but this is not its physical body. The appearance of Ray Cairns completely shocked everyone present. One giant dragon is scary enough, and now there is a black dragon. How chaotic is this? A hint of worry in Lan Duen's eyes. She felt that today didn't seem to be a very good day. Many people come here because of their race. It's really not peaceful. Kinlista, I, Ray Cairns, am the only one on this continent who can be called a demon dragon. How bold are you? How dare you snatch the title from me? Snort burst out from Ray Cairns' nostrils. The sound was like thunder, which made people tremble with fear. Damn it, I don't know either. I couldn't believe that a voice of grievance could be heard from Kinlista's huge body. I've never called myself a demon dragon. Someone else called me that. Is that my fault? Kinlista's aggrieved voice echoed throughout the area, and it felt inexplicably funny. This also made Imo Lei and others secretly sweat. Isn't this development wrong? How come the giant dragon Kinlista, who is so majestic and powerful just now, has now turned into a wronged little woman? However, Sumu may understand the reason better than them. The dragon clan's strength levels are very strict. As for dragons, they worship the strong, fear and respect the strong, more than any other race. Even if a dragon is dead, as long as it was famous enough in the mainland during its lifetime, it will still be highly respected. From this, it can be seen that Kinlista and Ray Cairns obviously know each other. Ray Cairns really doesn't like other dragons using his name, Magic Dragon. Kinlista obviously knew about its preferences, so it was in such a hurry to explain. I guess so. An old fellow like you doesn't have that much courage. Ha ha. Ray Cairns laughed heartily. Kinlista didn't know why, but he started laughing along with it. The two giant dragons laughed heartily, but it was a pity for the people below. Even if they covered their ears, they still couldn't resist the dragon's laughter that was like a sonic boom. Some of the members brought by Imo Lei, who were weaker, were directly shocked by the laughter of Ray Cairns and Kinlista, and their eardrums burst and their ears bled. Imo Lei and the others were in even worse condition. 5 out of their 7 orifices were bleeding. They could only bend over in pain, passively resisting everything that happened. Sumu was fine. His strength was no longer what it used to be. His body naturally had a defense mechanism against the laughter of the Lei Cairns and the others, so he was not affected much. Moreover, he also noticed that Randy Winner stretched out her hands forward at some point, and a soft light shield like the sky enveloped her and her tribesmen. This shield blocks the laughter of the two dragons. There's something Sumu thought to himself. He turned around and saw Hestala hiding behind a tree. She smiled and waved at him, indicating that she was fine. Sumu felt much more relieved. It seems Hestala still has some cards up her sleeve. Finally, Ray Cairns laughed heartily and stopped. Kinlista, it's been 3,000 years since I last saw you, old man. Who says it's not? It's been at least 4,000 years. I heard you had some performance goals in the realm of the dead. What exactly is that? Speaking of which, it's a headache. Isn't it because of this thing that I'm here? Only after being summoned 1,000 times and fulfilling the summoner's wish can I go to the realm of rebirth and be reborn. Kinlista began to complain in a mumbling voice, and the two dragons started chatting in public. After a while, so, you're going to that damned afterlife. You're really desperate. If you want to be reborn, why not become an undead dragon? It's not good. It's really not good. Kinlista complained. You know Kinlista, am a famous playboy among the dragon clan. I feel uncomfortable without spending time with the dragoness today. So what's the good of being an undead dragon? I'm so miserable. Hearing this, Su-Mu fell silent. This is an outrageous reason. I never expected that the desire to be reborn was for the mother dragon. This Kinlista. He is also a #1 dragon talent. Damn it. What kind of romantic dragon is this? You're a famous lewd dragon, okay? Didn't you offend enough female dragons in your life? Why are you still unable to let go of that? Raikane spat. He just despised this kind of reason. Dragons are inherently lustful. I'm romantic and proud. Ahaha. Kinlista sounded quite proud. Well, you won't be able to complete your performance today. I'm protecting this guy. Leave now and go back to your realm of the dead. I don't want to see you for a moment. Raikane pointed at Su-Mu and spoke unhappily. Because of Kinlista's incredible reasons, Raikane no longer wanted to communicate with it properly. Raikane, you were just jealous of my ability, huh? Kinlista's proud voice continued. It seemed that there was a mysterious past hidden in it. Otherwise, Raikane's attitude would not have changed so much. Chapter 384. The Shadow of the Dragon. Su-Mu's name. Get out of here. Raikane was so angry that he didn't want to talk. Oh, I still have a few small targets left. Since you're protecting that guy, I'll give him this thing. It can be considered as doing me a small favor. The smile on Kinlisterosaurus's face was almost reaching the back of its gills. It suddenly stretched out its claws, and a golden light fell towards Su-Mu. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the dragon, Kinlista. Su-Mu took it out and took a look. It was a summoning scroll with similar effects to the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. With this scroll, he can summon Kinlista to help fight. Moreover, there are 3 scrolls in total. It seems that Kinlista is getting closer to his small goal of 1,000. Leave. He came in style and was going to leave in style. When Kinlista summoned a space crack and was about to get in, Imole below spoke. He shouted frantically, Master Demon Dragon, I summoned you. You promised to help me deal with them. How could you just leave like this? Imole was really talking about something irrelevant. What Kinlista feared most now was hearing the word dragon, so he ran very fast, got into the space crack, and disappeared without a trace. Imole? What the hell is this scroll? What dragon? It's too damn unreliable, right? Imole's heart is broken. He felt deeply hurt. After Kinlista left, Raikane did not stay either. He happily returned to the dragon horn knife. Su-Mu held the demonic dragon horn knife in his hand and could even feel the blade vibrating gently, making bursts of sound. It seems that Raikane is in a good mood today. It and Kinlista is probably not simple. There are many stories. Su-Mu thought so. Mr. Su-Mu, who are you? Looking up at the short man in front of him, Su-Mu frowned subconsciously. He knew that the man in front of him was in cahoots with Imole. I am Kawashima Sora, the player lord of Sakura Country, Mr. Su-Mu. I've long heard of your great name. Kawashima Sora wiped his hands on his clothes and wanted to reach out and shake hands with Su-Mu, but he was afraid of being rejected, so he could only hesitate whether to reach out his hand. While being humble, his face was full of admiration for Su-Mu. What the hell? Kawashima Sora's behavior was too weird, and Su-Mu really couldn't understand it. He looked at Imole, Finch, and others behind him. Since your partner has already mentioned my name, I believe you all know who I am. Take your people and leave here immediately. The Ernies are not something you can touch. There is no way Imole and the others don't know Su-Mu's name. Therefore, when Kawashima Sora called out Mr. Su-Mu, the expressions of Imole and others had already changed. I was so shocked and stunned. Imole said that the handsome young man in front of him looked very familiar. It turned out to be Su-Mu, who had been announced countless times by the entire system. When Su-Mu was fighting 1v4, Imole was watching the live broadcast, so he knew very well what kind of person Su-Mu was. As smart as Imole is, he also knows that Su-Mu is not someone he can fight against at the moment. What's more, he has a giant dragon on him. An extremely powerful dragon. That giant dragon chased away all the dragons he summoned. It was the real, evil dragon. Thinking of this, Imole swallowed his saliva. He exchanged glances with Finch and others and made a decision almost instantly. Su Mu, we know you. Let's go. You know the Ernies are related to you. Even if we had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare come here and attack them. Mo Lei has a strong ability to judge the situation. He knows very well when to be timid and when to be arrogant. Now is obviously the time to act like a grandson. Then let's go, get out of here. Stay away. Su Mu didn't want to attack Mo Lei and the others. He had a lot of things in mind. On the one hand, the Ernies do not like bloody scenes, and Randowinter also disapproves of large-scale killings happening outside their territory to a certain extent. Su Mu was unsure of the Ernie tribe's attitude, so it was unnecessary for him to rashly kill Mo Lei and the others. If we do this, it would be bad if we cause Randowinter to be disgusted. Su Mu wanted to get her recognition. After all, before coming here, Hestala told him that she hoped he could get his mother's recognition, so that they could be together well. Therefore, he cannot act rashly, so as not to lower his impression score. On the other hand, there is no need to resort to war for things that can be temporarily resolved peacefully. Conquering the enemy without fighting is another level of pleasure. Just imagine, Su Mu only needs a name to scare away Mo Lei and the others. Doesn't that prove that he already has a very great reputation and high authority among the Lord players? As long as Su Mu is here, everyone has to give him face. Yes, we will leave immediately and never come here again. I'm sorry. Mo Lei bent his body slightly and began to command his large army to evacuate. Kawashima Sora hesitated, as if he wanted to say something to Su Mu, but was hesitant to say it. In the end, he could only follow Mo Lei and the others and leave here, looking back every few steps. Mo Lei and the others left extremely quickly, wishing they could install springs on their feet. How could they have run into Su Mu, the Play God? You know, someone did a survey in the World Chat channel. Who is the Lord that all the Lord players on ordinary maps are most reluctant to encounter? The first one on the list is Su Mu. Su Mu is far ahead of the second place with a huge vote lead. Only Su Mu, because meeting him can't be a good thing. Therefore, Mo Lei and his companions wanted to install springs and wings and stay away from this unlucky place. They don't want to meet Su Mu at all. It can be said that in the minds of Mo Lei and others, the fact that the Ernie tribe is protected is far less deterrent than Su Mu himself. Su Mu's name resounds in the hearts of every Lord player. After they had completely withdrawn, Su Mu moved forward to the front of the Ernie people. Landowner frowned slightly. She looked at the young man in front of her who was looking at her and her tribesmen, and her worry grew even more. She didn't think that just because everyone who had just left was gone, that meant today's affairs were over. The danger is still there. The young man in front of me is obviously more difficult to deal with. To be honest, Landowner wanted to face those people instead of the young man in front of him. Not far away, Zhu Liqui and others were still watching this place nervously. As long as Su Mu said something bad, she would probably not be able to help but want to attack. Because Zhu Liqui smelled danger from Su Mu. People just now, but none of them were as dangerous as the young man in front of him. Zhu Liqui is very nervous. What are you doing here? Landowner took the initiative to speak. Her eyes fell on Su Mu's face, and her hands were ready to defend at any time. But soon, she heard the sudden noisy uproar of the tribesmen. There seemed to be a name Hestala mentioned vaguely. What's going on? Landowner turned around suddenly, and her bright eyes suddenly trembled. Hestala. Almost blurting out the words, Randowner looked at his daughter in disbelief as she appeared in front of him. Mother, I'm back. Hestala stepped forward and hugged her mother. The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, and their long-lasting longings seemed to be vented at this moment. Randy Winter's eyes were slightly moist. Hestala's nose turned red. They are all expressing their longing for each other in their own way. Great, Miss Hestala is back. That's right. I finally get to meet Miss Hestala. She's been gone for over 2 years. Yes, it's been almost 3 years. God bless Miss Hestala to return safely. Hestala's arrival made the Ernie people extremely happy and excited. Su Mu smiled slightly and watched this warm scene quietly. This mother and daughter are so nice. What a great relationship. Chapter 385. Intriguing. Master Craftsman. Hestala, you came back at the wrong time. Randowner suddenly remembered that now was not the time to reminisce with his daughter. The current crisis has not yet been completely overcome. She gently pushed Hestala away. Huh? Why do you say that? Hestala naturally didn't understand why her mother said this. Why did you come back at the wrong time? But soon, Hestala knew what her mother was referring to, because Randowner looked at Su Mu, his eyes still alert and vigilant. Mother, he is the guest I brought back. Hestala knew that her mother had misunderstood and thought that Su Mu was someone who wanted to do something bad to their clan, so she quickly hugged Landowner's arm and explained. Is he the guest you brought back? Landowner looked at Hestala in disbelief. The tribesmen around also began to whisper. Most people are curious about Su Mu's identity. Why would Hestala invite him back? Right. Hestala smiled slightly and admitted. He is really the guest I brought back. He came here with me. When we first arrived, we saw you guys were in trouble. I was very worried at the time, but it was Su Mu who stood by me and comforted me, telling me not to panic. He then took action and drove them away. He is on our side and has no ill will towards us. You can rest assured, Mother. Hestala still has some little thoughts of her own. She hopes that her mother and tribesmen can have a better impression of Su Mu. Seeing this, Su Mu quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, Hello, Auntie, my name is Su Mu. I'm a good friend of Hestala's. I came here specially to visit you. Originally, Su Mu was going to say it to his lover, but when he thought about the fact that all the members of the Ernie tribe were here, saying it would have a bad impact, he simply kept a low profile. That's good. I thought it was the same as those people just now. The wariness on Landowner's face disappeared temporarily, and she made a gesture of invitation to Su Mu. You're tired from the journey, and we are guests. Mr. Su Mu, please come in and have a rest. The Ernies naturally have different attitudes towards enemies and guests. They are a peace-loving and kind race, and are naturally hospitable. Yes, Su Mu, it's like coming home. Don't feel uncomfortable. Everyone here is my family. They are very hospitable. Afraid that Su Mu would feel awkward with so many people around, Hestala also started to greet him. On the side, Randy Weiner looked at his daughter intriguingly. Just like home. To her, this sentence seemed very complicated. Moreover, after being away for 2 years, Hestala did not return alone, but came back with a male friend. This is even more intriguing. Randowiner had to think about the relationship between the two. Although the Ernie rarely intermarry with other ethnic groups, it is not absolute. In the history of the Ernie people, there have been cases of intermarriage between the Ernie and other ethnic groups. But that's an exception. Okay, thank you for your help. The Ernie tribe's territory surrounded by Landowiner and his tribesmen. While taking a break to drink some water, Hestala told Landowiner and some of her tribesmen about her recent experiences and why she brought Su Mu back here. So, you and Su Mu haven't known each other for long, and he has a territory just outside the Miluo forest? As he spoke, Landowiner's gaze fell on Su Mu again. This is a young man with generous manners, calm and confident, neither humble nor arrogant. For now, he seems to be a good person. Landowiner knew that it was impossible to see a person clearly in such a short time, so she still retained some of her views. Even though she heard from Hestala how much Su Mu cared for her in the territory and how he saved her from others, Randowiner still retained some opinions. Human nature is complex. That's right, Mother. Hestala nodded and secretly glanced in Su Mu's direction. She found that he was drinking water very calmly, but she didn't know how nervous she was. She was afraid that if she said one more word or said something wrong, it would give her mother and the tribe a bad impression of Su Mu, so she was always cautious. So, when she saw Su Mu so relaxed and calm, Hestala wrinkled her nose at him a little unhappily, implying, Damn it, why aren't you nervous? Am I the only one who's nervous and worried? That's awful. This scene was naturally seen by Su Mu. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he immediately understood the meaning. From a perspective that Landowiner couldn't see, Su Mu pouted at Hestala and made a muah mouth shape. A very provocative response. Hestala blushed immediately. She stole several glances at her mother in panic. When she found that her mother was not looking at Su Mu, she felt relieved. She secretly waved her hand towards Su Mu and made a gesture of no. Mr. Su Mu has done you a favor. He just helped our clan solve a big problem. His territory needs blacksmiths, so of course we will help if we can. Landowiner didn't pay attention to her daughter and Su Mu's little movements. She said, However, I can help you talk to Zhu Liqui. As for whether she wants to go back to the territory with you temporarily, that depends on her wishes. I can't force her. Of course, thank you, Annie. Su Mu quickly expressed his gratitude. Mei Chili, go call Zhu Liqui and ask her to come over. Yes, Patriarch. The only subordinate left. By the way, Mother, Zhu Liqui has grown a lot now. She is completely different from when I left. I haven't seen her for 2 years. How is her forging level now? Hestala asked. She was a little curious about Zhu Liqui's current forging level. This girl likes to tinker with other mechanical things and isn't focused enough. Landowiner put her hair behind her ears and said softly. But her current level is Grandmaster. A higher level than that cannot be assessed by ordinary forging associations. She still needs to go to St. Lumbius, as you know. Master Craftsman, that's already very good. In Hestala's opinion, Zaliki had only been exposed to forging for a short time, and it was already remarkable that she could reach the level of a Master Craftsman in such a short period of time. She was proud of her. She's called a master craftsman, but with Zhu Liqui's current skills, she'll only be more powerful. Listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter, Su Mu nodded secretly. In this case, if Julia could go back to the territory with him, she would be able to help Sabastini to a great extent and reduce her forging pressure. Chapter 386. Not good. A tide of locusts. Soon, Zhu Liqui was brought in by Meichili. The moment Zhu Liqui saw Hestala, an expression of excitement appeared on her face, but she suppressed it for a moment. Sister Hestala. Zhu Liqui greeted them and was as well-behaved as a baby. It was hard to tell that this was the domineering little girl who had previously attacked Mo Lei and the others and said that she wanted to protect the Ernies. Xiaoqi, long time no see. Hestala smiled. She took the initiative to stand up and walked forward, gently hugging Zhu Liqui's body. You are taller, prettier, and braver than before. You've really grown up. Sister Hestala, did you see what happened before? Zhu Liqui was of course referring to the time when she took Xiao Shirtu to resist Mo Lei and others. I see. Hestala reached out and touched Jaliki's head, saying with relief. Although Jaliki is young, she is already taller than Hestala because she is an orc. Sister Hestala, I didn't break my promise. I have always been brave and protected my people. Zhu Liqui opened her mouth quickly and spoke anxiously. She is like a child, desperate for approval from adults. When she knew that Hestala saw her bravely facing the enemy, she felt so excited and happy in her heart. Isn't this what she wants her to see most? Do you still remember what I said when I left? Hestala smiled slightly. Of course I remember. I can't possibly forget what Sister Hestala said. Hestala was about to leave her tribe and go to St. Lumbius. Jaliki pestered her and wouldn't let her leave. For this reason, the little girl cried, made a fuss, and even tried to hang herself, and also used a lot of little tricks. For example, making yourself sick, injured, in danger, etc. Zhu Liqui tried to use this method to delay Hestala's departure. Because in the entire tribe, everyone thinks that Julia is a naughty, emotionally unstable, and unruly person. Even though the Ernie tribe members all acknowledged her existence, they rarely interacted with her. Only Hestala is the best to Zhu Liqui, the closest to her, and the one who never dislikes her because of her personality. In Zhu Liqui's heart, Hestala's status is even higher than Landowner, and she is reluctant to let Hestala leave. But Hestala saw through Jaliki's little thoughts, and the two sisters ended up chatting for the whole night. Hestala also succeeded in changing Zhu Liqui's mind. At that time, Hestala said that she hoped Zhu Liqui could become a person who made her feel gratified and proud. She hopes that she can be brave, change the views of her tribe members, show herself boldly, and make everyone like her. Zhu Liqui agreed, and Hestala also set out on the journey of leaving. Now the two sisters are reunited. Zhu Liqui naturally longed for recognition, but she was always cautious and presented herself as very mature and rational. This is also the reason why she was very excited when she saw Hestala appear, but she didn't dare to run up to hug her, but waited until now. Zhu Liqui learned to restrain herself, and restraint is the greatest growth. Jaliki, I'm impressed by you, you're awesome. Hestala did not hold back on her praise. Okay, Jaliki, actually, Hestala's return this time is still somewhat related to you. Randy Winter interrupted and told her the purpose of her daughter's trip. Hestala was reluctant to speak up, but as a mother she had to take the initiative to help. Are you leaving the clan? After knowing Hestala's purpose, Zhu Liqui turned her head and looked in Su Mu's direction. She had noticed him a long time ago. She even speculated in her heart about the relationship between Su Mu and Hestala. Facing Zhu Liqui's somewhat vigilant and cautious gaze, Su Mu responded with a polite smile and nodded at her as a greeting. In an instant, Su Mu's powerful charm took effect. Zhu Liqui blushed and her heart beat faster because of his brilliant smile. As a little girl, she quickly turned her face away. Xiaoqi, if you can help Su Mu, that would be great. His territory is in danger now. Who didn't notice anything wrong, spoke up to help. Not to mention her current relationship with Su Mu. Even if there was no relationship at all, Hestala would still kindly speak up and help persuade. Just because war means death. She least wanted to see this happen. But after I leave, there will be no one to take care of our land. Zhu Liqui was a little hesitant. On the one hand, she couldn't refuse Sister Hestala's request, and on the other hand, she had to continue her mission and protect the tribe's land. So, she was very conflicted. Jaliki, go ahead if you want. I'm here with Xiao Shirtu and the others in the tribe. There won't be any big problems. Don't worry. It was Randy Winter who spoke. She knew what Julie was hesitating about. But, the tribe has been in turmoil recently, When Zhu Liqui wanted to say something, Su Mu stood up. Excuse me, what has happened in the clan recently? Apart from the group of people just now, is there anyone else harassing you? Sumu is very smart. He knows that because the empire is now disintegrating, not only are there frequent wars in the country, it is very unstable, but there are also many lord players appearing. They all might have ideas about the Ernies. Mo is not referring to a single person. It is very likely a group. Right. It's just that those guys were the most rampant just now. Zhu Liqui said. Before them, many people came. They all said they were lords and wanted to invite us to join them and develop together, but we were all declined. Some people are going too far, starting small-scale wars, harassing us everywhere, and causing us trouble. Some of the more polite ones have come to our door again and again, while others are more timid. Because they are afraid of the clan leader mother, they dare not attack us for the time being. If that's the case, then isn't our tribe unsafe? Hestala frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, Mother, this is closely related to the collapse of the Longming Empire. There's war everywhere, and when I came back I could tell some people didn't take the treaties with neutral governments seriously anymore. You must be careful not to trust them. The tribe's land was so unsafe that Hestala was very worried about the situation of her mother and tribesmen. Sister Hestala, there's more. It's not just humans who are harassing us. As soon as Zhu Liqui finished speaking, Meichili rushed in. It's bad, Chief. The locust swarm is coming again. What? Randy Winter immediately stood up from the chair. His face changed drastically. Chapter 387 Empire Bulldozer, Moth Locust. 6-star Dangerous Intelligence Alert. In 5 minutes, a swarm of moths and locusts will pass through and appear in the sky above your head. Extremely dangerous. Intelligence tip. The borer locusts, known as the Empire Bulldozers, are a terrifying pest, also known as the demonic bug. Their combined power is so powerful that even legendary mages and legendary knights would retreat in fear. Locusts is unpredictable. No one knows where they come from, and no one knows what their specific food is. But many people know that they will indiscriminately attack any territory they pass through, devouring all living things and turning them into dust. Intelligence analysis. A swarm of locusts will soon arrive. They number over 200,000 and are extremely dangerous. Avoid direct confrontation. For your own safety, quickly hide underground. It's the 4th wave already. Landowner spoke with a heavy face. In just 20 days, the 4th wave of locusts has already arrived. What's the reason? Chief, what should we do? Michaelai asked anxiously. She knew it was unusual, but now was not the time to discuss it. As usual, quickly sound the insect gong to notify the tribesmen to hide underground, and leave the rest to me. Randawinter was relatively calm. No. Meichili immediately turned around and left. You guys, quickly hide underground. Landawinter turned around and looked at Hestala, Sumu and others, and said, Jaliki, you know where the traps are. Take them and hide them there. Don't come out. After saying this, Randawinter left without looking back. Locusts in our Miliuo forest. Don't things like this usually appear in extremely cold places? Why did they appear in our south? It was Hestala who spoke. Of course, she also knew the notoriety of the moth, also known as the Imperial Bulldozer. Whenever this kind of thing passes through, it will attack indiscriminately. Any building or other object that is more than 1 meter high will be eaten up by it when it passes through. Therefore, many people know the bad reputation of rice stem borer locusts. Sister Hestala, now is not the time to think about these things. Come with me quickly. Let's listen to the tribe leader mother and hide so as not to cause trouble. Zaliki took Hestala's hand. Wait, what about my mother? How did you deal with the previous locust swarm? Hestala held Zhu Liqui's hand and asked anxiously. It was the tribe leader's mother who went out to resist alone. She used a secret method to raise the Sky Spirit Brush Shield to resist the attack of the locust borer. We just need to wait for the locust borer to pass through. Zaliki didn't know why Hestala was so anxious, but she still answered calmly. Heavenly Spirit Brushing Cover. When was the last time you used it? Hestala asked again. Of course she knew about the secret technique of Tianling Fuzhou, which was a secret technique that belonged exclusively to her mother. It seems like it was 2 days ago. I don't know why, but after such a short time, the locust swarm appeared again. It's really weird. Zhu Liqui quickly replied. Hestala frowned, thinking about something very quickly. At this time, Sumu took a step forward. When the giant dragon roared just now, it seemed like Auntie also used a secret method to resist. Was it the same secret method of the Heavenly Spirit Brushing Shield? Sumu was close just now, and he could see it clearly. He knew that when Ray Cairns and Kinlista laughed, they would launch a terrifying sonic attack. At that time, Landawinter seemed to have used a secret method similar to a shield to isolate himself and his tribesmen from the sonic attack. That's bad. Sumu's words made Hestala's face pale, and she walked out anxiously. Mother is in danger. Wait. Hestala. Sumu grabbed Hestala's hand. I'm going to help. You and Zhu Liqui should go hide first. Hestala forced a smile and comforted him. It's fine. Hestala thought that Sumu knew the bad reputation of the locust borer, so he was worried about her safety, or perhaps he was afraid. She couldn't explain too much to him, so she wanted him not to worry. It can be said that the emotions are extremely stable. It was so stable that Sumu felt a little distressed. He quickly grabbed Hestala and placed her hand on Zaliki's hand. It's you two waiting for me inside. I'm out. Feeling the inquiry and doubt in Hestala's eyes, Sumu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I can handle this little swarm of moths and locusts. Do you trust me? Facing Sumu's confident and calm face, Hestala found it difficult to say the word, I don't believe it. She could only ponder for a moment and pursed her lips. I trust you. Then just wait. I will bring your mother back safely. Sumu said as he subconsciously reached out and touched Hestala's head. Rest assured. Then he left here, leaving her in surprise and confusion. Sister Hestala. You and Mr. Sumu. A pat on the head made Zhu Liqui a little incoherent. She seemed to know something incredible. Hestala's face flushed slightly, and her eyes were about to tear when she saw Sumu leaving. On the other side, as soon as Sumu appeared outside, he saw a terrifying black cloud in the sky not far away. That black cloud was made up of insects gathered together. There were only 2 thumb-sized bugs, but they were so densely packed that I couldn't count them and couldn't see clearly. Even from a long distance, Sumu could feel the horror of the moth. The number alone is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Locusts and borers came very quickly, and with it came a terrifying pressure, which was very scary. The Ernie tribe's territory was eerily quiet. All the tribesmen must have hidden underground as instructed by Michaelai. No one dared to disobey orders. So now, only Landowner with a serious expression is still standing on the clan land. She stared at the approaching swarm of locusts and borers, and suddenly she heard footsteps. Landowner quickly turned around and saw Sumu's lonely figure at a glance. Hide quickly. What the hell are you doing? Landowner's cries were drowned out by the approaching swarm of locusts. Above the sky, there was a roar like that of helicopters. Damn it. Seeing that it was too late to stop it, Landowner formed a seal with his hands and lifted up a light curtain to push it into the sky. Light suddenly enveloped the Ernie tribe's territory, which was somewhat like a territorial shield. Boom, boom, boom. Locust swarms arrived, constantly attacking the sky spirit brush shield held by Landowner. The terrifying vibration made Landowner's face turn a little paler every time. She gritted her teeth and held on, her bright eyes full of determination. Chapter 388, Sumu's Bold Move. In fact, each time the secret method of Tianling Fuzhou is used, it requires a rest of half a month to relax, so as not to cause harm to Landowner's body. But 20 days ago was the first time that the locust swarm appeared. At that time, Landowner decisively used the Heavenly Spirit Brush Shield to resist it. She didn't want the clan territory she had worked so hard to build to be eaten up by these little bugs. That was built with the hard work of their people over generations. Fortunately, the first time, Landowner successfully resisted the attack of the locust swarm, and the tribes suffered no losses, and all the tribesmen were safe. However, 10 days ago, the locust swarm appeared again. Sweep again. That attack was much more powerful than the first one. But Landowner still resisted. However, due to the continuous and high-intensity use of the Tianling brush shield, Landowner's body developed some minor problems. 2 days ago, the locust swarm appeared again, and Landowner fought against it again. 2 days ago, although he successfully resisted the locust swarm, Landowner also suffered internal injuries. For 2 consecutive nights, every time Landowner lay in bed, she felt a burning pain in her heart and lungs. She even vomited a lot of blood and was very weak. However, because he did not want his tribe to worry, Landowner did not tell anyone. She bears it all alone. When the giant dragon's attack appeared today, she subconsciously raised the sky spirit shield to resist it. At that time, the burning feeling in his heart and lungs appeared again, but fortunately, Landowner did not persist for long, so no serious situation occurred. But she knew very well that she would not be able to use the Heavenly Spirit Brush Shield in the near future, otherwise her body would suffer irreversible effects. What Landowner didn't expect was that after just 2 days, the locust swarm would appear again. That's why her face changed drastically when she heard the news. When Landowner came out and saw the insect swarm, she realized the seriousness of the matter. Rice borer locust that attacked today is much larger than any previous one. I'm afraid it's more than 3 times more. Before, Landowner could barely resist. Now she is not in good health and is not in the best condition. She is facing more than 3 times the number of locusts. Randy Winter's first reaction was, "It's over." This time, the swarm of locusts is not something she can resist. She even smelled death. But as the patriarch, Landa Winter felt that he still needed to give it a try. Even if it means sacrifice, she will do her best. Besides, she had already seen her daughter today, so she wouldn't have any regrets even if she died, right? It is all these that support Randa Winter's strong heart. The only unexpected thing was that Su Mu appeared behind her, which was really beyond Landa Winter's expectations. She could only be forced to put up the Sky Spirit Brush shield in advance. But every attack from the locust swarm was like a blow to her heart, causing her unbearable pain every time. A trace of blood had flowed out of Landawin's mouth without her knowing when. She was still holding on tightly, letting the blood slide down her body. Suddenly, Landawin felt a figure beside her, and she saw Su Mu's profile out of the corner of her eye. "Auntie, please remove the Heavenly Spirit Brush," yelled anxiously in Landawin's ear. He could see that something was wrong with her and came up to help her. But the terrifying roar made it impossible for Randy Winter to hear his voice. Su Mu was also anxious. He possesses the talent of Insect Lord of Natural Disaster, and in theory, he should be able to control these moths and locusts. But the current situation is that he has no way of getting in touch with the locusts outside, and his Insect Lord's Natural Disaster has no effect. Therefore, Su Mu guessed that it was most likely because the power of the Heavenly Spirit Brush shield isolated him from the locusts outside, and he could not get in touch with them. Only by removing the Tianling brush can he completely resolve this crisis. Landa Winter didn't hear what Su Mu said, but she really wanted him to go away and hide. However, she was in no condition to speak. "You'll ruin it as soon as you open your mouth." Sudden puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Landa Winter's mouth. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her expression was listless. Su Mushin knew the seriousness of the matter. If Landa Winter continued to use this damn Heavenly Spirit Brush shield, he was afraid that he would not be able to bring her back. Then Hestala will be very sad. Thinking of this, Su Mu made a bold move. He stretched out his hand, hugged Landa Winter's slender waist, and held her tightly in his arms. It must be said that Su Mu's bold move really disturbed Landa Winter's state of mind. She panicked, and the power in her hands suddenly poured out. After the Tianling brush trembled twice, it finally couldn't hold on and dissipated. "It's over." Randa Winter's beautiful face is as white as it can be. At this moment, she had no time to care about Su Mu's presumptuous behavior, nor did she care whether he held her in his arms and touched her waist. She felt hopeless and thought that she and her clan were doomed. Su Mu will also pay with his life for his actions. Stupid guy. At this moment, the attack of the locust swarm seemed to be in slow motion in Landawin's eyes. She watched the locusts approaching bit by bit, and her heart gradually grew cold. "Stop." Su Mu suddenly stretched out his extra fingers towards the sky and shouted, "How will this help?" You don't really think those bugs can really understand orders and show mercy to us, do you? Fool. I'm really speechless. I never thought that I, Landa Winter, would die in such an unclear way one day, and at the hands of this idiot. Well, what on earth have I done wrong? This was Landawin's psychological activity. In a short period of time, she complained several times. We're completely different from the persona she presented to outsiders. It can even be said to be contradictory. Her inner world seems to be much richer, but soon, Randa Winter made an unexpected discovery. The originally extremely ferocious swarm of locusts and moths actually stopped. How is that possible? Boars actually stopped where they were and didn't move forward at all because of his words? What the hell is going on? Randy Winter looked at everything happening in front of him in shock. Su Mu was like the controller of the swarm of moths and locusts, keeping them firmly under control. The ferocious swarm of rice borers and locusts was as obedient as a child in front of him. You know, with such a large group of locusts, even if the legendary magician or the legendary knight came, they would need to take shelter temporarily. However, Su Mu is like their master, dominating everything. Randy Winter couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 389. Randy Winter with a strong sense of contrast. Randy Winter. Why couldn't Randy Winter believe it? Because Su Mu was playing with a swarm of locusts. Waved his hand to the left. The swarm of moths and locusts followed him to the left. Waved his hand to the right, and the swarm of locusts moved to the right. It can be said that wherever he waved his hand, the swarm of locusts would go to that direction, and they were as obedient as pet dogs in his hands. This is the locust known as the Imperial Bulldozer, and is feared by everyone. Is there anyone who can drive them and make them obey orders? Landowner was certain that Su Mu was indeed able to drive the locusts, and he was not the kind of blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Why on earth? Why are the moths so obedient under his control? Is this his power? Wow, isn't this amazing? He can do this? He's so amazing. I wish I could do this. Well, no, I wish I could play like this. I really want to play like this and let them fly around. Landowin's psychological activities reappeared. Like a surprised baby, she kept switching between wow, envy, and wanting to play. Let's disperse first. Su Mu sighed lightly and waved his hand. Fortunately, the power of Insect Lord Natural Disaster is very strong. Even the swarm of moths and locusts have to obey orders. It seems that Su Mu was unable to command them before because of the Heavenly Spirit Brush Shield, which isolated his power. After receiving the order, the swarm of locusts dispersed into the sky and disappeared in a short time. It's okay. Su Mu looked at Landowner beside him. He was shocked to find that his hand was still on her waist. He suddenly took it back. Oh, no, I'm completely exhausted and can't even stand. My chest hurts so much. Please don't let go. Damn it. You saw me getting hurt, and you don't have any tact at all. These words were still Landowin's psychological activities, and Su Mu naturally didn't know about them. But he could feel that after he withdrew his hand, Landowin's body softened and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Su Mu reacted quickly and picked her up, but it would have been better if he hadn't tried to grab it. Once he did, Su Mu's hand naturally fell where it shouldn't have. Su Mu was stunned. Landowner trembled. Sorry. Su Mu quickly coughed lightly, then quickly helped Landowner up and let her lean on him. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were injured so badly that you couldn't even stand up. As a new socialist youth, he must first be discerning. Su Mushin knows not to mention things that should not be mentioned, otherwise it will become awkward between the two of them. Fine. Landowin's face was calm, without much change, as if what had just happened had not really happened, or it had happened too quickly and she hadn't felt it at all. Asshole. I'm going to kill him. Bastard. I knew he was up to no good. Huh. His hand gestures were quite skillful just now, and he ran quite fast. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you do that to me? I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off. Asshole. This is the crazy heart of Landowner, which is obviously contrary to the calmness on her face. Help me in. Landowner spoke. Good. As Su Mu responded, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fine. Landowner probably didn't think much about it. After all, she was old and had enough experience and knowledge, so it was impossible for her to be fussy about the details of these things. Su Mu felt relieved. He supported Landowner and walked for a while, but found that it was useless. The speed at which the two of them were moving was no different from that of a snail. I only walked less than 5 meters. Auntie, how about I carry you in? Su Mu suggested. Landowner. Seeing that Landowner did not refuse, Su Mu felt that she accepted it in her heart, but was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. He didn't ask any more questions at the moment, but bent down to pick up Landowner and walked towards the wooden house where she lived. Asshole. Oh. I didn't even agree. How dare he hug me? If I wasn't seriously injured, if I wasn't unable to move, I would have lifted myself up and kicked him. I'm so angry. Su Mu, what happened to my mother? As soon as Su Mu walked into the wooden house, Hestala and Zhu Liqui came out to greet him. Their eyes never left Landowner, and they must be very concerned about her situation. The locust swarm has dissipated, but my aunt is injured. I wonder if there's a doctor here. Su Mu said. I'll call a doctor. Needless to say, Zhu Liqui had already run away on her own initiative. Under Hestala's guidance, Su Mu placed Landowner on the bed. Mother, how are you feeling? Hestala sat by the window worriedly, checking on her mother. Hestala, I'm fine, don't worry. Landowner comforted. I'm fine. I'm in so much pain. When will the doctor come? Damn it. Doesn't that woman in Gucci know that her tribe leader is injured? Why can't she run faster? Wow, it hurts so much. My baby is so sad. This is Landowner's contrasting and rich inner world. I knew you couldn't use the Heavenly Spirit Brushing Cover secret technique too often. Using it too much in a short period of time would definitely harm your body. Fortunately, nothing serious happened to you. Hestala held her mother's hand and said, I'm just worried that something like this might happen to you. No one knows the side effects of this secret method better than me. When Hestala was a child, Landowner suffered internal injuries for a long time due to excessive use of the Heavenly Spirit Brush Shield, and the injuries never healed. The tribe members don't know about this. Because Landowner was afraid that if she told it, it would cause panic among the tribe members, so she chose to conceal it. But as her daughter, Hestala knew it very well. Everything is fine now, that's good. Landowner forced a smile and reached out to pat his daughter's hand. Uh-huh. Hestala suddenly looked up at Sumu. By the way, how was the locust swarm finally dispersed? Her mother was even injured in the fight, and Hestala probably guessed that Sumu was most likely responsible for the dispersal of the locust swarm. Speaking of this question, Landowner also looked at Sumu. It was not difficult to see from her eyes that she seemed very curious about the answer. Sumu noticed Landowner's eyes and glanced at her. It was this glance that made Landowner regain the seriousness and composure of an elder. She began to look forward, without looking sideways, and straighten her posture. Sumu? Why does he feel that Randy Winter is weird? Chapter 390, A Big Help. Not simple. I didn't expect that Sumu actually has the ability to drive the Zerg. This seems to be a very remarkable ability. While receiving treatment from Dr. Anki, Randowinter started chatting with his daughter. In the conversation just now, Sumu had explained to them clearly why he was able to drive away the swarm of locusts, and they also had a general understanding of it. Now that he is temporarily away, it is more convenient for communication between mother and daughter. Zhu Liqui watched quietly from the side. She had just arrived not long ago, and Sumu had just left at that time, so she didn't know how the swarm of locusts dispersed. Now that she heard Randowinter and the others chatting, she had a general understanding. In an instant, she felt surprised. That person actually has such powerful abilities? Handsome face and smile suddenly appeared in her mind, and Zhu Liqui blushed for some reason. This is the first time I know about his ability, and I'm also surprised. While watching the doctor treat the patient, Hestala also chatted with her mother. Hestala, tell me honestly, you and he are just friends, right? Landowner suddenly changed the subject and said, there's no other relationship between you two, right? What's the connection? What are you thinking, mother? Hestala answered the question irrelevantly, and at the same time, she was a little nervous. Could it be that her mother found out that there was something going on between her and Sumu? She didn't want to let them know so early. You know, this is your first time bringing a man home. As your mother, I have to ask. Randowinter said. We have nothing. Hestala shook her head. She felt that now was not the time to announce it, and that a more appropriate time should be chosen. Moreover, Sumu has not yet obtained her mother's approval. What if telling her now ruins his plan? After all, when they came, Sumu patted his chest and told her to leave everything to him and asked her not to reveal their relationship for the time being. It is true that Sumu and Hestala are still far from getting married. All I can say is that there was a mutual affection between them, and Hestala also acknowledged him. That's good. Randowinter suddenly pulled Hestala nervously and whispered, be careful with him next time. Don't let yourself get hurt, okay? Hestala's face turned red. She had already suffered a loss. But she nodded. I know. That's right. This is my good daughter. Randowinter smiled. She recalled the scenes when Sumu touched her waist, hugged her, and embraced her. In her heart, she had equated Sumu with words such as pervert and indecent. As a mother, she naturally needs to warn her daughter not to suffer any loss. By the way, mother, I heard from Zhu Liqui that there have been so many locust swarms in a short period of time. Do you really think this is normal? I've never seen a locust infestation in my life. Could there be some problem? Hestala suddenly thought of the key issue. I think it's extraordinary too. Randowinter frowned. But I tried to investigate, but to no avail. This locust swarm comes and goes as it pleases. They come so many times in a short period of time, and there is no trace left. The other side. Enlightenment failed. Enlightenment failed. Attack failed. The continuous failures made Sumu completely lose interest in turning the locusts into human beings. This 1% chance is really too bad. Even if you try 100 times, it may not come out once. Sumu is too tired to complain. However, he is now able to command this large group of nearly 200,000 locusts, which is also a great help to him. With this existence known as the Imperial Bulldozer and the Demon Bug, Sumu didn't know what reason he had to be afraid of Lodi City. Feiyan City? Damn, they are the ones. Sumu has already decided to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. But before that, he thought he should first understand why the locusts came. Where do you come from? It's almost dusk. In a small valley somewhere, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing quietly into the distance. Beside him, there was a young woman wearing a black robe, with most of her body covered by the black robe. She was playing a strange bone flute, as if summoning something. What's going on? Logically, the locusts should have returned. Why haven't they returned for so long? The middle-aged man turned his head to look at the young woman playing the bone flute with an unhappy look on his face. Commander, I don't know why either. The young woman shook her head, her face also full of confusion. Logically, the locusts would definitely come back when they heard the call of the insect flute, but this time I couldn't get in touch with them. All your moths and locusts were killed by the Urnies. The middle-aged man frowned and suggested a possibility. Absolutely not. The young woman's tone was full of confidence in the locusts. She said firmly, 200,000 moth locusts, even legendary knights and legendary gods would avoid them. Given the current strength of the Ernie tribe, only their tribe leader can resist them. It's impossible to completely kill or even defeat my locust borers. Then, as a disciple of the Insect Valley, please tell me exactly what is going on. Why can't you summon back your moth locusts? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his tone harsh, but also full of sarcasm and disdain. I told Her Majesty the Queen that you don't have to go to such great lengths. If you want the Ernies to join, why not just snatch them away and bring them back? Why do you have to create difficulties and troubles? Then, if you appear before them like a savior, they will naturally join you out of gratitude. In my opinion, all this is useless. The middle-aged man became more and more angry as he spoke. He shook his sleeves and waited for the young woman. Look at you. One moment you can't summon the moth locusts back, or the bone flute in your hand is broken and can't be used. You've delayed the work that was supposed to be done in the past few days for almost a month. You've worn out my patience. You people from Worm Valley are just bluffing and useless. The young woman passively endured the scolding without refutation. In her opinion, the person in front of her was her employer, who was just looking for money, so there was no need to hurt feelings. Commander, I will go investigate and find out what the reason is. The young woman hunched over and left. On the other hand, because Landowner was injured, Sumu could not take Hestelo away. As for Zhu Liqui, she has already agreed to go back to his territory with him temporarily. But she needed one night to prepare. Sumu naturally had nothing to say. He could only use the teleportation scroll to leave first. After all, the current situation in Feiyun City is still unclear, and Sumu does not have time to stay in the Ernie tribe's territory. As soon as Sumu returned to Tianmu town, he received bad news. Chapter 391. Something happened to you, Lilua? So what you're saying now is that Feiyun City has allied with Luolin City, and you too was also killed by people sent by Luolin City along the way. Today, Feiyun City even hung U2's body on the city gate to inform the people in the city that they have formed an alliance with Luolin City. Sumu was sorting out the information he had just received from Yimei Snode after returning to Tianmu town. That's right. Snod nodded. The most important question now is, after Yulilua learned the news, she ran away? Am I right? This is the bad news Sumu just heard when he came back. Yulilua ran out. She is not in Tianmu town. Moreover, it is very likely that he is already on his way to Feiyun City. That's right. Snod still nodded. He doesn't have the same rich emotions as humans, so he doesn't know what this means. So I'm really curious about why Yulilua knew that U2's body was hung on the city wall of Feiyun City for people to discuss and enjoy. Sumu raised his own questions. The territory shield disappeared not long ago. Logically speaking, Yulilua had no time to leave and find out the news. So why does she know this? It is said that Miss Yulilua's brother Yumu came to see her. Snod replied. With that said, Sumu probably had his thoughts sorted out. For Yulilua, she might not be overly worried about what U2's body looked like. But not for Yumu. From Yumu's personality, he definitely couldn't bear to see his brother of his own race suffer such humiliation after his death, so he must want to snatch the body back and then come to Yulilua for help. Sumu sorted out his thoughts in his mind, but he didn't know if it was right or not. Maybe it should be like this? Thinking of this, Sumu waved his hand. Immediately notify Madrenza, Gabong, and the others. We will lead a 100,000-strong undead army to Feiyun City. Bring all the weapons you can. Yes. Snod turned and left. Are you going to wage war against Feiyun City? Selena learned that Sumu had sent the undead army to fight. The territory's shield has been used up. Instead of passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative and go on the expedition. Sumu answered seriously. Forget it. Isn't it because of Yulilua? Selena glanced at Sumu, as if to say, don't I know you well enough? How is it possible? You know, I'm not interested in Yulilua at all. How could it be because of her? Some excuses and justifications for himself, but Serena's eyes were too ambiguous, so he finally surrendered. Then I can't just watch her die, can I? Luolin City is now allied with Feiyun City. Instead of waiting for Luolin City to officially take action against us, why don't I take action first and cut off one of their fingers? Sumu was full of murderous intent. The finger he was referring to was naturally Feiyun City. For Luo Linsheng, Feiyun City might really just be a finger, the kind that would have no impact on them if it fell. I'll go with you. Selena took Sumu's hand and looked at him firmly. No, we still need you to take charge of the situation here. What if something unexpected happens if you leave? I can go alone. Su Muin rejected Serena's offer to accompany him on the expedition. But I'll worry about you. Selena wanted to hold on a little longer. Don't worry. I may not be able to take Luolin City, but I am sure I can take Feiyun City. You? At this point, Su Mu chuckled and suddenly whispered in Serena's ear with a smirk on his face. Trust me, I'll be back tomorrow morning, and you can wait for me by then. I've heard that men who've been through war are special in that way. Su Mu didn't finish his words because Selena rolled her eyes and covered his mouth. Selena is not stupid. She knows that Su Mu is deliberately making fun of her by doing this to ease her worries to a certain extent. She is very smart and clear-headed. By the way, don't tell Winstia and the others yet, so as not to worry them. Also, I originally agreed to drink with Heiwei tonight, but I may have to break my promise. Let Tao Yao give the wine to her first, and we can talk about it later. Before leaving, Su Mu gave Serena many instructions. Knight, Your Highness Yu Mu, are we really not going to report back to the demon realm and just go and take back His Highness Yu Tu's body without authorization? Wouldn't this be bad? In the forest, the moon demon warrior Haisun raised his questions. What's wrong with that? Yu Mu frowned, and he looked back at Haisun with an unhappy tone. Yu Tu is my elder brother. I'm going back to the demon realm to report now. Do you think his body will still be there when I come back? Or do you think you have more authority than me in what I say and do? Is it your turn to point fingers and tell me what to do? Yu Mu's eyes were red, and combined with the scars on his face, he looked somewhat hideous and terrifying. Haisun was also frightened. He knelt on one knee in a hurry. Your Highness Yu Mu, I naturally wouldn't dare. Humph. Yu Mu's mood eased and calmed down a lot. Seeing this, Haisun bravely said, Your Highness Yu Mu, it was only yesterday that His Highness Yu Tu paid the price of his life in order to buy time for you to escape. If anything happens to you again, it will be a huge loss for our clan. If the king knew, he would definitely not want to see this happen. I just think our current actions are a bit dangerous, and we need to think carefully. Your Highness Yu Mu, I'm worried about you. Haisun said earnestly. What are we going to do if something happens to you again? When they were attacked yesterday, Yu Tu asked Yu Mu to leave first, and he stayed behind. Then he got into an accident and paid the price with his life. This matter also made Yu Mu feel uneasy. Haisun, you have followed me since you were a child, so you naturally know my character. Yu Mu put a hand on Haisun's shoulder and said solemnly, It was because Brother Yuetu asked me to leave first yesterday that he died in battle. I must not let him down. Did you see it today? How did those people treat his body? Haisun was silent for a while before speaking. Rotten eggs and leftovers. Right. They appear to be insulting Brother Yuetu's corpse, but in reality, they are trampling on the dignity of our Moon Demon clan. Chapter 392 Take Me With You. Yu Mu's voice was sonorous and powerful. He looked up at the less than 200 Moon Demon warriors left in front of him, his eyes burning and full of emotion. Even if I die in battle, I will definitely take back the Moon Demon clan's dignity. I will also absolutely tell them that the Moon Demon clan's dignity cannot be tarnished or trampled upon. This is what I, as a man and a demon warrior, should do for a month. Yu Mu looked at his men. So do you think I can still bear it? Should I endure it? Will I endure it? I can't bear it. Haisun was the first to stand up. He was also completely inspired by Yu Mu's very inspiring words. Their Moon Demon clan. How could they tolerate the corpse of their prince being treated like this? I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Kill. War. I swear to follow His Highness Yu Mu until death. If you ask me to fight, I will fight. We Moon Demon clan warriors are not afraid of fighting. Good, good, good. Yu Mu said 3 good words in a row. The Moon Demon clan warriors below would be so supportive of him, and he was very excited at the moment. Tonight, we have only one goal. Take my brother's body and kill anyone who stands in my way. Kill, kill, kill. Another wave of response. The Moon Demon clan's warriors have a strong desire to fight. Lilua saw this scene, and a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. Yu Tu is dead. But precisely because Yu Tu died, Yu Mu now looks more mature, more manly, and more like a real warrior. It turns out that experiences that help people grow are painful experiences. Yu Mu's responsibility and growth are what Yu Lilua hopes to see. To be honest, when she was hiding behind the tree and saw Yu Mu responding to everyone's call, she felt proud. How she wanted to say to the distance, Mother, Yu Mu has grown up. He is a real man now. This must be what you want to see most, right? At this moment, you must feel as proud as I do, right? Thinking about these things in her heart, Yu Lilua walked out unconsciously. Sister, when did you come? Yu Lilua appeared. Yu Mu immediately noticed her presence. What's happening now? Yu Mu was both excited and puzzled. There was also a hint of worry. Not long ago, Yu Mu went to Tianmu town to look for Yu Lilua, but he did not tell his sister that he was going to retrieve Yu Tu's body. He just chatted with her briefly and then left. So he also didn't understand why Yulilua followed him? If I hadn't followed you, would you have known what you were going to do now? Yumu, you are so brave. Yulilua has a natural bloodline of suppression, and her sister is very majestic. Yumu still looks immature in front of her. Yumu came to the territory to find her before. She felt that something was wrong. Although Yumu didn't say it. But Yulilua still felt a little uneasy inside. Because what Yumu said when he came to find her was more like a farewell. Lilua, feeling uneasy, followed all the way and then discovered Yumu's ultimate goal. Sister, please don't stop me. No matter what, I will get Brother Yuetu's body back. Judging from Yulilua's reaction, Yumu probably guessed that his sister had heard their previous conversation. I also knew what he was going to do next. So he quickly spoke up and blocked his sister's mouth first. But what surprised Yumu was that Yulilua had no intention of stopping him at all. I'm not going to stop you. Yulilua spoke. Oh. Yumu was stunned. He thought Yulilua was here to stop him, but he didn't know that was not the case at all. Then you, sister. Yumu didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't guess Yulilua's temper. Whatever you want to do, do it. But I hope you can take responsibility for your choices. Yulilua's face was serious. You must know that Feiyun City still has a lot of troops, and they may be waiting for you. Also, the existence that can kill you too might also be there. They might be waiting for you as well. So, are you sure you still want to take them with you? Yulilua stared at her younger brother. Yumu answered without hesitation. Brother Yuetu chose to stay behind to buy me time to leave, and ended up like this. If I don't dare to go over and take back his body today, I, Yumu, will despise myself for the rest of my life. I won't allow this to happen. Even if I die today, I will do it with a clear conscience, true to myself, and true to Brother Yuetu. Yumu's words are very powerful. What about them? Yulilua pointed at the moon demon warriors behind Yumu. Your Highness Yumu wants to fight, then fight. We are willing to follow you regardless of life or death. Hizen was the first to stand up. Yes, I swear to follow His Highness Yumu until death. The moon demon warriors expressed their inner thoughts one after another, and none of them were cowards. Good. I, Yumu, would like to thank you all. Yumu turned around and bowed to the moon demon clan warriors. Then he straightened up and looked at Yulilua. His meaning was self-evident. Sister, did you see it all? I didn't force them, they just wanted to follow me. They are willing to fight with me. This is exactly the effect Yulilua wants to achieve. She had already made up her mind that if an accident really happened today, even if she died in battle, she would definitely let Yumu go first. She wanted to leave the hope of life to him. Take me with you. Yulilua spoke. Nothing else was said, just a simple sentence. Can't. Yumu refused without even thinking. Sister, you should go back quickly. If that guy finds out that you ran away, he will definitely scold you. I'm not sure if he'll scold you or beat you up. Yumu was referring to his naturally Sumu. Leave the matter of snatching Brother Yuetu's body to me. You go back quickly. This trip is dangerous. Yumu was not a simple fool. He knew that it was very dangerous for him to take the moon demon warriors to snatch the corpse this time. If you are not careful, you may die on the spot. Forget about him. He doesn't want to take Yulilua with him. What if something happens to both the siblings? If I say we're together, then we're together. No more nonsense. Yulilua immediately took out her elder sister's style, and the power of bloodline suppression appeared again. Otherwise, you'd better get back to the demon realm and stop hanging around here. Or come with me. Yumu hesitated for a while, having no reason to refuse, and finally could only nod and agree helplessly. But at this time, another voice sounded. Take me with you too. How can such an exciting thing be without me? Yulilua turned around suddenly and saw Sumu's figure not far away. Yulilua. Chapter 393. Escape. The first person to attack the city? Night. The north gate of Feiyun City. Kellys, who looked old, was sitting inside. Master Kellys, are we really leaving Feiyun City like this? The city lord is still inside. Heiwo only found out not long ago that young Master Kellys was planning to leave Feiyun City tonight and go to Thoreau City in the Mingyuan Empire. The news was sudden and Hayward had no idea what was going on. However, as Master Kellys' close bodyguard, he still followed. My good-for-nothing old father has already teamed up with Luo Linqing. If I don't leave now, will that crazy woman swallow me up? Kellys lowered his eyelids and glanced at Heiwo and said in a hoarse voice. A long time ago, the reason he hesitated was that he felt there was still hope for Feiyun City. Now that his father is working with that woman Zeke Rolling, it is only a matter of time before Feiyun City is annexed. It was this reason that prompted Kellys to flee overnight. But Master, isn't it a good thing to cooperate with Luo Linqing? Luolin City is so powerful. Under their protection, our Feiyun City will sooner or later develop into a first-tier main city. Moreover, Zeke Lulin's ambition is so great that the entire empire will fall into her hands sooner or later. As one of the first to cooperate with them, our Feiyun city can be considered a meritorious entity, right? By then, being crowned a noble and becoming a king is only a matter of time, right? Heiwo didn't understand. Cooperating with Luo Linqing seemed like a good thing, so why did his young master run away overnight? And he was the kind who wanted to abandon his father and run away. Hayward, your thinking is just like my father's. You think too simply. Kelly snorted coldly and continued. You know, I've already sent people to investigate. Luo Linqing was involved in the theft of my goods. In other words, that crazy woman has been secretly dealing with me. They want to take over our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and steal my money. Was that batch of goods robbed by Luo Linqing? Heiwo expressed surprise. Right. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Kelly's cloudy eyes. So far, the information I have received is that there are 3 parties involved in robbing our goods. Among them are the Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce and Luo Lin City. As for the last party, the force that can drive the Rock Shield Emperor Dragon, I haven't found it yet, but it's only a matter of time. So, do you still think that crazy woman would want to cooperate with Feiyun City? Kelly stared at Heiwo in front of him with gloomy eyes. Hayward shook his head. He was not stupid and knew that under such circumstances, it was impossible for Feiyun City and Luolin City to become a so-called equal alliance. Being swallowed up is only a matter of time. So, Kelly's raised his lower lip, full of calculation. She's going to eat me up sooner or later. Why can't I run away first? She thought what she did was secretive enough, but she didn't know that I had already discovered it. I'm much more shrewd than her. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is completely finished. Kelly's was very clear about this matter, so he set his sights on Thoreau City, where he planned to make a comeback. Now is the best time for him to leave while the people of Luolin City are not on guard. Heiwo, believe it or not, if Feiyun City is in trouble after I leave, the people of Luolin City will not only not support it, but will turn around and run away. Do you believe it? Kelly seemed to see through everything. He laughed jokingly. Feiyun City is very ordinary in terms of both its geographical location and population development. It's a city of no use at all. Once I take all my money and leave, it will be nothing more than a discarded pawn. I believe it. Hayward nodded. Master, you are wise. But soon, Heiwo seemed to have thought of something, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, But Master Kellys, does the city lord know all this? He is your father. If you leave, what will happen to him? Hayworth didn't continue talking. He was very good at observing people's expressions and knew that if he continued, he would be talking too much. Master Kellys will be unhappy then. Hayward, those who achieve great things do not dwell on small details. Kelly's voice rang out. Besides, I left Yugru to my father. That was the greatest kindness I could offer. Heiwo nodded repeatedly, but he knew full well that Kellys had taken him because he could run errands. The reason why Yuglu was left behind was because Yuglu made a mistake in the matter of Tizot Silver Feather Horse. Otherwise, according to Kelly's character, he would definitely take them all away. The carriage gradually moved away from Feiyun City and into the night. Master, I found out who stole the Tizot Holy Spirit horse. After a long time, a voice was heard outside the carriage. Come on in, Niggs. At the same time, the news of Kelly's escape has spread throughout the city lord's mansion in Feiyun City. Everyone knows that the city lord's son has run away. Run away under the cover of night. System-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to the special map Beautiful Country Lord, Jalen Kinward, for successfully capturing the Level 6 main city. This battle has been included in the battle list. Click to view it. The long silent system-wide announcement sounded once again, bringing the Quiet World chat channel back to life. Wow, this isn't easy. Another system-wide announcement. What's going on this time? Does conquering a Level 6 main city mean conquering an indigenous city? Hasn't it been your whole life as a slave? Have you ever really understood the world? Cities are divided into 6 levels, from level 1 to level 1. The highest level, the main city, is the largest and is said to be as big as a province. Yes, a level 6 main city is the smallest, but successfully capturing it is already a great achievement. This Jalen Kinward is awesome. He's truly powerful, worthy of being the lord of a special map. Successfully conquering the indigenous city is truly impressive. Awesome. Jalen Kinward is the first one to attack the city. He's the first one to successfully capture a native city, right? A lord suddenly discovered a bright spot. It seems to be true. Currently, the entire system has only announced that Jalen Kinward captured the city alone. I'm so envious. Awesome, the best at attacking a city, so awesome. The lords engaged in a frenzied discussion on the topic of the first person in engineering. While they were envious, they also expressed their admiration, praise and admiration. After all, previous battles were all about Lord players. This was the first time that a Lord player and a native appeared, and the Lords were very excited. Chapter 394. What a nobody Su Mu is. Until a chat message appeared. Didn't Su Mu successfully capture a native city before? Isn't Jalen Kinward the first one to do that? Su Mu? Are you talking about Tianlong City? Yes, it's Tianlong City. I remember there was a system announcement at that time. The Lords were discussing this matter. Come on, Su Mu was just being opportunistic. He must have exploited some loophole. Maybe the mayor of Tianlong City just died, and he ran for election himself. How can he be considered the best at attacking a city? That's right. Look at the battle list. Jalen Kinward has a landmark battle. If Su Mu was the first person to capture a city, why isn't his battle for capturing Tianlong City listed? That's right, Su Mu is a nobody. Can your vision keep pace with the times? Now is the era of special map lords. Su Mu is just an ordinary map lord, really nothing. Indeed. Have you noticed? Ever since the last war between the Yang Demon Clan and Su Mu, we haven't received any system-wide announcements about him in a while. Maybe he has already been killed. It's normal. You'll never be able to catch up with the special maps, even if you chase them on ordinary maps for your whole life. Anyone with a little knowledge will understand. Yes, the gap is huge. Those who understand will understand. From this perspective, Su Mu is truly a nobody. Even if he wasn't killed by the Yang Demon Clan, he would have been just like everyone else. So I deeply doubt whether this world is prepared for those special map lords. Are we ordinary map lords destined to die? Damn it. I'm really furious when you say that. We all have 2 eyes and 3 legs, so why are special maps superior to others? The lords shifted the topic from the first person to attack the city to who is Su Mu. Finally, we successfully talked about the difference between special maps and ordinary maps, and a quarrel broke out. A war of words between the lords of special maps and the lords of ordinary maps. Su Mu's name seemed to have long been of no importance in their hearts, and had been forgotten by them. Until system-wide announcement. System-wide announcement. The system-wide announcement sounded again. What's going on? What big thing is happening? This isn't some special map where the Lord has captured another city, right? Maybe the Lord of the special map has upgraded the main city again. Damn. Anyway, it has nothing to do with our ordinary map. Let me listen carefully to see which country's special map Lord this is. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Mu on the normal map for successfully capturing the level 5 main city Feiyun City. This battle has been recorded on the battle list and can be viewed here. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Mu on successfully capturing the level 5 main city on the normal map. The system-wide announcement went off 3 times in a row. Did the lords waiting in the world chat channel go crazy? What's going on? Su Mu, capturing a level 5 main city? Damn, did I hear that right? Is this true? This is so bizarre. We just finished talking about Su Mu, and he's already captured a level 5 city? What on earth did he do? Oh my god, is this true? Could this Su Mu be the same Su Mu? What the hell is going on? What on earth did Su Mu do? Amidst the doubts, countless Lord players flocked to the battle list to check what was going on in Su Mu's battle. After checking it out carefully, they were shocked. Under Su Mu's strategy, Feiyun City and the Moon Demon Clan started the war first. Then Luo Lin's city intervened, and Feiyun City repelled the Moon Demon Clan. Feiyun City and Luo Lin City have reached an alliance cooperation relationship. That night, Su Mu actually led an army of 100,000 undead and 200,000 moths and locusts, and in less than 20 minutes, he directly swept through the 5th-level main city Feiyun City. The battle list is recorded quite clearly. Except for the fact that what strategy Su Mu used was not explained clearly, the war between the Moon Demon Clan and Feiyun City, the intervention of Luo Lin City, the army attacking the city, etc., were all explained very clearly. 100,000 undead army, so awesome. My entire territory only has 10,000 members combined. 10,000? I'm embarrassed to even talk about 5,000. Isn't this too perverted? It's so abstract. Did you just say Su Mu was a good brother? Come out. 100,000 is just the number Su Mu wants us to see. He probably has even more undead armies secretly. Horror. 200,000 moth locusts. What the hell are these moth locusts? Is Su Mu's undead army so powerful and awesome? Why is Feiyun City completely powerless under his command? Doesn't Feiyun City still have an army of 30,000 people? From start to finish, it took less than 20 minutes. It was a one-sided massacre. Who said it wasn't? It was simply a crushing victory. What on earth happened? Su Mu is too scary, much scarier than that Jalen Kinward. The world chat channel is completely boiling. Because of Su Mu's system-wide announcement, The atmosphere was completely boiling. Not long ago, Feiyun City, Su Mu, along with Yu Liluo, Yu Mu and others, as well as 100,000 undead troops, arrived at the city, ready to attack. Feiyun City discovered Su Mu and his group, and the soldiers immediately beat drums and set up a defensive formation. Almost all the people in Feiyun City know that the enemy is at the gates and war is about to break out. But because the gates of Feiyun City were closed, it was not so easy to attack the city. This also made the Feiyun City soldier commanders feel a little relieved. This is the same problem Su Mu faces. Slaika's magic rocket launcher has not been completed yet, so Su Mu is faced with only one problem. Break open the city gate and force the Feiyun City army to take the initiative to fight. If it was before, Su Mu would have no way to. But now, he has 200,000 more locusts under his command. The stem borer locust is known as the Imperial Bulldozer. Wherever they go, no grass will grow. Feiyun City, a mere city, be able to stop Su Mu? How can we resist the Imperial Bulldozer? Feiyun City was broken open. Locusts devoured everything effortlessly. Feiyun City panicked and could only fight passively. The war begins. What Su Mu never expected was that his undead army had been trained too hard by Madrinsa and Gabong. Feiyun City had no chance to resist the undead soldiers who were overwhelming him with their sheer numbers and were directly defeated. The undead army fights with a fearless attitude, fighting like mad dogs. It completely refreshed Su Mu's cognition. Not to mention, there are also swarms of moths and locusts attacking from the side, carrying out flank attacks and harassment. The entire war, from start to finish, took less than 20 minutes. Feiyun City was completely captured in just 20 minutes. The only thing that puzzled Su Mu was where the people from Luo Linxing were. Why didn't they come forward? As for the people in Feiyun City, they are totally not good enough. Chapter 395 Completely Conquer Feiyun City. Gabong, take your men over here immediately and completely surround the 4 gates of Feiyun City. Don't even an ant think of leaving here. If you can't understand why the people from Luo Linxing don't show up, then just don't think about it. Su Mu directly gives orders on what to do next. Now they have only captured the outer Feiyun City, but if they want to take it down, they must completely capture the ruler of Feiyun City. Yes, Gabong went there with his undead army. The person who killed you two didn't show up. Don't take it lightly. Yu Liluo came behind Su Mu at some point and spoke. I know. Su Mu turned around and looked at her. Yu Liluo pursed her lips and finally spoke again under Su Mu's gaze. Your undead army is so powerful, so why were you afraid of the people of Feiyun City before? You definitely have the strength to face them head on. Yu Liluo had no idea that when Feiyun City went to war with the Moon Demon clan, his lord talent had been upgraded once and became even stronger. The undead army can now die countless times and become stronger countless times every day. This is a huge BUG. If it were before, Su Mu would not be able to fight Feiyun City head-on. Not to mention, he would have to face the Moon Demon clan. That's why he needs to keep up the territory shield to protect his territory. During this period, Gabong and Madrinsa followed Su Mu's orders very seriously and trained the undead army. This training naturally means letting them die continuously, and become stronger continuously. Coupled with the bonus of the tree elves, the attack hit rate of the skeleton archers and skeleton magicians has reached a terrifying 100%. Also, Sabastini must also be credited for this. It was her magic wand and bow that raised the combat power of the undead army to a small level. With so many bonuses, Su Mucai fought a satisfying and crushing battle. It can be said that even Su Mu himself did not expect this. Of course, there was no way to explain these things to Yu Liluo, so Su Mu could only pretend to be profound. I never fight a battle I'm not sure of. This battle was a great victory thanks to the help of the Moth Locust. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to open the gates of Feiyun City so quickly. And the Borer Locusts, I just got them today. Fearing that Yu Liluo would keep asking questions like a curious baby, Su Mu quickly changed the subject. Where's Yu Mu? He went to get U2's body. Yu Liluo replied. She feels a little complicated now. Not long ago, Yu Liluo wanted to set out with Yu Mu to take away U2's body under the cover of night. She is very grateful for her brother's growth. But Su Mu suddenly stood up and said he wanted to go with them. When Yu Liluo turned around and saw Su Mu, one can imagine how shocked she was. She couldn't imagine that Su Mu would appear so quickly. She had imagined that Su Mu would appear, but she didn't expect him to appear so soon. Not only did he show up, he also scolded her, asking her why she acted on her own without reporting to him. What if something unexpected happened? Do you still take him seriously? Su Mu said a lot of such caring words. To be honest, Yu Liluo was confused by Su Mu's scolding in front of her brother. but for some reason, she didn't feel angry. Yulilua didn't know why she wasn't angry. Logically speaking, with her personality, it would be absolutely impossible for her to allow someone to scold her. But this is what happened. Let's go into Feiyun City. Things are not over yet. By the way, follow me, don't act on your own. Su Mu's voice interrupted Yulilua's thoughts. Now Su Mu is very afraid that Yulilua will act on her own. The woman also had a slave collar around her neck that belonged to him. What is the purpose of this slave collar? Live and die together. If something unexpected happened to Yulilua, wouldn't Su Mu be dead too? That's why Su Mu was so anxious to find Yulilua. Fortunately, when he found Yulilua, she was still communicating with Yu Mu and had not yet taken full action. Lilua didn't know all this. Oh, Yulilua responded and followed Su Mu not far away, but her mind still couldn't help but think of what happened before. Su Mu rode on Afia and entered the city with his undead army. Wherever he went, the people of Feiyun City watched from afar, with uncontrollable fear and terror in their eyes. No one dared to get too close. To the people of Feiyun City, Su Mu is the enemy and the invader. It's normal for them to be afraid. They are even less clear about what the future of Feiyun City will be. Is this enemy leader a very violent person? Will he kill people to establish his authority if he disagrees with them? Will he burn, kill, plunder, and rob them? Feiyun City were unaware of everything and could only worry secretly. Now they are like fish on a chopping board. I don't have the courage to resist, let alone the strength. For a moment, the people of Feiyun City were in panic, and a heavy and depressing feeling filled the entire city. Su Mu ignored the gazes of the people around him. Led by the captured soldiers of Feiyun City, he headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As soon as I entered the city lord's mansion, it was like hell on earth, with corpses everywhere. Su Mu was stunned. What's going on? It's okay to fight outside, but there's also a war inside. Su Mu walked forward with doubts. When he came to the main hall, he found a man in a luxurious silk robe lying dead on the main seat. What's going on? Su Mu found a slightly injured guard nearby and quickly grabbed him to question him. That's our city lord. The guard pointed at the corpse above the main hall and spoke slowly. It turned out that when Su Mu used the swarm of locusts to break through the gate of Feiyun City, Luo Ku, the lord of Feiyun City, was completely panicked. He knew war was inevitable. But now Feiyun City does not have enough ice. How can it stop the 100,000-strong undead army? What's more, there are 200,000 locusts. Therefore, the city lord Luo Ku hurriedly asked the masters of Luolin City to help. Little did they know that the masters of Luolin City refused without saying a word, and they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave Feiyun City. Luo Ku just stopped the masters of Luolin City to ask for the reason, but he was ruthlessly killed by them, unilaterally tearing up the alliance agreement. Chapter 396. I know where Kellys went. Of the city lord's mansion saw their lord being killed, they immediately rose up to resist. But in front of the masters of Luolin City, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a stone hitting an egg. No doubt. After killing many guards, the masters of Luolin City took advantage of the night and chaos to leave Feiyun City. Su Mu also got this information from the guards. Feiyun City has become an abandoned child. To be honest, the geographical location of Feiyun City is very ordinary. It is surrounded by large plains on all sides and is a very difficult city to defend. Moreover, the surrounding resources are very average, and the whole city does not look rich. It is normal for it to be abandoned, and Su Mu can understand it. But the only thing he couldn't understand was why Luo Linxing worked so hard to get close to Feiyun City, formed an alliance with them, and then gave up so easily? Isn't that just taking off your pants to fart? All the work is in vain? However, Su Mu's question was probably something the little guard in front of him could not answer, so there was no need for him to ask too clearly. The information he knew now was that Luo Ku, the mayor of Feiyun City, was dead. May I have your name? Su Mu looked at the guard in front of him and asked. Nanethus. The guard answered Su Mu's questions nervously. He knew that his fate was now in the hands of the young man in front of him, the mastermind behind leading an army of 100,000 undead to successfully capture their Feiyun City. He is also the king of an army of 100,000 undead. Nasus. When he heard the name, Su Mu smiled. I think his alias was Nasser, but this guard was called Nasus. Could this be fate? From now on, you will stay with me temporarily. Do you understand what this means? Su Mu stared at Nasus with a serious expression and full of majesty. Nasus gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Of course he understood what this meant. He simply wanted him to become his man, in other words, a traitor to the city lord's mansion. To a large extent, this is a kind of appreciation and also an opportunity for Nasus to embark on a smooth path and change his class status. But the enemies in front of them are the ones who broke through their Feiyun city. This is why Nasus hesitated. He felt that such an identity was extremely embarrassing. What are you hesitating about? Sumu asked. His eyes fell on Nasus' face, watching closely for his reaction. Grown-ups, you might as well kill me. Nasus smiled bitterly and said, I'm from the City Lord's mansion, and you won't completely trust me. You are acting like this now because you don't understand everything about the City Lord's mansion and want to use me as a tool. Even if you get what you want and know, I will still be doomed to die. Since the result is like this, I cannot do anything to betray the City Lord's mansion. Our City Lord has treated us well in the past. Now that he is dead, the worst that can happen is that I will go to hell with him. Those of us who are able to serve in the army have long anticipated this outcome and conclusion. Nasu's words were so sincere and heartfelt that Sumu nodded secretly. This little guard is quite loyal and smart. If he is trained a little, he might become a good talent. Sumu was attracted by the talent and said with a smile, Aren't you afraid of death? We're all going to die anyway. Isn't it the same sooner or later? It's better to die with dignity, Nasu said as he threw down the sword in his hand and gave up resistance. Are you so sure that after I've used you, I'll kill you? Sumu asked again. Whether it's true or not, our identities are now hostile. You won't fully trust me, and I don't understand you. This is the fact. Nasus replied, no longer nervous and afraid as he had been at the beginning. As he was speaking, figures began to appear in the main hall. They were both men and women, all pushed out by soldiers captured by Sumu. These people are none other than the servants in the City Lord's mansion and the relatives of City Lord Luo Ku. When he saw them, Nasu sighed slightly, and a hint of regret and pain flashed in his eyes. War has been like this since ancient times. The winner takes all. Once a city is captured, the family and servants of the City Lord will inevitably die. Everyone in power is a fool, and they won't keep the threats around. Therefore, the first people to be killed at the moment of conquering the city are the relatives of the people in power in that city. Nasus, since you are Luo Ku's close friend, you must have spent many years in the City Lord's mansion. Sumu suddenly turned around and looked at the guard behind him. I believe you are very clear about who is in the City Lord's mansion. Are all the family members of your City Lord here? Nasus remained silent. He knew very well that once he said it, it would mean that these people would be killed in the next moment. You're not stupid. You should understand very well. Whether you say it or not, someone will answer my question. Maybe if you tell me, I can give them a quick death. Sumu has a lot of time, so he doesn't feel that this is a waste of time. He needs to think of a plan to deal with Feiyun City. Now that we have taken it, we can't just throw it away, right? Feiyun City has a bad geographical location. It is surrounded by plains, which is very suitable for grazing and raising animals. Let's think about the development in this area. I say. Nasus suddenly stood up. His eyes fell on the faces of the people in front of him, scanning them one by one, and then he said the identity and name of each person. There were almost 100 people, and Nasus could name them all accurately. Sumu expressed surprise. If it were him, he might not be able to remember so many people's names and identities. It seems that Nasus is not an ordinary person. But what surprised Sumu even more was that the City Lord Luo Ku actually had 10 wives and 18 daughters. It's a pity that these 18 daughters are very ordinary in appearance, and none of them is worthy of Sumu's attention. Doesn't your City Lord have a son named Kelis? I heard he's the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Sumu looked at Nasus. Kelis is an important person, and Sumu has heard of him from Kaisen more than once. So he has a deep memory. Master Kelis is not among them. Nasus took a look and shook his head. Is there anyone in the City Lord's mansion who hasn't been brought here? Sumu frowned and looked at the captain of the captured soldiers who was responsible for bringing the people to him. Searched all the rooms in the City Lord's mansion. Apart from the guards in the mansion, there are only these people. We have brought them all here. The captain of the captured soldiers quickly knelt on one knee and began to explain. We've searched every room carefully, and there's really no one there. What about Kelis? Don't tell me he ran away with the people from Luolin City. Sumu looked at Nasus. If that's the case, then he's in a bit of a pickle. From Kaisen's mouth, Sumu knew that Kelis was a very rich guy. Over the years, Kelis has made a lot of money by relying on the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. It can be said that he is richer than his father. Sumu's target is largely Kelis. I don't know either. Nasus shook his head. He really had no idea that Kelis had run away. I know where Kelis went. At this time, a voice sounded. Chapter 397 Kelis, that bastard. I know where Kelis is. A voice came, and Sumu soon saw a slender hand raised. He took a look and found that it was the person who had just been introduced by Nasus. Seemed to be one of Luo Ku's 18 daughters in Feiyun City, but Sumu couldn't quite remember her name. Carol, the city lord's 14th daughter and Kelly's sister. Nasu's voice sounded beside him. Sumu glanced at him. This kid was quite good at observing people's expressions and had a bit of a clever spirit. You stand up. Sumu waved to Kelly. Yes. Ignoring the gazes of others, Kelly carefully walked from the back to the front. Only then did Sumu look at her directly. Kelly was not very tall. She was wearing a large sleeved robe that completely wrapped her up, making it difficult to see her figure clearly. It looks quite ordinary. However, Sumu inexplicably felt that she looked very strange. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Kelly's face looked weird. You said you knew where Kelly's went, so tell me. Sumu spoke without worrying about anything else. Khalees ran away. Kelly made a shocking statement. He ran away with all the money he had earned from working at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. He even looted my father's treasury at the city lord's mansion while running away. As soon as Kelly said this, the people around her immediately began to whisper. Especially the family members of the city lord Luo Ku. They are all people who have direct relations with Kelly's, his sister's, stepmother. How did you know that? Sumu frowned secretly in his heart, but his face still maintained the necessary calmness and dignity. Kelly hesitated for a moment. I overheard the conversation between my father and those people in Luolin City. My father also knows that it was that bastard Kelly's who took all the money away. That's why those guys in Luolin City abandoned us and unilaterally tore up the alliance agreement. They were targeting Kelly's money from the beginning. Our Feiyun City means nothing to them. So, when they knew that Kelly's had run away with all the money, they no longer wanted to deal with us. Kelly told Sumu everything she knew, and he could even hear resentment and disgust in her words. This resentment and disgust was not directed at the people of Luolin City, but at Kelly's. Every time the name Kelly's was mentioned, Kelly gritted her teeth and her eyes were filled with anger. After Sumu thought about it carefully, he also felt that it made sense. If the people of Luolin City came for the money on Kelly's in the first place, then once he escaped, Feiyun City would have no value to them at all. No wonder they left so decisively and abandoned Feiyun City. It all made sense. You seem to hate Kelly's very much, but isn't he your brother? Sumu stared at Kelly and asked. Hatred. Kelly's teeth were chattering and she clenched her fists. It was because he ran away with all the money that Luolin City abandoned us, and my father died in vain. From childhood to adulthood, Kelly's has been a selfish bastard. He was the one who gave up on us, gave up Feiyun City, and gave up the place where we grew up. How can I not hate him? Okay, you can go back. Sumu waved his hand, already having a plan in mind. Kelly seemed to have something else to say, but after hesitating for a while, she still couldn't say it, and finally had to go back. Nasus, are you sure everyone is here? Sumu looked at Nasus beside him. You should know what I mean by everyone. Nasus sighed slightly. Of course he knew that it was someone related to the city lord Luo Ku. I want to know, how will you treat them? Nasus spoke. I don't know. Sumu shrugged and said very simply. Maybe your behavior will determine how I will treat them in the end. Nasus. Sumu's answer left him feeling puzzled, but he was also a smart man. With a sigh, Nasus came to the front of the crowd and began to identify them one by one. There's still one person who hasn't arrived yet. Who? The city lord's youngest daughter, Miss Wenku and I. Nasus said. She lives in the woodshed, and they're afraid they won't be able to find her. The they that Nasus was referring to are naturally the soldiers captured by Samo. As a guard of the city lord's mansion, he is relatively familiar with the affairs of the city lord's mansion, which is different from ordinary soldiers. Go and bring her to me. Sumu gave the order. Well, Nasus hesitated for a moment. At this moment, Carol, who had just retreated to the back, stepped forward. I can bring Wenku and I to you. Sumu ignored her offer and waved towards Nasus. You go. Yes. Nasus turned and left helplessly. After Nasus left, Sumu glanced at Kelly and the others, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Take them all to the dungeon and lock them up temporarily. No one is allowed to move without my order. Yes. Wait, Kelly, you stay for a while. Sumu changed his mind. He thought, isn't there a vault in the city lord's mansion? Even though Kelly's has taken away all the money, there are still some things he can't take away, right? Sumu wants to go and see. When Kelly saw that she was kept, she was a little nervous and excited. Sumu was overthinking it. That bastard Kelly's really deserves to die? When Sumu came to the vault under Kelly's guidance, he was stunned. There was nothing inside except some broken weapons and armor. Don't even think about valuable things. The entire vault looked like a storage room, messy and small, and you could basically see the end at a glance. Are you sure you're not kidding me? This is the warehouse of your city lord's mansion. Sumu's mouth twitched. I can't believe that the city lord's mansion of Feiyun City could be so poor. It's totally incomparable to Tianlong City. Andrew, the old man, has some collections, but this Luo Ku. How dare I lie to you? Do I want to die? There was a sadness in Kelly's eyes and a hint of sorrow in her tone. She said in a deep voice, "My father has always been a good man. He only cares about the development of Feiyin City. Over the years, whenever he has money, he immediately invested in the city's development and has been diligently developing Feiyin City. Whatever little tax revenue he had, he immediately invested in military construction and upgrading armaments. He had no extra money at all. The food we had in the city lord's mansion was very simple every day. We never had any luxury food." Chapter 398 Runaway. Zerg Hybrid. Kelly continued speaking, her tone full of admiration for her father. "My father never deliberately raised taxes in the city. Furthermore, due to the drought last year, the residents of the city had no money to pay taxes. My father even exempted taxes for a year, so the entire city lord's mansion had no extra money at all. Even not long ago, my father even asked that bastard Kelly's to borrow money to develop Feiyin City. Unfortunately, that bastard was very stingy and refused to agree. My father had to argue with him a lot because of this. He moved out in anger." Sumu agreed with what Kelly said. When his large army entered the city before, he found that the walls of Feiyin City and other things had been repaired and there was no damage at all. Compared with Tianlong City, this is much better. Feiyin City looks like a new city, while Tianlong City looks like an old city. Sumu could tell the difference between the two at a glance. From this point of view, Luo Ku seems to be a relatively real city lord. Apart from having more wives and daughters, he seems to be okay. However, Sumu would not be stupid enough to believe Kelly based on just a few words. The truth still needs to be verified. "I want to stay with you." Just as Sumu was thinking, Kelly said something very suddenly. "What?" Now that Sumu and Kelly were alone, she actually said such words to him. Sumu turned and looked at Kelly. As if she could see Sumu's surprise and astonishment, Kelly blushed and turned her face away gently, not daring to look him in the eye. "I want to stay by your side. Now that you have occupied Feiyin City, you will definitely need help in the future. I used to learn from my father, and I also know some ways of governing. I want to stay by your side and help you govern Feiyin City." Sumu. He looked at Kelly's shy reaction. Could it be that this succubus's will was taking effect and her favorability level was at max? It's really possible. Otherwise, why would you suddenly blush? "I've occupied your Feiyin City. To you, I'm your enemy. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" "So what?" Kelly suddenly looked at him excitedly. "My father died at the hands of the people of Roland City. It all started because Kelly's abandoned us, not because of you. But it's also because of the chain reaction caused by my army approaching the city. It's also because of me." To be honest, Sumu really didn't understand Kelly's thoughts and could only explain it with the meaning of succubus. Kelly was conquered by his charm and her mind was confused. "War is inevitable. Carol is still fighting for. And I know that you are the master of the tribal town that my father has been fighting against. Everything you did was just a counterattack. I can accept this result. You want to use me to find Kelly's and take revenge on him, right?" Sumu thought of a possibility. Kelly was visibly stunned and finally nodded firmly. "I guess so. But I want to inherit my father's will and develop Feiyin City well. Let Feiyin City become better and stronger. Miss Wenku and I brought it here." Nasu's voice suddenly sounded from behind. He didn't know whether his arrival was timely or inappropriate. Sumu looked back. With just one glance, he noticed the girl next to Nasu's. To be precise, she is a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl with red and blue eyes and two tentacles dangling randomly on her head. She seemed to be malnourished, her entire body wrapped in a white linen robe, making her look extremely thin. But despite her thinness, it still couldn't hide the beauty of her facial features. At this moment, she lowered her head and did not look at Sumu. The tentacles on her head were still fluttering around. "She's not human?" Sumu stared at Nasu's and spoke. Yeah." Nasu's nodded. "Wenku and I is the daughter of my father and the Zerg subhuman." The voice came from Kelly. "Because she's a mixed breed, she's never been welcomed in the mansion. My father thinks she's the biggest mistake of his life, so he locked her up in the woodshed and had her meals delivered to her at a fixed time every day. But she has never been abused. She just lives in a different place from us." Kelly continued talking. "That's probably it. I'm not sure about the details." Nasu's looked embarrassed. These were the city lord's personal matters, and he had only heard about them and had never verified them. But Sumu suddenly became interested. "I didn't expect that the city lord Luo Ku was so creative and even let go of the bugs. What he didn't expect was that he actually encountered Zerg subhumans. This was the first time. TSK. To be honest, Sumu was a little excited. "Nasu's, take her to the dungeon and imprison her temporarily." Sumu pointed at Kelly and spoke. What? You're going to lock me up? Kelly pointed at her nose in disbelief. Sumu waved his hand firmly. Nasu sighed and could only do as Sumu said. He also wondered how things had progressed, and he had already started helping out. Didn't he explicitly refuse at the beginning? Nasu's expressed depression. Sumu used a technique to break the delusion. Name, Wenku-ni. Race, hybrid, a hybrid of the Lingluo Zerg and the human race. Age, 17. Introduction. Born in Feiyun City 17 years ago, he has lived in the City Lord's mansion of Feiyun City since the moment he was born. He has never left in the past 17 years. His life resume is like a blank sheet of paper. But she seems to have extraordinary power? Lingluo Zerg? To be honest, Sumu knew nothing about this race. But he knew one fact. That is, he possesses the ability of Insect Lord Natural Disaster, and all the insect subhumans' favorability towards him increases fivefold. Your name is Wenku-ni, right? Sumu tried his best to make his tone sound gentler. Wenku-ni spoke. Her voice was cold, and she didn't sound like a cute little loli at all. Instead, it sounds more like a girl's voice. She has a maturity that is different from her age. My name is Sumu, and I will be the master of this place from now on. Are you willing to stay by my side? Sumu put forward his ideas very directly, without any affectation or preparation. Wenku-ni raised her head. As soon as her eyes met Sumu's face, a voice sounded from behind. I caught Yuguru. Yulua's figure appeared quickly, and then an object fell from the sky in front of Sumu. Chapter 399, Wenku-ni's ability. Before, Sumu had learned from Sessions and others that the poison in Malor's body was related to a guy named Yuglu in Feiyun City. So when he arrived in Feiyun City, Sumu naturally took this matter to heart. Yuguru looked like. But in Feiyun City, there are naturally soldiers who know him. Where did you catch him? Sumu asked, ignoring Yuguru who was wailing on the ground. This poor guy, his hands and feet are broken. Yulilua was really cruel. When we found him, he was sneaking out of the city. Yumu and the others yelled at him, so he started fighting with them. Yulilua calmly recounted what had happened before. Their fighting alarmed me. I thought they were from Luolin City, so when I rushed over, I found him. At that time, I didn't know he was the Yuguru you wanted, but a soldier recognized him. Yulilua said it lightly, but Sumu could still hear the thrill in it. It seems that this Yuguru is quite difficult to deal with. Not dead. Sumu walked over and kicked Yuguru. This guy was just yelling on purpose, trying to get their attention. Who are you? Yuguru is not stupid. He just heard with his own ears the words, he is the Yuguru you want. Judging from this, the young man in front of him knew him, or at least knew about him. Otherwise, how could he target him specifically? Yuguru still has this judgment. I'm not stupid. Sumu smiled. He squatted in front of Yuguru. My lower, you know? Yuguru's face was alert, as if he was thinking. It seems you still need some hints. Sumu shrugged and continued. You know the Tizat Holy Spirit horse, right? You. Surprise and shock flashed in Yuguru's eyes. Did you lead your men to rob the Tianxua Holy Spirit horse? Before, Yuguru analyzed it carefully. He felt that even if Gesh and Sessions had 100 courages, they would not dare to run away with the Tizat Holy Spirit horse. After all, their families are still in Feiyun City. Even if Gesh and Sessions are ruthless enough, others may not obey their orders. Therefore, Yuglu judged that the Tizat Holy Spirit horse was most likely kidnapped by someone with ulterior motives. Moreover, this person possesses very powerful means, confusing Sessions, Gesh, and others. You're not stupid. Sumu nodded, and his evaluation of this guy Yuglu improved a little. Tell me what kind of poison is in the body of the Tianxua Holy Spirit horse. This is your only chance to survive. Do you think I'm stupid? If I tell you, I'll probably die immediately. Yuglu stared at Sumu mockingly. He knew very well that his only hope of survival now was to find a way to detoxify. As soon as he says it, his bargaining chips will disappear immediately. Snot. Sumu didn't waste any words and shouted to the side. His inexplicable words are so scary. After all, there are no extra people around. Apart from Yulilua, there was only Wenku-ni who had just arrived. Yuguru knows both of these people. One of them broke his hands and feet and sent him here. One is the city lord's lowly bastard daughter. But soon, a shadowy existence appeared out of nowhere in front of Yuguru, and he was frightened. Where has this thing been hiding? Undead. I guess in his mind. Help me call Kanai over. I want to know how Kanai can enter his body and know all the memories in his head. Snod knew very well that Kanai was now in Lodi City, and it would take a long time to call it over. It might take a day and a night for Snod to fly to Lodi City. It would take 2 days for a round trip. Can we wait until then? Snod was very naive. Of course, he didn't know that Sumu wanted him to help put on a show to scare Yuglu, and make him confess the truth. So at the first moment, Snow did not respond to Su Mu's order. But Snow didn't understand, but Yulilua saw it, and she took the initiative to step forward. I'll go call Kanai over. I know where he is. Then this guy won't have to speak. He'll have his own time for pain. Then go ahead. Su Mu was relieved. Fortunately, someone still understood what he meant. A trace of fear flashed across Yuguru's face, the fear of the unknown. He bit his lower lip, thinking hard and hesitating about something. But just as Yulilua turned around and prepared to leave, a voice rang out beside Su Mu. Do Godflower Toxin. What? Su Mu turned his head and looked at Wen Kuai in surprise, because it was her who spoke. However, compared with Su Mu, the surprise and shock on Yuglu's face were more obvious at this moment. Yulilua, wait. Lilua, who was about to leave. His eyes never left Wen Kuai's face. What do you mean by the Do Godflower Toxin you just mentioned? You want to know the answer. Wen Kuai spoke calmly, without a trace of fear or dread towards Su Mu on her face, as if they had known each other for a long time. The toxin that the Tiansua Holy Spirit horse was infected with is called the Do Godflower Toxin. The antidote is still in his arms. Wen Kuai suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed at Yuguru, who was still lying on the ground. In the third black compartment of his underwear pocket, sewn inside, there is a packet of small powder, which is the antidote. After saying this, fear appeared on Yuglu's face. How is that possible? Yuglu simply couldn't believe it. How did this little bitch in front of him know what kind of poison was in the Tizat Holy Spirit horse? Not only does she know what the toxin is, but how does she also know where the antidote is? Yuglu's inner shock had reached the point of fear. He bought the Do Godflower poison from a black market merchant, and the same was true for the antidote. Even Master Kelly's didn't know about the existence of this poison. Even Niggs, who often went on missions with him and was with him day and night, didn't know. It can be said that the Do Godflower poison is the secret in Yuguru's heart. He had used the Do Godflower poison on the Tiansua Holy Spirit horse for two reasons. One was to weaken her strength so that she could not resist. The second is to gain bargaining chips with Master Kelly's. Yuguru wants to gain more benefits from it. After all, the Tizat Holy Spirit mark is not a common thing. It was just that due to an accident, the Tizat Holy Spirit horse was lost, so he lost his ability to make subsequent moves. It can be said that all of this is the secret in Yuguru's heart. So how did Wen Kuai know all this? Chapter 400. Can you hear your inner voice? It's amazing. Su Mu saw the reaction on Yuglu's face clearly. He did not hesitate at all and went forward to search for it. After Su Mu's efforts, he really found a packet of powder in the third compartment of Yuglu's underwear, as Wen Kuai said. There is no difference. There is no need to use kanai at all. How do you know this? Now that the antidote powder was found, Yuglu had lost his support and he no longer had any bargaining chips to negotiate with Su Mu. The only thing facing him is death. Yuglu was about to collapse. He stared at Wen Kuai and roared. Who told you that? You little bitch. How on earth did you know that? Yuglu's madness has proved whether what Wen Kuai said is true or false. Su Mu quickly hid the powder, but at the same time, he was also curious in his heart. How did Wen Kuai know all this? Judging from Yuglu's crazy look, the poison must be a huge secret in his heart, and only two people know about it. At this moment, Su Mu began to doubt whether Wen Kuai had any hidden relationship with Yuglu. Do they often come into contact with each other in this city lord's mansion? I haven't had any contact with him. I'm disgusted with him, he's a jerk. Su Mu was just thinking about it when Wen Kuai suddenly spoke again. Moreover, Su Mu keenly discovered that what Wen Kuai said was exactly the answer to the questions in his heart. Is it a coincidence? How did she know what I was thinking? While Su Mu was looking at Wen Kuai, he started to mutter in his heart again. It's not a coincidence. Wen Kuai said again. Su Mu. On the side, Yulilua watched the interaction between the two, and she frowned slightly. She didn't quite understand what it meant. I'm going to kill him myself. Wen Kuai suddenly pointed her slender finger at Yuguru lying on the ground. You asked me to kill him, and I will answer the doubts in your heart. Also, as you asked before, I'm willing to stay with you. Su Mu lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Good. But before that, I still have questions for him. Okay. Wen Kuai stepped aside consciously. What Su Mu wanted to ask Yuguru was naturally about Kelly's and the people in Luolin City. He wanted to see how much Ugra knew. But the answer to every question Su Mu asked was not from Yuglu, but from Wen Kuai. Wen Kuai seemed to be Yuguru's mouthpiece. Everything Su Mu wanted to know and Yuguru didn't want to say came out of Wen Kuai's mouth. Yuglu himself was completely shocked. But compared to the shock in his heart, the unknown fear of being completely controlled swept over his heart, and his body was soaked with cold sweat. The look he gave Wen Kuai was as if he had seen a ghost, full of fear and panic. Okay, I know everything I want to know. Next, I'll leave him to you. Sumu did not break his promise. Instead, he handed Wenku Inai a long sword. He wanted to see how she would deal with it. Do you dare to really swing this sword? In Sumu's opinion, Wenku Inai had never killed anyone. Forget killing people. I've never even killed a chicken. So, can she really do it? Another thing is, why did Wenku Inai say that she wanted to kill Yuglu? What is the story behind this? But to Sumu's great surprise, Wenku Inai swung the sword in her hand. Yuguru's head fell to the ground cleanly. Wenku Inai was so decisive that she didn't even give Yuglu a chance to beg for mercy. Even Yuglu himself probably didn't expect that Wenku Inai would swing the sword so decisively. He died with his eyes wide open. Okay, let others handle this. Let's go somewhere else first. Yuguru is dead, and his strength also makes Sumu have no intention of using swallowing stars and devouring the moon. Normally, swallowing stars and devouring the moon can absorb the powerful strength from the strong and turn it into Sumu's own ability. But Sumu himself is very picky. There's nothing special about Yuguru. Now, can you answer the doubts in my heart? The side hall of the city lord's mansion, Sumu was enjoying his tea while looking at Wenku Inai in front of him and spoke. Liloa, who was sitting beside her, was also curious, but she didn't say anything and just picked up her tea and drank it. You've already guessed it, haven't you? Without me telling you? Wenku Inai said something without any reason. Seeing that Sumu was still looking at her, she could only purse her slightly pale lips and said, I don't know why, but it must be an innate ability. Ever since I was little, I've been able to easily read other people's minds and know what they're thinking at the moment. When I was little, this ability wasn't particularly prominent. I could only occasionally hear other people's thoughts and know what they were thinking. But as I grew older, this ability seemed to be getting stronger. I could always know what others were thinking just by thinking about it. Sumu. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. Not long ago, when Sumu asked and Wenku Inai answered, he had already guessed that Wenku Inai might have the ability to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. I didn't expect it to be true. Liloa beside her raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Wenku Inai in surprise for several times. She didn't expect that such ability was hidden in this skinny and malnourished little body. Eavesdrop on other people's inner thoughts and know what they are thinking? It's a bit scary. Liloa couldn't help but shudder. To be honest, she felt that having others know her inner thoughts at all times was actually a very terrifying thing. Not only Liloa had this idea, Sumu felt the same way. He coughed lightly and sat up straight. This ability is indeed very powerful and incredible, but when you hear others thinking this, can you always do it? Anyone who is very strong can do it. All right. Wenku Inai nodded, and she hesitated for a moment. You're a little worried that I know what's going on in your mind, so now you're confused and thinking a lot, trying to disrupt my judgment. Sumu. Damn it. You got it all right. Compared to you, this sister seems more afraid of me. Wenku Inai spoke again, pointing at Yuliluo. Yuliluo. She seemed afraid that I would know what she did to you. Before Wenku Inai could finish her words, Yuliluo stood up and interrupted her. I'm going out first. I don't know what's going on with Yumu yet. I'll go check it out. Yuliluo turned around. She secretly put her hands together towards Wenkini and made a gesture of asking. Then she turned pale and left. Sumu,